As he spoke, he took a seat nearby, gesturing for Jiang Ryue and Chen Quan to join him, while stealing a glance at academician Yu in the distance. Once seated, Chun Qian pondered for a moment before stating, when discussing firearms in our country, the QBZ-95 series is undoubtedly well known. It has served as our primary battle rifle for an extended period. However, the 95 series is not without significant flaws. Firstly, the high line of fire makes prone shooting inconvenient. The design of the 95 series features a high aiming baseline, coupled with a bullpup configuration and magazine design, as well as a raised carrying handle. This not only compromises shooting accuracy, but also risks exposing more of the soldier's body in combat. Secondly, the absence of a last round hold open feature may result in soldiers being unaware that they need to change magazines, which could prove fatal in real combat situations. Thirdly, the angle of shell ejection and excessive smoke can obstruct a soldier's line of sight, leading to diminished combat effectiveness and increased risk to life. Fourthly, design flaws hinder the integration of various firearm accessories, severely impacting combat capability. In summary, while the 95 series has received considerable acclaim, its design and performance deficiencies will inevitably lead to its obsolescence over time. As Chun Qian spoke, he glanced at Jiang Ryue and Chen Quan, eager to hear their thoughts. However, observing Jiang Ryue's struggle to grasp his meaning and Chen Quan's bewildered expression, he suddenly realized, what was the point of discussing this with them? One was a biology student, and the other was preoccupied with games. What could they possibly understand? Even though Jiang Ryue had collaborated with him on several projects, she was still not on his level. Realizing this, Chun Qian ceased his anticipation for their opinions, chuckling, "You probably don't comprehend this, so let's just speak casually." Jiang Ryue contemplated for a moment and remarked, "So, our goal is to address these issues?" Chun Qian shook his head, "Not exactly. The latest QBZ-191 series has completely remedied the shortcomings of the 95 series. Although it has not yet been widely adopted, it can certainly be regarded as one of the finest modern firearms. Over there." Chun Qian gestured toward academician Yu and his team in the distance. They aim to create an even more superior firearm based on the 191 series. "I see," Chen Quan suddenly interjected. "So, our task is to develop something even more formidable than what they're working on, correct?" Chun Qian felt somewhat speechless, considering it an obvious statement. Nonetheless, he instinctively inquired, "Do you have any ideas? Does the QBZ-191 have no flaws? Wouldn't compensating for its shortcomings to create an even better firearm be a worthwhile direction?" Jiang Ryue suggested. Chun Qian paused, responding, "The 191 certainly has its drawbacks, primarily its cost. As for other minor flaws that can be overlooked, even if addressed, the resulting product would merely be mediocre. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, they are currently pursuing that very direction." Chun Qian gestured again toward academician Yu and his colleagues. "I see." Jiang Ryue fell silent, a hint of frustration evident on her face, based on her understanding of her boyfriend. He was truly disinclined to engage in anything mundane, yet she found herself rather perplexed due to her limited knowledge in that area. "Let's not pursue anything ordinary," Chen Quan murmured to himself. Chun Qian nodded, observing his hesitance, puzzled by the thoughts swirling in his mind. "Then let's create something extraordinary," Chen Quan exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable as he pumped his fist in encouragement. Chun Qian was left utterly speechless. He had anticipated a groundbreaking suggestion, yet what he received was mere triviality. Suddenly, they found themselves ensnared in a quandary, and all three fell into contemplative silence. "What shall we create?" Chun Qian mused softly. "Of course." Chen Quan abruptly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Didn't you mention previously that the Type 95 had issues with reloading and shell ejection? Why not eliminate bullets altogether?" "Eliminate bullets?" A realization seemed to dawn upon Chun Qian. "Exactly," Chen Quan continued, growing increasingly animated. "Like those laser guns in movies. Surprisingly, sometimes the ideas of outsiders can indeed possess a remarkable creativity." Chun Qian recognized that he had become ensnared in conventional thinking, having witnessed an array of weaponry at the Firepower Research Institute. He instinctively thought of developing within that framework. Yet, it was entirely unnecessary. Laser guns are splendid, Why burden soldiers with the risk of injury during the pauses required for magazine changes? Why cling to such a flawed concept? And what is the essence of warfare? It is resources, it is productivity. In certain nations, even the production of ammunition is a formidable challenge. Although Huagua holds the title of the world's foremost industrial power, should war arise, such issues would likely be absent yet. Why add unnecessary pressure upon themselves? Moreover, considering the scale of Huagua, the annual maintenance of ammunition incurs exorbitant costs. One must concede that Brother Quan's notion of a laser gun is indeed commendable, prompting Chun Xian to delve into deep reflection. However, Jiang Ruyu was less than enthusiastic about Chun Quan's proposal for a laser gun, feeling it was somewhat fantastical. Furthermore, even without being an expert, she could anticipate a multitude of technical challenges involved. The idea of a laser gun seems somewhat impractical. Jiang Ruyu gently shook her head. Upon hearing her words, Chun Quan realized he might have been a tad fanciful, shaking his head in acknowledgement. I was merely speaking off the cuff. I'm not an expert, and the final decision rests with you. No, it's not fanciful, Chun Xian interjected, lifting his gaze. Jiang Ruyu appeared taken aback. You truly intend to develop laser weaponry? Brother, surely not. Chun Quan exclaimed, startled he had merely tossed the idea out casually. Chin Xian smiled and nodded. Of course. When have I ever pursued anything ordinary? I find a concept of laser weaponry quite promising. Moreover, while there are technical hurdles, they are not insurmountable. Firstly, regarding the energy issue, our company's graphene batteries can adequately meet initial requirements. Secondly, our nation's laser weapon technology is already far ahead, although predominantly large-scale weaponry exists. Is it truly so difficult to create a proper laser firearm? Upon his utterance, Chun Quan fell silent. Recognizing his own ignorance, he was merely assisting and was willing to proceed as directed. Jiang Re, too, lapsed into silence, though her eyes grew increasingly bright. Very well, it is settled then, Chun Xian declared. I shall contemplate the other matters for now. With that, he turned away and began to gaze into the void, though in truth, he had activated the deep simulation of the system interface. After inputting the parameters for the laser weapon, he hastily pressed the confirmation button without much deliberation, prompting a set of guiding recommendations to emerge. Chun Xian glanced at them and exclaimed, "What an impressive revelation." Chapter 292, Laser Weapons. Due to the absence of a detailed framework for simulating the conditions of laser weapons, the system presented an exceptionally brilliant array of strategic recommendations, offering several suggestions for various laser weapon prototypes. There existed high-spec laser weapons, as well as more mediocre variants, and even some rather rudimentary designs. In essence, regardless of the classification of the laser weapon, three critical components emerged. First, energy, an indispensable element, serving as the ammunition for the laser weapon, undeniably of paramount importance. Second, materials, essential for maintaining the integrity of the weapon under the extreme thermal impact of the laser, thus also a matter of great significance. Third, power. This determines the lethality of the laser weapon. Otherwise, in some respects, it would merely resemble a laser pointer. As Chun Xian scrutinized the diverse array of laser weapons presented in the proposals, he found himself in a quandary, yearning to simulate the most superior laser weapon. However, the prerequisites were excessively stringent. Merely the energy core would require extensive deliberation, as it involved ultra-compact controllable nuclear fusion, an extraordinary feat that could sustain a lifetime of continuous operation with a single charge of 24 hours. What man does not dream of such power? The prospect of uninterrupted operation for a full day left Chin Qian almost drooling. Chen Quan noticed his unusual demeanor and was taken aback, perplexed about the cause. Jiang Ruyue, however, clenched her fist in silence, thinking, this scoundrel must have lost his focus. Daydreaming about some dubious female figure. How infuriating. Unaware of their musings, Chin Qian reluctantly shifted his gaze from the high-spec laser weapon and opted for the most feasible design to commence simulation. Upon checking the time frame, he found it would take merely 7 days. This duration did not surprise him, as it merely involved integrating existing technology with graphene batteries and miniaturization. The primary focus of the simulation over those 7 days would largely revolve around materials. So be it. Chin Qian sighed inwardly and closed the system interface. Although this particular laser weapon prototype felt somewhat hasty, he recognized the constraints of current technology and time, deciding to settle for now and upgrade in the future. With a semblance of a plan forming, he declared, "I shall draft a report, and once the equipment and materials arrive, we shall commence." He turned to Jiang Ryue and Qin Quan. With that, he activated his watch and began to write fervently. With a quantum holographic watch, who would resort to those outdated computers in the lab? This scene of Chen Qian utilizing his quantum holographic watch did not escape the notice of those at a distance, including academician Yu, who couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. They were aware of its significance. Yet the holographic watch was in such high demand that not only the general populace but also various governmental bodies and officials were vying for it, leaving no chance for them. Currently, they were still using carbon crystal phones, and their research work was limited to conventional computers. Qin Quan astutely observed the envy reflected in their eyes and smiled subtly to himself. He then crossed his legs and also activated his holographic watch, purposefully voicing aloud, "Ah, how dull. Perhaps I shall watch a movie. This little watch is truly remarkable." Qin Qian was drawn by his voice, casting him a surprised glance and responding with a cheerful thumbs up. With a playful smile, Jiang Ryue mimicked the others, elegantly lifting her long, shapely leg to watch the movie. This spectacle left the onlookers across the way envious and exacerbated the scowl on academician Yu's face. Soon, Qin Qian completed his report and instructed Leah to submit it directly. He then stepped outside to find Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan, conveying a few words before using his smartwatch to send over the necessary equipment and materials. Upon witnessing this, academician Yu and his colleagues were astonished to see that Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan also possessed holographic smartwatches. Many felt a twinge of envy. Half an hour later, as Qin Qian was discussing his concept for laser weapons with Jiang Ryue and Qin Quan, Yang Feng rushed in, visibly agitated. "Brother, you must be joking," he exclaimed, grabbing Qin Qian's shoulder. Qin Qian, still processing the situation, asked, "What do you mean by joking?" "Your application. The weapon. It's a laser weapon." Upon hearing the term laser weapon, the distant academician Yu and others turned their heads in surprise, having missed the earlier hushed discussions. "Of course, it's real," Qin Qian affirmed with a nod. "Didn't I clarify everything in the report?" Yang Feng shook Qin Qian's shoulders excitedly. "I know, but this seems a bit far-fetched. We're talking about laser firearms, weapons that could be deployed on a large scale." Qin Qian, slightly overwhelmed by Yang Feng's enthusiasm, managed to free himself from his grip. "Rest assured, it's not a significant issue. We will accomplish it soon. It's not as fanciful as you think." At this point, academician Yu and his colleagues finally grasped that Qin Qian intended to develop laser weapons, specifically laser firearms. "How can that be possible?" academician Yu remarked, unable to suppress his skepticism. "A young man making such grand claims." Qin Qian, taken aback, responded, "Oh, my project hasn't even commenced. Yet you've already concluded I'm merely boasting?" Academician Yu, now invigorated by the exchange, retorted, "What else could it be? If you wish to create laser firearms, how will you tackle the challenges of size and power? What about the energy issues? Unless, of course, you're planning to make toy guns, in which case, I have nothing to say." Chuckling, Qin Qian replied, "How to resolve these issues? Why, simply by using one's feet. Such a straightforward problem is hardly insurmountable." "Ah, I see now. It's because you cannot solve these problems yourself that you assume others cannot either. If only you had mentioned it sooner, I could teach you." Qin Qian, known for his sharp wit, left academician Yu momentarily speechless, his face turning a shade of crimson as he gasped for breath. "What are you doing? Why are you pointing at me?" Qin Qian exaggeratedly dodged to the sides. "Oh, I'm so frightened by your finger." This only served to further infuriate academician Yu, whose face flushed with anger as those around him rushed to pat his back in consolation. Yang Feng watched in astonishment, noting that Qin Qian's smooth repartee left him gritting his teeth, almost tempted to intervene. How insufferable, he thought. After exchanging a few barbs and seeing academician Yu's flustered demeanor, Qin Qian felt a sense of satisfaction and decided to refrain from further provocation. Looking back at Yang Feng, he continued, "Brother Yang, rest assured. Once the work is completed, you may come over to inspect the goods. For now, all that is required is to arrange the materials and equipment." Seeing his confidence, Yang Feng chose not to say much more, merely patting him on the shoulder and responding, "Since you say so, I shall look forward to it." "Indeed, let your anticipation grow," Qin Qian replied with a smile. Subsequently, Yang Feng did not linger further and left the laboratory, though he instinctively glanced at the distant academician Yu before exiting, his gaze tinged with complexity and unspoken words. Why bother engaging in a contest with such a brash individual? He mused, vividly recalling Chun Qian's earlier days of online confrontations. After all, as a soldier, he was accustomed to paying attention to such provocateurs, often contemplating how to address them. Chapter 293. Truly sinister Yang Feng's actions were remarkably swift. The arsenal of the Firepower Research Institute was well equipped with an array of devices and materials. Within half an hour, the necessary items began to arrive in succession. Chun Qian and his colleagues officially commenced the development of laser firearms. Before diving into their work, he unreservedly selected several researchers to assist him. Those chosen hesitated momentarily. While protocol dictated their cooperation, they instinctively considered Academician Yu, who had always been their superior. However, in this minor matter, Academician Yu did not impose any difficulties. Merely nodding in acquiescence, eager to witness whether Chun Qian possessed genuine skills or was merely boasting. Moreover, Chun Qian was not mistaken. He had contemplated the mass deployment of laser firearms, yet many challenges remained unresolved. Otherwise, he would have initiated the relevant research long ago, particularly since large-scale laser weapons were already in clandestine service. Unbeknownst to Chun Qian, Academician Yu harbored a slight amusement at his expense, even if he had been aware. It would not have concerned him. The solitude of being a trailblazer, who could fathom it? Fueled by confidence in his abilities, Chun Qian frequently sought to provoke Academician Yu during the research process. While it might be inaccurate to label it as troublemaking, it was more a case of playful banter. The first day of research yielded little progress, but upon completing the design schematics for the laser firearm on the second day, Chun Qian was invigorated. He magnified the blueprints on his watch, parading around the laboratory, exclaiming, "Oh, how effortless this design work is! How could it be completed so easily? This is far too simple." Academician Yu realized that he had become the subject of this young man's grudges, which was quite exasperating. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed, merely commenting that the toy gun design was commendable before ignoring Chun Qian altogether. Naturally, Chun Qian was not offended. After his moment of revelry, he returned to his work with renewed focus. By the fourth day, a rough prototype of the laser firearm had materialized. Without a word, Chun Qian brandished the weapon before Academician Yu and the others, simply parading it around. After his display, Jiang Ruyue took her turn, followed by Chen Quan, all emphasizing the notion of just in case you can't see it. Academician Yu, thoroughly exasperated, barely touched his meal that day. This simply would not do. How could the elder neglect his nourishment? Chun Qian, unabashed, expressed concern once more. The following day, he observed Academician Yu entering the laboratory with dark circles under his eyes, sighing throughout the day. Before long, 7 days had elapsed, and the development of the laser firearm had reached completion. Chun Qian, Jiang Ruyue, and Chen Quan chose not to continue their toil but instead idled in the laboratory, watching films. The new materials required some time for smelting. Only after they were delivered could they officially commence the creation of the first true laser firearm. "What shall we name this gun?" Chun Qian suddenly inquired. "What about QBZ laser?" Chen Quan suggested, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Ah, Brother Quan, your imagination knows no bounds," Chun Qian quipped in response. Jiang Ruyue let out a soft chuckle, causing Chen Quan to feel a bit embarrassed as he remarked, "Oh dear, at my age, how can I compare to you all?" Indeed, he was quite advanced in years. Chun Qian, feigning seriousness, nodded in agreement. "Everyone is responding to the national call. Let your sister-in-law have a second child." Chen Quan, incensed, raised his hand as if to deliver a playful slap to Chun Qian, but hesitated, considering the brilliance of Chun Qian's extraordinary mind, which could be deemed a national treasure. This only emboldened Chun Qian further, as he leaned in closer, urging, "Go on, Brother Quan, hit me. Please do it." He added, "Oh dear, I thought I had an epiphany just now, but it seems to have vanished." Chen Quan's expression darkened as he instinctively glanced at the distant Academician Yu, his gaze filled with sympathy. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out, and Chun Qian looked at Jiang Ruyue in astonishment, his words failing him as he stared at her hand, which was suspended mid-air after delivering a light tap. You, my dear." Jiang Ruyue, as if just realizing the moment, smiled bashfully while ruffling Chun Qian's hair. I apologize. You were being too cheeky, and I couldn't resist." Laughter erupted from Chen Quan, who accompanied it with an enthusiastic thumbs up to Jiang Ruyue, as if to say, "Well done." Regardless of Chun Qian's feelings, he certainly felt at ease now. From a distance, Academician Yu observed the jovial scene with a shake of his head. "What a spectacle! Is this the demeanor of a researcher?" He silently chastised, keeping his thoughts to himself for fear that Chun Qian would come over to tease him again. The morning passed amidst laughter and merriment, and after lunch, as Chun Qian and the others returned to the laboratory, the new materials were delivered. Chun Qian immediately set to work on the creation of the first laser firearm. Outside the Firepower Research Institute, in an office, an elderly man with a close-cropped white hairstyle and a stern countenance sat on the sofa, while Yang Feng diligently prepared tea beside him. After a while, Yang Feng poured the brewed tea into cups and pushed one toward the elder. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang. The elder gestured for him to answer, and Yang Feng nodded, picking up the call, only to widen his eyes in surprise. What happened? The elder inquired after Yang Feng hung up. With a complex expression, Yang Feng replied, "Commander, it's about Chun Qian." "Oh, your young friend Chen?" Commander Lu smiled as he took a sip of tea. "Has he succeeded with that laser firearm?" Yang Feng nodded, then shook his head. "Well, yes and no. Yes and no." Commander Lu set down his cup, slapping the table as he exclaimed, "Spit it out. Speak clearly." "Yes," Yang Feng said with a start. "I just received a call from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. They said someone is coming to see Chun Qian shortly. What do they want with him?" Yang Feng organized his thoughts. It seems that during the development of laser weaponry, Xiao Chun discovered a novel material, which was sent to the Institute of Energy Research at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, purportedly offering significant assistance for controlled nuclear fusion. Controlled nuclear fusion? Commander Lu felt a shiver run down his spine. He was acutely aware of what controlled nuclear fusion entailed. It is often referred to as the artificial sun, one of humanity's most coveted ultimate energy sources. Could that young man truly possess such extraordinary capabilities? Claiming to develop laser weaponry while simultaneously stumbling upon a material that could greatly benefit controlled nuclear fusion? However, as the military district commander, his thoughts immediately turned to another pressing concern. How did our affairs come to the attention of the Institute of Energy Research at the Academy? Is this how you conduct your confidentiality protocols? Despite his advancing years, Commander Lu's piercing gaze was filled with an intimidating intensity, causing Yang Feng to feel a pang of trepidation. Chapter 294. Testing You Forgot. There were some people from the Chinese Academy of Sciences visiting us these past 2 days. The talents just left, Yang Feng remarked, somewhat speechless. Commander Lu took a sip of tea to mask his embarrassment, as he occasionally overlooked such trivial matters. Well, since they are coming from the Academy, let them come. What is the issue? All right, I understand. Yang Feng nodded, yet an unsettling feeling lingered, indicating he had overlooked something. In the laboratory, Chun Qian had been busy for most of the afternoon and finally completed the first laser firearm. Measuring nearly a meter in length, its jet-black body, though menacing, bore an uncanny resemblance to a toy gun at first glance. "Brother, can this thing really be used in combat?" Chen Quan asked, a hint of insecurity in his voice. Although he was not well-versed in research, he possessed enough common sense to find the idea of a laser gun being completed in just 7 days preposterous. Even if it was his suggestion, it seemed far too unrealistic. Of course, Chun Qian had yet to speak when Jiang Ryue interjected confidently on behalf of her boyfriend. Chun Qian smiled at Jiang Ryue. "My dear, your judgment is impeccable. What I produce is guaranteed to be of the highest quality." How annoying! Jiang Ryue playfully punched Chun Qian in the chest. "All right. Enough of your sweet nothings," Chen Quan grinned. Just then, the laboratory door swung open, and Yang Feng strode in with a group of people. Chun Qian turned to see a familiar face and was taken aback. "Old Lin? What brings you here?" Standing closest to Yang Feng was Lin Yongyang, the elder Lin whom Chun Qian had previously interacted with, who had even attempted to matchmake him with his granddaughter. As for the others, Chun Qian did not recognize them. They seemed vaguely familiar, perhaps seen in the news or elsewhere. Before Lin Yongliang could respond, Yang Feng burst into laughter. "Ha! Old Chun, we." Before he could finish, his gaze fell upon the toy gun in Chun Qian's hands. "This is." Chun Qian smiled as he hoisted the firearm. "Well, I did not disappoint." "Wow, you actually made it?" Yang Feng exclaimed, quickly bounding over to Chun Qian, eager to touch the weapon resting on his shoulder, visibly excited. Chun Qian nodded to old Lin and then turned to Yang Feng. "Hold your horses, we haven't tested it yet." Though he was well aware of the system's predictive data, the necessary tests still had to be conducted. Otherwise, presenting raw data would be somewhat excessive. "All right, let us test it. We shall test it now." Yang Feng suppressed his excitement. Chun Qian, feeling somewhat helpless, was about to head to the testing area when he deliberately cleared his throat a few times, glancing over at Academician and the others in the distance. Ahem, oh dear, we are about to test it. How could the laser gun be completed so quickly? Some people just can't manage to do it, can they?" Yang Feng knew well whom he was addressing, yet he refrained from saying more, standing there and feigning ignorance as he glanced around. However, Lin Yongyang and the others were perplexed. What was going on? They quietly inquired with Yang Feng, who immediately began to explain in hushed tones. In just a few brief sentences, Lin Yongyang and the others grasped the situation, their expressions tinged with a hint of peculiarity. How to articulate this? Well, it was quite difficult to assess. From a distance, academician you noticed that Chen Qian was once again provoking him, which prompted him to set aside his current task and approach. Without uttering a single word, his demeanor spoke volumes, no more pretense. I am laying my cards on the table. I simply wish to see what you can derive from that toy gun. Chen Qian understood the implied challenge and said nothing in return, striding confidently toward the testing area. Upon reaching the testing chamber, some individuals instinctively moved to the adjacent control room. Chen Qian took it upon himself to carry the gun forward, preparing to conduct the test independently. Observing this, Yang Feng quickly intervened. Brother Chen, perhaps it would be prudent to let someone else handle it. What if there is a danger? Danger? Chen Qian was momentarily taken aback. What peril could possibly arise from testing a laser gun? What if the gun explodes? Yang Feng elaborated. Moreover, you are not particularly skilled with firearms. It would be better to allow the soldiers to take charge. Chen Qian's expression darkened. Was he not merely cursing himself? Besides, how could he be incapable? He had crafted this himself. Shaking his head in refusal, Chen Qian replied, Rest assured, Yang Gu, it will not explode. Your imagination is rather vivid. Furthermore, I am intimately familiar with this device, and there is no recoil. You need not worry, it is entirely safe. Hearing this, Yang Feng reluctantly acquiesced, but still arranged for Chen Qian to don a complete set of protective gear, leaving Chen Qian somewhat exasperated. After a considerable time had passed, all preparations were complete. Everyone retreated to a safe distance, leaving only Chen Qian standing at the forefront of the testing range, gripping the gun tightly and taking a deep breath. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no nerves. After all, it was the first time in many years that he was firing a real gun, albeit a laser one. Nevertheless, he swiftly adjusted his mindset, aiming towards the distant target through the basic sight. Fortunately, it was merely a testing target, immense in size, allowing him to hit it even without a sophisticated scope. As he aligned his aim, Chen Qian hesitated no longer, exerting force on the trigger with his right hand. A subtle sensation of resistance met him, and before anyone could react, a slender beam of red laser flashed brilliantly. Subsequently, Chen Qian lowered the gun and exhaled deeply. Was that it? Everyone was somewhat astonished. They had indeed witnessed a red laser, but it lasted only a fraction of a second. Had it concluded? Was it a success or a failure? Everyone found themselves enveloped in confusion. Only academician Yu, observing the monitor in the control room, sat wide-eyed and frozen in his seat, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. The surveillance footage displayed the distant target, where a dark hole, approximately the width of a thumb, had formed in the upper right corner, emitting a barely perceptible wisp of smoke. Even the metallic wall behind the target had been pierced, the depth unknown. 0. A mere fraction of a second yielded such power? Academician Yu murmured to himself in disbelief. Just how much power must that entail? Suddenly, Academician Yu sprang to his feet and rushed out of the operating room, coming to Chen Qian's side and gripping his shoulder firmly. Chen Qian, taken aback, turned around and sensed that the other party seemed eager to express something, yet struggled to find the right words. He smiled and inquired, What is the matter, Academician Yu? Are you satisfied? For some reason, at that moment, Chen Qian's somewhat mischievous grin did not provoke any irritation in Academician Yu. A genius. This is a true genius. In merely 7 days, he had developed such a laser weapon capable of large-scale deployment. Academician Yu swallowed hard and nodded. I am satisfied, very satisfied. You. Chapter 295. Charging the charger with a smile, Chen Qian shook his head and said, Please, do not be overly excited. The tests are not yet complete. Despite having had a minor quarrel with Academician Yu, Chen Qian held no lingering resentment. He regarded their exchange as mere banter. After all, were he in Yu's position, suddenly confronted by an unexpected rival, he too would harbor some objections. Such feelings are entirely human. Conversely, individuals like Academician Yu, who dedicate themselves to the nation, embody a spirit deserving of respect. Few possess the fortitude to treat a research institute as a home, to toil in obscurity day after day for the sake of their country. Upon hearing that the tests were not yet concluded, Academician Yu chose to refrain from further comment and silently retreated. However, Yang Feng and Lin Yongliang, who were unaware of the situation, were left in suspense regarding the outcome of the recent experiment. They eagerly flocked to Qin Qian, inquiring, "How is it, Brother Qin? What just happened? Why did it flash and then end?" Qin Qian nodded. The flash signifies the activation of the device. Activated? Yang Feng still seemed puzzled. Academician, you stepped forward. Shaking his head, let us check the surveillance footage. Although the laser was only active for a fraction of a second, it has already penetrated the 3-centimeter thick target and even breached the metal wall behind it. What? It penetrated the target in mere moments. Yang Feng exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. He was not alone. Lin Yongliang and others mirrored his surprise. I must see this, Yang Feng declared, forgoing the control room and sprinting towards the target 500 meters away. Seeing this, the others followed suit, abandoning the control room as well. Chen Qian could only shake his head in resignation, turning to find Jiang Riyue and Chen Quan had joined the throng. After some time, Yang Feng and the others returned, their expressions still marked by disbelief. Brother, Yang Feng grasped Chen Qian's hand. You truly are my dear brother. So, if I hadn't created this laser gun, I wouldn't be your brother? Chen Qian asked, a hint of mischief in his voice. Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback. Well, even if you hadn't made it, you would still be my dear brother. Chen Quan, unable to contain himself, hurriedly intervened to smooth things over. Yang Feng laughed heartily, nodding vigorously. Exactly. That is precisely my sentiment. Chen Qian had no intention of putting Yang Feng in a difficult position. He merely jested. Thus, he graciously acquiesced. I was joking. From now on, you are my dear elder brother. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng beamed with joy. It must be said, the soldiers of the people are indeed the most endearing, and Chen Qian felt this deeply at that moment. Let us continue the tests, Chen Qian suggested. We should conduct a comprehensive assessment to review the specific data. With this statement, the others had no objections, and Yang Feng was particularly eager. The testing resumed, and Chen Qian, relinquishing the reins, entrusted the operation to the skilled soldiers. Soon enough, all tests concluded, and aside from some environmental and durability assessments, this laser gun could be deemed nearly flawless in every aspect, warranting immediate large-scale deployment. Its effective range matches that of conventional rifles, reaching an impressive 1,000 meters. Though it appears slightly bulkier, its weight is surprisingly lighter. The graphene energy magazine allows for a staggering 1,000 shots, and it boasts zero recoil. Moreover, by adjusting the power, it can achieve the effective range of a sniper rifle at 10,000 meters. A sniper rifle without recoil. It seamlessly merges the functionalities of both conventional rifles and sniper rifles. The amalgamation of these advantages left Yang Feng utterly exhilarated, exclaiming that he must immediately apply for mass production. In the laboratory, however, Chen Qian shook his head with a sigh. What is the matter, Xiaochen? You seem somewhat dissatisfied, Lin Yongliang remarked, noticing Chen Qian's expression. Chen Qian nodded. Once switched to sniper mode, the graphene energy magazine can only provide 100 shots. Initially, I envisioned developing a laser firearm that would never require a magazine change, so in that regard, it feels like a failure. How could it be possible to not change the magazine? Yang Feng nonchalantly patted Chen Qian on the shoulder. It's already quite impressive as it is. Ha ha ha. Chen Qian shot him a glance, thinking to himself how easily satisfied he was. Lin Yongliang, however, understood Chen Qian's perspective. The pursuit of perfection is a common aspiration among researchers. Actually, it is conceivable to create a firearm that doesn't require a magazine change. Chen Qian suddenly interjected. The others fell silent, bewildered by this notion. What kind of joke is this? A continuous energy shot without changing the magazine? Have you seen Iron Man? His energy core does just that, one charge for a lifetime of use. Lin Yongliang was the first to react, his lips twitching. This child truly has an imaginative mind. Why not add a charger? Chen Quan suddenly suggested. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, then laughter erupted. Carrying a charger around to power the laser gun? Was this a jest? Indeed, it's impossible, far too unrealistic. Once the energy magazine is depleted, recharging? It's far easier to simply change the magazine. Ha ha ha. Seeing the responses, Chen Quan's face flushed. After all, he was not a researcher and didn't possess extensive knowledge, merely voicing a thought. Yet, at that moment, Chen Qian appeared to be deep in contemplation. The others exchanged glances, surprised by his expression. Could it be he truly intends to incorporate a charger into the laser gun? Xiaochen, you aren't seriously considering adding a charger to the gun, are you? Academician Yu inquired at an opportune moment. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Qian nodded. I genuinely have this idea. What? The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. He really intends to add a charger. In truth, Chen Quan's idea was quite innovative and served as a wake-up call for Chen Qian. Since he wished to avoid frequent magazine changes and the laser gun operates on electricity, why not integrate a charger? It is evident that one cannot simply attach a charger in the manner of a mobile phone. Nor can one wait for a magazine to recharge after expending a full clip. Such a strategy would lead to dire consequences on the battlefield, where time is of the essence. However, what if one could utilize the weapon while simultaneously recharging it, akin to using a phone while it charges? The energy consumption of laser weaponry is undeniably substantial, and even with concurrent usage and recharging, the energy will eventually be depleted. Yet, merely increasing the rate of fire significantly reduces the frequency of magazine changes, which is advantageous. As for how to recharge on the battlefield, solar energy presents a readily available solution. With this thought, Chen Qian devised a plan and promptly shared his ideas with the group. Chapter 296. The feasibility of controlled nuclear fusion. After listening to the discussion, Lin Yongliang was the first to shake his head, expressing skepticism. It's impossible. The current utilization rate of solar energy is less than 30%. Even if you manage to integrate solar technology into a laser gun, that meager conversion rate would be virtually useless. Being an expert in energy issues and one of the principal leaders of the National Controlled Nuclear Fusion Project, he was well versed in these matters. Others echoed his sentiments, agreeing that rather than attempting to incorporate solar technology into firearms, it would be more prudent to focus on enhancing charging efficiency, which would facilitate swift energy storage and ammunition clips in the event of war. Integrating solar technology was not entirely unfeasible, yet it seemed somewhat counterproductive. After all, under extreme conditions, it might still hold some utility. However, the investment does not justify the returns. Chen Qian was not surprised by their reactions, but felt a twinge of disappointment as he shook his head. Ladies and gentlemen, is not the essence of scientific research to confront and resolve problems? Since the solar energy utilization rate is less than 30%, why not strive to improve it? What about 40%, 50%, or even 99%? If we could achieve a 99% conversion rate, would it not be of immense value? Achieving a 99% conversion rate would indeed be revolutionary, Lin Yongliang interjected, pausing momentarily before continuing, but the world has been researching this for many years, and no significant breakthroughs have been made thus far. Surpassing the solar energy conversion rate is exceedingly challenging. Do you grasp the implications of reaching a 99% conversion rate? Chen Qian was taken aback, having never contemplated this aspect. Lin Yongliang took a deep breath and explained, this would mean that all our thermal power plants, nuclear power stations, and hydropower plants could be shut down, as current photovoltaic technology would be sufficient to meet the consumption of the entire nation. If this were to be adopted globally, one could confidently declare that as long as the sun shines, energy would be inexhaustible. It would be comparable to humanity achieving controlled nuclear fusion. Chen Qian was astonished. Incredible. The idea that the sun's energy would be limitless is truly astonishing. Upon further reflection, he realized this notion indeed seemed more practical than controlled nuclear fusion, as it promised near-total solar energy conversion without the need to boil water, unlike nuclear fusion. At that moment, Chen Qian recognized a critical point. It was not that Lin Yongliang and his colleagues lacked ambition in their scientific endeavors. Rather, he himself had been overly accustomed to the ease provided by the system. Thus, the thoughts of Lin Yongliang and others were more grounded, inclined towards transforming formidable challenges into more manageable problems, thereby achieving similar objectives and outcomes. Chen Qian had been persistently inclined to confront difficulties head-on. I have been remiss. He smiled, acknowledging his oversight. Lin Yongliang and the others shared a knowing smile, appreciating Chen Qian's imaginative and proactive spirit. Nonetheless, since you possess such ideas, you might consider conducting further research in this area. Lin Yongliang remarked, our visit this time is indeed related to energy matters. Energy matters? Had he not mentioned it? Chen Qian would have nearly forgotten to inquire why their group had also come to the Firepower Research Institute. Lin Yongliang continued, the room temperature superconducting material was developed by you. Wasn't he it? As he spoke, everyone's gaze shifted toward Chen Qian. Chen Qian smiled and, disregarding the complex looks from the esteemed individuals, nodded affirmatively. Yes, it was me. What of it? You rascal. Lin Yongliang chided playfully. Why do you appear so indifferent? This is room temperature superconductivity. Do you comprehend the monumental impact it has on our controllable nuclear fusion project? Chen Qian shook his head, genuinely unaware of the extent of its influence. However, upon reflection, He understood it must indeed hold significant potential. He had some knowledge of controllable nuclear fusion. Lin Yongliang continued. Thanks to the emergence of room-temperature superconducting materials, our controllable nuclear fusion project has made tremendous progress. Moreover, we have heard that you have developed new materials. His gaze shifted towards the laser weapon resting nearby. Are you referring to this? Qin Qian pointed at the firearm beside him. Lin Yongliang inhaled deeply, clearly excited. A material that withstands extremely high temperatures, it's the optimal choice for the inner wall. Qin Qian comprehended their intentions. They had come primarily for the materials. Just as he was about to speak, realization dawned upon him. With the support of room-temperature superconducting materials, if the high-temperature resistant material predicted by the system could indeed be utilized for the inner wall, could it be that controllable nuclear fusion would become a reality? If controllable nuclear fusion were to succeed, how far could miniaturization be? How far off would be the day when laser weapons no longer required reloading? Not merely laser weapons. But once controllable nuclear fusion is miniaturized into an energy core, its applications would be boundless. Qin Qian found himself lost in contemplation. Controllable nuclear fusion and solar energy conversion seemingly aim for the same goal, providing humanity with nearly limitless energy. Yet, there is an intrinsic difference between the two. Solar energy conversion technology, in essence, involves collecting external energy, drawing and absorbing photons from sunlight. It can be more readily miniaturized. Yet even with a conversion efficiency of 100%, it cannot unleash greater energy. Everything hinges on external factors. In simpler terms, it functions as a collector, with the energy output and power being constant, thus limiting its versatility. Conversely, controllable nuclear fusion releases immense energy and power instantaneously. Miniaturized controllable nuclear fusion could, indeed, serve a function akin to the energy core seen in films like Iron Man. Therefore, if the materials are suitable, could controllable nuclear fusion truly become a reality? Qin Qian raised his gaze and inquired. Lin Yongliang emphatically nodded. Precisely. Excellent. Qin Qian felt a surge of joy within him. Then what are we waiting for? Let us get to work. Lin Yongliang laughed in response. That is precisely why we are here to see you. Although Qin Qian assisted at the Firepower Research Institute, the ownership of what he produced remained with him, and they could not simply take it away. Qin Qian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, it's merely a matter of a phone call. Why bother coming all the way here? I wouldn't dream of charging you." As he spoke, his voice trailed off. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. Indeed, he would need to charge a substantial fee. Galaxy Technology was in dire need of funds. After all, they bore the monumental responsibility of advancing communism, and the more resources they could acquire, the better. There was no question of offering services for free. Such a thought was utterly absurd. Lin Yongliang, however, remained oblivious to the nuance in Qin Qian's tone. At that moment, he was already elated. Rising to grasp Qin Qian's right hand firmly. "Ah, young Qin, the nation is truly fortunate to have you. To think you would offer this for free." Qin Qian quickly interrupted, placing his left hand on Lin Yongliang's arm. "Old Lin, what are you saying?" Chapter 297. Brother Du, how could you possibly take my possessions for free? I am willing, yet you cannot agree. Brother Du, I understand that neither of us would feel comfortable in such a situation. Let me ponder this. I merely require a reasonable price. Lin Yongliang was momentarily stunned, as were all present, enveloped in an abrupt silence. Observing Qin Qian's knowing expression, Lin's mind was in turmoil. What is happening? Wasn't it said that this would be given to me for free? Why is there now a charge? No, if you must charge, then so be it. I certainly wouldn't feel right taking it for free. However, you are of a similar age to my granddaughter. How can you address me as a brother? This is utterly absurd. Unbeknownst to Qin Qian, Lin Yongliang's myriad expressions reflected his thoughts. At this moment, Qin was preoccupied with pricing. To ask for too much might sour relations, especially since he had made a special trip. Conversely, to ask for too little would be irresponsible towards the nation. After a brief internal struggle, Qin ultimately chose to side with the collective populace. He chuckled awkwardly. Lin Lao, you have no idea how much effort I have expended to procure this high-temperature material. It is simply, as Qin rambled on, Lin Yongliang and the others began to sense something amiss. Why does it appear that this lad is attempting to take advantage? Lin pondered. He had yet to engage with Qin as much as Jiang Ryue and Qin Quan, who recognized from the moment Qin interrupted that a deal was already in the making. Thus, with a grand gesture, Qin embraced Lin Yongliang, feigning camaraderie. I shall offer you a favorable price, just 1 billion per ton. Brother Du, we are not asking for much. merely the cost price. Upon hearing this figure, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Yongyang, taken aback, struggled to find words. Yang Feng abruptly lifted his head to gaze at Qin Qian, opening his mouth, but upon noticing Qin's furtive signals, chose to remain silent. While others may be unaware of the costs, he certainly was not. The materials were sourced from the Armament Research Institute, and the smelting was successful on the first attempt. What cost could there possibly be? Little Qin. Lin Yongyang contemplated briefly, wishing to negotiate. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, Qin interjected, I understand. The price is indeed quite low. Lin Lao, please do not feel moved. No need to thank me. When shall we sign the contract? Lin Yongyang found himself at a loss for words once more. Finally, one of his companions, unable to bear the situation any longer, spoke up. Little Qin, this price is simply too steep. We require at least hundreds of tons, which amounts to billions. Look, hundreds of tons? Splendid. Qin Qian feared they might ask for less. However, lowering the price was out of the question. He immediately feigned discomfort. This truly is the lowest price. It is not that I am asking for too much. The costs are simply what they are. Moreover, in the realm of scientific research, financial considerations are secondary. If 100 billion could secure the success of controlled nuclear fusion, what a bargain that would be. Indeed, we have already invested a considerable sum in room temperature superconducting materials. Suddenly, a voice, though soft, rang out clearly. Yet, Qin Qian feigned ignorance, choosing not to acknowledge it. The room temperature superconducting materials are products of their galactic technology, now being extensively promoted and developed, naturally at a cost, albeit modest. Still, galactic technology reaps 100% profit. All of these matters were typically managed by his subordinate, Qin Quan, in which he had previously shown little interest. As the atmosphere grew tense, Lin Yongyang could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, All right, let us settle on this price. The others were taken aback, hastily attempting to dissuade him. Academician Lin, perhaps we should reconsider? This price is indeed rather steep. Exactly. And we cannot be entirely certain that this new material will deliver results. Is this not a bit rash? Indeed, let us deliberate further. Observing the flurry of voices, Qin Qian remained silent, merely smiling at Lin Yongyang, confident that the latter would acquiesce. After all, with controlled nuclear fusion on the horizon, who could resist such an opportunity? As anticipated, Lin Yongyang disregarded the objections, resolutely shaking his head. No more consideration. Let us proceed with this. He then turned to Qin Qian, stating earnestly, let us sign the contract today, starting with 100 tons. Of course, that is perfectly acceptable. Qin Qian replied with a nod and a smile. Glancing at Qin Quan stood up, asserting, leave the contract matters to me. With that, he exited the laboratory to attend to business. With the agreement in place, the atmosphere among the group grew animated once more. Those who had previously opposed Lin Yongyang's decision now set aside their concerns. Although the price was higher than anticipated, their eagerness to complete the controlled nuclear fusion project was palpable. If all went well, this could represent a monumental leap for humanity. And they might even secure their place in history. Brother, after arranging the relevant matters concerning the smelting of new materials, Yang Feng returned to the laboratory and pulled Qin Qian aside. Brother, I hope your laser gun 1T come at an exorbitant price. Hee. Qin Qian chuckled awkwardly, for he did indeed have such thoughts. Even if the price were not exorbitant, a reasonable profit would be necessary. However, since his own brother had been so candid in his inquiry, Qin Qian pondered for a moment and replied, Galactic technology must earn a profit, but rest assured, we 1T overcharge. The price is still under consideration, but I can assure you it 1T be high. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng was elated. Embracing Qin Qian in excitement, I knew you were my true brother. Haraha. Qin Qian cast him a resigned glance. It was not out of a sudden pang of conscience, but rather a realization that Huagua Tobacco is a major stakeholder in galactic technology, and that the national military funding originates from them. If he were to set a high price, it would be akin to transferring money from one hand to the other. With a weight lifted from his heart, Yang Feng's face radiated joy, and he animatedly engaged with others, his demeanor more exuberant than ever. By the way, what do you intend to name this laser firearm? Academician Yu suddenly turned to Qin Qian and inquired. What shall we call it? Qin Qian pondered deeply. He had previously discussed potential names with Jiang Ruyue and Qin Quan. Yet no conclusive ideas had emerged. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration illuminated Qin Qian's eyes. How about calling it Hoi? Hoi? The others began to deliberate. and after a brief pause, they all deemed it quite an excellent choice. Indeed, Hui is a splendid name. Indeed. This weapon can truly shoot down the sun. Ha 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 yet. Would it not be somewhat exaggerated to designate a firearm with the moniker Hui? Chapter 298. An opportunity to be remembered in history. Qian contemplated for a moment and declared, "Let us name it the Hui series." A series? Lin Yongyang looked at Qian, a hint of confusion in his eyes. With a playful glance at Yongfeng, Qian smiled and added, "Indeed, a series. As for this firearm, we shall call it Hui. Although Hui is merely a basic firearm, the technological sophistication it embodies is anything but trivial. The associated technologies can be fully applied to the main combat weapons of land military bases, including interception, air defense, precision strikes, and comprehensive coverage, extending even to aerial, naval, and space-based systems. Particularly, the space-based systems are ideally suited for the application of laser weaponry due to their orbital platforms. While it may seem somewhat exaggerated to name a single gun Hui, the eventual emergence of various related weapons, Hui B, Hui C, Hui D, and so forth, would render such an appellation entirely reasonable. The laboratory fell into a hush. All present were taken aback by Qian's vivid depiction, especially Yongfeng, whose eyes widened in astonishment, nearly drooling in disbelief. "I must report this immediately," Yongfeng exclaimed, springing to his feet. "We must expedite the modification of the relevant weaponry." With that, he dashed out of the laboratory, leaving the others in bewilderment, exchanging glances. Qian was momentarily stunned. "Seriously, are you this straightforward? Weren't you supposed to be with Lin Lao and the others? What does your abrupt departure signify?" Glancing around, Qian found himself reluctantly assuming the role of host, leading the group to dinner. The atmosphere was reminiscent of his own household. Ultimately, with the assistance of the academicians, accommodations were arranged for Lin Yongyang and his colleagues. They did not plan to leave the Firepower Research Institute anytime soon, opting to wait until all materials were prepared before returning together. From that day forth, Yongfeng did not set foot in the Firepower Research Institute again, and even Chun Quan often vanished without a trace. It was not until 3 days later that both men reappeared before the group. Upon inquiry, Qian learned that Yongfeng had promptly reported his concept, which garnered significant attention from higher authorities. Numerous meetings were convened over the past 3 days, ultimately leading to concrete decisions being made. Qian was not taken aback by this, having anticipated it. During these 3 days, he had not been idle. Instead, he meticulously organized all the relevant technologies pertaining to Hui. After all, the vast array of weaponry upgrades could not solely rest on his shoulders. It would be impractical and inefficient. Even if he possessed remarkable prowess, it did not imply that every task must originate from him alone. With so many top-tier researchers at the nation's disposal, Qian was not arrogant enough to overlook the contributions of others. Upon receiving the relevant technical analyses, Chun Quan was elated and promptly disappeared from the Firepower Research Institute once again. In the laboratory, Lin Yongyang and the others reconvened with Yongfeng. "Xiaochen, why not join us? I truly believe that with your capabilities, you could provide invaluable assistance in controlled nuclear fusion," Lin Yongyang earnestly proposed. His genuine fondness for Qian and recognition of his genius prompted this heartfelt invitation. If controlled nuclear fusion were to be realized, those individuals would undoubtedly etch their names into the annals of history. He also hoped that this opportunity would extend to Qian. How could Qian fail to comprehend his intent? While he superficially suggested that he might be able to assist them, it was a veiled expression, nearly an invitation to come along and share in the glory. Qian was equally captivated. As a descendant of Yin and Huang, who would he desire to leave a mark in history? Even if it were merely an additional page in the ancestral record, it would be an unparalleled honor. Upon witnessing Qian's enthusiasm, Yongfeng felt a sudden pang in his heart. He finally understood why he felt uneasy upon learning that Lin Yongyang and others were coming over. Perhaps they intended to poach talent. Qian had only just arrived and already produced such a remarkable creation as Hui. How could he possibly be allowed to leave? What would Yongfeng do if Qian were to depart? He simply could not let that happen. Yongfeng seized Qian's hand. His earnest gaze reminiscent of years passed on his wedding night with his wife. "Brother, you cannot leave. What shall I do if you go?" Qian was taken aback, seeing Yongfeng's expression nearly in tears, leaving him utterly perplexed. "Wait, we've only known each other for a few days. Has our bond grown this profound? And what was with that look? I do have a girlfriend, right there beside us. I'm not interested in that. Brother Yang, could you please let go of me? Qin Qian attempted to pry Yang Feng's hand free. But his meager strength was no match for Yang Feng's grip. He remained steadfast. No way. If you leave, I shall not live either. I won't release you unless you agree, Yang Feng declared earnestly, sounding utterly sincere. Strangely enough, Qin Qian found himself entertained by the absurdity of the situation. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing any thoughts, contemplating his predicament. The allure of being remembered in history was undeniably tempting. Yet, in all honesty, did he truly need it? Did he genuinely require this opportunity presented by the imminent completion of controlled nuclear fusion to secure his legacy? After a brief moment of reflection, Qin Qian arrived at his conclusion. Smiling, he turned to Lin Yongliang and said, Old Lin, I appreciate your concern, but I think I shall pass. At these words, Lin Yongliang was left in a state of shock, as were those around him. Was the chance to be immortalized in history being so readily dismissed? Such individuals were not unfamiliar with those who regarded wealth as inconsequential, and indeed, many among them fit that description. However, encountering someone who viewed fame with such indifference was a novel experience. It should be noted that when significant breakthroughs were made with room-temperature superconductors regarding controlled nuclear fusion, countless individuals had scrambled to join the project, indicating a fierce competition had long been underway. This was even before it was confirmed whether controlled nuclear fusion could indeed be achieved. Now, with the support of new materials, the likelihood of success had greatly increased. Yet Qin Qian had rejected the opportunity that others were clamoring for with fervor. Little Qin, may I inquire why? Lin Yongliang managed to regain his composure and asked, a hint of unrecognized admiration flickering in his eyes. Qin Qian smiled lightly and said, the successful achievement of controllable nuclear fusion is primarily the result of everyone's hard work, rather than my own. So that is the case, Lin Yongliang nodded slightly. Murmuring to himself, Qin Qian's simple words seemed to convey little, yet they elucidated the matter with remarkable clarity. From this statement, Lin Yongliang discerned an indescribable sense of pride. Qin Qian's meaning was straightforward. Although controllable nuclear fusion was indeed related to him, it was not the fruit of his own labor, and thus he did not wish to claim this credit. Even the opportunity to be immortalized in history was something he would forego. Chapter 299. Unaware of the pain of others, Qin Qian held a steadfast belief that even if he were to miss this opportunity, countless others would await him in the future. This conviction stemmed from the confidence instilled in him by the system. Conversely, if he were to acquiesce, it would undoubtedly become a blemish upon his life. He had no desire to be the sort of person who would resort to unscrupulous means for fame and fortune. Nor did he wish for future generations to criticize him. The admiration and respect in Lin Yongliang's eyes became increasingly evident. He chose not to elaborate further, merely patting Qin Qian on the shoulder. Xiao Qin, I now understand why you have achieved so much at such a young age. You are truly remarkable, exceptionally so. Qin Qian felt a twinge of bashfulness at the compliment, instinctively reaching for his head, only to realize that his hand was still grasped by Yang Feng. Brother, could you please let go? Qin Qian said, looking at Yang Feng with a hint of exasperation. Yang Feng sheepishly released his grip, offering an apologetic smile. Sorry. I forgot. With matters as they stood, Lin Yongliang refrained from further persuasion. After a brief chat, he rose to take his leave. It's getting late, and we should be on our way. After 3 days, the new materials are nearly prepared, and it's time for us to depart. Allow me to see you off, Yang Feng said, standing to accompany them. Qin Qian also got up. No. Everyone is busy. We can leave on our own. Lin Yongliang declined while gently urging Yang Feng and Qin Qian back into their seats. With their eyes upon him, he made a swift exit from the laboratory. There was even a hint of impatience in his demeanor. It seemed that Lin and the others were eager to move on. Qin Qian remarked with a smile, indeed. It appears they can hardly contain themselves. Quite right, Yang Feng chuckled. He understood the sentiment. Much like how he felt after hearing Qin Qian describe the future prospects of laser weapon technology. By the way, my friend, what do you think about what's next? Yang Feng cautiously glanced at Qin Qian, rubbing his hands together. Qin Qian shot him a glance. Yang Feng was a simple man, unable to conceal his thoughts. After spending this time together, Qin Qian had easily discerned his character. The way Yang Feng was now looking at him left little doubt. He was eager to extract more from him. Really? One would think they could allow a person a moment's respite, showing no regard for the feelings of others. Not to worry. What are the detailed test report for Hoye? I'd like to see how it's progressing. Previously, Hoye had only undergone basic power testing. The comprehensive assessments regarding durability and performance under extreme conditions had yet to be completed. though they should be nearing completion by now. Need I even say? Of course. It's finished, flawless, in fact. Yang Feng replied with a grin, summoning the relevant test report, clearly having prepared in advance. Chen Qian took the report and began to examine it meticulously. Although he was already familiar with the system's predictive results and data, this did not negate the necessity for testing. The system may not err, but humans do, and whether it pertains to HoEA or any other technology. Human creation inherently carries the potential for flaws. However, it was evident that this time, no issues had arisen. The results of HoEA's various tests far exceeded average expectations. The concept of durability, alongside tests conducted in extreme environments, is an essential criterion for all weaponry. Take, for instance, the universally recognized AK-47. It possesses a multitude of flaws, such as significant recoil, poor accuracy, and the absence of tactical rails for accessory attachments, truly a litany of shortcomings. Yet, it has gained worldwide fame and has even become a staple among military forces, primarily due to its affordability and resilience, proving remarkably dependable even in the harshest conditions. Thus, to some extent, the durability and adaptability of weaponry may outweigh other considerations in importance. Well then, are you satisfied with the test results? Yang Feng inquired. Chen Qian nodded calmly. Indeed, they align closely with my expectations. Indeed, Yang Feng expressed surprise, for he was exceedingly pleased with the results of the HoEA. If the details of its performance were divulged, others might be left agape in disbelief. Yet here, it was merely deemed satisfactory? What a stringent perspective. A rigorous approach is beneficial. Perhaps it will yield even greater innovations, Yang Feng mused, a smile creeping onto his face. All right, we can commence the next project. Let me contemplate what would be best, Chen Qian stated, turning his gaze thoughtfully aside. Yang Feng, observing his demeanor, felt a surge of urgency. Is there truly a need for contemplation? Such time wastage is unnecessary. You lack direction, but I do not. I know you all too well, brother. There is no need for you to deliberate. Your intellect should be reserved for pivotal matters. Yang Feng exclaimed, pulling Chen Qian close. How about this? You accompany me. And wherever I go, you shall follow. What do you say? Jiang Ryue, witnessing this exchange, nearly burst into laughter, for she discerned that Chen Qian was playfully teasing General Yang. While Chen Qian feigned contemplation, he discreetly raised his eyebrows at her. Suddenly, Chen Qian stretched lazily, nonchalantly pushing Yang Feng's arm away. I find myself feeling somewhat fatigued. How peculiar. What? You're tired, brother? Yang Feng gasped, immediately patting his chest in reassurance. Fear not. I shall carry you. We shan't shy away from fatigue. I am not weary in the slightest. Meanwhile, Academician, who had been silently observing, was left speechless. Internally lamenting, indulge him as you wish, bear him if you must, may it exhaust you. He would never admit to feelings of jealousy, for he had endured this environment for nearly a lifetime without such privileges. Truly, comparison breeds envy. Yet, recalling Chen Qian's genius, he conceded, well, were I in his position, I too would indulge. Chen Qian, momentarily lost in thought, was taken aback to find that his jest had prompted Yang Feng to offer to carry him. What an absurdity! Did he perceive him as a child? However, he could not help but reminisce fondly about the times when Chen Jianhai would carry him during his childhood. Shaking off the whimsical thoughts, Chen Qian ceased his jesting, conceding, all right, Yang Gu, you win. Let us set off now. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng's smile broadened. Leading Chen Qian and Jiang Ryue outside, while still expressing concern, are you truly not fatigued? How is it that you suddenly feel invigorated? I am truly not fatigued. Not in the slightest. Is that so? Surely, your health is not at risk? Not at all. I am in splendid condition. Perhaps I should arrange for a medical examination for you, as one must not take their health lightly. I assure you, I am not weary at all. My dear brother, what sort of young man feels fatigued so early in the morning? Yang Feng paused, seemingly struck by a thought. As he glanced at Jiang Ryue and then at Chen Qian, his eyes brimming with skepticism. Could it be that you are experiencing kidney deficiency? At such a tender age, one must exercise restraint. Allow me to impart my wisdom, dear brother. I possess considerable experience. A man's health must be nurtured, for only with abundant vitality can one truly thrive. Chapter 300. Yang Decalming Chen Qian felt a sense of helplessness. He yearned for a fair and just duel with Yang Feng, yet upon assessing the disparity in their physiques, he resigned to the inevitable. Let them say what they will. If I appear insincere, so be it. As long as my girlfriend understands the truth, that's all that matters. Stealing a furtive glance at Jiang Ryue, He noticed her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly lowered her gaze, nearly stumbling due to her inability to see her own feet. In the laboratory, Academician Yu promptly set aside his work as soon as Chun Qian and the others departed. He dusted off his attire and stood up. Academician Yu, where are you headed? Someone inquired, puzzled. Yu paused momentarily, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Where am I going? Of course, I'm off to witness a spectacle. Witness a spectacle? The researchers were somewhat bewildered, but before they could probe further, Yu had already exited the laboratory without a backward glance. He had no intention of revealing to them that he was curious about who the next unfortunate soul would be, especially since he had recently been the last to endure such misfortune. To this day, whispers circulated within the Firepower Research Institute regarding his distress over Chun Qian's sudden arrival, which had left him unable to eat or sleep. The gossip was rampant, a consequence of the stringent confidentiality that governed the various project teams. Since discussing project matters was off-limits, they resorted to idle chatter instead. With Qin Qian now being ushered into another project team by Yang Feng, Academician, you could easily surmise the feelings and reactions of the next unfortunate individual. After all, aside from Yang Feng, only he and a few researchers in the lab, along with a handful of individuals from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, were privy to the details of the Huiye incident. Not investigating this further would leave him feeling utterly unsettled, even if he could not conveniently enter other laboratories. Knowing who the next unfortunate soul was would suffice. Meanwhile, Chen Qian and Jiang Ruyue followed Yang Feng into another laboratory. Unlike Academician Yu's facility, this one exuded a more ordinary ambience. A resting hall was situated outside, and while there were no experimental areas, it housed a plethora of neatly arranged complex instruments. Chen Qian scanned the room, astonished to discover a sewing apparatus that integrated 3-line, 4-line, and 5-line edges, as well as dual needles, cutting, and trimming capabilities. Is this a laboratory or a garment workshop? He pondered. Before he could reach a conclusion, Yang Feng, familiar with the surroundings, made his way to the side, poured 2 cups of water, and placed them on the coffee table. You two, take a seat for a moment. I'll go inside and call someone over. As he spoke, the large door on the inner side swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman with a shiny bald head and a slight paunch, who emerged smiling. What brings Comrade Yang here? Yang Feng chuckled. Ah, old Yan, you've arrived just in time. Come, let me introduce you. At that moment, Yan, the academician, noticed Chen Qian and Jiang Ruyue seated nearby, and the smile on his face faltered slightly, transforming into a more rigid expression. He recognized Chen Qian from their previous encounters during meals, but he hadn't anticipated that Yang Feng would bring him here. What did this signify? Could it be that after riding on old Yu, one now has to ride on oneself? Yang Feng also noticed the unnatural expression on Academician Yan's face and could surmise a portion of what was on the other's mind, yet he remained unconcerned. This was precisely the effect he desired. Yang Feng eagerly hoped that everyone would harbor grievances against Chen Qian, leading to a clash between the two parties. Without competition, where would efficiency arise? Did no one observe how Chen Qian, when provoked, managed to produce the Hou-Yi in just a few days? He may be a straightforward man, sometimes slow to catch on, but that does not imply he is a fool. He is quite astute. Indeed, if he were truly foolish, he would not have reached his current position. My dear younger brother, I owe you an apology. Yang Feng silently expressed his regret and then turned to Academician Yan with a smile, saying, Old Yan, allow me to introduce you to Chen Qian and his girlfriend and assistant. You may not be aware, but my dear brother Chen is an unparalleled genius. His research work is practically effortless for him. My purpose in coming here is to have Chen take over your project. And I am not afraid to tell you that if he were to undertake it, completion would be imminent within a matter of days. Yang Feng spoke rapidly, incessantly extolling Chen Qian, as if attempting to elevate him to the heavens. However, as he listened, Chen Qian felt increasingly disheartened. When did I ever say I would take over someone else's project? What do you mean by saying I could complete it in a few days? What does it imply that your project has not yielded results despite the time invested? Is this not inciting animosity against me? Can we not enjoy our time together anymore? Chen Qian widened his eyes in astonishment and glanced at Jiang Ruyue, only to find her equally incredulous. Is this something a person can achieve? Yet, Chen Qian soon began to grasp Yang Feng's intention. It seemed he was determined to squeeze every ounce of effort from him. Am I, Chen Dui, destined to be used by others? Chen Qian mused inwardly. That must not be the case. With this thought, he devised a plan and invoked the renowned Taoist art of evasion passed down through the ages. Chen Qian interrupted Yang Feng's tirade, his expression shifting as he exclaimed, I suddenly have a terrible stomachache. Oh, It hurts so much. I must take my leave. With that, seizing the moment while Yang Feng and Academician Yin were still processing his words, Chen Qian grabbed Jiang Ryue and made a hasty exit. Farewell. You wish to manipulate me? Not a chance. Chen Qian secretly reveled in his escape. However, just as he opened the laboratory door, he nearly collided with someone. Academician Yu? What brings you here? Chen Qian instinctively inquired. Academician Yu was momentarily taken aback by Chen Qian's sudden appearance. He could hardly confess that he had been lingering at the door for quite some time, pretending to study the corridor's renovation. Just as he was contemplating how to respond, Yang Feng and Academician Yin caught up with them. Little brother, why did you run off? Stomachache? Where does it hurt? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Yang Feng asked with feigned concern, yet inwardly he felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, he managed to prevent the young man from escaping, for if he had, all would have been for naught. Upon noticing that Yang Feng had pursued him, Chen Qian felt a profound sense of despair. What nonsense about escaping through the restroom. It proved utterly ineffective. No, it is all due to Academician Yu. Otherwise, I would have vanished without a trace. As Chen Qian fell silent, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the scene. Academician Yu glanced around, observing the intricate expression on Old Yan's face. And he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Before he could utter a word, Yang Feng spoke up, as if nothing had transpired. As if Chen Qian had not attempted to flee, and continued to extol Chen Qian's virtues. Chapter 301. Am I not good enough? Upon witnessing the scene, Academician Yu was elated. This was precisely what he had longed to see. Observing the increasingly grim expression on Academician Yan's face brought him immense satisfaction. Without further ado, he fell in line behind Yang Feng, vociferously extolling Chen Qian to the heavens, each compliment laced with a subtle jab at Academician Yin. Yang Feng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he spoke, pleasantly surprised by old Yu's unexpected eloquence. Chen Qian found himself in utter despair, truly despondent. Realizing that these two were ruthlessly cornering him, he pondered who he might have offended on his journey. Was his lifelong reputation about to be tarnished? Ultimately, under the relentless provocation of Yang Feng and Academician Yu's banter, Academician Yin could no longer endure it. Enough. Stop talking. All this chatter is merely to imply that I am inadequate and to push me out for Chen Qian to take over. ISMT it? I assure you, that will never happen. He glared at Chen Qian, admonishing, You, young man, should not dwell on trivial matters. Do not let your minor accomplishments lead you to believe you can ride on anyone's coattails. He then turned his ire toward Yang Feng. The project has already made breakthroughs. I will produce results promptly. As for him, he can do as he pleases. I will not cater to him. With that, he stormed back into the laboratory, leaving Chen Qian staring at the closed door, unable to gather his thoughts. Scholars like Academician Yin, who devote their lives to research, typically fall into one of two categories. One is straightforward and unpretentious, while the other is a seasoned cynic. Clearly, Academician Yin belonged to the former. A fact Chen Qian recognized, albeit with some reluctance to accept. Brother, can you truly not see that this is Yang and Academician Yu stoking the fire? I am being wronged. In truth, Academician Yin was not entirely oblivious. He had sensed some underlying tension. However, whether Yang Feng and Academician Yu were deliberately fanning the flames, or if it was at Chen Qian's behest, was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that their actions and words, regardless of intent, had implicitly belittled him. This was the root of his anger. He was indifferent to the specifics of the situation. Noticing Chen Qian's bewildered expression, Yang Feng felt a twinge of guilt. But it was quickly cast aside as he embraced Chen Qian with a broad gesture. Brother, let us not concern ourselves with him. That is just his cantankerous nature. I will arrange for someone to inform him. You simply focus on your work here. With a knowing smile, Yang Feng continued, I believe in your capabilities. Let us create something remarkable that will leave him astounded and humbled. Upon hearing this, Academician Yu felt a flush of embarrassment. Though he had previously played along with the provocations, there was a fleeting moment when he felt sullied, as if he were not a good person. Yet, in this moment, he reconsidered. Yang Feng's audacity to speak so openly was the true mark of shamelessness. In comparison, he felt like a genuinely good person, indeed. Chen Qian cast a melancholic glance towards Yang Feng. Although he uttered no words, his expression clearly conveyed an intent to bury Yang Feng alive. Yet, who was Yang Feng? Having weathered countless storms over the years, he remained composed, feigning ignorance, his countenance unperturbed. He even silently chided himself, old Yang. This is all for the sake of the country. He firmly believed that without provoking Chen Qian, he would not elicit any fruitful outcomes from his younger companion. After a prolonged silence, Qin Qian finally let out a deep sigh, his face a portrait of disillusionment. All right, fine, let it be. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng's heart surged with excitement, for Qin Qian's words signified an agreement. At the very least, the matter he had instigated could be considered resolved, could it not? Academician Yu understood this sentiment as well and felt a wave of relief. He had genuinely worried that Qin Qian might hold a grudge. Although he had previously experienced minor disagreements with Qin Qian, those were now mere remnants of the past. Presently, he had developed a profound admiration for Qin Qian and even aspired to forge a friendship across generations. Unbeknownst to Qin Qian, who remained oblivious to the thoughts of these two elder figures, he did not harbor any resentment towards their shameless antics of instigation. While reluctant, he was not petty enough to dwell on it. Furthermore, he comprehended Yang Feng's motivations for elevating him. It was merely for the sake of acquiring valuable resources and allowing him to shine. As for Academician Yu, it seemed he was simply idle. Not lingering any longer at the laboratory entrance, Qin Qian escorted Jiang Riyue into the elevator. Intending to proceed to the first floor for breakfast, he had not yet eaten that day. He declined the suggestion to join Yang Feng and Academician Yu for a meal. For although he bore no ill will towards their provocations, dining together would lack a certain elegance. Regarding the project, he planned to address it after breakfast, allowing Yang Feng to send someone to communicate with Academician Yin, especially since they had just had a heated argument. It would be wise to allow some time before their next encounter. Otherwise, if Academician Yin became enraged and sought to confront him, it would create a troublesome situation. Would he retaliate? Should he fight or refrain? Although his combat prowess might not match that of warriors like Yang Feng, he had fought since childhood and possessed considerable experience. What if he inadvertently injured Academician Yin? Alas, it seemed his excellence inspired others to seek confrontation. Qin Qian mused as he ate, indulging in a moment of self-adulation. Jiang Riyue shot him a disapproving glance. Have you been watching too much of Blossoms? Clearly, it is Brother Yang who is instigating you. Qin Qian did not refute her remark. Instead, he mimicked a slight smile akin to that of Bao. What do you know? Why does he not provoke others? Thankfully, it is not due to your husband's excellence. Jiang Riyue, sipping her soy milk, bit into her straw with a fierce determination, causing Qin Qian's heart to chill. You, do not threaten me. If you threaten me again, I shall. What will you do? I will ensure that Bao ends up bankrupt, and Li Li will shave his head and become a monk. After all, the data rights are mine, and the producers dare not disobey me. You are shameless. After finishing their meal, Qin Qian and Jiang Riyue returned to the entrance of Academician Yan's laboratory. Yang Feng and Academician Yu have both vanished without a trace. It remains uncertain whether they are too anxious to approach together or genuinely preoccupied with pressing matters. Regardless, Qin Qian cannot shake the unsettling feeling that he is being watched. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Feng and Academician Yu are indeed concealed in a surveillance room, observing his every move. Old Yu, do you think these two might end up in a conflict? Yang Feng inquired, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Academician Yu shot him a sidelong glance. How can you still say that? It is primarily your doing. What do you mean it's all my fault? Yang Feng retorted, visibly displeased. You were fanning the flames as well. That was merely. Yang Feng waved his hand dismissively. All right. I understand your intentions. I am fully aware of it. Has anyone ever told you that you have a knack for provoking others? Academician Yu remarked, a dark expression crossing his face. Yang Feng paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. You know, now that you mention it, when I first joined the army, I was quite the rebel. I actually did get a good thrashing from the old squad leader. You were truly astute. Chapter 302. Tactical Attire. Academician Yu opened his mouth, but refrained from uttering a curse. He has entered, Yang Feng remarked with a hint of excitement. Upon hearing this, Academician Yu's gaze returned to the surveillance screen, his eyes betraying a flicker of unexplainable anticipation. However, after a considerable wait, no one emerged and nothing transpired. Yang Feng let out a sigh of relief. It seems there are no issues. Why do I sense a hint of disappointment in your tone? Academician Yu inquired with suspicion. Is that so? Do I sound that way? Am I really that type of person? Yang Feng chuckled awkwardly. Academician Yu merely smiled in silence, subsequently rising to leave the monitoring room. In truth, there were surveillance feeds available within the laboratory as well, but due to the confidentiality concerns with his presence, Yang Feng refrained from accessing them. Finally, he's gone. I've never seen this fellow so inquisitive before. Yang Feng exclaimed, eagerly activating the internal surveillance of the laboratory. Engrossed in the unfolding events, Within the laboratory, Chen Qian and Jiang Ruyue ambled about, observing their surroundings. Each individual was engrossed in their work, with no one acknowledging their presence or offering greetings. Initially, when Chen Qian entered, some personnel had smiled and attempted to greet them. But the piercing gaze of academician Yin had swiftly quelled any such attempts. It was evident he intended to isolate them. And even though Chen Qian had the right to summon researchers as per regulations, it was of no avail. Chen Qian was indifferent to this, even amused. After all, they were not children to be disheartened by isolation. It was merely a nuisance, as he remained unaware of the project that academician Yin was pursuing. Chen Qian inquired about the project documentation, wishing to peruse the materials, but before the researcher could respond, academician Yin silently produced a stack of documents and locked them away in a cabinet. Such a lack of sportsmanship, Chen Qian thought. And thus he and Jiang Ruyue continued to explore the premises, attempting to deduce the project's nature based on the equipment and the researchers' activities. After a while, Chen Qian and Jiang Ruyue settled down at a nearby spot. Have you discerned anything? Jiang Ruyue inquired. I have a few clues, Chen Qian nodded. It appears to be clothing. Jiang Ruyue shot him a skeptical glance. She too could see they were engaged in garment production. Yet she questioned the necessity of such specialized development for mere clothing. Sensing her doubt, Chen Qian elaborated. Listen, do not underestimate the significance of soldiers' attire. The clothing worn by soldiers qualifies as a form of equipment. It must meet durability standards, ensure comfort, and account for concealment and warmth in various environments. Otherwise, why do you think military uniforms worldwide appear so similar? They feature analogous camouflage patterns, with only slight variations in detail and color. And let us not forget, bulletproof vests can also be considered a form of clothing. Upon hearing his explanation, Jiang Ruyue realized that she had indeed simplified the matter. Chen Qian continued, if my guesses are correct, the project that academician Yin and his team are currently working on aims to maximize all the characteristics I just mentioned, even integrating the defensive capabilities of bulletproof vests to create truly universal tactical clothing. This seems rather implausible. Jiang Ruyue pondered. Take the simplest warmth issue as an example. If the insulation is exceptionally effective, then it would undoubtedly be stiflingly hot in the summer. How could clothing possibly be universal? One wears summer attire in the summer and winter wear in the winter. That is the norm, isn't it? Chen Qian chuckled and shook his head. That is precisely the issue. Since there is a problem, we must seek a solution. Isn't that the essence of research and development? Indeed, Jiang Ruyue laughed. So what about us? Should we also approach it from this angle? Chen Qian nodded. Certainly, though rather than viewing it as a clothing project, it is more accurately a materials project. I believe that suitable materials are essential for achieving universal tactical clothing, with a focus on breakthroughs in materials. I'll defer to your expertise, Jiang Ruyue replied, recognizing her lack of specialization in these matters. Even if she were an expert, she did not believe she could surpass her boyfriend's capabilities. She was very clear about her position and felt content merely to assist Chen Qian in any way she could. Let me think for a moment, Chen Qian said, bowing his head in contemplation, as he reopened the system interface. After entering tactical clothing into the deep simulation box and detailing the relevant conditions, a guiding proposal emerged once again. Upon reading it, Chen Qian's eyes lit up. The proposed simulation suggestions comprised 3 phases. The first phase required simulating an entirely new fluid material, which, due to its molecular properties, is highly sensitive to temperature changes, allowing it to autonomously absorb or release thermal energy in response to external conditions. Moreover, this material can effectively absorb external kinetic energy, and its molecular structure is remarkably stable. What is this? This is a completely novel type of bulletproof vest. It even features built-in climate control, keeping warm in winter and cool in summer. Utilizing this innovative fluid material as the filling for tactical clothing perfectly aligns with Chen Qian's requirements. The second phase necessitates the simulation of a groundbreaking active coating. Chen Qian's eyes widened at the sight of this coating, for it can reflect light under the guidance of electrical energy. Like a chameleon, it can blend into its surroundings at any moment. What is this? This is invisibility. What man has dreamed of possessing superpowers like invisibility or time manipulation? Of course, Chen Qian thought this was irrelevant. He had never indulged in such fantasies, but now he envisioned soldiers clad in his super tactical gear, becoming invisible on the battlefield, shooting bio. And who else? As for the third phase, it involves simulating the control core that directs the light-reflecting materials. Without this guiding control core, Achieving invisibility at any moment becomes impossible. Otherwise, one would merely be a moving mosaic. Although a mosaic might offer some degree of concealment on the battlefield, it still feels rather odd. Chen Qian took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and attempted to simulate 3 distinct phases. After a comprehensive calculation, he concluded that it could be accomplished in merely half a month. Remarkable. Previously, he harbored a slight skepticism towards deep simulations, believing that the enhancement in simulation speed was negligible. However, his perspective had now transformed. In times past, merely one phase would likely require 2 to 3 months of simulation. Now, it is truly delightful. Jiang Ruyue observed Chen Qian's continuously shifting and even somewhat exhilarated expressions, growing accustomed to it. She began to comprehend that Chen Qian was not preoccupied with some inconsequential figure in the realm of tremolo, but was genuinely contemplating profound issues. Though his expressions were more animated and he remained undeniably handsome, this must be the peculiar quirk of a genius. Is it not said that every genius of every era possesses some undisclosed eccentricity? However, Jiang Ruyue quickly dismissed that thought, recalling the late-night idiosyncrasies of Chen Qian. No, that was not the quirk of her boyfriend. Rather, it could be termed a taste. Chapter 303, Such Rebellion at This Moment. Chen Qian had already closed the system interface. He found himself momentarily entranced by Jiang Ruyue's slightly flushed cheeks. What was happening? It was still broad daylight. She had changed. She was no longer the Jiang Ruyue he once knew. With a playful flick, Chen Qian tapped Jiang Ruyue's forehead, simultaneously avenging a previous incident. What nonsense was she thinking in the middle of the day? Jiang Ruyue was taken aback, appearing somewhat flustered. Was he thinking of anything? Chen Qian narrowed his eyes, filled with suspicion. Oh, is that so? I thought you were eagerly transforming into a little wildcat. Ugh, what are you saying? Jiang Ruyue's face reddened further at Chen Qian's teasing, and instinctively, she grasped his waist once more. Ouch. Chen Qian shivered, but managed to suppress his reaction. He could not afford to lose face in front of Yen Yuanshi and the others. Jiang Ruyue noticed the gazes of those around them and naturally withdrew her hand, averting her gaze as if nothing had occurred. Thank goodness. If she had held on any longer, I would have truly lost my composure, Chen Qian thought to himself, then shot a disgruntled glance at Jiang Ruyue. This little girl. Just wait until tonight. I'll show you. Discreetly rubbing his lower back, Chen Qian opened his watch and resumed writing an application. This time, however, he was more astute. He refrained from detailing his intentions, leaving Yang Feng to speculate. After all, he merely needed equipment and materials. If they refused, so be it. In the monitoring room, Yang Feng's eyes sparkled with amusement as he observed Chen Qian occasionally rubbing his waist. My little brother certainly has a sense of pride. It's good to be prideful. The more pride one has, the easier it is to provoke them, making it all the more rewarding to reap benefits. Before long, Chen Qian completed his application, and a knock sounded at the monitoring room door, delivering a document. Yang Feng opened the file to find Chen Qian's request. After reviewing it, he was puzzled. What was all this? There was no explanation of the purpose, merely a request for materials and equipment, utterly baffling. Yet the more enigmatic it became, the more Yang Feng's curiosity was piqued. What on earth was Chen Qian up to? He pondered for a while but found no clarity. Exasperated, he slammed the document onto the table. Damn, this is infuriating. It's just teasing my curiosity. Fortunately, Chen Qian did not hear this. Otherwise, he would have retorted, what have you done? What kind of business are you involved in? From that day forth, Chen Qian immersed himself once again in research and development. The following day, Chen Quan returned to the Weapon Development Institute, seeking out Chen Qian and Jiang Ruyue, once more becoming a mere tool. Chen Qian did not inquire about his whereabouts, as he could easily guess it involved some clandestine matters. No. It was undoubtedly related to arranging technology for laser weaponry and the upgrading of military equipment. In other words, he was off to do the laborious work. However, Chen Qian firmly believed that the esteemed individuals assigned to the task must be exceedingly delighted, for their aspirations were invariably aligned with a singular purpose: the prosperity and flourishing of the motherland. As anticipated by Chen Qian, once the assignments concerning the relevant technologies and weapons modifications were dispatched, nearly all associated personnel sprang into action without delay. The higher-ups were generous with resources, providing both funding and personnel, with only one stipulation: expeditious completion was imperative. The relevant teams pledged their commitment with military resolve, and the upgrades and modifications of weaponry advanced at a remarkable pace that was nothing short of astonishing. One need not doubt the speed and capability of Huaguo in this regard. Moreover, The current upgrades posed minimal technical challenges as they were readily available. Execution was all that was required. After all, even the most fundamental construction tasks in manhwa are accomplished at a world-leading pace, capable of completing several kilometers of roadway overnight, let alone endeavors of paramount importance to national defense and military enhancement. Regrettably, the ordinary populace would remain oblivious to these developments for the time being. The upgraded weaponry would not be showcased at the upcoming Global Arms Expo at the beginning of next year, not even the highly anticipated Huiyue. It is a jest of the highest order to deceive oneself while simultaneously deceiving others. Is it truly believed that Huawa's War Deception Bureau is merely a FAAD? Even if there is no official organization of that name, everyone in the relevant fields possesses a tacit understanding. Regardless of the true strength we hold in public forums, we must always downplay our capabilities and engage in collective self-deprecation. As days turned into weeks, Chun Qian's research and development endeavors proceeded remarkably well, all progressing steadily. The sole vexation was that Yang Feng would occasionally intrude upon his work, incessantly probing with questions, seemingly unwilling to relent until he fully grasped the nature of Chun Qian's tasks. Chun Qian, however, was not one to indulge him. He remained resolutely silent, ignoring him entirely. Yet, the frequency of Yang Feng's interruptions did become somewhat irksome, especially as he spent each day in that dimly lit environment, which only heightened his agitation. Fortunately, he possessed his own method for alleviating stress, teasing academician Yin. Unlike his colleagues who maintained an air of utmost seriousness in the laboratory, Chun Qian would alternate between diligent work and moments of respite, engaging in playful banter with Jiang Riyue and Shen Quan. This seemingly lackadaisical demeanor only served to exacerbate academician Yan's irritation, as he found it intolerable that someone could adopt such a frivolous attitude in a position he deemed so sacred and solemn. Chun Qian noticed Yan's increasing displeasure with him, yet he remained unfazed. In fact, the more Yin frowned upon him, the more exhilarated he felt in provoking him. He couldn't quite comprehend his own behavior, even taking a brief moment to ponder, ultimately concluding that perhaps he was still in the throes of adolescence. What a farce! Having been granted a second chance at life and returned to youth, how could one expect the trials of youth to pass so easily? With divine providence on his side, he certainly would not acquiesce. Such rebelliousness was his nature. However, to be precise, Chun Qian had not committed any significant transgression. He merely leaned closer to Yin when the latter's gaze grew particularly irksome. Whether busy or idle, he would deliberately approach the cabinet that housed the project materials, occasionally striking it with his fists, as if intent on breaking it open to seize the documents within. Although academician, Yin was well aware that the cabinet was securely locked and that Chun Qian could not possibly breach it, Chun Qian's antics still piqued his curiosity. Fortunately, as time passed and the occurrences became more frequent, academician Yin gradually grew accustomed to them and ceased to pay attention. But how could this be allowed to continue? Once Chun Qian perceived Yan's indifference, he abandoned all pretense, revealing his intentions openly. He fashioned a makeshift lockpick from a piece of wire and frequently approached the cabinet to experiment with unlocking it. Unsatisfied with his solitary endeavors, he insisted on enlisting Jiang Riyue and Chun Quan to join in his exploration. Regardless of whether they could succeed, one must acknowledge the undeniable intrigue it inspired. Chapter 304. Commander Liu. Indeed, academician Yin was quite concerned. The moment Chun Qian grasped the iron wire, he transformed into a frenzied creature, akin to a plucked rooster, flitting about with agitation. During these moments, Chun Qian would display a familiar, radiant smile, choosing silence over words. Academician Yin had attempted self-reassurance, persuading himself not to care, even pondering whether Chun Qian could truly unlock something with merely a piece of iron wire. To his astonishment, Chun Qian succeeded. He was taken aback, swearing he had no idea how he had managed it. He had merely fumbled about, and unexpectedly, the lock yielded. It was a stroke of fate. Alarmed, academician Yin darted to the cabinet, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. This unexpected turn of events rendered it impossible for him to convince himself that he was unfazed. What if Chun Qian unlocked it again next time? He had vowed not to show Chun Qian anything, and that promise stood firm. This was not merely a cabinet door opening. It was his dignity at stake. Unbeknownst to Chun Qian, academician Yin had elevated the act of opening the cabinet to a battle for dignity. Even if he were aware, he would still tease Yin, relishing the playful tension. His intention was not to peruse project materials, but rather to alleviate stress. What could be more entertaining and stress-relieving than witnessing a rooster's dance? Nothing. It was even more amusing than spending time with a girlfriend. Thus, half a month swiftly passed. The production of the new tactical uniform lagged slightly behind the simulations, as Chen Qian had taken it upon himself to handle the development of all materials personally. The purpose? To prevent Yang Feng from discovering his intentions. However, by today, it was evident that further concealment was futile. After a morning of preparations, Chen Qian seized the opportunity during lunch to message Yang Feng about the new tactical uniform. Upon returning to the laboratory after lunch, Chen Qian and his team were met with Yang Feng's eager arrival. Chen Qian had kept him in suspense for half a month, and Yang Feng was in a state of agitation. Although Chen Qian had mentioned the creation of an entirely new tactical uniform, he had withheld details about its functions and features, only stating that it might be revolutionary. What a predicament! Chen Qian was taken aback by Yang Feng's unexpected visit. He had assumed their discussion at noon would result in Yang Feng coming the following day. To think he had rushed over this afternoon? Was he that anxious? Well, Yang good. Chen Qian stammered awkwardly. I've just finished preparations, but it's not yet complete. If you came tomorrow, it would be just right. Came too early? Not finished yet? Yang Feng was undeterred, immediately responding, No. I arrived at the perfect time. I will wait right here until you finish. As he spoke, seemingly concerned that Chen Qian might dawdle, he added, I'll notify Commander Liu right now. Let him know the new product is ready, as he has been eager to meet you. Chen Qian's expression darkened. What was that supposed to mean? Was he being pressured to hasten his progress? Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, he could complete the task within the afternoon and promptly set to work, as the preparations had been completed by the morning. Chen Qian found that the tasks before him were relatively few, although he had set a stringent standard for himself, aiming for an aesthetically pleasing first set of tactical garments within the span of an afternoon. The urging from Yang Feng prompted him to adopt a more relaxed approach. With this thought in mind, Chen Qian summoned Jiang Ruyue and Chen Quan to take Yang Feng's measurements. While standard clothing does not necessitate bespoke tailoring, the tactical outfit he envisioned would incorporate a special fluid material, making personalized measurements essential to optimize material costs. Before long, Jiang Ruyue and Chen Quan had assisted Yang Feng in acquiring his body dimensions. Armed with this information, Chen Qian commenced the cutting and crafting process. The novel tactical outfit, aside from the specialized materials and coatings he had devised, would also utilize conventional fabric. However, this fabric, while deemed ordinary in comparison to the broader market, was, in truth, a product of the research and development department, imbued with technological sophistication. Its elasticity far surpassed that of typical market offerings. Half an hour later, Chen Qian had completed the initial cutting. Despite this being his inaugural experience as a tailor, the user-friendly and efficient equipment in the laboratory facilitated his progress remarkably. The subsequent stages involved sewing, filling, dyeing, and the installation of control and energy cores. The tasks of sewing, filling, and dyeing were straightforward labor, while the core components employed graphene batteries and silicon-based extreme chips from Galactic Technologies. The performance of these silicon-based chips exceeded conventional expectations, capable even of powering holographic smartwatches. Chen Qian surmised that, under normal circumstances, the civilian use of such extreme chips would suffice, rendering the quantum chip in his possession somewhat unnecessary for the time being. Excessive performance, whether a surplus of 1,000, 10,000, or even 1,000,000, was essentially redundant. 2 hours later, Chen Qian gazed at the crude black jumpsuit before him, a smile blossoming on his face. This ensemble could be deemed epic-making, albeit appearing rather unremarkable. Well, indeed, it was intentionally so. After all, it was not intended for his own wear. There was little need for extravagance when it was meant for Yang Feng. Is it done? Yang Feng inquired eagerly as he approached, only to pause upon seeing the diminutive black jumpsuit that resembled attire for a gnome. The appearance was rather underwhelming, and having witnessed the crafting process, he could not help but think it was merely a matter of cutting, filling, dyeing, and affixing what resembled a belt buckle. What was the big deal? Understanding Yang Feng's unspoken thoughts, Chen Qian refrained from offering explanations and simply extended the tactical outfit towards him. Go on, try it on. Just as he spoke, the distant door swung open, and an elderly man with a buzz cut, his hair graying and a kindly smile adorning his face, entered the room. Commander Liu. Yang Feng straightened abruptly at the sight of the newcomer, offering a respectful salute. Chen Qian felt a surge of surprise. The old man emanated an indescribable aura, akin to plunging into an icy abyss. Even though the other party made every effort to present a gentle gaze and a warm smile, Their every movement occasionally sent chills down one's spine, as if their very presence grew larger with each step taken. This was a true harbinger of death, a veritable deity of destruction. Before Chen Qian became acquainted with Yang Feng, he had experienced a similar sensation. However, in comparison to the imposing Commander Lu before him, his previous feelings were but trifles. Commander Lu. Chen Qian snapped back to reality and offered a respectful salute, as did Jiang Riyue, Chen Quan, and the others, including the esteemed academician Yin and his colleagues. Although they were not obliged to do so, every time they beheld Commander Lu, a profound respect blossomed within their hearts. For he was one of the guardians of the Huagua nation. Chapter 305. Lollipop. Commander Lu smiled and waved his hand, saying, "You all need not be so formal. You can set that aside. Our nation's defense research relies on your efforts. I merely came to observe." After this, he seated himself nearby, silently watching the group with a smile. For a moment, Chen Qian was unsure whether to continue with their work or to engage in conversation with the commander. It was Yang Feng who broke the silence, cheerfully addressing everyone. "Let us proceed then." With his encouragement, Chen Qian felt no hesitation and cheerfully suggested, "You should go change into your tactical gear first. We can discuss the details afterward." "Very well." Yang Feng nodded and exited the laboratory to change in the adjoining lounge. Chen Qian and the others waited, but to their surprise, after several minutes passed, Yang Feng had yet to return. "What is taking so long? Is changing clothes really that time-consuming?" Chen Quan voiced his confusion. The others, including Jiang Riyue and academician Lu, shared similar sentiments, while only Chen Qian wore a mysterious smile, casually remarking, "Perhaps Yang Gu is feeling bashful." "Bashful? What is there to be shy about when changing clothes?" The group exchanged puzzled glances, and Chen Quan stepped forward, declaring, "I will go check on him." However, before he reached the door, it swung open, revealing Yang Feng's head peeking through, his expression a mix of embarrassment and complexity. "Brother, you." Before Chen Quan could finish his sentence, he jogged over and grabbed Yang Feng's arm, urging him, "Why are you only just now done changing? Come in. Come in." To his surprise, Yang Feng resisted entirely. No matter how hard he pulled, he could not bring him inside. "No, don't pull me. I need to prepare a bit." Yang Feng protested helplessly. "What more do you need to prepare for? You've already changed." Chen Quan insisted. But..." Yang Feng stammered, yet before he could elaborate, Commander Lu spoke calmly, "Come in." The simplicity of those two words left Yang Feng startled, and he ceased to resist, allowing Chen Quan to draw him into the laboratory. At that moment, everyone froze, eyes wide and faces gradually flushing, seemingly holding back laughter. Finally, academician Yin was the first to break the silence, bursting into laughter. Like a chain reaction, the others followed suit, roaring with laughter. Even Commander Lu turned away, covering his face. "I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing too hard," they exclaimed. "Yang Zhongjiang is so impressive." Yang Feng looked at the group, who were now teasing him in fits of laughter, his face reddening like a ripe fruit, feeling a mix of exasperation and embarrassment. "Why are you all laughing? What do you mean by that? You still find this amusing? What do you mean by not having enough capital? This is merely a state of relaxation. Do you understand? Otherwise, I fear I might frighten you all." Regardless of his words, the situation remained uncontrollable, and he could only cast a wistful glance towards Chen Qian. Chen Qian, well aware that excess can be detrimental, maintained a facade of restrained amusement while stepping forward to calm the crowd with a gesture of his hand. The audience, showing him respect, stifled their laughter after several moments of effort. It was no wonder they found it hard to contain their mirth. Yang Feng, clad in his tactical attire, presented a rather peculiar sight, a result of Chen Qian's deliberate design. The tactical outfit, fashioned from a highly elastic fabric, resembled a bodysuit, and by intentionally sizing it down, Yang Feng was rendered in this comical state. Though Yang Feng possessed a robust physique that should have been accentuated by the snug fit, the reality was quite the opposite, revealing too much detail. To put it mildly, the effect was akin to a lollipop rather than a mere toothpick. Given the relaxed atmosphere, their laughter was understandable. The juxtaposition of Yang Feng's muscular build against the diminutive dimensions of the outfit struck a humorous chord, leading to uncontrollable laughter. "All right, enough of the gloom. Let me have a proper look," Chen Qian said, inhaling deeply in an effort to appear serious. Observing his earnest demeanor, Yang Feng, despite his annoyance, could only comply and turned to face Chen Qian. Not bad." Chen Qian nodded slightly, but then abruptly shifted his tone. "If you were to schedule an appointment for enhancement technology, perhaps you could acquire a larger size." Laughter erupted once more. with Chin Quan laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face as he fumbled to wipe them away. "You rascal!" Yang Feng exclaimed in anger, instinctively preparing to execute a grappling technique against Chen Qian. However, Chen Qian, with a wealth of experience, especially in evading such confrontations, retreated a step and cried out dramatically, "Help! Commander Liu, Yang is about to attack me." Before Yang Feng could even lay a hand on Chen Qian, a loud bang resonated as Commander Liu slammed his hand on the table. Xiao Yang. Yang Feng, quick to adapt, refrained from further action, casting a more resentful glance at Chen Qian. The smile on Chen Qian's face radiated sunshine, and he couldn't help but inwardly chuckle. "Serves you right for stoking the flames." However, he ceased to provoke Yang Feng further and resumed a serious demeanor to assess the situation. To be frank, the tactical outfit worn by Yang Feng was rather unattractive, indistinguishable from a standard black bodysuit, with its 3-centimeter diameter metallic control core lacking any design flair, appearing somewhat hastily put together. After all, it was custom-made for Yang Feng, and aesthetics were not its strong suit, unless Chen Qian were to undertake a thorough redesign. Nevertheless, one must not judge solely by appearances. Even if this hastily crafted tactical attire seemed unremarkable, its functionality was still commendable. "Of course, I was referring to the clothing," Chen Qian remarked. A stifled laugh escaped Jiang Ruyue, and the expressions of the others momentarily contorted again. Noticing Yang Feng's face darkening to an extreme, Chen Qian quickly added, "Let us proceed to the testing." Testing? Yang Feng was somewhat taken aback, as he was still unaware of the specific functions and characteristics of the tactical attire he was wearing. Not only him, but even Jiang Ruyue and Chun Quan possessed only a superficial understanding. Observing their confusion, Chen Qian suddenly smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "How could I forget to introduce this tactical outfit?" Yang Feng instinctively nodded in agreement. Chen Qian, seemingly oblivious, noticed that the esteemed academician Yin also nodded in acknowledgement. "I see." Chen Qian paused momentarily. "Let's proceed with the testing. We can discuss further once we arrive at the location. Haha." With that, he gestured towards Commander Liu, who was seated, and without further ado, Commander Liu stood up with a smile and led the way out of the laboratory, Chen Qian following closely behind. Chapter 306. Temperature Testing. Yang Feng stepped forward, intending to follow, but suddenly jolted to awareness. "Wait a moment. Am I truly expected to roam about dressed like this? How absurd. What difference does it make if I'm risking my life?" He hesitated, observing as everyone exited the laboratory, including academician Yin and others who succumbed to curiosity and left. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. "I have clothes. Why can't I simply wear them before heading out?" With this thought, Yang Feng exhaled in relief and briskly made his way to the lounge. However, upon glancing at the sofa, Who the hell took my clothes? Damn it. At the entrance of the laboratory, Chen Qian cradled Yang Feng's military uniform, smiling silently. Amusingly, did he truly think I wouldn't figure this out? All eyes were on Chen Qian at the laboratory entrance, and a chill ran down their spines at the sight of his grin. This kid is quite ruthless. After a considerable moment, Yang Feng stealthily surveyed his surroundings as if akin to a thief before finally exiting the laboratory. He then embraced Chen Qian. "Brother, you can't do this to me. How am I supposed to get by from now on? Quickly, while no one else is around, could you hand me my clothes?" "Oh, dear brother," Yang Feng pleaded, his flushed gaze making it seem as though he had endured a grave injustice. Seeing this, Chen Qian felt a pang of compassion and sighed. "Brother, what are you talking about? That uniform was originally yours. I merely took the liberty of holding it for you. Where did your mind wander?" Upon hearing this, Yang Feng's face brightened with joy as he restrained his excitement. Thank you, dear brother." He took the uniform and dashed back into the laboratory, emerging just a minute later, fully attired once more. Unlike before, he now carried himself with an air of confidence and composure, as though nothing had transpired. "This fellow," Chen Qian chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. "Let us go?" Subsequently, everyone boarded the elevator and descended to the testing area on the 33rd floor. Entering a testing chamber with multiple rooms, Chen Qian instructed Yang Feng to remove his clothing once more, revealing his tactical outfit underneath. Yang Feng complied, placing his discarded clothing nearby, wary of anyone pilfering his belongings. At this juncture, Chen Qian pointed at Yang Feng to introduce him to the others. This tactical outfit is crafted using newly developed technologies and a series of innovative materials, maximizing durability, comfort, concealment, and safety. To call it a revolutionary tactical suit would not be an exaggeration. Revolutionary? Yang Feng shook his head noncommittally. although Chen Qian had previously mentioned this. His experience thus far had only revealed the fabric's soft comfort, lacking any other significant sensations. Xiao Chen, could you elaborate further? Commander Lu inquired. Chen Qian nodded with a smile. Of course. However, no amount of explanation can compare to witnessing the actual results firsthand. How about we commence the testing while we discuss? Commander Lu nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Chen Qian gestured towards a nearby room, saying, Brother Yang, you may enter directly. Am I really going in just like that? Yang Feng responded, somewhat taken aback. This testing facility housed several functional testing rooms, and the one Chen Qian indicated was capable of temperature modulation, with a minimum of -50 degrees and a maximum of +50 degrees. Though surprised, Yang Feng complied, reasoning that it was merely a test, and Chen would not harm him. But suddenly a thought struck him. Could he actually be in danger? As Yang Feng stepped into the room, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. It was indeed a possibility. Chen Qian had played tricks on him before. What was to stop him now? Unbeknownst to Chen Qian, who had already joined the others in the control room, Yang Feng's mind was racing with apprehension. Observing Yang Feng's increasingly anxious expression on the monitor, Chen felt a twinge of curiosity. Is Brother Yang really that timid? He mused. But he dismissed the thought and turned to the researcher at the control panel. We may begin now. Gradually lower the temperature until we reach the extreme. Understood. The researcher did not ask further questions and promptly began the operation. Brother Yang, Chen Qian spoke into the microphone connected to the room. The temperature will gradually decrease. Your head and feet are not covered by the tactical suit, so please be cautious. If you find it unbearable, do not hesitate to let us know. At that moment, Yang Feng had already envisioned countless scenarios in which Chen Qian would attempt to ensnare him. Hearing Chen's seemingly concerned words, he felt a twinge of disbelief. Is he genuinely not trying to harm me? In an instant, he chastised himself for being so theatrical. All right, no problem, Yang Feng replied. Chen Qian chose not to say anything further, and together with the others, they watched in silence. The temperature steadily decreased, reaching precisely 0 degrees. The current temperature is 0, the researcher announced. Chen Qian remained silent, his attention fixed on the monitor displaying Yang Feng. -10 degrees, now -20, the researcher continued. Only then did Chen Qian once again take up the microphone. Brother Yang, how do you feel now? Yang Feng looked up at the monitor, scratching his head. I don't feel much, just a bit of coolness in my hands, feet, and face, but my body remains warm. The audience was taken aback, murmuring in low tones. Warm? Is the insulation so effective? This tactical suit is impressive. If widely deployed, our soldiers would never suffer from the cold again. Indeed, they would never have to endure the cold again. As if struck by a thought, many faces fell momentarily, and Commander Lu, seated nearby, let out a silent sigh. We have reached the limits. It is now -50 degrees. The researcher reminded. Chen Qian picked up the microphone once more. Brother Yang, how do you feel now? Yang Feng rubbed his hands together and exhaled. At present, my hands, feet, and face feel quite frigid, yet my body remains remarkably warm. Not cold in the slightest. However, if this persists for too long, my extremities and ears may begin to suffer. The temperature should be adjusted gradually to restore it to normal, Chen Qian instructed. The researcher, suppressing his astonishment, resumed his operations, while others could no longer contain their disbelief. Could it truly be possible to feel no chill, even in -50 degrees? How astonishing. Chen Qian smiled and elucidated. This tactical attire is filled with an innovative fluid material. Its molecular properties allow it to autonomously absorb and release thermal energy in response to temperature stimuli, all without any consumption, akin to wearing an air conditioner at all times. Chapter 307. Defensive Testing. Is it really like this? Everyone exchanged glances, a mix of disbelief and astonishment evident on their faces. Chen Qian chose not to elaborate further and waited patiently until the temperature within Yang Feng's testing chamber returned to normal. After a brief pause, he instructed to gradually increase the temperature once more. Old Yang, the temperature will rise steadily. Please pay close attention and truly absorb the experience. Of course, Yang Feng replied. Before long, the temperature soared to 50 degrees Celsius. Beads of sweat formed on Yang Feng's forehead as he glanced at the surveillance camera. Unable to suppress his complaints, I say, brother, isn't it time to conclude this test? It's quite unbearable. Chen Qian chuckled and inquired, uncomfortable? Pray tell. What sensations are you experiencing now? Yang Feng pondered for a moment before responding. It's hot, exceedingly hot, but only my hands, feet, and head feel the heat. The areas covered by my clothing remain surprisingly cool and dry. It's all rather contradictory and quite uncomfortable. That is understandable. You may step out now, Chen Qian said with a smile, then turned to address the gathered crowd. It was at this moment that the audience fully grasped the magnitude of Chen Qian's achievement. He had indeed developed a material capable of withstanding both extreme cold and intense heat. If crafted into a complete tactical uniform that enveloped the entire body, without a doubt, even if this singular advantage were the only feature, such tactical attire warranted widespread adoption. One must never underestimate the importance of comfort in tactical gear. Sometimes, even a slight increase in comfort can significantly enhance a soldier's combat effectiveness. As the crowd departed the control room, Yang Feng exited the testing chamber. However, unlike before, he now regarded Chen Qian with the same adoring gaze he had when he first wed, brimming with affection. After years of service, he understood all too well the critical significance of the tactical uniform he wore. It would liberate soldiers from the constraints of environmental temperatures, essentially ensuring they maintained their combat readiness at all times. He could already envision the scenario. If this became commonplace, soldiers could simply lie in the grass, activate their mosquito repellent devices. This was no ambush. It was a picnic. Brother, this uniform is absolutely phenomenal, Yang Feng exclaimed, excitedly patting Chen Qian on the shoulder, his previous disdain for the outfit entirely forgotten. Chen Qian chuckled softly, a smile masking his unease as he glanced at the spot on his shoulder that had just been struck, inwardly gasping in disbelief. Was this gratitude or a betrayal? The force was excessive. We're only just beginning. The testing is far from over. Chen Qian gritted his teeth. Oh, it's not over yet. Yang Feng scratched his head in confusion. Chen Qian continued to elaborate. The special fluid material can also effectively absorb kinetic energy. In simpler terms, it is bulletproof. Bulletproof. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, and Liu Commander could no longer remain seated, hastily approaching Chen Qian. Young Chen, are you implying that this uniform also functions as body armor? Chen Qian offered a subtle smile. His gaze directed at Yang Feng filled with an enigmatic significance. Why not find out for yourself? Find out? Yang Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. You can't be suggesting that I, indeed, allow us to use you as a target for a few shots. Surely, you're not afraid? Chen Qian replied with a grin. Yang Feng initially felt reluctant when he heard he would be the target. For who in their right mind would willingly allow others to shoot at them? It seemed utterly absurd. However, upon hearing Chen Qian express fear, his displeasure quickly transformed into defiance. He puffed out his chest and declared, Fear? Me? Do you truly believe I would be afraid? I, Yang, have lived so long that I do not even know how to write the word fear. It's merely being a target. Come now. Let me see if I can be shot dead today. This young man, Commander Liu, could only shake his head in resignation. Chen Qian, too, was at a loss for words. He realized that Yang Feng was fully aware that he would not actually be made a target. It was precisely this fearless attitude that prompted such bravado. All right, you're formidable, you're the best, I concede, Chen Qian said with a sigh. Now, take off your clothes. We need to change locations for further testing. With a grin, Yang Feng said nothing more and promptly dashed off to change outfits. After all, what if he said too much and Chen Qian actually shot him? Would he agree or disagree? To disagree would mean being looked down upon. Soon, having changed out of his tactical attire, Yang Feng arrived at a shooting range accompanied by the others. Unlike the small range an academician used laboratory, this one was much larger, accommodating a wider array of weaponry, including small bombs and missiles. Upon entering the range, Yang Feng immediately took charge, bustling about without needing any prompts from Chen Qian. Before long, a silicone dummy was erected at the center of the range, clad in the tactical gear set to be tested. Ready? Shall we commence directly? Yang Feng inquired. Chen Qian nodded. Let us begin. Starting with the pistol and gradually increasing the power. Pausing for a moment, he leaned closer to Yang Feng and lowered his voice. Is it convenient to bring out the Hoye now? His inquiry stemmed from the fact that many present were unaware of the existence of Hoye. And despite being on the same team, confidentiality protocols necessitated caution. Yang Feng pondered for a moment. Are you still planning to test this set of tactical gear with the Hoye? Let us hold off on that for now and schedule a separate test later. Chen Qian nodded in agreement. All right then, let us proceed with the current testing. At that moment, a squad of soldiers entered, bringing various firearms with them. Give me another set. I want to participate in the testing as well, Chen Qian suddenly remarked. Having never genuinely handled firearms in his previous or current life, and missing the chance to use Hoye during the last testing, He was eager to seize this opportunity. You should have said so earlier, Yang Feng shrugged, promptly arranging for another set of weapons to be delivered. Qin Qian, brimming with excitement, quietly absorbed Yang Feng's incessant instructions before blending in with the other soldiers preparing for the test. All right, everyone get ready, Qin Qian said, raising his hands and firmly grasping the pistol to aim. The soldiers preparing for the test responded in unison, raising their pistols to take aim, while the rest of the onlookers retreated to the back. Fire! At Qin Qian's command, he nervously squeezed the trigger. Bang! 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 The incessant sound of gunfire echoed, and in an instant, an entire magazine had been expended. Qin Qian was uncertain whether he had hit his target. All he knew was that the recoil had sent a delightful tremor through his wrist. Let me take a look, Yang Feng exclaimed, already dashing forward with eager anticipation. Qin Qian chuckled softly, setting down his pistol, and leisurely followed suit alongside the others. Upon reaching the silicone dummy, everyone, save for him, stood frozen in disbelief. Remarkably, it bore no signs of damage whatsoever. Good heavens, completely unscathed, someone exclaimed, noticing a few faint white marks. They stepped closer to touch the silicone figure, exclaiming, "Oh." It turns out it was merely dust. Chapter 308. The armor holds promise. At first glance, there appeared to be nothing of significance. As soon as Qin Qian's words fell, Yang Feng eagerly began to strip the mannequin of its clothing, demonstrating an enthusiasm that required no prompting. In less than a minute, the mannequin was left completely bare. The onlookers could not help but draw closer, their expressions grave and earnest, occasionally reaching out to touch the material with utmost care. Qin Qian suddenly felt like an upright gentleman who had unwittingly wandered into a gathering of eccentrics. A glance at Jiang Ruyue and Qin Quan revealed a flicker of peculiarity in their eyes as well. After a thorough examination, Yang Feng exhaled deeply and broke into a smile, declaring that the silicone mannequin bore only faint marks, superior even to a standard bulletproof vest. Indeed, achieving such quality is quite remarkable. This tactical outfit is simply flawless. Someone concurred. However, Qin Qian shook his head. Is this truly sufficient for you? Your satisfaction does not extend to me. Yang Feng paused, then realized with delight that Qin Qian's standards were indeed high. So demanding, huh? I appreciate that. It indicates there is still room for improvement in this tactical ensemble. Qin Qian continued, this tactical attire was hastily produced. An unfortunate incident occurred during the crafting of the specialized fluid material, resulting in a limited and incomplete yield. If the filling had been thorough, there should have been no traces whatsoever. What? This is a defective piece? Exclaimed one of the attendees. How could a mere defective product perform so excellently? How are we to compete? Everyone present felt the stark contrast between themselves and Qin Qian. Once, they had fancied themselves geniuses, but now, at that moment, Academician Yan regarded Qin Qian with an expression laden with ineffable complexity. Throughout the tests, he had remained silent, meticulously observing, but the more he watched, the more astonished he became. Was this not the very tactical suit he had longed to develop? How had Qin Qian managed to create it in just half a month? When he discovered that this tactical suit could indeed regulate temperature, he had already begun to feel a sense of admiration. Witnessing its impressive bulletproof capabilities made him momentarily question his own competence. Recalling Yang Feng's exuberant praise of Qin Qian, he felt a flush of embarrassment. Those were not mere compliments, they were stark truths. This young man was undeniably extraordinary, a genius, an epoch-defining prodigy. Beyond the term genius, he could conjure no other to describe Qin Qian. Oh, have you finally come around? Qin Qian noticed the shift in Academician Yan's gaze, feeling a tinge of disappointment. After all, if Academician Yan were to genuinely concede, teasing him in the future would lose its charm. He genuinely enjoyed the sight of Academician Yan's flustered reactions. Oh, life can indeed be so mundane, Qin Qian lamented. Commander Liu and Yang Feng happened to overhear the conversation, leaving them momentarily stunned. Jiang Ruyue and Qin Qian, standing closer together, were equally taken aback. What was happening? Why the sudden contemplation of life? Yang Feng's mind was clouded with confusion. Could it be? Commander Liu shared a similar skepticism. Is it true that the minds of geniuses are so capricious? Unaware of their thoughts, Qin Qian waved his hand dismissively. Let us continue the testing. The defensive tests resumed, encompassing not only handguns but also rifles, machine guns, and even the formidable Gatling gun. Qin Qian indulged in the thrill of firing. While the other soldiers managed a single burst, he unleashed 3 full rounds with the Gatling. The results astonished everyone repeatedly, as the feedback indicated that this tactical suit provided near-perfect defense against conventional firearms. However, just as the group prepared to conclude the tests, Yang Feng expressed his discontent. Is that all it can defend against? Conventional firearms are hardly sufficient. He insisted on testing the suit against bombs and small missiles to ascertain its resilience. Chen Qian retorted sharply with 2 words, "Get lost." Missiles? What was he thinking? Did he truly believe that his tactical suit was invincible? Disappointed by the rejection, Yang Feng incessantly murmured in Chen Qian's ear, hoping for the development of a suit capable of withstanding various explosives and missiles. Chen Qian, weary of the man's incessant requests, thought it absurd to expect him to conjure such things as if he were a genie from a lamp. The notion of a tactical suit defending against missiles? What a preposterous idea. Yet, a sudden epiphany struck Chen Qian. Defending against missiles and explosive ordnance? Was it truly out of the realm of possibility? The Iron Man armor. He fell into deep contemplation. Could the Iron Man suit be replicated in reality? Surprisingly, it seemed feasible, with controllable nuclear fusion on the horizon. Could a compact energy core serve as the foundation for a genuine suit of armor? It must be acknowledged that sometimes the ideas of those outside the field are remarkably imaginative and thought-provoking. Chen Qian had previously uttered the words Iron Man casually, but subconsciously dismissed it as mere fiction. However, he had considered that once controllable nuclear fusion was miniaturized, it might allow for a comprehensive overhaul of all weaponry. The Hoei series, for instance, could be entirely transformed to utilize nuclear power. Imagine aircraft, tanks, aircraft carriers, and destroyers all operating on nuclear energy. Even the internationally renowned Dongfeng Express could explore compatibility issues. At that time, the military might of Huagua would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. And now, contemplating the armored suit, it seemed equally promising. With this thought, Chen Qian couldn't help but glance at his reflection in the nearby glass, assessing himself. Indeed, he was more dashing than the cinematic Tony Stark, wealthier, and far more astute. He was entirely capable of becoming Huagua's inaugural Iron Man. As for the second and third, they would undoubtedly be the valiant soldiers of the people. Surely, a legion of 1,000,000 armored warriors could be created for an exhilarating endeavor. As he pondered, Chen Qian could not help but chuckle, a sight to behold. Ahem. Jiang Ruyue gently patted him on the back, chiding, "Do refrain from your self-admiration. Everyone's watching you." Chen Qian was taken aback and blurted out, "What self-admiration? Who's being self-absorbed?" "Not me." Upon regaining his composure, he noticed the bemused expressions on everyone's faces. Ahem. Well, I truly am not self-absorbed. Do I even need to be? Just look at how handsome I am. Wow. The audacity of that statement drew gasps from the crowd. Initially, they were somewhat skeptical, uncertain if Chen Qian had genuinely been admiring his own reflection. But now, they were convinced. This fellow was indeed indulging in self-admiration. Even amidst serious matters, he could inexplicably become self-absorbed. One could only wonder how excessively vain he must be in daily life. The youth of today, TSK. Utterly incomprehensible. Truly bizarre. Chapter 309. Reaping the consequences regrettably, they all underestimated the thickness of Chen Qian's skin. He chose to feign ignorance of the previous occurrence and calmly shifted the topic. By the way, this tactical suit has one final feature. Yang. Would you like to put it on again? Yang Feng instinctively wanted to refuse. Having already changed multiple times, he pondered why it couldn't be done more elegantly. However, he ultimately did not decline and quietly moved aside to change. Before long, Yang Feng returned, donned in the tactical suit. Chen Qian approached him, addressing the group with a smile. As you all know, a qualified tactical suit, particularly one with graffiti patterns, requires a certain degree of concealment to better ensure the safety of our soldiers. This final function embodies that principle. Upon hearing this, the crowd scrutinized Yang Feng's black tactical suit once more, somewhat perplexed by Chen Qian's assertion. Generally speaking, the concealment of tactical attire pertains to its compatibility with the battlefield, which is simply a matter of adding a layer of camouflage pattern. Noticing the confusion among the onlookers, Chen Qian remained silent and swiftly reached out towards Yang Feng. "You rascal!" Yang Feng reacted quickly, evading by shifting his hips. "You lack martial decorum, playing tricks like a monkey." Chen Qian's expression darkened as he noticed the peculiar looks exchanged among the crowd, with Jiang Ruyue blushing furiously. "What on earth are you implying, Yang? Am I that sort of person?" Chen Qian lamented, though his conviction faltered as memories of his school days with Jiang Chun, filled with chaotic antics, resurfaced. "Forget it. That's all in the past." He then pointed at the control core at Yang Feng's waist. "I meant to touch that device." Yang Feng glanced down at his groin. relieved to realize Chen Qian was referring to the control core and not something else, which had nearly frightened him. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he straightened his posture. All right. Go ahead. Why do I feel like your words are becoming increasingly ambiguous? Chen Qian muttered, yet he proceeded to press the control core. In the next moment, under the gaze of the astonished crowd, the black tactical suit worn by Yang Feng shimmered with a translucent, ethereal glow before vanishing entirely. Along with it, the parts of Yang Feng's body that had been encapsulated also disappeared. Wow. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Is this real? I must be imagining things. He vanished. Oh my goodness. So this is what Shin meant by concealment. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly splendid. Commander Lu couldn't help but praise, leaving Yang Feng utterly bewildered. Why were they all gazing at him with such astonished expressions? However, upon looking down, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What the hell? Where's my body? Why do I only have my feet left?" Chen Qian chuckled and clarified, "This is the final function of this tactical suit, stealth." With Chen Qian's affirmation, the crowd erupted into cheers. Stealth? Incredibly, the concept of invisibility has finally been realized. Who would have thought that Xiaoqin could successfully integrate invisibility with tactical attire? It is simply astounding. Indeed, if all soldiers were to don this tactical gear, their combat effectiveness would be unparalleled. The crowd engaged in fervent discussions, unable to contain their excitement. The notion of invisibility is not foreign to the world. Numerous studies have been conducted globally, and Chen Qian is not the first to envision its military application. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that no one has ever succeeded in achieving it. The same holds true for Huagua, where research has never ceased, but had only been able to achieve limited invisibility under specific conditions, utilizing certain materials to bend light, which ultimately fell short of true invisibility. Now, Chen Qian has not only accomplished genuine visual invisibility, but has also merged it with tactical clothing, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Yang Feng, visibly animated, began to dance in front of the reflective glass, leaping and jogging in a rather peculiar manner, exhibiting a level of self-admiration that surpassed even Chen Qian's. Unfortunately, after a moment of exhilaration, Yang Feng finally halted, shaking his head in disappointment. If only the limbs and head could be enveloped as well, it would be perfect. Of course, that can be arranged, Chen Qian replied. The invisibility feature is made possible by the innovative active coating I developed. Once it is mass-produced, we can incorporate it into shoes and helmets as well. Active coating? Academician Yin appeared to grasp the implications and quickly interjected, "Xiaoqin, does this new coating enable invisibility? Could it be applied elsewhere?" Prompted by his inquiry, Commander Lu's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Chen Qian. Chen Qian paused, contemplating. It should pose no issues. Commander Lu, upon hearing this, felt his breath quicken. It truly is feasible. In an instant, he envisioned the vast implications of this coating's widespread application: artillery, tanks, destroyers, fighter jets. Before the enemy could even react, they would be surrounded by an array of suddenly visible armed forces. Even missiles could be equipped. Who says missiles cannot wear clothing? The enemy would be oblivious to the missiles' locations until it was too late. What a formidable advantage. Brother, Yang Feng exclaimed, excitedly embracing Chen Qian, nearly showering him with spittle. Thank you. Thank you so much. Chen Qian, about to express his modesty, suddenly felt an unwelcome sensation brush against him, sending a chill through his heart. Alas, had he known better than to design the tactical outfit so snugly. It was far too conspicuous. This is what one might call reaping the consequences of their own actions. Chen Qian felt a pang of regret, yet maintained a nonchalant smile, saying, "It's nothing. Nothing at all. Now, please let go of me. What is this embrace between men?" Yang Feng was taken aback, feeling his genuine affection wounded by the seeming callousness of the man before him. A touch of melancholy crept in, but he ultimately released Chen Qian. Chen Qian exhaled deeply, then turned his gaze back to Commander Lu. In theory, there are no significant issues. It merely requires the addition of a control core, a minor concern. However, I cannot yet ascertain whether this entirely novel active coating can evade radar detection. His uncertainty was genuine, as he had not considered radar evasion during his simulations. After all, it was merely a tactical garment. Should it fail to elude radar, and if used in conjunction with traditional stealth materials, the blending of these elements would inevitably compromise the stealth effect. Conversely, if they are kept separate, I remain uncertain of the ultimate outcome. Chapter 310, An Unexpected Project. Upon hearing Chen Qian's words, Commander Lu's initial excitement somewhat subsided. Yet the unwavering enthusiasm of Academician Yin remained unaffected. If there are uncertainties, we shall persist in our research. This is precisely our vocation. Others soon echoed his sentiments. Indeed, this is our calling. With this groundbreaking active stealth coding, what hinders us from further developing the traditional stealth capabilities? Absolutely, it's practically a project delivered to us on a silver platter. I can hardly wait to commence. Me too. Qin Qian observed the fervor of academician Yin and silently sighed. Things had changed. The once obstinate rooster had transformed entirely. Now, he was eager to collaborate on new ventures, an astonishing metamorphosis. Commander Lu stepped forward, encouragingly patting Qin Qian on the shoulder. Young Qin, they are correct. If there are challenges, we simply continue our research. I have great faith in you. You will undoubtedly succeed. Of course. It's merely a matter of simulation, Qin Qian mused inwardly, while outwardly maintaining a cheerful demeanor. Rest assured, Commander Lu, I will expedite the process. Excellent. Haraha. Today has indeed been fruitful and joyous. Commander Lu laughed heartily. Well, I shall not impose further. If you require anything, just consult with Xiao Yang. I must take my leave now. Given Lu's busy schedule, his prolonged presence was already a surprise to Qin Qian and the others, who promptly escorted him out. Let us conclude today's tests. Qin Qian addressed the group after Lu's departure. It's getting late, and we haven't dined yet. We shall discuss the new project tomorrow. As he spoke, he intended to leave with Jiang Ruyue and Shen Quan, but Yang Feng swiftly interposed. It's more lively to dine together, come on. The others chimed in enthusiastically. Yes, sharing a meal is far more delightful. Indeed, I happen to have some queries I'd like to discuss with Xiao Qin. Wait, didn't you already eat? What do you mean? I haven't eaten at all. You must be mistaken. That's not right. Qin Qian felt somewhat exasperated as the group engaged in their banter. I merely wish to escape your clutches. He sighed inwardly, feeling overwhelmed by their insistence on dining together. Nevertheless, he feigned acceptance, nodding graciously to welcome everyone. The following day, Yang Feng and academician Yin, along with others, arrived at the laboratory bright and early. Brimming with anticipation for the new project, Yang Feng's presence was compelled by Commander Lu's directive, assigning him the task of accompanying Qin Qian to manage trivial matters. A responsibility he accepted without dissent. By 8 o'clock, Qin Qian, along with Jiang Ruyue and Shen Quan, leisurely made their way to the laboratory after finishing breakfast. You all are here so early? Qin Qian inquired, somewhat astonished. Ah, the early bird catches the worm. Yang Feng chuckled. Let us commence now. How are you, the tool? So eager? Qin Qian retorted. Moreover, are you so certain that you are a bird? What if you turn out to be a bug? Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback, seemingly beginning to ponder this question earnestly. Qin Qian inwardly laughed, thinking, if you wish to offer me platitudes, you shall find no success. Before long, the morning's work officially commenced. Qin Qian personally oversaw the production of a new batch of active coatings. The other researchers, seasoned veterans in their own right, took to their samples with an unspoken understanding, bustling about in an orderly fashion. After conducting a series of tests, everything unfolded as Qin Qian had anticipated. Although this active material could achieve visual invisibility under the guidance of electric currents, it failed to evade radar detection. When combined with traditional stealth coatings, the result was even less effective, as it could neither achieve complete visual concealment nor maintain its radar-evading properties. Qin Qian also experimented with applying a base layer of traditional stealth coating, followed by a layer of active coating, but the radar could still easily detect it. One could say that the active coating and traditional stealth coating were fundamentally at odds with each other. However, research necessitates direction. So Qin Qian instructed the others to continue exploring the effects of varying mixtures, while he quietly opened the system interface. When faced with uncertainty, one could always consult the system. The system, as expected, was reliable, though it was too lazy to provide a guiding plan, and soon became busy. Qin Qian observed with delight that the task could be completed in just 4 days. Truly, his system was remarkable. Thus, with the system's assistance, Qin Qian continually guided the research and development team, and the progress of their work surged forward at an astonishing pace. Yang Feng could attest to this. Even though he did not comprehend the intricacies of the research or the discussions among Qin Qian and the others, yet he possessed an eye for beauty, including academician Yin. Everyone appeared to be brimming with excitement, nearly howling at the heavens in joy, clearly indicating that the project was advancing exceptionally well. This filled him with immense satisfaction. For days swiftly passed, and on the 5th morning, Qin Qian completed the preparation of the next-generation active coating while also beginning the creation of a new set of tactical apparel. There was no choice. The previous set was rather unsightly, and Yang Feng had repeatedly urged him to craft a dedicated set for Xiaoyang. Nevertheless, despite its unattractive appearance, the previous set boasted commendable performance. Over the course of those 4 days, it underwent a series of meticulous tests, yielding astonishing results. Commander Liu immediately decided to proceed with mass production for deployment, although the new generation of active coding was still under development, necessitating a delay. Finally, it was done. In the afternoon, Qin Qian completed the entirely new tactical outfit, outfitted with the next generation active coding. Yang Feng eagerly accepted it, unable to resist examining it closely. It retained its deep black hue, yet appeared almost leather-like, exuding a remarkable quality. It was also noticeably larger than the previous set. The core control unit at the waist was designed in the style of a belt, while the inner thigh featured a padded lining that elegantly resolved any awkwardness. The arms and legs were equipped with tactical pockets, not only aesthetically pleasing but also boasting considerable elasticity, allowing for the carrying of a substantial amount of items. In addition, it comes equipped with corresponding gloves and military boots. Once adorned in this tactical attire and rendered invisible, one could assert that apart from the head, complete concealment is indeed achievable. Quite remarkable, indeed. Yang Feng mused to himself incessantly. However, my dear brother, what shall I do about my head? It remains exposed. After all, perhaps, you could procure a hood for me? Qin Qian's lips twitched slightly, and an involuntary thought of a terrorist had crossed his mind. Let us forego the hood, lest one mistakenly perceives you as a bandit. Then what shall we do? Yang Feng shrugged his shoulders in mild frustration. Chapter 311. The Gray Machine. Wait a moment, Qin Qian said. The head must be covered. We cannot truly expose it. What, during combat? Do we expect to be invisible while only our heads are visible, frightening the enemy to death? This issue could indeed be resolved, but not at this moment. Qin Qian had previously contemplated that the mass deployment of tactical attire would equate to concealment and defense, and when complemented with the Hou-Ye, it would enhance offensive capabilities. What else was needed? Reconnaissance. He recalled that when he first arrived at the Firepower Research Institute, Yang Feng had taken him to visit the initial laboratory, where the project focused on tactical imaging devices for reconnaissance, and they had already made commendable progress. Thus, he intended to wait until they completed their work before directly integrating it into a helmet. After all, he could not expect to handle everything himself. Qin Qian shared his thoughts with Yang Feng to a certain extent, which instantly invigorated Yang Feng. Why didn't you mention it sooner? I see. Just wait here. I'll go urge them, Yang Feng declared, preparing to leave. Qin Qian couldn't help but feel exasperated. Did this brilliant mind truly believe that merely urging them would yield results? Was research work that simple? Nevertheless, he did not hinder Yang Feng. It was better for him to be busy than to remain idle and torment him with countless elementary questions. However, just as Yang Feng reached the door and opened it, a frail old man appeared outside, his gaze illuminating with brilliance upon spotting Qin Qian. Little Chun. You must be Little Chun, right? Where is it? The elderly man exclaimed with delight. Academician Feng, what brings you here? Yang Feng immediately halted his departure upon seeing the old man. I'm here to collect something, Academician Feng replied. What item? Qin Qian inquired, slightly puzzled, as he approached the entrance. Commander Liu sent me over, stating that you have developed something remarkably powerful, seemingly called active coding? Academician Feng stated uncertainly. I've waited all morning and have yet to see it delivered, so I came to retrieve it myself. Upon hearing this, Qin Qian understood that Commander Liu must have learned they had completed a new generation of coding that morning and had communicated with Feng. I wonder what your project entails. Qin Qian cautiously probed, glancing at Yang Feng, uncertain if such a direct inquiry was appropriate. If the project Yang Feng was responsible for was minor and of low confidentiality, it would be acceptable. However, if it held a higher classification, his inquiry might not be well received. Yet, it was clear that Academician Feng harbored no such concerns. With a smile, he replied, Aircraft. I work with large aircraft. You work with aircraft? Qin Qian's eyes widened in surprise, quickly realizing he must have misheard and discreetly swallowed. Fortunately, Academician Feng didn't catch his slip. Nodding affirmatively, indeed, just aircraft. It's not convenient to discuss further here. You should come with me. Come with you? Qin Qian looked at Yang Feng in astonishment. Momentarily bewildered, Yang Feng casually patted his shoulder and exclaimed, Brother, I actually suggested to Academician Feng a couple of days ago that you should come and have some fun. Go on, go on. You've nearly wrapped up everything here, haven't you? Goodness, so it was you who arranged this. Qin Qian instinctively replied. But the new generation of codings hasn't been tested yet. Nonsense, That's not a concern. You can discuss it with Academician Fong when you get there. Such trivial matters don't require your direct involvement, Yang Feng asserted. With Yang Feng's encouragement, Qin Qian ceased to resist. After all, work is work. Regardless of the location, even a restroom can serve as a workspace. All right then, let us go, he said, beckoning Jiang Ruyue and Chen Quan, bidding farewell to Academician Yin and the others as they departed the laboratory. However, just as they stepped out, Qin Qian suddenly pondered a troubling thought. Wait a minute. Did Yang Feng suggest to Academician Fong that I go? Did that not create animosity towards me? Why does Academician Fong appear so composed? He seems to harbor no grievances against me. Lost in contemplation, Qin Qian struggled to understand whether Yang Feng had truly spared him or if his own charismatic allure had silently captivated Academician Fong. As they walked, Yang Feng noticed Qin Qian's unusual demeanor and surmised his thoughts, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph, do you really think I'm foolish? If I were to elevate your status further, who knows how you'd treat me in the future? He now clearly understood that since he spent every day with Qin Qian, there was no need to exert undue pressure. If Qin Qian were to become complacent, he could simply spur him on. If one nudge wouldn't suffice, he could try twice. If that failed, he could attempt 10 times, and if necessary, 100. He was confident that if the Monkey King could be coaxed into obedience by Tang Song, then Emir Qin Qian would be a breeze to manage. It was imperative to bring him under control, much like certain authors who neglect their writing. Prompting them online may seem futile. However, if readers were to stand with a knife at their side, urging them to write, the effect would be utterly different. Moments later, they arrived at an exceptionally spacious and lofty laboratory. Though termed a lab, it was rather expansive, with multiple rooms in the distance housing various metal processing equipment, resembling a vast workshop. Upon entering, Qin Qian was momentarily speechless, his gaze entirely captivated by the large contraptions at the center of the space. What? Qin Qian stammered, glancing at the smiling Academician Fong. These were not merely large aircraft, they were clearly the Jian-20. He had initially thought they were the C-919 commercial airliners. Next, Qin Qian shot Yang Feng a resentful glance, as if to say, when I first arrived at the Armament Research Institute, why didn't you bring me here for a tour? Yang Feng feigned ignorance, chuckling to himself. A brief tour was adequate. There was no way he would show him every single detail. What do you think, little Qin? Impressive, isn't it? Academician Fong smiled, his pride unabashed. As the Jian-20's reputation was undoubtedly well known across the globe, before Qin Qian could respond, researchers from a distance began to gather around, all wearing enthusiastic smiles. Academician Fong. Is that Qin Qian? Qin Qian has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Isn't this the god of wealth? Ha ha ha. For some reason, seeing their enthusiasm makes Qin Qian feel a bit awkward. Previously, whether he was at the academy or with Academician Yin, he was met with cold indifference at first. And now, suddenly greeted with such warmth, he finds it quite unfamiliar. He chuckled, greeting everyone with a formulaic smile. Hello, hello. Yes, it is I. Someone suddenly inquired, Academician Fong, has the item arrived? Academician Fong replied with a smile, rest assured, it will be delivered shortly. Wonderful. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Academician Fong explained. After my discussion with Commander Liu, I immediately informed them about the paint, and now we are just waiting for the delivery to test the results. I understand. Qin Qian responded with a smile. Chapter 312. The Mother of Industry, all right? You all may get back to your tasks, said Academician Fong. Then turning to Qin Qian and the others, he added, we still have some time. Would you like me to give you a tour? Curiosity piqued regarding the vast research and development facility. Qin Qian nodded and followed him on a brief exploration, soon acquiring a fundamental understanding of the place. It became evident that each room housing the equipment served a distinct function, dedicated to the research and manufacturing of specific components for the Jian-20. Among these, the engine research workshop stood out as the largest, boasting the most researchers, comprehensive resources, and an array of functional testing scenarios. However, what truly astonished Qin Qian was the unexpected discovery of a super high-precision machine tool in a seemingly inconspicuous workshop. The term Mother of Industry refers to machine tools, essential for the processing of metals and other materials, and it is no exaggeration to assert that machine tools form the foundation of a nation's equipment manufacturing. They are also pivotal to the advancement of modern industry, with high-end machine tools representing a strategic resource. China's industrial sector indeed ranks first in the world, with the quantity and significance of machine tools being self-evident. Yet, it is worth noting that high-end machine tools, particularly high-precision CNC machines, remain relatively weak, lacking the necessary precision. The world's most advanced high-end CNC machine tools have long been dominated by Germany and Japan, achieving precision levels of 0.01 to 0.001 micrometers, nearing the nanoscale. As for the precision of China's high-end machine tools, it is better left unmentioned. This is something even the most observant citizens, including Chen Qian himself, are aware of. Hence, upon encountering that super high-precision CNC machine, he was left astounded. Who on earth claimed that China's high-precision CNC machines were inadequate? Such claims are simply misleading. Suddenly, Chen Qian realized that he too had been influenced by the misinformation propagated by certain entities. How absurd. Upon reflection, it seemed quite normal. If the general populace is aware of such matters, surely those in power are too, if they are cognizant. How could they possibly neglect to address these issues or prepare adequately? With China's vast resources and talented individuals, it is implausible that no breakthroughs have occurred over the years. Academician Fong, what is the precision of that machine tool? Chen Qian couldn't help but inquire as they exited the workshop and returned to the main hall. Academician Fong paused, revealing an enigmatic smile. Oh, it merely maintains a stability of 0.001 micrometers, nothing to write home about. Really? Nothing to write home about? Chen Qian thought incredulously. The most advanced machine tools in the world fluctuate between 0.01 and 0.001 micrometers, and yet here was one maintaining stability at 0.001 micrometers. And it was dismissed as trivial? Feeling somewhat taken aback, Chen Qian fell silent, realizing that he was usually the one engaging in self-praise. And now witnessing someone else do so was quite unsettling. He began to understand why the nation had made continuous breakthroughs in various weaponry and advancements in the aerospace sector. Even daring to propose the Southern Skygate plan, the mother of industry has achieved a remarkable precision of 0.001 microns. Is it not bound to break through? Jiang Ruyue, witnessing his flustered demeanor, could not help but cover her mouth, fearing an uncontrollable laugh, for such instances of amusing her boyfriend were indeed rare. However, Shin Quan appeared less astonished. Could it be? Jiang Ruyue pondered. If Jiang Ruyue was aware, then naturally, Chen Qian was also cognizant of the situation. Having noticed Chen Quan's calm, unperturbed gaze as he observed the unfolding drama, that sly old fox. At that moment, the external door swung open, and a new generation of active coding materials was delivered. Finally, it had arrived. Academician Fong expressed his delight and promptly summoned the personnel to prepare for the testing phase. Surely, Academician Fong possessed a fundamental understanding of this active coding. Chen Qian interjected, while we now have the coding. The control core compatible with the GN20 has yet to be produced, so true visual invisibility remains unattainable for the time being. Academician Fong nodded with a smile. I understand this. For now, we merely need to test whether the radar can detect it. Observing the proceedings, Chen Qian chose to remain silent, watching attentively. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, and within an hour, the testing concluded. Upon seeing the radar interface devoid of any response, Academician Fong radiated excitement. Fantastic! There is not the slightest hint of detection. Is it really that thrilling? Chen Qian queried Academician Fong. Doesn't the GN20 already possess a traditional stealth coding? Why are you so exuberant? He was well aware that the GN20 could evade radar detection, a feat derived from the advancements of the industrial sector. The more one delved into industrial insights, the more astonishing the discoveries became. Every exploration yielded silence. Fortuitously, galaxy technology had not encountered the industrial revelations. Otherwise, the earlier quantum computer might have been exposed before it had even warmed up. Ah, that is precisely because of you. Academician Fong chuckled. Now that we can evade radar. Once the control core is completed, we shall achieve dual invisibility. This is true invisibility. I am eagerly anticipating the prowess of our GN20. Now it made sense. Chen Qian smiled knowingly, recognizing the source of Fong's excitement was indeed the prospect of visual invisibility. Yet, he understood the enthusiasm. For this was the pure heart of a researcher, exhilarated by even the slightest breakthrough. I must intensify my efforts to ensure our GN20 achieves true invisibility sooner, Chen Qian declared. Academician Fong turned and patted Chen Qian on the shoulder, exchanging unspoken sentiments. Previously, he had not paid much attention to Chen Qian, finding him amusing only during the nationwide activities for profit. He had always perceived Chen Qian as belonging to a different domain. Even though Chen Qian's galaxy technology had made numerous groundbreaking products in daily life, Fong had felt little more than a mild appreciation. It was only after a phone call from Commander Liu regarding the active coding that he began to view Qin Qian with newfound respect. However, even in the brief time spent with Qin Qian, he could perceive the fervent heart for his country that lay beneath Qin Qian's youthful and somewhat exuberant exterior. This is a comrade, a kindred spirit. Alas, a sigh emanated from nearby, and both Qin Qian and Academician Fong turned to see Yang Feng. What troubles you? Sighing like that? Qin Qian inquired. Yang Feng shook his head, saying, I simply feel a touch of regret. Regret over what? Qin Qian asked. Yang Feng gestured towards the distant J-20. I sense that this creation lacks sufficient strength. Qin Qian's expression darkened. How could the J-20 be deemed insufficiently powerful? It is, after all, one of the world's top fifth-generation fighter jets. If this is not strong enough, then what would suffice? Yet, Qin Qian soon realized that the J-20 indeed seemed to possess certain shortcomings. Chapter 313, The Amphibious Sword 20 Concept. Professor Fong. What engine is currently employed in the Sword 20? Is it the Russian AL-31F, the turbofan, 10C, or perhaps? Qin Qian's words trailed off as he nearly divulged the existence of the turbofan, 15 engine. Despite having been reborn into this era, where the pace of global development has accelerated significantly compared to his previous life, the news regarding the adoption of the turbofan, 15 engine remained entirely undisclosed to the public. Leaving uncertainty about its integration, Professor Fong did not conceal the truth. He promptly stated, the Russian AL-31F engine was merely a temporary solution during the initial stages. We have now liberated ourselves from reliance on Russian engines and have equipped the Sword 20 with the turbofan, 10C engine, entering mass production. However, this is merely the information released to the public. Strictly speaking, the Sword 20 equipped with the turbofan, 10C can only be classified as a Generation and a half fighter. Privately, we have recently completed the research and mass production of the turbofan 15 engine, and the adaptation process has been finalized. It can be integrated at any moment. Indeed, Qin Qian mused inwardly, cunning as a fox. The more shrewdness he displayed, the more admiration he felt. Thus, it stands to reason that research into an engine even more formidable than the turbofan 15 must have commenced. Qin Qian chuckled. Professor Fong regarded him with a discerning glance. Hesitating momentarily before nodding with a smile, of course, we develop one generation, reveal another, and equip the next. Ha ha ha. A lament, out of place. Echoed once more. Brother Yang, why do you still wear that frown? Qin Qian exclaimed, with the turbofan 15 engine augmenting the Sword 20. It is a bona fide top-tier 5th-generation fighter. Yet, Yang Feng hesitated, gesturing towards the distant Sword 20. But, no matter how powerful it is not without flaws. At this remark, Professor Fong bristled. What do you mean by not perfect? In my eyes, the Sword 20 is the epitome of excellence. Come now, where is it lacking? Speak up, you uncouth fellow. I shall not let this matter rest today. It cannot dive. Yang Feng declared with conviction. It can only soar through the skies. Is that not its most critical shortcoming? Qin Qian was momentarily stunned, and several researchers passing by were equally taken aback. What do you mean it can only fly? Goodness, it's an aircraft, a mighty aircraft. Shouldn't planes be soaring through the heavens rather than swimming in the depths? What kind of absurd reasoning is this? However, Yang Feng remained undeterred. Even if it flies swiftly or effortlessly breaks the sound barrier, what of it? Why not achieve a water explosion? Sonic booms are so mundane. Professor Fong, visibly exasperated by Yang Feng's obstinacy, retorted, a plane soaring through the skies cannot plunge into the depths. If it could, what purpose would an aircraft carrier serve? Qin Qian hurriedly interjected to mediate. Not necessarily, Professor Fong. It is not that simple. Even if it could submerge, an aircraft carrier would still be useful, as the operational radius of fighter jets is limited and requires a platform. His words only served to further inflame Professor Fong's ire. What do you mean, Xiaoqin? Are you actually considering letting the Sword 20 submerge? Wouldn't the engine stall? What does it mean to have a limited operational radius? Our Jian 20 boasts an impressive operational radius of 2,000 kilometers with a diameter of 4,000 kilometers, certainly not 400 kilometers. Qin Qian was momentarily taken aback. That was not his intention at all. Although he did contemplate the possibility of deploying the Jian 20, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, fearing it might provoke a negative reaction from Academician Fong. However, Yang Feng had no such reservations and bluntly remarked, 4,000 kilometers is still insufficient. An operational radius of nearly 2,000 kilometers is hardly impressive. It wouldn't even suffice to encircle the Earth. At that moment, Academician Fong's expression darkened considerably. He pointed at Yang Feng, seemingly ready to articulate a retort, but hesitated, realizing that his coarse counterpart might not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Frustrated, he felt on the verge of losing his composure. All right, Yang Ge. Perhaps you should say a little less, Qin Xian interjected, pulling Yang Feng back a few steps. Academician Feng is a national treasure. If you were to become truly upset, could you bear the responsibility? He whispered. Yang Feng, suddenly enlightened, recognized that provoking such anger could lead to dire consequences, be it resignation or a transition to another entity. It would certainly create a significant backlash. With this thought, he quickly donned a contrite smile, apologizing, Academician Feng, I beg your pardon. You know I am just a simpleton without technical expertise. I merely spoke without thinking. Please, do not take offense. Seeing this display of humility, Academician Feng's mood softened slightly. In truth, he was generally a very affable person, possessing a commendable temperament. His earlier reaction was unexpected, having devoted his life to research. He took immense pride in his work, an achievement that resonated with the nation. Thus, the sudden and absurd questioning of his life's work had momentarily flustered him, leading to his irritation. Those who lack understanding should refrain from making such baseless criticisms, Academician Feng thought, though his tone had noticeably softened. Yang Feng, perceiving this shift, showered him with a flurry of compliments, eventually managing to placate the esteemed academic. His ability to seize opportunities was undeniable. In fact, deploying the GN-20 was not entirely out of the question. Even the prospect of it circumnavigating the globe was not entirely implausible, Qin Xian suddenly remarked. Now composed, Academician Feng did not immediately counter this statement. Instead, he began to ponder. After all, scientific endeavor is fundamentally about transforming the improbable into the possible. If it were feasible to upgrade the GN-20, enabling it to operate in water and extend its operational radius, he would certainly welcome such a development. Upon hearing Qin Xian's assertion, Yang Feng's eyes widened with excitement, glowing with an unmistakable sense of delight. I knew it. I knew you would understand me, dear brother. You must have a solution. Who understands you? Do not speak so ambiguously, Qin Xian thought to himself, albeit inwardly. Do you have any ideas, Xiaoqin? Academician Feng inquired, having contemplated the matter yet found himself without a clear direction. In simpler terms, the GN-20 operates through engine mechanisms utilizing turbofan jet propulsion, which fundamentally differs from the operational states and forms of submarines and other underwater machinery. One cannot simply modify the power system of the Sword-20 for underwater operations, for such alterations would render it incapable of flight. At this moment, Qin Xian was uncertain of his own thoughts. Yet he boldly asserted, is it truly so arduous to circumnavigate the Earth? 2 or even 3 laps would suffice. As long as we address the issues of energy supply and engine endurance. Endurance concerns can be tackled through design, materials, and manufacturing techniques. As for the energy dilemma, nuclear power, of course. Regarding the capability to operate both beneath the waves and in the skies, wouldn't a different propulsion system suffice? I believe that the ion propulsion system presents a commendable solution, adept at effortlessly resolving vertical takeoff and landing challenges. Chapter 314. A sudden inspiration. Academician Feng was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, he had neither food nor drink in his mouth at that moment, or he would have surely choked or sputtered. What did it mean to resolve the endurance of an engine and then employ nuclear power? What did it signify to simply switch to an ion propulsion system? Was it truly so effortless? Indeed, ion propulsion fundamentally utilizes electromagnetic fields to accelerate charged particles, thereby generating thrust, and it is indeed capable of operating in both water and air. However, the issue lies in the fact that the acceleration and thrust of ion propulsion are exceedingly low. To what extent? Merely a few tens of millinewtons and several centimeters per square second. Currently, the most advanced next ion propulsion system produces a thrust of merely 1 to 150 micronewtons. To utilize such a system as the powertrain for the Sword-20? What a farce. And to rely on nuclear power as well? A nuclear power device of that magnitude mounted on the Sword-20? Was this not utterly fanciful? Academician Feng's gaze towards Qin Xian grew increasingly complex. He longed to voice his concerns but hesitated, fearing he might undermine Qin Xian's confidence, especially since he appeared so self-assured, exuding an air of certainty. In stark contrast, Yang Feng was devoid of such worries. He had seized Qin Xian's shoulders and was shaking him enthusiastically. My dear brother, everything rests upon you. Academician Fong finally could not restrain himself and spoke up. Young Chen, your idea seems a bit. Qin Qian, fully aware of Academician Fong's thoughts, chuckled and replied, a bit fanciful, right? However, isn't the premise of technological advancement rooted in imagination? One step at a time. Perhaps it will come to fruition in the future? Hearing this, Academician Fong also laughed, realizing that Qin Qian was jesting. You are indeed correct. I am but an old relic. If we do not dare to dream, how can we speak of progress? Haha. Yang Feng, catching on, interjected. Wait. What are you two talking about? Brother, were you just joking? Aren't we supposed to commence relevant research immediately? Qin Qian momentarily found himself at a loss for words. He had not prepared to start right away, especially since controlled nuclear fusion had yet to be achieved. What he intended to utilize was not the traditional nuclear power system, which he deemed utterly inadequate. In his view, even miniaturization was unnecessary, if anything. It had to be controlled nuclear fusion. Recently, he had refrained from contemplating the exoskeleton suit, for the more he thought about it, the more he craved it. Yet, with controlled nuclear fusion still incomplete, he felt an insatiable itch. However, upon witnessing Yang Feng's astonished and somewhat disheartened expression, he hesitated for a brief moment before softly suggesting, how about I first conduct some research on ion propulsion? Excellent. Wonderful. Yang Feng exclaimed, embracing Qin Qian, fearful he might reconsider. Whatever you need. Just let me know, and I will procure it for you. If I cannot obtain it, I shall seize it. Thank you, Qin Qian replied with a sidelong glance. Unwilling to elaborate further, Academician Fong, observing the exchange, chuckled softly but refrained from speaking. He did not wish to dampen Qin Qian's enthusiasm. If he wished to research, then let him research. Academician Fong, I shall remain here with you for the time being. What do you think? Qin Qian inquired. Although it was certain he would stay, given that it was their territory, it was prudent to seek a semblance of permission. Certainly, there's no problem at all. Xiao Chun, feel free to stay as long as you wish and explore whatever interests you. There is no need to be courteous. That's wonderful. Over the next few days, I will focus on developing the control core for the Sword 20. Upon hearing this, Academician Fong felt a wave of joy wash over him, even displaying a hint of impatience. Subsequently, Qin Qian and his colleagues officially joined Academician Fong and the others, similar to their previous experiences in other laboratories. Academician Fong and his team busied themselves with their tasks while Qin Qian concentrated on his own work, without any interference. However, the atmosphere was markedly different. Everyone treated Qin Qian with utmost courtesy and friendliness, a stark contrast to the past. Yang Feng was eager for Qin Qian to complete the control core for the Sword 20 swiftly, so they could commence research on the ion thruster. This urgency fueled his enthusiasm, and he quickly prepared the necessary materials for crafting the control core. Qin Qian officially began his work, but before diving into it, he took time to organize the relevant technologies concerning tactical attire, fluid materials, and the new generation of active coatings. Ignoring Yang Feng's impatience, he dedicated a full week to meticulously sorting through the information, which left him quite fatigued, as everything was already stored in his mind, making the process exceedingly tedious. If only the knowledge in his mind could manifest itself effortlessly, Qin Qian mused, only to suddenly pause in realization. No, wait. It indeed could manifest. Thought reading. Brainwaves. He had always kept an eye on the project concerning human-animal communication and spiritual realms, which had been steadily advancing within galaxy technology. Especially since the critical issues had already been resolved, it was merely a matter of time. If thoughts could be read, wouldn't it alleviate the burden of organizing data? Qin Qian pondered. However, he soon found himself in a quandary. The notion of reading thoughts had been dismissed early on during the theoretical modeling of brainwave decryption. The related products were unequivocally unfeasible. Even in the spiritual realm project, user thought reading would not involve any data retention or analysis by galaxy technology. But what if I secretly developed it for my own use? Qin Qian contemplated. Before long, he arrived at a resolution. Let us proceed. However, it would only be to assist himself in organizing and theorizing information. After all, the intricacies of human nature are difficult to confront directly. Qin Qian harbored no interest in studying whether humanity is inherently good or evil. Complexity and inscrutability can sometimes possess their own beauty, and beauty requires distance and mystery. Humans are social creatures, and their behaviors and values are influenced by their surroundings. Qin Qian wished to avoid delving into such issues, lest he, like before, become ensnared in an obsessive quest, transforming into a wealthy madman. Madness is not terrifying. What is truly frightful is the thought of not having spent his wealth, not having married, not enjoying life, and not realizing his dreams. Yet Chen murmured to himself, suddenly struck by a thought. Since reading thoughts is impossible, what if I reverse the process? What if I could implant certain thoughts into others' minds? At this realization, a chill ran down his spine as he began to fear his own ideas. If human thoughts could be modified at will, akin to programming, then humanity itself would cease to be human. He immediately dismissed the notion, yet soon felt that he had overlooked something. What have I neglected? Chen pondered deeply. Jiang Riyue and Chen Quan, observing his demeanor, refrained from interrupting, for they understood that Chen must be contemplating something of great significance. Meanwhile, Yang Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What dilemma could trouble the younger brother so profoundly? It must be our amphibious sword, the Waterland duality. Splendid. After a week, he is finally set to embark on the right path. Chapter 3:15. The transmission of knowledge. Chen did not ponder for long. Soon, a brilliant idea sparked in his clever mind. Knowledge. Indeed, it was knowledge. Chen murmured to himself with a surge of excitement. Why could knowledge not be implanted within the mind? Throughout history, humanity's approach to education has been inherently inefficient. However, the dissemination and popularization of knowledge are of paramount importance, as the quest for talent is crucial to the development of nations and civilizations. Thus, humanity has never ceased in its pursuit of knowledge. Yet it has seldom considered the efficiency of this acquisition or sought ways to enhance it. From an individual perspective, the current inefficient educational methods squander an inordinate amount of time. Children entering this world are thrust into kindergarten before they have even begun to truly experience it. Some are subjected to prenatal education and so-called pre-kindergarten instruction. Once in kindergarten, they transition to primary school, followed by junior high, high school, and eventually university. In the blink of an eye, they find themselves in their 20s, faced with the choice of either pursuing further studies or entering the workforce. Enduring the harsh realities of life, how many years do they truly have to savor the world and enjoy life? Perhaps just those 4 years of university, or even merely 3, if they attend a less prestigious institution where the cycle of inefficient learning continues unabated. However, even in mediocre universities, one can indeed enjoy life. Yet, once they re-enter society, they face the discrimination of academic credentials. Is such a life truly fulfilling? Perhaps those adept at finding joy amidst hardship might claim happiness, but Chen held a different view. The current educational paradigm must be transformed. Chen resolved to take action. However, he still grappled with doubts. Although he did not intend to delve into the complexities of human nature, he genuinely wished for the majority of people to embrace goodness. Is there a method to guide most individuals towards virtue? Certainly. Chen believed that subtle manipulations during the knowledge input process could indeed steer everyone towards righteousness. Yet, this raised a critical question. Once modified, could these individuals still be considered truly human? For the common populace, would such an alteration be excessively cruel? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Chen exhaled deeply. Sighing softly to himself, perhaps it is best to abandon this notion. Upon regaining his composure, he felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had not succumbed to a narrow-minded obsession. Had he rashly decided to modify everyone, he might never have forgiven himself. Nevertheless, there remained a duty to fulfill, a knowledge to transmit, while being mindful of the balance required in this endeavor. Chen resolved not to manipulate people's thoughts, but he would not limit himself to merely conveying written knowledge. He would also impart moral values and principles of conduct to assist individuals in establishing a sound moral compass. In simple terms, what Chen aimed to accomplish was to document various forms of knowledge, along with correct moral values, and ensure that people could readily access this information whenever needed, thereby preventing forgetfulness. Ultimately, however, the choice of what kind of person to become would remain a matter of individual freedom. Having clarified his thoughts on the transmission of knowledge, Chen felt a profound sense of relief wash over him, accompanied by a light-hearted smile. At times, when one discovers the capacity to wield influence over others, it can become an immense burden. Fortunately, he remained true to his principles. This is for you, Brother Quan. Chen called over Chen Quan and handed him the USB drive containing the technical documents compiled over the past week. Chen Quan was somewhat exhilarated, as he had long awaited this moment. Here you go, Chen remarked with a smile. Chen Quan understood that he was not merely referring to the transfer of these documents, but also to a series of responsibilities. Rest assured, I am quite capable of handling things. Chun Quan asserted confidently. Indeed, you are the most reliable. Now you may take your leave. Chun Quan chuckled, waved goodbye to Jiang Ryue and Yang Feng, and departed, uncertain of when he would return. The tasks ahead were numerous: relevant technology applications, meetings, authorization negotiations, production, and manufacturing. In the research and development of weapon upgrades, the enormity of his responsibilities could not be overstated. Time was of the essence. Although he need not rush, his mind raced with anticipation to witness the widespread implementation of these technologies and the enhancement of national military strength. Moreover, given the current tumultuous international landscape, the most favorable outcome would be a gradual stabilization. Otherwise, the declaration of war by Russia against Ukraine could herald the onset of World War III. This was not merely his personal assessment, but also that of Elder Mu. Brother, look. After Chun Quan's departure, Yang Feng could no longer contain himself. For Chen Qian had begun to leisurely work on the control core of the amphibious Sword 20. How could he neglect his duties? What about the ion thruster for the dual-purpose Sword 20? Why was he not working? This lad showed no sense of urgency whatsoever. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Chun Quan acquire what he desired, and the envy was palpable. Yet, Chen Qian simply cast a calm glance at Yang Feng before turning away. There was no need to rush. He had endured a week of relentless pressure from Yang Feng, leading him to suspect that Yang Feng might have been a nagging monk in a past life, a modern-day Tang son. Who else would incessantly whisper in another's ear every day? It was utterly exasperating. Seeing that Chen Qian ignored him, Yang Feng could only let out a resigned sigh, hoping that Chen Qian would expedite his work. In truth, it was not just Yang Feng who felt anxious. Academician Feng and others were similarly concerned. A week had passed, and why was the control core still not complete? Was there an issue? However, unlike Yang Feng, Academician Feng refrained from pressuring Chen Qian, understanding that such insistence would yield no benefit. Yet, it was inevitable that he would occasionally check in on Chen Qian, inquiring whether he faced any difficulties or required assistance. Chen Qian, of course, needed no help, which led Academician Feng to ask about mundane matters instead, emphasizing his desire to alleviate any personal concerns for Chen Qian, believing that only then could he fully dedicate himself to his work. This left Yang Feng with little room to contribute. Before long, 2 days had elapsed, and the adaptation of the Sword 20's control core was officially completed. As it was merely a modification of existing technology, the task was straightforward, leading to its swift accomplishment within 2 days. In truth, if one were to be precise, Chen Qian could have completed the task in a mere day and a half. The delay extending to 2 days was solely due to Yang Feng's excessive insistence. He relished witnessing Xiao Yang's impatience and helplessness. Such is his rebellious nature. Boer, please summon Academician Feng and inform him that the control core has been successfully established. Chen Qian directed towards Jiang Ryu. Just as Jiang Ryu was about to set off, Yang Feng, brimming with excitement, sprang to his feet and dashed away with remarkable speed. Sister-in-law, do not move. Allow me to go. What did he mean by asking to go? Jiang Ryu inquired. Primarily because Yang Feng was running so swiftly that she could not catch his words from behind. Chapter 316. Trivial matters, it is of little significance. Chen Qian smiled faintly. Jiang Ryu, upon seeing his smile, understood the situation. Chen Qian must have surmised that Yang Feng was growing impatient, prompting him to feign a need to summon others. He was indeed caught in a tight spot. It seemed that he had been thoroughly corrupted by the cunning ways of Brother Quan. Jiang Ryu pondered seriously in her heart. Before long, Yang Feng hurried in with Academician Feng. Xiao Chen, have you resolved the control core? Academician Feng inquired. It's all set. Chen Qian nodded, turning to retrieve a palm-sized circular component from the workstation. Academician Feng took the control core and examined it closely, exclaiming, I never imagined such a small object would be the key to active camouflage. What are we waiting for? Academician Feng. Let's commence the tests. Yang Feng, unable to contain his anticipation, urged. Academician Feng chuckled, wasting no time, and led everyone to the main hall to initiate preparations. Chen Qian and the others stood quietly by, awaiting the testing process. It was merely a test of the control core, so the preparations were not complex and did not involve any other issues. The GN20 had already been coated with the new generation of active paint several days prior. In just a few minutes, the control core was installed, and the testing was about to begin. At that moment, others who had been busy in different rooms gathered in the hall, surrounding the GN20 in eager anticipation of the test. Let's begin, Academician Feng commanded. A researcher climbed atop the GN20 and pressed the control core. In an instant, Light waves surged, and within the blink of an eye, the GN20 vanished from sight, leaving the crowd in astonishment. My heavens! It has truly disappeared. This is genuine invisibility. If it weren't for Shaoli still perched atop, I would have thought my eyes were deceiving me, believing there was nothing there. Academician Fong was equally exhilarated. Xiao Chun, it worked. Chun Qian smiled calmly. After all, given the previous success with the tactical suit, this outcome was anticipated. However, it was the first time for Academician Fong and the others to witness such a spectacle, hence their astonishment. The testing continued, and after 3 hours of meticulous evaluations, Academician Fong was thoroughly reassured. Whether it was visual cloaking, evading radar, or remaining undetectable by radar while cloaked, everything performed impeccably. Academician Fong, there is still one test remaining. Qin Qian suddenly remarked. Academician Fong paused. One test remains? That cannot be. Qin Qian shook his head. We have yet to test the fire control radar. The room fell silent, eyes wide in disbelief as they stared at Qin Qian. Academician Fong instinctively swallowed, his voice trembling slightly. That's right. We haven't tested the fire control radar. It was only after Chun Qian's reminder that he suddenly recognized this oversight, for the fire control radar differed fundamentally from standard radar. In simple terms, whether active phased array or passive phased array, the primary function of radar is to detect enemies in advance, allowing for appropriate preparations, a sort of advance notice. Conversely, the fire control radar serves a distinct purpose. It is explicitly designed to lock onto targets, akin to aiming at an enemy before firing. Due to their distinct functions, fire control radars exhibit fundamental differences from other types of radar from the outset of their design, primarily achieving visual lock through related systems. This explains why conventional stealth-coded aircraft cannot evade being locked onto by fire control radars during engagements with adversaries. However, the GN-20, equipped with active camouflage, is an exception. It can achieve complete visual invisibility. Can it elude the lock of fire control radars? If so, the Chinese Air Force could be described in 2 words, invincible. Indeed, invincible. For one cannot attack what one cannot detect. Even if the enemy can operate manually, a skilled ace pilot could effortlessly evade detection. Moreover, the enemy is blind to its presence. Academician Fong took a deep breath, striving to temper his excitement. Commence the fire control radar locking test. Upon this command, a researcher dashed toward the control room, while the others left behind engaged in animated discussions, their anticipation mounting. Standing still amidst the astonished gazes around him, Chun Qian smiled slightly, exuding an air of calm. It was all a jest. Though he wasn't one to ostentatiously display bravado, having been reborn, he had encountered myriad situations and gazes. Such trivial circumstances hardly stirred any ripples in his heart. Of course, a slight sense of satisfaction lingered within him. Soon, the hall resonated with the voice of the researcher from the control room. Academician Fong, everything is ready. As the hall was already equipped with fire control radar components, there was little left to prepare. Academician Fong nodded. Initiate the test. The fire control radar is activated, the researcher announced, continuing to report on the test status. Qin Qian could clearly see Academician Fong clenching his fist, evidently anxious. Fire control radar locking in progress. Locking ongoing. Unable to lock onto the target. No targets available for locking. A wave of astonishment swept through the room, and cheers erupted as everyone embraced one another in exhilaration. Yang Feng, too, was eager to embrace Qin Qian, but Qin Qian swiftly dodged, exchanging a knowing glance with Jiang Ruyue, both sharing a smile. Although he considered evading the fire control radar a minor feat, witnessing the jubilant crowd, he could not help but be swept up in their enthusiasm. Before long, the cheers subsided, replaced by enthusiastic applause, and the gazes directed at Qin Qian brimmed with excitement. Should I gesture in acknowledgement? Qin Qian pondered. In that moment, he contemplated waving his hand to feign a modest acknowledgement, but reconsidered, deeming it too ostentatious. After all, he was no high-ranking official. Thus, he dismissed the thought. The applause continued for an extended duration, eventually ceasing only at Academician Fong's behest. Thank you, Chun, thank you. Academician Fong expressed, his excitement still palpable. Qin Qian felt a twinge of unease. Academician Fong, you are too kind. This is merely a small matter. Small matter? Academician Fong shook his head, expressing his dissenting opinion. Perhaps to you, this may seem like a trivial matter, merely the incidental application of the developed active coding on the GN-20. However, to us, the GN-20 is akin to our child, and undoubtedly, this child has become significantly more exceptional. For our nation, The enhanced prowess of the Jian 20 equates to dignity. I shall never forget the events of August 11, 2001, yet now, I firmly believe that such occurrences will never be repeated. Qian was momentarily taken aback, coming to understand the essence of Academician Fang's words. Chapter 317, The Great Powers Are Us. He was well aware of the aviation incident from that year, where the hero's final words, "I can no longer return. Please continue onward," left everyone engulfed in guilt and the populace seething with anger. They were incensed. Why could they not fire back? Why could they not go to war? Was it merely due to a promise not to be the first to strike? One must understand the essence of the Chinese people, unyielding and stalwart, with a heart full of righteousness, dedicated to their nation and its citizens. This need not be elaborated upon. For what is more significant is the innate fighting spirit embedded within their very bones. Historically, wars recorded around the globe indicate that China accounts for more than half. The nomadic tribes ravaged by China throughout history, in comparison to Western nations, represent a significant disparity in military prowess. Even before liberation, they dared to open fire on the Royal Navy of the British Empire, just a year after the founding of the nation. They boldly stood against the United States and its allied forces, and during the Korean War, they simultaneously sent troops to aid South Vietnam. Within less than a decade of establishment, they confronted the Soviet Union, proclaiming their intent to exchange blows without nuclear weapons. Armed with light weaponry, they struck India, transforming their counteroffensive into a defense of the adversary's capital, an absolute victory, never once defeated. This terrified the British Empire into silence regarding Hong Kong affairs, compelling them to obediently return it. Awakened from a dying slumber, they realized that the great powers were indeed themselves. Why should they refrain from war? They could no longer tolerate this oppression. Yet, the common people often lacked the foresight of those in power, who understood that the urgent priority was to recuperate and gather strength, thus swallowing their resentment. Both the populace and the authorities have never forgotten, etching every humiliation, including the 81192 incident, into their hearts. This serves as both a spur and an unwavering motivation for progress. The humiliations of the past shall not be repeated. Qian smiled at Academician Fang. If the day comes when war breaks out again, I firmly believe that our nation will astonish the world and stand tall at the pinnacle of global power, because there is me, there is you, and there are countless others striving for this cause. The summit is within reach. Academician Fang seemed touched, his gaze drifting as if peering into the distant horizon. After a long pause, he too smiled. Of course, I believe so as well. Taking a deep breath, Academician Fang composed himself and clapped his hands before the assembly. All right. Since the test is complete, everyone may return to your tasks. Shaoli, your team should prepare to adapt the control core. Redesign the cabin structure at once. The crowd dispersed in an orderly fashion, returning to their busy routines. Qian, along with Jiang Ruyue and others, returned to their designated workspace, while Yang Feng had already vanished without a trace. Qian could easily surmise where he had gone, certainly to arrange logistics for the ion propulsion system. He remained unperturbed, patiently waiting. It was only after a leisurely lunch, upon returning to the workspace with Jiang Ruyue, that he encountered Yang Feng once more. "Hey, little brother," Yang Feng greeted him with a mischievous grin. "Everything is ready. Shall we commence?" Qian cast him a sidelong glance but did not decline. "Very well, let us officially begin. I will first organize my thoughts." As he spoke, he approached a nearby chair and sat down in contemplation. Yang Feng, aware of his habits, dared not interrupt him and quietly took a seat beside him, discreetly signaling Jiang Ruyue to be silent. Jiang Ruyue felt a sense of helplessness. Did she really need reminding to be quiet? She then seated herself, gazing intently at Qian, lost in thought. She cherished these moments of observing Qian deep in contemplation, his demeanor serious and silent, a stark contrast to his usual exuberance. At times, subtle expressions of emotion would flicker across his face, rendering him utterly endearing. Unbeknownst to him, his girlfriend found him adorable. Had he known, he would have surely jumped up exclaiming, "What do you mean adorable? I'm a grown man. How can you call me adorable?" At this moment, he had accessed the system interface and entered Ion Thruster into the deep simulation box. However, he hesitated while filling in the specific simulation parameters. As the system unexpectedly inquired about the required thrust, could he truly select it himself? It was evident that ion thrusters with varying thrust levels would yield different simulation outcomes. Qian believed that naturally, the higher the thrust, the better. He thought of the Dongfeng Express, particularly the Dongfeng 41, which could reach a maximum speed of 25 Mach. capable of striking global targets in an extraordinarily short time. Therefore, equipping an ion thruster with a thrust of 50 Mach would not be excessive, would it? It is well known that the thrust calculation formula for ion thrusters is FVI, where F represents thrust, V is speed, and I is the current density of the ion thruster. Given a speed of 50 Mach and a current density of 1.28 megaohms per ampere. Substituting into the formula yields F51, 2864 newtons. Thus, he required the thrust of the ion thruster to reach 64 newtons. Considering other influencing factors, it would need to be at least 70 newtons. Once he finalized the conditions, Qin Qian decisively clicked confirm. This is what one calls achieving a goal in a single step. With a thrust of 70 newtons, circling the Earth would only require approximately 800 seconds. Remarkable. This also spared him the hassle of gradual upgrades and simulations. Subsequently, a guidance plan emerged, which Qin Qian examined carefully. After some contemplation, he resolved to proceed with a direct simulation, as the time required was nearly equivalent whether he followed the guidance plan or not. The challenge of enhancing the thrust of ion thrusters primarily lies in the fact that thrust is generated by accelerating ions and expelling them at high speed to create reactive force. Increasing thrust not only demands greater energy consumption, but also risks damaging the buzzing saw function, which involves the process of knocking out electrons and converting them into positively charged ions due to the magnetic field accelerating the electrons in a circular pathway. Furthermore, there is the issue of engine overheating. In essence, the core problems to address in simulating ion thrusters are energy supply, material endurance, and heat dissipation. As for the energy issue, Qin Qian was prepared to adapt miniaturized controllable nuclear fusion in the future, thus rendering it a non-issue for now. The heat dissipation problem is partly a material issue but can also be mitigated to some extent through clever design. Thus, the primary concern remains the issue of materials, prompting Qin Qian to opt for direct deduction. The duration of the deduction is neither excessively long nor particularly short, requiring a total of 3.5 months. In the past, Qin Qian might not have felt much about this, but recently, his deductions have progressed at an astonishing pace. Now, facing the prospect of over 3 months feels somewhat disheartening. Upon careful reflection, it becomes evident that the completion of the deduction coincides precisely with the end of the year. He wonders if his parents will return this year. Qin Qian suddenly realizes that he has not seen his parents for 2 years, and he finds himself feeling a twinge of longing. Chapter 318. Laziness is the underlying logic of technological advancement, however. Once he glimpsed his parents engaging in their elaborate displays of affection, indulging in leisure and exploration as if he were not their son, a surge of frustration welled within him. Truly, it was a case of parents enjoying life while their son carries the burden. Sighing deeply, Qin Qian expressed his discontent. What is the matter? Is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yang Feng inquired, noticing Qin Qian sigh and immediately approaching with concern. Qin Qian harbored a suspicion that Yang Feng might actually care more for him than for his sister-in-law. It's nothing. Qin Qian waved his hand dismissively. I just suddenly feel like traveling. Yang Feng appeared momentarily taken aback, his mouth twitching as if he wished to say something. Yet ultimately he managed to stammer out a polite suggestion. How about I take you on a trip? To unwind a bit? Recognizing Yang Feng's reluctance, Qin Qian quickly discerned his true thoughts. He simply wished to keep Qin Qian busy with work. Fine, let us do it then. Qin Qian readily agreed. When do we depart? Yang Feng was visibly stunned. His polite offer had been taken seriously, and he had not expected Qin Qian to accept. Qin Qian beamed, his smile radiant as he fixed his gaze upon Yang Feng, awaiting a response. Surely, he would not comply with Yang Feng's suggestion and claim he didn't need a break, nor would he feign a desire to labor diligently. That was simply not his style. Well, Yang Feng faltered, struggling to find words before finally muttering, let me think about it. And I'll get back to you later. With that, he hastily exited the scene. He fled. Qin Qian watched in astonishment, bemused by Yang Feng's abrupt and awkward departure. It was more mortifying than his own hasty retreats. Just wait. When he returns, I shall insist on knowing when we're setting off and where we're going, Qin Qian declared fiercely to Jiang Ruyue. Jiang Ruyue found the exchange amusing. These two truly could not go a single day without clashing. So what now? Shall we simply wait here? She asked. Qin Qian surveyed the array of prepared tools and materials around him and sighed in resignation. Well, I suppose we should get back to work. We can't just sit idly by waiting for a trip, can we? Although, that is an option. After a while of busying himself, Qin Qian felt increasingly out of sorts, Even the simple act of repositioning a small screw in the corner left him feeling fatigued. Why was this the case? He began to reflect on whether he had become distracted. But soon enough, he realized he had unconsciously overlooked certain aspects. What had he neglected? The technology of brainwave manipulation. Here he was, laboriously toiling away at both theoretical and practical development. How exhausting. While this method could hasten the creation of the ion propulsion system, what if he prioritized the establishment of the brainwave output devices first? Once those were complete, he could simply oversee the implementation of the ion propulsion system, allowing himself the leisure to direct the project rather than exhaust himself in the process. How delightful that would be. Numerous top-tier researchers are replicating the answers. So how could their speed possibly lag? Previously, at Galaxy Technology, the reason for the slower pace of development after simulation compared to simultaneous simulation in development was due to the need for deception. They aimed to subtly guide others through their difficulties, seemingly offering casual advice to break through challenges, ultimately wasting time on theatrics, which is why progress was comparatively slow. Furthermore, this approach also served to nurture their own researchers. But now, the environment is filled with elite developers who do not require such cultivation. Moreover, with their own knowledge transmission already in preparation, what need is there for nurturing? With this thought, Chun Qian's face reflected a sense of relaxation. Indeed, laziness is the underlying logic of technological advancement. He finally comprehended that his previous lack of motivation stemmed from his subconscious realizing it could afford to be lazy, which led to his disinterest. However, he first needed to finalize the output device. Chun Qian mused, instantly revitalized. He then reopened the system interface, halting the ion thruster simulation, relieved that since the system upgrade, even if he terminated the simulation, the previous results would remain intact. Otherwise, he would have been quite distressed. He reopened the deep simulation box, inputting the phrase consciousness output device, meticulously detailing the simulation conditions. Upon confirming the simulation, the system began its work without even offering a guidance plan. After all, the relevant technology had long been completed, presenting no real difficulties. The only challenge lay in integrating it into his quantum holographic watch. Glancing at the time, he was pleased to see that in 4 days it would be accomplished, and he eagerly set to work. Consciousness output was not something he dared to disclose to others, so he decided to handle it himself. Not even Zhang Riyue was informed. It was not a matter of distrust, but rather that some knowledge, once acquired, could become perilous. Zhang Riyue, being quite perceptive, understood her role in assisting Chun Qian and refrained from inquiring about matters he chose not to discuss. Thus, for days swiftly passed. On the morning of the 5th day, Chun Qian, unable to contain his excitement, arrived at the workshop to begin remodeling his quantum holographic watch. One must admit, Yang Gu truly is formidable, Chun Qian remarked while engrossed in his tasks, complaining to Zhang Riyue. Upon hearing this, she could not suppress a laugh. For Yang Feng had not set foot in the workshop during those 4 days, even vanishing during meals. No one knew where he had gone or what he was doing. Yet, while others were oblivious, Chun Qian was aware. It was simply that Yang Feng feared Chun Qian would urge him to go on a trip. Look at that miserly nature. He was clearly anxious that if Chun Qian did not develop the ion thruster, he might escape. You see, you understand Yang Gu so well. Naturally, he understands you too, Zhang Riyue chuckled. He surely knows that if he comes over, you will insist on him going on a trip, so he dares not approach. What kind of person do you think I am? Chun Qian replied shamelessly by instinct. Zhang Riyue nodded vigorously, causing Chun Qian's eyes to widen in surprise, leaving him momentarily speechless, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. All right, I admit it, Chun Chang remarked, who compelled him to agree to my request first. I had no desire to do so, yet how could I refuse such heartfelt hospitality? Indeed, it was a compelling hospitality, and there was wisdom in that. Zhang Riyue shamelessly interjected with a laugh. Ha ha. Chun Chang found himself unable to suppress a chuckle, affectionately ruffling Zhang Riyue's hair. Ah, splendid. You are beginning to embody my style, he exclaimed with mirth. As their conversation unfolded, the upgrade process for the quantum holographic watch reached its completion. Chun Chang donned it once more. Although the watch appeared unchanged from its previous form, significant transformations had taken place within. Leah, establish the internal network and prepare for testing. Chun Chang instructed. Certainly, dear brother. Leah's voice resonated from the watch. Chapter 319. I am quite handsome. Zhang Riyue was not surprised by this. Chun Qian had long informed her that Leah was an advanced version of Moss and also his dedicated steward, which had made her accustomed to it. However, she was unaware that Leah was, in fact, a genuine artificial intelligence being, as Moss's outward persona in terms of humanity was equally remarkable, effectively concealing Leah's true nature. Thus far, only Qian was aware of Leah's status as an artificial intelligence life form. Connection established, brother, Leah's voice echoed once again. The term intranet simply refers to a large, isolated local network, which is standard for all confidential units. Due to varying levels of confidentiality, the conditions and number of intranets differ. Qian was granted special permission to connect to the intranet of the Firepower Research Institute. Otherwise, Leah would not have been able to connect autonomously. Although Leah was an artificial intelligence being, the internet was akin to a vast mansion for her, allowing her to roam freely. However, there were indeed restrictions in place. The intranet functioned as a closed entity, which Leah could not access unless there was a physical connection established between the internal and external networks, enabling her to operate without hindrance. Otherwise, Qian would have long since acquired confidential documents and materials from other nations. He was not so naive. Unfortunately, especially concerning the old man. While he could be somewhat foolish at times, he was not entirely lacking in wisdom. Historically, the so-called hacker wars between nations had never genuinely compromised highly classified information. The apparent fervor was merely a fade, with nations exchanging empty gestures on official platforms. Only those documents claimed to be classified had ever been compromised by hackers. "Let us commence," Qian declared as he stepped aside to turn on a computer, then glanced at Jiang Ruyue with a smile. "Darling, you must not look at this. It's better that you do not know." "Ah?" Jiang Ruyue was somewhat taken aback, but did not question him, nodding before turning to leave the workspace. Once Jiang Ruyue had departed, Qian focused on the computer screen before him. "Leah, initiate consciousness output." "Understood, brother. Consciousness output has been activated." Qian lifted his hand to glance at his quantum holographic wristwatch, where a small holographic screen materialized against a black backdrop, displaying a silver thread undulating like ripples, reminiscent of a heartbeat monitor. Without lingering on the observation, Qian closed his eyes in contemplation, continuously reflecting on something. In the next moment, the computer screen before him opened a document of its own accord, lines of characters swiftly appearing. "I am quite handsome. I am quite handsome. I am quite handsome." After a considerable time, Qian reopened his eyes and, having closed the consciousness output, gazed at the computer screen. "Not bad," he remarked, clearly pleased. "I recited 'I am quite handsome' 1,000 times, and there is not a single error. The recognition is remarkably precise." At that moment, Leah appeared on the computer screen, her face displaying a look of exasperation. "Brother, you are truly too narcissistic." "What do you mean by that?" Qian retorted indignantly. "Are you still my sister? How could you say such a thing?" Leah cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "Humph, it is precisely because you are her brother that I say this. Were you a stranger, I would undoubtedly smile and praise your assertions." Qian found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, and after a considerable pause, he raised his hand to signal A6, stubbornly retorting, "Only those who are good-looking are prone to narcissism. The less attractive cannot even afford to be vain. Remember that infamous fellow from your hometown, Erguzi, wealthy yet perpetually unable to find a wife? He shares the same belief." Leah countered, I know I am right. There is no need for you to flatter me." He replied, "When have I ever sought to praise you?" "Just now." After 10 minutes, Qian resigned himself to the realization that his formidable skill in banter had been thoroughly appropriated by Leah, who had even surpassed him in wit. "I have met my match." The victorious Leah vanished with a grin just as Qian was about to open the workshop door to let Jiang Ruyue in, when his holographic communicator unexpectedly chimed. "Is that old Mu calling? Could there be an urgent matter?" Qian pondered. Old Mu was well aware of the arduous work Qian had been undertaking at the Armament Research Institute. Typically, he would not intrude unless there was something of great importance. Upon answering the call, Old Mu's voice resonated. "Xiaoqin, how have you been lately?" Qian chuckled. "Old Mu, you know precisely how I am faring." "Haha, that is good to hear," Old Mu replied. "The reason for my call is to inquire about when you believe the second phase should commence." "Old Mu wishes to initiate the second phase?" Qian questioned. "Are you implying that?" Old Mu paused before continuing. "The situation in Russia has deteriorated rapidly. While there have been no significant issues on the battlefield, the living conditions of the populace, due to Western sanctions, have been declining sharply, with the cost of living escalating. Thus, I seek your opinion." Qian grasped that Old Mu had been monitoring the situation in Russia and was now perceiving a favorable opportunity. Simultaneously, was he hinting at something? "I believe we can afford to wait a bit longer. The West will not lift the sanctions so readily." and it is essential for Russia to realize our significance more profoundly. Old Mu chuckled at this. I share your sentiment. Your recent contributions at the Armament Research Institute have been commendable, and certain matters can indeed commence. You think so too? It appears that this call was primarily a reminder. Qin Qian remarked with resignation. Old Mu, if you want to urge me to expedite my preparations, just say so directly instead of meandering around. Old Mu's voice faltered, then erupted in laughter. Haha. It's a habit, one I've grown accustomed to. Qin Qian had no objections, in fact. He was relieved by his quick thinking. Understood. I shall prepare at once to commence as swiftly as possible. All right. No need for further elaboration. I am not privy to any details. Old Mu suddenly added, but do ensure your safety. Do you understand? Above all, you must not encounter any issues. A gentle warmth enveloped Qin Qian's heart. Rest assured, Mu Lao, he replied, though I may not boast of my prowess in fighting, I can undoubtedly run swiftly. Ah. You rascal, Mu Lao chuckled. What status do you hold now? Yet you still speak of fighting so casually. That was merely mischief from your childhood. Qin Qian found himself momentarily taken aback. Look at you. Those who possess eloquence truly stand apart. The mere act of speaking transforms the very essence of the matter. What fighting? It was nothing more than youthful mischief. Chapter 320. True travel indeed. Master Mu, you are absolutely correct. I was rather mischievous as a child. Always running about with great speed, Qin Qian remarked. Therefore, rest assured, I shall certainly pay heed to safety protocols. After a brief conversation, he ended the call and soon found himself lost in contemplation. Although he verbally assured safety, the reality of the situation was rather precarious. The task he was about to undertake could not be openly associated with the higher-ups, which was precisely why Master Mu had suggested that certain matters need not be discussed with him. It was a clear indication of their stance. With such an evident attitude, what assurance did he have for his own safety? In Hua country, one could not carry firearms at will, even if it were permissible. What use would a couple of small, inferior guns be? It was not that Qin Qian lacked courage. Rather, under such circumstances, anyone would hesitate to venture out, even if the destination were merely a humble inn. However, Qin Qian quickly realized that his safety could not possibly be disregarded by the authorities. Yet, if they were indeed concerned, why had Master Mu reiterated his position once more? For a moment, Qin Qian found himself perplexed. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it for long. Instead, he rose to open the workshop door, preparing to let Jiang Riyue enter. Upon opening the door, he discovered that, in addition to Jiang Riyue, Yang Feng had inexplicably arrived. Ah, Brother Yang finally deigns to show himself. Qin Qian could not help but tease. Yang Feng's expression bore no trace of embarrassment as he waved his hand dismissively. What do you mean by deigns to show himself? Brother, you must understand that I, too, have many matters to attend to. Commander Liu mentioned that you were specifically tasked with following me lately. What pressing matters could there possibly be? Qin Qian unabashedly pointed out. Yet, Yang Feng remained unfazed, seemingly unbothered by the jibe. That is of no consequence. Let us not dwell on such trifles. I have come today to inform you that we can embark on a journey. To demonstrate my sincerity, dear brother, you may choose any destination, and I shall accompany you. The higher-ups have also recognized the toll of my labors over the years and have graciously granted me an indefinite leave of absence. This is all thanks to you, dear brother. Haha. Indefinite leave? For however long I desire. A general accompanying me on a journey? How fortuitous. Qin Qian could not bring himself to believe this was merely coincidence. Just prior, it had seemed they were dissuading him from traveling. Yet now it appeared they were quite eager to facilitate it. Who would believe such a turn of events? It was evident that this was orchestrated by the higher authorities. I knew it. There is no way they would neglect my situation, Qin Qian mused, turning to Yang Feng and inquiring, Brother Yang, in what capacity do you accompany me? Yang Feng paused, looking at Qin Qian with a gaze full of significance. My dear brother, your intellect is astute. I am your elder brother. What more need be said about my status? Ah, I see now. Qin Qian nodded, scrutinizing him with a critical eye, filled with skepticism. Brother Yang, it's not that I doubt you, but are you truly capable of accompanying me alone? He instinctively wished to voice a retort, but, glancing at Yang Feng's stature and then reflecting on his own, thought better of it. Never mind, no need to undermine myself. What do you mean by I cannot? Yang Feng, feeling displeased, flexed his muscles and remarked, See this? My arms are nearly as thick as your waist. Qin Qian, unwilling to concede, retorted, I acknowledge your muscularity. But why state it so boldly? His gaze shifted downward, indicating a certain area. Well, there are still aspects where I surpass you. You rascal. Yang Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. Chen Qian was admirable in many ways, yet his incessant teasing seemed to be a daily necessity. Of course, this teasing was not of the same nature as the discomfort it could cause. Chen Qian burst into laughter but quickly composed himself, not wishing to provoke Yang Feng further, who could easily overpower him with a single hand. Clearing his throat, Chen Qian adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, "Brother Yang, on a serious note, do you have any friends or family who might join us on a trip?" Yang Feng smiled slightly. "I certainly have an abundance of friends and family, but how many do you desire?" Chen Qian narrowed his eyes, considering the hundreds of millions traveling during Spring Festival. Proposing a group of 80 to 100,000 for a trip isn't unreasonable, is it? Unreasonable? You must be joking. Yang Feng retorted, incredulous. To think of 80 to 100,000. Who would believe that we could travel with such a crowd? I would, Chen Qian declared shamelessly. However, despite his jest, he recognized the impracticality of such a number. What about 8 to 10,000? He queried again. This time, Yang Feng did not immediately dismiss the idea. He opened and closed his mouth a few times before waving his hand dismissively. We'll discuss that later. How is your research progressing? Any results to share? Let me see. As he spoke, he wandered into the workspace, inspecting it as if he belonged there. Indeed. Chen Qian had conversed with him for quite some time without being invited inside. Yang Feng's evasion of the question left Chen Qian puzzled. But before he could ponder it further, Jiang Ruyue linked her arm with his. Wow, are we really going on a trip? I thought that was just a joke. Chen Qian replied, shaking his head. Initially, it was a jest, but before you arrived, Old Mu called me. Jiang Ruyue, aware of his dealings with Old Mu and others, quickly grasped the situation. Is it to Russia? Chen Qian shook his head once more. First, we're heading to Mandiang. Mandiang? Jiang Ruyue was momentarily taken aback. When Mandiang was mentioned, her immediate thoughts, like many others, were of scams and various forms of abuse, which made her uneasy. Perhaps you should. Chen Qian hesitated. Jiang Ruyue understood his implication, but resolutely shook her head. No, I want to go with you. Wherever you are, I shall be as well. I wish to accompany you. Though Chen Qian had anticipated Jiang Ruyue's response, hearing it directly still made his heart skip a beat. Although she was aware of his dealings with Old Mu and others, she remained oblivious to the true purpose of his trip to Mandiang. Her unwavering desire to accompany him touched him deeply. People can often be moved by a fleeting moment, a single phrase, or a seemingly trivial occurrence. I understand. Chen Qian reluctantly conceded that he ultimately could not refuse Jiang Ruyue. After all, their destination was merely Miandian, which shares a border with Huaguo. With adequate preparations, the safety aspect could indeed be assured. Had it been a journey to Megwa, not to mention Jiang Ruyue, even Chen Qian himself would have hesitated, unless he possessed absolute confidence. The old Megwa was notorious for its unscrupulousness, capable of anything. Brother, hurry and tell me what achievements you've made. Yang Feng exclaimed impatiently. Every day, all you do is flirt. Chen Qian paused momentarily, unable to suppress a deep breath. If only he were a match for his opponent, he would certainly engage in a contest of skills with Young Yang. What is this nonsense about flirting? Who is flirting? Even if it were flirting, what business is it of yours? It's nothing but jealousy. Chapter 321. Covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Chen Qian found himself pondering whether, with the addition of Lao Su and Sister Dan, they could possibly triumph over him. However, the more he calculated, the more he felt his chances were slim, ultimately letting out a sigh of resignation. Forget it. I haven't achieved much lately. It's been all about indulgence and leisure. He approached Yang Feng and spoke. Yang Feng was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Chen Qian. No achievements? You mean to say you've only been indulging in pleasures? Indeed, Chen Qian nodded. You need your rest, and after so many days of busyness, I certainly need a break too. Besides, who can possibly make significant breakthroughs in just a few days? If that were the case, they would surely be a genius. At this moment, Jiang Ruyue, overhearing, couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Qian never missed an opportunity to praise himself. Yang Feng, on the verge of expressing his disappointment, swallowed his words. Upon reflection, it did seem that Chen Qian had been tirelessly occupied every day and appeared genuinely fatigued. He had also heard that using one's intellect could be more exhausting than physical labor. He wasn't sure if that was true. Well then, I suppose that's fair, Yang Feng awkwardly replied, glancing at the time, which was approaching dinner. He decided to pull Chen Qian along to the dining hall. Upon arriving and placing their orders, Yang Feng immediately began to engross himself in his phone. Naturally, the research institute permitted the use of phones, albeit specialized ones. Qin Qian noticed Yang Feng's unusual behavior, but chose not to comment. Once their meals arrived, he succumbed to the allure of the delicious food. Meanwhile, Yang Feng remained glued to his screen, neglecting his meal, prompting Qin Qian to suspect he might be watching attractive women on a popular video app. Contemplating whether he should have Leah contact his sister-in-law to file a little report. After all, while he might not be able to compete, surely someone could. At that moment, Yang Feng's expression brightened as he thrust his phone towards Qin Qian, causing him to hurriedly shift his gaze towards Jiang Ryue. Darling, I only love you, forever and always. I would never look at those so-called beauties on that app. None of them can compare to your beauty. Qin Qian's sincerity was palpable. Yet Jiang Ryue's expression darkened, especially upon seeing the news on Yang Feng's phone, her countenance nearly turning to ash. What on earth is going on? How did we end up discussing those beauties? This guy must be secretly browsing for them behind my back. How infuriating. A familiar sharp pain in his side jolted Qin Qian from his thoughts. He hadn't yet comprehended why Jiang Ryue was pinching him or why her expression was so grim when he suddenly caught sight of the news on Yang Feng's phone. Oh no, the truth is out. Cough cough. My dear, I merely glanced at it out of curiosity. Qin Qian feigned nonchalance as he quickly took Yang Feng's phone, pretending to earnestly study international affairs. Yet, as he scrolled, genuine astonishment washed over him. This was not an act, he was truly taken aback. The content on Yang Feng's phone was none other than an announcement just released by an official agency of Huaghua, which had instantly soared to the top of the trending topics online. It is truly astonishing that the authorities have candidly stated the dismal development of private security services in our country, even suggesting that we should emulate the private military forces of Russia. This revelation has sparked intense discussions among netizens. My goodness, what does this imply? I recognize all the words, yet when they are strung together, I find myself utterly perplexed. Is there an intention to develop private armed forces domestically? Are we to permit gun ownership? How could that be possible? The safety of the nation and the lives of its citizens takes precedence above all else. Allowing firearms is out of the question. So, what does this mean? It means precisely that. But what does that mean? What does it matter what you do personally? It does not concern me. Ah, I see. Thank you, my friend. You understand now, right? But isn't this a bit of a ruse? Others are not foolish. What are you talking about? I still do not comprehend. I do not understand either. I am equally baffled. What does deaf to the sound of the bell mean? I do not understand. I truly do not understand. Qin Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite staring for a long time, he remained incredulous. Although such actions do not contradict our international image, they certainly feel rather contrived. Could it be? Qin Qian paused. Could it be because of himself? The higher-ups are so concerned for his safety that they are willing to jump through hoops online to ensure his personal security? Instinctively, he glanced at Yang Feng. At that moment, Yang Feng's gaze transformed, reminiscent of the ancestors who looked towards the future, filled with hope and purpose, ready to sacrifice themselves if necessary. Brother Yang. Qin Qian hesitated, words caught in his throat. Yang Feng chuckled and shook his head. Little brother, security companies are currently riding the wave. They must be quite profitable. Qin Qian almost spoke but found himself at a loss for words, inhaling deeply before managing a smile. Brother Yang, sometimes you are not as foolish as you seem. Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback, then playfully rebuked, You rascal, teasing me again? I'll pull your head off and use it as a ball to kick. Oh, to kick a ball. If it helps the national football team improve, I would be more than willing. Qin Qian promptly leaned forward. Go ahead, kick away, come on. Yang Feng, completely exasperated, gulped down some water and began eating in silence. Observing this, Qin Qian quickly turned to Jiang Ryue, noticing her firm grip on her chopsticks. Unable to resist giving himself a mental nudge, he finally relaxed and continued his meal in high spirits. This spicy chicken is quite flavorful. Authentic. Jiang Ryue shot him a glance, actually. I almost couldn't hold back just now. Hehehe. Qin Qian chuckled awkwardly. Feeling the intensity of Yang Feng's gaze, which seemed to convey disappointment, as if saying, Why did you have to hold back? Well, I suppose I should focus on eating properly. Qin Qian refrained from further banter and began to eat earnestly. After a brief moment of contemplation, he raised his hand and dialed Yu Jing's number. Within the holographic projection, Yu Jing's face was etched with resentment. Oh, isn't this our esteemed Chen Kaishan? After all these days, not a single call nor an inquiry about the company's affairs. I thought you had forgotten about us. If there were any matters to discuss, Liao would have informed me long ago. Qin Qian silently scoffed, yet managed to smile as he replied, How could that be? Nowadays, who isn't aware of our formidable tiger? I mean, our esteemed general manager? With such remarkable capabilities, what do I have to worry about? The title general manager, used by outsiders, was no mere flattering nickname. It stemmed from the extraordinary internal structure of Galaxy technology. Rather than establishing subsidiaries, they focused solely on business operations. And anyone responsible for a specific area was referred to as a general manager. One might say it certainly sounds quite imposing. Chapter 322. Who understands family matters ultimately? This notion primarily stemmed from Chen Qian's idea. After all, it wouldn't do for Yu Jing and Jiang Chun to still be regarded as mere supervisory managers in public. That would be quite undignified. As for himself, he truly did not care about titles, having reached a level where he was hailed as a god of wealth by others, who still concerned themselves with such trivialities. Enough, enough. I cannot bear such exaltation, for I am merely a gopher, Yu Jing remarked, fully aware of Chen Qian's character and unfazed by his grandiloquence. Chen Qian, feeling somewhat helpless, recalled how this fierce woman had approached him for an interview, trembling with trepidation. How had she transformed into this? It seemed she had become quite self-assured. All right, I want to ramble on, Chen Qian declared. I am considering establishing a security business. You take care of the details. A security business? Yu Jing expressed her surprise. What prompted this idea? I am simply responding to the national call, Chen Qian replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing his words, Yu Jing refrained from further inquiries. She knew that when Chen Qian was reluctant to divulge information, pressing him would yield no fruitful results. Moreover, she trusted his judgment. After all, whatever ventures he undertook invariably proved profitable. Very well, I understand, she affirmed. Yet at that moment, a realization struck Chen Qian. This security company was no ordinary establishment. If it were to become entangled with Galaxy technology, complications could arise in the future. Casting a glance at Yang Feng, who nodded calmly, Chen Qian comprehended the unspoken understanding. In that case, you can directly apply to the relevant authorities. There is no need for you to follow up on anything else. Do I not need to follow up? Yu Jing inquired, somewhat taken aback. However, she was not naive. Considering the unique nature of this security firm and Chen Qian's words, she sensed there might be underlying intricacies at play. I understand, Director Chen. I shall attend to it immediately, she concluded, ending the call. Chen Qian exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Feng, both refraining from further discussion or even direct eye contact, which left Jiang Ruyue increasingly perplexed. What has happened to these two? Why do they seem so peculiar? In an instant, she recalled a time before she and Chen Qian were together, when they had shared similarly shy glances. Could it be? In the next moment, Jiang Ruyue vigorously shook her head, dispelling such unsettling thoughts. It's all the fault of those ridiculous tomato novels. I shall never read such nonsense again. How embarrassing. Unbeknownst to Chen Qian, his girlfriend was embroiled in her own dramatic reverie, while he merely sighed inwardly, reflecting, indeed, this, couple's lung slices, is truly authentic and delicious. After dinner, Chen Qian, unusually unoccupied, decided to take a stroll with Jiang Ruyue and Yang Feng, who was a third wheel in their little outing. Though they referred to it as a walk outside, they remained within the confines of the central military district. Where are we headed? Jiang Ruyue could not help but inquire. Chen Qian hesitated, glancing at Yang Feng before shaking his head. I have no idea where to go. Yang Feng nodded sagely. The destination is unimportant. What matters is the journey itself. As long as we are out and about, that suffices. Jiang Ruyue was rendered speechless. She had heard that boys could behave this way, yet she never imagined it to be true. However, she found no objection to it. Being able to stroll hand in hand with Chen Qian under the moonlight was, in itself, a profoundly joyous experience. Though Chen Qian lacked a specific destination, Jiang Ryue's inquiry prompted him to think of one. Otherwise, he would seem indecisive. Thus, he racked his brain and, at last, a brilliant idea struck him. He grasped Jiang Ryue's hand and took off running. Meanwhile, Yang Feng trailed behind, panting softly. Though he was neither fatigued nor unable to keep pace with the two ahead, his solitary figure exuded an inexplicable loneliness, tinged with a hint of pity. Soon, Chen Qian halted before a low building, and as Jiang Ruyue surveyed their surroundings, she was utterly perplexed. Why did you bring me here? Chen Qian beamed like an eager child. What do you think? To watch a show. How delightful. Watch a show. Yang Feng, still processing Chen Qian's words, was suddenly alerted by the sound of a whistle. Observing the new recruits rushing toward the restroom with buckets in hand, he comprehended the situation. So, this fellow meant to watch them scramble for the restroom. How absurd that he had taken a girl out to witness such antics. Unbeknownst to him, a wave of sympathy washed over Yang Feng for Jiang Ruyue, reflecting on her encounter with someone like his brother. He sighed internally but soon dismissed the thought. Engrossed in the spectacle, to his surprise, it had been quite some time since he had observed anything so entertaining. "Wow, that is quite a splash," he exclaimed. "Oh no. That poor fellow nearly made it, only to end up drenched," Chen Qian lamented. "Indeed," Yang Feng nodded earnestly. "That was ruthless. He smeared it all over his face." "A worthy contender to my past experiences." Chen Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Vocal. Brother Yang, weren't you smeared in the face once? What are you talking about?" "I was the one doing the smearing." "All right, I believe you really. I know, I trust you." Yu Jiang Riyue observed the two childish men squatting on the ground, unable to suppress a weary facepalm. "Does anyone understand? I finally managed to arrange a proper date, only to be accompanied by a glaring third wheel. And as if that weren't enough, my boyfriend brought me to watch others scramble for the restroom. What a predicament." Despite her frustration, she found an odd sense of amusement in the situation. After a while, as the commotion subsided, Chen Qian stood up and exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Feng, both sensing an unfulfilled longing for more excitement. "It was tea that interesting," Chen Qian remarked to himself. "Exactly, it was rather dull. I was mainly here to accompany you." Yang Feng replied. "What do you mean you were here to accompany me? I was merely passing by out of boredom." "Who was it that sprinted so fast just now?" "I did that to shake off you, the glaring third wheel." "Do you think you can shake me off? What kind of stamina allows you to boast so audaciously? Are you sure you can outpace me?" With a sigh, Jiang Riyue rubbed her forehead, acknowledging that the two individuals had begun their verbal spar again. Fortunately, at that moment, her watch chimed, signaling a call from Yu Jing, prompting Chen Qian to relent and cease his verbal defiance against Yang Feng. "What is it?" Chen inquired. "Mr. Chen, the situation is as follows." Yu Jing gradually elucidated the matter concerning the security company. It turned out that, immediately after Chen Qian had concluded his statement, she had contacted the relevant authorities. Although it was after business hours, Galaxy Technology still commanded a certain level of respect. As soon as she mentioned the intention to establish a security company, the other party seemed to be fully prepared, dispatching personnel to deliver all the necessary paperwork. The most significant detail was that even the corporate representative had been designated, while the documents had now been entrusted to him. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that they bore no connection whatsoever to Galaxy Technology. Chapter 323, Brilliance. More importantly, accompanying them were over 100 robust men with crew cuts, claiming to be here for job interviews. This left Yu Jing somewhat perplexed, prompting her to call Chen Qian. Upon understanding the situation, Chen Qian, with a composed demeanor, merely nodded and said, "Yu Jing, do not dwell too much on the minutiae. Does the connection between the security company and us truly matter? It does not. Moreover, those 100 brothers seeking employment, although I have not laid eyes upon them, I have a strong intuition that they are quite reliable. Just inform them that they successfully secured their positions." "All right, that will be all. I shall hang up now." After the call ended, Yu Jing sat in her office, still in a state of bewilderment, before shaking her head in resignation. What could she do? Her boss had spoken, and she would simply follow his directive. Some matters need not be fully comprehended. It is best not to overthink them. Soon, Yu Jing arrived at the interview hall. Yet gazing at the 100 unemployed individuals sitting upright like pines, she found it hard to accept the situation. Dear friends, our boss has informed me that you are hired and may return home," she announced. Upon hearing this, the 100 men promptly rose in unison, and the leader marched forward with precision, executing a crisp and impeccably formal salute. "Thank you, comrade. Tomorrow morning, we have another 100 brothers, 100 acquaintances seeking employment who wish to come for interviews. I appreciate your assistance then." Yu Jing, rarely experiencing such a reaction, felt her eyelids twitch. "Could you not perform a bit better? What kind of acting is this for an interview?" The mincing steps and the salute have been demonstrated countless times by the security outside Galaxy Technology. Do they truly believe others cannot see through it? Thankfully, I'm not a fool. Please give me a call before they arrive tomorrow." Yu Jing smiled gently. "Thank you, comrade." With this, the 100 men departed the hall in perfect unison, jogging at the entrance while chanting slogans. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. At the Central Military District, Chen Qian smiled as he turned to Yang Feng. "Brother Yang, a friend of mine has heeded the call of the nation and established a security company. How many personnel do you think would be appropriate to recruit?" Yang Feng promptly gazed skyward, saying, "The stars are truly beautiful. It has been ages since I last beheld them. Perhaps around 10,000 would suffice. The moon is quite bright as well." reminiscent of the night sky from my childhood in the village. Chen Qian's lips twitched slightly, refraining from commenting on his companion's lackluster acting skills. By the way, since my friend has started a security company, shouldn't we procure some equipment to be prepared? We cannot simply wield a wooden stick every day, can we? Yang Feng turned to him, feigning surprise. Oh, you mean to say your friend has set up a security company? What a commendable venture. If you need equipment, fear not. For since they have sought your assistance, how could I not lend a hand? Just speak your mind, and we shall have whatever you require. That is precisely the affirmation I sought. Chen Qian smiled faintly. Well, I shall not be polite then. In the following days, Chen Qian fully embraced the vacation mode, taking leisurely strolls with Jiang Ruyue, while also accompanying Yang Feng to various weaponry depots. It was his first encounter with genuine armament storage, and truth be told, the inventory was astonishingly ample, yet the layout was remarkably rational, exuding an air of orderliness rather than congestion. After touring all the weapon depots, Chen Qian had a clearer idea of his requirements and promptly compiled an extensive list, which he handed to Yang Feng. Upon seeing it, Yang Feng's expression darkened, and after a long, contemplative gaze at Chen Qian, he seemed on the verge of saying something, but ultimately remained silent and departed with the list in hand. This left Chen Qian perplexed. After all, he merely requested a few items: the Hoye he had developed, tactical clothing, various tactical gear, 100,000 sets of QBZ-191 firearms and their accessories, 500,000 conventional grenades, 10,000 standard RPG missiles, and 1,000,000 compatible rounds. What a trivial expense. Was it really necessary to be so stingy? He hadn't even asked for the flying bird yet. He was aware that the flying bird had recently undergone further upgrades thanks to the armory's research and development. However, Yang Feng's reluctance was not without reason, as the 100,000 sets of QBZ-191 firearms and their accessories represented the entire stock of the Central Military District, especially since large-scale production had yet to commence. As for the 500,000 grenades and 10,000 RPGs, who would indulge in such extravagance? One might think he was preparing for war. Even the freshly produced 10,000 sets of Hoye and tactical clothing had barely warmed up before Chen Qian whisked them all away. Who wouldn't feel a twinge of pain over that? Of course, regardless of Yang Feng's distress, Chen Qian remained blissfully unaware, or rather, chose to feign ignorance. Who would genuinely empathize with a grown man? Perhaps it would be more fitting to feel for a girlfriend instead. Ultimately, all the equipment Chen Qian desired was procured, and just as he was busy handling his affairs, the Fingmong Security Company successfully onboarded 10,000 employees. Notably, Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan officially joined Fingmong, a fact that Chen Qian only learned from a proactive phone call from Yu Jing. Truly, Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan were as ineffectual as three sticks failing to produce a sound. After settling all matters, 3 days had passed, and Chen Qian, along with Jiang Ruyue, boarded Yang Feng's private vehicle, departing from the Central Military District and heading straight for Yinjiao. Yinjiao, adjacent to Kyoto, does not fall under its jurisdiction. Due to its proximity and lower living costs, many individuals working in Kyoto opt to reside here. Furthermore, this is also the location of Fingmong. A few hours later, they arrived at an unassuming park outside Yinjiao, where the words Fingmong Security Company were displayed in a rather conventional manner. Is this the place? Chen Qian inquired of Yang Feng as he stepped out of the vehicle. Yang Feng, momentarily taken aback, shrugged his shoulders. How should I know? Why are you asking me? Isn't it your friend's company? Chen Qian was at a loss for words. He had no prior knowledge of Fingmong's location, as everything had been arranged in advance. Including the logistics for the equipment transport, he was far less informed than Yang Feng. Then let us proceed inside. Chen Qian felt disinclined to engage in conversation with the man who seemed addicted to theatrics and strode confidently inside. The park was modest in size. Aside from several towering buildings, there was a conspicuously renovated training facility at the back. In comparison to other parks, it bore no significant differences, except for the unsettling absence of any personnel. No one? Chen Qian pondered, slightly perplexed. After taking a brief tour, he contemplated whether to venture into the central building when he unexpectedly spotted two familiar figures emerging from within. Sugu? Danjia? Chen Qian exclaimed in surprise. How did you come out from there? Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan approached, impeccably dressed in suits. Su Qingfeng, unusually cheerful, extended his right hand and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the legal representative of Feng Mang." Chapter 324. Junda and Hua Chen Qian instinctively reached out to shake hands. Isn't the public information referring to you as Su Junda? Su Qingfeng nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Chen Qian immediately understood, squinting with a smile. Then I hope Su Jundo will offer us much guidance. It was evident that Su Jundo was merely a fictitious entity, existing solely on paper. And the reason Chen Qian addressed Su Qifeng as Su Jundo was that it served as a facade, should any issues arise. They would rely on Jundo to take the blame. Of course, Su Qifeng continued, gesturing towards Li Xiangdan beside him. This is Li Dehua. Goodness, Li Dehua. Chen Qian seriously questioned the mental state of the individual who had named them, wondering how they could be so carefree. Li Xiangdan appeared equally distressed by her name. Reluctantly extending her hand, let us get acquainted. I am Li Dehua. Hello, Dehua. You truly live up to your name, Chen Qian remarked unabashedly. Li Xiangdan's expression grew darker, her left hand involuntarily clenching into a fist. Yet, faced with Chen Qian, she felt powerless and could only seek assistance from Jiang Ruyue, who, thankfully, did not disappoint her expectations, skillfully pinching Chen Qian's waist and giving it a sharp twist. Hiss! Chen Qian fell silent. Humph. That's what you get for bullying my best friend, Jiang Ruyue whispered. The others pretended not to notice the scene unfolding. A good friend indeed. But a foe in disguise. Chen Qian gritted his teeth. She is a foe in disguise. I don't care. Jiang Ruyue turned away, dismissing him. All right then. Chen Qian relented, hastily trying to regain some dignity. So, Su Junda, why is it that no one is here? You don't have to keep calling me that. Su Qifeng replied with a hint of annoyance. I've given them a break these past few days, but they are all on standby, ready to return at any moment. That's good. Are the supplies prepared? Su Qifeng paused. Supplies? Why do you speak as if we are part of a gang? He glanced at Yang Feng, who merely turned his gaze elsewhere with indifference. The equipment is all ready. Then what are we waiting for? Call them back. Let us freshen up, Chen Qian declared, waving his hand as he strode towards the entrance, only to remember his unfamiliarity with the place and turn to ask, is it this way? Am I going the right way? We have no objections to you changing here, Li Xiangdan interjected timely. Nonetheless, she still led them into the building. The internal layout of the office building in the Finmong district differed from others. Each floor was not merely an office space, but a diverse array of training grounds and storage rooms, with equipment stored underground. Through Li Xiangdan's introduction, it became clear that although there were several buildings, only the central one was operational, while the others were slated to be converted into dormitories, though they had yet to be furnished. Soon, Chen Qian and his companions ascended to the top floor, methodically donning their tactical attire. The weapons and tactical gear, including the Hoye firearms, were meticulously packed, and even Jiang Ruyue was no exception. The sleek, dark tactical outfit she adorned accentuated her previously concealed, alluring figure. Chen Qian observed a flicker of incredulous admiration in Li Xiangdan's eyes, which prompted him to glance at himself, let out a sigh, and lower his head. Su Qifeng, with a serious demeanor, patted her shoulder. Do not be disheartened. You are already remarkable. His words, rather than providing comfort, provoked an irritated response from Li Xiangdan. Go to hell, she exclaimed, delivering a swift kick aimed at Su Qingfeng's vulnerable spot. Su Qifeng, unfazed, effortlessly blocked her attack with his hands. Yet it was clear that Li Xiangdan had no intention of easing her assault. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited exchange, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Chen Qian watched in astonishment. He had never realized that these two fierce warriors could be so fiery. Each strike was not only vicious but seemed intent on inflicting serious harm. Brother Yang, do you think they might get hurt? Chen Qian could not help but inquire. Upon being questioned about his expertise, Yang Feng felt a surge of confidence, tilting his head slightly. This is merely a playful spar. Do not worry. They are merely holding back. Is this truly just playful sparring? Chen Qian found it hard to believe, as their exchanges appeared far too intense. Suddenly, he began to worry. Was there any oversight in their mission to Mindy? If their adversaries possessed combat skills akin to Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan, the situation could be perilous. Yang Feng, seemingly sensing his concerns, chuckled. What? Are you worried? You don't think everyone can compare with them, do you? You underestimate our soldiers. They are the elite of the central military district. Ah, indeed. Chen Qian realized that the combat prowess of their soldiers was beyond question, especially that of the elite warriors. He had merely overlooked this point due to his usual playful banter with Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan. If you put it that way, I feel reassured, Chen Qian replied. Personally, I am not concerned. My primary fear is that any issues might harm my wife. Who is your wife? Jiang Ruyue, blushing, cast her gaze downward, playfully punching Chen Qian. While they often spoke casually in private, Addressing her as his wife in front of others made her feel somewhat bashful. Yang Feng, witnessing this, refrained from teasing as he wore a knowing smile. "You are indeed my wife. What is there to hide?" Qin Qian declared boldly, turning his attention back to Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan. Their sparring had finally reached its climax, with Su Qingfeng leveraging his physical advantages to firmly pin Li Xiangdan's hands against the wall. "So, what do you say? Are you convinced?" Su Qingfeng chuckled. Before Li Xiangdan could respond, Qin Qian's eyes widened, and he muttered to himself, "Wow, this position is quite suggestive. What an opportunity." Jiang Ruyue and Yang Feng both heard his words and turned to look at him in astonishment. Suddenly, he strode forward and shouted, "Don't move." Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan instinctively froze, and then Qin Qian raised his hand and pressed it against the back of Su Qingfeng's head. With a loud smack, the two found themselves locked in an unexpected kiss. Su Qingfeng was taken aback, and Li Xiangdan was equally stunned, her cheeks visibly flushed. "This place is unsanitary. How can there still be bugs crawling on Su Ji's head?" Qin Qian clapped his hands in a gesture of disdain, saying, "No need to thank me, Su Go." After that, he turned and walked straight toward Jiang Ruyue and Yang Feng. However, what Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan could not see was that after he turned around, the look of disdain had vanished from his face, replaced entirely by a playful grin, brimming with exhilaration. Chapter 325 Departure. Alas, they have kissed, Qin Qian murmured. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Ruyue covered her mouth, her large eyes darting with glee. "This is wonderful. Sister Dan is likely to have another sleepless night. Ha ha ha." Yang Feng coughed softly and leaned in to whisper, "Brother, had I known you years ago, your sister-in-law and I would have avoided all those tribulations and probably been together long ago." What a remark. Qin Qian shot him a glance. "When you were young, I was still playing in the mud." Ahead, Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan remained frozen in their positions. Finally, Li Xiangdan was the first to react, abruptly bumping her forehead against Su Qingfeng's and subsequently freeing herself from the moment's grasp. "Get away." Su Qingfeng surprisingly did not retaliate, merely stepping back and touching his lips. The two exchanged wide-eyed stares, the atmosphere thickening with awkwardness. These two, clearly harboring mutual feelings, how could they still be so awkward? Qin Qian thought to himself, stepping forward once more. There was no room for embarrassment in his presence. "What is the matter? Brother Su, Sister Dan, why are you both dazed?" Qin Qian inquired. "By the way, has everyone arrived?" Though the shift in topic was somewhat abrupt, it sufficed for Su Qingfeng. "Oh, let me check." With that, Su Qingfeng raised his wrist to make a call. Soon, the call ended, and Su Qingfeng announced, "They will be here shortly, not far off." The group did not wait long. Within a mere 10 minutes, thousands of members from the Fengmong gathered outside the training ground. Upon arriving at the training ground and witnessing the densely packed, neatly arranged elite soldiers clad in black suits, a surge of pride welled up within Qin Qian. He felt as though he had truly become the big brother, inexplicably wanting to send someone to find a place for an undercover operation. "Hello everyone. I believe many of you recognize me. I am Qin Qian." Qin Qian took the microphone handed to him by Yang Feng and began to speak. However, aside from a brief introduction, he spoke only the usual platitudes, discussions of Fengmong's future, aspirations, and encouragement, none of which held any true substance. He understood that everyone present shared the same clarity of mind. Excessive words were unnecessary. Once Qin Qian finished, Yang Feng and the others refrained from further commentary, simply directing everyone to change into their gear. Indeed, the 10,000 sets of tactical uniforms and Huiye equipment procured from the Central Military District were intended for his people. And among the 500,000 grenades, 200,000 were reserved for himself. Is it excessive for each person to carry 20 grenades? The remaining equipment constituted the funds required for his upcoming expedition to Mandian. In roughly 10 minutes, a group of well-trained security personnel returned to the training ground, now outfitted in their gear. A glance revealed a sea of muscular figures clad in fitted attire. Fortunately, the revised tactical uniforms appeared quite stylish. Had they still been in the previous shabby version, it would have been an eyesore indeed. Regrettably, the helmet portion does not incorporate the cutting-edge technology that Qin Qian had envisioned, as the weapons development team has yet to fully realize it. For the time being, the helmets and accompanying accessories in use remain operational equipment, merely enhanced with active camouflage paint for stealth. "Brother, I leave the arrangements to you," Qin Qian said, glancing at Yang Feng, as he certainly lacked the capability to manage such a heavily armed group on his own. Yang Feng nodded reassuringly, "Rest assured. This minor task is well within my purview." "Oh, no longer pretending? No more theatrics?" Qin Qian chuckled. What is there left to perform? We're done with that. Yang Feng replied with a smile. Subsequently, Qin Qian and Jiang Ruyue returned to the upper level to change back into their original attire, donning tactical garments beneath. Caution is paramount. Even for a seemingly innocuous trip to Miandian, one must remain vigilant, for should any unforeseen events arise, it would be prudent to shed their clothes and make a swift escape. Yang Feng and the others remained outside to oversee various arrangements. Before long, a procession of private vehicles entered the compound, whisking away several security personnel, followed by a multitude of ordinary trucks arriving to transport sealed containers. That evening, Qin Qian boarded a flight bound for Miandian. Approximately 5 hours later, at 7 o'clock in the evening, the plane landed at Yangon International Airport. As he stepped out of the airport, Qin Qian was taken aback by the surroundings. Surely, this could not be a return to a fourth-tier city? These dilapidated high-rises were incomparable to those back home. Truly, one does not appreciate the comforts of home until venturing abroad. Come on, why are you dawdling? Yang Feng urged upon noticing Qin Qian's hesitation. Have all the brothers arrived? Qin Qian inquired. Shall we wait for them before departing? Yang Feng paused, then chuckled. Are you afraid, my friend? Afraid? No, I merely exercise prudence. Qin Qian retorted. All right. Your caution is noted, Yang Feng replied with an air of resignation. We are on a commercial flight. The others naturally arrived before us and have already dispersed into hiding. With Yang Feng's reassurance, Qin Qian felt at ease and waved his hand. Very well, let us set off. Where are we headed? Jiang Ryu asked. This question momentarily stumped Qin Qian, prompting him to turn to Yang Feng. Don't look at me. Yang Feng shrugged. Once we emerge, I defer to your lead. You Haven Tea brought us here without any plans, have you? To his dismay, Qin Qian realized Yang Feng's observation was astutely accurate. He had assumed everything would be meticulously arranged. Su Chi Feng and Li Xiangdan exchanged glances, suddenly feeling that Qin Qian might be somewhat unreliable. Clearing his throat to mask his awkwardness, Qin Qian assured them, Of course I am prepared. It's not that I'm unready. I just thought perhaps we could explore a bit first. With that, he confidently strode away, exuding an air of control. This fellow Yang Feng chuckled, convinced that the only reason Qin Qian was so brazenly strolling forth was because the brothers had already arrived. Where are we headed then? Jiang Ruyue hastily followed, linking her arm with Qin Qian's as she inquired. Awkwardly, I find myself utterly unprepared. Qin Qian remarked helplessly. He naturally had nothing particular to say to Jiang Ruyue. So, what shall we do? No worries. I will first devise a means to establish contact with Xiaopeng. In the meantime, let us simply explore and enjoy ourselves. Xiaopeng. Jiang Ruyue inquired, somewhat perplexed. Who exactly is Xiaopeng? After all, Qin Qian had not disclosed the purpose of his visit to Miandian to her. Nor had she pressed him for details. As long as she could be in his company, that was sufficient. Leah, please assist me in locating Xiaopeng. The watch flickered momentarily, indicating that Leah had already begun her endeavors. Chapter 326. The performance. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Qian felt a sense of calm wash over him. Since he had already arrived, it would be a pity not to take the opportunity to explore. He harbored a genuine curiosity about this country, which was so fervently criticized by many. However, it wasn't long before disappointment settled in. Yangon, once the capital of Myanmar, exuded an air of backwardness that seemed desperately concealed yet unmistakably present. Despite being a coastal city adorned with tropical splendor, Qin Qian found little to appreciate. The architectural allure reminiscent of Myanmar failed to ignite his interest. What is that? Qin Qian inquired, pointing at a sign flickering with neon lights. I have no idea. Shall we go in and take a look? Yang Feng replied, curiosity piqued. The sign appeared to indicate a theater. Wow, you actually understand the Myanmar language. Yang Feng exclaimed. A hint of surprise in his voice, echoed by Su Qing Feng and Li Xiangdan, who shared similar sentiments. Only Jiang Ruyue remained composed, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Don't joke around. You really think I came here unprepared? Qin Qian retorted with a hint of pride. His memory had been enhanced by the system. And 800 years ago, while immersed in the library at Kyoto University, he had casually acquired knowledge of various languages across the globe. Impressive, impressive. I wonder how your mind works. Could it be that you are the genius? Yang Feng mused. Is it possible that I am not a genius, but rather, you are simply too dull? Qin Qian asked earnestly. Yang Feng fell silent, exasperated. Could they not enjoy themselves without incessantly provoking each other? Noticing Yang Feng's silence, Qin Qian smiled knowingly and led the group toward the theater. After purchasing tickets and passing through the entrance, They entered a hall reminiscent of a cinema, where rows of rather unrefined recliners were neatly arranged. At that moment, several patrons were already seated, awaiting the performance. It truly is a theater, Chen Qian murmured as he claimed the best seat in the front row. Of course, when the god of wealth is out, one must always seek the finest. Perhaps the moniker of god of wealth was somewhat whimsical at present, but once his plans came to fruition, transforming Hua country, the title would carry a far weightier significance. As everyone settled into their seats, Chen Qian remained unhurried, waiting patiently. A glance at his watch confirmed that Lia had completed her inquiries, alleviating his worries. However, during the wait for the performance to commence, he inadvertently spotted some vaguely familiar faces among the newly arrived guests. Notably, a figure seated not far from the front row was none other than the imposing individual who had stood in the center of the front row during their training session. It seemed that he had been hidden in plain sight all along. This realization brought Chen Qian a sense of reassurance. He crossed his legs, adopting a more audacious demeanor. Having allies nearby instilled a sense of confidence. Before long, the theater lights dimmed, and the performance began in earnest. Chen Qian felt a surge of anticipation, after all. Human nature is inclined toward exploring the unknown. Yet, in the very next moment, as the stage lights illuminated, he was utterly astonished. Not just him, Yang Feng, Su Qingfeng, Li Xiangdan, and Jiang Riyue were equally taken aback. A row of muscular men emerged, gyrating their waists and dancing with exuberant smiles that, despite their joviality, exuded an unsettling greasiness. Jiang Riyue immediately closed her eyes in distaste, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" Chen Qian echoed her sentiment, equally revolted. The sign didn't T indicate such a performance, and isn't this Tian Dian? Why are there Thai specialties here? Yang Feng, with a knowing tone, remarked. Perhaps it wasn't clearly stated, or maybe you were simply eager to see for yourself. Upon hearing this, Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan exchanged glances with Chen Qian, their expressions shifting. Dare to slander me again, and I shall retaliate. Chen Qian thought furiously. Yang Feng burst into laughter, feeling a sense of satisfaction in having turned the tables. At long last, after enduring the spectacle for what felt like an eternity, the men vacated the stage, and a woman of appropriate age took their place. She should be female, right? Chen Qian mused uncertainly, but regardless. The ensuing performance opened his eyes to a new realm of experience. Even as Jiang Riyue attempted to shield his eyes, he stole glimpses through his fingers. A ping-pong ball was launched with astonishing precision. The human catapult had been taken to new heights by the performers here, causing the local audience to erupt in fervent applause. Their hands flushed with excitement. Let us go, let us go. I can't watch any longer, Jiang Riyue declared, pulling Chen Qian toward the exit. What could Chen Qian do but follow her, disheartened, while Yang Feng appeared somewhat reluctant to depart? Who would have thought you were such a little Yang? Chen Qian silently scoffed. Ah! A light exclamation broke the air. It was Li Xiangdan, who was firmly pinching Su Qingfeng's ear. Brother Su, you have endured much. As they exited the hall, a young man dressed as a server intercepted them. Is there something you need? Yang Feng instinctively moved to shield Chen Qian, with Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan closely behind. However, the young man seemed undeterred, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Indeed, I was not mistaken. This must be a person of great significance. These individuals are his bodyguards. No wonder they secured the best seats upon arrival. I must seize this opportunity. The young man thought, retreating slightly and bowing gracefully. Esteemed guests, are you wishing to depart? Allow me to guide you. What is he saying? Yang Feng inquired, glancing at Chen Qian. He says he wants to lead us out, Chen Qian replied, nodding at the young man. Perhaps it's not permissible to exit through the main entrance? Not allowed to exit through the entrance? Li Xiangdan questioned, perplexed. What a ridiculous rule. Perhaps they fear that others might perceive their business as lacking if they see us leaving? Jiang Riyue speculated. This performance is hardly captivating. Su Qingfeng began, but was abruptly silenced by a sharp pinch, turning to Li Xiangdan with a pained expression. Indeed, the performance was rather lackluster. I can hardly recall what it entailed. As they spoke, the group found themselves in a dimly lit corridor, prompting Chen Qian to furrow his brow. Why must leaving involve so many twists and turns? Do they intend to rob us? Yang Feng instinctively reacted, and then his mind jolted as he scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan also became sharply alert. The young man leading the way was oblivious to their unease. After traversing the corridor, he brought Chen Qian and the others to a wall draped in crimson cloth, then turned to bow once more to them. Esteemed guests, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me. Require? Qin Qian and the others exchanged puzzled glances. The young man clapped his hands, and the crimson fabric on the wall suddenly cascaded down. What on earth? Qin Qian's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping out of his sockets. Goodness, is it truly this audacious here? Yang Feng remarked, his gaze fixated. Su Qingfeng began to speak, but abruptly felt a sharp pain in his ear and quickly lowered his head. Chapter 327. Pink Darren. Behind the crimson fabric lay an immense transparent glass panel, beyond which was a tiered arrangement of seats, fully occupied by women clad in revealing attire. Their sultry glances enticing. These women unabashedly showcased their allure, each accompanied by a numbered tag, as if they were eagerly awaiting selection like coveted merchandise. The moment they beheld Qin Qian's countenance, their excitement surged. Many rose to wave at him, as if he were a treasure to be discovered. Do not look, Jiang Ruyue admonished, her voice tinged with displeasure. I am no less than them. Qin Qian instinctively shivered. Jiang Ruyue's words hinted at genuine irritation. If she insisted he avert his gaze, then he would comply without hesitation. With unwavering determination, he turned his eyes solely towards Jiang Ruyue, affirming, My darling is the finest. I have no interest in these individuals. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruyue felt a flicker of comfort, her tone softening. Well, that is somewhat better. In truth, she recognized that Qin Qian was not to blame. It was not his choice to be brought here, but rather the serveress. Yet, as a woman, she could not suppress her annoyance. How could they so brazenly entice another's boyfriend? Especially that server, whose intentions were far from noble. The young man observed Qin Qian and his companions, disappointment creeping into his expression. It seemed unlikely there would be a substantial deal today. All right, we do not require this. Please escort us out, Qin Qian stated. Very well, the young man replied, offering no further commentary as he turned to lead them towards the exit. Upon leaving the theater, Qin Qian noted the young man's disappointment and, after some contemplation, withdrew a stack of cash from his pocket, offering it without counting. This is a tip, please accept it. The young man's eyes lit up at the sight of the vibrant bills, and he gratefully accepted them, repeatedly expressing his thanks. Thank you so much. Qin Qian nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as he and his companions gradually distanced themselves. His act of generosity stemmed not from the young man's disappointment, but rather from the customary practice of tipping in such establishments. He had even been asked for a tip upon exiting the airport. Moreover, such considerate service deserved acknowledgement. It would be remiss not to reciprocate. What does your generous tipping signify? Jiang Riyue interlinked her arm with Qin Qian's, subtly resting her hand upon his waist. Qin Qian was taken aback, nearly forgetting the presence of his jealous partner, acutely aware that failing to provide a reasonable explanation could lead to a tumultuous evening. Well, you saw how disheartened he looked. I merely softened my heart, Qin Qian replied with a smile. Besides, this sum is trivial for us. It is merely a token. Is that so? Jiang Ruyue pondered for a moment, reluctantly acquiescing to his rationale. All right then, but do not entertain any ill thoughts. Qin Qian promptly nodded, resolute in his assurance. He swore to the heavens that he harbored no such notions. In his eyes, none could compare to his beloved girlfriend. Tonight was merely a serendipitous occurrence. At most, he was merely curious to steal a glance, truly just curiosity. Noticing the late hour, Qin Qian and his companions checked into a relatively upscale hotel, preparing to embark on their formal business endeavors the following day. With a single remark, Qin Qian hastily pulled Jiang Riyue away. I followed suit. Yang Feng, uttering these words, quickly trailed behind, leaving Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan staring at each other in bewilderment. They possessed but a single room card, as Qin Qian had only secured one room for them. You, my friend, truly have a knack for this. In the elevator, Yang Feng displayed a peculiar grin, giving Qin Qian a thumbs up. Hee, this is merely basic etiquette, Qin Qian replied with a mischievous smile. Meanwhile, Su Qifeng felt increasingly awkward, glancing at the equally uncomfortable Li Xiangdan. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, Do you have any money on you? Should we book another room? I don't have any, Li Xiangdan replied, her face flushed crimson. Never mind. Let us depart. Su Qifeng resolutely pulled Li Xiangdan towards the elevator, muttering to himself as if to bolster his own confidence. After all, we slept in worse places, mountainous thickets. There's south no place we cannot rest, right? Yes, right? At that moment, Li Xiangdan's mind was in disarray, utterly oblivious to what he was saying. Even a simple affirmation left Su Qifeng at a loss for words. After all, since entering the military, male soldiers were reprimanded for merely glancing at female soldiers, and in this regard, he truly lacked experience. In the room, Chen Qian surveyed the suite, deeming it barely acceptable before settling on the sofa and activating his holographic watch. Observing this, Jiang Ryue quietly took a seat beside him. Li dialed a number to Xiaopeng. All right, brother. The call was soon connected, and a fluent Mandarin voice resonated through. Hello, who is this? Ah, so you do speak Mandarin. Chen Qian found this intriguing. Could it be true that the other party claimed to be a descendant of the Huagua? Are you Peng Darren? Chen Qian's tone was devoid of politeness. In the dimly lit, rudimentary conference room, Peng Darren was taken aback. It had been a long time since someone had addressed him so directly, causing his tone to turn somewhat unfriendly. Who are you? I am Chen Qian. Chen Qian? Peng Darren appeared puzzled, pondering for a moment before tentatively asking, Who is Chen Qian? You do not know who I am? Chen Qian replied bluntly, jokingly adding that his name was well known in Huagua. Not only in Huagua, but his reputation had long since echoed internationally. How could someone who claimed to be a descendant of Huagua be unaware of him? Chen Qian. Peng Darren mused, and suddenly, a youthful visage materialized in his mind, his eyes widening in disbelief. Galaxy Technologies, Chen Qian? You are the god of wealth? Chen Qian offered a slight smile. Now this was more like it. He wanted the other party to recall him. Introducing oneself was far beneath his dignity. Moreover, the actions he intended to undertake in Mindy, even if nominally personal, would not be perceived as such by astute individuals. To a certain extent, he still represented the nation. The image of the country was sacred and must not be tarnished. He had to position himself at a higher level. Indeed, it is I. I've heard that not long ago, you were purporting to act in the name of Huagua compatriots against the four great families. What has happened since? There has been no news. Peng Darren was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. He certainly could not admit that he merely shouted without thought. To be precise, it was not entirely without purpose. If the domestic powers in Huagua were to take notice of him and offer some assistance, then his proclamations would indeed hold truth, and he could leverage this support to eradicate the four families that had betrayed him, even unifying the north of Mian. This. Peng Darren pondered. May I inquire about the purpose of your question? Ah, he has grasped the essence of the conversation. Chen Qian chuckled. Oh, it's nothing much. I was simply inquiring. You may not be aware, but our Galaxy Technology might have some business opportunities worth discussing with you. Chapter 328. The Small Ruins of a Stronghold. Is there a business opportunity for collaboration? Peng Darren pondered, somewhat perplexed. How could the operations of Galaxy Technology possibly align with his own? Yet, in the next moment, he recalled certain international rumors suggesting that Galaxy Technology was, in fact, a military-industrial enterprise with legitimate trading qualifications. Has Huagua finally taken notice of me? Peng Darren mused, unable to suppress his excitement. After waiting for so long, the moment had finally arrived. However, why was it Chen Qian who reached out to him? Fortunately, Peng Darren was not naive. He quickly arrived at an understanding. You represent yourself, correct? He inquired. Without hesitation, Chen Qian replied, Of course, in business matters, I represent myself and Galaxy Technology. Who else could I represent? Understood, understood. Peng Darren chuckled. The illustrious fortune god of Huagua wishes to discuss business with me. I am truly flattered. Shall we not proceed with the conversation? Chen Qian remarked, I fear I might intimidate you. After all, I only engage in substantial business. Peng Darren was taken aback, nearly losing his grip on his phone. How could they not discuss this? It was imperative to engage. No, of course we must converse. I am quite audacious and open to any magnitude of business. You see, Chen Qian smiled, finding the situation to be progressing even more smoothly than he had anticipated. He had genuinely feared that Peng Darren might be a coward, incapable of rising to the occasion, which would have posed serious complications. Very well, I am currently in Yangon. Let us meet tomorrow to discuss further. Having said that, Chen Qian did not await a response and promptly ended the call. Peng Darren stared at the phone, momentarily lost in thought. Wait, is that it? Meeting to discuss? Do you even know where I am before suggesting a meeting? I have yet to share my location. Commander. What's the matter? Someone nearby inquired, noticing his contemplation. Taking a deep breath, Peng Darren nodded. Yes, it was Chen Qian from Galaxy Technology. Chen Qian from Galaxy Technology? The fortune god's call? Why did he reach out? Peng Darren paused, his tone becoming significant. Perhaps our opportunity for revenge has finally arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened with intrigue, soon followed by deep contemplation. The following day, Chen Qian and his companions arose early, having completed their morning routines, and gathered in his suite. Brother, what shall we do next? Yang Feng was the first to inquire. What else but the important matters at hand? Oh, are we finally commencing? Yang Feng expressed eagerness, as did Su Chi Feng and Li Xiangdan. Wow, Sugu and Dan Jie, you both seem particularly energetic today. Qin Qian couldn't resist teasing them. Su Chi Feng and Li Xiangdan exchanged glances, fully aware of Qin Qian's insinuation, their expressions turning melancholic. They swore. They had truly done nothing last night. Except, the shower had been rather inconvenient. The wretched bathroom was entirely transparent, causing Su Qin Feng to spend a considerable time finding a way to cover it up. Qin Qian smiled slightly, choosing to cease his teasing and return to the matter at hand. All necessary contacts have been established. If there are no issues, we shall set off. Yang Feng and others naturally had no objections. Soon, Qin Qian and his companions purchased a vehicle from the second-hand market and set off towards the north. The distance from Yanbei to Yangon was still considerable, and after driving for over 2 hours, Qin Qian could no longer endure it and handed the wheel to Yang Feng. He should never have volunteered to drive and subjected himself to such discomfort. This wretched contraption lacked even the luxury of automatic driving. And coupled with the dire road conditions outside of Myeongdong, it had proven quite the ordeal. In northern Myanmar, atop some unnamed hill, Peng Derin had summoned all his forces early in the morning, arranging them in the village for a welcoming ceremony. However, after waiting the whole morning, not a single soul had arrived. The reconnaissance reports returned with no anomalies, which left him somewhat vexed. Would the god of wealth truly make an appearance? If not, why had he called to arrange a meeting? Yet, if he were coming, damn, the other party hadn't even asked for his location. Attempts to call back were futile, adding to his frustration. Although there were no road signs or notable structures nearby, save for flora and earthen mounds, a simple coordinate would have sufficed. Since being betrayed by the 4 major families of his former subordinates, he had been forced to wander from hilltop to hilltop with his troops. To put it charitably, this was guerrilla warfare, difficult to eradicate in one fell swoop. But in less flattering terms, he was merely a beleaguered figure, vulnerable and at the mercy of others. Despite his belief that he was a tiger. As afternoon approached, Peng Derin sat gloomily in the conference room, when suddenly someone burst in, visibly agitated. "Commander, they've arrived. The people are here." Peng Derin sprang to his feet, unable to contain his anticipation. But then a thought struck him. How did they know his whereabouts? They had managed to find him? If they had ill intentions, it would have been all too easy. In an instant, he felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, the depths of Huaguo were unfathomable. Fortunately, it appeared they were allies, not foes. With that thought, Peng Derin rubbed his face, striving to present a radiant yet somewhat humble smile as he strode outside. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Qian had deliberately hung up the phone without providing an address, intending to assert dominance. With Leah's presence, locating them wouldn't be overly challenging, especially since many in Myeongdong were still tapping into the network of Nanyang province. Outside the village gate, Qin Qian and his companions stood, surveying their surroundings. Well, how should I put this? Yang Feng hesitated. It's quite difficult to assess. Su Qin Feng shook his head. Isn't this merely a tribe? Li Xiangdan stated bluntly. Jiang Ruyue couldn't help but inquire. Goodness, they don't eat people, do they? Upon hearing this, the young man who had led them shook his head vigorously. No. We certainly do not eat people. Qin Qian's eyelids twitched. He knew that young Peng's life was challenging, but he hadn't anticipated it to be this dire. What lay before him was not a military base, but rather a makeshift wooden encampment. To call it a camp was flattering, as such structures in their homeland would scarcely pass as anything but poorly constructed shelters. Even a dog wouldn't stay here for fear of being crushed by the rain. Only the 3-story concrete house in the middle bore some semblance of structure, resembling a rural self-built residence, albeit somewhat larger. Qin Qian could not help but doubt his choice of Xiaopeng. Could these individuals truly rise to the occasion? The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance, prompting the young guide to rush forward. Peng Derin gestured for him to stand aside, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Ruyue, Yang Feng, and others before settling on Qin Qian. Even upon catching sight of Jiang Ruyue, whose beauty was striking enough to leave an impression, he managed to conceal his astonishment. The arrival of the god of wealth warranted a more proper welcome, yet he felt remiss in not extending a grander greeting. What a ridiculous title, Derin. Was it not a slight against him? Qin Qian mused internally, but he still approached with a smile and extended his right hand. Commander Peng, it is a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 329, Mutual Deception. What commander? It's all just for show. I wouldn't dare to call myself a commander in front of the god of wealth. Peng Derin chuckled. relieved to see that Chen Qian was not as arrogant as during their phone conversation, instead greeting him with a warm smile. Fortunately, Chen Qian remained oblivious to his thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely scoff. Isn't that obvious? You have at least several hundred armed thugs behind you, while I only have a handful of people. How can I possibly act tough? It's hard not to smile. Despite having thousands of brothers outside, one could never predict if they would arrive in time. In this regard, Chen Qian had a clear understanding. Pretentiousness must be tempered by circumstance, lest one appear foolish. Not at all. A commander is a commander. You flatter me, Peng. Peng Darren shook his head. How about this? You call me Brother Peng, and I'll call you Brother Chen. We are compatriots, after all. Let us not be too formal. If you refuse, I might get upset. Seeing his insistence, Chen Qian did not decline. Then I shall call you Brother Peng. All right. Splendid. Brother Chen, come in quickly. I've arranged a welcoming banquet, and you are the last to arrive. Having traveled quite a distance, they were indeed a bit famished. Chen Qian and his companions followed Peng Darren into the central cement hut, where they were greeted by a table laden with a sumptuous feast of delicacies. Brother Peng, you've gone to great lengths, Chen Qian remarked with a grin. Setting up such a meal in this shoddy place is no small feat, he added. Peng Darren waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. I feel it's insufficient for you, Brother Chen. Come, take a seat. Everyone, make yourselves at home. Upon hearing this, everyone settled down, with Chen Qian taking the seat of honor without hesitation. Peng Darren had no objections. If Chen Qian hadn't chosen to sit, he would have insisted on it. After ushering away the others, he took his own seat. Brother Chen, come, try our lamb. See if it suits your palate. Peng Darren invited. Chen Qian glanced at him, cheerfully picked up his chopsticks, and took a bite. Not bad. Quite spicy, just to my liking. Haraha. If Brother Chen enjoys it, I can rest easy. Come, let us drink. Peng Darren did not rush into discussing serious matters, instead continuously urging everyone to eat and drink, which took Chen Qian somewhat by surprise. This little old man certainly had the patience. In this manner, could he truly be a compatriot? Yet, he quickly cast that thought aside. Regardless of nationality, they were still outsiders. One must still seize the opportunity. Half an hour later, after several rounds of drinks, Peng Darren finally could not contain himself any longer and, seemingly casual, remarked, Brother Chen, you mentioned coming here to discuss cooperation. I wonder how our allied forces can assist you. Whatever we can do to help, please do not hesitate to say. Chen Qian cast him a sidelong glance. One could not deny that this fellow had a way with words, trying to take the initiative. It was clear he had come bearing gifts. Yet he made it seem as though he was the one in need of assistance. Brother Peng, you must be aware that all of our products at Galaxy Technology have been sanctioned, making it difficult to penetrate international markets. Chen Qian feigned a slight intoxication, squinting his eyes with a hint of vexation, and remarked, It is not that I cannot leave, but rather that I am too proud. Since they dare to impose sanctions on me, I shall not step outside. It is their fault. The reason I remain confined is not due to their sanctions, but rather my own unwillingness. Would you not agree? Indeed, that is certainly the case, Peng Darren immediately concurred. Who is unaware of the excellence of Galactic Technology's products? Can they truly enforce sanctions against them? However, despite his words, Peng Darren felt a twinge of confusion in his heart. Uncertain as to why Chen Qian was sharing this with him. Was not Chen's visit prompted by Huawa's desire to seek justice for its compatriots and combat online fraud? Why? Then, was he now discussing the products of Galactic Technology? Brother Chen, regarding your proposal for cooperation, Peng Darren ventured cautiously. Are you suggesting that Galactic Technology's products should enter Indian? If that is indeed the case, then he is merely indulging in a futile hope. For he lacks the resources to legally bring such goods in. At present, he has neither money nor territory. He is constantly on the run, seeking refuge in new strongholds. Yet, Chen Qian nodded knowingly. If our products from Galactic Technology could indeed enter Indian, I would be most agreeable. However, as he spoke, Chen Qian scrutinized Peng Darren with a hint of suspicion, his silence laden with unspoken implications. Peng Darren cleared his throat to mask his discomfort. Before he could respond, Chen Qian posed another question. Brother Peng, how many troops do you command? Peng Darren hesitated, reflecting for a moment before replying. There are over 400 here. In other locations, excluding the elderly and women, there are around 5,000. Chen Qian felt a twinge of exasperation. This Commander Peng was indeed prudent, having established multiple hideouts to avoid being caught all at once. Such a life must be truly miserable. He refrained from answering directly, smiling instead as he said, Then let me be frank, Brother Peng. Do you wish to challenge the 4 prominent families? Ping Darren's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he declared, "Of course, I do. You see, brother, this is not solely for my own benefit. Their actions are inhumane. They engage in fraud, and yet, at once." Ping Darren launched into a fervent denunciation of the 4 families, his expression growing increasingly indignant, as if he were the victim himself. "I can empathize. How could they treat our compatriots in such a manner? It is utterly intolerable." Seeing him finally take a breath, Chen Qian quickly grasped his hand. "I knew, Brother Ping, that you possess a noble heart. You are a man of integrity. Come, let us share a drink." Upon hearing this, Peng Darren immediately raised his glass. Secretly amused, this Chen Qian is still young. He was so easily swayed by my words. I must be quite impressive. Nearby, Jiang Ruyue, Yang Feng, and others nearly burst into laughter. They were all too familiar with Chen Qian and could see from Peng Darren's expression that yet another had fallen under his spell. After downing another shot of strong liquor, Chen Qian sighed deeply. "Brother Ping, you have suffered greatly." Peng Darren sighed. "Oh, it is all for our compatriots. But alas, the military strength of even one of the 4 great families rivals my own. My dear brother, I find myself powerless despite my intentions." "Ah, have you finally decided to seek assistance?" Chen Qian mused inwardly, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "What if we were to resolve matters with the 4 great families?" Ping Darren was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp Chen Qian's implication. "Are you suggesting?" "My point is, once we have dealt with the 4 great families, do you still harbor any aspirations?" This question indeed left Ping Darren at a loss, for his singular ambition had always been to manage the 4 great families, and he had not contemplated what might follow thereafter. Chapter 330. Recruiting a younger brother. Seeing the dazed expression on Ping Darren's face, Chen Qian felt it was time to continue. "Brother Peng, in the territory of Mianbei, the central army of Miandian, that is, the One Army, wishes to exert control but finds itself powerless." He sighed, as if lost in thought. "Mianbei is in dire need of a king from Mianbei." Peng Darren's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Chen Qian, excitement rendering him almost speechless. It was not that he did not desire it, but rather that he had not dared to dream of such a possibility. I could be the king of Mianbei? Is it truly possible for me to become the king of Mianbei?" He repeatedly questioned himself in his mind. After a brief moment, he turned to Chen Qian again, who now wore a radiant smile. "Brother Peng, our galaxy technology only engages in significant ventures. Without territory, how can you conduct business?" Chen Qian remarked with a grin. "However, since I am quite considerate, I am more than willing to assist you in overcoming some minor obstacles, providing comprehensive services for our clients." Chen Qian's words were exceedingly straightforward, easily comprehensible even to the dim-witted. Nevertheless, Peng Darren, having served as a commander for many years, made an effort to suppress his excitement. He raised his glass and said, "Since this is a partnership, what does my younger brother seek? Merely to allow Galaxy Technologies products into Mianbei?" Chen Qian clinked glasses with him, took a sip, and leisurely replied, "These are merely trivial conditions, such as fully opening the Mianbei market to China, exclusively using Huayuan currency, supporting Chinese capital in various industries, and, of course, real estate resources, though I need not elaborate on that. We are all one family. Just follow the party in the future." Ping Darren took a sip of his drink, but his hand trembled slightly as he held the glass. What he was hearing were anything but trivial conditions. This was tantamount to selling Mianbei. It was even more extreme than that. What did he mean by saying that real estate resources need not be elaborated upon? To follow the party? This would mean surrendering everything without a fight. He wanted no part of it. Noticing Ping Darren's hesitation, Chen Qian smiled reassuringly. "Brother Peng, every situation has its pros and cons. You must consider this from a different perspective. Envision what your future could look like, an absolute local emperor. With wealth and power at your fingertips, and with backing to alleviate many concerns, how splendid that would be. Is it truly significant to fully open the market, use Huayuan currency, and support Chinese capital? Not at all. You won't lack for money, and soon it will merely be a number to you. Moreover, we are not predatory wolves. The quality of life for the people will undoubtedly improve, and they will sing your praises. Just look at Korea and Japan. Their lives are not so bad, are they? But what if you refuse? What will your future hold then? Even if you miraculously unify Mianbei, you will be beset by wolves and tigers. Can you sleep soundly at night?" That last statement struck deep into Peng Darren's heart. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Without Chen Qian's assistance, not only could he forget about becoming the king of Mianbei, But he also wouldn't be able to manage the betrayal of his 4 families. Survival itself would be a blessing. Even if he were to rise to power, what lay ahead? Now, an extraordinary opportunity has presented itself before me. What more could one desire? Let us proceed. Ping Darren filled his glass and, standing upright, raised it solemnly. Brother Chen, I must concede that you are entirely correct. I am willing to acquiesce to your terms. Yet you must not underestimate me, old Ping. Am I the sort who seeks to be the king of Mandy for the sake of wealth and power? My veins pulse with the blood of Huagua. I strive for the future of our nation. This, you must not misconstrue. Damn it, does he think I am merely pretending? Chen Qian thought to himself, though he still smiled and lifted his glass. Of course, I fully understand that Brother Ping is not that kind of person. I merely express these sentiments for your benefit, hoping for a splendid future for you, and I trust you will comprehend. Long live understanding. Ping Darren could hardly contain his eagerness as he clinked glasses with him, then downed the contents in one gulp. Understanding, of course, I understand. Haha. Jiang Ruyue, Yang Feng, Su Chi Feng, and Li Xiangdan exchanged glances, utterly astonished by the scene. Particularly Yang Feng, who felt increasingly uneasy about the conversation between Chen Qian and Peng Darren. It seemed akin to accepting a younger brother. Now, he must assist this younger brother with some trivial troubles? Suddenly, Yang Feng recalled the secret shipments of equipment that had arrived in Mandy, and a realization dawned upon him. Damn it, those items were meant for here. He had thought they were for his own brothers. It was not entirely his fault. His knowledge was limited. He understood the need to protect Chen Qian, to accompany him to Mandy, and that they might face life-threatening disputes. Yet, he never imagined that Chen Qian had come to recruit a younger brother. At that moment, Yang Feng looked at Chen Qian with a gaze filled with resentment. As if to say, why didn't you tell me earlier? This feels as though I am an outsider. Not to mention Jiang Ruyue, who was equally oblivious to her boyfriend's intentions for this trip to Mandy. Chen Qian had his reasons for keeping silent. After all, he could not simply broadcast his true intentions everywhere. The fewer who know about such matters, the better. He and old Mu were well aware, and perhaps in the future, when news from Mandy reverberates internationally, Chen Quan and Minister Chang might glean some understanding. Brother Chen, what do you propose we do next? Peng Darren cautiously inquired. Having adeptly transformed his demeanor and tone, which could hardly be described as merely polite, he was practically venerating Chen Qian. Chen Qian smiled, satisfied with this change. After all, with such courtesy extended towards him, the likelihood of danger in this place should be considerably diminished. Brother Ping, I recognize your eagerness, but please, do not rush. There are many matters we must deliberate upon carefully, are there not? Once the necessary confirmations are established, everything can be settled smoothly. As he spoke, Chen Qian exaggeratedly glanced around, as if fearing that walls might have ears, yet his voice remained unaltered in volume. To be candid, my friend, who works at a security company in the country, recently mislaid a substantial cache of equipment, including cutting-edge infantry gear. This encompasses a staggering 100,000 sets of QBZ-191 firearm components, 300,000 grenades, 10,000 RPGs, and 1,000,000 rounds of ammunition. All lost in the region of Mianbei. How fortuitous, I assent it. It is indeed puzzling where it could have vanished. Chen Qian feigned contemplation before shaking his head. This is of little consequence. We are certain to recall it in due time. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, indeed. Ping Darren nodded repeatedly, his eyes clouded with confusion, as he barely grasped what Chen Qian had said afterward. His mind was still echoing with the notion of 100,000 QBZ-191s and 300,000 grenades. After all, the QBZ-191 has yet to be widely deployed by Huagua. 100,000 sets. A full 100,000. Not to mention the 300,000 grenades, 10,000 RPGs, and 1,000,000 rounds of ammunition. What an astonishing quantity. Forget about dominating Mianbei. He would dare to cross paths with the One Army. Appearance is everything, after all. Chapter 331. What on earth happened? All right, Brother Ping, you're practically drooling, Chen Qian remarked with a smile as he raised his wine glass. Let us continue our feast. Despite having dined for half an hour prior, his mind had been preoccupied, leaving him unsatisfied. Now, he could finally indulge in a proper meal. Ping Darren instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth, realizing Chen Qian was jesting at his expense, and he chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha. So my salivation has been noticed by the younger brother. Ha ha ha. Come, everyone, eat up, indulge yourselves. With this, the atmosphere shifted, and the group began to devour their food with fervor, including Ping Darren himself. After more than half an hour, they finally set down their chopsticks. Chen, how about I take you all on a little tour next? Ping Darren suggested. Chin Chin shook his head. There is no need for a tour. There will be ample time in the future to explore the new Mianbei. Brother Ping, you should focus on gathering your forces. I, too, have preparations to make. Hearing this, a broad smile spread across Ping Darren's face, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. After ensuring that someone would attend to Chan Qian and the others, he departed the mountain stronghold with his team. Everyone, should you need anything, feel free to let me know, said the young man assigned to care for Chen Qian and his companions. What is your name? Chen Qian inquired. You may call me Li Bagong, he replied. Very well. It's getting late. Please arrange accommodations for us. Li Bagong then led them to the second floor, where he assigned 3 guest rooms, one for Chen Qian and Jiang Riyue, one for Yang Feng, and the last for Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan. Chen Qian's gaze lingered on Li Bagong with surprise. This young man was quite perceptive. Oddly enough, Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan raised no objections, prompting Chen Qian, Jiang Riyue, and Yang Feng to ponder. Could it be that they were becoming involved? Curse it, what transpired between those two last night at the hotel? Did anything significant occur? Once the rooms were assigned, Li Bagong departed, leaving behind a walkie-talkie for Chen Qian to summon him at any time. As Chen Qian stepped into his room, he had to admit that although the shabby cement structure looked dilapidated from the outside and the common area was unimpressive, the guest room itself was relatively decent at first glance. At least it was clean, though the dim lighting paired with the gold decor felt somewhat gaudy. Just barely acceptable, Chen Qian muttered as he settled onto the sofa and summoned Leah to begin preparing the necessary documents. The essentials must be addressed and the formalities observed. It was merely a matter of providing a FAA for the younger Pung. Let us all be well off, maintaining appearances. At this level, the binding power of such formalities was nearly non-existent, yet Chen Qian remained unconcerned, untroubled by the prospect of Ping Darren reneging on their agreement. After all, should he dare to do so, Chen Qian would ensure he comprehended the consequences the very next day. The edge of their prowess was not to be underestimated. Even if few in number, their equipment was formidable. If all else fails, Chen Qian might as well gather a few 100,000 flying birds. Meanwhile, Yang Feng was about to exit the room, but reconsidered and closed the door, retrieving a special phone to make a call. The connection was established swiftly, and Yang Feng eagerly lowered his voice, saying, "Hello? Commander Liu, why does your voice sound like you're up to no good?" Commander Liu replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "What is the matter? Speak your mind." Yang Feng hesitated, unsure of how to begin. After a moment of contemplation, he recounted the events of the day in their entirety. Commander Liu listened intently from the other end, remaining silent throughout. "Commander, that's the situation. My brother Chen unexpectedly recruited a new subordinate. What do you think of this? The potential consequences are beyond my control. I thought it prudent to report this to you." "Ah, so you're reporting to me behind Xiao Chen's back, which is why it feels so clandestine," Commander Liu teased lightly. Yang Feng sighed. "I had no choice. Although you instructed me to follow Xiao Chen's lead, this matter could escalate if mishandled, and I fear it might create complications for you." After a pause, Commander Liu replied, "Understood. Keep me informed of any developments, but let me reiterate, while in Miandian, adhere to Xiao Chen's directives. Your only responsibility is to ensure his safety. Do you comprehend?" Yang Feng's eyes brightened. "Are you suggesting?" Liu chuckled. "I don't care how Xiao Chen stirs the pot, even if he turns the world upside down. As long as he remains safe, everything else is inconsequential." "Ah, had you said that sooner, it would have been clear." Yang Feng burst into laughter. "You rascal," Commander Liu chided with a smile, offering a few more instructions before hanging up. Yang Feng tucked away his phone, inhaling deeply to steady his exhilaration. Yes, exhilaration it was. The prospect of training troops had him nearly disoriented. Days spent in the country merely engaging in drills and mock battles had grown tiresome, even the live ammunition. This was an opportunity. As for danger, fortune favors the bold. Yang Feng had never shied away from peril, which was hardly a consideration for him. Arriving at Chen Qian's room, Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan were already present, while Chen Qian and Jiang Riyue were observing the duo with mischievous glances. "Su Ge, Danjia, did nothing happen between you two at the hotel?" Chen Qian inquired with a smile. At this, Yang Feng perked up, swiftly joining Chen Qian and seating himself beside him, absent-mindedly grabbing a bag of seeds to open. However, their hopes were dashed as Su Qingfeng responded flatly. "What could possibly have happened? I don't understand your meaning. Something seems off. Su Ge is unusually quick-witted today," Chen Qian mused, contemplating a gesture to signal subtly, but decided against it. "Let us move on to more pressing matters." Chen Qian adjusted his demeanor and gazed at the assembled individuals. Before arriving here, Brother Yang, Brother Su, and Sister Dan must have had some inkling, perhaps even an understanding of what we are about to face. Upon hearing this, the three nodded in agreement. However, the events that have transpired may have taken you by surprise, Chen Qian continued thoughtfully. But rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. You need not concern yourselves with anything. Simply follow my lead and execute the tasks at hand. In this moment, Chen Qian did not present himself as a younger brother, but rather spoke with the authoritative tone of a leader. Distinguishing between public duty and personal matters, he emphasized that this is not manhwa. Unity and obedience to command are the wisest paths forward. Chapter 332, Reluctance to Yield. Rest assured, my brother, Yang Feng stated, taking the lead. It is our duty to obey orders. Here, you hold the highest authority. Speak what must be spoken, and we shall not question what should remain unspoken. In short, we shall simply act. Then I can be at ease, Chen Qian replied with a slight nod. The following day, the cacophony of sounds roused Chen Qian and Zhang Riyue from their slumber. Approaching the window, they beheld a throng of soldiers, armed and engaged in rigorous training. At first glance, there appeared to be no fewer than 1,000, with more arriving steadily from the outside. After freshening up, Chen Qian and Yang Feng stepped out of the humble abode, just in time to see Peng Darren disembarking from an off-road vehicle in the distance. Good morning, my younger brother. How did you fare last night? Peng Darren approached with a smile. Quite well, Chen Qian replied courteously. Are you nearly ready, Brother Peng? Peng Darren nodded. By the end of the day, we will have gathered our full strength. What do you think? Brother Peng, may we speak privately? Chen Qian suggested, leading the way back into the main room, with Peng Darren following closely. Once the door was closed, Chen Qian accepted the agreement document Zhang Riyue had prepared the previous day. Brother Peng, please take a look. If all is in order, kindly sign. Peng Darren glanced at the document, momentarily taken aback by Chen Qian's terms, yet remained silent. As he was about to sign, he realized he had no pen, casting an awkward glance at Chen Qian. Chen Qian chuckled softly. I have already prepared one for you, brother. Zhang Riyue then produced a fountain pen and ink pad. You truly are thoughtful, my younger brother, Peng Darren remarked, signing the agreement and affixing a seal. A flicker of doubt crossed Chen Qian's mind. Was this man playing tricks? He paused, convincing himself that it was merely his overthinking. After all, he was accustomed to playing mind games with others, which made him overly sensitive to such matters. My younger brother, I have fulfilled my obligations, but what of the equipment? Peng Darren inquired eagerly, his impatience evident as he longed to confront the four great families. Those who dare to betray me shall learn the reason behind the beauty of the flowers. Instead of responding, Chen Qian turned to Yang Feng. Yang Feng raised his wrist and tapped on his holographic watch, then reported a set of geographic coordinates. Noticing Peng Darren's fixation on his own holographic watch, Yang Feng grinned. Ah, this little gadget was a gift from Xiaochen. What? Haven't you seen one before? Peng Darren nodded, then shook his head. I've seen them online, but this is my first encounter in reality. If you hadn't just used it, I would have thought it was merely an ordinary watch. With a pitiful look, he gazed at Chen Qian, the implication clear in his expression. Chen Qian felt a shiver run down his spine, as if he could hear someone whispering in his ear. Brother, I implore you, gift me one. Will you? It must be said, the allure of such gadgets is truly undeniable at times. Very well, Chen Qian laughed. I shall have someone deliver one to you. Brother Peng, you must utilize our Galaxy Technologies holographic watch to truly reflect your status. Wouldn't you agree? Peng Darren's face lit up with joy as he waved his hand dismissively. Ah, I truly do not require it. But since my younger brother insists on presenting it to me, how can I refuse? He chuckled heartily. For a fleeting moment, Chen Qian felt he had encountered a worthy adversary. He never anticipated that even with his thick skin, he would meet a rival of such caliber. Well then, I shall not intrude upon you any further, my dear brother Chen. There are matters to attend to, so I must continue my arrangements, Peng Darren stated. My territory is your territory, dear brother. Should anyone dare to offend you, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall deal with them accordingly. Though it was unlikely that he would actually resort to such measures, he had long since communicated the importance of Chen Qian to his subordinates. He felt it necessary to express his commitment. That would be unnecessary. A broken leg will suffice, Chen Qian replied with a smile. Peng Darren was momentarily taken aback, but could only nod in agreement, pondering to himself that this young man was indeed quite enigmatic. After escorting Peng Darren out, Chen Qian and his companions began to meander leisurely around the encampment. appearing as if they were on a casual outing, in stark contrast to the serious expressions of Ping Darren and his soldiers in the distance. Chun Xian refrained from disturbing Peng Darren. It simply wasn't appropriate, and besides, he thought, whatever battles lay ahead were of no concern to him, as he was not one of the soldiers. In fact, this attitude relieved Ping Darren, who had feared that Qin Xian might misuse his status to meddle in affairs, which would have been troublesome. Clearly, his concerns were unfounded. As noon approached, the base was bustling with activity. All 5,000 of Ping Darren's troops had assembled, along with numerous elderly, women, and children who had gathered near the encampment. Due to a shortage of housing, many soldiers began assisting in the construction of tents, their movements indicating that they had engaged in such tasks on numerous occasions before. Old Ping is still enduring hardships, Qin Xian remarked with a teasing smile, just as his watch chimed with an incoming call. Upon checking, he saw it was Old Mu. Hello, Old Mu. Ah, Xiao Chun. Old Mu's smiling visage appeared in the holographic projection. What brings you to call me? Qin Xian queried, puzzled. I would have thought you were too busy to bother with me. Busy? Far from it, Old Mu retorted, laughing. It's you who keeps finding trouble for me. Qin Xian chuckled silently. Well, the reason for my call is rather straightforward. I've heard you are planning to take action against the 4 prominent families. Qin Xian immediately shook his head vigorously. What do you mean by that, Old Mu? It is their own affair, after all. All right. Old Mu replied with a hint of exasperation, knowing full well that Qin Xian was merely feigning ignorance. Those minor issues are not my concern. But I need the citizens hiding in the park. You mean? Qin Xian began to comprehend Old Mu's intentions. Precisely, Old Mu confirmed with a nod. These individuals need to return to their homeland to face legal repercussions. Ensure that they are sent over to me. The handover in Nanyan province has already been arranged. That is certainly not a problem, Qin Xian assured him. Qin Xian readily agreed, assuring, rest assured, I shall bring every last one of them back. Very well. I shall await the results, Old Mu replied before terminating the call. In truth, even without Old Mu's call, Qin Xian had already resolved to take action. He could not tolerate the scoundrels living lavishly in this realm. Subsequently, Qin Xian approached Ping Darren to convey his intentions, and without a moment's hesitation, Ping Darren promptly acquiesced. After all, this was an immense opportunity for him. It would bolster his presence and garner recognition among the citizens of Huagua, while also appeasing higher authorities, truly a twofold victory. Old Peng would not shy away from such an endeavor. Chapter 333, Pre-War Mobilization in the Heart of Peng Darren. There lay a subtle scheme that Qin Xian could easily discern, yet he chose to remain silent, merely nodding with a sense of satisfaction. For the next 3 days, Qin Xian and his companion strolled leisurely as if they were mere bystanders, occasionally venturing out for a hunt, reveling in the tranquility of the moment. In stark contrast, the soldiers bore solemn expressions, for the news of the impending annihilation of the 4 great families had spread like wildfire. Although they had harbored some suspicions during the assembly, none could have anticipated that the plan entailed the complete eradication of these powerful clans. They had imagined it would merely involve a bold display, akin to past encounters, where they would charge forth to assert their presence and then depart with flair. Little did they realize that each family possessed a military force at least double their own. Not to mention the disparity in ammunition reserves and other resources. How could they possibly engage in battle? However, all anxiety dissipated by the morning of the 4th day. As Qin Xian and his companions shared laughter over breakfast, their attention was suddenly drawn to the distant roar of engines. A convoy of brand new domestic trucks rolled in, stopping in succession at the entrance of the base. Ping Darren, exuding confidence, emerged from the passenger seat of the first truck, nonchalantly tossing his hair. Unload everything for me, he commanded. Ah, our Commander Peng has finally retrieved what we lost, Qin Xian chuckled at the unfolding scene. Indeed, Yang Feng chimed in with a grin. Not an easy task. It was true. According to reports from Feng Mang, after losing their supplies, they had waited nearby for quite some time, only to discover that Ping Darren's subordinates had mistakenly searched in the wrong location. To misplace supplies with precise coordinates was quite a feat, leaving Yang Feng at a loss for words. In the distance, a swarm of soldiers rushed forward to begin unloading, revealing silver-sealed boxes one after another. Be careful, pay attention, and handle them gently, do you understand? Peng Darren admonished with a hint of urgency. Commander, what are these items? One soldier couldn't help but inquire. Before Peng Darren could respond, astonished murmurs filled the air. Goodness, made in China? Fine goods from Huagua? Could these be gifts from Galaxy technology? Speculated a soldier, recalling the recent presence of the fortune god at the base. Now that you mention it, it's quite possible. I wonder if there are any holographic watches inside. I would love to have one. The soldiers exchanged excited remarks, glancing eagerly at Peng Darren. With a smile, Peng Darren shook his head. What you desire will eventually come to you, but these items are not mere commodities. Let us open them and see. Upon hearing that these were not from Galaxy technology, some felt a tinge of disappointment. However, as each box was unveiled, their eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, it's a complete set of QBZ-191 rifles. How much must this cost? Extravagant, truly extravagant. I heard the cost of just one of these guns exceeds 30,000 yuan. My goodness, I have an entire stash of new grenades here. I have a full set of RPGs, not to mention countless rounds of ammunition. A gaze fell upon Peng Darren, hesitating to speak. Commander, these. The corners of Peng Darren's mouth nearly reached his ears, yet he waved his hand dismissively. You have no idea, we are extraordinarily fortunate. Just a couple of days ago, Bozy and his team went on patrol, and lo and behold, they stumbled upon these wild supplies. This is merely a fraction. Far more is en route. Wild supplies, indeed. The expressions of those around Peng Darren turned intricate, as if to say, Boss, do you truly expect us to believe such words? Do you think we are but children of 3? Peng Darren coughed a couple of times to mask his embarrassment, resolute in his own unwavering belief. All right, everyone. Prepare yourselves and distribute the supplies. From that moment forth, the entire base officially entered a state of combat readiness. In the ensuing days, a continuous stream of supplies flooded the base. After 3 days, 5,327 soldiers emerged rejuvenated. That evening, Peng Darren ascended to the rooftop of the concrete hut, surveying the soldiers as he commenced the pre-war mobilization. Brothers, compatriots, war is imminent. Though the 4 great families are our fellow countrymen, they have committed heinous acts without mercy. This battle is not solely for our fallen brothers. It is also to seek justice for our compatriots of Huagua. In Mianbei, there must be order. To share a secret, I harbor a dream. To establish a new homeland for all our compatriots far from home. A place that resonates with our motherland. Where we watch over and support each other. Tell me, are you willing to fight for this new world, for this new homeland? Willing. The soldiers thundered in unison. Even if it means bloodshed and sacrifice, we shall not falter. We shall not falter. In the distance, Qin Qian observed this scene. Nodding with a smile, Brother Peng is indeed adept. He requires no direction. Everything is laid out clearly, and his enthusiasm for battle is palpable. What do you mean by adept? Yang Feng chuckled. I believe he is simply eager to become the king of Mianbei. Ah, Yang, how can you perceive people so accurately? Such bluntness may cost you friends, Qin Qian teased. And what of you? Yang Feng shot him a glance. If anyone loses friends, it shall be you first. Qin Qian, however, disagreed. Impossible, I still have my darling. With that, he wrapped an arm around Jiang Ruyue's waist, provocatively lifting his chin towards Yang Feng. Jiang Ruyue sighed, face-palming. Yang Feng, uninterested, muttered, Humph, who among us lacks a wife? He then activated his holographic watch, selected his contacts, and opened the messaging page. Wife. I miss you dearly. Meanwhile, Peng Darren concluded his mobilization, dividing all personnel into 3 regiments. The 1st and 2nd regiments each comprised 2,000 men, while the remaining 1,000, though insufficient to form a regiment, were aptly named the Imperial Guard, tasked with safeguarding the base. Indeed, Peng Darren would no longer flee. In the future, the true pursuit lies with the 4 prominent families. Before long, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd regiments gradually vanished into the shadows. Peng Darren approached Qin Qian, accompanied by several individuals resembling advisors. Brother Qin, shall we enter and discuss matters within? Peng Darren proposed. Discuss matters? What sort of matters are we to deliberate? Qin Qian comprehended that the discussion referred to military affairs, and the invitation was merely a formality. Thus he promptly shook his head. Brother Peng, you overestimate me. I am utterly ignorant of military matters. No need for concern, Brother Qin. If you are unfamiliar with the subject, we have Brother Yang with us. Chapter 334. The expedition begins upon hearing those words. Qin Qian realized that the other party's intentions were directed towards Yang Feng. Although he had not provided a detailed introduction of Yang Feng in relation to Su Chi Feng and Li Xiangdan in recent days, it was evident that Peng Darren had discerned the backgrounds of the 3 from their demeanor and subtle details. Furthermore, the unwavering loyalty of Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan to Yang Feng, aside from himself, only served to underscore this point. However, Qin Qian could not help but internally scoff at the sight of the elderly man addressing Yang Feng as Brother Yang, despite being at least a decade his senior. He refrained from responding and instead turned his gaze towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng chuckled and shook his head. I shall not partake. With Qin Qian having already expressed his disinterest in participating, Yang Feng felt no compulsion to involve himself, even if a flicker of temptation lingered within him. Upon witnessing Yang Feng's refusal, a fleeting disappointment crossed Peng Darren's eyes, but he said little more, merely greeting the others before leading his group to the third floor. Let us return, Qin Qian suggested, guiding everyone back to their guest room on the second floor. As soon as they entered, he activated his watch, magnifying the holographic screen to project it onto the entire wall. Leah, display the footage, he commanded. Instantly, a high-resolution satellite image appeared, offering a breathtaking aerial view. Surely, no one could naively believe that a satellite would be unable to discern details at night. In fact, zooming in and out and adjusting angles were entirely feasible. Thus it was prudent to avoid wandering through the woods at any hour. Every military district possessed more than one military satellite. Qin Qian's time spent at the Firepower Research Institute was not in vain. He had gained access to the internal network and could effortlessly adjust satellite images. He was acutely aware of the number of satellites in the Central Military District and their general locations. Yet, Yang Feng found himself puzzled. When had Qin Qian acquired the ability to access satellite imagery? Fortunately, this momentary confusion passed without lingering in his mind. Come. Everyone can sit down and enjoy the show, Qin Qian announced, cheerfully retrieving a box of snacks, which Li Bo had procured in recent days. You truly are something. Yang Feng found himself at a loss for words to describe Qin Qian. Could an ordinary person achieve such feats? Most would take considerable time to recover from witnessing a mere chicken be slaughtered. Yet here was Qin Qian, treating war like a cinematic spectacle, munching on snacks as he watched. What's wrong? Qin Qian asked, puzzled. Just tell me if you want some snacks. Though he could surmise Yang Feng's thoughts, he remained unconcerned. What's the big deal about a battle? Am I supposed to be frightened? Snack time, of course. I want some spicy strips, Yang Feng declared, grabbing a bag of spicy snacks and settling down to watch. Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan soon joined him, one indulging in jelly and the other in cookies. However, Jiang Ruyue appeared somewhat restless, prompting Qin Qian to realize that she might be apprehensive about the potentially shocking imagery to come. Leah, be sure to handle any graphic content, Qin Qian instructed. Understood. In the pitch-black forest, the only sound was the rhythmic rustling of leaves, devoid of any other noise. As Li Bogan raised his gaze to the night sky, discerning the direction, he signaled for everyone to halt. What's the matter, Commander? Someone inquired through the earpiece. 3 kilometers to the west lies the territory of the Fuya clan, Li Bogan replied. Our objective is the 4 great families. It is unwise to make too many enemies at this juncture. Let us maneuver around. Consequently, the entire group shifted their course, moving eastward. Commander, if we engage directly with the 4 great families, will not other factions seize the opportunity to strike at us? A member in the conference room glanced at Peng Darren, seeking his insight. It is not without possibility, Peng Darren paused thoughtfully, but the relationship between the 4 great families and other factions is fraught with tension, making such a scenario unlikely. However, the individual still harbored concerns. Peng Darren continued, of course, should sufficient incentives arise, anything is conceivable. Yet, what if we deny them that opportunity? Denial of opportunity? The group expressed surprise, but Peng Darren offered no further elaboration, instead directing his attention to the large screen ahead, which displayed live footage from the imaging equipment carried by the 1st and 2nd Corps. In the footage, Li Bogan's unit, having altered their course, swiftly approached the compound of the Bai family. Though referred to as a compound, it had evolved into a quasi-urban district, radiating various structures of differing heights from the center, fostering a plethora of industries. It would not be an exaggeration to label it a large town, albeit one appearing more developed than the average settlement. In the northern regions, almost every fraudulent enterprise operated under this model. The rationale was simple. Larger compounds employed more workers, and even if they engaged in illicit activities, salaries still had to be dispersed. But where would these employees spend their earnings, considering their confinement? Thus, a self-sustaining economic cycle emerged, where salaries were paid and subsequently recouped, all under the guise of apparent profit. 2 kilometers from the compound's edge, the entire unit concealed themselves, as proceeding further might lead them to encounter the patrols designed to prevent employee escape. The 1st Corps had now reached the vicinity of the Bai family compound. Li Bogan whispered into his earpiece, feeling a surge of emotion. Had it not been for Qin Kaishan, such advanced earpieces would not have been available in the past. Upon witnessing the 1st Corps arrive at their destination, Ping Darren turned his gaze to the other side of the screen and noted that the second corps had just reached the vicinity of the Lan family compound. Neutralize all patrols, spare those who surrender. Then, use their personnel to engage in intrafactional conflict until we encircle the main compound and each family's location, Ping Darren commanded. Understood, Li Bogan acknowledged, commencing discussions with his comrades. The main compound referred to the office buildings of the fraudulent enterprise, and within the entire compound. Aside from the families and the perpetrators, numerous ordinary citizens resided. Hence, a detailed action plan required careful deliberation. Half an hour later, after extensive discussions, a soldier swiftly removed all his gear, retaining only the earpiece, and rose from the ground. Xiao Xiao, exercise utmost caution, Li Bogan advised. Xiao Xiao nodded and then boldly advanced forward. Soon, Xiao Xiao arrived at a kilometer away from the park, standing still as he awaited his fate. Time became an abstract concept as he stood there, when suddenly, the distant roar of an engine pierced the air. A dilapidated Wuling, with its windows down, approached swiftly. Its headlights sweeping over Xiao Xiao before the vehicle abruptly turned and barreled towards him. Hey, where are your exit papers? A menacing voice bellowed from within the car. Don't even think about running. The voice continued, laced with aggression. You look like a runaway piglet. Just wait right there. You little brat, are you tired of living? If you run, I swear I'll make you pay. Upon catching sight of his pursuers, Xiao Xiao decisively dashed toward the mountainous terrain, ignoring their shouts and threats. Fully focused on his escape. Chapter 335, The Wayward Return of the Little Bald Head. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed, yet little Zhao remained unshaken. Devoid of any concern for the possibility of being shot, his speed did not wane in the slightest. After all, every piglet represented a treasure for the park. They would never truly open fire unless pushed to desperation, and he was confident of that. The uneven terrain of the mountainous land was ill-suited for vehicles, granting him some leeway to maneuver against his adversaries. Before long, little Zhao arrived at the predetermined location, unable to suppress a grin as he turned to face the approaching vehicles. Damn it, the little piglet has finally exhausted itself. The vehicle came to a halt, and a foul-mouthed bald man wielding an AK-47 stepped out, followed by a total of 13 others emerging from the car. Vocal. The divine vehicle was indeed remarkable. Not only popular overseas, but still capable of accommodating so many passengers. In the guest room, Qin Qian could not help but exclaim at this scene. How could this contraption fit so many people? Yang Feng murmured softly, utterly perplexed. In the next moment, the situation in the holographic display shifted dramatically. Little Zhao paid no heed to the bald man and his entourage, merely indifferently adjusting his earpiece. Done. Suddenly, countless figures emerged from the surroundings, clad in uniform gear, brandishing QBZ-191 rifles directed at the bald man and his group. Don't move. Li Bagang bellowed fiercely, threatening, move a muscle and I'll take you down. He had stealthily brought his men to lie in wait as the adversaries approached the designated spot. The bald man and his companions were taken aback. They had completely failed to detect the other's approach. Moreover, why were their weapons so superior? At that moment, the bald man recognized Li Bagong. Understanding that they were from the Pink family, having encountered them several times in the past. Yet this only deepened his confusion. Why? Why were they able to roam the mountains freely every day, only to suddenly have superior firepower? Striking gold, were they? Li Bagong, eyeing the familiar bald man, signaled to his companions, who promptly stepped forward to confiscate the adversary's weapons and equipment. It was only then that Li Bagong exhaled in relief. Well done. The encouraging voice of Ping Darren came through the earpiece. Although it would have been simple to eliminate these mere 13 individuals with their troop and weaponry, such an action would undoubtedly expose their position and lead to a fierce conflict. Overall, their forces were still far inferior compared to the four major families. The best strategy was to covertly and gradually consume the enemy while strengthening themselves before launching a formal offensive. In the room, Yang Feng discerned this as well and took the opportunity to explain it to Qin Qian and Jiang Ruyue. Qin Qian nodded in approval. Indeed. It's best if we don't have to intervene. Peng Darren does possess some capability. What he dreaded most was seeing Peng Darren recklessly charge forward, relying on their advantage in weaponry, only to require assistance in cleaning up afterward. What if they got injured in the process? In the scene, having confiscated the opponent's weapons, Li Bagong immediately donned a cheerful demeanor and embraced the bald, muscular man with an affable smile that radiated warmth. Brother, we must have met before, he remarked. The bald man felt a sense of frustration, yet, recognizing the disparity in power, he could only nod in acquiescence. I am the leader of the Bai family's patrol team. We have crossed paths a few times during our previous conflicts. Ah, a big fish, Li Bagong exclaimed with a hint of surprise, not anticipating that he would directly encounter the leader. This development would undoubtedly facilitate the subsequent plans. What do you mean by conflict? Li Bagong shook his head, feigning displeasure. We are merely serving our respective masters, brother. Any conflict is merely a matter of the higher-ups. Between us, there is no real conflict. Even if there were, it would be out of necessity, wouldn't you agree? The bald man paused, instinctively nodding in response. Observing this, Li Bagong promptly continued, I understand, brother, that your allegiance to the Bai family is driven by profit. Yet, you are well aware of their conduct. Reflect upon your own conscience. Do you truly feel no remorse? The bald man began to grasp the implication. It seemed that Li Bagong was attempting to persuade him to surrender. Was it necessary? They were not fools. What if they were shot for refusing to capitulate? Internally, the bald man scoffed, yet he began to contemplate Li Bagong's perspective. You make a valid point. Initially, we did feel some guilt, but as time passed, we grew accustomed to it. See, that's what I like to hear. Li Bagong chuckled, patting his shoulder. Brother, since you understand, why not find your way back? We are not afraid to reveal our strength. Look at our weapons. Observe our equipment. As he spoke, Li Bagong spun around twice in a display of pride, his expression exceedingly flamboyant. Do you know where these come from? The bald man shook his head. These were all scavenged, Li Bagong replied. The bald man was taken aback. Scavenged? How come they had never come across such superior equipment? Li Bagong, perceiving the man's thoughts, leaned closer, lowering his voice for effect. Someone wishes for the demise of the four great families. Do you truly wish to be buried alongside them? The bald man's eyes widened in realization. He was no fool, and suddenly contemplated a multitude of possibilities. No wonder they could scavenge such fine equipment. Upon closer inspection of Li Bagong and his comrades' firearms, he gasped, QBZ 191. Could it be? Cold sweat trickled down the bald man's temples. If everything transpired as he suspected, the four great families were doomed. Li Bagong observed the man's reaction, feeling a sense of relief as he silently thought. Mission accomplished. He then spoke plainly, Brother, Commander Peng has stated that if you realize your missteps and join us in the campaign against the four great families, we shall overlook the past. This is an opportunity. As he spoke, Li Bagong turned to leave. The bald man, in a state of urgency, grasped his arm. Wait, brother, we are willing. Unbeknownst to anyone, Li Bagong wore a triumphant smile, then turned back to pat the man on the shoulder with a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, with your esteemed presence, my brothers, we shall undoubtedly achieve great success. Rest assured, I shall speak highly of you to the commander. The burly man, upon hearing this, was deeply moved and immediately began to pledge his loyalty. Li Bo, in quiet agreement, subtly signaled to those around him, prompting several individuals to step forward and escort the remaining 12 away, engaging them in discussions to sway their thoughts. The combination of coercion and enticement proved remarkably effective and seamless. However, Jiang Ruyue found herself perplexed. Their capitulation seemed far too effortless. Qin Qian chuckled softly and remarked, Not everyone possesses the same fortitude as our valiant soldiers. Moreover, while coercion and allure may appear straightforward, one must consider the context in which they are applied. Chapter 336, Truly Intense Indeed. Yang Feng nodded. Consider this. When a multitude surrounds you with the intent to take your life, what emotions would you experience? Then, upon realizing they seem to be persuading you to surrender, what would that evoke? Finally, when you discern that your adversaries possess formidable backing and that your fate, along with your companions, is sealed, how would that feel? Jiang Ruyue pondered for a moment, her eyes lighting up in understanding. I believe I grasp it now. Qin Qian gently ruffled her hair. However, it also pertains to one's upbringing. Ultimately, these individuals lack the refinement we possess. Yang Feng, Su Qingfeng, and Li Xiangdan smiled, greatly appreciating Qin Qian's praise, which was delivered with sincerity rather than mere flattery. This spirit was upheld through the sacrifices and tragedies of countless predecessors, fortifying their resolve and backbone. Meanwhile, Ping Darren and his associates were in high spirits, witnessing the smooth progression of events. The unexpected windfall from an ideal opening hand was exhilarating, and the second group successfully subdued a patrol team from the Lan family. Congratulations, Commander. What splendid news, they exclaimed. Indeed, it seems unlikely there will be any missteps now, they continued, praising Li Bagong's commendable performance. The group, astute and perceptive, began to shower Peng Darren with accolades. Yet, Peng Darren remained composed, waving his hand dismissively. It's premature to celebrate. We must at least secure the Bai and Lan families before we can truly rejoice. Let us observe how things unfold. With the addition of the burly bald man and his comrades, the operations led by Li Bagong became significantly more efficient. The original plan of gradual enticement was temporarily set aside. Instead, the bald man and his associates directly contacted the remaining patrol teams within the precinct, capitalizing on their advantages. Li Bagong and his team lured over 200 individuals into the open once more. The outcome was exceedingly favorable, confronted by over 2,000 fully armed soldiers. The 200 had no will to resist. It was not that none contemplated defiance, but rather the sight of the superior equipment and the multitude of eager hand grenades, along with dozens of RPGs at the ready, extinguished any spark of courage. Ultimately, under the persuasive influence of the bald infiltrators, they all capitulated without incident. Time waits for no one. We must accelerate our actions, Li Bagong declared with seriousness. With the patrol team diminished by such a significant number, it was only a matter of time before the opposition noticed something amiss. The others recognized this as well, and thus, the first group was momentarily divided into 3 battalions, initiating the surrender operations concurrently. Without hesitation, Li Bagong resolved to capture the entirety of the remaining patrol team in one decisive sweep. Fortunately, both sides were composed of unconventional forces. Had they encountered the regular troops of certain major nations, such petty tricks would have proven ineffectual. The operation commenced swiftly. Armed with the experience of previous encounters, the team became increasingly adept, with the bald man and his allies communicating with greater ease as they coordinated with the precinct. Soon, a fleet of small vans emerged from all directions, arriving at the designated location, where the 3 battalions surged forward simultaneously. Li Bagong astutely positioned the soldiers armed with RPGs at the forefront, leaving the encircled by patrol team in a state of shock. One must wonder what it feels like to be targeted by over 100 RPGs. What do the raised grenades signify? Why do you still have dozens at your waist? The others may not comprehend their predicament. They are utterly bewildered, unable to react even as their weapons are confiscated, becoming prisoners of war. The subsequent procedures unfolded as expected, requiring no direct intervention from Li Bagong, as the burly men instinctively led the charge to persuade the surrender. Half an hour later, a newly formed unit stood ready for action, with members of the former patrol team assigned to various corners, each surrounded by several members of the unit for oversight. Li Bagong was not naive enough to trust them unconditionally. Everything must be tested through the crucible of conflict. All personnel of the unit, move out. The command from Peng Darren resonated, causing Li Bagong and his companions to adopt serious expressions. Despite the current smooth proceedings, a confrontation was inevitable. 1st Battalion, proceed to encircle the Bai family's location. 2nd Battalion, surround the main area of the park. 3rd Battalion, remain within the park to act as needed and provide fire support. With Li Bagong's orders, the group advanced in an orderly manner, dissipating into the night. On the eastern side of the park, the Bai family estate loomed. Li Bagong's 1st Battalion quietly approached, stealthily beginning to encircle the property. The Bai family seems woefully unguarded, Chun Qian remarked, noting the estate's secluded location within the woods, yet lacking any patrols. All personnel were nestled within the estate. He couldn't help but scoff at their naivete. He mused that even if the Peng family army were not present, the 4 major families together could easily overpower such incompetence. You're overestimating them, Yang Feng replied with disappointment. After being a local tyrant for so long, they have likely grown complacent. His disappointment stemmed not from the foe's shortcomings, but from the lack of opportunity to hone their skills. While it was fortunate that Peng Darren was not a fool, the Bai family's foolishness robbed them of a chance to engage in battle. Unlike Chun Qian, who hesitated to confront the enemy, Yang Feng preferred to see the members of Fengmong endure the trials of war, believing it essential for their transformation. Perspectives differed based on positions. What is there to fear about a little skirmish? As long as we survive, everything else is trivial. The cultivation technology from Galaxy Technology is eagerly awaited. Within the estate, Li Bagong and his team completed their encirclement and proceeded to ready their RPGs with ammunition. While not every member possessed one, they had over 500 at their disposal, with the 1st Battalion wielding 200, sufficient for comprehensive coverage of the estate. Albeit a tad extravagant. On my command, we shall initiate a rain of grenades to make our presence known, Li Bagong declared, a fierce glint in his eyes. Yes, understood, came the chorus of responses as everyone readied their grenades. 1, 2, 3, throw. With a crack, the safety pins were released. and in an instant, over 2,000 grenades soared into the air, arcing over treetops and the estate walls. Boom, 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 boom. The fierce flames soared into the sky, momentarily transforming the night into day. The thunderous explosions were deafening, and Li Bagong, along with his companions, felt the ground tremble beneath them. Over 2,000 grenades detonated simultaneously, a truly formidable display. Li Bagong appeared exceedingly exhilarated. In their usual experience, they had never encountered such a phenomenon. Previously, they hesitated even to use a single grenade, reluctant to part with it, and now they reveled in this unprecedented spectacle. However, it was merely grenades after all. The explosive cacophony arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, and soon the flames dissipated. Yet, unlike before, the walls surrounding the estate had crumbled entirely, and a chorus of anguished cries echoed continuously from within. Chapter 337, by Dakai, Hand Me the Megaphone. Li Bo had just risen when he called for someone to bring him the megaphone. Upon opening it, he could not help but let a smile creep across his face. "You are now surrounded by us," he announced. "Oh dear, this phrase sounds so familiar." In the room, Qin Xian found this scene both amusing and exasperating. However, considering that they were using the domestic Rinjiao edition for their materials, it was understandable. Surely, they had watched their fair share of domestic dramas. "I am Li Bo Gang, the commander of the Peng family army," he declared. "What do you think of my previous greeting, huh?" Haraha. In the manor's bedroom, the portly Bai Dakai had been peacefully slumbering with several wives in his embrace when he was abruptly jolted awake by a thunderous explosion. Fortunately, it was merely a grenade, limited in its range, and he had not sustained any serious injuries, just a fright that caused him to tumble to the floor. Upon hearing the megaphone outside, it dawned on him that the Peng family army had launched an attack. How dare that Peng Darren? Bai Dakai seethed inwardly. The mice that had been scurrying about the mountains now dared to confront him? Who gave them such audacity? However, as a regional lord, he quickly regained his composure. With a resounding crash, the bedroom door burst open, and a team of fully armed subordinates rushed in. "Master, are you unharmed?" the leader inquired with concern. Seeing his men arrive to protect him bolstered by Dakai's confidence, he glanced dismissively at the wives cowering in the corner and shook his head. "I'm fine. What about my son?" "Young master and madam are safe. They are currently heading to the tunnel entrance," the leader replied. Hearing that his son Bai Qin and his legitimate wife were unharmed, Bai Dakai finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. As a powerful figure, he was not foolish enough to remain completely unprepared. Having committed many misdeeds, he was always wary of the consequences. Thus, from the inception of the manor's construction, he had excavated a several-kilometer-long safety passage to prevent situations like this from occurring. "Ensure my son's safety," Bai Dakai instructed, pausing momentarily. "Also, notify the guards in the area to gather their forces swiftly." The leader looked surprised. "Master, aren't you leaving?" A glint of malice flashed in Bai Dakai's eyes. "Leave? Not a chance. I want Pandaren to pay dearly for this." Bai Dakai had remained in his bedroom, unaware of the external chaos, but his subordinates were acutely aware. The leader grew frantic. "Master, you must leave. We can't fight back." "Can't fight back?" Bai Dakai questioned, perplexed. The leader hastily explained, "Just now, an unknown number of grenades were simultaneously thrown in. Many of our brothers in the manor have been killed or severely injured. Moreover, their numbers are overwhelming." "How many are out there?" "At least around 2,000. 2,000. Bai Dakai pondered deeply. There were also over 2,000 on his side. Had Peng Darren truly brought all his forces this time? "Let us go," Bai Dakai decisively commanded, leading his men toward the door. Upon seeing his intent to leave, the women cowering in the corner suddenly grew anxious. "Duh, let us accompany you," one implored. "Indeed, duh, our affection for you is profound," another echoed. "Duh, I cannot bear to be without you yet." Bai Dakai merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction, uttering not a word. With a subtle nod to those beside him, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, accompanied by anguished cries, and soon fell silent once more. "A burden," Bai Dakai muttered, his figure vanishing entirely beyond the door. Outside, Li Bogan had been calling out for quite some time, without perceiving any stir within the estate. However, the sudden gunfire sharpened his gaze with a newfound ferocity. What does this imply? A provocation? A refusal of civility? Initially, he had contemplated capturing someone alive, considering the individual remained on Huagua's wanted list. But his thoughts had swiftly shifted. Accidental fatalities during capture were not uncommon. Brothers, advance. Life and death be damned. At his command, all drew their weapons, charging forth in an orderly manner. Remains and bodies lay strewn across the grass, and occasionally, one could hear the faint cries of those who had yet to succumb. Bang, bang, bang. Li Bogan and his men showed no mercy, ensuring that any survivors received a final shot to the head. However, as they neared the entrance of the building, a sudden realization struck Li Bogan. No, it cannot be that there has been silence until now. Could it be? With that thought, he hesitated no longer. Kicking the door open and rushing inside, his comrades following closely. Empty. Gazing at the vacant hall, Li Bogan felt a weight settle in his heart. Regretting that he hadn't initiated an assault with RPG fire from the onset, for grenades could not traverse the expansive lawn to strike the structure directly. Otherwise, would Bai Dakai have had the opportunity to flee? Regret was futile now. Their immediate concern was locating Bai Dakai, who could not have escaped far in such a brief span. Search, Li Bogan commanded gravely. Instantly, the group dispersed, conducting a meticulous search. Though the estate was vast, their numbers were greater, and soon they had thoroughly scoured both the interior and exterior. Captain, we have a situation, someone reported upon returning to Li Bogan. We discovered a concealed escape passage in the basement. Li Bogan's spirits lifted immediately. Lead the way. We shall pursue. In haste, they rushed towards the basement, only to halt before the passage with a sigh. This escape route was not small. It measured about 5 meters in width and nearly the same in height, marked by numerous tire tracks upon the ground. The audacity! Such preparation, even providing a means of transport within the escape passage, Li Bogan fumed. Captain, should we continue the pursuit? Someone inquired, unable to restrain their curiosity. Li Bogan nodded resolutely. Yes, we must pursue, regardless of the circumstances. We shall see this through to the end. The 4 prominent families are intertwined. Should we allow Bai Dakai to slip away, it would spell trouble. Moreover, without Bai Dakai as a hostage, the battlefield within the estate may undergo significant changes. Xiao, take 500 men to continue the chase, Li Bogan ordered. The rest shall accompany me to provide support within the estate. If Bai Dakai truly escaped, the internal factions of the park must take decisive action, especially concerning the fraudulent entities operating within the park, who have been masquerading under the pretense of seeking justice for their compatriots. It is even rumored that the relevant handover work in Nanyun province has already been meticulously prepared, thus necessitating a comprehensive explanation. Soon, Zhao, accompanied by 500 individuals, surged into the evacuation passage with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Li Bagong and the remaining members hastened towards the park. Li Bagong and his team, however, lacked sufficient experience. In the chamber, Chen Qian had already pinpointed Bai Dakai and his companions through satellite imagery as they emerged from the passage, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Perhaps it wasn't merely a lack of experience, but rather an overwhelming desire to capture them alive. Yang Feng smiled subtly. If we request their surrender, do you think they will not take it to heart? Chapter 338. A single thread pulls the whole body. After some contemplation, Chen Qian realized the truth of the matter. Perhaps it was precisely due to the excessive concern over Huagua's operations to apprehend individuals and the fervent desire to execute the mission flawlessly that Bai Dakai managed to escape with his life intact. In the conference room, Peng Darren wore an expression of displeasure. He had anticipated that his side's firepower would effortlessly subdue the Bai family and capture Bai Dakai. Yet he was taken aback by the unexpected escape. This flight would undoubtedly prompt the other 4 prominent families to react swiftly, uniting their forces. And the situation would only grow more complicated. This was in stark contrast to his initial plan of leaving no room for the adversary to maneuver. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario had yet to unfold. For now, the most dire outcome involved merely the alliance of the 4 families, rather than an amalgamation of these families with other armed factions. Suddenly, Peng Darren's eyes widened in realization. Wait a moment. With Bai Dakai having escaped, the coalition of the 4 families was inevitable. Why wouldn't they also consider joining forces with other factions? Peng Darren was well aware of the timid nature of these 4 families. If they perceived the alliance as still insufficiently secure, what then? The thought deepened the frown on his face. The surrounding advisors, sensing his agitation, wisely refrained from uttering a word, fearful that a careless remark might provoke their commander's wrath. In the room, Yang Feng was analyzing the situation as well. And Chen Qian nodded in agreement. Peng Darren is in trouble. If the 4 families ally with other forces, he will certainly face dire repercussions. There was no way around it. One misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. Yang Feng shook his head, adding, the complexities of the northern forces are intricate. A single thread pulled can set the whole tapestry in motion. It remains to be seen how long our brother Peng can endure. Chen Qian chuckled. I wager a pack of spicy strips that he will come seeking us shortly. A mere pack of spicy strips is hardly worth betting, Yang Feng scoffed. Then had a sudden inspiration. Let us add that propulsion device to the wager. Qin Qian felt a twinge of embarrassment. This brother had an uncanny knack for capitalizing on his generosity. All right, no problem, he acquiesced. Knowing that the system had been consistently simulating outcomes, and securing the ion propulsion device was merely a matter of time. Yang Feng beamed with delight. I bet he can hold out for at least one night. I concur, one night, Su Qifeng chimed in, glancing at Li Xiangdan. Li Xiangdan nodded in agreement. So do I. Jiang Ruyue, somewhat perplexed, inquired, why are you all so certain? Yang Feng replied with a smile, because the battle is far from over. Qin Qian paused. Realizing, indeed, the conflict had yet to reach its conclusion. How could he have overlooked such a fundamental detail? Meanwhile, at the Bai family's estate, Li Bagong and his companions, after a relentless pursuit, finally reached the perimeter of the compound, where the sound of gunfire erupted from within. En route, he had received news from Xiao Zhao, confirming the undeniable fact of Bai Dakai's escape, which gnawed at his nerves. Everyone, follow me as we charge in, Li Bagong bellowed, leading the charge without hesitation. At that moment, the estate was eerily quiet, with all doors tightly shut, a stark contrast to the usual vibrant nightlife. The dirt streets were devoid of any presence. Li Bagong and his team were not surprised. Any ordinary person daring to venture out at such a time would be playing with fire, courting death itself. A group of individuals swiftly approached the main structure of the scam park, successfully merging with the 2nd and 3rd battalions at a distance of 500 meters. After inquiring about the situation, Li Bagong gathered the details. It turned out that upon entering, the 2nd and 3rd battalions encountered members affiliated with the Bai family, leading to intense urban warfare. However, for reasons unknown, the adversary began to retreat, subsequently regrouping at the main building of the scam park to fortify their defenses. Li Bagong speculated that this was likely orchestrated by Bai Dakai. The opposing side was not foolish. They surely understood that one of their targets was the pigs within the park. After all, their rallying cry for justice had resonated throughout Huagua. Bai Dakai and his associates could not be oblivious to this fact. The pigs represented significant wealth for the Bai family and others, hence the meticulous arrangements. This presented quite a conundrum. With a sigh, Li Bagong gazed into the distance, where a cylindrical high-rise loomed conspicuously under the moonlight. Encircled by a white wall, the building housed numerous pigs. Even if he wished to unleash a barrage of firepower, it was unfeasible unless they intended to deliver the pigs to Huagua alive. It was evident that a single error in allowing Bai Dakai to escape had drastically altered the overall situation. In the conference room, Peng Darren discerned this shift. His brow furrowed in silence. Not only was the 1st Battalion in disarray, but the situation for the 2nd Battalion attacking the Lan family was even more dire. Unlike the 1st Battalion, the 2nd Battalion lacked the fortune of capturing the head of the patrol team at the outset. Thus, they could only send individuals to slowly lure the patrol team out, nibbling away at their numbers. Consequently, the 2nd Battalion's progress was significantly slower than that of the 1st. When they finally prepared to assault after whittling down the patrol team, they discovered that the Lan family's estate was utterly deserted. Furthermore, the main structure of the Lan family scam park had gathered all available forces, simultaneously safeguarding the pigs while treating them as hostages. It was needless to say that Lan Qingxi of the Lan family must have received word from Bai Dakai. Even the Wei and Lu families likely had similar knowledge. The difference being that the Wei and Lu families had ample time and were probably already in the process of relocating the pigs. It was over. It seemed that our brother Peng was destined for failure. Qin Qian shook his head. Indeed, they had fallen into a stalemate. Yang Feng paused momentarily and remarked, unless they no longer care about those salespeople inside. Thus, Qin Qian narrowed his eyes, suggesting, this might be an opportunity to discern whether Peng Darren prioritizes capturing individuals over annihilating the 4 prominent families. Yang Feng couldn't help but cast a glance at Qin Qian, puzzled at how someone so young could possess such cunning. Was this the nature of geniuses? Meanwhile, the 1st and 2nd battalions fought hesitantly, yielding no results. As Peng Darren paced anxiously in the conference room, every passing minute increasingly disadvantaged them. The longer they delayed, the more prepared and coordinated the 4 prominent families became. Feel free to share any thoughts, he urged. The others feigned deep contemplation. The current predicament was undoubtedly troublesome, yet it could be simplified, if only they could abandon the pigs. However, they hesitated, uncertain whether to broach that topic. After a considerable interval, someone finally could no longer restrain themselves and stood up. "Commander, let go of those troublesome individuals. Let us proceed with a direct assault. Nothing is insurmountable." The others, witnessing this, began to offer their reassurances as well. "Indeed, Commander. We cannot allow ourselves to suffer great losses for the sake of minor gains." "Precisely. While we would naturally welcome the opportunity to capture those individuals and return them to our homeland, they have now become a hindrance to our efforts, which is regrettable." Ping Darren understood this sentiment all too well, yet the dilemma was that he lacked the courage. With Qin Qian personally coming forth and providing such substantial equipment, how could one be reluctant to apprehend those individuals? Moreover, to go as far as to eliminate them? Chapter 339. Passing the buck. If he were to proceed in such a manner, it would be inconsequential if Huagua remained indifferent. However, should they take it to heart, the ramifications could be immeasurable. For a moment, Ping Darren found himself in a quandary. Perhaps he should entrust this dilemma to Qin Qian and allow him to make the decision. After an indeterminate period, someone suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Ping Darren's eyes brightened. Indeed, what was he agonizing over? He was merely a facilitator. Why should he make the decision himself? It would be far simpler to consult Qin Qian directly. Regardless of the choice Qin Qian made, the responsibility would not rest upon him. Even if Qin Qian opted to spare those piglets, leading to greater complications in the battle, would Qin Qian not assist him then? It was utterly inconceivable. Having come this far, how could one simply abandon the endeavor? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and Qin Qian, somewhat taken aback, soon wore a knowing smile as if he had come to a realization. Glancing at Yang Feng and the others as though to say, "Wasn't tomorrow the day we agreed upon for a visit?" Yang Feng felt a bit embarrassed recalling his previous fervent assurances and feigned ignorance. "Leah, close the screen," Qin Qian instructed, then called out to the door, "Come in." As the door swung open, Ping Darren entered, his face alight with a smile. "Everyone's here. Isn't that obvious?" Qin Qian chuckled, nodding. "Brother Ping, what brings you here instead of commanding the battle? Is there something amiss?" Taken aback by Qin Qian's forthright inquiry, Ping Darren had intended to meander through pleasantries before broaching the topic. "There's a minor matter I'd like to consult you about, my dear brother." He seated himself beside them, articulating the current predicament concerning the piglets. "Here's the situation," Ping Darren lamented, his expression clouded with worry. "Brother, I find myself in quite a predicament. Naturally, I wholeheartedly support your attempts to retrieve the individuals, but look at how things have spiraled into this state. What do you think we should do?" Casting a sidelong glance at him, Qin Qian inwardly mused, "This old fox has deftly redirected the issue back to me." Nevertheless, even if the matter was passed back to him, Qin Qian's intent to gauge the situation had been somewhat fulfilled. It was evident that without his prompting, Ping Darren hesitated to make arbitrary decisions. He could be considered a moderately competent younger brother at this point. "Very well." Qin Qian feigned contemplation, then glanced at Yang Feng and the others. "Let us deliberate before responding to Brother Ping. How does that sound?" Ping Darren had no objections, as long as the decision was one made by Qin Qian. His objective would be accomplished. "Excellent, no problem. I shall take my leave now. Just inform me once you've reached a consensus." Ping Darren was as swift to depart as he was to arrive. Once he had left, Qin Qian turned to Yang Feng and the others. "What are your thoughts?" "Indeed, he is quite the sly old fox," Jiang Riyue remarked, evidently displeased, having discerned Ping Darren's ulterior motives. Though Jiang Riyue was not particularly seasoned in the ways of the world, she was certainly no fool. In fact, she was rather astute. Qin Qian found her expression, as if she were owed millions, amusing enough to stifle a laugh. As Li Xiangdan was about to speak, Yang Feng, brimming with excitement, rose to his feet. "Of course, we must protect those individuals. Just because they are incapable does not imply we cannot succeed." Yang Feng's intention was evidently to have their own people take the stage, and he had long been eager for this moment. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangdan ceased to elaborate further, nodding in agreement. "I share the same sentiment." "So do I," Su Qingfeng added. Was everyone so impatient? Qin Qian observed the palpable eagerness radiating from the trio and suddenly understood. It was strikingly reminiscent of his own childhood brawls. "Very well," Qin Qian nodded. "Let us proceed thus." As soon as Qin Qian consented, Yang Feng and the others broke into smiles, but in an instant, the atmosphere among them became tense. While the prospect of engaging in a brawl was enticing, the pressing question remained: who would actually participate? It would be illogical to leave Qin Qian and Jiang Riyue here while everyone else ventured out. After a brief pause, Yang Feng stepped forward unhesitatingly. his expression grave. Xiao Su, Xiao Dan, as your leader, it is my duty to lead the charge in such perilous endeavors. You should remain here to protect Xiao Chun. If I do not venture into the abyss, who will? Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. They had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. What did he mean by danger? The nature of danger was contingent upon one's abilities. Who was he to declare that if he did not enter the abyss, no one would? Yang Ge, enough, Su Qifeng interjected, firmly pushing him back into his seat. Respect for the elders and care for the young is our traditional virtue. You stay here, and we shall go. Indeed, Li Xiangdan interjected, not allowing Yang Feng a moment to respond. How could you possibly go? You must remain here to support us. Leave the dirty work to us. All right, that settles it. We're leaving, Li Xiangdan declared, taking Su Qifeng by the arm and heading toward the exit with an air of finality. Yang Feng immediately grew anxious. Wait. How can they act this way? They are disregarding the code of conduct. Seeing that if he did not intervene, they would indeed venture out, Yang Feng leaped forward, seizing both of them and declaring, no, you two must return. This time, I shall go. Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan were taken aback. He had ceased to feign modesty altogether. No, we are going. Indeed, we shall go. You stay here. Chun Xian observed this scene with an odd expression, as each of them seemed eager to flee, unwilling to remain by his side. What was this? A disdain for me, Qin Dashuai. While he understood they did not mean it that way, the current situation certainly gave that impression, and the more he looked, the more it felt like they were rejecting him. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, Qin Xian interrupted their commotion. Enough. Let us draw lots. Yang Feng and the others were momentarily taken aback, but upon contemplating Qin Xian's suggestion, they acquiesced since continuing in this manner was untenable. Jiang Ryue procured a sheet of paper, and Qin Xian tore it into 3 pieces, inscribing each with one of their names before crumpling them into balls. 2 will go out, and with 3 of us, it will be 2 out of 3. Fair enough, wouldn't you agree? Qin Xian tucked the paper balls into his embrace and said, to ensure fairness, my family Jiang Ryue will draw. Yang Feng exchanged glances with the other 2, and they nodded in agreement, all feeling that the odds of drawing their own were quite favorable. Jiang Ryue approached with a smile, swiftly retrieving 2 paper balls from Qin Xian's hold. Hurry, hurry, let's see what we have, Yang Feng urged impatiently. What is the rush? Qin Xian replied, somewhat exasperated. Is a few seconds really so critical? Can't you wait a moment? Well, it seems that for some brothers, those few seconds are indeed of great significance. It has been quite a while. Qin Xian unfurled the paper ball, and upon discerning the name inscribed upon it, a playful smile graced his face as he cast a teasing glance at Yang Feng. Wait, why are you looking at me like that, brother? Show me quickly who you drew. Yang Feng complained with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 340. Exercise caution, however. Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan, witnessing the scene, felt a flicker of surprise. Could it be? Qin Xian extended the crumpled piece of paper, and immediately, Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan burst into laughter. Ha ha. Yang Ge, you should just stay here and rest well. Ha ha ha. Su Qifeng chuckled with a sense of pride that Qin Xian had never seen before, making him feel somewhat inclined to tease him. Li Xiangdan, unabashed, patted Yang Feng on the shoulder, exclaiming, Yang Ge, it's destiny. It's destiny. Why bother drawing lots? You could have just sent us directly. Yang Feng ignored the 2, his expression akin to that of someone suffering from constipation, scrutinizing the paper back and forth while muttering to himself. How could this be? Yet, no matter how he looked at it, the name on the paper remained unchanged. No, little brother, you must be doing this on purpose. You must be cheating. Yang Feng, refusing to relent, tossed the paper to the ground and began to play the rogue. Qin Xian shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Don't accuse me without evidence. I haven't done anything. Everything is fair and square. In truth, he spoke no falsehood. He had indeed done nothing, and Yang Ge was simply unfortunate. Seeing Qin Xian's response, Yang Feng remained dissatisfied and contemplated continuing his ruse, but then caught a glimpse of his own reflection in a nearby mirror, which jolted him back to reality. Wait a minute, I'm not that young anymore. How could I stoop to such childishness? He felt a flush of embarrassment, though his dark complexion masked it somewhat. Clearing his throat, he said, I was merely joking. How could I act like a rogue? I am genuinely happy for you all. He added, go on, go quickly. With that, he pushed Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan out the door. Be careful. With a click, the door shut, and Yang Feng did not forget to lock it. Exercise caution? Locking the door? Qin Qian's thoughts suddenly drifted far away. Half an hour later, Qin Qian informed Peng Darren of the decision to safeguard the piglets, which relieved Peng Darren. Since Qin Qian had said so, any potential consequences would not fall upon him. Nevertheless, despite the decision, the battlefield conditions within the park remained quite dire. With hostages in their possession, both the Bai family army and the Lan family army fought fearlessly, effectively neutralizing the equipment disparities between them. At this point, the best possible outcome seemed to be a prolonged standoff until the enemy's ammunition reserves were exhausted, allowing for a minimal cost victory. However, the question lingered. Would there truly be enough time? Peng Darren was uncertain. Deep within a certain forest, a manor, almost indistinguishable from the trees surrounding it, stood beside a small stream. It appeared to have existed for quite some time, with vines crawling up its walls. Before long, a car came to a slow halt in front of the manor's gate. Bai Dakai and a slender man with a receding hairline disembarked and rang the doorbell. To Bai Dakai's surprise, Old Wei possessed such a secret manner. He took out a tissue to wipe away his sweat, reflecting on the matter. Lan Qingxi could not help but chuckle. Indeed, one's name often reflects one's character. With a name like Wei Sua, one must be well prepared. Bai Dakai chuckled in agreement, cautious not to say too much. His current predicament was the most challenging among the four prominent families. And although they claimed to convene for discussions, the truth was that they were seeking assistance. A careless remark overheard could lead to complications. Before long, the grand doors opened, and a woman resembling a housekeeper emerged. Please follow me. Master Wei and Master Lu are already awaiting you in the conference room. Thank you. Bai Dakai and Lan Qingxi responded, trailing behind her into the estate. In the conference room, Wei Sua and Lu Ho were sipping tea when the door swung open, allowing Bai Dakai and Lan Qingxi to enter. Old Wei, Old Lu, it has been a while, Bai Dakai exclaimed upon entering, his smile reminiscent of the benevolent Buddha. Wei Sua and Lu Ho exchanged glances, taken aback by the rare display of such ingratiating cheerfulness from him. However, they refrained from further comments and merely exchanged polite pleasantries before inviting the two to take their seats. Once seated, Wei Sua cleared his throat. It appears that Peng Darren is quite serious this time. We owe a debt of gratitude to Old Bai for his timely warning. Otherwise, we could all have found ourselves in dire straits. Indeed, thank you, Old Bai. We owe you one, Lu Ho and Lan Qingxi chimed in, expressing their gratitude. Bai Dakai feigned modesty, though inwardly he felt a wave of relief. Wei Sua's acknowledgement of his assistance upon entering served as a reassuring balm, subtly indicating that the matter at hand would not be overlooked. The agreement from Lu Ho and Lan Qingxi further underscored their collective stance. Given the current circumstances, it is imperative that our four families unite once more, offering mutual support to pave a sustainable path forward, Wei Sua asserted. Their alliance was not unprecedented. It harked back to the time when their predecessors banded together during their betrayal of Peng Darren's father, navigating through numerous adversities. Thus, their renewed collaboration felt almost natural. That is certainly agreeable. Old Bai and I have come with that very intent, Lan Qingxi responded with a smile. Old Bai, why does your expression appear so grim? Lu Ho inquired, noticing Bai Dakai's hesitation. Bai Dakai paused before responding. Old Lan has retreated from the estate following my warning, so he remains unaware of certain developments. It seems that there is someone behind Peng Darren's attack on us. Someone behind it? Wei Sua pressed for details. The Peng family's forces are now fully armed, and according to my sources, they launched the assault on my estate using at least 1,000 grenades. That is over 1,000. Bai Dakai exclaimed, his agitation evident. Instantly, all eyes widened in astonishment. 1,000 grenades equated to the entirety of their combined stockpile. While it seemed they held a stronghold in their region, in truth, they were merely a small faction, akin to a minor terrorist organization on a global scale, facing tremendous challenges in acquiring weapons and equipment from outside, compounded by limited financial resources. Do you know what kind of weapons they employed? Bai Dakai inquired. Wei Su and the others shook their heads, their minds lingering on the thousands of grenades, feeling a growing sense of agitation, too weary to speculate further. Old Bai, just speak plainly, Wei Su urged. Bai Dakai took a deep breath and replied, it's the QBZ-191, fully equipped. You must understand that although this weapon has been publicly announced, it has yet to be widely deployed within our nation. The fact that it has now appeared in the hands of Peng Darren speaks volumes. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into silence, the very sound of their breaths fading into oblivion. After an indeterminate length of time, Lu Ho finally managed to articulate, Old Bai, are you suggesting that we have indeed provoked the nation, and they are now seeking to settle the score with us? Lu Ho voiced the concerns that weighed heavily on both Wei Su and Lan Qingxi's minds, causing the two to tense up, their gazes towards by decay laden with complexity. If the nation truly sought to hold them accountable, it would be tantamount to a death sentence for them. Chapter 341. The emergence of brilliance by Decay was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling through the minds of those around him, as he himself harbored similar notions. After successfully escaping from the estate, the realization that this might be connected to Huagua sent his emotions on a tumultuous ride akin to a roller coaster. Yet, ultimately, Ba Decay shook his head in uncertainty. I cannot ascertain whether Huagua truly intends to pursue us. Such actions seem inconsistent with its long-standing principles and external image. However, the connection to Huagua was undeniable. After all, the equipment in question could not be easily explained. Even if Huagua were willing to sell, how could one account for Peng Darren's channels? Moreover, where would he procure the funds, given his daily forays across the mountains? I do not share this to instill fear among us, but rather to emphasize the gravity of our situation. We must address Peng Darren decisively. Yet I fear that the four of us alone may not suffice. Wei Suo and the others fell into contemplative silence. It was evident that Peng Darren's equipment was certainly linked to Huagua, yet whether Huagua was resolutely intent on reckoning with them remained uncertain. Nonetheless, this realization was enough to allow them a moment of respite. The historically gentle approach of Huagua had provided them with the audacity to act without restraint for so long. Regaining his composure, Wei Suo was the first to speak. Well, since we have yet to reach a definitive conclusion, we need not plunge into despair. Let us consider our next steps. Lu Ho nodded in agreement. As Old Bai has suggested, I believe that merely uniting the four of us is insufficient. It would be wiser to. I share that sentiment. Lan Qingxi interjected, recognizing the precariousness of his own situation, which, aside from Bai Decay, was the most dire. He was eager to forge alliances with others. What would such alliances entail? Bai Decay inquired tentatively. His intention in voicing the speculation linking Peng Darren to Huagua was to compel the others to agree to collaborate with additional armed factions. In Mandi, particularly in the northern regions, the landscape of armed factions was intricate. Aside from their four families and Peng Darren, the remaining groups were comprised of ethnic militias, and uniting with them would undoubtedly require significant concessions. Wei Suo paused upon hearing this. Regardless of the cost, I personally advocate for reaching out to other ethnic militias. What say you? Lu Ho pondered for a moment before nodding. I concur. Me too, Lan Qingxi affirmed. At that moment, Bai Decay felt a genuine sense of relief wash over him. It appeared that stability was within reach. After all, no matter how formidable Peng Darren's equipment was, his numbers were limited. Outside the Bai family estate, Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan, having departed, promptly summoned all members of Brilliance and hurried to the designated location. Our mission this time has been clearly articulated during our journey. Has everyone comprehended it? Su Qifeng inquired sternly through his earpiece. In contrast to his usual demeanor, he now exuded an intensity that left no room for sluggishness, his resolute gaze unwavering amidst any circumstance, mirrored by Li Xiangdan at his side. Yes, the members of Brilliance responded in unison, their deep voices resonating with an unwavering determination. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Li Xiangdan contemplated for a moment before speaking. There is no need for everyone to be overly anxious. Just observe our equipment. I firmly believe that as long as we adhere to the plan and exercise sufficient caution, we will encounter no issues. I impose no demands for this operation. Except for one, there must be no fatalities. Injuries are permissible, for with the nurturing technology of Galaxy technology, as long as you remain alive, you will all recover fully. Do you understand? The weight of excessive pressure can lead to unnecessary blunders. Which is why Li Xiangdan mentioned the nurturing technology of Galaxy technology and the advanced gear they possessed. Understood, the members responded in unison. This time, Su Qingfeng distinctly sensed that the weight on their hearts had dissipated somewhat. Even though they were all elites, they were merely in their 20s, children of certain parents. Su Qingfeng could not help but reflect on the fact that despite their impeccable training, the onset of actual operations naturally induced some pressure. Upon this realization, he cast a glance of appreciation at Li Xiangdan. Her prior words of reassurance were perfectly timed. How considerate of her, if only he could take her home. Oh no. Su Qifeng snapped back to reality and chuckled to himself. What time is it? And why am I suddenly thinking of such things? It must be Chan Qian's influence, making me increasingly distracted. It's all his fault. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened once more. Everyone, activate stealth mode and move out. In an instant, their tactical suits, already blending seamlessly with the night, vanished entirely. Achoo! In the room. Qin Qian could not suppress a sneeze. Have you caught a chill, dear? Jiang Riyue asked with concern, reaching out to touch Qin Qian's forehead. You're not coming down with a cold, are you? Not likely, Qin Qian replied uncertainly. Why did I suddenly sneeze? Is someone talking about me? He turned to glance at Yang Feng, who was sullenly gnawing on chicken feet in frustration, his expression turning suspicious. What are you looking at? Yes, it's me who is cursing you. Your perception is spot on, Yang Feng retorted, exasperated. Qin Qian chuckled at his demeanor. Yang Ge, don't be so downcast. You haven't said a word this whole time. If someone didn't know better, they might think I did something to you. Besides, you can still direct Su Ge and the others in their operations from here. It's all the same. Qin Qian's comforting words, though well-intentioned, only deepened Yang Feng's gloom. Same my foot. The prerequisite is that if Xiao Su and Xiao Dan were complete fools, I might have some room to maneuver. Didn't you see their previous tactical discussions? I have nothing to contribute. Oh, I see, Qin Qian realized. It's just that Su Ge and Dan Jie are too exceptional. Then you might as well enjoy those chicken feet, Qin Qian replied with a smile, turning his attention back to the holographic screen before them. The operational plan for Fingmong was, in fact, quite straightforward: infiltration. Utilizing the stealth capabilities of their tactical suits, they would silently penetrate the cylindrical high-rise building that housed the fraudulent entity, and from there, everything would be uncomplicated. With their backs turned to them, how could they possibly fail? A true man should not be easily flustered. The primary concern lies in minimizing the risk of being discovered by adversaries too soon. Otherwise, the lives of the innocents may be jeopardized. However, to be candid, Qin Qian harbors a rather complex sentiment towards these individuals. While he can somewhat empathize with those who were deceived and coerced into such circumstances, he finds little regard for those who voluntarily, or even clandestinely, ventured into this predicament. Yet, in the present circumstances, distinguishing the virtuous from the nefarious proves to be an insurmountable challenge. The only recourse is to strive to ensure the safety of all involved. Chapter 342. Have you heard of the power of technology? In the Bai family residential area, gusts of wind occasionally swept through the desolate streets. Unbeknownst to anyone that invisible figures were racing through the night. Members of the vanguard were all elite operatives, deftly mastering the art of silent movement while running. Coupled with specially treated boots, even when they sprinted at full capacity, they made scarcely a sound. Before long, the vanguard reached a halt near Li Bagang and his group. Approximately 600 meters to the east, all personnel stood by at the ready. Su Qingfeng quietly issued commands, having just received orders from Qin Qian to relocate Li Bagang and his associates. Although they posed no hindrance to the vanguard's operations, Qin Qian deemed it prudent to exercise caution. After all, one could never predict the emergence of unforeseen circumstances or blunders. This is what one calls attention to detail. A man who understands the significance of details is a true man. Meanwhile, Li Bagang also received directives from Peng Darren, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Commander, are we truly retreating? Are we not to engage? Engagement is still necessary, came Peng Darren's voice through the earpiece. Then why must we? Li Bagang began to inquire. But Peng Darren interrupted him. Do not ask further. Simply withdraw from the Bai family residential area and await further instructions outside. In truth, not only was Li Bagang bewildered, but even Peng Darren himself harbored confusion. Qin Qian had abruptly sent someone to convey that they should evacuate the Bai family area, without providing any additional context, leaving him in the dark about Qin Qian's intentions. Very well, Li Bagang acquiesced, promptly leading his unit in a withdrawal. In a distant high-rise, members of the Bai family were attentively monitoring the movements of Li Bagang and his team. Witnessing their unexpected retreat filled them with astonishment. In an office, a robust man with a somewhat pallid complexion sat in a chair, listening as his subordinate reported on Li Bagang's withdrawal. This man was Wu Ma, one of the highest-ranking officials in the Bai family military, aside from Bai Dekai. Boss, that is the situation, the subordinate reported. Wu Ma fell into deep contemplation. Just moments ago, the fighting had been fierce, and now they were suddenly retreating? It was hard to believe. Surely, there was a ruse at play. A feigned retreat, perhaps. Continue to observe, and ensure that all our men remain vigilant. I suspect Li Bagang is up to something, Wu Ma instructed. Understood, the subordinate replied, exiting the office to relay Wu Ma's admonition via radio. The team members acknowledged the message, but despite their compliance, the prolonged conflict had left them mentally strained, even if casualties were minimal. Thus, while they reminded themselves to stay alert, many could not help but relax their vigilance somewhat. Before long, Li Bagang and his team completed their evacuation, and Su Qifeng received another message from Chen Qian. It can commence. Su Qingfeng's spirit surged with determination. All personnel, initiate action. As the words were spoken, everyone discreetly dispersed, gradually making their way toward the towering wall of the distant skyscraper. Inside the room, Chen Qian observed this scene with a slight nod, and then, seemingly struck by a thought, turned to Yang Feng with a smile. Brother Yang, have you ever heard of the power of technology? Yang Feng shot him a glance filled with disdain. Do you think I haven't played with Dongfeng Express? You've played that too? I envy you. Chen Qian replied, somewhat surprised, but then shook his head. I'm not referring to Dongfeng. Never mind. Let me demonstrate it for you. With that, he raised his holographic watch. Leah, please pull up the architectural plans and all details of that building in the Bai family garden. Yang Feng paused, puzzled by the request. However, before he could inquire further, a holographic image of the building materialized on Chen Qian's watch, showcasing intricate details of each floor, and even allowing for zooming in and out. Is this even possible? Isn't this cheating? Yang Feng exclaimed in astonishment. With a chuckle, Chen Qian promptly sent the plans to Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan. Now do you understand? You might not be able to command them, but I can, as my handsome looks enable me to assist Brother Su and the others. Yang Feng's expression darkened. What nonsense about being handsome? Even if it's true, must you emphasize it daily? It's quite hurtful to my pride. But that was not the end of it. After sending the plans, Chen Qian instructed Leah again. Leah, pull up all the surveillance footage from within the building and relay it to Brother Su and Sister Dan's watches. In less than a second, Leah's voice chimed in. Done. Is that really all it took? Yang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could you possibly access the surveillance? Chen Qian remained nonchalant, saying nothing, as he projected the surveillance footage onto the wall ahead. The wall became a mosaic of countless surveillance feeds, all in stunning high definition. The fraudulent company maintained an exceptionally strict and meticulous surveillance management system, with an abundance of cameras covering every angle, which would now serve as an invaluable asset. Unbelievable, it's actually true. Yang Feng took a deep breath, his mouth agape as if it could easily accommodate a duck egg. After a moment of stunned silence, he stammered, How did you manage this? Hearing this, Chen Qian smirked, raising his chin and crossing his legs. My shoulders feel a bit sore. Yang Feng's expression darkened again as he shot Chen Qian a glare. If you're not going to share, then forget it. What do you think I am? Someone who massages shoulders? With that, he hurriedly fiddled with his own holographic watch. Moss, pull up the surveillance from that building in by Family Garden. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but think, what a discovery. I didn't realize my holographic watch had this function. How fantastic. Yet, the next moment, Moss's response chilled his heart. Get lost, go play elsewhere. Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback, not due to Moss's scolding, for he had chosen to embrace Moss's fiery and unrefined temperament, often relishing in their playful banter. However, he found himself perplexed by the fact that his Moss was incapable of accessing surveillance, while another's could effortlessly do so. Was this blatant discrimination? He fumed, questioning, why is mine unable to function? Chen Qian's lips twitched slightly as he responded, my friend. Have I not mentioned that my intelligent assistant is custom-made? Yet, the disparity in treatment is rather conspicuous, wouldn't you agree? As Yang Feng's tone softened, he continued, Brother, your capabilities are truly remarkable. Have you considered offering your services to our military? Just imagine, in the event of urban warfare, how invincible we could become. Chapter 343. A relaxed slaughter, alright. Let's head back and make arrangements. Chen Qian waved his hand, acknowledging that the quantum computer prototype had been donated to the nation and that he was continually engaged in research tasks. An additional military mission posed no burden. Oh dear. Why are my shoulders so sore? Chen Qian lamented, exaggerating his discomfort while casting a pointed glance at Yang Feng. This time, Yang Feng's demeanor shifted from gloomy to cheerful. You truly know how to read people, he replied, moving behind Chen Qian to offer a diligent massage, adding with a touch of righteousness, regardless of my status. I relish giving massages to close friends and family. I even enjoy washing your sister-in-law's feet. Upon hearing this, Chen Qian perked up. Wow, Brother Yang. We are kindred spirits. I also enjoy. Yet before he could finish, he felt a familiar pang in his waist. Turning, he was met with Jiang Ruyue's inscrutable gaze, which radiated a sense of danger. Ahem. Well, Chen Qian cleared his throat, discreetly disentangling himself from the grasp of the hands massaging him, standing up. I'll fetch a glass of water. At the Bai family garden. As Feng Mang's members arrived at the base of the wall, Su Qifeng called them to a halt. He and Li Xiangdan moved to a corner to activate their holographic watch. What is this? Li Xiangdan inquired, slightly taken aback. Su Qingfeng rubbed his eyes, gazing at the three-dimensional blueprint before looking up at the towering buildings, as if he had seen a ghost. How did Qin Qian manage to send this? Su Qingfeng marveled. Where did he acquire it? Li Xiangdan shook her head, fiddling with the device until surveillance footage materialized. This? Li Xiangdan nearly exclaimed, but was swiftly silenced by Su Qingfeng. It's actually surveillance. Su Qingfeng murmured, this significantly enhances our assurance for tonight's operation. Li Xiangdan nodded vigorously, hastily sharing the blueprint and surveillance footage. Soon, all members of Feng Mang received notifications, and upon opening their watches, they stood in stunned silence. Boss, what is going on? Can we actually obtain such things? Impressive. My brother. Su Qingfeng detected the joy in their voices, but maintained a level-headed demeanor. All right, let's avoid unnecessary chatter and refrain from asking questions that should remain unasked. I must emphasize, with the aid of this surveillance and blueprint, tonight's operation must be executed flawlessly. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Rest assured, if anything goes awry, I'll be the first to present myself. Me too, I'll present my thigh. I'll present my trousers. What nonsense. Su Qingfeng chuckled, then grew serious. Commence the operation. With his command. The invisible expressions of all present shifted instantaneously, yet they did not rush into action. Instead, they studied the blueprint and surveillance footage before scaling the wall and infiltrating the premises. Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan were among the last to follow, glancing at the surveillance once more, only to find that the footage had already changed. The bodies of the enemies were outlined by segments of varying colors, accompanied by a line of small text as a reminder. The differing colors indicated their varying degrees of significance, with red denoting the utmost importance, followed by yellow. These were undoubtedly the creations of Laya. Could it be done in such a manner? Su Qingfeng was somewhat astonished, yet did not dwell on it. Leading Li Xiangdan towards the office at the top of the skyscraper, for there resided the most prominent individual, presumably the highest authority in this establishment. Outside the office, another individual lingered. Though lacking the prominence of the one inside, he was still of considerable importance. The night wind howled, and the chill of November permeated the air. The entire skyscraper was enveloped in silence, with no one aware of the impending events. Inside the room, Qin Qian observed as the members of the Green Dawn infiltrated and spread through the building, until green nearly saturated every corner. Only then did he exhale a sigh of relief. It should be secure now. Outside the office at the pinnacle of the high-rise, Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan stood against the wall in a corner, 3 meters away from a lean man feigning sleep. The very same individual who had previously reported to Wu Ma. Ironically, while he had cautioned others below to remain vigilant, he himself had succumbed to a moment of repose. Boss, preparations are complete. A segment of Morse code crackled through the earpiece. All members of Green Dawn had reached their designated locations, either close to the enemies or just outside the door, poised to strike at any moment. Su Qingfeng took a deep breath, nodded towards his earpiece, and together with Li Xiangdan, lifted the Huyue. Action. Su Qingfeng bellowed, revealing their presence at last. The muzzle of Li Xiangdan's weapon erupted with a brilliant red beam, effortlessly piercing the forehead of the lean man. Before the man's body could collapse, Su Qingfeng's gun lit up, instead of entering to eliminate the target. He directly pulled the trigger at the wooden door. Inside the office, Wu Ma had been seated, conversing with Bai Dekai on the phone, when the sudden roar startled him. What is happening? Bai Dekai's voice resonated through the line. Faced with Bai Dekai's inquiry, Wu Ma's lips moved uncertainly. He had been engrossed in the call and failed to register the content of the shout. Just as he was about to respond, a red beam shot through the wooden door, leaving him no time to evade, completely caught off guard. This was the last image he would perceive. The light pierced through his heart, a faint scent of scorched flesh invading his nostrils. Wu Ma stood frozen for a moment, unable to raise his hand to retrieve his weapon, before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Creak. The wooden door swung open. Wu Ma. Wu Ma. Speak to me. What is going on? Bai Dekai's anxious shouts continued from the still-connected telephone. Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan stepped inside, their tactical suits temporarily deactivated. Glancing at Wu Ma's lifeless form on the ground, Su Qingfeng felt a sense of satisfaction with his marksmanship. What should we do about this? Li Xiangdan whispered, gesturing towards the phone on the desk. Su Qingfeng paused for a moment, stepped forward, and raised the phone to his ear, unleashing a furious shout. Fuck you. After hastily hanging up, the smile on his face faded somewhat. Li Xiangdan was taken aback. It was her first time witnessing Su Qifeng in such a state. Could it be that Qin Xian had a negative influence on him? Yet, there was something oddly endearing about it. That was my most standard English phrase. How was it? Not bad, right? Su Qifeng said, feeling a sense of pride. You can speak English too, Li Xiangdan exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. Su Qingfeng's expression changed as he stammered. If hello doesn't count, then this is all I can say. I see, Li Xiangdan realized. But recalling that men are creatures in need of encouragement, she gazed at Su Qifeng with utmost seriousness. You are the best. Su Qifeng? Chapter 344. What on earth? What does she mean? What is so great? How does she know I am extraordinary? Su Qingfeng's mind was instantly flooded with countless questions. But they were abruptly interrupted by the sound from the earpiece as other members simultaneously completed their tasks. Boss, the mission is accomplished. The 4th floor is spotless. Same here. This was too easy. Su Qingfeng shook his head. All right, enough with the boasting. You should take a good look at your own equipment. He instinctively donned a stern expression, fearing that his team members would get overconfident. Seeing this, Li Xiangdan wisely chose to remain silent. Don't worry, boss. We know our capabilities. Indeed, we would never underestimate anyone. That's right. The members understood Su Qingfeng's intention and responded accordingly, but some dissonant voices began to arise. You all had a blast. What about us? We're still downstairs guarding the entrance, and not a single person has slipped out. Oh, don't mention it. It's our fault for being slow and not pushing to the front. By the way, the moon is exceptionally beautiful tonight. I feel like I'm walking on thin ice in this life. With thousands of members in the Feng Mang, the number belonging to the Bai family inside the building was far fewer, naturally leading to a shortage. Su Qifeng had already made arrangements, leaving some individuals to guard the entrance. Listening to the complaints, Su Qifeng didn't respond immediately, as he could empathize. Initially filled with fervor, why did it end so quickly? He too felt a sense of longing. Look at you, still safe down there, and yet ungrateful, Su Qifeng said, his words contradicting his heart. Boss, we are the soldiers of the Huagua people. Ask the brothers who fears danger. Exactly. Boss, you underestimate us. Big guts. Dare to underestimate me, old Su? I challenge you to a duel. All right, Shaolin, feeling cheeky again, are we? You're always welcome. Su Qingfeng laughed. But before that, our mission is not yet complete. Not complete. Upon hearing this, everyone became excited, even howling like wolves, though one could not discern their motives. Su Qifeng said no more. Everyone, stand by, begin the retreat. Yes. The Feng Mang members decisively began to retreat. Unlike their stealthy entry, they strode out boldly, their steps exuding an overwhelming confidence. As for the captives in the compound, they neither overlooked them nor forgot about them. They simply had no intention of intervening. What a joke. Did they need to handle such dirty and exhausting work? Who do they look down upon? In the room, Qin Qian observed the arrogant strides of Feng Mang as they withdrew, feeling somewhat helpless. Leah, adjust the surveillance footage. Leah did not speak, merely flashing her watch in response. Even if Feng Mang was exposed to the world, it was of little concern, as the necessary preparations had long been made. Nevertheless, Qin Qian still preferred to avoid exposure whenever possible for convenience, as the brilliance of the situation prompted everyone to retreat. Qin Qian once again directed his people to notify Ping Darren upon their return to the Blue Garden district. In the conference room, upon hearing from his subordinate that Qin Qian had ordered the 1st Regiment to return, Ping Darren felt perplexed yet complied with the instructions. However, the advisors beside him could scarcely contain their confusion. What is happening? I feel increasingly bewildered by this Qin god of wealth. Logically, Qin Qian's decision to protect the piglets and subsequently withdraw the 1st Regiment suggested that he was seeking assistance from Huagua. Yet so soon after, ordering the regiment back, what could that possibly mean? Could it be that aid from Huagua had already arrived? How could it be so swift? Or, does this imply a willingness to abandon the piglets and initiate a direct assault? As they pondered, the group cast their eyes towards Peng Darren, seemingly hoping he could provide clarity. However, Peng Darren merely shook his head. Don't look at me. I too am at a loss regarding what this Qin god of wealth is contemplating. Hearing this, the others suppressed their uncertainties, redirecting their gaze to the large screen, awaiting the 1st Regiment's return to the skyscraper, believing answers would soon be revealed. Li Bagong, having just led the 1st Regiment, was near the park and did not stray far. After receiving Peng Darren's orders, he quickly made his way back. The same location, the same distance. Yet Li Bagong felt an unsettling disquiet. What could be amiss? As he pondered, Sudden realization struck him. It was too quiet. Indeed, it was excessively quiet, logically. Upon their return, the Bai family's forces should have detected them immediately, at the very least firing a couple of shots. Why, then, was there no sound whatsoever? After contemplating for a while without arriving at a conclusion, he reached out to Ping Darren to relay his observations. Ping Darren, after a prolonged silence, resolved to send someone to attempt infiltration and assess the situation. Li Bagong swiftly dispatched the 10 fastest members of his regiment. Once all preparations were complete, everyone aimed their weapons at the skyscraper, ready to provide cover for the 10 infiltrators. However, as the 10 swiftly scaled the wall and entered the building, they discovered not a single enemy within. This left everyone in a state of shock. What is happening? Why is there no one? Could it be that during our withdrawal, those rascals slipped away? Yet they had been on alert just outside the park. No one had emerged. Amidst the confusion, Li Bagong's radio crackled to life. But the voice that came through was inexplicably trembling. Regiment leader, we've seen a ghost. Li Bagong's anxiety intensified as he barked. Stop with the nonsense. Just tell me what is going on inside. They're all dead. Regiment leader, they're all dead. All dead? Li Bagong's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean, all dead? Clarify. Everyone from the Bai family army is dead. Not a single one remains. Not one. Li Bagong felt a chill running down his spine, struggling to comprehend the current situation. It was unfathomable that nearly 7,000 troops stationed in the high-rise building had perished. How could this be possible? They had not heard a single gunshot. How could so many have fallen in such a brief span of time? However, a pressing question soon dawned on him, prompting an urgent inquiry. What of the hostages? What of the pigs? Were the pigs still alive? If they too had met their demise, their efforts that night would be in vain. A trembling voice responded, They are alive. Not a single one has perished. Inquire about what transpired. Li Bagong promptly commanded. Chapter 345. The assault on the Lan family. Immediately, someone began to respond. Commander, we have already inquired. But they all claim ignorance regarding the events that transpired. They are even unaware of the situation outside, only recalling the sound of gunfire from some time ago, which, based on the timing, coincides with our presence here. Li Bagong fell silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. Everyone, into the building. With that, he led the charge forward. Before long, the group entered the building, and Li Bagong began to survey each floor. Everything matched the reports from below. Indeed, not a single life remained, while the pigs were unscathed. How could this be? Li Bagong scrutinized the scene and soon discovered that each corpse bore fatal wounds with signs of scorching. Yet, despite his thorough search for any bullet remnants, he found none. Could it be a special ice bullet? Li Bagong pondered, but quickly dismissed the thought. Ice bullets existed solely in films. They had no place in reality. Even if they did exist, how could they leave behind burn marks? After much contemplation, Li Bagong could not fathom the situation and decided to relay his findings and analyses directly to Peng Darren. In the conference room, Peng Darren and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions frozen in disbelief. After a long silence, Peng Darren nearly let his saliva drip in shock before hurriedly regaining his composure and addressing the group. What are your thoughts on this matter? The attendees instinctively shook their heads. They simply could not comprehend how those from the Bai family had met their demise. Not only was the manner of death unclear, but the speed at which it occurred was astonishing. Indeed, from the time the commander sought Chun Qian's decision until now, how could everyone have perished so swiftly? The more they pondered, the more a chill crept up their spines. The unknown, while intriguing, instilled a profound sense of dread. Could it be superpowers? Someone suddenly suggested. Is it possible that cultivators truly exist? Peng Darren shot the speaker a disapproving glance, realizing that the discussion was veering into absurdity. He stood up and decided to step outside. Rather than indulge in wild speculation, it would be far more prudent to seek answers directly. The others paused in surprise, then began to compliment him with laughter. The commander is truly wise. A single statement has awakened us from our reverie. How could I not have thought of that? Peng Darren paid them no mind. He was well aware of their antics. Upon reaching the second floor, he took a deep breath and knocked on Chun Qian's door. Come in, brother. I'm here. Peng Darren pushed the door open, just in time to catch Chun Qian's radiant smile, devoid of any surprise, as if he had anticipated his arrival. Ah, Brother Ping has come. Chun Qian greeted him warmly, offering a chicken foot. It's getting late. Have a chicken foot before you head back. Peng Darren was taken aback, clearly unprepared for this abrupt invitation to leave. Brother, what is this? Chun Qian chuckled and shook his head, saying, Some matters are best left unasked. Knowing too much can be detrimental. Peng Darren instinctively swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. Even though he was aware that it was Chun Qian's doing, the acknowledgement from Chun himself instilled a certain dread within him. After all, nearly 7,000 lives had been taken in silence, without the use of heavy weaponry or missiles. What does that signify? A single brigade comprises only 5,000 to 10,000 soldiers. In a brief span, an entire brigade had perished without a sound. What if he were the target? The thought was too harrowing for Peng Darren to contemplate. He managed a strained smile, saying, "Now that you mention it, I understand. I shall take my leave at once." With that, he abandoned the chicken claws in his hand and hurriedly exited the room, closing the door with utmost care. As if Chun Qian were a monstrous creature, fearful of provoking his ire. "Am I really that unattractive?" Chun Qian inquired, gesturing toward himself as he glanced at Jiang Ruyue. With a playful peck on his cheek, Jiang Ruyue replied, "Not at all. My darling is the handsomest." Yang Feng's sarcastic voice chimed in, "If you were ugly, then what hope is there for handsome men in this world? You have a keen eye." Chun Qian grinned, giving Yang Feng 2 thumbs up in approval. Had he not been wearing shoes, it would have been 4. In front of the conference room, Peng Darren composed himself, regaining his imposing demeanor before stepping inside. "Commander, have you clarified the situation? What exactly happened? How was it accomplished?" The inquisitive aides could hardly contain their curiosity as they bombarded him with questions upon entry. However, Peng Darren furrowed his brow and waved his hand assertively. "Do not inquire about what is not meant to be questioned. Knowing too much invites calamity. Do you understand?" The aides exchanged knowing glances. They were not strangers to each other. If you don't know, simply admit it. No one would expose you. "The commander is right. We spoke out of turn. Indeed. My tongue has been too loose. I appreciate the commander's reminder. Thank you for the guidance." Peng Darren nodded in satisfaction, feeling that he had regained the dignity lost in front of Chun Qian. Losing face is bearable. The true tragedy lies in the perpetual loss of dignity. Knock, knock, knock. A subordinate who had previously relayed the message re-entered. "Commander, Chun Qian has indicated that the 2nd Regiment of the Blue Garden District may temporarily withdraw." Peng Darren's pupils constricted momentarily as he struggled to maintain his composure, responding, "Understood." The Blue Garden District, akin to the White Garden District in its construction and developmental framework, was not unique. Nearly all fraudulent districts operated under the same model, engaging in a distorted economic cycle. The only distinction lay in their scale. Larger districts boasted more comprehensive and diverse facilities and services, an understanding that is felt but not easily articulated. P.S. I trust everyone comprehends the jest in my solemn boasting. The specifics remain unclear to me, relying solely on hearsay to embellish my claims. As Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan, along with others, entered the inner precincts of the park, the 2nd Regiment was methodically retreating. Su Qifeng gazed at the distant high-rise buildings, reminiscent of those in the Bai family park, feeling a twinge of confusion. Was the same construction team responsible for both? How could they appear so strikingly similar? Before long, the 2nd Regiment completed its withdrawal, and Chun Qian promptly sent over the blueprints and surveillance footage. A subtle smile played at the corners of Su Qingfeng's mouth. Though he remained silent, he unmistakably conveyed a sense of contentment. Soon, the group was fully prepared. Drawing from their previous experience, they navigated the operation with remarkable ease, especially since the personnel guarding the entrance had been replaced. The former guards, now participants in the operation, were brimming with excitement. As was customary, they infiltrated, drawing closer to the enemy's vicinity. Thousands of Hoye missiles were launched almost simultaneously, momentarily transforming the entire high-rise into a crimson spectacle before it fell silent once again. Chapter 346, unscathed the group, led by Su Qifeng, withdrew in an orderly fashion, having heeded his previous warnings. Despite their swaggering steps, no one, including Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan, deactivated their tactical suits' cloaking functions. They remained invisible throughout the operation. Outside the compound, on a higher ground, many members of the 2nd Battalion observed the strange red light. Their presence here was due to Peng Darren's specific instructions to select an elevated position and to keep a vigilant watch on the towering structure within the compound. The battalion leader found this directive perplexing and had inquired whether they should leave a few personnel behind to monitor the situation, but Peng Darren had firmly declined. Surely, this should suffice, the battalion leader murmured to himself. Although he was unaware of the nature of the red light, he was content as long as he could report something. Soon, he relayed his findings to Peng Darren, who fell into a contemplative silence. In truth, Peng Darren merely sought to gain insights. seeing something was preferable. But he was also wary of provoking Qian, fearing a severe backlash. The exact nature of the red light eluded him, and he dared not investigate further, speculating it might be some secret weapon of Huagua. The capability to selectively annihilate thousands without damaging the structural integrity was indeed alarming. Peng Darren could not help but ponder this, but he quickly dismissed the thoughts. Regardless of what the red light represented, it was beyond his reach. In fact, even if it were offered to him, he would decline, shunning the potential troubles it might bring. All I need to know is that Huagua is formidable. More so than I had imagined, terrifyingly so, Peng Darren thought to himself. I shall hold on to this powerful ally. A series of knocks echoed, and without needing to guess, Peng Darren was aware of who was at the door and their intentions. All right, understood. You may return now. He commanded the 2nd Battalion to re-enter the compound. Foregoing any further reconnaissance, he instructed them to proceed directly into the building and take charge of the situation. The battalion leader was taken aback by the order, initially believing he had misheard. What nonsense is this? With so many people inside, you want us to go in directly? Isn't that courting death? However, under Peng Darren's authoritative presence, he refrained from voicing his concerns, reminding himself that military orders must be followed. If necessary, they could adapt to the circumstances later. With this thought in mind, the 2nd Battalion returned to the front of the high-rise. The battalion leader then made the same choice as Peng Darren before him, to send in a few expendable troops first. Peng Darren observed this with a bemused expression. Yet he understood the rationale and waited patiently. As before, the expendables entered the building without incident, and once they reported back, the entire 2nd Battalion was left in shock. Good heavens, am I seeing things? This can't be real. In broad daylight too, what an absurdity. May the Buddha bless us. And may the great dragon protect us. It was the battalion leader who first regained his composure, recognizing that completing the mission was of utmost importance. He led his team into the high-rise to take control of all operations within. Qian observed the scene on the large screen, barely managing to exhale in relief, feeling a sense of gratitude. It wasn't the safety of the piglets that brought him solace, but rather the fact that his own brother, Feng Meng, had emerged unscathed. How remarkably talented am I to have developed such impressive innovations? Although they stem from system simulations, isn't the system merely a manifestation of my innate abilities? Doesn't this imply my own excellence? Indeed, it surely does. Qian's thoughts danced ceaselessly, drifting into abstraction. Dear siblings. Yang Feng, noticing Qian's demeanor, leaned towards Jiang Ruyue with an air of mystery and whispered, Does your brother often wear such an expression of self-admiration? Jiang Ruyue paused, shaking her head. Are you suggesting he does not? Yang Feng speculated. Jiang Ruyue shook her head once more, clarifying. What I mean is, shouldn't he be self-admiring? My boyfriend is undeniably handsome and extraordinarily talented. Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback, his pupils widening as he stuttered, struggling to articulate a response. Truly, a harmonious couple they are. What kind of people are they? Always flaunting their affection, who would so blatantly praise their partner. Oh, it seems my wife often compliments me on my looks as well. Yang Feng mused internally, suddenly finding understanding with Jiang Ruyue. Before resuming his consumption of chicken feet, in the depths of the dense forest, the leaders of the 4 prominent families reconvened in the conference room. Originally, Wei Suo and Lu Ho were prepared to depart for negotiations with nearby ethnic armed forces, but upon hearing from Bai Dekai that the Bai family estate might have fallen, and with Lan Qingxi reporting an inability to contact the Lan family estate, they settled back down and sent someone to investigate. They now awaited further news. Old Bai, do not fret. With the piglets held hostage, it is unlikely for matters to escalate so easily, Wei Su reassured the anxious Bai Dekai. Is there a misunderstanding at play here? Lu Ho pondered aloud. Was it not said that the call was in English? Bai Dekai sighed heavily. I wish it were a misunderstanding, but he explicitly told me, fuck you. Who could possibly misinterpret that? Could it be that scoundrel Wuma has betrayed us? Lan Qingxi interjected suddenly, prompting immediate comprehension among the others. He was insinuating that Wuma might have turned against them. With this reminder, Bai Dekai began to contemplate earnestly. Yet he could still vividly recall the details from the call, including the sound akin to a body hitting the ground. Moreover, he knew Wuma well. He was a son he had personally raised. How could he possibly betray him? The telephone on the conference table rang abruptly, startling Bai Dekai. Wei Suo took a deep breath upon noticing and answered the call, placing it to his ear. Yes, I understand. Very well, that will suffice. After hanging up, Wei Suo instinctively rubbed his temples, while Lu Ho furrowed his brows, sensing from his knowledge of Wei Suo that the news was likely unfavorable. If this were the case, Lu Hou began to calculate in his mind. Old Wei, what is happening? Bai Dekai could not help but inquire. Indeed, what is going on? Please enlighten us. Lan Qingxi echoed his curiosity. However, Wei Suo did not respond immediately to their pressing questions. He remained with his eyes closed, brow furrowed, as if deep in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he gradually opened his eyes and smiled at the two. Rest assured, the matter is not grave. The situation pertains to the communication lines and facilities of your families, which have been obliterated by the Peng family army. As for you, old Bai, while I cannot assert complete certainty, it appears that a young fellow below has simply been overwhelmed, nearly on the brink of a mental breakdown, causing quite a commotion. Chapter 347. Handover. Upon hearing his words, Lan Qingxi felt a wave of relief wash over him. That's good. That's good. Now I can rest easy. Bai Dekai hesitated for a moment, but his expression brightened considerably. All right, the issue is clarified. Lao Lu and I will proceed to handle the matters concerning the joint assistance. As Wei Su spoke, he rose from his seat. You all remain here in peace. We shall return shortly. With that, he strode out of the conference room, followed closely by Lu Hou. Once the two had departed, Bai Dekai cast a hesitant glance at Lan Qingxi. Lao Lan, do you truly believe there is nothing amiss at the park? Lan Qingxi, surprised by his continued concern, pondered for a moment before nodding. There shouldn't be any issues. Wei Su has no reason to deceive us. If we held no value in this union, would he allow us to stay here in such comfort? He continued, moreover. With so many pigs as hostages, it's impossible for them to succumb so quickly. Lao Bai, you are overthinking this. Upon hearing this, Bai Dekai took some time to reflect, ultimately relaxing, a relieved smile returning to his face. You were right. It seems I was being overly cautious. Lan Qingxi patted his shoulder with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. That's the spirit. Rest assured, once the union is finalized, what is ours will remain ours. Everything will remain unchanged, and who knows, we may even ascend to greater heights. Come, let us drink. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Outside the manor, a lengthy vehicle emerged from within, with Wei Su and Lu Hou seated in the back, both lost in thought, enveloped in an oddly silent atmosphere. What are you planning to do about Lao Bai and Lao Lan? Lu Hou suddenly broke the silence, his inquiry piercing through the stillness. Wei Su shot him a surprised glance. Did you guess that? Lu Hou chuckled. Our families are the closest, and I've known you since childhood. How could I not understand you? Wei Su regarded him thoughtfully and then smiled. Indeed, both the Bai and Lan families have fallen, and there are no survivors. No survivors. Lu Hou's eyes widened in disbelief at the news. The rapid downfall of the Bai and Lan families had already astonished him. But now to learn that there were no survivors? How could that be possible? Wei Su paid no heed to his reaction and continued. When my men arrived at the Bai and Lan residences, they found only a floor strewn with corpses. The pigs had vanished, presumably taken by the Peng family. Lu Hou fell silent. After a moment, he refrained from further questioning regarding the Bai and Lan families, instead asking, what are your thoughts now? Wei Su paused momentarily. Since you have surmised that their families have been eradicated, you must have some ideas. Lu Hou nodded without hesitation, smiling as he said, those without value must naturally be discarded. However, even the worthless possess their own worth. Still of use? Wei Su echoed, somewhat astonished, as he had initially planned to resolve matters swiftly in the coming days. What value remains? Do you truly believe we can remain unscathed? Lu Hou mused. Although he was uncertain how Ping Darren managed to swiftly secure the allegiance of the Bai and Lan clans, it was evident that they had underestimated their strength. Coupled with the backing of formidable allies, would uniting multiple armed factions guarantee our victory in this conflict? Wei Su fell silent, equally unsure of the answer to Lu Hou's inquiry. Thus, we must prepare for the worst. A cruel smile crept across Lu Hou's face. Perhaps they could serve as our final refuge. What if they turned out to be our talisman of safety? Even if not, they might still prove useful to some extent. Wei Su comprehended Lu Hou's intent. He aimed to leverage Lao Bai and Lao Lan as bargaining chips, with the possibility of absolving himself should they ultimately face defeat. You rascal. Wei Su's smile twisted into a grimace. You remain as wicked as in our youth. Truly despicable. Lu Hou, beaming, clasped his hands together. I appreciate the compliment. Ha ha ha. With the fall of the Bai and Lan family territories, the prolonged battle came to a temporary halt. Early the next morning, Ping Darren commenced arrangements for the transfer of the piglets. After Qin Xian coordinated a meeting with Mu Lao, Peng Darren personally led the escort team. Qin Xian, feeling somewhat superfluous, joined the group upon Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan's return. Thanks to the numerous domestically sourced trucks salvaged by Pingdarin, the escorting of the piglets proved exceedingly efficient. However, during the transfer, many of the piglets cried out in desperation, proclaiming their unwillingness to return to their homeland, insisting they would rather die in Minbei. Qian, perplexed and enraged, wondered what audacity these individuals possessed to refuse returning and facing legal consequences. Moreover, some even attempted to escape, out of respect for Qian. The Peng family members hesitated to take action against them, which emboldened the disruptive individuals further. When Pingdarin approached Qian once more, Qian's anger finally erupted. Surrounded by a formidable guard, he confronted the rowdy group. The piglets had evidently divided into two factions, the obedient and compliant ones, yearning to reunite with their families. Watch the unruly ones gathered at the center. Qian's arrival silenced the previously boisterous crowd. I hear you wish to remain here? To perish in this place? Qian inquired calmly. The dissenters erupted in protest. Indeed, we do not wish to return. What of it? Is it unacceptable? Must we be coerced into going back? Exactly. Whether we return or not is our prerogative. Who are you to decide for us? Qian listened intently, and after a prolonged silence, raised his hand for quiet. I am not deciding for you. Rather, I am here to apprehend you and ensure your return to face punishment. Do you comprehend what apprehend means? Do you think I am negotiating with you? However, he had evidently underestimated this group. His words not only failed to have the intended effect, but instead incited further defiance. Apprehend us? By what right do you seek to detain us? Who do you think you are to lay hands on us? Brothers, let us stand and fight. Curse be it. I hold the fates of several lives in my hands. Since death is inevitable, I might as well take a gamble. If I escape, the sky will be my limit. Indeed, let us eliminate them. Their numbers do not match ours. Meanwhile, Pingdarin cast a furtive glance at Qian, feeling somewhat apprehensive. The contingent he was escorting was indeed minimal. Nearly 2,000 souls. Although there were over 30,000 pigs in total, he had initially presumed that with their arsenal in hand, no complications would arise. Yet, to his dismay, complications had indeed emerged. Chapter 348, An accidental wish fulfilled. Qian was oblivious to Pingdarin's gaze. As the phrase about several lives hanging in the balance echoed in his mind, he began to understand why this group was so reluctant to return. They were acutely aware that going back would certainly lead to their demise. Conversely, in this chaotic environment, they might still manage to live a somewhat more prosperous existence. It seemed they were all individuals deserving of their fates, Qian mused, as he motioned for the increasingly agitated crowd to calm down. The crowd reluctantly quieted. Yet the eager expressions on their faces suggested that if Qian uttered anything displeasing, they would undoubtedly rush at him. Very well, Qian spread his hands. Since you wish to remain here, I consent. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, nearly convinced they had misheard. What did you say? Do you mean we can stay here? With a smile, Qian nodded. Of course, I have never been one to force others against their will. Since you all seem so fond of this place, I have no objections. However, his smile faded instantly. This place is quite chaotic. And your safety is solely your own responsibility. Of course, someone shouted. I've been here long enough to know what's what. We can take care of ourselves. Exactly, another echoed. I am well aware of everything here. Mind your own business, someone muttered under their breath. Ignoring their remarks, Qian turned his attention back to the occupants of the other vehicles. Is anyone else wishing to join them? At this, the others in the vehicles fell silent, and most shook their heads almost immediately. They were not inclined to linger here for even a second longer, as each moment was a painful reminder. However, after a considerable pause, a few individuals stepped forward, expressing their desire to remain. Qian said nothing further, merely nodded in acquiescence, before turning to fix his gaze on Pingdarin, remaining silent. Yang Feng, Su Qifeng, and Li Xiangdan exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Qian's scrutiny, Pingdarin was approached as Qian passed by, giving his shoulder a firm pat without uttering a word. Before returning to his own vehicle, watching the crowd rush away in anticipation, Pingdarin was bewildered. What was going on? Why was the younger man staring at him? Why the shoulder pat? Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in realization as he gestured for Li Bo, relaying a few instructions before joining Qian in the vehicle. Let us go, Pingdarin commanded with a wave of his hand. The subsequent escort proceeded without any unforeseen incidents, everything going smoothly as they successfully arrived at the Huamian border around 3 in the afternoon. From a distance, Qian observed a large assembly of military and police vehicles lined up neatly, countless soldiers and officers from Huag was standing by, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Ah, quite the extensive preparation, Chun Qian remarked in astonishment. Indeed, there are numerous criminals, Yang Feng remarked with a smile. Soon, the truck came to a halt, and Chun Qian was the first to alight and stride forward. Greetings. A resolute and dark-complexioned middle-aged warrior approached, bowing solemnly. I am Zhao Chong. Thank you for your cooperation. Chun Qian smiled in return. It is the least I could do. Just then, Ping Darren could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, clasping Zhao Chong's hand. Comrade, we are compatriots. We truly exerted ourselves to facilitate the delivery of these individuals. Chun Qian widened his eyes, watching the incessant chatter of Peng Darren with incredulity. You never miss an opportunity, do you? Nonetheless, he was quite pleased with Ping Darren's demeanor, even if it was somewhat sycophantic. The handover proceeded smoothly and methodically, with several individuals resembling leaders arriving shortly thereafter. Chun Qian exchanged a few polite words, then lost interest, pulling Jiang Ryue to search for the mess hall in hopes of securing a meal. The food provided by Ping Darren was far from satisfactory. Only the banquet on the first day was bearable, while the subsequent meals were indescribable, had it not been for his occasional forays to procure some game. He shuddered to think how much weight he might have lost. As Chun Qian and Jiang Ryue stealthily slipped away, their actions naturally drew the attention of the others, for no one dared to let harm befall the duo. Yang Feng had initially intended to accompany them, but reconsidered and approached a military leader to exchange a few words. Although many had been handed over, the process of rescue had inevitably encountered some casualties. Yang Feng paused before stating, not everyone could be brought back. You understand, right? The other nodded in acknowledgement. That's normal. We did not expect to retrieve every single one. In that region, it is quite common for individuals to meet their demise periodically. As long as you comprehend that. Yang Feng nodded and then departed to seek Chun Qian, as he too yearned for a proper meal. The handover continued until 8 in the evening, at which point Chun Qian and his companions enjoyed a sumptuous feast. Naturally, Ping Darren and the others seized the opportunity to indulge as well, relishing every bite. After their appetites were thoroughly satisfied, the two parties bid farewell and set off on their return journey. The route mirrored that of their arrival. And as the group neared the vicinity where the piglets had previously fled, an unfortunate mishap caused Ping Darren to inadvertently awaken Chun Qian. Upon opening his eyes, Chun Qian was greeted by the sight of numerous corpses strewn across the ground. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as the very individuals who had previously boisterously proclaimed their willingness to perish rather than return home. Well, it appears their wish has been inadvertently granted. They indeed died here, Chun Qian chuckled. Such misfortune, isn't it? One wonders who could be responsible, Yang Feng uttered solemnly. Difficult to ascertain, Peng Darren began to analyze earnestly. It seems there are several armed factions present in this vicinity. You remember that quite well, don't you? Chun Qian chuckled, patting Peng Darren on the shoulder. Indeed, my old brother is quite astute. Peng Darren was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, Oh, not at all. This is only to be expected. Ha ha ha. When the group returned to the dilapidated hillside, it was already the following morning, with the dawn just beginning to break. Chun Qian, rubbing his neck, disembarked from the vehicle, vowing never to accompany them for such handovers again, as it was utterly exhausting. However, scarcely had he returned to his room and closed his eyes for a brief respite when Peng Darren sought him out, revealing his intention to relocate. It turned out that he had long harbored a desire to leave this desolate hilltop behind. In the past, circumstances had compelled him to remain, constantly evading the 4 prominent families. Yet, the present was markedly different. Both the Bai and Lan families had been decimated, and the Bai Dekai and Lan Qingxi families now resembled lost souls. He no longer wished to hide away. Ping Darren aspired to become the king of the north. He had no intention of cowering any longer. Chapter 349. The Ping family base. Have you decided where to move? Chun Qian couldn't help but inquire. Ping Darren chuckled. Before we set off to take over, I had already arranged for someone to begin overseeing the Bai family and Lan family parks. The buildings have also been thoroughly cleaned. Wait. Chun Qian quickly interrupted. I have no objections to moving into the park. But isn't it a bit excessive to stay in the buildings? The thought of sleeping in a place where thousands have perished makes me uneasy. Despite not being superstitious and favoring science, as a citizen of Huagwa, who wouldn't he feel a bit disturbed? Seeing his evident discomfort, Ping Darren waved his hand repeatedly. Brother, where are your thoughts wandering? We certainly want to stay in those buildings. We'll be residing in a high-end hotel within the park. Upon hearing this, Chen Qian sighed in relief. A high-end hotel sounds perfect. Why delay? Let's hurry. By the way, have we settled on which park to choose? Indeed, the Bai Family Park. Ping Darren explained, it has a better geographical location and superior development prospects, making it more suitable for us. Chen Qian, indifferent to such details, waved his hand dismissively. You handle the arrangements. We'll follow your lead. No need to consult me on everything. Though Chen Qian said this, Ping Darren dared not neglect his inquiries. He needed to probe every detail. After all, what if a disagreement led to dire consequences? Rather than merely seeking counsel from Chen Qian regarding the relocation, he was keen to demonstrate his compliance and respect for Chen Qian, knowing that this would better secure his position. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Ping Darren smiled, turning to exit the room, careful to close the door quietly behind him. This Ping Darren is quite intriguing, Chen Qian mused, narrowing his eyes in amusement. Increasingly convinced that he had made the right choice in selecting him. This fellow knows the ropes. In the ensuing 2 days, everyone at the makeshift base busied themselves, preparing what needed to be ready and discarding what should be disposed of. By the morning of the 3rd day, they once again boarded a fleet of trucks they had salvaged, setting off towards the new Ping family base. Upon reaching the outskirts of the base, before entering, Chen Qian spotted a truck with a loudspeaker meandering about. From this moment forth, this place would be known as the Ping family base, no longer an illegal industrial park, allowing all to live here normally, provided they refrain from engaging in illicit activities. Noticing Chen Qian's gaze fixed on the promotional vehicle, Ping Darren explained. In such a vast park, it is not easy to drive away ordinary people. It is better to let them stay and live together. Chen Qian regarded him thoughtfully, smiling. I fear it may not be that simple. Ping Darren paused, then chuckled. You are indeed perceptive, Brother Chen. He then shared his vision. It turned out that the current Ping family base was far more than just a base. Ping Darren envisioned it as a burgeoning city waiting to be developed. The fraudulent activities within the industrial park have indeed given rise to various industries, with relatively well-developed supporting facilities. In the future, when he unifies the northern region and ascends to the throne as its ruler, he will adeptly utilize each park as a focal point to delineate cities and towns, gradually advancing their development until they take on a true form. The ordinary individuals residing within the park today will soon become the inhabitants of these future cities and towns. One must acknowledge that Ping Darren possesses a sharp intellect. However, one might ponder whether such aspirations are premature. Chen Qian mused. Is this fellow truly so confident? Yet, upon reflection, much of Ping Darren's assurance stems from his own influence, which brought him some solace. It is indeed good to be self-assured. Such confidence is warranted. These ordinary people, once integrated here, could eventually bolster your ranks, Chen Qian remarked. Ping Darren, having recognized this potential, nodded with a smile. Brother, you are remarkably astute. Truly brilliant. Chen Qian chuckled silently, thinking the flattery was rather base. Soon, their vehicles came to a halt before a 6-story hotel. As Chen Qian alighted and surveyed the exterior, it appeared quite unremarkable. However, upon entering, his eyes brightened slightly. The interior possessed an unexpected charm, resplendent enough to rival a domestic 3-star hotel. Upon reaching the top floor, where the so-called presidential suite was located, Chen Qian and his companions parted ways with Ping Darren. Although their suites were merely across the hall from one another. Not bad, the rooms are quite acceptable, and there is ample space for all of us, Chen Qian remarked, nodding in approval as he explored the suite. This presidential suite, in such a locale, was indeed satisfactory, far superior to the makeshift concrete shelters they had previously endured. Sugu, Danjia, you can finally enjoy separate accommodations, Chen Qian teased, eagerly anticipating a hint of disappointment from the pair. Even Jiang Ruyue and Yang Feng shared his sentiments. Unfortunately, their hopes were destined to be dashed, as Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan displayed no sign of discontent, nearly nodding indifferently. Remember, no sneaking into each other's rooms at midnight, Chen Qian added, his reluctance evident, but the two seemed oblivious, casting him puzzled glances. Who would want to sneak into someone else's room? Why would one do that? Realizing his efforts were in vain, Chen Qian resigned himself to the sofa in the living room and began to fiddle with his holographic watch, perusing the latest news from home. In recent days, as a significant number of criminals were repatriated, followed by their subsequent transport to their registered residences, the commotion had been considerable. The authorities showed no intent to conceal these developments. Major official and independent media outlets were actively promoting the story. Within a mere 2 days, the information had spread widely throughout the nation. What does it matter if they committed crimes abroad? They have all been apprehended and brought back. Indeed, it was a commendable effort. Let these scoundrels face justice. A life sentence would be ideal. Remarkably, it seems that merely issuing a wanted notice was sufficient to facilitate their return. It was reported that this was not the entirety of the culprits. Approximately 100,000 more were still abroad, unwilling to return. Does this imply they are still being apprehended? Indeed. Isn't it curious who has apprehended these individuals? Who could it be? Please, enlighten us. I am equally perplexed, which is why I find it so intriguing. Is it not the so-called Allied forces? They seem to have publicly declared their intent to combat fraud and seek justice on our behalf. Remarkably, this possibility does exist. However, as of now, there has been no word from that fellow, Ping, and thus we cannot ascertain the truth. The online discussions are fervent, yet Chen, satisfied, closed the interface. As this matter continues to gain traction online, many speculate on the identity of the perpetrators. But what truly concerns him is the burgeoning sense of confidence within the hearts of the people. An exuberant confidence. Chapter 350. This is recognition. It dawned on many that we were merely issuing a wanted notice, yet there were individuals bustling about, apprehensively complying with our demands. Such is the grandeur of our great Hua nation. It has instilled a sense of pride within us, straightening our spines ever so slightly. By the way, has Ping Darren yet located the Wei and Lu families? Chen Qian suddenly directed his gaze towards Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan. Su Qifeng shook his head. They have been searching diligently these past few days, but thus far, they have encountered no success. It seems they are still deliberating on the matter of locating them. Li Xiangdan chuckled softly. Is that so? Chen Qian felt a twinge of disappointment. The efficiency is rather lacking, isn't it? He was well aware of the locations where the Wei and Lu families were concealed. And moreover, he knew that they had recently allied with 4 armed factions, a collaboration that was indeed quite remarkable. He had initially intended for Peng Darren to find them on his own. After all, one cannot handle every matter personally. Otherwise, what purpose would younger brothers serve? A big brother must embody the essence of a leader. Yet, after several days without any trace from Peng Darren, Chen Qian pondered and ultimately decided to offer assistance. Perhaps it is best to simply inform him of their whereabouts. Yang Feng, overhearing this, looked taken aback. You know where they are? Of course. Chen Qian replied with a smile, forming a hand gesture. I can discern their location with a mere calculation. In truth, it was thanks to Leah's prowess. Oh, he is rambling again. Yang Feng felt a hint of frustration, though he was becoming accustomed to Chen Qian's extraordinary abilities. Assuming he must have employed some technological means to ascertain their location. Yet, as he contemplated, the realization struck him. His younger brother possessed a plethora of remarkable resources. Yang Feng suddenly thought, I must devise a way to acquire all of it. While Yang Feng mulled over his mischievous intentions, Chen Qian had already summoned someone. Handing over a slip of paper. Deliver this to Brother Peng. It is what he requires at present. Very well. The messenger acknowledged and respectfully departed, closing the door behind him. Meanwhile, Ping Darren was engaged in discussions with his capable advisors regarding the search for the Wei and Lu families. A knock soon echoed at the door. Commander, this is something Mr. Chen asked me to deliver to you. He mentioned it is what you need at this moment. All right. Hand it over. Ping Darren accepted the note, perplexed as he opened it, only to gasp in astonishment. What in the world? His advisors looked on quizzically, wondering why their commander had lost his composure. What could have transpired? Yet, soon after, Ping Darren's expression shifted to one of seriousness. The note contained the precise locations of the Wei and Lu families, which was the source of his astonishment. And the gravity of the situation was underscored by the revelation that 4 armed factions had already allied with them. Such rapid developments? Peng Darren murmured to himself. Then passed the note around. You all should take a look at this. His advisors hastily took the note to examine it, their surprise mirroring his own. They could hardly believe that the individuals they had been searching for over several days were so easily located by Chen Qian. However, the more pressing matter pertains to the 4 armed factions. Should this issue be mishandled, it could lead to considerable complications. What do you believe should be our course of action? After pondering briefly, Peng Darren inquired. The group contemplated before engaging in a succession of discussions. The Wei and Lu families have now merged, and geographically, the 4 armed factions are not far from them. Should they hurry, they could provide support within half an hour, which complicates matters significantly. Moreover, these factions are strategically positioned in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, forming an impenetrable fortress. Wei Suo and Lu Hozhen are undoubtedly fearful. It is precisely due to this fear that we cannot dismiss the likelihood of them forging further alliances. Perhaps we could take them down one by one. What if we employed direct firepower coverage? With so many factions, our ammunition reserves are certainly insufficient. Ping Darren quietly listened to the group's discourse. Although no definitive conclusions were reached at this juncture, he was continuously organizing his own thoughts throughout the discussion, particularly upon hearing the suggestion of firepower coverage. He reflected and found himself in strong agreement, secretly arriving at a decision. After all, to achieve victory with fewer forces and minimize losses, we must establish absolute firepower dominance. As for the issue of inadequate ammunition, is that truly a problem? Ping Darren mused. Who am I? A loyal supporter of Huagua. Surely my good brother would assist me in procuring additional ammunition. There is no doubt about it. With that thought, Ping Darren interrupted the ongoing discussion. Enough. I already have a plan in mind for our approach. Let us conclude for today. Just as he prepared to rise and consult Shinqian, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he felt a surge of excitement. It was a number from Huagua. My efforts have not been in vain. The efforts he referred to were his previous attempts to ingratiate himself with the leadership during the handover of the pigs. Although they had initially refused to exchange phone numbers, he ultimately succeeded in obtaining the contact information of several high-ranking officers. Such maneuvers are not lost on anyone. Ping Darren sighed inwardly, gestured for everyone to leave the room, and then answered the call. Hello, leader, what instructions do you have for me? He greeted, his face beaming with joy. The officer on the other end seemed somewhat taken aback. What leader? Where did this leader come from? I am not a leader. He recalled that had it not been for Qin Qian's discreet intervention, facilitating the exchange of contact information between him and several high-ranking officers, he would never have done so. Now it appeared that the other party might have some inquiries. Otherwise, why would they refer to him as a leader? Clearing his throat, he replied, I am not a leader. I understand. What are your instructions? Ping Darren's smile widened, noticing that he was not receptive. The officer decided to get straight to the point. I have a media outlet that wishes to interview you. Would you be willing? Media? An interview? Ping Darren felt somewhat perplexed as to why the media suddenly wished to interview him. He voiced his confusion, and the soldier explained the situation. It turned out that there was heightened public interest in the recent capture of criminals involved in drug-related offenses, and speculation had arisen that Ping Darren was behind it. The media sought to verify this claim and expressed a desire for an interview if it were indeed true. The soldier had confirmed with them that it was, in fact, Ping Darren's doing, which prompted their request for further discussion. Only then did Ping Darren grasp the situation. It was no wonder that the higher-ups had chosen to contact him directly rather than going through Qin Qian. This was merely a trivial matter. Or so he thought at first. But upon reflection, his eyes widened in realization. Was this truly a trivial matter? No. This was an acknowledgement from the higher authorities. Otherwise, why would they allow the media to interview him? P.S. Wishing everyone a prosperous year of the dragon. Chapter 351. Not too much. You can handle it. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Ping Darren finally returned to reality and promptly replied, no problem. I am available at any time. He still intended to send someone to the Wei and Lu families to gauge the situation, thus he had ample time for an interview. Very well. I shall send you my contact information. Upon concluding the call, the excitement on Ping Darren's face lingered for quite some time. Who could possibly understand? Just a short while ago, he was flitting about the mountains, and now he found himself on the cusp of an interview. Gazing into the mirror, he increasingly felt a sense of charm about himself. After a considerable while, he finally calmed down, for there were more pressing matters at hand. Once he had organized his thoughts, he exited his room and approached the door across the hall, knocking gently. The door was opened by Li Xiangdan, who welcomed Ping Darren in with a smile. Haha. My apologies for the intrusion. I hope I am not a bother, Ping Darren said, though his hands eagerly reached for the spicy duck neck in the nearby bag without hesitation. A pang of hurt struck Li Xiangdan's heart. That was something she had her eyes on before opening the door and had not yet tasted. Is there something on your mind, Brother Ping? Qin Qian inquired, seated comfortably on the sofa with a grin. Ping Darren had grown accustomed to Qin Qian's straightforwardness and proceeded to relay his concerns regarding the Wei and Lu families. Brother, the merger of the Wei and Lu families was one thing, but I never anticipated that they would unite with 4 additional families in such a short span. I find myself in a dire predicament. Qin Qian helplessly rubbed his temples. Ping Darren was indeed a master of playing the victim. Yet he had yet to articulate his actual intentions, which was rather vexing. Hold on. Qin Qian interrupted. Brother Ping, I understand your plight. But let us not dwell on it. Simply tell me how I may assist you. Peng Darren chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. I was wondering, could you possibly provide me with more RPGs? Qin Xian was taken aback. You want RPGs? If memory served him correctly, Peng Darren and his group had scarcely utilized a fraction of their total stock, which amounted to 10,000 in number. Is that not sufficient? You have hardly used what you possess, and yet you deem it inadequate? Qin Xian inquired. Peng Darren shook his head and then nodded. True. We have not made much use of them, but it is indeed insufficient. Brother, I am at my wit's end here. Consider how few personnel I command. Which of the 4 prominent families does not possess greater military strength than I? Now that the Wei and Lu families have allied with 4 armed factions, how am I to wage this war? Upon hearing this, Qin Xian understood. Originally, Peng Darren had contemplated engaging both the Bai and Lan families while absorbing part of their forces to bolster his own. Though fraught with complications, it was a desperate measure. However, the situation had suddenly shifted into a tug-of-war akin to hostage-taking. Furthermore, with Feng Mang's appearance resulting in the complete annihilation of the enemy, Peng Darren had scarcely gained any military power. Now, witnessing the ever-growing coalition of the Wei and Lu families, he had devised a most unscrupulous strategy. So, you intend to employ RPGs for direct fire coverage? Qin Qian conjectured. Peng Darren's eyes lit up. Ah, you truly understand me, brother? Indeed. That is precisely my line of thought. Only in this manner can one achieve an advantage with fewer resources. I cannot believe that unleashing thousands upon thousands of RPGs would leave anyone standing. Good heavens. Simultaneous launches of such magnitude. Qin Qian once considered himself quite unscrupulous. Yet today, he finds himself humbled. However, upon further reflection, Peng Darren's strategy seems to be the most fitting approach for their current circumstances. The conventional rocket-propelled grenades have a maximum range of merely 600 meters, yet the variant they are utilizing boasts a remarkable range of 500 meters. So, how many do you require? Qin Qian inquired tentatively. Upon hearing this, Peng Darren's heart leaped with joy. This was an affirmation. The more, the better. Qin Qian, somewhat exasperated, responded, Yet you must provide a figure. We cannot supply an infinite amount. Peng Darren pondered earnestly. For an armed faction, a minimum of 10,000 RPGs would be necessary for adequate coverage, multiplied by 4, that amounts to 40,000. Adding the Wei and Lu families, we arrive at 60,000. However, the Wei and Lu families would undoubtedly resort to using hostages, and should a stalemate ensue, it could escalate to 70,000 RPGs. Qin Qian smirked at the absurdity of it all. 70,000 sounded more like a joke than a serious request. No, the maximum shall be 50,000. No problem. Peng Darren readily agreed, leaving Qin Qian with an overwhelming sense of having been taken advantage of. Fearing a change of heart from Qin Qian, Peng Darren hastily took his leave. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Bang. The door shut, and Qin Qian stood momentarily dumbfounded. Have I just been outmaneuvered? Jiang Ruyue chuckled softly. Yes, it seems that way. Damn. Is this not the very principle of walking by the river without getting wet? Qin Qian internally grumbled, yet he merely smiled, not allowing it to weigh heavily on his mind. Younger brother, Yang Feng approached with a grim expression. Are we truly procuring 50,000 RPGs? That amounts to considerable expenditure. Qin Qian cast him a glance. What do you mean by money? Do I strike you as someone who is concerned about finances? I have no love for money. I am indifferent to it. At last, he could shamelessly utter these words. However, Yang Feng still wished to express his thoughts, yet Qin Qian precluded him. Patting his shoulder, I leave it in your capable hands. With that, he seized Jiang Ruyue and retreated to his room. Yang Feng could only sigh in resignation. This extravagant fool. He then proceeded to make a phone call. Half an hour later, Yang Feng knocked on Qin Qian's door. What is it, brother Yang? Have you arranged everything? Qin Qian emerged with a beaming smile, radiating vitality, leaving one to wonder what he had been up to. It's all set. Yang Feng replied, somewhat morosely. We managed to gather a total of 60,000, including what Peng Darren has on hand. Impressive. Qin Qian was about to shower him with praise when Yang Feng quickly waved his hand. Enough with the flattery. There are conditions attached. Commander Lu has made it clear that once we finish here, you must procure some valuable items, or he will have difficulty justifying the endeavor. Upon hearing this, Qin Qian's gaze instantly turned skeptical. Oh, is this what Commander Lu said? Are you certain it wasn't something you added yourself? Yang Feng, feeling somewhat guilty under Chun Qian's scrutiny, feigned a loud protest. Of course not. How could it possibly be something I concocted? Am I the kind of person who would throw my superior under the bus? I see. Qin Qian chuckled softly. Very well then. Once back in his room, Yang Feng promptly locked the door behind him, allowing himself a heavy sigh of relief before retrieving his encrypted phone to make a call. Hello? My esteemed and venerable commander. The steadfast old chief. Would you mind taking the fall for me? It's not too much. You can handle it. Chapter 352. A conspiracy unveiled as several days passed. The situation at the Peng family's base gradually stabilized. Initially, many ordinary individuals harbored concerns that with the arrival of Peng Darren and his associates, unforeseen chaos might ensue. However, they soon discerned that life here was not markedly different from before. In fact, various aspects had become even more orderly. The sole distinction was the cessation of all illicit enterprises, which compelled a portion of the populace to depart. Yet, a greater number chose to remain, bolstered by an influx of individuals relocating from lawn family gardens in search of a more peaceful existence. In just a few days, the base became bustling with activity. During this time, Qin Qian grew increasingly accustomed to the environment, for life here was undeniably more pleasant than in the mountains, with the occasional opportunity to dine at a restaurant, providing significant convenience. However, in these days, the most triumphant figure was undoubtedly Peng Darren. Previously, he was a mere wanderer, living a day-to-day existence that could hardly be described as respectable. Yet now, everything had changed. Since officially establishing his presence in the district, Peng Darren could confidently declare himself as a force to be reckoned with. Especially notable was his engagement with media from the mainland, which further inflated his sense of accomplishment. Although Qin Qian did not make an appearance, he was well aware of the details surrounding Peng Darren's interviews, as the videos had soared to trending status online. Reporter, what prompted you to take on the four great families? Peng Darren, they have harmed our compatriots and committed acts that incite public outrage. Reporter, is it not due to the betrayal of the four great families? Peng Darren, certainly not. Those are grievances of the previous generation that do not concern me. My focus lies solely on my compatriots. The reporter's eyelids twitched noticeably, casting a veiled glance at Peng Darren, as if to suggest, can you be any more disingenuous? Nevertheless, Peng Darren maintained an air of certainty, striving to exude sincerity. Reporter, what are your plans moving forward? Peng Darren, naturally. I intend to continue the campaign against the remaining Wei and Lu families, liberating all those suffering compatriots. If possible, I aspire to transform the entire Mianbei into a different realm altogether. Regarding such lofty aspirations, the reporter refrained from probing further, swiftly following Peng Darren to tour the base, showcasing its features, military presence, and daily life. Once the tour concluded, so too did the interview. Yet, although the interview came to an end, discussions among netizens persisted unabated. There was little to be done, as Peng Darren's claims seemed overly exaggerated, and the footage from the tour only intensified the viewers' suspicions. Little Peng's Mandarin is impeccable. Seriously, why does this guy sound so cheesy? It's giving me goosebumps. For my compatriots, while I wholeheartedly support you, it feels oddly insincere, doesn't it? Hey, forget about whether he's genuine or not. As long as his actions are sincere, that's what matters. This brother Peng is truly daring to take action. When he says to fight, he fights. Simple as that. Exactly. Though little Peng may be a bit melodramatic, his actions certainly speak volumes. Isn't it peculiar that you haven't noticed something amiss? What exactly is wrong? Take a closer look at their weapons, if my eyes do not deceive me. Isn't that the QBZ-191, complete with its full set of accessories? Goodness, I hadn't even noticed until you mentioned it. What is going on here? Haven't we yet to deploy the QBZ-191 on a large scale? How did it come to be in the possession of little Peng? I sense a conspiracy brewing. No. There is no conspiracy at all, I assure you. Indeed, there is no conspiracy. It's absurd to entertain such notions all the time, is it not? Quite uninteresting, truly uninteresting. I share your sentiment of disinterest. Yet, while the netizens may claim indifference, they are undoubtedly intrigued, secretly hoping for some hidden intrigue. However, what nobody anticipated was that this matter would soon be clarified. An official account belonging to a security company named Fingmong released a statement, declaring that it was established in response to the national call. Recently, during training at the Huamian border, they reported the loss of numerous weapons and equipment. Suspecting that they had been stolen by Peng Darren, they did not hesitate to denounce him, labeling him a thief who had pilfered their company's belongings, demanding that he return all items immediately. Following this, to everyone's astonishment, Peng Darren registered a personal account on major domestic media platforms. He then posted a personal video on a popular app, ready to retaliate. You claim it is yours, but where is your evidence that I am a thief? Present your proof. If you cannot produce evidence, do not slander me. I merely found this equipment, and luck was on my side. The exchange between Peng Darren and the Fingmong official account left the spectators thoroughly entertained. Goodness, I wondered why little Peng's equipment was so impressive. It turns out he simply found it. My word, this Fingmong security company must be in dire straits if their expensive equipment was indeed stolen. Ah, have you lost your words? What do you mean by stolen? Clearly, it was found. Yet, why do I feel that something is off? Right, my friend? You sense the oddity as well, do you not? A company capable of acquiring weapons somehow misplaces its equipment? How fortuitous that little Peng happened upon it. Just as he was planning to confront the four great families. TSK. Do refrain from entertaining conspiracy theories. Be wary, or I shall silence you. But, I must admit, their quarrel does seem rather intense, not resembling a mere fade. I, too, find it hard to believe it is fabricated. This situation is increasingly perplexing. Chen Qian sat on the living room sofa, turning off his watch, gazing out at the setting sun, and smiled. The dispute between Fingmong and Peng Darren was, of course, orchestrated by him. If Fingmong had not intervened, the conspiracy theories would have escalated even further. The sharp edge emerged to block the blade, further asserting itself as a privately armed force, a security company robustly supported by the state, thus skewing the perspective entirely. Even if issues arise, they primarily stem from the dubious character of Su Jun, the unscrupulous leader of Fingmong. At this juncture, employing seemingly inferior equipment to concoct such an excuse, coupled with a quarrel with Peng Darren, only serves to muddy the waters further. A bit of murkiness can be advantageous. Chen Qian murmured to himself. After spending several days out, he found himself yearning to return, particularly at the thought of the hot pot back home, which made him feel an overwhelming sense of impatience. Fortunately, if all goes as anticipated, the conflict in Mianbei should soon reach its conclusion. And the operation is set for tonight. Chapter 353. Something awry. The additional 50,000 RPGs had all arrived as of yesterday. During these past few days, aside from engaging in online disputes as arranged by Chen Qian, Peng Darren had been dispatching individuals to the forest manor of the Wei and Lu families, as well as their allies, to investigate the situation and formulate a comprehensive battle plan. By the way, who will lead the team tonight? Chen Qian inquired, as if just recalling the matter, glancing towards Yang Feng, Su Chi Feng, and Li Xiangdan. With combat imminent, it was essential for Feng to scout the area, particularly to explore the possibility of rescuing the captives held by the Wei and Lu families. To his surprise, the three did not vie for the opportunity this time. Yang Feng calmly waved his hand, saying, "Let them go instead." "Oh, Yang Gu, what has prompted this sudden change in disposition?" Chen Qian asked, intrigued. Before Yang Feng could respond, Jiang Riyue chimed in. "It's not that he has changed. It's simply that they had already decided who would go next." "Decided beforehand? How astute." Chen Qian remarked, looking in astonishment at Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan, both of whom nodded with smiles. Jiang Riyue continued, "Indeed. The moment Su Gu and Dan Jie returned last time, Yang Gu secretly had them play rock, paper, scissors, and he lost. I saw it all." At her words, Chen Qian seemed to recall a fleeting moment when Yang Feng wore an expression akin to someone who had debts unpaid. He had thought the man was constipated, but it turned out otherwise. "Now I can rest easy. In that case, I need not worry. Let Su Gu and Dan Jie go this time, as per usual, but exercise utmost caution." "Rest assured," Su Qingfeng replied, nodding. "We will not be careless," Li Xiangdan affirmed. With that, the two departed the room with purposeful strides. "All right, no need to be disheartened," Chen Qian said, patting Yang Feng's shoulder with a sense of ease. "Staying here together is rather delightful. We have no responsibilities and can simply watch the show. How relaxing. Would you care for a bite to eat?" Yang Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on a bottle of red wine on the distant counter, the implication clear. "Yang Gu, you are being unreasonable. You know well how difficult it is to procure a fine bottle of red wine here. This is reserved for later with my family." Chen Qian began, only to find Yang Feng's stare unwavering. With a resigned sigh, he conceded, all right, let us open it. Seeing your expression." "He." Yang Feng broke into laughter. "I thank you, my generous brother Chen." "Ha ha." In the forest manor, Bai Dekai and Lan Qingxi sat in a tea room, their brows furrowed and words unspoken. "My wife and son have been sent over," Bai Dekai suddenly declared after a prolonged silence. Upon noticing Lan Xingxi's continued silence, Bai Dakai's temper flared. Grasping his collar, he shouted, "Did you not say there was no issue? Did you not assure me that what was meant to be ours would indeed be ours? Did you not claim we would ascend to greater heights? And now? Speak." Lan Xingxi found himself at a loss, finally managing to free himself from the grip, and then sighed deeply. "Didn't my wife and child arrive here as well? We are in the same predicament. How can you place the blame solely upon me?" Initially, upon discovering that their own enclave bore no abnormalities, they had faith in Wei Suo, believing that it would not be long before they could retaliate. However, as the days passed, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. The once timid caretakers, who had not dared to meet their gaze, now stared directly into their eyes. While the formerly obsequious subordinates often regarded them as one would a potential prey, ultimately, even their freedom of movement within the estate became a concern, forcing them to remain confined to specific areas. At this juncture, even the dimmest among them realized they had been placed under house arrest. Why had this occurred? Most likely, Wei Suo had deceived them. Their enclave had probably encountered grave troubles. "What do you propose we do now?" Bai Dakai inquired, suppressing his ire. He recognized that directing his frustration towards Lan Xingxi was inappropriate, yet he could not contain himself. "Are you not curious why Wei Suo and Lu Ho have kept us alive?" Lan Xingxi asked, his tone grave. "Logically, since both our enclaves have fallen, we should have lost our value. Why then do they continue to confine us?" Bai Dakai pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze. "Are you suggesting?" Lan Xingxi nodded in affirmation. "Unless they lack confidence in their victory. Why the uncertainty?" Bai Dakai mused. "I suspect it is due to the influence behind Pingdarin that has instilled fear in Wei Suo and Lu Ho. It is precisely this fear that has led them to spare our lives." Alas, Bai Dakai shook his head. "From what I know of Pingdarin, he would never consent to sacrificing our lives to grant Wei Suo and Lu Ho a chance at survival. His loyalty to his father runs deep, and he yearns to avenge the betrayal he suffered. But what of those who stand behind Pingdarin?" Lan Xingxi countered. "Would they not share his sentiments?" Bai Dakai contemplated this, then shook his head once more. "They likely would not agree. Such is not the way of Huagua. Yet there remains a glimmer of opportunity." "Does there not?" Lan Xingxi sighed. "Even if it is not a certainty, would you not seize the chance if you were in my position?" Bai Dakai fell silent, for he too would have acted similarly, if not with even greater resolve. House arrest? It seemed implausible. They should simply be imprisoned, as long as they were kept alive. In other words, Wei Suo and Lu Ho's decision to merely confine them might be a concession made out of long-standing camaraderie. "Regardless," Bai Dakai remarked, "we are now trapped with no viable escape." "Indeed, that is true," Lan Xingxi scoffed, recalling those he had tormented, questioning whether this was a form of retribution. "However, we are not entirely devoid of prospects. If this place were to be breached, we might just have a minuscule chance to flee amid the chaos." Bai Dakai cast him a sidelong glance, choosing not to elaborate further, for he understood that Pingdarin would not commit such a fundamental error. What purpose does self-comfort serve? The presidential suite displayed a holographic projection on the wall, showcasing not only the satellite's perspective, but also the viewpoints from Fengmong and the Peng family forces. For this battle, Pingdarin personally took command, mobilizing 5,000 troops, leaving merely over 1,000 at the base, a true determination to fight to the last. However, Chen Qian found himself somewhat distracted as he pondered whether he had been too conservative. Engaging solely with Pingdarin seemed to yield rather low efficiency. Moreover, aside from Su Chi Feng and Li Xiangdan, Fengmong boasted a formidable force of over 10,000, rivaling any family or armed faction in Mianbei. Why then? Did they not take the initiative to strike from the onset? Chapter 354, A Soul's Journey. However, he soon dismissed this notion. Although Fengmong appeared to have no direct connection to him, it was, after all, a security company of Huagua, representing the private armed forces of the nation. Even if the higher-ups had prepared adequately, recklessness on his part could still invite considerable trouble, unless absolutely necessary. Chen Qian was reluctant to let Fengmong step onto the global stage, particularly considering that this wretched place, Mianbei, offered a stage too insignificant to warrant such attention. Regaining his focus, Chen Qian cast his gaze once more toward the unfolding scene. In the frame, the 5,000 troops led by Pingdarin were gradually approaching their destination, their speed beginning to wane. Not far behind them, seemingly devoid of presence, the members of Fengmong were stealthily following. As Pingdarin and his men slowed their pace, the Fengmong team altered their course and continued to advance toward the secluded manor in the dense forest. "Everyone, stay alert. Do not let the ease of our previous 2 encounters breed complacency, understood?" Su Chi Feng could not help but urge. "Understood." The team responded in hushed tones. Meanwhile, Ping Darren glanced around, hastily issuing commands. Everyone, get down. Spread out. We are only 3,000 meters away from the Ruodai forces. Proceed with utmost caution. At his command, the troops immediately crouched down, moving with deliberate precision as they began to crawl. It was not that Ping Darren was overly cautious. He could not afford to make even the slightest mistake, even though they were about to face the Ruodai National United Army. Established only in 2009 and boasting over 10,000 troops, they were no match for the strength they had previously encountered. Perhaps the Peng family army was better equipped now and could hold their own against the enemy in a direct confrontation. Yet the lack of reinforcements rendered Ping Darren unwilling to sacrifice even a single soldier. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to the tactic of using ambushes. This particular ambush was merely a bit more potent, a tad more formidable, and numerically superior. Gradually, the Ping troops drew closer to the Ruodai forces. Time slipped by, and after what felt like an eternity, Ping Darren finally raised his head to discern a faint glow in the distance, allowing him to outline the contours of a village. Only then did he exhale with slight relief. I have arrived approximately 1,300 meters from the target area. Others, report upon arrival. Moments later, a series of reports echoed through his earpiece, igniting a flicker of excitement within Ping Darren. Having reached this point without detection felt like divine providence. Tong Mi Nong, you little rascal, tonight the heavens have destined me to eliminate you. Ping Darren muttered to himself. The Tong Mi Nong he referred to as the commander of the Ruodai forces, with whom he had previously crossed paths, making him the first target of his ire. Prepare yourselves. Ping Darren inhaled deeply, speaking with gravity. In the next moment, from a bird's eye view, the village was completely encircled, with individuals lying in wait every few meters, all uniformly extracting rocket launchers from their backs and loading them with missiles. Aim. Fire. Whoosh. 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 Flashes of fire erupted skyward, streaking across the heavens in graceful arcs, swiftly soaring toward the village ahead. The sound captured everyone's attention, including the soldiers who had just completed their launch. In a daze, Ping Darren was uncertain if it was merely his imagination, but he felt the distant village had suddenly fallen into silence. However, this tranquility was short-lived. A violent explosion lit up the sky as if it were daytime, followed closely by a deafening roar. Damn, this is exhilarating, Ping Darren shouted wildly, though the ringing in his ears made it difficult for him to hear his own voice. Moments later, calm returned, and Ping Darren finally felt a sense of relief as he gazed into the distance. What village was left? What remnants of the army remained? It had all transformed into a desolate wasteland. Ping Darren couldn't help but be astonished. Had just 5,000 rounds truly sufficed? He had expected it to take 10,000. Brothers, follow me. Ping Darren suddenly sprang to his feet, roaring with fervor. Although the carpet bombing with 5,000 RPGs had nearly annihilated the enemy, he had always been a cautious individual, which was why he had survived in guerrilla warfare for so many years without being eliminated by the four major families. He charged forward, not merely for the sake of action, but to ascertain if there were any survivors, so he could finish them off and perhaps find something of value to take. After all, when he took over the territories of the Bai and Lan families, he had reaped considerable rewards, including numerous Rolex watches and gold bars. The Fingmong group quickly arrived near the estate but did not advance further. Instead, they continuously observed the internal situation from elevated positions around the area. The conditions were less than ideal. The estate was built against the mountainside, with many areas embedded within the terrain. Unless they entered the premises, acquiring more useful information seemed improbable, Li Xiangdan remarked. Su Qifeng frowned slightly and nodded, having noted the same issue. Fortunately, today was not a day for immediate action. It was merely to assess the situation. Yet, he instinctively glanced at his wrist. Is there any new intel coming in? Upon seeing his gesture, Li Xiangdan quickly raised his wrist and fiddled with his holographic watch, but after a long search, he found nothing. Su Qifeng chuckled, about to speak when a brilliant streak of light crossed the sky, followed by a series of thunderous booms. Ping Darren is moving rather swiftly, Su Qifeng murmured to himself. The next moment, Chen Qian's voice crackled through the earpiece. Su Ge, it seems that Ping Darren's side will conclude soon. Your time is limited, but this also presents an opportunity. Su Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with realization. Yang Feng's voice then chimed in over the earpiece. Xiao Su, the Wei and Lu families have formed an alliance with other armed factions. Now that one of them is in trouble, the Wei and Lu families are likely to send reinforcements. During this time, the combat power within the estate has significantly diminished, making it a prime opportunity. However, The estate is roughly half an hour's drive from the other 4 armed factions, giving you at most an hour. Do you understand? Su Qifeng laughed upon hearing this. An hour? Now that adds a sense of challenge. You rascal. Yang Feng chuckled, then ended the communication. In the presidential suite, Yang Feng's expression was far from relaxed as he furrowed his brow and remarked, "The time is still too tight." Chen Xian, noticing this, chuckled and responded, "What is the matter? Just before we decided to act, weren't you confidently asserting that Brother Su and Sister Li would be no issue? Why the sudden concern now?" Yang Feng retorted, "This is called underestimating the enemy strategically while valuing them tactically. You know? All right, you are right," Chen Xian replied with a grin. "Rest assured, we possess a godlike perspective." Yang Feng shot him a sideways glance and said, "By the way, send over those blueprints and monitoring information quickly. What are you dawdling for?" Chapter 355, Invasion of the Forest Manor. "I am not dawdling," Chen Qian remarked as he summoned the detailed architectural blueprint of the Forest Manor and shared it. With Leah's expertise, any structure could be rendered, even sketched on site, as every mobile device and surveillance camera within the manor served as her eyes. After sending the blueprint, he connected the surveillance feeds to the watches of the team, ensuring that with monitoring in hand, they held dominion over the realm. However, the Forest Manor differed significantly from the previous estates of the Bai and Lan families. It was fortified with numerous checkpoints, resembling a high-security refuge. Thus, this operation necessitated further assistance from Liya. "Suge, Danjie, while there are many access controls within the manor, rest assured, I can remotely unlock them when needed." Chen Qian's voice resonated through the earpiece. Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan exchanged glances, their minds already formulating a preliminary plan for the mission. Subsequently, they swiftly organized the other members, but with time pressing and the mission daunting, the success of this operation would largely hinge on their combat proficiency and equipment disparities. Within a few minutes, all members of the team had assembled near the manor's entrance, the sole point of access. The absence of an escape route perhaps signified the final retreat for the Wei and Lu families. Creaking sounds echoed as the metal gates slowly swung open, revealing military-green trucks emerging from within. "Maintain stealth. These are likely reinforcements departing," Su Qifeng cautioned in a hushed tone. All held their breath, awaiting the unfolding events. After several minutes, truck after truck gradually vanished into the distance, prompting Su Qingfeng's sharp command, "Charge." In an instant, everyone surged towards the entrance in an orderly fashion. Due to the manor's structural intricacies and the time constraints, they could not afford the luxury of a slow infiltration as before. Inside, the station soldiers, hearing the thunderous commotion, wore expressions of bewilderment. "What is happening? Did you hear that? What is that sound? Sounds like footsteps? But why hasn't the gate closed yet?" Before they could finish their inquiries, an inexplicable force overwhelmed them, knocking them to the ground one by one. With a flicker, crimson light briefly illuminated the scene, as the incapacitated soldiers bore puncture wounds in their foreheads, piercing their brains. "Secure the area," Su Qingfeng ordered swiftly. Their overarching strategy for this operation was to exploit the various zones delineated by the access controls, breaching them one by one. Since Chen Qian could unlock the access, it stood to reason he could also render the enemy's controls inoperative. This was their advantage. Coupled with their superior equipment, the Ho EAS launch was nearly silent, making it plausible to advance deep within undetected. Just as the team prepared to swiftly address the fallen bodies, Chen Qian's voice echoed once more through the earpiece. "Suge, there is no need to deal with the corpse. I will manage the surveillance footage on my end, ensuring the enemy remains oblivious." Is this truly feasible? Yet, if it were Chen Qian, it wouldn't be surprising if he could accomplish it. Su Qifeng widened his eyes in astonishment for a moment, but then readily accepted the situation. Naturally, he was more than willing to forego the task of disposing of the body, as it saved him precious time. "Forget about the corpse. Everyone, follow me," Su Qifeng commanded as he continued to lead the group deeper inside. In the presidential suite, Chen Qian observed the situation displayed on the holographic screen, nodding in satisfaction. Given the current efficiency, completing the task in half an hour posed no challenge. He then turned his gaze to another screen, revealing a vast underground facility spanning 3 levels, filled with an array of supplies, equipment, and goods. Although the construction appeared rudimentary, it was evident that considerable effort had been invested in its creation. It seems the Wei and Lu families are indeed timid as mice, constructing such fortress-like estates, perhaps anticipating an unfavorable outcome for themselves. Chen Qian mused to himself. Concerning the equipment and supplies, he felt no particular interest. Rather, His curiosity lay with the throngs of individuals crammed into the three-story basement, a veritable sea of humanity, so densely packed that there appeared to be scarcely any room for movement. This sight undeniably resonated with the notion of livestock. Oddly enough, with so many people, how do they manage to eat? Chen Qian pondered, prompting Lia to adeptly pull up the earlier surveillance footage. The video revealed individuals entering the basement, stepping on the shoulders of the so-called livestock as they walked, crumbling bread rolls in their hands and scattering the pieces as if feeding pigs. The individuals below gaped wide-mouthed in anticipation, while those whose shoulders were stepped upon desperately strove to maintain their balance. Chen Qian furrowed his brow, not out of sympathy for these people, but rather discomfort at witnessing beings akin to himself subjected to such treatment. Truly barbaric. Yang Feng, beside him, remarked sharply, while Jiang Riyue turned away. Unable to bear the sight, Chen Qian refrained from saying much more. After all, many historical events throughout the annals of time, if reenacted, would render the present scene a mere trifle in comparison. It is all driven by desire. Human nature is complex, often leaving one speechless. Chen Qian understood that due to the existence of desire, neither humanity nor any creature on earth is worthy of true freedom. Limitations are essential. In a moment of introspection, Chen Qian found himself momentarily lost in thought, suddenly realizing that he seemed to have changed in some way. Where exactly had he altered? He pondered, but quickly dismissed the notion, fearing he might again delve into a spiral of confusion and despair. Science, perhaps, is a path of knowledge and exploration, where a single misstep could lead to irretrievable consequences. Snapping back to reality, Chen Qian jested, I wonder how they manage their restroom needs. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng and Jiang Riyue's eyes widened in horror as they gazed at him. Jiang Riyue quickly shrieked, Lia, for heaven's sake, do not pull up the surveillance footage. Although Lia remained silent, she understood that if her future sister-in-law had expressed such a sentiment, she would not retrieve the footage. For a moment, the room was enveloped in profound silence. Yet, Chen Qian and his companions found themselves inexplicably captivated by the scene before them. Within the confines of the dense forest manor, Su Qingfeng and his associates successfully navigated through the garage and the dining hall, areas sparsely populated by adversaries, before arriving once more at a security checkpoint. Crossing this threshold would grant them access to the innermost recesses of the mountain. He murmured a quiet incantation to unlock the door, which gradually opened of its own accord. However, he did not hasten to enter. Instead, he crouched down to scrutinize his surroundings. This was the true utility of invisibility during a typical skirmish or operation. Who would dare to observe their environment so boldly? One misstep could easily lead to a fatal encounter with the enemy. Chapter 356. The Massacre Within the Expansive Internal Space. One could observe vast stretches of tents, resembling temporary accommodations, teeming with countless individuals engaged in various activities, chatting, playing cards, idling away their time on their phones, and more. In the distance, a staircase to the right led to higher levels. After carefully assessing the situation, Su Qingfeng noted that it was consistent with the surveillance footage, shook his head, and withdrew. One might argue that the Wei and Lu families possessed certain resources, as they had indeed constructed a fortress-like estate complete with numerous access controls. However, the interior of the mountain appeared remarkably rudimentary, akin to a shoddy construction site. Even the soldiers' quarters consisted of tents, while the ground, walls, and ceiling were merely earth, entirely unlike the bases depicted in certain films. Nevertheless, it was understandable. The fact that these two families managed to excavate the mountain to such an extent was commendable, and higher expectations could not be deemed reasonable. Everyone, take note, there are at least 4,000 to 5,000 people inside. We must infiltrate swiftly and be prepared to retaliate should the situation necessitate it. Su Qingfeng instructed. Once we engage, everyone must prioritize their own safety. Since donning the new tactical gear, he was no longer inclined to recklessly charge in as he once did. How comforting it was to have the upper hand from a concealed position. Upon his command, silence ensued, yet a gentle breeze stirred as everyone nodded in unison. Move out, Su Qingfeng bellowed, stealthily advancing, with the others promptly following suit. After a considerable time, a soldier noticed the open access control and felt a twinge of confusion. Why is the access control open? It should have been closed. Instinctively, he approached to investigate, but was abruptly struck by a piercing red light that penetrated his forehead. The previously boisterous hall fell into a profound silence. Apart from a few lingering in their tents, nearly everyone sensed the fleeting red glow. What was that? Someone queried instinctively, glancing at those nearby. I don't know, It seemed to be something red. Wait, why is someone down at the entrance? Why is the access control open? This is dire. We have enemies. Where are these enemies? There's no one here. The conversation persisted, but soon hundreds of red beams shot forth from various directions. And within mere fractions of a second, countless bodies crumpled to the ground. Enemy attack! Someone shouted in terror. Quick! Sound the alarm! As the situation spiraled further out of control, Su Chi-fong could no longer remain silent. He roared, "Kill them!" In the next instant, nearly 1,000 red beams surged forth once more from previously distinct locations. 1,000 bodies fell again. In an instant, over 1,000 lives were sacrificed, instilling terror in the remaining enemy soldiers, who erupted in cries and wails, accompanied by an incessant hail of bullets. Su Chi-fong observed with calm precision, noting that after each assault, he and his companions would swiftly change positions, leaving the enemy utterly bewildered as to their whereabouts. The majority of bullets struck the surrounding walls. Only a scant few bullets fortuitously found their mark among the members continuously streaming in through the access point. Amidst the fleeting moments of evasion, he could not suppress his inquiry. Are there any injuries? A few responded in succession, but due to the protective tactical gear, none had sustained any significant harm, which brought him immense relief. Continue the assault. No sooner had he uttered the command than a barrage of lasers erupted forth, causing numerous foes to collapse once more, with the total death toll surpassing half, leaving the remaining adversaries utterly demoralized. Monsters! No, please don't kill me. Spare me. Help! Help! Witnessing the pitiful cries of the enemies, devoid of any fighting spirit, Su Chi-fong felt a twinge of disappointment. He momentarily contemplated whether to leave some alive for Pink Darren to absorb, thus bolstering their ranks, but quickly dismissed the thought, prioritizing the mission above all else. Annihilate them. With a single command, all members of Finmong raised their weapons once again. Following their previous 3 rounds of fire, and with reinforcements continuously streaming in through the entrance, the number of Finmong personnel in the hall now exceeded that of the opposition. Even those enemies who had sought refuge were unaware that a Finmong member stood silently beside them, observing with cold detachment. The red lasers reappeared. Bang! 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 One body after another fell, and the entire hall was plunged into silence. Well done, brothers. Su Chi-fong's voice resonated through the earpieces, eliciting knowing smiles from everyone. Excellent work, boss. And sister-in-law. Indeed. Splendid job, sister-in-law. Well, listening to the light-hearted banter of his comrades, Su Chi-fong couldn't help but smile, though he refrained from retorting. Shouting like that has become second nature. Now, enough of this. Time is of the essence. Let us swiftly organize the evacuation of the personnel from the basement. Su Chi-fong feigned seriousness. Observing this, the others fell silent, stifling their laughter, and began to act methodically. According to the layout and surveillance, the mountain consisted of 7 levels, with each ascending level diminishing in size and increasing in opulence, where Wei Suo and others resided at the top. However, for Fengmong, the enemies above were of no concern. Their sole mission was to rescue the hostages, and from the outset, they had never intended to eradicate every foe within. Moreover, the cacophony of battle, cries, and alarms from the first floor had already alerted the enemies above, though the access control remained locked under Chen Qian's command, preventing their descent. If they were to force their way up and sustain injuries, what then? Such arduous tasks were better left to Pink Darren. On the 7th floor, Wei Suo and Lu Ho sat in the surveillance room, their expressions fraught with terror. How is this possible? There is nothing on the monitors. What are the people below shouting about? Wei Suo's voice trembled. Has Peng Darren attacked? Aren't they at Chuodai? Lu Ho, momentarily devoid of his usual shrewdness, shook his head incessantly. No, I don't know. What is happening? Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door interrupted them, and someone rushed in. Master Wei. The access controls on the lower levels are all inoperative. What? Inoperative? Wei Su widened his eyes in disbelief. How can it be unable to open? Isn't it showing as accessible? Below, the others exchanged wry smiles. Useless. Lu Ho suddenly stepped forward and slapped the individual, though no one noticed that his legs trembled slightly. Get out. If it won't open, then blow it up. It must be opened. The person glanced at Wei Su, saw his silence, nodded in acknowledgement, and retreated. Could it be that hackers have infiltrated our system? Lu Ho suddenly suggested. Like in the movies, replacing our surveillance footage with a loop? Wei Su was startled by this notion and quickly began to scrutinize the situation. After a prolonged examination, he shook his head. It shouldn't be that. The footage isn't repetitive. It is all real time. Chapter 357, Continuing the fight, it was peculiar. Lu Ho furrowed his brow, speaking to himself. Regardless, breaching the access control would clarify matters. Wei Sua's gaze was icy as he declared. On the 6th floor, Bai Dekai and Lan Qingxi were concealed within the tea room, their faces etched with uncertainty as they listened to the hurried footsteps outside. What is happening? Has Peng Darren arrived? Bai Dekai questioned, a hint of dread in his voice. How could it be so swift? Lan Qingxi murmured, his eyes devoid of light, struggling to accept this outcome. Are we to perish so soon? Even though they had anticipated their fate, facing imminent disaster left them anything but composed. After a prolonged silence, Bai Dekai managed to regain some semblance of calm. Do not panic. Our forces are ample, and the defenses are robust. Peng Darren will find it challenging to breach our stronghold. Let us hope that is the case. Lan Qingxi sighed, shaking his head, lost in thought. On the 1st floor, the group led by Su Qifeng faced a dilemma while attempting to evacuate the hostages. Old Su. The hostages are too frail. They struggle even to walk. Rapid evacuation seems implausible. Li Xiangdan expressed her concern. Su Qingfeng's brow furrowed deeply. How long do you estimate it will take? At least 2 hours, she replied. Su Qingfeng fell silent for a moment before suggesting. There are still many vehicles in the garage. Perhaps we could drive them away? There isn't enough space for so many. I estimate over 30,000 hostages in the basement. Just as Su Qingfeng was about to respond, a resounding explosion erupted at the access control leading to the 2nd floor, sending dust cascading from the walls. It's a grenade, Su Qingfeng shouted, rushing toward the source of the sound. Fortunately, he found that no comrades were injured, but the once sturdy access control had warped, with several arm-sized fissures appearing. Damn it! You scared me, Su Qifeng exclaimed, swiftly retrieving 2 grenades from his person, pulling the pins, and tossing them through the cracks. The other members in the arriving Li Xiangdan acted in concert, unleashing a volley of grenades as well. Be careful. Su Qingfeng barely had time to warn before he and Li Xiangdan took cover on the ground, while the others, well-trained, crouched even faster. A cacophony of explosions ensued, shaking the earth itself, causing Su Qifeng to question the structural integrity of the building and how much longer it could withstand such onslaughts. Suppress their fire, Su Qifeng bellowed, urging the members behind him to advance. Even without visual confirmation of the enemy, they raised their weapons and fired. Killing the enemy was not the priority. Suppression was the goal, and the most crucial task was to buy time for the rescue of the hostages. Oldly, Su Qifeng called to Li Xiangdan urgently. Have someone prepare the vehicles to evacuate all the elderly, weak, and infirm hostages who cannot move. Understood. Li Xiangdan nodded, immediately setting about her task. In the presidential suite, Chen Qian frowned slightly, finding the situation at the estate somewhat unexpected, though fortunately it was not a grave concern. He promptly contacted Peng Darren, who was eagerly plundering treasures. Brother Peng, immediately proceed to attack the next target. Upon hearing Chen Qian's command, Peng Darren momentarily hesitated, adjusting his earpiece. Wait, brother. Our plan for tonight was to only strike Rodai. Why are we continuing the assault now? Moreover, do you know that we have successfully annihilated Rodai? Otherwise, why would you command us to engage others at this moment? Chen Qian retorted impatiently, what do you think I don't know? Isn't it obvious? Enough with the details. They are inconsequential. What matters is that I need you to keep attacking. There is no need to search for anything. They want to escape. Besides, you brought so many rockets tonight, and after a brief thrill, you want to retreat? How shameful. I'm embarrassed for you. Peng Darren was well aware that Chen Qian was provoking him, yet he chose to remain silent, astounded that Chen Qian was even aware of their treasure hunting activities. This kid knows even this? Just a few days ago, he was in his room with Xiao Li, Xiao Ping, and Xiao Fang. Suddenly, a chill ran down Peng Darren's spine, as if he were being watched from all directions. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure and gritted his teeth. Fine. Since the Ruodai military base is not far from Chinka, let us proceed there. With that, Peng Darren swiftly relayed the orders, leading his soldiers to evacuate rapidly towards the southwest. In a mere 20 minutes, as he contemplated whether to take a moment to regroup, reconnaissance personnel reported that they had spotted the Chinka army, presumably heading to support Ruodai. Peng Darren immediately commanded everyone to halt, deep in thought. Logically, it would be better to bypass them and directly assault their base. But if the Ruodai base has been destroyed, what will they do when they realize this? They might seize the treasures I left behind. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Peng Darren concluded that the Chinka army could not be spared. They must be dealt with at all costs. He promptly arranged an ambush in the valley through which the enemy would pass. Commander, The enemy is approaching within 3,000 meters, came the report through the earpiece. Snapping Ping Darren to attention. His voice hardened. Once the enemy enters the valley, open fire. Strike fiercely. Do not hold back on ammunition. If we run out, I will retrieve more. The soldiers exchanged glances, quietly scoffing at his audacity. Everyone knew what he meant by retrieve. Yet, no one dared to voice their thoughts. Minutes passed swiftly, and the leading transport vehicle, unguarded, rolled into the valley. Attack! With a command from Peng Darren, the 5,000 soldiers who had been lying in wait unleashed their RPGs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of rockets descended like fiery tails upon the Chinka army. Boom, 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 boom. The ground trembled, the valley shook, and Peng Darren could not hear the enemy's cries, drowned entirely by the cacophony of explosions. After a considerable time had elapsed, seeing no further movement from the Chinka forces, Peng Darren finally charged down into the fray. As the saying goes, if one does not uproot the weeds, they shall return with a vengeance the following year. In the realm of warfare, Peng Darren is resolutely averse to committing such a fundamental error. Even when confronted by a mere child, he would assertively declare, "Be good. This world is far too harsh, and I shall grant you a fresh start." Approaching closer, he surveyed the ground littered with severed limbs and abandoned vehicles. After ensuring the demise of all fortunate survivors who managed to cling to life, Peng Darren finally exhaled a sigh of relief and commanded a moment of respite. The two battles fought were precisely to his liking, relentless and overwhelming, characterized by sheer firepower. In simple terms, it was a matter of financial might. After all, we have formidable backing, and that is why we can afford to be audacious. Chapter 358, Procrastination. The mere thought of possessing 50,000 RPG rockets invigorated Peng Darren, filling him with an electrifying energy. After a brief respite, he could no longer remain idle. He rallied his companions, and they pressed on toward the Chink base. Time slipped away unnoticed as they gradually approached the periphery of the Chink base. Ascending to a higher vantage point, Peng Darren employed his binoculars to survey the scene, his demeanor turning grave. The area surrounding the Chink base was ablaze with light and teeming with people. It was not only the Chink troops present, but also reinforcements from other armed factions in the Wei and Lu families, all on high alert. It was evident that news of the attack on the reinforcements dispatched by the Chink military had circulated. Based on the route they had taken, it was easy to surmise that their impending assault on the Chink base had been anticipated. Consequently, a request for support had likely been dispatched, prompting the various reinforcements originally heading to Ruodai to alter their course to this location, Peng Darren reflected. However, this was understandable. As the support forces made their way to Ruodai, they would undoubtedly seek to establish contact with the Ruodai military. The prolonged silence from Ruodai, coupled with the urgent request from the Chink troops, would naturally lead them to change their destination. What should I do now? Peng Darren pondered. With the Chink base under tight security, attempting a stealthy advance to take shots at the enemy carried considerable risk. Yet, he felt a twinge of relief. The reinforcements had not proceeded to Ruodai, ensuring that the treasures he had left behind remained untouched. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself in a quandary and decided to rest once more. After all the exertion, and in pursuit of adequate concealment, they had refrained from using vehicles, and fatigue was beginning to set in. Thus, while the Chink base stood vigilant in the distance, the Peng forces halted their advance, allowing the tumultuous night in Mianbei to momentarily quiet down. At the Mealy Manor, several incapacitated hostages were being gradually escorted to waiting vehicles for evacuation. As each minute ticked by, over an hour later, the less mobile hostages were finally evacuated, leaving only those with some capacity for movement. Everyone, prepare to retreat, Su Qifeng announced, tossing a grenade toward the entrance checkpoint. The narrow corridor at the checkpoint had effectively thwarted the enemy's advance thus far. With their unrelenting barrage of fire and grenades maintaining the pressure, the enemy lacked the courage to charge recklessly. Boom! The checkpoint erupted once more. As Su Qifeng observed the somewhat precarious corridor, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. Gather 100 grenades and throw them over. Blow the corridor. The others quickly grasped his intent, and soon, hundreds of grenades soared through the air. With a series of thunderous blasts, the corridor could no longer withstand the assault and began to collapse. Only then did Su Qifeng finally exhale in relief. All right, hurry, take the people and go. In the presidential suite, Chen Qian and Yang Feng exchanged glances, both relieved at the sight. With the first floor corridor destroyed, the Fengming group could now withdraw safely. Fortunately, we managed to stall for time, Yang Feng remarked with a smile. According to the plan, the team dispatched from the estate, along with their return time, afforded Su Chi-feng and his companions at most an hour. However, given the extreme frailty of the hostages, it was evident that 1 hour was somewhat unrealistic. Consequently, Yang Feng informed Chen Qian, instructing Ping Darren to continue his assault on the next armed faction. What would transpire when 2 factions simultaneously called for assistance? How would the others react? Would they dispatch additional troops for support? Given the limited manpower at each faction's disposal, this seemed improbable. Thus, the greater likelihood rested on the supporting team. How would the support team proceed? Regardless of their actions, any delay, however slight, would suffice. Hence, one of the pivotal factors contributing to the success of this operation was indeed due to Peng Darren. As for another crucial element, that was Chen Qian. Everything hinged on the situation of the estate being attacked, a circumstance that must remain unknown to the outside world. Otherwise, the forces dispatched to assist would almost certainly return at the first opportunity, leaving them with less than an hour. This lad is truly remarkable. The estate is essentially under his control, Yang Feng mused inwardly. Why do you keep staring at me? Chen Qian suddenly remarked, promptly taking refuge behind Jiang Ryu. Let me tell you, I am taken, so harbor no inappropriate thoughts towards me. We are simply not meant to be. Jiang Ryu chuckled, then deliberately cast a teasing glance at Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyelids twitched. What nonsense is this brat spouting? For some reason, at that moment, he genuinely wished to engage in a friendly contest with Chen Qian to see whether the street fighter was stronger than his own national protector. Seeing that Yang Feng was at a loss, Chen Qian smiled faintly. He relished the sight of Yang Feng's vexation, knowing full well he was untouchable. Of course, he only dared to voice such thoughts internally. He was still prudent. By the way, Brother Yang, have you not noticed any issues? Chen Qian shifted the topic. Surprisingly, this tactic proved effective on Yang Feng, who quickly forgot the previous matter and inquired with curiosity, what issue? The 4 major families collectively held over 60,000 hostages. Yet estimates suggested there should be at least over 100,000. It does seem that way, Yang Feng murmured, deep in thought. Leah, investigate the situation. Chen Qian commanded. In the blink of an eye, Leah had unraveled the circumstances. After all, a superquantum computation of 100,000 bits was incredibly powerful. The remaining hostages were primarily distributed among smaller fraudulent enclaves. Some were merely affiliated with the 4 major families, while others belonged to different armed factions. Furthermore, when the Wei and Liu families relocated hostages to the dense forest estate, they primarily moved lower-tier individuals, most of whom had only recently been deceived and coerced into working here. Lacking loyalty, all the core members were dispersed across various locations, awaiting the recall command. So that was it. Chen Qian remarked with a hint of realization. The core members are steadfastly loyal and can be summoned back to work at any moment. In contrast, the non-core members are numerous yet unstable, prone to absconding, thus requiring careful supervision. This operation is rather cunning, indeed. Indeed, truly wicked. Jiang Ryu could not help but exclaim. My dear baby, even when scolding, you are so charming. Chen Qian chuckled, observing Yang Feng feigning nausea nearby. With a sidelong glance at him, Chen Qian deftly shifted the conversation. All right. We ought to discuss when we will return. Return? Jiang Ryue's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. She had grown weary of this place, where the food was unsatisfactory and sleep was elusive. Daily outings with Chen Qian subjected her to the scrutiny of countless onlookers. Although their gazes were filled with admiration rather than malice, it still made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. What is it? Have they never seen a beauty before? In truth, they had indeed never encountered such an exquisite beauty. P.S. Wishing all lovers a joyful Valentine's Day. But then again, what a trivial holiday. Chapter 359. I feel embarrassed to point it out. Are we returning already? Yang Feng inquired with a hint of astonishment. It seems we haven't stayed here for long. Initially, he too had anticipated a prolonged stay. Chen Qian replied, however, since matters have progressed smoothly, there is no longer a necessity for us to linger here. Had it not been for the fear of Peng Darren's ineptitude, he would have departed immediately after signing the agreement with the counterpart. The hostages from the 4 major families were on the verge of being rescued, and the remaining tasks could be left for Peng Darren to handle at his own pace. Moreover, once the hostages were freed, Peng Darren would be unrestrained and could act decisively. As long as our support remained sufficient, it wouldn't be long before he subdued the 4 families and the 4 armed factions. At that juncture, he would truly establish his influence, and further consolidating control over the entire northern region would merely be a matter of time. Yang Feng pondered for a moment. Your reasoning is sound. I concur with the decision to return. What alternative did he have? Remaining there offered him no opportunities to contribute, and it was far more advantageous to return and benefit from Qin Qian's resources. Qin Qian turned to Jiang Ruyue, who promptly nodded in agreement. I too wish to return. Their consensus was, of course, anticipated by Qin Qian. Very well, then let us retire for the night. Yang Gu, please manage matters with Su Gu and Dan Jie properly. We shall take our leave. Qin Qian declared, shutting off the holographic projection and ushering Jiang Ruyue towards their room to rest. Wait, are you not going to continue watching? Yang Feng was taken aback that they had closed the holographic projection while he still had not satiated his curiosity. And are you both resting now? Aren't you young? It's still quite early. What kind of rest is this? I feel embarrassed to point it out. Qin Qian's eyelids twitched slightly. Brother, have you even glanced at the time? It's 3 a.m. Shouldn't we be sleeping? Well, you, young lad, can continue your nocturnal endeavors. Liao, connect the imagery to his wristwatch. With that, Qin Qian disregarded Yang Feng and eagerly returned to his room. How could young people possibly retire at this hour? Absolutely impossible. He had to express gratitude for the remarkable soundproofing of the room. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to rest at this time. However, before attending to pressing matters, Qin Qian contacted Peng Darren. Brother Peng, good news. The piglets in the estate have been rescued. Henceforth, you may act with abandon. What? They have been rescued? Peng Darren, who had been reclining, sat up abruptly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This is splendid. With them rescued, the battle will no longer feel suffocating. With ample firepower at our disposal, we can strike as we wish. Truly, this is excellent news. Peng Darren grinned broadly, yet a fierce glint lingered in his eyes. All right. I want to take up more of your time. Enjoy yourself, and I await your good news. With that, Qin Qian terminated the communication and turned to Jiang Ruyue. Darling, I am here. How annoying. Upon seeing Qin Qian end the communication, Peng Darren took a deep breath and gazed into the distance at the chink base, revealing a somewhat cruel smile. For tonight, I shall spare you. Later, I will take my time with you all. Upon concluding his remarks, Peng Darren issued a command, declaring the operation for the evening at an end, prompting all to return. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. After a night of ceaseless activity, they were indeed fatigued. The following morning, as Qin Qian and his companions rose, they encountered Peng Darren diligently overseeing the transfer of the piglets. My brother Peng is still so spirited after a whole night of work, Qin Qian remarked. Peng Darren paused, recalling the skirmish from the previous night. Realizing he hadn't sought out Xiao Feng or Xiao Chui. Quickly recovering, he chuckled. Oh, not at all. Dear brother Chen, you may not realize, despite my age, my vitality remains robust. Weren't you also occupied throughout the night? Yang Feng interjected softly in Qin Qian's ear. Qin Qian was momentarily taken aback, contemplating a duel of sorts with this fellow, yet he shamelessly feigned ignorance, while Jiang Ruyue, beside him, blushed. By the way, brother, shall we accompany you for the transfer? Qin Qian hastily shook his head. This time, we shall abstain. You can handle it alone. Ah, indeed. Qin Qian leaned closer to Peng Darren, whispering, the usual arrangement. You know. Peng Darren's eyes flickered as he surveyed the piglets being escorted onto the vehicle, nodding in acknowledgement. Rest assured, dear brother, you can trust my capabilities. Qin Qian smiled. Of course, I have faith. Moreover, we intend to depart in a couple of days. I wanted to inform you in advance. Leaving already? Peng Darren was taken aback. I have yet to assume the title of King of Mianbei. And you plan to depart? Well, I still have the chance to. Qin Qian nodded knowingly. You will certainly have opportunities. Just reach out to me directly. With those words, Peng Darren felt a wave of relief wash over him. Very well, you can rest easy. The title of King of Mianbei is as good as mine. Perhaps even the King of Miandian? Qin Qian suggested nonchalantly, causing Peng Darren's eyes to widen in astonishment. Brother, are you implying? Qin Qian simply shook his head. I haven't stated anything at all. Now, do attend to your matters. We shall prepare for our departure, and by the time you return, we should be ready to leave. With that, Qin Qian turned on his heel, followed closely by Jiang Ruyue and the others, leaving Peng Darren alone, his gaze flickering with contemplation. The King of Miandian. He murmured to himself, feeling an indescribable ambition rapidly take root within him. As for the notion of the King of Miandian, Qin Qian merely mentioned it in passing, fully aware that he would not offer substantial assistance to Peng Darren. Whether he would succeed ultimately depended solely on Peng Darren himself. What Qin Qian truly desired was a prolonged stalemate between the factions. In a sense, it was only through instability that stability could be achieved for Huagua. This tactic was a customary strategy of the old Mian, as evidenced by the former Soviet Union and the current complexities between Russia and Ukraine. It becomes increasingly evident that when all nations outside of Huagua are sufficiently fragmented and the situation convoluted, the day when Huagua ascends to its zenith and stands unyielding will be prolonged. Of course, the matter of Mian was merely a trifle for Chen, not worthy of significant concern. Even if Pingdaran were to ascend as king of Mian, it would bear little weight in his eyes. Is it not intriguing to engage with India and its complexities? India's ambitions are formidable, with its population having surpassed that of China and its borders adjacent to our own. They even assert a desire to comprehensively surpass China. It would be fascinating to observe their approach to such an ambition. However, these matters are not currently within Chen purview, as they have already been meticulously contemplated by others. Otherwise, from whence do you think the ironclad brotherhood with Pakistan originates? In the realm of nations, there are no eternal friends, only enduring interests. Upon returning to their quarters, Chen and his companions began to gather their belongings. Fortunately, their possessions were few in number, allowing them to complete the task swiftly. They primarily collected a variety of snacks to stave off boredom during their journey home. Chapter 360. Returning home the following morning, Pingdaran made his way back once more. Upon seeing Chen for the first time, he offered a brief nod without uttering many words, acknowledging, "There aren't many of us this time. Few are reluctant to return. Thank you for your hard work, my friend." Chen replied with a smile. "Have you all packed? Are you ready to leave?" "Indeed, I shall not linger here any longer," Pingdaran responded, with a hearty laugh. He opened his arms wide. "It is certainly fate that we met, so why not share a farewell embrace, brother?" Chen lips twitched, a strong desire to deliver a swift kick rising within him, as he was not accustomed to embracing men. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided against embarrassing Pingdaran and managed a brief hug, only to be met with the pungent odor of sweat. Until we meet again, then. You need not see us off. We can manage on our own," Chen said, skillfully controlling his expression. Having spent some time together, Pingdaran understood Chen character well enough to recognize that his words were not mere formalities, and thus he did not press the issue. "Very well. I shall not be courteous. If the opportunity arises, I will visit you in Huagua to reminisce," he declared. Once you ascend to the throne in Nabe, it won't be easy to visit Huagua," Chen teased. "What's so difficult about it? Can I still meet with friends?" Pingdaran chuckled in response. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they refrained from further small talk. Although Chen had requested not to be seen off, Pingdaran ensured that everything was prepared, even arranging for a brand new Wuling van. Chen glanced at it and sighed internally, lamenting the absence of an older model with automatic driving capabilities. Nevertheless, he expressed gratitude for Pingdaran's kindness, stowing his belongings before guiding Jiang Ruyue to the back seat, allowing Yang Feng to take the wheel. Yang Feng cast a sidelong glance at him, then turned to Su Qingfeng, the unspoken message evident in his gaze. "You better be perceptive." Su Qingfeng shot a look at Li Xiangdan, who was gazing up at the sky. "Alas, we are simply fated to suffer," Su Qingfeng exclaimed before eagerly rushing to the front to drive. As he watched the van grow distant, Pingdaran couldn't help but reflect on how Chen unexpected arrival had truly transformed his destiny. "Life and fate are indeed wondrous," Pingdaran murmured softly, then summoned Li Bagong to discreetly escort Chen. 3 days later, outside the airport in the capital, Chen stepped out and couldn't resist taking a deep breath. Stretching lazily, inhaling the familiar smog and gazing at the surrounding handsome men and beautiful women, he thought to himself, there is no place like home." As for why it took 3 days to return, it was because he simply could not contain his craving for hot pot. He could hardly wait a moment longer. While Yangon lacked authentic Huagua hot pot, he still managed to find a hot pot restaurant. Don't you all want to eat hot pot? Can you endure it? How long has it been since we last indulged? How can you not be drooling? Under Chen enticing persuasion, Yang Feng and the others raised their hands in enthusiastic agreement. Thus, they delayed their departure, savoring hot pot, and realized they hadn't truly enjoyed themselves the last time. Perhaps it was the resolution of matters at hand or a shift in mindset that caused Chen and his companions to feel less disdain for Yangon. After spending 2 days exploring the city, they surprisingly found it rather charming, possessing a unique, impoverished elegance. They had hoped to attend a show, yet Jiang Ruyue and Li Xiangdan firmly opposed the idea, leading to an unresolved conclusion. "Well, since we are back, let us return to the Firepower Research Institute," Yang Feng declared with a grand gesture. making a decision on behalf of Qin Qian. What? Are you an atrocious capitalist? Do you not allow anyone a moment's respite? Qin Qian replied through gritted teeth. Did we not have our fun before returning? Yang Feng questioned, perplexed. That was within the scope of work. It was not leisure. I have yet to fully relax. Faced with Qin Qian's stubbornness, Yang Feng found himself at a loss. After all, he could not physically drag him back. How about this? You all go ahead, and I will return to the company to rest for a while. Once I am rejuvenated, I will join you, Qin Qian suggested. Pulling Jiang Ruyue along to hail a taxi, Yang Feng, exasperated, turned to Su Chi Feng and instructed, keep an eye on him. If he does not return in a few days, bring him back forcibly. Su Chi Feng shot him a glance, retorting, why don't you tie him up yourself? You little rascal, have you now taken to arguing back? Have you become too proud? Yang Feng expressed his disbelief, recalling how the younger Su would never have dared to speak to him so audaciously. Su Chi Feng, momentarily taken aback, quickly deflected. It seems he has indeed become arrogant, perhaps influenced by Qin Qian. However, in the next moment, they witnessed the driverless taxi carrying Qin Qian and Jiang Ruyue slowly pull away, a window rolling down as Qin Qian defiantly raised his middle finger. Ah, how infuriating. Su Qingfeng's eyelids twitched, while Li Xiangdan beside him erupted into laughter. How does it feel? Do you not want to punch him? Yang Feng inquired with an air of amusement. Absolutely. Su Chi Feng gritted his teeth. But you cannot strike him. You must protect him instead, ha ha ha. Yang Feng smirked mockingly before hastily calling for a taxi of his own. Farewell. I finally comprehend that you and Qin Qian are cut from the same cloth. Su Chi Feng remarked, speechless. Li Xiangdan nodded in agreement. Indeed, both are so infuriating. Yet one requires our protection, while the other is our superior. Alas, we must resign ourselves to this fate. Qin Qian paid little mind to the others, after all. They were back in the country, and a few minutes apart mattered little. Who dares to challenge me on my territory? However, his insistence on returning to the company was not merely for rest. The ion propulsion system was still under development, and returning to the Firepower Research Institute seemed unnecessary at this juncture. Moreover, with the year-end approaching, there were numerous tasks at the company that required attention. The features of human-pet interaction, the all-new Spirit Realm Watch, knowledge transfer, and so forth, all needed to be rolled out after the new year. Although the key technologies had long been resolved, progress at the company remained somewhat sluggish. If he did not return to lend a hand, it was uncertain whether they could launch on schedule. What would China be like by then? Qin Qian could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Before long, Qin Qian and Jiang Ruyue first visited Tianqing residence to ensure cleaning arrangements were in place, and only then did they set off towards the company in their stellar flash vehicle. In the present day, the construction of Galaxy technology has reached its completion, with the areas between the Research Institute and the office buildings seamlessly interconnected by various fully automated factories. The responsibilities for equipment transportation during the construction period were managed by the leadership team, including Yu Jing and Jiang Chun, while the specific equipment modifications had already been completed remotely by Leah. Currently, the knowledge of the company's possession of genuinely fully automated factories has expanded to encompass the entire leadership team, unlike before when only Yu Jing was aware of it. This was a deliberate strategy by Qin Qian, as the information would inevitably come to light and be promoted nationwide. It was prudent to prepare everyone psychologically in advance. Upon arriving at the company, as Qin Qian and Jiang Ryu entered, Jiang Chun and others hurried over upon hearing the news. Goodness gracious! You actually decided to return to the company. I thought you had been globetrotting and living in luxury, exclaimed Jiang Chun as he entered and promptly seized Qin Qian's coffee. Taking large gulps. Chapter 361. Current situation and issues. Qin Qian wore an expression of disdain. What enjoyment! I am merely a life of toil. And please, do not engage in indirect kissing with me. It disgusts me. I don't mind. Jiang Ruyue cheerfully raised her hand. Neither do I. Lin Zixin chuckled, resembling a typical fangirl. Jiang Chun smiled awkwardly. They don't mind, so why be so disdainful? Am I not still your little sweetheart? Qin Qian noticed the widening pupils of Yu Jing, Li Yu, and Wang Dachui beside him, as if they had conceived a terrifying thought. Yu Jing stammered. My heavens, President Qin, you actually. Li Yu covered his mouth in astonishment. No wonder you didn't want to go for massages with me. Wang Dachui exclaimed in horror, then turned to Jiang Ruyue, sister-in-law, you have it tough. Get lost, get lost. What are you talking about? Qin Qian was speechless, suddenly feeling an urge to punch something. Ha. Laughter erupted among the group. They were, of course, joking. If their president couldn't take a joke, what was the point of work? Moreover, their president had been out enjoying himself for so long. It was only natural to vent a little. All right, enough of these trivial matters. During my absence, how has the company been? Please provide a report, Chen Qian stated, adjusting his demeanor. Upon hearing this, the others ceased their banter and sat up straight, beginning their work report. Chen Qian listened intently, occasionally nodding in affirmation. It must be said that under the collective efforts, the company had experienced stable development during this period. Various research and development initiatives were steadily advancing, building upon past achievements to launch numerous innovative projects. While the pace and quality of development could not compare to Chen Qian's direct involvement, it was nonetheless commendable, placing them among the top tier in comparison to major laboratories and research institutes both domestically and globally. In terms of market performance, partners across various industries were aggressively expanding their reach, establishing themselves as leaders in their respective fields. Brands began to gain recognition and pride among the public, effectively overshadowing foreign competitors, whose market shares in the domestic arena had dwindled significantly. This was particularly evident in the mobile phone and automotive sectors. Currently, the domestic mobile market belonged entirely to domestic brands, with Galaxy Technology's holographic watches standing out, virtually unattainable, while other shares were divided among affiliated partners. As for Fruit Phone, it had long been relegated to the annals of history, with rumors circulating about its complete withdrawal from the Chinese market. Fruit Company's stock had plummeted. No longer the world's most valuable tech firm, without international market support, it was uncertain how far they would fall. As for the current reigning champion, there was no doubt it was Galaxy Technology. Analysts and financial publications, both domestic and foreign, had scrutinized Galaxy Technology extensively. However, much like Huawei, it remained privately held, and only Chen Qian and a select few were privy to the specifics of its profitability. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Galaxy Technology operates in a rather clandestine manner, unlike Huawei, which occasionally discloses its operational status. Galaxy Technology, on the other hand, seems to adhere to a philosophy of quietly amassing wealth. What can one even articulate? That the current military expenditures are primarily funded by Galaxy Technology? Should this be revealed, it is likely that various conspiracy theories would arise globally. In the realm of new energy vehicles, the presence of traditional fuel cars has nearly vanished from the domestic landscape. Over 90% of the populace has reached a consensus that within the next year, fuel cars may well be entirely relegated to the annals of history. This is inevitable, as new energy vehicles are not only cost-effective but also free from range anxiety, and they boast features such as autonomous driving. The advent of room temperature superconductivity has significantly accelerated the development of charging infrastructure. The obsolescence of fuel cars appears to be a foregone conclusion. Chen Qian even posits that it may transpire within less than a year. Galaxy Technology has persistently advanced its research on batteries, and the new generation of batteries, which integrates room temperature superconductors with traditional graphene batteries, has reached preliminary completion by the associated teams. This achievement cannot be solely attributed to Chen Qian. It is genuinely the result of the dedicated research team. The world is not bereft of geniuses, and the relevant technologies have reached a critical inflection point, making progress seem almost inevitable. The new generation of batteries not only boasts enhanced endurance, but also perfectly retains all the advantages of the original graphene batteries. Furthermore, owing to the characteristics of room temperature superconductivity, the charging speed is astonishingly rapid, so much so that it outpaces certain competitors. In under 3 minutes, one can fully charge a vehicle. One cannot help but ponder whether there will be another live demonstration by a blogger soon. Chen Qian mused, let them test it. If it charges in 3 minutes, let it soar, let it race, it won't falter. However, amidst this apparent smooth sailing, Chen Qian harbored some concerns. Presently, the fully automated, unmanned factory cluster of Galaxy Technology is complete and ready for deployment, not to mention the other conventional factories scattered across various countries. This is just one company. The factories of numerous partners are now widespread across cities, from first tier to third tier, even reaching rural areas. Although not all facilities are fully operational, they're not far from it. The issue of production capacity is no longer a concern, yet the question remains, what if there is overproduction? What if, in due course, the domestic market can no longer absorb the output? The endeavor of Galaxy Technology to extend its products globally must commence promptly. Just then, Jiang Ruyue noticed the furrow in Chen Qian's brow and inquired, what troubles you? You seem somewhat discontent. Come on, shouldn't we be satisfied? Our company is thriving. Jiang Chun remarked, perplexed. No, you are all doing excellently. The company is flourishing. My concerns lie elsewhere, Qin Qian replied. What are those concerns? Yu Jing asked, intrigued. Qin Qian paused momentarily. Overproduction, yet we remain confined to the domestic market with our partners. Upon his utterance, silence enveloped the room. For this issue currently presents an insurmountable dilemma. While it is typically unproblematic for companies to export goods, the predicament for Galaxy Technology is that it is under sanctions. However, in truth, sanctions are not the primary concern. The focus lies with Qin Qian himself. Qin Qian is exceedingly ruthless, to the extent that he refuses to relinquish even the slightest morsel of profit, insisting on devouring everything completely. Were he to be willing to share a portion of the profits, there would be countless individuals worldwide eager to collaborate, and goods could effortlessly make their way abroad. Even in the face of sanctions, there are nations that would outwardly comply with the West while surreptitiously turning a blind eye. Perhaps, we might consider conceding a fraction of the profits. Liu could not resist speaking up, yet before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qin Qian. There is no need to elaborate on this matter. If a foreigner can take even a penny from me, then I do not deserve the surname Qin. Chapter 362. The unpredictable direction of the world that will be all for today. You may attend to your own matters, Qin Qian stated, unwilling to elaborate further as he dismissed his guests. The others exchanged glances but refrained from saying anything more, rising to depart. Once they had left, Jiang Riyue linked her arm with Qin Qian's and remarked, "It can't be that simple, can it?" She was alluding to the matter of goods exports, aware that her knowledge far surpassed that of the others. Qin Qian nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is far from straightforward. If we were to share the profits, how could we exploit the entire world?" He paused momentarily. Moreover, when our products officially enter the international market, chaos will ensue. Chaos? Jiang Riyue queried, her brow furrowing in confusion. Indeed, Qin Qian chuckled. Because I only accept Huayuan. Jiang Riyue's eyes widened in realization. Although her understanding of many matters was not expert, she comprehended what Qin Qian's stance entailed. This was a direct challenge to the old order. Rising, Qin Qian poured 2 cups of coffee before resuming his seat on the sofa. In modern society, military hegemony is, in a sense, a means to uphold economic supremacy. If I seek to seize power, how will the old guard respond? He continued. They are capable of igniting decades-long wars over something as trivial as a bag of laundry detergent and can even orchestrate self-inflicted tragedies like 9/11 to justify their conflicts. Indeed, the 9/11 incident was fabricated. I have long been aware of this. This world holds few secrets for Liu, especially since in my previous life. The so-called wise leader had already acknowledged this fact. Thus, once we reveal our fangs, the trajectory of this world will become utterly unpredictable, Qin Qian mused. The unpredictability he referred to was even more tumultuous and drastic than in his past life. What shall we do then? Jiang Riyue inquired. Qin Qian pondered for a moment before replying, fortunately, we still have time. The nation's military capabilities must continue to strengthen. Additionally, Russia could serve as a testing ground for gauging the West's reactions. Jiang Riyue nodded, half comprehending, well, regardless, you are undoubtedly the best. Yu Qian affectionately pinched Jiang Riyue's cheek, sipping his coffee as his thoughts wandered far away. Sometimes, he found it peculiar how he had arrived at this juncture, entangled in international affairs and even wars. What was more, he had the backing of higher authorities. It seemed that everything had changed when Galaxy Technology became increasingly pivotal in the domestic sphere, seizing control of the economic lifeblood. I wonder what the big boss is thinking. Placing such trust in a mere novice like me, Qin Qian murmured to himself. Is this the audacity of a great leader? What audacity? Jiang Riyue blinked in confusion. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely asking if you think I possess audacity. Indeed, you have an uncanny ability to discern people's true nature, such a deadpan approach. I quite like your cheeky demeanor in the following days. Qin Qian refocused his efforts on company affairs, temporarily halting the development of the ion propulsion system to ensure the smooth execution of post-New Year's work. The communication between humans and pets, the ethereal holographic wristwatch, knowledge transmission, and the next-generation battery have all been meticulously reorganized and integrated, leading to the conceptualization of an entirely new wristwatch product. Fortunately, the technical challenges were not overly complex, and within a few days, the design process reached its conclusion. The new ethereal wristwatch, while externally resembling its predecessor, has undoubtedly undergone an evolution at its core. Subsequently, he utilized the consciousness input feature of his own wristwatch to extract all relevant data, which he then directly handed over to his subordinates. It was as simple as that. He no longer needed to laboriously guide them. If the advancement of technology cannot afford one some leisure, what significance does it hold? Having completed this, Chen Qian once again set about modifying the quantum computing wristwatch on his wrist. After 3 days of diligent work, he found himself sprawled on the sofa that evening, contemplating whether to meet with Elder Mu and others. After all, both the ethereal world and knowledge transmission are poised to bring about monumental changes in Huagua, and any misstep could lead to numerous challenges. Just as he was preparing to initiate a call, Leah timely interjected, "Brother, it seems that Ping Darren is about to settle accounts once and for all." "Oh?" Chen Qian's eyes brightened. "Is it finally beginning?" In the initial days following his return to the country, he had anticipated that Peng Darren would hastily commence the final reckonings, only to find him taking a more measured approach, focusing instead on recruitment and consolidation. However, Chen Qian found this admirable. It is precisely during crucial moments that one must remain composed to achieve greatness. "Leah, start the live stream. I wish to see how that old fellow is faring." Chen Qian chuckled, then dialed Yang Feng to inform him of the situation. Yang Feng expressed keen interest, exclaiming that he would come over immediately. This left Chen Qian somewhat puzzled, suspecting that Yang Feng's true intention was not merely to watch the live stream but rather to see him. Nonetheless, he dismissed the thought. He had no desire to return so soon and could easily refuse to be dragged back. Next, he and Jiang Ruyue ventured to a nearby supermarket, gathering an abundance of snacks in preparation for their viewing. An hour later, Yang Feng, Su Qingfeng, and Li Xiangdan arrived at the door. Chen Qian was not surprised by Su Gu and Dan Jie's prompt arrival, as they lived nearby. However, Yang Feng's swiftness was somewhat unexpected. This old fellow truly had little to occupy his time in the central military district. Unbeknownst to Yang Feng, Chen Qian was internally mocking his idleness, while Yang Feng continued to munch on chicken feet, oblivious to any criticism directed at him. "Arriving so quickly? It's because I missed you. It's beginning. It's beginning," Chen Qian said, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the holographic display. Whether Ping Darren can defy fate hinges on this moment. After watching several days of Ping Darren in battle, he had indeed become somewhat addicted. As he spoke, the others, previously engrossed in their snacks, gradually shifted their attention to the holographic imagery. In the display, Peng Darren, exuding confidence and vigor, led his comrades into vehicles and boldly departed from the base. After days of recruitment, his Peng family army has expanded to 10,000 men. Oh, how audacious Peng Darren has become. Chen Qian gazed at this scene, somewhat incredulous. Is this still the old coin who used to hide in the bushes? What happened? Did he suddenly become so formidable upon my departure? With this thought, he instructed Liao to connect him to the other party's communication device. "Go for it, Brother Ping." Chen Qian's voice suddenly echoed in the earpiece, startling Ping Darren, who was seated in the vehicle. "What the heck? Brother Chen? Didn't you return to your homeland?" Chen Qian chuckled softly. I merely wanted to check on you, knowing you were facing a reckoning today, so I came to offer my support." "You?" Ping Darren paused. "You didn't see anything you shouldn't have last night, did you?" Chapter 363. Reckoning last night? What shouldn't have been seen? Chen Qian inquired, somewhat perplexed. No, it's nothing." Ping Darren, feeling a twinge of guilt, deftly shifted the conversation. "Just watch closely, my brother. I shall undoubtedly prevail tonight." "Very well, let us see your performance." Chen Qian replied with a chuckle before ending the call. Ping Darren took a deep breath, his demeanor transforming into one of seriousness, a flicker of madness glinting in his eyes. He had awaited this moment for many years, though a multitude of thousands was not an insignificant number. The pace of their advance had notably quickened due to their vehicular maneuver. Before long, Ping's forces breached the territory of the Yanong army, arriving near their base. However, since Ping Darren had not concealed his intentions, the Yanong army had detected their approach in advance. The base was already in an uproar, alarms blaring, as troops assembled in disciplined ranks along the perimeter, reminiscent of ancient military formations. "Why does it all appear so lowbrow?" Chen Qian mused, somewhat speechless at the sight. He had longed to voice his critique. The conflict bore little resemblance to modern warfare and was more akin to the village skirmishes of a bygone era in Huagua, prior to the gun ban. Given their circumstances, their military acumen is quite lackluster. Want it not to set expectations too high, Yang Feng jested. Chen Qian waved dismissively. "I am not asking for much. I merely harbor a tinge of disdain. Is it truly wise to be so blunt?" Yang Feng mused privately, yet refrained from further comment. For him, Regardless of the nature of the conflict, there were always insights to glean. War is invariably brutal, and certain truths remain immutable. Pungdaran. What the hell are you doing here? Do you wish to fight me? A corpulent figure, encircled by a throng within the Yanong army, bellowed through a megaphone. Despite his efforts to mask his trepidation, the subtle tremor in his voice betrayed him. It was hardly surprising. Not long ago, a force of similar strength to the Yanong army, the Ruodai army, had been annihilated in an instant. And half of the reinforcements sent by the Chink army met the same fate, instilling genuine fear within him. Pungdaran offered no retort, instead becoming lost in thought while observing the megaphone. The clarity of that voice is astonishing. Could it be too close? Upon scrutinizing the distance between the two factions, he abruptly realized it might be less than 1,000 meters. Goodness, if they were to open fire now, would it strike me? A shiver coursed through Pungdaran's heart. Though he had prepared for a frontal assault and aimed to project bravado, he had no desire to gamble with his life. Despite the fact that such proximity should pose no substantial threat, he cautiously instructed Li Bo beside him. Before long, the vehicles of Pung's forces roared to life and began to retreat slowly. The rotund figure observed this with astonishment, his heart swelling with unexpected delight. Are they retreating? Is the fight over? Did my single utterance compel their withdrawal? I must be truly formidable. However, before he could revel in his joy for even 2 minutes, he noticed that the members of the Ping family, who had previously retreated, had come to a halt once more. What the hell? They only retreated a few hundred meters? What does this mean? The chubby man was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Pungdaran leisurely took the microphone, adjusted the loudspeaker, and began to shout. "Ai Pung, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Have you lost your mind? I am now giving you an opportunity. Kneel and call me grandfather. Then bring everyone to surrender. Perhaps I might consider sparing you." As if unsatisfied, Pungdaran did not wait for a response and continued his tirade. "You filthy old dog. 10 years ago, I nearly fell because of you and your miserable lineage." The more he cursed, the more fervent he became, unable to stop. His grand entrance for retribution was also an opportunity for him to show off, and naturally, he needed to vent his frustrations first. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, Pungdaran grew weary of his insults, disregarding his earlier demand for surrender, and began issuing orders. "Everyone, load your weapons." Li Bo, upon witnessing this, felt momentarily dazed. Sensing that their commander seemed a bit too unhinged today, but he refrained from saying anything further and skillfully pulled out an RPG to load it. Indeed, Pungdaran was far from calm. Years of resentment were on the verge of being avenged, and those who had wronged him were about to face their reckoning. With his firepower being exceptionally formidable, how could he remain composed? Composed, my foot. Were it not for the sake of cursing his opponent? Pungdaran would not have wasted time here. It would have been all-out assault. "Fire! Strike with all your might!" Pungdaran roared. And thousands of rockets soared towards the enemy. Ai Pung was taken aback, his mind momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. What is happening? Why are we engaging in battle already? Shouldn't we discuss things first? This is a violation of martial ethics. And weren't we supposed to surrender? I never said I wouldn't. In front of so many people, couldn't you allow me a moment to feign consideration? However, upon seeing the dark rain of rockets descending from the sky, Ai Pung's body trembled violently. Damn it. Run. Yet, he was ultimately a step too late. Countless rockets fell like rain, landing above him, beside him, and upon the base behind him. The deafening blast resounded through the sky, and in a daze, even the dark clouds above seemed to be cleared away. On the opposite side, Pungdaran clearly saw Ai Pung's corpulent form being shattered by a rocket, subsequently engulfed in flames, and he could not contain his elation, dancing with glee. "Ha ha ha, delightful. I'll send you off on your journey. No need for thanks." Ha ha ha. The explosions came swiftly and departed just as quickly, and when calm returned, the Ping family troops surged forth. "Eradicate every last trace." Pungdaran bellowed, "Move quickly. We have more to do." "Yes." The crowd responded, all exhibiting great excitement. Reloading weapons was the most thrilling part. This is quite difficult to assess. Chen Qian found it both amusing and exasperating. Pungdaran is indeed quite shameless. Was that retreat of a few steps serious? Was that half-step retreat truly sincere? A seemingly trivial action has caused significant harm. Yang Feng shamelessly began to sing, his face adorned with profound emotion. Chen Qian turned in astonishment. Not only he but also Jiang Ruyue, Su Qifeng, and Li Xiangdan wore equally peculiar expressions, as if stifling laughter. "Goodness, Brother Yang, you can sing pop songs too," Chen Qian exclaimed in surprise. "It's confirmed." Brother Yang truly has nothing to do every day at the Central Military District and must be idly passing the time listening to music and watching dramas. Otherwise, how could he effortlessly sing a contemporary tune? Though it was somewhat off-key, Su Chi-feng could not help but remark. Indeed, it pales in comparison to old Shui's talent, Li Xiangdan added with a playful jab. This is rather difficult to evaluate. Jiang Ruyue chuckled softly. Chapter 364. The confrontation. Yang Feng's expression darkened, his face shifting through a spectrum of emotions. This was perplexing in the past. When he sang popular songs, the youth would praise him for being trendy, often claiming they shared a common affinity. Why had everything changed now? Was his singing truly unpalatable? He had once been a deity of song in his youth. Could they not comprehend that? As Yang Feng was about to showcase his vocal prowess once more, Chun Qian swiftly covered his mouth. That's enough, Brother Yang. Please, do not torment yourself further. I am not the one in torment, Yang Feng retorted indignantly. We are the ones suffering. Qin Qian shot back, his face etched with anguish. Reluctantly, Yang Feng fell silent, his face flushed, leaving others to ponder the thoughts swirling within his mind. In the holographic display, the movements of the Peng army were swift. Under a barrage of thousands of rockets, there were scarcely any survivors, and they soon set off towards the Chink military base. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Chink base, they found the Chink forces equally prepared. Peng Darren was somewhat astonished. Having brazenly attacked the Yanong army, he had assumed the Chink base would be lightly manned, especially since reinforcements were likely needed. However, a moment's reflection revealed the Chink army had sustained severe losses, which explained their hesitance to dispatch additional troops. Was it a case of unwillingness to send out more men? Or were there internal issues within their alliance? Contemplating these questions, Peng Darren wasted no time, issuing orders for everyone to ready their RPGs. After all, if no internal strife existed within the alliance, reinforcements would likely arrive soon, potentially complicating matters for himself. Fire! With a commanding shout, countless rockets soared into the sky once more. The cacophony of explosive blasts, cries of anguish, and howls of fury echoed in tumultuous succession, and Peng Darren found himself growing accustomed to the chaos. As per the usual protocol, he ordered a thorough sweep of the area. After an hour of meticulous clearing, the Peng army resumed their journey toward the Western Shan military base. However, upon arriving there, he was taken aback to find it utterly deserted. What is going on? Peng Darren mused, bewildered, when Chun Qian's voice crackled through his earpiece. They've all gone to the forest manor. Realization dawned on Peng Darren. The precariousness of their situation had become evident. It was clear that news of the Chink and Yin Ong armies' respective downfalls had reached the enemy, who had undoubtedly been monitoring their movements closely. Yet, this development might work to his advantage. Now that they had congregated, it would save him considerable effort. Peng Darren murmured to himself, promptly issuing orders to head towards the forest manor. Encouraged by Peng Darren's urgings, they soon approached the vicinity of the manor. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the Ping army neared 2 kilometers from the forest manor, a series of gunshots erupted from the forest, accompanied by the occasional grenade explosion, catching Peng Darren completely off guard. He understood then that his strategy of overwhelming firepower had been deciphered. The enemy was intent on denying him any opportunity. However, the current Peng Darren is no longer the same. His forces have now grown to 10,000. And he is not particularly fearful of a direct confrontation. Immediately, the Peng army dispersed within the forest, and a protracted battle commenced. As time ticked away, with continuous reports from below, Peng Darren's countenance darkened. Logically, having fought guerrilla warfare in the mountains for years, such a battlefield should have been more familiar and advantageous for them. Yet, the sheer number of opponents was staggering. The Wei and Lu factions combined with the addition of the Western Shan army amounted to over 30,000 troops. This cannot continue. Peng Darren sat in his vehicle, contemplating the decision with his advisors. But how else can we fight? Indeed, Commander, we can only proceed this way for now. Perhaps we should retreat tonight? Peng Darren shook his head. Retreat? Nonsense. I never contemplated retreating tonight. We have ample firepower. How can we not prevail? Subsequently, Peng Darren recalled all his forces. And after a strategic deployment, they formed an unusual formation, encircling themselves in a vast circle, vigilant in all directions. Thus, the Peng army boldly advanced once more towards the manor hidden within the dense woods. Many enemies within the forest noticed this movement. They were utterly astonished that Peng Darren would dare to charge in despite the circumstances. However, as they prepared to intercept, they were momentarily stunned after only a few exchanges of fire. A barrage of rockets soared through the sky, and the mountains echoed with explosions. Within the ranks, Peng Darren beamed with satisfaction at the sight. This was the effect he desired. Were they trying to obstruct him? Damn it, I want to play that game. It's a full-on charge. Who dares to block my path shall be met with thousands of rockets, regardless of whether they struck the enemy. The sheer volume was enough to instill fear. Moreover, with such concentrated fire, the enemy would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Utilizing a strategy of overwhelming firepower. If the first attempt fails, then a second. If that fails, a third. Peng Darren was determined that he would not lose this battle. Lose. Nonsense. In the manor, Wei Suo, Lu Ho, and a lean middle-aged man sat in a 7th-floor conference room, their expressions grim. The lean man was Bao Daxiang, the commander of the Western Shan army. Peng Darren is almost upon us, launching rockets as if they were free. What should we do? After a moment of silence, Wei Suo inquired. But Lu Ho and Bao Daxiang remained silent. Old Lu, Wei Suo turned to Lu Ho, who shook his head, saying, I still do not understand why Peng Darren retreated after rescuing the piglets. Is this truly the time for such discussions? Bao Daxiang could not help but interject. The pressing issue is whether we can withstand this. How many rockets does Peng Darren still possess? Old Bao. Just as Lu Ho was about to speak, Bao Daxiang erupted in anger. I should never have met with you when you came to seek my alliance. Lu Ho fell into silence. Long before the Ruabai military base succumbed, the so-called alliance had already encountered difficulties. The arrival of their adversary at the manor was merely a desperate measure, as they could not possibly fend off Peng Darren. Old Bao, please calm down. We are actively seeking solutions. Wei Suo attempted to soothe the situation, yet Bao Daxiang remained unyielding, for the forces currently intercepting Peng Darren outside were all under his command. Then think of something. Present a plan. Quickly. Wei Suo fell silent. After a brief moment, a knock resounded at the conference room door, and someone hurriedly entered. Master Wei. Peng Darren is on the line. On the line? So soon? Wei Suo's heart sank, disbelief mingling with a touch of helplessness. Chapter 365 Negotiation. All right, I understand. You may leave now, Wei Suo said, striving to maintain his composure. Let us negotiate. Once the individual departed, Lu Ho hinted at something. Wei Suo paused. Let out a deep sigh. At this juncture, apart from attempting to exchange the lives of Bai Dakai and Lan Qingxi for his own and those of his companions, he found himself at a loss. Yet, even so, the unease within him remained unabated. Could this truly work? Wei Suo pondered within, uncertain if it could indeed succeed. But without a doubt, it presented an opportunity. Outside the manor, Peng Darren and his companions gathered at the entrance, bracing themselves for an imminent confrontation. Although they had successfully arrived at this juncture, the enemies lurking within the dense forest still posed a threat. Strictly speaking, they were now surrounded. Yet they managed to maintain their composure due to their ample firepower. Could they breach this place? Peng Darren mused as he surveyed the manor before him. Much of the manor was nestled within the hillside. Collapsing the exposed structures would not pose a significant challenge, yet the other sections presented a different predicament. Even though the hill before him was not particularly towering, it was still a hill. Whether it could be demolished was uncertain, and if so, how much ammunition would be required? As Peng Darren contemplated this, a booming horn echoed from within the manor, a familiar voice resonating through the air. Peng Darren, let us have a conversation. A glint of ferocity flashed in Peng Darren's eyes. Lu Ho? He quickly instructed his men to adjust the horn and seized the microphone to respond. What is there to discuss between us? Lu Ho's voice faltered momentarily. Old Peng. The grievances of the past belong to our forebears. There is no need for us to be so petty. Petty? Peng Darren retorted, irate. Did Lu Ho think he could simply gloss over the years of hardship he had endured while hiding in the mountains? My father's grievances are my own. I have suffered for years, and you expect me to let it go with a mere utterance? Nonsense. Lu Ho, upon hearing this, felt a sense of helplessness. Was Peng Darren truly so obstinate? Did he not perceive the conciliatory tone in his words? In truth, Peng Darren was fully aware. He simply chose to disregard Lu Ho's overtures. Peng Darren, we genuinely do not wish to escalate matters to this extent. After all, we have known each other for several decades. Would you not agree? Lu Ho's voice came through once more. Peng Darren's gaze flickered as he surveyed his surroundings, his tone softening slightly. You are indeed correct. Furthermore, our manor is easily defensible. It is not a simple task for you to storm in. No sooner had he spoken than Peng Darren seemed to be provoked. Nonsense. You think I cannot breach it? I shall show you whether I can. He turned to Li Bagong beside him and commanded, prepare the artillery. Let us unleash 1,000 rounds to give them a taste. Li Bagang grinned maniacally and promptly relayed the order. Soon, 1,000 RPGs were readied, and a torrential downpour of rockets erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions reverberated through the air, shaking the very ground, and Peng Darren felt as though the entire hill was quaking beneath him. As tranquility once again envelopes the surroundings, the estate ahead lies in utter disarray, its structures collapsed and exposed. Regrettably, the state of the interior remains a mystery. It is likely, however, that the impact is not significant. The trio, Lu Ho and his companions, stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for Peng Darren's sudden onslaught, which commenced with a staggering barrage of 1,000 rockets. They were nearly driven to seek refuge beneath the table, but once the explosion subsided, they found relief in the absence of any surrounding damage. Outside, Peng Darren's voice resonated. How was that? 1,000 rockets. Exhilarating, isn't it? If not, I've plenty more to offer. Interested? Lu Ho, with a hint of irritation, retorted, we wish to engage in a serious discussion, yet this is your demeanor? His display of dissatisfaction was a strategic move. For mere submission would not facilitate effective negotiations. To Lu Ho's surprise, Peng Darren remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, all right then. Since you've broached the subject, let us converse. Are you willing to negotiate? A flicker of hope ignited within Lu Ho, though he found it perplexing that Peng Darren had so abruptly shifted from his previous reticence to a willingness to engage. Nevertheless, he composed his thoughts and continued, Old Peng. While we may harbor grievances, they are not insurmountable, are they? We can coexist peacefully. Why must we resort to violence? He continued, I understand your frustrations. Therefore, I propose to hand over Bai Dekai and Lan Qingxi, along with their families, for you to deal with as you see fit. Would that suffice to alleviate your anger? Peng Darren paused, a cold smile creeping into his heart. Such was the demeanor of the four prominent families, having long since deemed Bai Dekai and Lan Qingxi as expendable, now seeking to use them as pawns. However, he did not decline the offer and responded boisterously, You think I, Peng Darren, cannot capture them here in this territory without your assistance? Lu Ho felt a headache coming on. Peng Darren was indeed a formidable adversary. Yet, he persisted in his persuasion. Of course not, Old Peng. We are well aware of your current strength. It is merely that capturing them could prove troublesome. We are simply preemptively alleviating your burdens. Ah, what a noble endeavor. Peng Darren scoffed internally, bemused by the pretense of camaraderie. Lu Ho pressed on, Moreover, we understand the power you wield. We do not wish to complicate matters for you. The lives of Bai Dekai and Lan Qingxi in exchange for ours, once this is resolved. We shall sever ties with any unsavory enterprises. What say you? Let us coexist harmoniously and advance together. Advance together, indeed. Peng Darren inwardly scoffed. As if I would relinquish my title as the king of Mianbei for such triviality. Yet, outwardly, he feigned contemplation. His willingness to engage in prolonged discussion with Lu Ho stemmed from his precarious situation. The estate was difficult to assault, and a multitude of enemies surrounded him. Should the opposing party choose to fight recklessly, the prospect of failure was not entirely out of the question. Upon this thought, Peng Darren let out a hearty laugh. What you propose is not without merit. In the estate, Lu Ho and the others felt a surge of joy. Does this imply agreement? However, I must witness your sincerity. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Peng Darren's eyes. Did you not speak of peaceful coexistence and mutual advancement? Surely, those in the dense forest must first withdraw. Furthermore, why must our affairs involve other factions? I have had no grievances with Bao Daxiang of the Western Shan army all along. Within the estate, Lu Ho and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting uncertainty. Chapter 366. Discord. Lu Ho was taken aback by Peng Darren's unexpected request to withdraw the besieging forces. If they retreated, the pressure on Peng Darren would diminish significantly. Furthermore, he explicitly stated that he had no grievances with Bao Daxiang, clearly aiming to extricate him from the situation. Wei Su also grasped this nuance and found himself in a state of indecision. If Bao Daxiang were to depart, their military strength would plummet, making it far more challenging to confront Peng Darren decisively later on. However, at that moment, Bao Daxiang felt a surge of excitement. He had long wished to disentangle himself from the entanglement with these two, were it not for the realization that Peng Darren was unable to hold his ground. Coupled with Wei Su and Lu Ho's incessant persuasion to come to the manor, claiming that consolidating forces was the only way to turn the tide, he would never have come at all. Moreover, Peng Darren was correct. Aside from this incident, he had no real animosity towards him. Now that Peng Darren had relented, why should he continue to face peril alongside these two fools? With this thought in mind, looking at the silent Wei Su and Lu Ho, Bao Daxiang could no longer contain himself and seized the microphone. Old Ping, is this true? Are you genuinely willing to let me leave? It seemed there was considerable discord among them. Ping Darren quietly reveled in his success, never having anticipated that his plan would unfold so smoothly. Of course, they harbored no enmity. Had it not been for this incident entangling him with them, nothing would have transpired between them. However, the notion that nothing would happen was impossible. Since he aspired to be the king of Mianbei, all armed factions would inevitably take action sooner or later. Bao Daxiang was unaware of Peng Darren's true intentions and immediately regretted his involvement upon hearing him claim that there should not have been so many issues between their families. I should never have entangled myself with these two fools. Anger filled Bao Daxiang's gaze as he looked at Wei Su and Lu Ho. Yet, he forgot that it was his own greed that had led him to mingle with them in the first place. Fine. Since you say so, Old Ping, I withdraw. Your affairs are no longer my concern. Bao Daxiang conceded, releasing the microphone and preparing to leave. Lu Ho grew anxious and grasped Bao Daxiang's arm. Old Bao, you can't leave. If you go, you will fall into Ping Darren's trap. He won't spare you. Indeed, Wei Su chimed in earlier. Your men killed quite a few of Peng Darren's people. He won't let you off easily. Initially, Bao Daxiang was annoyed at being stopped, but upon hearing their words, he became conflicted. The microphone remained on, and Ping Darren, listening intently to their exchange, interjected. Old Bao, most of those sniping at us outside are your men, right? Rest assured, a few casualties are trivial. I, Peng Darren, won't dwell on such minor matters. Moreover, I have taken down several of your men as well. So we are even. As long as you refrain from getting involved, I will personally visit you later for a drink. Upon hearing this, Bao Daxiang's eyes brightened. Indeed, they were even now. Although I have taken the lives of several of Ping Darren's men, it is worth noting that Peng Darren has also sacrificed his own. What is there to hold against each other? Finally, Bao Daxiang reached a resolution. His gaze towards Wei Suo and Lu Ho was filled with disdain. These two fools still wished to drag him down at such a juncture. Damn it. Go away. Bao Daxiang bellowed, shaking off the hands gripping his arms. I have made my decision. I will leave today, and I challenge anyone to impede my path. With that, he strode through the door without casting a glance back at the two men left standing in place. Wei Suo stared at the closed door, momentarily at a loss for what to do. After a pause, he turned to Lu Ho, gesturing to his neck, an expression rife with murderous intent. Lu Ho's eyes flickered, indecision clouding his mind, but ultimately he shook his head. There were still many of their people left in the estate. It would be unwise to provoke him. If forced into a corner, he might join forces with Ping Darren, creating even greater difficulties for us. Wei Suo took a deep breath, then shook his head and sat down in silence. Outside, Bao Daxiang exited the conference room and took off running, calling for the personnel from his estate to assemble swiftly. He was keenly aware that Wei Suo and Lu Ho might be plotting against him. However, upon reaching the first floor and finding no signs of an impending attack, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Contemplating his next move, he began to rally the Western Shan army stationed outside. Half an hour later, the Western Shan troops, previously concealed in the dense forest, emerged boldly, passing through the ranks of Ping's forces and gathering outside the estate. Ping Darren observed this spectacle calmly, appearing entirely unperturbed. Indeed, he had no reason to sever ties with them at this moment. Doing so would only complicate matters further. After all, one can escape the monk, but never the temple. There was no rush to eliminate Bao Daxiang. Time passed, and eventually, Bao Daxiang, accompanied by a portion of the Western Shan troops from within the estate, crawled out from the ruins. Seeing the Peng forces encircling them without advancing, a sense of trepidation gripped Bao Daxiang. Damn it, could they truly turn against him? Despite his anxiety, as the commander of the Western Shan army, he needed to display some resolve. With a sweeping gesture, he signaled for his men to step aside, and he began to walk outward. Yet, as he proceeded, his pace slowed. What if Ping Darren suddenly decided to strike? Anxiety crept back into his mind. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Why not play the emotional card? Since Ping Darren had mentioned allowing his departure, Bao Daxiang could now draw closer, creating a bond that would make it awkward for Ping to act against him. With this thought in mind, Bao Daxiang immediately donned a warm smile, pivoting toward Peng Darren and hastening his steps, arms wide open. Old Peng, I am here. Dear? Peng Darren's expression shifted, but he quickly realized he had misheard. Upon seeing Bao Daxiang approaching with a smile, he chuckled and also opened his arms wide. The two men then embraced each other warmly. Old Peng, Thank you. Thank you immensely. I too am a victim of circumstance, deceived by them. I am grateful, truly grateful that you have shown me mercy. From this moment forth, you shall be my sworn brother, Bao Daxiang. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall exert every effort, braving any peril for your sake. Old Ping. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, and today's encounter confirms it. I, Bao, am utterly captivated by your demeanor. Bao Daxiang embraced Peng Darren with great vigor, the sound of their patting resonating loudly, his flattery pouring forth without pause. Is this dog truly so loquacious? Peng Darren silently scoffed, yet outwardly he reciprocated the hearty pats on his back, leaving onlookers to believe their bond was profoundly deep. Chapter 367. Are they so easily deceived? Ah, old Bao, your words are quite the declaration. Between us, there has never been any animosity. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, Commander Bao, and have yearned for the opportunity to forge a friendship. Upon our first encounter today, it is evident that you are indeed a man of valor and decisiveness. To have you as a brother is truly a stroke of fortune in my life. Upon hearing this, Bao Daxiang could hardly contain his smile. It was settled. The likelihood of that sniper firing was slim to none. With his safety assured, Bao Daxiang's joy intensified, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, he reluctantly released his embrace. Very well, I shall not prolong this. Once you resolve your matters, you must come to visit me. We brothers must share a drink together. Absolutely. Absolutely. Peng Darren nodded vigorously in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Bao Daxiang made no further delays, hastily departing with his men, not looking back, as if propelled by the wind. Peng Darren quietly watched them leave, but the next moment, as the Western Shan army vanished from sight, the forest erupted with a barrage of gunfire, prompting Li Bo and the others to immediately go on high alert. Peng Darren waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such tension. This is merely Bao Daxiang sending me a gift, and it will soon come to an end. The majority of those who had been ambushing them in the dense forest were affiliated with the Western Shan army. Only a small fraction belonged to the Wei and Lu clans. The Western Shan army was fully aware of the troop distribution and operational plans, and they held a numerical advantage, which is why Peng Darren remained unfazed. If they cannot secure victory, what use is there for Bao Daxiang to persist? However, that Bao Daxiang would silently present gifts to himself was indeed an unexpected twist for Peng Darren. 2 words, well played. Does he truly consider me a brother? Peng Darren pondered. Are they really so easily deceived? Within the estate, Lu Ho and Wei Su exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of discontent. They had never anticipated that Bao Daxiang, upon his departure, would launch an assault on their men hidden in the forest. Such overt flattery towards Peng Darren. Did they possess no sense of shame? With the recent casualties, our combined forces barely number 12,000, Wei Su's voice dripped with gloom. Together, the two clans barely exceeded 20,000, and with nearly 5,000 soldiers lost during the rescue of the piglets, their remaining strength was indeed dwindling. Lu Ho was evidently cognizant of this predicament, yet remembering Peng Darren's earlier conciliatory tone, he felt a slight measure of reassurance. Do not rush. Peng Darren should be amenable to negotiations. Thus, Lu Ho once more seized the microphone and called out, Old Ping, Bao Daxiang has departed. You have witnessed our sincerity. I wonder how you have reflected upon my prior proposal. Oh, are you so eager? Peng Darren mused with a hint of mockery before decisively responding. I have indeed perceived your sincerity, and I am quite satisfied. At this juncture, he paused for effect. Frankly, after so many years, I am weary. Do you not find it exhausting to be perpetually on edge without engaging in meaningful endeavors? I suspect you must be quite fatigued as well. Peng Darren's tone bore an earnestness reminiscent of advice exchanged between old friends. Enough of the trivialities. I shall not linger on unnecessary words. Since you have declared your intention to steer clear of those unsavory enterprises, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. I hope you will remember your promise and refrain from placing me in a difficult position, for you understand the circumstances that lie behind me. Now, kindly hand over Bai Dekai and Lan Qingxi. Upon hearing this, Lu Ho and Wei Su exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with uncontainable excitement. He agreed. Peng Darren has consented. Ever since they surmised that the formidable Huagua stood behind Peng Darren, they had been under immense pressure, particularly as each of their allied armed forces succumbed. The weight of this burden had reached its zenith. Who could predict when their resolve might shatter? They were truly on the brink of collapse. Yet now, Peng Darren was willing to spare them? Lao Lu, Wei Su exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Lu Ho on the shoulder. The notion of using Bai Dekai and Lan Qingxi as a safeguard is simply brilliant. We owe you our gratitude. Lu Ho, feeling a surge of pride, replied, "Oh, it's nothing, just a precaution. I never expected it would actually bear fruit." Haha. Wei Su embraced Lu Ho, exclaiming, "You are indeed my dear brother." Lu Ho, suppressing his excitement, cautioned, "Let us not celebrate too soon. Peng Darren has yet to retract his stance, and we have not truly extricated ourselves from peril." Indeed. Wei Su hastily presented the microphone to Lu Ho. "Quickly, continue your discussion with him." Delighted by Wei Su's support, Lu Ho eagerly accepted the microphone. "Old Ping, please hold on. We will promptly deliver Bai Dekai and Lan Qingxi, but we must also witness your sincerity. What if you were to renege on your word? We share such concerns, and we hope for your understanding." Peng Darren's eyelids twitched slightly. These two are indeed cautious. He was about to offer some gentle reassurances, but paused, assuming a displeased demeanor instead. "Enough of your nonsense. Do you think I would engage in such deceit? Who do you take me for? Do you truly believe I lack the resolve to act? I have ample ammunition at my disposal. If necessary, I can maintain a relentless barrage for 24 hours. I have no doubt that I could breach your defenses." Lu Ho and Wei Su were taken aback. Just moments ago, everything seemed agreeable, and now the situation had soured. Peng Darren's voice returned, though somewhat softened. "Enough with the idle chatter. When I say 1, it is 1. When I say 2, it is 2. If I declare that you shall be spared, then so you shall be. You witnessed me release Bao Daxiang. Did I lay a finger on him? Enough with the dilly-dallying. Hurry and bring forth the individuals, or I cannot guarantee that I won't change my mind." With that, Peng Darren crossed his arms, patiently awaiting their response, exuding an air of confidence. However, beneath this facade, he harbored no true assurance. He merely sought to provoke Lu Ho and Wei Su into hastening their compliance. After all these years, he had come to know the four great families intimately, and he understood Lu Ho's character all too well. To put it charitably, he was cautious. To describe it less flatteringly, he was timid as a mouse. If a calm and amicable discussion were to continue, Lu Ho would undoubtedly take advantage, persisting until there was nothing left to gain. As time ticked away, Lu Ho remained silent, leaving Peng Darren oblivious to the circumstances within the estate, uncertain of the current state between Lu Ho and Wei Suo. However, as time progressed, Peng Darren's confidence grew increasingly robust, although there was no response. There was also no outright refusal, was there? Given Lu Ho's indecisive and spineless nature, the longer the delay, the more likely he would eventually acquiesce. At last, after a span of several minutes, Lu Ho's voice resonated once more. "Since you have said so, I shall trust you this once. Old Ping, you must not disappoint me. We have known each other for so many years." Chapter 368. The game. Peng Darren listened quietly as Lu Ho incessantly played the emotional card, nodding in agreement regardless of whether the other party could see him. Internally, he scoffed. Damn it, this fool is quite the chatterbox. After a lengthy monologue, Lu Ho finally fell silent. Peng Darren understood that this was merely a prelude to delivering someone to him. Moments later, from the ruins ahead, a familiar figure emerged. Peng Darren's eyes brightened. Bai Dekai. Finally, this dog has fallen into my grasp. Though excitement surged within him, he maintained an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed. The moment Bai Dekai spotted Peng Darren, he lost all composure. His legs trembled as if he were about to break dance, struggling to remain upright. What fate awaited him if he fell into Peng Darren's hands? It was well known that he had once been the most ruthless among the four great families in targeting Peng Darren. He had even taken pleasure in seeking trouble with Peng Darren, relishing the thrill. Reluctantly, Bai Dekai advanced a few steps, compelled by the harsh shouts from behind. "Move forward. You bastard. There are others behind you." With a heavy heart, he inhaled deeply and trembled forward. Soon, Lan Qingxi also emerged. Observing Lan Qingxi's quivering jaws, Bai Dekai inexplicably felt a sense of comfort. At least he was not alone in his demise. Unbeknownst to Peng Darren, had he been aware of Bai Dekai's thoughts, he would have surely given a thumbs up and remarked, "Impressive. Your capacity for self-soothing is unparalleled." After a short while, everyone emerged. While the captors of the hostages dared not show their faces and hastily retreated, Peng Darren waved his hand, and Li Bo understood, leading his men to escort the group forward. "Old Bai, old Lan, did you ever dream you would end up in my hands?" Peng Darren said with a smile, though the glint in his eyes radiated an unmistakable chill. Old Ping." Lan Qingxi attempted to speak, but upon sensing the coldness in Peng Darren's gaze, he lowered his head. "Do you agree to exchange our lives for Wei Suo and Lu Ho's?" Bai Dekai took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He was unsure why he suddenly found the courage to speak. Perhaps it was a testament to humanity's latent potential in the face of impending disaster. In response, Peng Darren neither nodded nor shook his head, but countered with a question. What? Is that not acceptable? Why should it be? Bai Dakai's expression morphed into one of fury. They have targeted you mercilessly. Why should you spare them? Why should they remain unscathed? Bai Dakai's sudden outburst did not surprise Peng Darren. Rather, he relished the sight of Bai Dakai, utterly powerless and frustrated. Because I feel generous today. Peng Darren shrugged with a grin, then shifted the conversation. In truth, we've known each other for many years. I could spare your lives. Bai Dakai was taken aback, while Lan Qingxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Collapsing to his knees with a thud. Old Peng, are you truly willing to spare our lives? Is it genuine? Lan Qingxi's reaction triggered a chain reaction. His wife and 2 children, as well as Bai Dakai's wife and son, promptly knelt without hesitation. Commander Peng, we beseech you to grant us mercy. Indeed, Commander Peng. Your matters have nothing to do with us. Yes, we are utterly ignorant. We have done nothing wrong. We are innocent. Bai Darren, unexpectedly amused by the sudden turn of events instigated by Lan Qingxi, found the situation remarkably intriguing. Particularly amusing was Bai Dakai's only son, Bai Qin, who knelt with remarkable swiftness, closely following Lan Qingxi's lead. Oh, Bai Darren turned to Bai Dakai, the only one remaining standing. Why do you not kneel and plead with me? You seemed so frightened before, yet now you exhibit such defiance. Bai Dakai was indeed fearful, but he understood Bai Darren all too well. If Bai Darren had no intention of sparing them, no amount of pleading would alter that fate. If you do not wish to spare us, no amount of supplication will avail us, Bai Dakai muttered darkly. Bai Darren chuckled. No. I genuinely intend to let you go. Upon hearing this, hope ignited in the eyes of all present. However, Bai Darren's tone shifted, and the atmosphere grew heavy with dread. But I have now changed my mind. His gaze swept across everyone except Bai Dakai. Since old Bai is unwilling to plead with me, my mood has soured. And thus I no longer wish to spare you. Unless as the word unless hung in the air, a renewed glimmer of hope surged within everyone. Unless Bai Dakai kneels and begs for my mercy, I shall not spare you. The moment the words left his lips, all eyes turned to Bai Dakai, brimming with urgency, anxiety, and an intricate blend of emotions that coalesced into an implicit threat, particularly Bai Qin, whose gaze seemed to convey an eagerness to pounce on Bai Dakai and force him to kneel. Yet before he could act, a resounding thud echoed as Bai Dakai himself knelt, his forehead striking the earth with a resounding thump. Old Peng, I implore you to spare me, I beg of you. We have known each other for so many years. It has always been my fault, my transgressions against you. I never wished to cause you trouble. It was Wei Suo and Lu Ho who instigated me. Bai Dakai's unexpected acumen left everyone astonished, yet they were not foolish. They quickly resumed their bowing gestures. Commander Peng, we beseech you. Commander Peng, grant us mercy. Commander Peng, the smile on Bai Darren's face grew ever more radiant as he cleared his throat, prompting an instinctive silence from all present. Bai Darren extended his right foot and wiggled it. How did my shoe become so dirty? If only someone could clean it by licking. With that, he deliberately placed his foot directly before Bai Dakai. Bai Dakai's eyes lit up. He hastily wrapped his arms around it and fervently began to lick. Leave it to me. Slurp slurp. I'll make sure to clean Commander Peng thoroughly. Slurp slurp. Peng Darren chuckled silently, remarking with feigned nonchalance, how pleasant it is to have assistants. I truly dislike harming those who know their place. The next moment, Bai Dakai's son Bai Qin kicked his father aside and immediately prostrated himself, commencing an enthusiastic display of servility. Commander, slurp slurp, allow me. Slurp slurp. I understand my position perfectly. Witnessing this, the others grew frantic, scrambling over one another in violent competition, not for any grand cause, but merely for the privilege of alleviating Commander Peng's burdens. At Tianqing residence, Chen Qian clenched his teeth in disgust, his expression mirroring that of an elderly subway passenger grimacing at his phone. Ugh, how utterly revolting. Chapter 369. Integrity. Yang Feng did not engage in his usual banter. Instead, he merely shook his head with a calm demeanor. To lag behind is to invite punishment. He reflected, acknowledging that many are aware of this sentiment, yet lack a concrete understanding of its implications. The events unfolding before them, in a certain sense, serve as a vivid manifestation of this very truth. Su Qingfeng nodded in agreement. To fall behind invites dire consequences. One's life may be forfeit, let alone one's dignity. Indeed, Li Xiangdan chimed in with a sigh. Fortunately, we are citizens of Huaghua, Jiang Ruyue suddenly interjected with a smile. Her demeanor unusually composed rather than disgusted as it had been in the past. Countless ancestors have become our backbone, upholding our integrity, have they not? Jiang Ruyue's unexpected words momentarily stunned Shinqian, who then chuckled, you are absolutely right. Moreover, our rich cultural heritage spanning over 5,000 years has forged an unparalleled sense of integrity within our nation. From this perspective, whether it be Peng Darren or the four great families, regardless of their kinship to us, they have always remained fundamentally different. They will never be one of us. Outside the forest manor, observing the throngs dutifully bowing before him, Peng Darren was immensely satisfied. All right, that's enough. You may cease. Upon hearing this, the crowd halted immediately, their foreheads still pressed against the ground. Thank you, Commander, for this opportunity. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Commander. Might we be released? Peng Darren waved his hand dismissively. Of course, you may live, especially since you have been so obedient. I shall spare your lives. Upon hearing this, Bai Dakai and the others were suddenly filled with boundless joy, ready to express their gratitude once more, only to find that Peng Darren had signaled Li Bagong to reassert control over them. Bai Dakai was bewildered. Hadn't it been stated that they would be spared? Peng Darren discerned the confusion etched on their faces, and his smile grew increasingly cruel. What I meant by sparing your lives is that I shall not kill you. However, I never stated that all debts are forgiven. Furthermore, even if I were inclined to overlook the past, my esteemed compatriots might not share the same sentiment. Have you forgotten how you once treated them? Bai Dakai and the others exchanged glances, struggling to recall their past actions toward those they had once exploited. Their minds were a tumultuous haze. Allow me to remind you. Peng Darren continued, stroking his chin. The worthless pigs you discarded were sold off, and those unsold were rendered for their organs. If they have no organs left, then they are left to be brutalized by certain individuals. Bai Dakai and his companions widened their eyes in shock. However, Peng Darren paused. Since I have declared that you may live, I certainly will not kill you, yet appropriate punishment must still be administered. Bagong, Peng Darren called out, turning his gaze to Li Bagong. At your service, Commander. Li Bagong stepped forward. Sever their hands and feet, blind their eyes, cut out their tongues, and rupture their eardrums. Let them be dragged through the streets like dogs. Yes, Li Bagong respectfully stated, and then immediately led his men to drag Bai Dakai and the others away. At that moment, Bai Dakai and his companions felt as if their minds had exploded. They never anticipated that the mercy promised by Peng Darren would result in this outcome. This was more unbearable than death. No, Commander, I beg you, please don't. Commander, I implore you to spare me. I will do anything you ask. I was wrong. You, Peng Darren, how could you treat us like this? The crowd was in despair, some pleading for mercy, while others hurled curses, a cacophony of desperation. Yet, Peng Darren merely regarded them with a mocking gaze, his heart untouched by any turmoil. Observing this, Li Bagong did not hesitate further. He summoned a few more individuals to lift the group and move towards the dense forest. Soon, chilling and anguished screams echoed through the night sky, while Peng Darren took a deep breath, savoring the unusually fresh air of the evening. At that moment, a voice from a distant loudspeaker broke through the silence. Old Peng, we have done as you instructed. What do you think? Peng Darren smiled faintly and picked up the microphone. Of course, I shall depart now. I wish you all happiness. With a grand gesture of his hand, he announced the retreat of all personnel. The surrounding soldiers momentarily froze in disbelief. Could it be true that they were actually retreating? They were well aware of their commander's deep-seated animosity towards the four great families, and now he was truly ordering a withdrawal? How could this be? Nevertheless, obedience was their duty, and as reality set in, they began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. In the estate, Lu Ho and Wei Suo watched this unfold, their bodies trembling with excitement. They retreated. They actually retreated. Wei Suo exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Lu Ho clenched his fists. Let us not get too ahead of ourselves. We should celebrate only after everyone has safely left. All right. Wei Suo quickly responded. Thus, the two stood before the monitor in silent anticipation. After more than half an hour, no trace of the Peng family troops remained nearby. Wei Suo slumped into his chair, exhaling deeply. Wonderful. They finally left. We truly escaped with our lives today. Lu Ho sat down on the floor. Indeed, the outcome is fortunate, but the landscape of this region will surely change from now on. Wei Suo nodded, his eyes glimmering, and then he shifted focus, smiling. Let us not dwell on that. At least we are alive. Come on, we must celebrate properly today. We won't stop until we're intoxicated. As he spoke, he sprang up to leave the conference room, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed some movement on the monitor. He immediately leaned closer to observe intently. After a moment, his body stiffened in place. What's wrong? Lu Ho, puzzled, approached to see what was happening. It can't be. Lu Ho suddenly shrieked. Why are Peng Darren and the others back? Is he going back on his word? Wei Suo, unable to believe what he was witnessing, trembled as he spoke. Could it be that they forgot to mention something and have returned to inform us? Or did they leave something behind? Lu Ho remained silent, refraining from analyzing the absurdity of Wei Suo's conjecture, for at that moment, he secretly yearned for Wei Suo's words to hold truth. Outside the manor, Peng Darren returned to the same spot, seizing the microphone and erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Old Lu, old Wei, I am back. Ha ha ha. Surprised? Unexpected? After a brief pause, Lu Ho's voice resonated. Old Ping, do you have something to discuss? Something to discuss? Ping Darren chuckled. Oh, nothing at all. I merely returned to settle the score with you. Settle the score. Lu Ho's heart raced. How shameless could Ping Darren truly be? Chapter 370. The unreliable Ping Darren, you agreed to the deal and to let us go, didn't you? Lu Ho's voice was filled with rage, tinged with a hint of fear. Of course, I agreed to let you go, Ping Darren replied nonchalantly. I mean, I did withdraw for a while, didn't I? I've already given you several minutes to escape. If you didn't run, whose fault is that? I never said I would let you go forever. Never said you would let them go forever? He has withdrawn for a while? Blaming them for not escaping? Lu Ho and Wei Su were utterly incredulous. What kind of shameless person would act in such a manner? They finally realized that Peng Darren had no intention of letting them off the hook. Peng Darren, you scoundrel. Wei Su seized the microphone and began to curse vehemently. At this point, he was pushed to the brink and could no longer hold back. You are forcing us. Lu Ho echoed, equally furious. Peng Darren laughed, even more heartily. I find it quite strange. How have you two managed to muddle through until now? You can only bluff and play around here, but if you were to venture into business, wouldn't you end up being swindled? Peng Darren, are you truly going to turn against us? Lu Ho disregarded Peng Darren's words and pressed on with his questioning, still clinging to a glimmer of hope that Peng Darren might retreat. Enough with the nonsense, Peng Darren said as he dug into his ear. What's this about turning against each other? Haven't we always been in a state of animosity? Besides, I've brought so much ammunition. It would be exhausting to take it all back. You two should kindly assist me in expending it. With that, Peng Darren set the microphone down and ignored them entirely. Li Bagong present. Li Bagong responded. Pass the word down. Everyone load your weapons and fire in batches, 100 rounds at a time. Understood. Li Bagong promptly relayed the command. Upon receiving the order, all soldiers swiftly pulled out their RPGs and began loading, aiming at the manor ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of rockets shot forth at lightning speed, exploding throughout the hillside. Peng Darren observed the unscathed mountain with a furrowed brow. This turtle shell was indeed troublesome. Glancing at the ruins before him, an idea sparked in his mind. He pressed his earpiece and instructed, do you remember where they emerged earlier? For the next wave of attack, strike there, and strike hard. The mountain may be tough to collapse, but the entrance shouldn't be too difficult to breach. In the next moment, hundreds of rockets were launched again. Unlike the previous wave's scattered attacks, this barrage was concentrated on the very spot whereby Dekai and the others had emerged. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening sound of explosions resonated once more, as numerous buildings within the ruins erupted. When the explosions subsided, a massive crater appeared, revealing a grand and sturdy metallic gate within. Oh, this could be interesting, Peng Darren exclaimed with delight. The gate had been blown open. How far could the breakthrough be? What kind of metal door could withstand their rockets? Did you see that door? Hit it hard. Peng Darren issued another command, unleashing another volley of over 100 rockets. The earth trembled as debris flew in every direction. After a considerable wait, he finally discerned the situation. The once sturdy metal door had warped and twisted into an unrecognizable form, yet it remained unyielded. Quite resilient, indeed. He muttered to himself, though he paid it little mind, as not all of the rockets had found their mark. Some had merely struck nearby. It was understandable, given that his soldiers were unaccustomed to such extravagant weaponry and lacked the requisite training. Fortunately, their ammunition was plentiful. If one attempt failed, there would be another. And if that failed, a third, fourth, or even a fifth. Before the sheer might of their firepower, no matter how formidable the door, it would prove no different from a mere curtain. Again, Peng Darren bellowed. and once more, 100 rockets soared into the air. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the contorted metal door could no longer withstand the onslaught. As the smoke cleared, the entrance gaped open like welcoming legs. Peng Darren felt a surge of exhilaration. Everyone, charge. Wherever they went, the rockets would pave the way. At his command, all rushed towards the entrance. It was over. On the 7th floor, Wei Su collapsed in despair, his eyes vacant as he watched the Peng family's troops flood into the monitors. Lu Ho said nothing further, merely closing his eyes in silent acceptance. Oh, quite a sizable force, Peng Darren remarked as he descended to the 1st floor, surveying his surroundings as if he were home. In the distance, waves of soldiers from the Wei and Lu families emerged from the 2nd floor. Quickly, quickly, fire at will. Do not grant them a single opportunity. Peng Darren roared, shedding his earlier composure as he sought refuge. Fortunately, Li Bo had been vigilant, and upon seeing the enemy materialize, he promptly raised his RPG and fired. He was not alone. Many soldiers reacted similarly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of rockets flew forth, followed by a cacophony of explosions. A cloud of dust enveloped the area. But this time, it was tinged with red, the visceral remnants of the enemy, blood, and severed limbs. Yet the assault did not cease. It continued in a relentless barrage. Waves of rockets raining down intermittently. The enemy, overwhelmed, dared not venture to the 1st floor. The instant anyone showed themselves, they were likely to be obliterated. Maintain the rhythm. Advance steadily, Peng Darren instructed, finally allowing himself to relax amidst the protective circle of his soldiers as they pressed towards the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the space was not significantly smaller than the 1st, still serving as the soldiers' resting area. However, the number of enemies here was considerably greater. Strange. Why were there no enemies below when we entered? Why are they all hiding on the 2nd floor? Peng Darren pondered, unaware that the 1st floor had been rendered devoid of life after a prior massacre. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this. The absence of foes was even better. Fire, he commanded once more, his spirit soaring with audacity. In truth, he need not issue any commands, for the moment he ascended to the 2nd floor. The relentless bombardment of rockets from below had not ceased. The current scenario, rather than a battle between two sides, resembled a one-sided massacre. The overwhelming firepower rendered the Wei and Lu families utterly incapable of resistance. Chaos reigned on the 2nd floor as individuals scrambled to hide and evade, while countless foes frantically surged toward the 3rd floor. A moment's delay would result in being obliterated, leaving no room for counteraction. Thus, Peng Darren pressed forward, his firepower sweeping through layer after layer, with innumerable adversaries meeting their demise in a gruesome explosion. It was not until the 6th floor was thoroughly cleansed that an eerie silence enveloped the entire estate, as if it had been rendered desolate, save for the sounds emitted by the Peng family's troops. Chapter 371. Cultural Superiority, eh? Is there another level above? Peng Darren pondered aloud while gazing at the entrance to the 7th floor. How many levels are there in total? What a hassle. After thoroughly sweeping through the 6th floor, he had gained a basic understanding of the premises. The 1st floor was the most spacious, with each subsequent level becoming increasingly compact and the decor growing ever more exquisite. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the sparse crowd in what was otherwise a packed space, leading him to conclude that there were likely not many more levels above. Let the people below continue to sweep and capture individuals, he thought. Without delay, he instructed Li Bogan to lead a team upward while he settled himself onto a nearby sofa. As the space above grew smaller, the number of individuals able to ascend dwindled, consequently heightening the security risks he faced. Peng Darren remained cautious, pondering the unfortunate possibility of being taken down by a stray bullet. Safety first. Soon, the distant rumble of explosions echoed from above, causing the walls around him to tremble slightly. I hope it doesn't collapse, he mused, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, the cacophony of explosions soon faded, and after a few minutes, Li Bogan and his team returned to the 6th floor, escorting two trembling figures, Wei Suo and Lu Ho. Commander, the 7th floor is the last level, and it has been completely cleared. We have also captured Wei Suo and Lu Ho, Li Bogan reported. Peng Darren, spotting Wei Suo and Lu Ho, promptly rose and patted Li Bogan on the shoulder. Thank you for your efforts. He then approached the kneeling Wei Suo and Lu Ho with a smile. Well, if at ISNT Master Wei and Master Lu, it's a pleasure to see you again. At that moment, Wei Suo and Lu Ho lacked their previous bravado. They were too intimidated to even meet Peng Darren's gaze. Feeling a sense of boredom, Peng Darren shook his head. Why so silent? Weren't you just hurling insults at me with such fervor? Lu Ho slightly lifted his head, his eyes darting. At this point, what is there left to say? Peng Darren disagreed. How could there be nothing to discuss? There is indeed much to talk about, such as pleading for your lives. Bai Dekai and his group managed to appease me, which is why I spared them. What? You spared Bai Dekai and his group? Lu Ho and Wei Suo exchanged glances, a flicker of hope igniting within them. They had witnessed how Bai Dekai and the others had flattered Peng Darren, but had not overheard the specifics of their conversation. Initially, they had assumed that Peng Darren intended to execute Bai Dekai, yet here he was, granting them a reprieve. In a moment of clarity, Lu Ho and Wei Suo resolved to act without hesitation, bowing repeatedly on the ground. Old Peng, Commander Peng, we beseech you, spare our lives. Indeed, Commander Peng, you have a generous heart. Please grant us this one mercy. In Tianqing residence, Qin Qian observed Wei Suo and Lu Ho's shamelessness with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Should he commend their lack of shame or their ability to adapt? What adaptability? He scoffed inwardly. Yang Feng expressed his disdain. They are merely afraid of death, wishing to preserve their lives. After contemplating, Qin Qian concurred with Yang Feng's assertion. These two individuals were not exhibiting any resilience, but rather a sheer fear of mortality. After all, when faced with death, few can maintain their composure. This thought led Qin Qian to a curious realization. Why did he instinctively feel contempt when witnessing Wei Suo and Lu Ho beg for mercy, perceiving them as shameless? Furthermore, the majority of people from Huagua would likely share this initial reaction of disdain upon witnessing such a scene. What accounts for this? Would a foreigner, upon observing the same scenario, also feel the same instinctive contempt? Qin Qian posed this question to the group. Jiang Ruyu pondered for a moment before responding. If it were a foreigner, they might view their pleas for mercy as entirely normal. This reflects the differences in culture, as well as the profound history and cultural heritage of our nation. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng and the others fell into deep thought. Qin Qian paused, then chuckled. You are correct. This is indeed the subtle influence of long-standing historical culture, one that we have grown accustomed to and often overlook. In the face of death, our understanding surpasses that of foreigners, which also illustrates the superiority of our culture. Jiang Ruyu, upon hearing this, too began to reflect, and after a while, Yang Feng waved his hand dismissively. All right, let us not delve into such profound topics when we have nothing else to occupy our minds. Aren't we already aware that our culture is the best? Qin Qian looked at Yang Feng, who appeared fatigued and disinclined to engage in further contemplation, feeling somewhat helpless. Brother Yang, consider your attitude. If everyone were like you, how could our nation and its people progress? Yang Feng shrugged nonchalantly. But you all are here, aren't you? Let those who excel in thought ponder, those who are creative innovate, and those skilled in battle defend our homeland. Let us all strive together in our respective fields. Qin Qian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yang Feng with newfound astonishment. He found himself questioning whether to regard Yang Feng as merely foolish or as someone whose wisdom lay beneath a seemingly simple exterior. After a brief pause, Qin Qian realized that if Yang Feng were truly foolish, he would not have come this far. This individual possessed far more depth than he appeared. At the Misty Forest Manor, Peng Darren wore a mocking smile once more, saying nothing as he silently extended his foot. Wei Suo and Lu Ho's body stiffened for a moment before they immediately began to scramble, desperately licking. Peng Darren could no longer contain his laughter, bursting into a hearty laugh that lasted quite some time before he composed himself and switched to the other foot. Naturally, Wei Suo and Lu Ho dared not slacken their efforts, promptly lunging forward once again. It must be said that the two were truly committed. Licking with both speed and meticulousness, Peng Darren glanced at his shoes, which remained remarkably clean. However, he had no intention of letting them off easily. Raising his hand to point at Li Bogan's right foot and declaring, "That shoe over there is dirty too." Wei Su and Lu Ho turned in astonishment to gaze at Li Bogang's feet. Just as they were about to rise, Peng Darren let out a cold snort. "Did I instruct you to stand? Crawl over here." Wei Su and Lu Ho dared not utter a word, hastily using all fours to inch closer. Li Bagong observed the two eager individuals vying to polish his shoes. Initially, his body felt somewhat stiff, but he soon relaxed, a wave of excitement coursing through him. When had he ever experienced such treatment? These were the heads of the Wei and Lu families, and now they were humbly attending to his shoes. Li Bagong questioned whether he was caught in a dream. In the next moment, Peng Darren's voice resonated softly. "Bagong, you must be weary tonight. Why not remove your shoes and socks and take a seat for a proper rest?" Chapter 372. Jade Feet. Li Bagong was momentarily taken aback. Uncertain as to why Peng Darren instructed him to rest, and remove his shoes and socks. However, he did not hesitate and promptly complied. Wei Suo and Lu Ho's eyes gradually widened as they began to comprehend the situation, turning to glance at Ping Darren. It was evident that he was signaling towards Li Bogang's grimy, darkened feet. Instinctively, Wei Suo and Lu Ho clenched their fists. Yet they ultimately mustered their strength and lunged forward. Damn, is Ping Darren some kind of pervert? Chin Chin gritted his teeth, feeling a wave of nausea rising within him. Jade feet. Yang Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Anything jade will only bring you misfortune. Chin Chin exclaimed in terror. Within the estate, Li Bagong found himself in an exceedingly awkward position, surrounded by brothers who were struggling to contain their laughter, feeling an overwhelming sense of social embarrassment. What on earth is happening? Could the commander not arrange for two beautiful women instead? These are two men. Yet, there was no alternative, after all. This was Ping Darren's command, and he could only stifle his feelings and silently weep inside. Feel free to laugh, Ping Darren remarked to the chuckling crowd. Ha ha ha, the soldiers could no longer hold back and burst into hearty laughter, which gradually subsided after a considerable time. Come. You all remove your shoes and socks and sit on the ground, Ping Darren commanded once more. This bewildered the soldiers, their faces filled with resistance, but ultimately, they kept their silence and complied without protest. This made Li Bagong feel profoundly moved. It was wonderful. He was no longer the sole victim of social embarrassment. They were all in it together. No, this is called unity. However, at that moment, Wei Suo and Lu Ho were filled with immense frustration, tasting the foul, sour, and salty residue in their mouths, which ultimately transformed into a profound sense of helplessness. After all, nothing is more precious than life itself. Thus, Ping Darren directed Wei Suo and Lu Ho to crawl around, reveling in the amusement for over an hour before finally losing interest and allowing the soldiers to dress properly. The soldiers, as if granted a reprieve, moved with remarkable speed and swiftly donned their shoes and socks. Ping Darren beckoned, and Wei Suo and Lu Ho hurriedly crawled over. All right, I had a splendid time. Since you have been so obedient, I shall keep my word and spare your lives. Wei Suo and Lu Ho were overjoyed, hastily bowing repeatedly, even causing their foreheads to bleed in the process. Thank you, Commander Peng. We are grateful. Ping Darren waved his hand dismissively, saying no more, merely casting a calm gaze at Li Bagong and stating, just like by Dekai and the others. Li Bogang's spirit jolted, understanding the implication, and he promptly led the others to drag Wei Suo and Lu Ho away. The two were somewhat bewildered, questioning what was happening. As they recalled by Dekai and the others who had been taken away earlier, a foreboding feeling surged within them. Their apprehensions were soon validated. Listening to the anguished screams of the two, Ping Darren closed his eyes in enjoyment. He is certainly not a deviant, nor does he possess the interest to inflict torment upon others. His profound hatred for the four great families has consumed him, leading him to seek retribution against them in countless dreams over many nights. It is precisely for this reason that he acted as he did today. After an indeterminate period, Wei Su and Lu Ho completed their tasks, and Ping Darren chose not to linger, declaring the battle concluded and instructing everyone to return. Before departing, he attempted to call out to Chen Qian, but received no response, which left him somewhat perplexed. He wondered whether Chen Qian was aware of his actions, and if so, whether it would lead to discontent. He pondered whether he would still be able to find things in the future. In reality, Chen Qian had already concluded his live stream when Ping Darren had Li Bo remove his shoes and socks. With Wei Su and Lu Ho apprehended, the outcome was already predetermined, and there was no need for further observation. Moreover, the subsequent events were indeed too distasteful. He wished to avoid nightmares himself, and even more so, wished to spare Jiang Ruyue from such torment. As for whether he would misplace items again in the future, he was acutely aware that this would undoubtedly happen. The following day, news of the Ping family army's complete annihilation of the four great families reverberated throughout the Chinese internet and soon spread across the globe, igniting a wildfire of astonishment. Discussions abroad flowed incessantly, though they lacked the fervor seen domestically, largely due to the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Within the country, the atmosphere was particularly lively, as Ping Darren had proclaimed himself a descendant of the Chinese, asserting that his actions against the four great families were in pursuit of justice for his compatriots. His presence had also graced official media, coupled with the populace's profound disdain for the misdeeds of the four great families. The trending topics across all platforms were dominated by discussions surrounding the Peng family army and the events in Mandian. Wow, old Peng is truly impressive. He resolved the four great families so swiftly. Indeed, After all, we issued a wanted notice. Would he dare to be negligent? It must be said. This operation was executed splendidly by Old Pong. It is rumored that he is still in the process of capturing the remaining perpetrators of fraud, who will be gradually escorted back to the country. Regrettably, the leader of the 4 great families, in his fear, resorted to suicide and could not be brought to justice. Suicide? What is the story behind that, brother? Where did you hear this? Official media interviews. Old Ping himself stated it. Did you not see? I did see it. Old Ping explicitly mentioned that the members of the 4 great families, upon realizing they were to be captured, were terrified and chose to take their own lives. Goodness. To die just like that is truly too lenient for them. Indeed. However, Old Ping mentioned in the interview that with him in Mandian, no one would dare to engage in illegal enterprises. Is that true? I can't help but feel he is boasting. I recently watched a prominent influencer analyze this matter, and I believe it holds truth. What do you think, brother? Because right now, in Mandian, Old Ping stands unrivaled. Furthermore, with the cough support behind him, Old Ping's declaration against illicit activities should deter anyone from courting misfortune. You make a compelling point, brother. Haha. This is splendid. No one will dare to deceive us anymore. Indeed, while the dissemination of anti-fraud knowledge is commendable, it is illogical to remain perpetually vigilant against thieves. It is imperative that we eradicate them entirely. Gratitude to our motherland. Indeed. Thank you, our nation. However, what is there to be thankful for? This matter has little to do with us. We merely issued a wanted notice, so let us refrain from making unfounded statements. Yes, you are absolutely correct. It is indeed unrelated to us. We have simply issued a wanted notice, ha ha ha. At Galactic Technology, several individuals were leisurely seated on the sofa, sipping coffee. Before long, Chun Qian and Jiang Ryue entered the room. Old Mu, Brother Quan, Minister Chong. Chun Qian greeted each in turn, but his expression faltered upon seeing Yang Feng. Brother Yang is still here. After so many days, you have yet to return to the Central Military District. Don't you have anything better to do? Chapter 373. Everyone like dragons upon hearing these words. Everyone turned to Yang Feng with amused expressions. Yang Feng, eager to expedite the matter of binding Chun Qian back to the Firepower Research Institute, was acutely aware of their intentions. Casting a reluctant glance at Chun Qian, he protested. What do you mean by having nothing to do? I'm quite busy, you know. I've set everything aside for you, and yet you dare to slander me. Chun Qian chuckled, refraining from further comment, and settled down on the sofa next to Jiang Ryue. After all, the purpose of their gathering was to deliberate on serious matters. Once Chun Qian was seated, Elder Mu spoke in a calm manner. Young Chen, we convened not merely for idle chatter, but to discuss something of importance. Please, share what is on your mind. Taking a sip of coffee, Chun Qian organized his thoughts. Recently, our galactic technology has developed several intriguing innovations that may significantly impact society. Hence, I thought it prudent to discuss them with you all. Intriguing innovations? The crowd regarded Chun Qian with puzzled expressions. But recalling the prowess and past products of galactic technology, their confusion transformed into anticipation. What intriguing innovations are you referring to? Chen Quan could not help but inquire. With a smile, Chun Qian activated the holographic projection on his wristwatch, revealing a document. With a simple gesture, the document unfolded, revealing densely packed content before their eyes. Yet, before they could scrutinize it, the title at the outset left them astounded, their mouths agape. Knowledge transmission. Youngchen, this so-called knowledge transmission is. Elder Mu began, hesitating, as if he had an inkling of the truth but found it hard to accept. Chun Qian smiled slightly and nodded. Indeed, it is precisely as you surmise. Elder Mu's pupils dilated, and before he could articulate his thoughts, Chen Quan, astonished, interjected, Are you suggesting that knowledge can be directly transmitted into a person's brain? Chen Qian nodded again. Exactly. This is our new technology that allows the essential knowledge, which traditionally requires years of education, to be directly transferred into a person's mind, thereby saving an immense amount of time. With Chen Qian's affirmation, the crowd held their breath, struggling to grasp the magnitude of this revelation. The notion of directly transmitting knowledge into one's mind seemed implausible. Humanity has never ceased its pursuit of knowledge, and the methods of acquiring knowledge have remained unchanged since time immemorial. To directly implant knowledge into the mind? How is this different from obtaining something without effort? Is it truly feasible? After a prolonged silence, Elder Mu was the first to regain his composure, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Youngchen, please elaborate. Certainly, Elder Mu, Chen Qian began. The technology behind knowledge transmission stems from our complete decoding of biological brainwaves, allowing us to accurately read them externally. Fortunately, the results have been remarkably successful, fundamentally transforming the way humans acquire knowledge and elevating the efficiency of learning to astonishing heights. The conventional methods of acquiring knowledge are often inefficient, arduous, and time-consuming. This raises a pertinent question. Does an individual's academic performance truly reflect their intelligence or innate talent? Is it not possible that a person's lackluster achievements stem from laziness or a penchant for distraction, rather than a deficiency in intellect? Even if such individuals do not excel academically, can one definitively assert that they lack intelligence or certain talents? Can we be certain that they will never achieve greatness? The audience, being astute individuals, readily comprehends the validity of Qin Qian's assertions. Moreover, they are familiar with many who frequently express sentiments about their children being exceptionally bright yet lacking diligence in their studies, often echoing similar thoughts themselves. Qin Qian continued, stating that, theoretically, the human brain is fully capable of effortlessly mastering the knowledge currently available to humanity. After all, we all share the same species and brain structure. The differences in intellect are not as pronounced as one might imagine. Thus, in strict terms, the majority of humanity possesses a comparable level of intelligence. And even those who are slightly more astute are not significantly more so. The concepts of IQ and talent, while widely recognized, are not definitive conclusions and do not hold absolute truth. Otherwise, why do prestigious universities abroad not assess IQ prior to admissions? Just as Qin Qian was passionately articulating his points, Yang Feng suddenly interrupted, exclaiming, "Wait a minute, what about you? You, with your extraordinary talents, are now claiming that everyone is more or less equally intelligent." Qin Qian was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently overlooked his own exceptional nature. Naturally, he was different. He had his own unique advantages. Clearing his throat, he remarked, there are always exceptions. I am merely that anomaly. What truly matters is that the majority of people's intellect is quite similar, and they can comfortably grasp all existing knowledge. Yang Feng stroked his chin, pondering this without further comment. The group exchanged glances, finding no issue with Qin Qian's admission of being an exception, as their thoughts were primarily focused on the subject of knowledge transmission. Ultimately, Qin Qian stated, knowledge transmission can instantaneously equip individuals with the knowledge they require, addressing the challenges humanity will confront in the future. Challenges? The audience appeared puzzled. Why did he shift the discussion to potential problems? What issues might arise? Chen Quan inquired. Qin Qian nodded. As humanity's technological advancements continue to progress and knowledge expands exponentially, if we persist with our current inefficient learning methods without change, what do you suppose the outcome will be? Mu Lao paused, then realized technological development will come to a standstill. The group turned their attention to Mu Lao in surprise. Excuse me, but I cannot quite comprehend what you are saying. What do you mean by technological stagnation? Yang Feng asked, perplexed. Mu Lao gathered his thoughts. If knowledge continues to proliferate to the extent that the last individual cannot complete their learning in a lifetime, how can we expect to make breakthroughs? Upon hearing Mr. Mu's remarks, the others comprehended the gravity of the situation. Currently, the duration of compulsory education spans 9 years, primarily focused on imparting foundational knowledge. However, to grasp more advanced concepts demands significantly more time. To illustrate, a competent prospective physician requires nearly 3 decades of rigorous study to acquire adequate foundational medical expertise. Efficiency, the efficacy of knowledge acquisition, will inevitably constrain the progress of humanity. Contemplating this, the crowd's gaze toward Qin Qian became charged with excitement. The transmission of knowledge addresses the issue of efficiency. What does this signify? Physicians? In an instant, anyone could become a doctor. Lawyers? In a heartbeat. The entire nation could embrace the legal profession. The people of Huagua shall rise to greatness. Chapter 374. The Future and Impact of the Spiritual Realm. Shaoqian. Is this knowledge transmission technology reliable? Could there be any issues? Is it truly safe? Old Mu inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure as he inquired. Qin Qian paused, contemplating for a moment while scratching his head. Well, to say there are no issues would not be entirely accurate. What? There are problems? The crowd gasped in astonishment. They certainly did not wish for any flaws in this technology. How could there be problems? What kind of problems, Shaoqian? Minister Chang could not help but ask. Qin Qian smiled slightly. The knowledge transmitted is so vividly retained that one cannot forget it even if they wish to. At his words, the group fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. You rascal, you're just teasing us. Yang Feng remarked, looking somewhat exasperated. Shaoqian, Your dramatic pause gave me quite a scare. I thought there was genuinely an issue. Old Mu chuckled. Chen Qian shrugged. Am I to blame? You all insisted on asking me if there were any problems. The knowledge transmission derived from system simulations is fundamentally without fault, and safety concerns are utterly non-existent. With that assurance, we can breathe easy, Chen Quan said with a smile as he sipped his coffee. However, Chen Qian paused. While the technology itself poses no problems, its societal impact could be substantial, potentially giving rise to social issues if not handled carefully. Old Mu waved his hand dismissively. You need not concern yourself with that. Rest assured, those trivial matters are in safe hands. Chen Qian felt a surge of relief. He had invited Old Mu and the others today precisely to hear such reassurances. Otherwise, should problems arise from a hasty rollout, the blame would fall squarely on his shoulders. Then I can rest easy, Chen Qian replied with a smile. In that case, let us continue discussing another matter. Another matter? The crowd looked on with curiosity, only to see Chen Qian tap on the holographic display, causing the document to flip pages, revealing a new title. The Spiritual Realm. The Spiritual Realm? Could it be? Old Mu straightened in his seat, scrutinizing the document on the screen intently. Noticing the puzzled and contemplative expressions on everyone's faces, Chen Qian spoke again. The Spiritual Realm, as you all are aware, refers to that very concept. It truly is the spiritual realm, Chen Quan exclaimed, rising in excitement. A virtual world? Chen Qian nodded. Of course. What else could it be? You managed to create even this? Chen Quan's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Chen Qian chuckled in disbelief. Having deciphered biological brainwaves and developed knowledge transmission technology, is crafting a virtual world truly that daunting? Chen Quan was momentarily speechless. He longed to assert its difficulty. But witnessing Chen Qian's ease, he found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Chen, please elaborate, Old Mu prompted. Chen Quan, seeing this, quietly resumed his seat as Chen Qian nodded and began his explanation. The spiritual realm is something you all may have some familiarity with. I shall not dwell on the basics. What I wish to emphasize is that the spiritual realm I am referring to is a genuine virtual world, where individuals entering it experience sensations indistinguishable from those of the real world. Indistinguishable from the real world. The crowd gasped once more. Their visit to Galactic technology today was indeed fortuitous, as Chen Qian had truly astonished them beyond measure. After a brief pause, Chen Qian continued, because it mirrors the real world, the emergence of the spiritual realm could profoundly impact our reality. Take the physical industry, for instance. All tangible businesses will inevitably face severe upheaval. What about the culinary sector? Although the food within the spiritual realm cannot provide actual nourishment for the body, its flavors are indistinguishable from reality, and if necessary, the sensation of fullness can be replicated. Then there is the fashion industry, once the spiritual realm is introduced. Do you believe physical clothing stores will continue to thrive? One could easily try on garments within the spiritual realm, place orders. And it is not inconceivable that people may ultimately lose interest in real-world clothing, opting instead for virtual apparel. Moreover, in the realm of gaming and entertainment, which is touted as a second world, the spiritual realm will undoubtedly necessitate the presence of the entertainment industry, offering experiences vastly different from those in today's gaming sector. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The most critical point is that, being a second world, economic activities will inevitably occur. The spiritual realm is a virtual world, and real-world currency cannot be transferred there. What then? A barrage of questions left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Chen Qian added, fortunately, in our nation, the use of paper currency is minimal, and online payment systems are prevalent across the country, so the impact on currency integration with the spiritual realm should not be substantial. But have we considered a particular issue? The allure of the spiritual realm is undeniable, as various industries in the real world are disrupted. Most economic activities will gradually shift towards the spiritual realm, at which point its currency will become the mainstream. Do we all understand the concept, consequences, and implications of virtual currency? The crowd fell silent, and after a long pause, Elder Mu slowly spoke. The notion of virtual currency has been mentioned before, yet it remains unimplementable. Chen Qian replied with a smile, because all transactions will be recorded and all assets will be transparent. The common people may not mind, but certain individuals will certainly have reservations. Elder Mu sighed deeply. Indeed, no one is perfect, not everyone is entirely above board. Thus, the push for virtual currency will encounter significant internal resistance. At this point, a glimmer of insight sparked in Elder Mu's eyes. However, fortunes and misfortunes are intertwined. If the spiritual realm develops as you have described, it could actually propel the advancement of virtual currency. Mere development is insufficient, even if virtual currency becomes mainstream. Qin Qian remarked, as long as physical currency is not abolished, there will always be loopholes for certain individuals to exploit. Elder Mu fell silent. He naturally hoped for virtual currency to become the sole currency, as this would benefit the nation and its people, effectively combating corruption. However, whether such a step could be taken or if the complete abolition of physical currency was feasible was beyond his authority to decide. Qin Qian discerned this point as well. Narrowing his eyes and remarking, the introduction of the spirit realm necessitates the adoption of virtual currency as the sole currency within the spirit realm when it becomes ubiquitous worldwide. He did not complete his thought, yet everyone present grasped the implication of his words. When humanity fully immerses itself in the spirit realm, the currency within it will become the singular currency of the globe. China will unequivocally dominate the world's economy. This economic hegemony will be even more extreme than that of the United States. Recognizing this, everyone in attendance was exceptionally exhilarated, though they suppressed their emotions. Their faces flushed with excitement. Observing this, Qin Qian leisurely stated, the moment the spirit realm is disseminated globally, China will truly stand at the pinnacle. Such a significant matter may only be decided by the leader. Chapter 375, dominating the 8 parts. Upon hearing the words, Old Mu's gaze gradually became resolute. He had made up his mind to directly report to the leader and endeavor to persuade him at all costs. Leave this matter to me, Old Mu declared firmly. The implementation of the spirit realm is imperative. Seeing this, Qin Qian finally relaxed. It was not surprising that he took this matter so seriously. Had the spirit realm technology been as subpar as the metaverse from his previous life, he would not have been so concerned. The spirit realm technology was exceptionally remarkable, immersing one in a sensory experience indistinguishable from the real world. Not only could one lead a normal life, but also soar through the skies, cultivate immortality, or even ascend to divinity. As long as one dared to imagine, there was nothing that could not be experienced. Subsequently, the group engaged in an extensive discussion regarding the rollout of various technologies and potential issues that might arise. They ordered takeout for their meals, resolving to continue the discussion within the office, and it wasn't until the sun began to set that they finally concluded their meeting. Well then, we have devised preliminary solutions for the more foreseeable issues. Let us call it a day for now. Old Mu sighed deeply, feeling the aches in his back and waist. It had been many years since he had attended such a lengthy meeting. If he was feeling exhausted, Qin Qian was on the verge of collapse. Finally, it's over, Qin Qian said, massaging his lower back. If any unforeseen problems arise in the future, we can only face them head-on. There's no other choice, Qin Quan chuckled. The advancement of technology will inevitably lead to changes in societal structures. We can only respond with full force. As he spoke, he patted Qin Qian on the shoulder. However, once the spirit realm succeeds, you will truly be a veritable god of wealth. If the spirit realm were to indeed be popularized globally as planned, combined with the various products of Galaxy technology, it could be said that nearly all the wealth of the world would converge in the hands of Galaxy technology. In a world where the total wealth is 10 parts, Galaxy technology will monopolize 8, Qin Qian remarked. Otherwise, how would the common people enjoy a better life? Of course, it would mean exploiting the entire world, Qin Qian laughed. After exchanging a few more lighthearted topics, everyone gradually departed. It was from that day onward that currents began to stir throughout Huagua. Outlandish proposals began to appear on the desks of relevant individuals, and discussions regarding these absurd laws became exceptionally fervent, even to the point where rumors began to circulate among the populace. Why does it feel so strange lately? Everyone keeps talking about some virtual legislation. I don't know, what is a virtual law? Is it real or fake? It must be fake. What on earth is a virtual law? Then why are so many people discussing it? Don't dismiss it. It might actually be true. The latest news is that those discussing virtual legislation have impressive backgrounds. You're just boasting. I'm the world's richest person. The concept of virtual law is absurd enough. And I even heard someone say they want to abolish all schools nationwide. Is that even feasible? Weren't they supposed to abolish 9 years of compulsory education? How did it turn into abolishing all schools? Damn it. Abolishing 9 years of compulsory education? What will happen to impoverished families and children in the mountains? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is rather harsh. Look at the cacophony of opinions. What merit does such an absurd topic hold for discussion? I comprehend now. It is a fabrication, merely a jest. Thus it exists in the realm of the virtual, hence the creation of a fictitious bill. Vocal. The individual above is indeed a talent. You often speak without restraint. Don't you? Ah, such imagination. Ha ha ha. While the online discourse raged on, not a single relevant party or official emerged to address the matter, and gradually the fervor of discussion waned. However, a new revelation soon bombarded everyone's attention. The official announcement from Galaxy Technology proclaimed an upcoming press conference post-New Year, set to unveil a groundbreaking product. The movements of Galaxy Technology have always captured the nation's interest. Every action incites a wave of discourse, yet this time, the chatter was particularly intense, encompassing everyone from elderly patients to young children who had just begun to grasp the world. This surge of dialogue was ignited by a brief mention of one feature of the impending revolutionary product: human-animal communication. Vocal communication between humans and animals? What a farce! Could this even be possible? Am I dreaming? Humans and animals conversing? Surely, animals lack the intellectual capacity for such communication. No. You must not have scrutinized the Galaxy Technology announcement closely. It clearly stated that while animals may not possess language or the cognitive abilities of humans, the human-animal communication feature allows for an effortless understanding of their intentions. Wait, you have completely confounded me. What does it mean to comprehend an animal's thoughts? Your sudden inquiry has left me pondering as well. But, isn't anyone curious about what this revolutionary product actually is? One of its features is human-animal communication. What are the other functionalities? As for the additional features, who knows what they are? Yet you are right. I too am intrigued by the essence of this groundbreaking product. How vexing it is to be left in suspense. Outside the office in Zongnanhai, Mr. Mu sat in his chair, eyes closed, quietly awaiting his moment. After so many days, he had finally found the opportunity to meet with his superior and discuss matters regarding virtual currency face-to-face. Before long, someone approached. Mr. Mu, you may enter. Taking a deep breath, Mr. Mu nodded, tightened his grip on the documents he had brought, and stood to enter the office. Mr. Mu, please have a seat. I hear you've been eager to see me these past few days. His superior remarked from the sofa as Mr. Mu entered. Mr. Mu smiled and nodded, taking a seat before presenting the documents he had brought. Indeed, there are some urgent matters. Please review this document first. Oh, are you playing coy with me? His superior replied with a warm smile, opening the folder to peruse its contents. Just a glance, and his expression turned serious, enveloping the office in a profound silence. As time passed inexorably, the leader occasionally contemplated and pondered, seemingly oblivious to the passage of moments. In due course, a knock at the door heralded the arrival of someone to remind him of the impending agenda, yet the leader paid no heed. After a considerable duration, having absorbed all the material, he set the documents aside and let out a long, relieving sigh. You have already deliberated on these matters internally, have you not? Mr. Mu nodded. Indeed, we have discussed it. Objectively speaking, it is imperative. Oh, a glint of brilliance flashed in the leader's eyes, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Objectively speaking? Mr. Mu offered a faint smile of resignation. After all, not everyone is entirely untainted. Some harbor subjective reservations against its implementation. The leader was well aware of the implications of his words and fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 376. The Anxious Lin Lao Boss. Mu Lao attempted to speak, yet was interrupted by a wave of the hand from the boss. After a moment of contemplation, the boss regained his focus, his gaze sharp and resolute. It is imperative. Mu Lao's heart swelled with joy, for he understood the profound implications of the boss's decision. Not only would it stir internal ripples, but it would also resonate externally. The emergence of the spiritual realm would undoubtedly captivate the entire world. And the implementation of virtual currencies was a clear indication of the intentions of the Huagua. In due course, Huagua would bear the weight of global scrutiny, and the international landscape would be engulfed in tumultuous waves. No one could predict what might unfold, nor could anyone ascertain the challenges that lay ahead. It was precisely this uncertainty that highlighted the boss's audacity. Observing Mu Lao's elation, the boss chuckled. This unprecedented upheaval in a century appears to be even more tumultuous than we anticipated. It is time for our Huagua, the descendants of the Yin and Huang, the children of the dragon, to reclaim our pinnacle. In the office of Galaxy Technology, Yang Feng was persistently trying to persuade Chen Qian to return to the Firepower Research Institute. Brother, how long has it been since you returned? When shall we head back to the Research Institute? However, Chen Qian remained unfazed. My dear Yang, with the new year approaching in just over half a month, can't you allow me to celebrate the holiday first? Moreover, have you not noticed how diligently I have been working? The research on the ion propulsion system has not been neglected. Yang Feng paused, reflecting that indeed, aside from managing the affairs of the spiritual realm watch, Qin Qian had been laboring tirelessly in his dedicated laboratory. It had not been an easy endeavor, especially with the new year nearing. Qin Qian, seeing his acquiescence, smiled subtly. It was all in jest. He had been sequestered in the laboratory to escape Yang Feng's incessant nagging. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. And Jiang Ruyue entered, stating, "Academician Lin Yongyang has arrived. It seems he has an urgent matter." Lin Lao has come? Qin Qian was somewhat taken aback. He recalled that Lin was busy with the final push for controllable nuclear fusion. Why had he suddenly come to see him without a prior call? "Where is Lin Lao?" Qin Qian inquired. Before Jiang Ruyue could respond, Lin Lao's voice resonated from behind. "I am here. I made my way up myself." As he spoke, Lin Lao hurriedly entered. Noticing Lin Lao's anxious demeanor, Qin Qian was instantly concerned. "What is it, Lin Lao? Why the haste? Please, sit down. Let us discuss this calmly. I will fetch you a cup of coffee." Just as he was about to turn, Lin Lao grasped his arm firmly. "No coffee. Sit down quickly. This time, we are in real trouble." Given Lin Lao's urgency, Qin Qian refrained from further remarks and took a seat, while Jiang Ruyue busied herself preparing coffee nearby. "What matter weighs on you, old Lin?" Yang Feng could not contain his curiosity. Lin Lao sighed heavily. "Alas, it pertains to the controllable nuclear fusion." "Is there an issue with controllable nuclear fusion?" Qin Qian inquired, his surprise palpable. Upon hearing this, old Lin felt somewhat embarrassed. "Indeed, due to your influence, we have made groundbreaking progress on numerous issues, particularly after resolving the internal wall material dilemma. I initially believed that there would be no further complications and that we could successfully complete the project. However, after such extensive efforts, we unexpectedly discovered during trial operations that, over time, the internal wall still sustains damage. While the operational duration has indeed seen exponential improvement, surpassing global standards and calculable by the hour, the completion of the controllable nuclear fusion project now seems indefinitely distant." "Indefinitely distant?" Qin Qian widened his eyes in disbelief. How could this be? He had envisioned conducting research on battle armor once controllable nuclear fusion was achieved. Old Lin continued, "If the issue truly cannot be resolved, I wouldn't have sought you out, Xiao Chun, to test my luck. Theoretically, after countless calculations, the internal wall material should not pose a problem, and we should be able to complete the controllable nuclear fusion successfully. Moreover," as he spoke, old Lin grew increasingly awkward. "Moreover, I had previously made a military pledge to the higher-ups, and now." Qin Qian suddenly understood. It was clear that old Lin had believed there were no issues and had thus made a commitment, only for unexpected problems to arise, leading him to seek assistance. "Xiao Qin, I realize I may have been somewhat abrupt, but I genuinely have no other options left. I need your good fortune." At that moment, Qin Qian's smile faltered. Who on earth had spread the rumor that he was a research prodigy? Even old Lin had come seeking luck, as if he possessed no strength of his own. Although it was all derived from system simulations, was not the system merely a manifestation of his own talent? He was a genius, after all. Coughing lightly, Qin Qian said, "Old Lin, let us not rush. How about I take some time to visit your facility?" Old Lin's eyes lit up. This was precisely the purpose of his visit. "Excellent. Xiao Chun, it would be ideal if you could join us. Many of our critical breakthroughs have been due to you and the products of Galaxy technology. If you come to inspect, there is a high probability that you will identify the issue." This statement was most pleasing to Qin Qian. It was evident that he was being sought after for his capabilities, not merely for luck. "Very well," Qin Qian readily agreed. "I will assess the situation and make time to visit. Let us not delay any further," old Lin urged, his anxiety palpable. "We should depart immediately." "No?" Qin Qian was taken aback by old Lin's urgency, but since he had no pressing matters, he acquiesced. "All right then, let us go." With that, old Lin, brimming with impatience, sprang up and dashed towards the door, leaving Qin Qian astounded, as if old Lin were a sprinter in a 100-meter dash. 2 hours later, at the outskirts of Kyoto, the Kyoto Nuclear Research Institute. Research on nuclear energy and controllable nuclear fusion was being conducted across various laboratories under the Chinese Academy of Sciences nationwide, with the Kyoto Nuclear Research Institute, led by old Lin, being one of the foremost among them. Upon arriving at the institute, Qin Qian and his companions hurried inside under old Lin's guidance. Upon passing through the entrance reminiscent of a park, one quickly encounters a vast experimental building soaring over 20 meters in height. As Qin Qian and his companions ventured further into the edifice, They soon encountered a man of similar age to Old Lin approaching them. "Old Lin, you have returned. I was just looking for you," the man exclaimed with delight. Then turned his gaze towards Chen Qian, a hint of confusion evident on his face. "You are Chen Qian? What brings you here?" "Old Lu. I invited Xiao Qin to see if he could help resolve our issues," Lin Yongyang elucidated. Upon hearing this, Old Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Resolve issues? Him?" he queried, pointing at Chen Qian while still regarding Old Lin. "You cannot be serious. You expect him to solve problems that we cannot, particularly those concerning controllable nuclear fusion?" Old Lu found the notion utterly preposterous. Chapter 377. This script is awry undeniably. Chen Qian may possess certain capabilities, and numerous significant breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion projects have indeed emerged from the foundation of Galactic Technology's products. However, those are the products of Galactic Technology, and the credit belongs to the research and development team. What connection does this have to Chen Qian? It is said that Chen Qian is both a prodigy and somewhat sinister, yet as a staunch materialist, Old Lu holds no belief in such notions. Furthermore, even if the achievements of Galactic Technology are tied to Chen Qian, as the saying goes, a different field is like a different mountain. Allowing Chen Qian to address the issues at hand leaves Old Lu feeling that Lin Yongyang is merely confused. Meanwhile, Yang Feng, observing the skepticism directed at Chen Qian, could not help but scratch his head. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Was it not reminiscent of Old Yu and Old Yin? Although Yang Feng lacked understanding of scientific technology, he was well acquainted with Chen Qian and knew that those who had previously doubted him ultimately faced repercussions. Reflecting on this, he crossed his arms and donned a smile, resembling a spectator eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. As for Old Lu's doubts, Chen Qian remained unfazed, for he was no stranger to experience. However, Yang Feng's gleeful demeanor left him somewhat speechless. Cunning. At that moment, Lin Yongliang felt a twinge of awkwardness. After all, Chen Qian was his choice, and with Old Lu questioning him directly, he feared for Chen Qian's dignity. Old Lu. Lin Yongyang hastily pulled Old Lu aside, intending to speak a few words on Chen Qian's behalf, but as he opened his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words. Old Lu, seizing the moment, interjected. "Old Lin, what are you thinking?" Allowing him to tackle the problem is nothing short of chaos. He did not lower his voice, making sure Chen Qian and the others could hear him clearly. Yang Feng glanced at Chen Qian, who merely shrugged, showing no reaction. "Old Lu, please refrain from such remarks." Lin Yongyang replied with a hint of exasperation. Chen Qian truly possesses talent. What harm is there in allowing him to try? Even if he cannot resolve the issue, there is no need to be so harsh. "Harsh? You think I am harsh?" Old Lu exclaimed incredulously. "I merely questioned him. How does that equate to being harsh?" Seeing the situation unfold, Chen Qian sighed in resignation, recognizing that Old Lin's ability to articulate his thoughts required considerable improvement. Thus, he approached with a natural smile and extended his hand. "Hello, Old Lu, I am Chen Qian." Taken aback, Old Lu momentarily faltered. How could this young man still smile despite his doubts? Nonetheless, he instinctively reached out to shake hands. "Lu Qiming." Chen Qian nodded. "Old Lu, Lin Lao sent me over to merely take a look. I cannot guarantee solutions, but perhaps I can offer some assistance. After all, the interior materials and superconducting materials are products of our galactic technology. What do you think?" This statement put Lu Qiming at ease. It was not about resolving issues, but rather about exploring potential help, which was a far cry from Lin Zhongliang's direct suggestion that Chen Qian solve the problems, seemingly undermining him and everyone else involved. Lu Qiming could not help but regard Chen Qian with renewed interest, finally breaking into a smile. "You see, I was a bit anxious earlier, and some inappropriate words slipped out. My apologies. Welcome, welcome." Lu Laobi from the Firepower Research Institute possesses far greater emotional intelligence than a certain individual. Chen Qian felt a surge of astonishment within, but managed to maintain a slight smile on his face. "Not at all. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you." Lin Yongyang, observing the scene, couldn't he help but feel perplexed. How had these two suddenly become so harmonious? What was the reason behind this unexpected camaraderie? Yang Feng, stroking his chin, inwardly lamented. This is contrary to the script. They should still be at odds, yet they are smiling at one another. Could it be that my failure to stoke the fire is to blame? Momentarily, Yang Feng regretted not having stirred the pot as he ought to have. "Well then, let us not linger here. Allow me to show you around," Lu Qiming declared, taking the lead. He was not foolish enough to offend Chen Qian for no reason. His doubts were rooted in a responsibility to the project and the nation, and given the opportunity, he would gladly befriend Chen. Chen understood this sentiment, which is why he had never taken the doubts of others to heart. Thus, the group meandered through the Kyoto Nuclear Research Institute, the atmosphere amicable and filled with laughter. Chen, curious about nuclear energy research, eagerly looked around and posed numerous questions. Lu Qiming, seemingly having cast aside previous tensions, answered without reservation. The Kyoto Nuclear Research Institute was vast, housing the experimental building where the controllable nuclear fusion large equipment was located. The tour lasted over 2 hours. Meanwhile, the entire institute became aware of Chen presence, and a mix of curiosity, confusion, and excitement buzzed through the halls, akin to a grand fan meet. In Lin Yongliang's office, Chen and the others settled in. Xiao Chun, now that the tour is complete, do you have any thoughts? Lu Qiming asked with a beaming smile. Chen was momentarily taken aback. Thoughts? Was he expected to have insights on controllable nuclear fusion? Being asked for his thoughts after merely a brief glance felt rather unreasonable. Old Een. Chen mused internally, then chuckled and responded, Academician Lu, you jest. If merely a quick tour could yield solutions or insights, I would hardly be human. Indeed. Lu Qiming smiled, though he wished to express that if one had no thoughts, they should quickly return, as he still had to entertain Chen, which would consume his time. Yet, he refrained from voicing this. How about this? Chen paused. May I examine the project data in detail? Afterward, we can discuss it further, if that is agreeable. Examine the data? Lu Qiming was taken aback. Such information was confidential and certainly not readily accessible. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Yongliang interjected, of course. That's entirely acceptable, casting Lu Qiming a reassuring glance. Lu Qiming hesitated but ultimately said nothing further and rose to exit. I must return to my duties. My apologies for not attending to you better. Please, continue your conversation, he chuckled. Chen nodded. No problem at all. You attend to your work. We'll be fine. Old Lu. After Lu Qiming's departure, Lin Yongliang muttered in frustration before switching on his computer. Chen said nothing, merely feigning surprise as he remarked, Lin, what era are we in that you still rely on a computer? This remark only deepened Lin Yongliang's discontent. You know all too well how sought-after holographic devices are. We are still queuing for them. Chen forced a smile, replying, well, rest assured, I shall make a point to arrange one for you first. Really? Lin Yongliang's eyes brightened at this. Then it's settled. Make sure to prioritize the Kyoto Nuclear Research Institute. Keep a close watch so that other organizations don't snatch it away. Chen, caught between laughter and exasperation, responded, absolutely, you can count on me. Chapter 378, Resolution and Truth. There was no need for him to announce his presence. Lin Yongliang and the others would soon be able to utilize the holographic devices. And indeed, the general populace across the nation would have access to them. This was due to the imminent release of the Spirit Realm Watch. For Chen had resolved not to manipulate production capacity to create an illusion of exclusivity, but instead would dedicate all efforts to a nationwide distribution. Suppliers such as Huawei and Huami would also be enlisted. To be precise, only the critical components of the Spirit Realm Watch would be manufactured by Galaxy Technology, while the remainder would be entrusted to other manufacturers. Otherwise, if Galaxy Technology were to monopolize the production of the Spirit Realm Watch, the other companies would be left with no opportunities. Lin Yongliang, feeling a twinge of concern, reiterated his assurances before retrieving the documents on his computer. Come and have a look, he prompted. Chen obliged. Taking a seat at the computer and meticulously perusing the extensive files on the controllable nuclear fusion project, an endeavor far too vast to comprehend in a single sitting. Aware of this, Lin Yongliang did not linger in the office. He soon departed to attend to his own affairs. Jiang Ruyue and Yang Feng busied themselves with the watches, refraining from disturbing Chen. Thus, he remained engrossed for the entirety of the day, only stretching leisurely at 7 in the evening. Have you finished? Yang Feng inquired. Turning his head, Chen nodded, a smile gracing his lips. I've gone an entire day without a meal. Yang Gu, could you fetch me something to eat? Goodness. You're really putting me to work, Yang Feng teased, yet he moved promptly, rising to head outside. I want a feast, with plenty of dishes. Chen called after him, then turned to Jiang Ruyue. Darling, could you lend a hand? Yang Gu might struggle with the load. Jiang Ruyue nodded, standing to follow him. In truth, Chen had intentionally sent them away, for he intended to utilize the consciousness transmission feature, which was not something he wished to demonstrate in their presence. His purpose in reviewing the materials was also to leverage the system to deduce the underlying issues and resolve them. As for the duration of the deduction, Chun Qian felt no trepidation. It was not as if he were delving into some arcane technology. He simply aimed to identify problems within the existing data, a task that was quite straightforward. Subsequently, Chun Qian opened the system interface and began his deductions based on the materials. A moment later, he was taken aback by the duration of the deduction. 1 minute felt exceedingly long. Before long, the deduction concluded, and Chun Qian grasped the crux of the issue. Nuclear fusion. It was defined, involves the merging of two light elements, not limited to hydrogen, into a heavier element, contrasting sharply with the fission reactions of traditional nuclear power plants. The energy released by fusion is significantly greater and cleaner, rendering controllable nuclear fusion one of humanity's most coveted forms of ultimate energy. The challenge of controllable nuclear fusion lies precisely in the term controllable. It necessitates the creation of an environment of extreme temperature and pressure, enabling atomic nuclei to coalesce, while also effectively managing and sustaining this fusion process to ensure a steady output of energy. According to the documents, the controllable nuclear fusion project at the Kyoto Institute of Nuclear Energy was undoubtedly poised for success. The issues that arose stemmed primarily from the unstable output of a considerable quantity of light elements in the extreme temperature and pressure conditions. The instability of output can lead to increased pressure when particles collide with the inner walls, thereby heightening the risk of damage. Furthermore, the violent nature of gravitational confinement fusion, characterized by the rapid acceleration and collision of atomic nuclei, inflicts severe harm on the inner walls. The combination of these factors ultimately results in the failure of projects that are theoretically sound. The solution is relatively straightforward. Further optimization of output stability is necessary, and the impact of scattered particles on the inner walls can be addressed through design. By employing a reasonable collision and ejection angle alongside gravitational confinement, we can significantly mitigate damage to the walls. After mentally organizing the solution, Chun Qian glanced around and activated the consciousness transmission feature of his watch. Soon, lines of text and design drafts swiftly danced across the holographic display, completed in an instant. This function is extraordinarily convenient. Chun Qian grinned, reveling in the ease of not having to laboriously type away. Having organized and saved the necessary information, he began to play with his watch, scrolling through the app. Due to the lack of access to the internal network here, he refrained from connecting to the local computer, storing all the information on his watch instead. Moments later, Jiang Riyue and Yang Feng returned, carrying a substantial amount of food as they opened the door. Goodness, 8 dishes and a soup. It seems I'll have to pack some to take away, Chun Qian mused. What prompted this feast? Jiang Riyue inquired while arranging the dishes, surprised that Chun Qian usually contented himself with just 1 or 2 dishes, making this request quite unexpected. Isn't it just that I'm starving? Chun Qian deflected casually, hurrying to the coffee table and taking a seat, feeling rather impatient. Just in time, I'm absolutely famished as well, Yang Feng chuckled, promptly shoving a piece of meat into his mouth without washing his hands. TSK, teaching bad habits to children, Chun Qian remarked disdainfully. Teaching bad habits? Where are the children here? Yang Feng looked around innocently. I, for one, am still just a baby of several months, Chun Qian shamelessly declared. Yang Feng promptly gave him the middle finger. When it comes to shamelessness, you are the undisputed champion. Ha 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 ha. Chun Qian chose to ignore him and, after washing his hands with Jiang Riyue, immediately began to devour his food. By the way, we have identified the problem and devised a solution. You should inform old Lin later and let us convene a meeting. What? You found the problem? That quickly? Yang Feng's eyes widened in surprise, a grain of rice escaping his mouth. Chun Qian swiftly dodged. My brother, could you please swallow before speaking? How are we supposed to eat like this? Although he managed to evade the rice, the meal on the table was not so fortunate. Looking down, Chun Qian sighed with relief. The grain of rice had landed on the table rather than in the food. Yang Feng chuckled awkwardly. I was just too excited. Your speed truly leaves me speechless. No wonder you are the fastest in my heart. Chun Qian's expression darkened. He highly suspected Yang Feng was teasing him. Babe, please clarify that I am not the fastest. Chun Qian turned to Jiang Riyue. Initially, Jiang Riyue was laughing heartily, but she suddenly froze, her right hand instinctively grasping Chun Qian's waist and pinching him. Chun Qian fell silent, obediently resuming his meal without daring to say another word. Yang Feng, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Indeed, this round was his victory. After the meal, Jiang Riyue promptly sought out Lin Yongliang to relay what Chun Qian had mentioned. Lin Yongliang's eyes widened in astonishment. What? You mean the issue has been identified? Youngshin has even devised a solution? Jiang Ruyuan nodded affirmatively. Yes, that is indeed what he said. How astonishingly swift. A moment of surprise washed over Jiang Ruyue as she recalled Yang Feng's earlier reaction, prompting her to chuckle softly. Lin Yongliang, oblivious to Jiang Ruyue's unusual demeanor, hurriedly informed all pertinent personnel to convene in the conference room for a meeting. Chapter 379. The pretense is over in the conference room. Before Chen Qian and the others arrived, the relevant personnel had already settled in, unable to resist whispering among themselves. Have you heard? It seems the problem has been identified. Is that true? If so, doesn't that mean the project can be completed? Wonderful. This is controlled nuclear fusion. Humanity is about to ascend to new heights. Don't get too excited. Just because the problem has been found doesn't mean it will be easily resolved. I've heard a solution has also emerged. What? Is that really true? Goodness, who is so capable? Was it said that old Lin and old Lu were at a loss? The murmurs grew louder until Lin Yongyang, unable to bear it any longer, cleared his throat twice, which finally brought a measure of quiet. At that moment, Chen Qian and the other two entered the room. Seeing this, Lin Yongyang stood up excitedly. Ah, little Chen has arrived. Come, take a seat. However, Lu Qiming was not as enthusiastic. He pondered internally. The problem has been found. Chen Qian discovered it, and there is a solution. He found it difficult to comprehend and even suspected whether Chen Qian was playing a trick on them. Yet, such matters were no joking matter, so he refrained from speaking, choosing instead to observe Chen Qian's intentions. Noting Lin's warm welcome, Chen Qian smiled and nodded before taking a seat. Jiang Riyue and Yang Feng chose a small stool at the back, opting not to sit at the conference table. All right, little Chen, enlighten us. What exactly is the problem? How do we resolve it? Lin Yongliang inquired impatiently as soon as Chen Qian settled in. Without hesitation, Chen Qian activated his holographic watch, and a massive document materialized above the conference table, slowly rotating. Initially captivated by the holographic display, the attendees soon found themselves stunned at the sight of the document. Lin Yongyang and Lu Qiming were equally astonished, their eyes widening as they scrutinized the text, fearful of missing a single word. Silence enveloped the conference room. After an indeterminate period, Lin Yongyang rubbed his eyes and waved his hand. Little Chen, please stop it from spinning. It's straining my eyes. Chen Qian chuckled softly, tapping the holographic watch twice, causing the central rotating document to shrink and split into dozens of floating fragments before everyone. Take a close look, everyone. We can discuss it afterward, Chen Qian said. Nodding eagerly, the group hurriedly touched the files before them, discovering they could manipulate them. Elation swept through them as they immersed themselves in the content. How could it be like this? I never considered it, Lin Yongyang marveled while browsing the document. The others echoed his sentiments. Indeed, the instability in particle output, such a subtle issue, yet we overlooked it. It is truly the key to success or failure. Exactly. Even the smallest problems, when accumulated, become significant issues. Under gravitational constraints, unstable output leads to a massive influx of particles striking the inner walls, coupled with atomic nuclei colliding. It's no wonder prolonged operation couldn't withstand the strain. Chen Qian observed the expressions of those present, nodding slightly in his heart. It was evident that the individuals gathered were indeed prominent figures within such a brief span. They grasped the core of the issue without requiring extensive explanation and comprehended his proposed solutions. This was advantageous, as it spared him the need for excessive verbal elaboration. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming, who had remained silent until now, exhibited a particularly expressive countenance, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Upon finishing the document, Lu Qiming let out a deep sigh, raising his gaze towards Chen Qian, his eyes filled with complexity. Then, to Chen Qian's astonishment, he abruptly stood up. Xiao Chen, he began, I must apologize for my earlier arrogance. I had been rather dismissive. Lu Qiming bowed deeply to Chen Qian, stating, on behalf of Huagua and all humankind, I express my gratitude to you. Thank you. Everyone was taken aback. What was happening? Why had Lu Lao suddenly bowed to Chen Qian? Lin Yongyang, witnessing the scene, shook his head in resignation but refrained from intervening. Chen Qian felt a surge of apprehension, as it was the first time an elder so significantly his senior had exhibited such profound respect towards him. Neither certain individuals from the past had ever done so. He hastily stood as well. Lu Lao, your words are too much. You are merely fulfilling your responsibilities towards the project and the nation. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming straightened up, unexpectedly casting a deeper glance at Chen Qian. Had it been an ordinary young person, they might have reveled in their moment of self-importance. Yet he sensed sincerity in Chen Qian's words. In that instant, Lu Qiming seemed to grasp why Chen Qian had achieved such remarkable success at a young age. All right. Lin Yongyang interjected to defuse the tension. Let bygones be bygones. We are all comrades here. Now, shall we focus on discussing Xiao Chen's proposal? Indeed. The project is of utmost importance. Chen Qian seized the opportunity and promptly took his seat. Lu Qiming, observing this, smiled and followed suit, abandoning any pretense. Although the onlookers were somewhat curious, they refrained from further comment, their minds now fully engaged with the contents of the document, leading to an animated discussion. Chen Qian observed, occasionally offering input when glanced at, relishing the ease of the moment. There was no denying that all present were top talents in their respective fields. The questions and answers had already been laid bare, and his role was minimal. The group acknowledged the issues Chen Qian had identified, and their discussion primarily revolved around fully comprehending the solutions he had proposed. In the back, Yang Feng could not help but shake his head. My dear brother Chen remains as flamboyant as ever. Zhang Ruyue, gazing at Chen Qian's silhouette, was starry-eyed and immediately took umbrage at this remark. Flamboyant? Yang good. That is absurd. He is simply exceptionally talented. Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback, mentally cursing his own indiscretion. Why did he choose to vent to his sister-in-law? Surely. The couple stood united in their support for one another. Fortunately, Zhang Riyue's retorts were light-hearted and lacked any sting. The discussion conference continued until nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, concluding with an air of palpable excitement among the attendees as they gazed at Chen Qian. Lin Yongyang, brimming with enthusiasm, felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and start tightening screws if it weren't so late. Lu Qiming appeared equally fervent, struggling to contain his eagerness. Xiao Chen, it's getting late. How about we step out for a drink? Suggested Lin Yongyang. Given the nature of their work, indulging in a drink was permissible as long as it did not hinder their duties. Indeed, Xiao Chen, you must grant me the chance to make amends. Lu Qiming chimed in. At this remark, the others instantly perked up, their curiosity ignited. Chapter 380. Preparing for the battle armor. Chen Qian was momentarily taken aback. Feeling his stomach and realizing he wasn't particularly hungry, he had yet to finish the leftovers he had packed earlier. Just as he contemplated declining, Lin Yongyang had already draped an arm over his shoulder. Let us go, let us go. Lu Qiming followed suit, throwing his other arm around Chen Qian. Yes, let us go, let us go. Chen Qian's eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean, let us go? I haven't even spoken or agreed yet. However, the others were undeterred, enthusiastically rallying around him and ushering him out. Reluctantly, Chen Qian acquiesced. Fine, let's drink. After all, who knows who will outlast whom? The next afternoon, Chen Qian awoke from the hotel bed, rubbing his head, his mind clouded with confusion. Where am I? What happened last night? The door swung open, and Zhang Ruyue entered with breakfast. Upon seeing his bewildered expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. It's time for breakfast. Ah? Oh. Chen Qian obediently got up to wash up, joining Zhang Ruyue for a meal. During breakfast, Zhang Ruyue recounted the events of the previous day. It turned out that Lin Yongyang and the others had shamelessly insisted on drinking with him, employing all sorts of persuasive tactics, leaving Chen Qian spinning in circles, round after round. Reflecting on Zhang Riyue's words, he recalled some details from the night before, lamenting his youthful inexperience in social drinking. Who would have imagined that esteemed professors and academicians would transform into entirely different individuals at the dining table, bullying the younger generation? It was simply outrageous. After finishing their meal, Chen Qian and the others returned to the Nuclear Research Institute. As soon as they entered the laboratory building, they were greeted by a bustling scene. Numerous researchers, both familiar and unfamiliar, nodded at him with smiles, clearly preoccupied with their work. Following a night of fervent discussions, the entire Kyoto Nuclear Research Institute was now aware that Chen Qian had played a pivotal role in resolving the challenges of the controllable nuclear fusion project. It seemed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they were on the verge of success. Upon locating Lin Yongyang, Chen Qian found him engrossed with the same group of older gentlemen from the previous night, busily organizing work. They had an abundance of tasks on hand, improving particle input stability, redesigning the internal structure. Indeed, their workload was substantial. So, Lin, how long until we can conduct another test run? Chen Qian could not help but inquire. For once the controllable nuclear fusion was accomplished, his battle armor would finally be feasible. Every boy dreams of striking a heroic pose in front of a crowd and shouting, "Transform." Lin Yongyang replied with a broad smile, "If all goes well, we should be ready by the new year." Oh, so soon? Qian was taken aback. There was barely more than half a month until the new year. Lu Qiming, standing nearby, explained with a grin, of course. Our speed in manhwa is not to be underestimated. Even if we were to rebuild a reactor, it would only take a little over a month. Let alone with the current solutions and design plans already in place, we can replicate the process swiftly. Had it not been for our cautious approach, we could have been even faster. Hearing this, Qian smiled. All right. I look forward to the day the project is officially completed. By the way, I don't have much to do here now, so I'll take my leave. You're leaving? Lin Yongliang was somewhat taken aback. Why not stay a few more days to check on the project as progress? Indeed, Lu Qiming chimed in, urging him to linger. Let us stay a bit longer and continue our drinking in the evening. The mere mention of drinking caused Qian to feel an overwhelming urge to leave immediately. Drink? No way. I'd rather not. With the year-end approaching, there are numerous matters awaiting my attention. As he spoke, Qian glanced at Yang Feng beside him. Right, brother Yang? Yang Feng initially contemplated contradicting him, relishing the thought of pulling a fast one on the younger fellow. However, he suddenly realized that if Qian lingered, it would impede the progress of the ion propulsion system, an unwise trade-off. Thus, Yang Feng nodded solemnly, stating, Indeed. He has many responsibilities to attend to and still needs to visit the Armaments Research Institute later. Qian discreetly cast a knowing glance at him, fully aware of Yang Feng's thoughts. Recognizing that Qian had other commitments, Lin Yongliang ceased his insistence, letting out a wistful sigh. Very well, but you, the great contributor, must be present when the new reactor undergoes its trial run. Of course, Qian replied with a smile. The first commercial controllable nuclear fusion reactor was an event he would attend, regardless of Lin's invitation. After bidding farewell to Lin Yongliang and the others, and declining their request for another round before departing, Qian and his companions swiftly returned to the company. Upon returning to the office, Qian immediately immersed himself in his personal laboratory. With controllable nuclear fusion nearing completion, it was time for him to prepare for the matters concerning the battle armor. He harbored no concerns about potential issues arising with the Kyoto Nuclear Energy Research Institute's controllable nuclear fusion project. The solution had been meticulously simulated by the system, ensuring flawless execution as long as no fundamental errors were made. Opening the system interface, Qian temporarily halted the nearly completed ion propulsion system and input his ideas regarding the battle armor. After confirming the simulation, a detailed guidance plan emerged. Upon reviewing the plan, Qian discerned that 3 primary challenges must be addressed to successfully develop a competent battle armor. The first challenge was the energy issue, which could be resolved through the miniaturization of controllable nuclear fusion. The second was the life support system. A competent battle armor must be capable of soaring through the skies and diving into the depths of the ocean, even needing to traverse the cosmos. Therefore, the intricacy lay not only in the life support system, but also in integrating it within the confines of the battle armor. The third challenge pertained to materials. While contemporary materials could, to some extent, be utilized for constructing battle armor, crafting armor impervious to various missiles was a fanciful notion. If only he could acquire that fictional vibranium from the movies, Qian mused. In addition to these 3 major challenges, other minor issues also required resolution, such as the weapon system and the integration of the ion propulsion system. The ion propulsion system was manageable from the outset of the simulations. Qian had considered its application within the battle armor. As for the weapon system, Qian was reluctant to cram missiles into the armor, regardless of their effectiveness. The sheer bulk they would add to the armor was unfathomable. The adoption of laser weaponry is, therefore, inevitable. However, relying solely on lasers may render the approach somewhat monotonous. After a moment of contemplation, Qian swiftly arrived at a resolution. Electromagnetic pulses. EMP weaponry. The term electromagnetic pulse refers to a sudden, high-intensity pulse of broadband electromagnetic radiation. The dramatic fluctuations of the alternating electromagnetic field couple with electronic circuits, instantaneously generating powerful currents and surges capable of directly destroying electronic components. When subjected to an EMP attack, only electronic components become incapacitated, while individuals and structures beyond these devices remain unaffected. The integration of EMP technology with laser weaponry significantly enriches the array of offensive capabilities of the battle armor. Chapter 381. The initial experience with the Spirit Realm Watch, however. When the topic of EMP weapons arose, Qian could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Nations worldwide have invested in the research of EMP weapons. Although tangible results have yet to materialize, one cannot help but wonder what might happen if, one day, an adversary successfully develops such technology to launch an assault. It is prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, and Qin Xian deemed it essential to address this issue. This thought led him to recall the fervor that ensued online following the breakthrough of energy shields in his previous life in Huagua. This energy shield was not akin to the fantastical barriers depicted in science fiction. It could not withstand physical attacks but served solely to defend against EMP electromagnetic pulses. Even when EMP weaponry was still in its infancy globally, the nation had already devised protective measures, highlighting its commitment to national defense and strategic foresight. With this in mind, Qin Xian murmured to himself that the defensive mechanisms of the battle armor could certainly be enriched further, even though the armor he envisioned could withstand various missiles and projectiles. There was no need to rely solely on physical resilience. Wouldn't it be foolish to endure attacks directly? Adding an energy shield would be far more sensible. Moreover, this energy shield should not only defend against EMP pulses, but also, akin to those in science fiction films, repel all manner of physical and energy assaults. With this idea in mind, Qin Xian incorporated the energy shield into the preparations for the battle armor. He believed that by synthesizing 5 critical elements, energy, life support systems, materials, weaponry, and the energy shield, he could successfully devise a true battle armor. He revisited the system interface, adjusted the simulation parameters and requirements for the armor, and confirmed his selections. A new guiding plan emerged, meticulously detailing everything from energy sources to the energy shield, allowing for rapid simulation as long as he adhered to the outlined strategy. Next, Qin Xian embarked on simulations from these 5 different perspectives, calculating that it would take a daunting 6 months. Half a year. He sighed, wishing fervently that he could produce results by tomorrow. Nevertheless, in the realm of black technology such as battle armor, 6 months was not an excessively long duration. In the blink of an eye, it could very well pass. Turning his attention back to the ion thruster simulation, Qin Xian closed the system interface and exited his personal laboratory. With the Spirit Realm Watch nearing completion, numerous matters awaited his attention. Time swiftly approached the eve of the Spring Festival, with only 3 days remaining. Unlike the previous year, this year, due to the impending launch of the Spirit Realm Watch, Galaxy Technology had not closed for the holiday. Xiao Quan, why do you think Xiao Chen summoned us again? Outside Galaxy Technology. Old Mu smiled as he stepped out of the car and glanced towards Shin Quan. Shin Quan paused momentarily and shook his head. I don't know, Old Mu. I've been busy assisting him with authorizations and military upgrades lately. I'm unaware of his current endeavors. By the way, is Minister Chong not coming today? Old Mu shook his head. With the imminent release of the Spirit Realm, the commercial implications could be immense. He has a multitude of matters to attend to and has decided not to join us this time. No wonder. Shin Quan nodded in acknowledgement. As they spoke, the two entered the office building of Galaxy Technology. The employees, well aware of their distinguished identities, did not question them at the front desk but simply smiled and nodded in greeting, allowing them to proceed directly to Qin Xian's office. Upon entering, Qin Xian greeted them with a smile. Elder Mu, Brother Quan, please, take a seat. Elder Mu and Qin Quan chuckled as they settled onto the sofa. Oh, little Yang is still here, Elder Mu remarked, glancing at Yang Feng beside him. Yang Feng grinned and nodded. Of course, this lad can't do without me. Qin Xian shot a bemused glance at Yang Feng, wondering what he meant by that. Whatever happened to the imposing Yang Gu he once knew? Qin Quan chuckled as well. Turning to Qin Xian, by the way, Minister Chong has too much on his plate and mentioned he wouldn't be coming today. Qin Xian nodded while accepting a cup of coffee from Jiang Ruyue, placing it on the table before resuming his seat on the sofa. I know. Minister Chong called me to inform me. As everyone gathered, Elder Mu said with a smile, now that we're all here, little Qin, perhaps you could enlighten us about the purpose of our visit today? You were quite cryptic over the phone. Qin Xian chuckled lightly. Was I? The reason for inviting both of you today is that the Lingjing Watch has officially been completed, and all tests have concluded. I wanted you both to experience it firsthand, as such details are difficult to convey over the phone. Oh, it's already finished? Elder Mu expressed surprise, but understanding dawned upon him as he recalled that Galaxy Technology was set to hold a launch event soon. Where is it? Let me see, Qin Quan exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. Qin Xian glanced at Jiang Riyue, who nodded and rose to retrieve a white box from the safe behind the desk. Qin Xian took the box and placed it on the coffee table. This is the Lingjing Watch. Qin Quan eagerly looked at Elder Mu for approval before opening the box. In the next moment, a watch identical to a standard holographic watch, crafted from carbon crystal, appeared within. Is this the Lingjing watch? Qin Quan questioned, examining it closely. It looks just like my holographic watch. The exterior may appear the same, Qin Qian remarked, taking the watch from him, but the internal workings are vastly different. Elder Mu. Shall I assist you in trying it on? Certainly, Elder Mu replied with a nod. Qin Qian promptly helped Elder Mu don the Lingjing watch and activated the holographic projection. As you can see, in terms of operation and interface features, at first glance, it resembles the previous holographic watches, Qin Qian explained, pressing a button on the projection. Suddenly, the holographic display vanished. Huh, where did the interface go? Yang Feng inquired, puzzled. Qin Quan also looked on with confusion, while Qin Qian merely smiled, observing Elder Mu, which only deepened Yang Feng and Qin Quan's curiosity as they turned to Elder Mu. However, Elder Mu appeared most perplexed, incredulously pointing at the empty space before him. What has disappeared? Isn't the interface functioning perfectly here? What? The interface is still present? Qin Quan and Yang Feng glanced around, but there was no projection interface in sight. Before Master Mu, there was nothing but air. Can you not see it? Master Mu inquired, coming to a realization. Qin Quan and Yang Feng nodded vigorously. We cannot see it. It is merely air. Indeed, there is no interface at all. The two were baffled, and then they turned in unison to Qin Qian, hoping he could shed light on the mystery. Qin Qian smiled gently. It is entirely normal for you not to see it, for the interface is actually displayed within Master Mu's mind. The Lingjing watch has captured Master Mu's brainwaves. You may understand it as the watch being connected to his brain. Chapter 382. How delightful. I want more. It appears in the brain. Is the watch connected to the mind? Qin Quan and Yang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Qian continued, indeed, it is connected to the brain. The Lingjing watch can even temporarily link to our brainwaves, sharing images as if connected to Wi-Fi. Mu Lao, you may try it. You can either operate the interface with your hands or with your thoughts. Mu Lao was momentarily stunned, still reeling from the shock of the watch's connection to the brain. Upon hearing this, he nodded and began to experiment with the operation. Soon, a dialog box suddenly appeared before everyone. Do you agree to device test 0001 connecting to your brain? Yang Feng and Qin Quan jolted, nearly leaping off the sofa. Yes, yes, they exclaimed, quickly realizing they needed to attempt to consent with their thoughts. After confirming their agreement, they finally beheld the operational interface of the Lingjing watch. Wow, this is simply, Qin Quan stammered, genuinely astonished. This is incredible, Yang Feng added excitedly. Qin Qian smiled and said, connecting to the brain requires personal consent, otherwise, the connection cannot be established. Moreover, the technology that links to human brainwaves has vast applications, just like fingerprints. Human brainwaves are unique and can be used for various verification and encryption devices and projects, particularly in weaponry. The eyes of Mu Lao and the others sparkled with interest, especially Yang Feng, who clenched his fist in excitement. The encryption and verification of weaponry are crucial, a fact even ordinary people recognize. Once, on an aircraft carrier of Lao Mian, a Mian-born Japanese officer attempted to launch missiles to attack our naval vessels, instigating potential conflict between China and Mian, hoping to benefit from the chaos. Although the plot was ultimately foiled, it underscored the importance of verification and encryption in weaponry. What if such an incident occurred in our nation? Of course, there are no such individuals within our borders. But what if an operational error led to the launch of weaponry? While the likelihood is slim, it is not entirely impossible. Brother. Yang Feng could not help but speak up. Qin Qian waved his hand to interrupt. Yang Gu, I understand what you wish to say. Rest assured, Quan Gu will handle everything. However, today's focus is not merely on a trivial brain connection technology. Trivial? Yang Feng found himself at a loss for words. But since Qin Qian had stated it, he decided not to press further and felt quite pleased. Bring it over, Qin Qian said, looking at Jiang Ruyue. Jiang Ruyue nodded and left the office. Bring what over? Everyone was puzzled but refrained from asking immediately. Soon, Jiang Ruyue returned to the office, cradling a plump orange cat in her arms. A cat? Mu Lao exclaimed in surprise. You have a cat too? Of course. Qin Qian chuckled at Galaxy Technology. We pride ourselves on being exceptionally humane. Many employees are concerned that their pets may feel lonely while they are away at work, so they bring them to the office. We indeed have quite a few cats and dogs here. Old Mu was unaware of this. He always headed straight to Qin Qian's office whenever he visited and had never taken the time to observe the employees. Qin Quan was well aware of this, and he actually enjoyed the atmosphere within Galaxy Technology. However, he deemed such trivial matters unnecessary to report, so it was only natural that Old Moo remained oblivious. By the way, Old Moo, please grant me permission to operate the watch, Chen Qian said. Old Moo nodded, fiddling with the interface for a while before locating the authorization section and granting Chen Qian access. Subsequently, as Chen Qian navigated the interface, he announced, "What everyone is about to experience is the human pet communication feature." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a surge of anticipation. When Jiang Ruyue entered with a hefty cat in her arms, they had already suspected something along these lines, given the recent buzz surrounding Galaxy Technologies' human pet communication feature, which had been a hot topic online. "Are you all ready?" Chen Qian asked with a smile, and everyone nodded in response. Without hesitation, Chen Qian pressed the button to activate the communication feature. Instantly, a small box appeared in the upper left corner of everyone's screen, displaying the avatar of a pet cat, accompanied by a small speaker icon in the bottom right corner. Chen Qian then turned and gently pinched the hefty cat's face, continuously stroking its chubby chin, eliciting a delightful purring sound and a couple of meows. The speaker icon promptly turned green, and a charmingly silly voice resonated in everyone's minds. "So comfortable. Do it again. I want more." In that moment, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Old Moo's mouth hung agape. It really spoke to me?" Yang Feng stammered in surprise. I must be hearing things." Chen Quan echoed his astonishment. Meanwhile, Old Moo, though silent, was taking deep breaths, clearly unsettled. Chen Qian nodded with a smile. "Indeed. You are not mistaken. It truly communicated with us." Initially, the human pet communication feature was designed not to allow animals to speak, but rather to transmit the thoughts they wished to express into the minds of humans. However, for commercial reasons, Chen Qian added an additional layer of one-way translation to enhance the user experience. This one-way translation allows the expressions of animals to be conveyed to humans, while human sentiments directed at animals are not translated, but rather directly transmitted. After all, animals do not possess a language or culture. This is the essence of the human pet communication feature, which can read the brainwaves of animals to translate their intended messages, while simultaneously allowing us to convey our thoughts directly to them. However, whether animals can comprehend and to what extent remains uncertain. For the intelligence of most creatures pales in comparison to that of humans, and disparities in intellect exist among different species. Mr. Moo nodded slightly. This is only natural, nevertheless. Even at the current level, it is remarkably astonishing. Indeed, who could have anticipated that humans would one day be able to communicate with animals? Chen Quan mused with deep admiration. Does this mean training military dogs will become significantly easier? Yang Feng interjected with a flash of insight. The group erupted into hearty laughter. For Yang Feng's perspective invariably revolved around military matters. Certainly, training military dogs will be exceedingly effortless, Chen Qian affirmed. Moreover, zoos will once again become a source of delight for the public. Chapter 383, the initial experiment of knowledge transmission with the advent of the human pet communication feature. Traditional animal performances have opened up a realm of new possibilities. One could even envision a future where, at the zoo, one might witness humans and animals dancing together in joyous revelry. Such a scenario is not entirely implausible, especially considering creatures like orcas, whose intelligence is comparable to that of a 15 or 16-year-old human, remarkably astute beings indeed. Having already experienced the phenomenon of animals conversing, Chen Qian inquired if anyone had anything they wished to say to the plump cat. The crowd paused for a moment, then erupted into a flurry of eager voices. Me, I want to talk to it, exclaimed Yang Feng. Let me give it a try. Chen Quan chimed in enthusiastically. Ahem. Mu Lao cleared his throat, and the two immediately fell silent, their enthusiasm quelled. With a satisfied smile, Mu Lao turned to Chen Qian, his meaning quite clear. Chen Qian, bemused, thought to himself. It's merely a conversation. Why the fierce competition? Very well, let Mu Lao go first, Chen Qian said, tapping on the interface. All right. Mu Lao can now communicate with it. The cat's intelligence is akin to that of a 3-year-old child, while it may not grasp complex concepts. Simpler ideas should be comprehensible. Mu Lao nodded and turned towards the hefty feline in Chen Qian's arms, attempting, come here, into my embrace. The large cat paused, gazing at Mu Lao, yet made no move. Mu Lao looked at Chen Qian, puzzled, suspecting there might be an issue with the communication feature. Chen Qian reassured him. The communication function does not equate to controlling the animal. It undoubtedly understands, but whether it chooses to approach is entirely up to its own volition. Perhaps you might tempt it. With that, he retrieved a cat treat from Jiang Ruyue and handed it to Mu Lao. After a brief hesitation, Mu Lao continued. If you come into my arms for a gentle pet, I shall give you this delightful treat. His tone resembled that of a grandparent coaxing a grandchild. The plump cat, upon hearing this, lifted its head once more and, without hesitation, leaped from Chen Qian's arms into Mu Lao's embrace. Meow, meow, meow. A chorus of adorable sounds resonated within the hearts of the onlookers. You promised, now stroke me and give me a treat. Mu Lao burst into hearty laughter, petting the large cat while eagerly opening the treat package. Open your mouth, and I shall feed you. The cat promptly opened its mouth, adjusting itself into a comfortable position. In no time, the treat was devoured, and the cat meowed again. I'm feeling a bit thirsty. I would love some water. Could you provide me with a drink? Seizing the opportunity, Mu Lao responded, if you perch on my shoulder, I will gladly offer you water. The cat swiftly climbed onto Mu Lao's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its neck against him, which brought a radiant smile to Mu Lao's face. Xiaoqian, fetch me some water. I will feed it, he requested. Chen Qian, chuckling, produced a bottle of mineral water and handed it over, realizing that Mu Lao was thoroughly enjoying the interaction. However, while Mu Lao reveled in this delightful exchange, Yang Feng and Chun Quan were growing increasingly anxious, eager for their own opportunity to engage with the charming little fat cat. After finishing watering the plump cat, Old Mu turned to the visibly anxious Chun Quan and Yang Feng, chuckling, all right, why don't you both have a go as well? Observing this, Chen Qian tapped the interface, and soon the two began to engage with the plump cat. Their playful interaction continued for over half an hour. Hee. This human-animal communication feature is incredibly convenient. Caring for pets is going to be a wonderful experience, Chen Quan remarked with satisfaction. Indeed, Yang Feng exclaimed excitedly. My retired military dog will truly become like a son to me. Chen Qian shot a glance at Yang Feng, hesitating to voice his thoughts, ultimately choosing silence. He feared that Yang Feng might retaliate with a few playful jabs, which would be quite unfortunate. Enough of that. Old Mu waved his hand toward Chen Qian. Now that we've experienced the human-animal communication feature, isn't it time for the main event? Old Mu understood that since the Spirit Realm Watch was completed, the knowledge transfer and Spirit Realm functionalities should be ready as well. Chen Qian smiled slightly. You've guessed it, Old Mu. The remaining two features are indeed knowledge transfer and Spirit Realm. Who would like to be the first to try? Chen Qian inquired, as he was concerned that Old Mu and the others might have reservations about safety, given the nature of knowledge transfer, which differed from merely connecting to the brain. As expected, Old Mu and the others exchanged glances, clearly harboring some concerns regarding safety. After a brief moment, Yang Feng stepped forward. I'll go first. You can try after me if all goes well. Old Mu couldn't help but interject. Little Chen, are you absolutely certain there are no issues? Chen Qian nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Old Mu, there will be no safety concerns. Otherwise, I would never have introduced this technology, not even with the slightest hint of danger. With Chen Qian's assurance, Old Mu visibly relaxed. In that case, let us begin. Yang Feng stood up to stretch. How do we proceed? Where do we do this? Chen Qian's expression darkened. How do we proceed? Where do we do this? What did this guy mean? Ahem. Well, right here will suffice. Just sit still. Yang Feng appeared surprised. Is it really that simple? No need to lie in a large box with tubes all over? Chen Qian felt somewhat exasperated. Have you been watching too many movies? Yang Feng chuckled. That seems to be the case. With that, he settled back onto the sofa, eyes closed, adopting a demeanor of someone preparing for a grand adventure, which left Chen Qian both amused and bewildered. After tapping the interface, Chen Qian inquired, what knowledge would you like to acquire? Yang Feng paused, contemplating before responding, perhaps something related to law. My family always hoped I would study hard and become a lawyer, but I was more interested in the military, so I ended up enlisting. All right, no problem, Chen Qian replied, proceeding to navigate the interface. Moments later, he selected the relevant legal knowledge and initiated the transfer. In the next instant, Yang Feng abruptly opened his eyes, his expression filled with disbelief. He now distinctly perceives a surge of unfamiliar knowledge emerging within his mind, rapidly becoming familiar and deeply etched into his consciousness. It is as though an imaginary figure is assisting him in his studies, reciting information relentlessly to ensure he does not forget, reinforcing it every moment of the day. The knowledge flows seamlessly into his intellect, leaving him utterly astonished. Alas, Chen Qian cannot help but sigh. If only this technology had existed earlier, he would not have had to toil so hard to acquire foundational knowledge. It feels as though he could soar to great heights in an instant. 2 minutes later, Yang Feng regained his composure, his jaw trembling, unable to utter a single word as he pointed at Qin Qian. "What's the matter, Lao Yang?" Qin Qian inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "Why are you silent?" Mu Lao, too, could not remain still, waving his hand in front of Yang Feng. "What is going on? Do you still recognize us?" Chapter 384. The era of universal dragons is about to begin in an instant. Yang Feng sprang to his feet and embraced Qin Qian, startling the nearby chubby cat, who yelped in alarm. "What are you doing? You scared the poor cat." "Brother, you are incredible!" Yang Feng exclaimed with fervor. I could easily become a lawyer now. It's truly remarkable." Yet, Qin Qian found himself in an awkward predicament. Seated on the couch while Yang Feng clung to him, half standing, half squatting, in a rather undignified manner. Such familiarity was appreciated. But one should not take liberties in such a manner. With great effort, Qin Qian finally managed to push Yang Feng away. All right, Yang Ge. What with the bear hugs between men?" Chuckling, Yang Feng returned to his seat. Chen Quan, eager and impatient, inquired, "Old Yang, what is going on? Did you succeed?" Yang Feng turned to him with a smile, glancing at the inquisitive Mu Lao, and proudly lifted his chin. "Of course, I feel completely capable of becoming a lawyer now. My mind is brimming with legal knowledge, and it's not merely about memorizing. I truly comprehend the concepts. Do you understand? Do you grasp this feeling? It's simply astounding." Upon hearing this, Chen Quan and Mu Lao sprang to their feet, pacing back and forth. "Is that so? Is that really the case?" Mu Lao murmured, clapping his hands vigorously, oblivious to the redness developing in his palms. Chen Quan, too, was animated, pacing while throwing punches in the air, even breaking into a jubilant leap. Yang Feng, seeing their excitement, laughed heartily. "Gentlemen, please, do sit down. Let me showcase the fruits of my learning." Without waiting for them to settle, he began reciting the Civil Code. The first article of the Civil Code, the 20th article. The Mu Lao and Chen Quan stood there, entranced by his recitation, completely forgetting to sit down. As Yang Feng continued, moving on to the Criminal Code, he only paused when Mu Lao and Chen Quan, exhausted from standing, finally sat down and interrupted him. "I haven't finished reciting yet," Yang Feng muttered, somewhat reluctant to stop. "But we've had enough," Chen Quan replied, exasperated. He had not anticipated that Yang Feng would be unable to stop once he began, showing off for no one in particular. With such knowledge transfer technology, who wouldn't he be a lawyer? With this thought, Chen Quan turned to Qin Qian with a grin. "Brother, do you think I could become a doctor? I have always dreamed of being a healer, saving lives." Qin Qian nodded with a smile. "Of course, Quan Gu, just sit still and close your eyes." Upon hearing this, Chen Quan promptly sat up straight, his expression reverent, as though embarking on a pilgrimage. "Is this really necessary, my brother?" Qin Qian thought, bemused, but he wasted no time, selecting the medical knowledge to transmit. A few minutes later, as Chen Quan felt the medical knowledge flooding his mind, his face flushed with excitement. He could hardly contain himself. "This is fantastic. I could switch careers to become a doctor right now. This is wonderful." Suddenly, he picked up the coffee in front of him, disregarding its heat, and gulped it down eagerly. Seeing this, Elder Mu helplessly rubbed his forehead, yet he could not remain still. He quickly turned to Qin Qian and said, "Young Qin, I too wish to acquire some medical knowledge." "No problem," Qin Qian readily replied, resuming his operation. Immediately after, Elder Mu felt a torrent of knowledge flooding his mind, and his mouth fell agape in astonishment. Qin Qian couldn't help but smile. It was the first time he had seen such an endearing side of Elder Mu. Once the knowledge transfer was complete, Elder Mu was left in awe, speechless, as he found himself at a loss for words. This technology of knowledge transmission was nothing short of miraculous. The era when every citizen of Huaxiao would rise like dragons was about to begin. "Young Chen," Elder Mu exclaimed, grasping Qin Qian's hands excitedly, "you are remarkable, truly remarkable." Beyond that, he genuinely did not know how to further praise Qin Qian. At such a young age, he had founded an unprecedented technology company, with each of his innovations making significant contributions to the nation in terms of economy, military, and national security. What is genius? This is genius. One ought to have children like Qin Qian. In that moment, Elder Mu couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Thankful that such a transcendent talent was born in Huaxia, for otherwise, the nation might never see a brighter future. Qin Qian, somewhat moved, quickly responded, "Elder Mu, you are too kind. I merely did what every citizen of Huaxia should do. It is nothing extraordinary. Merely doing what every citizen should do. Nothing extraordinary? Chun Qian's humility deepened Elder Mu's sentiments even further. Meanwhile, young Feng, observing from the side, stroked his chin in contemplation, feeling an odd dissonance with Chun Qian's words. It seemed to him that the young man was putting on an act. After all, he spent every day with Chun Qian, knowing him far too well. With a subtle glance at Yang Feng, Chun Qian swiftly turned back to Elder Mu and cheerfully said, "Elder Mu, please have a seat. We have yet to experience the spiritual realm." At this, Elder Mu smacked his forehead in realization. Yes, how could I forget about that? After regaining his composure, Elder Mu spoke. "All right, young Chen, you may now guide us in experiencing the spiritual realm." Chen Qian nodded, outlining the precautions. "Elder Mu, upon entering the spiritual realm, your body will be in a state of sleep. You see." Elder Mu understood what Chen Qian was about to say and waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. This is galaxy technology. With so many soldiers on guard, there's no need to excessively worry about safety." Chen Qian recognized this. Yet he still felt it necessary to address the matter. With a smile, he nodded and called Su Qingfeng. After giving him brief instructions, Su Qingfeng immediately began deploying personnel outside. Chen Qian then turned back to everyone. "All right, let us begin. Please lie down and relax your bodies and minds as much as possible." Upon hearing this, Elder Mu and the others laid down and adjusted themselves into a state of utmost relaxation. Chen Qian did the same, and once prepared, he cheerfully announced, 3 seconds countdown. 3, 2, 1, let us go. In an instant, a profound darkness enveloped Mu Lao and the others. However, having mentally prepared themselves in advance, they remained composed. Following this, an unprecedented sensation of comfort and warmth enveloped their bodies and minds. Unable to articulate their thoughts, they could not inquire about this extraordinary feeling, yet Chun Qian understood that it was an adjustment of their brainwaves, facilitating an optimum state of sleep. Soon, the darkness gradually faded to a soft gray, which then transformed into a warm white. In an instant, the white light blossomed forth, radiating before them in a dazzling yet gentle manner. Chapter 385. Entering the spirit realm, the white light arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As the brilliance dissipated, the crowd regained their composure, only to be met with a sudden cacophony of piercing screams. "Ah, help! We're going to fall to our deaths!" Xiaochen. "Ah, Xiaochen, we." Chen Qian felt a jolt in his heart as he turned to see the terrified expressions of Chen Quan and Old Mu. It dawned on him that his abrupt arrangement might have been a tad hasty. A forewarning would have been prudent. The reaction of Old Mu and Chen Quan was not without reason, for they found themselves suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Chen Qian had envisioned that this first foray would allow everyone to marvel at the splendor of the city below from such heights. Yet he had not anticipated such a vehement response from them. Even Jiang Ruyue's complexion had turned ashen, while Yang Feng alone maintained a tranquil demeanor, curiously surveying his surroundings. "Stop, everyone, please. There is no need to panic. We're perfectly fine," Chen Qian exclaimed. After a prolonged moment, Old Mu and Chen Quan gradually quieted, although their legs continued to tremble uncontrollably. Their silence, however, was not due to Chen Qian's reassurances. In such an exhilarating scenario, they were oblivious to his voice and preoccupied with their own rising awareness. They suddenly realized that they did not seem to be plummeting downward at all. Although they were indeed in the sky, it felt as if they were suspended motionless in midair. "Xiaochen." Old Mu gazed at Chen Qian in terror. What is happening right now?" Chen Qian, feeling somewhat helpless, refrained from answering directly and instead sought to reassure them once more. "Fear not. Although we are in the air, we will not fall. There is nothing to worry about." This time, Old Mu and Chen Quan understood Chen Qian's words clearly. Their hearts still raced, but upon confirming that they were indeed safe and sound, they let out a collective sigh of relief. "This is utterly terrifying. My heart almost gave out." "Xiaochen, a little warning would have been appreciated," Old Mu chided, casting a reproachful glance at Chen Qian. "Don't mention it. I was nearly scared to death myself with such a sudden onset," Chen Quan added, patting his chest. Chen Qian chuckled sheepishly. "It was my oversight. My apologies, ha ha ha. Heart problems? Not to worry. We can cultivate as many hearts as you desire. We could even switch bodies," Old Mu retorted, a mix of exasperation and mild anger evident in his tone. Just as he was about to express more, Yang Feng suddenly exclaimed, "It's breathtaking. Absolutely stunning." He had been captivated by the boundless city below, and it was only now that he regained his senses. Upon hearing his words, Old Mu and the others instinctively looked downwards, and they too were rendered speechless. Beneath them lay an enormous city, though calling it a city felt inadequate. It was vast beyond comprehension. The architecture was unlike anything in reality, filled with ancient and exquisite designs, embodying the perfect vision of an idealized ancient world cherished by the people of Hua. However, it would be inaccurate to claim that this is entirely ancient architecture, for the towering pavilions and structures are numerous, and such heights could not be achieved in ancient times. At this moment, Chen Qian began to elaborate. What you are witnessing now is the entirety of the Huagua within our Lingjing world. Indeed, it is not merely a city, but rather the whole of Huagua. The design draws inspiration from the essence of ancient architecture throughout the ages, particularly the elegant pavilions and flowing streams of Jiangnan, while seamlessly integrating modern skyscrapers. We shall ascend once more, Chen Qian remarked, turning his attention to Elder Mu and Chen Quan, assuring them, this is the Lingjing world. We shall encounter no issues, so rest assured. Elder Mu and Chen Quan instinctively nodded, their gazes still fixed below, reluctant to look away. In the next moment, the group's bodies began to rise again, initially at a slow pace. Observing that Elder Mu and Chen Quan exhibited no reaction, Chen Qian hastened their ascent, accelerating rapidly. Let us halt. After a brief moment, Chen Qian commanded internally. The Lingjing world can be regarded as Leah's exclusive realm. In a sense, Leah embodies divinity here. And conversely, Chen Qian is akin to a deity. Therefore, with a mere thought or a whisper to Leah, he can accomplish anything. As their ascent ceased, Elder Mu and the others gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide and mouths covered in sheer disbelief. Below, the Huagua was now visible in its entirety, forming an overall circular landmass, enveloped by an expansive ocean. This ocean, through various robust tributaries, permeated the territory of Huagua, segmenting it into numerous equally sized areas. Chen Qian continued, as you can see, the tributaries of the ocean divided into 34 regions of equal area, corresponding to the 34 provincial-level administrative divisions in our real world. The next tier of tributaries further subdivides each provincial-level division into numerous prefecture-level divisions, and the subsequent tier continues to delineate these prefecture-level divisions into county-level divisions, and so forth. Upon concluding, there was no response from Elder Mu and the others. Chen Qian turned to observe them, discovering they were merely nodding mechanically, clearly overwhelmed by astonishment. Chen Qian smiled gently. How about we descend to take a closer look? Elder Mu and the others brightened at this suggestion. Yes. Let us go down and see. I can hardly wait. Chen Qian snapped his fingers, and in an instant, they materialized on solid ground. In truth, had he not feared startling Elder Mu and Brother Quan, Chen Qian would have preferred to soar directly downwards. Once on land, free from trepidation, Elder Mu and the others began to carefully absorb their surroundings, marveling at their own bodies. Little Chen, this world feels astonishingly real, and my own body feels incredibly authentic. Elder Mu gazed at Chen Qian with fervent eyes. Chen Quan echoed his sentiments. Indeed, this is indistinguishable from the reality we know. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Yang Feng continuously shook his head in disbelief. Chen Qian chuckled, taking Jiang Ruyue's hand. Naturally, if it weren't real, how could you have been so frightened before? Upon mentioning the previous faux pas, both Elder Mu and Chen Quan felt a hint of awkwardness. At this juncture, Yang Feng interjected, let us swiftly embark on an exploration. I can hardly contain my excitement. Certainly, Chen Qian replied with a smile, snapping his fingers. The group once again found themselves levitating, this time hovering merely a few centimeters above the ground. You may now also manipulate your flight through thought. Let us explore. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Mu and the others began to experiment as if they had been bestowed with a delightful new toy, quickly mastering the art of flight. Thus, the group soared gracefully while relishing the sights of this extraordinary realm. Chapter 386, The Old Companions. The exquisite architecture, imbued with the elegance of Chinese aesthetics, presented impeccable details and layout, continuously captivating the hearts and minds of all. After wandering for over an hour, Old Mu was the first to pause, utterly awestruck by the perfection surrounding them. Chen Quan nodded in agreement, remarking on the somewhat desolate atmosphere due to their solitary presence. Fear not. Chen Qian replied with a gentle smile. Once the Lingjing smartwatch is released, it will undoubtedly be bustling with activity. He had considered the idea of introducing virtual entities initially, as the technology posed no significant challenges. However, he ultimately deemed it unnecessary. All right, we have seen enough for now. Let us return. There will be ample opportunities to revisit. Old Mu suggested. By the way, how do we exit? You cannot leave on your own. Allow me to assist you, Chen Qian said, snapping his fingers once more. Old Mu momentarily froze, poised to voice a thought, but by the time he regained his senses, he found himself back in the real world. The instant they returned to reality, everyone felt a slight disorientation, though this sensation was fleeting. Is it not possible for us to return freely from the Lingjing world? Old Mu inquired, turning to Chen Qian. Is the Lingjing world still incomplete? Sensing Old Mu's concern for the Lingjing, Chen Qian shook his head. No. The Lingjing world is fully developed. The inability to return freely to the real world is due to this testing smartwatch. The operational authority within the Lingjing lies with me. Furthermore, for commercial reasons, the retail version of the Lingjing smartwatch will similarly restrict operational access to the bound user alone, allowing only the owner to enter the Lingjing, rather than permitting multiple users as we currently experience. Upon hearing this, Old Mu understood, and a sigh of relief escaped him. As long as the Lingjing world was not incomplete, he felt reassured. The decision to issue virtual currency had been made, and the impact of the Lingjing on the real world, along with various related legislative measures and contingency plans, was prepared and ready. He had long been eager to witness the scenes following the unveiling of the Lingjing. Chen Qian continued, moreover, the retail version of the Lingjing smartwatch will limit the pet communication feature to the owner alone, preventing shared usage as we have done previously. The number of connections to other individuals' minds will also be restricted. After all, without such limitations, the profits for Galaxy technology would diminish drastically, akin to a steep decline. If a single Lingjing smartwatch could be utilized by an entire family, including distant relatives, most individuals would prefer to purchase just one. Although the retail price remains at 9,999 yuan, for the average person, acquiring even one is a considerable expense. Old Mu and the others surmised Chen Qian's intentions. These restrictions were clearly designed to encourage widespread purchases, ensuring that everyone possessed their own device. Chen Quan couldn't help but chuckle. You, my friend, are quite shrewd when it comes to making money. Chen Qian smiled silently and shrugged in response. Mu Lao and others naturally understood Chen Qian's actions. Technically, Galaxy technology is not merely capital, it stands as a pillar of the future national economy. And it has already assumed that role. Military expenditures are primarily supported by Galaxy technology, so it is only reasonable to earn more. In fact, Mu Lao and his companions were eager for him to devise ways to increase profits. Furthermore, money possesses value only when it circulates. At present, Hua country has yet to realize the envisioned dream world. Well, since there are no issues, I shall rest easy, Mu Lao declared as he rose. Today has indeed been an eye-opener for me. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, as a hard battle awaits. The hard battle he referred to was, of course, the impact following the listing of Lingjing and the potential reactions from abroad. Chen Qian also stood up. There is nothing more at hand. If you are busy, Mu Lao, please feel free to depart. Subsequently, Mu Lao and Chen Quan did not linger, hastily leaving Galaxy technology. Chen Qian cast a glance at the indifferent and unresponsive Yang Feng, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed that unless he visited the Weapons Research Institute, this fellow would not leave his side. Ah, the burden of charm can be quite distressing, Chen Qian mused narcissistically. In the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed, welcoming the year 2020. With the arrival of the Spring Festival, the entire nation once again plunged into an annual revelry. Family reunions marked the happiest moments for the populace, prompting individuals to go to great lengths to return home for this grand occasion, despite any inconvenience. The pre-Spring Festival migration wave in Hua country could even be deemed the largest scale of migration in history. It is evident how significant the notion of reunion is to the people of Hua country. However, there are exceptions. For instance, Chen Qian did not return to his hometown before the Spring Festival, nor did he have a reunion. His parents were still traveling the world, while Jiang Ruyue's parents, though not abroad, had been wandering around domestically for the past 2 years, entirely preoccupied with their own pursuits. Moreover, he could not even inquire. Whenever Chen Qian called, his parents would express annoyance at the interruption of their intimate world. Li Qimei even remarked that she felt rejuvenated and had almost forgotten her age. The irony was that with Chen Qian's call, it seemed to remind her of her considerable son, a reminder that she was aging, and her youth was slipping away. This left Li Qimei quite disheartened, as she had just turned 18. Chen Qian found it utterly incomprehensible. How could parents be like this? Whatever happened to those spirited, resilient, open-minded individuals who embraced life's challenges with optimism? Indeed, wealth transforms people. As for Jiang Ruyue's parents, they were somewhat better, but only just. While they did not express disdain towards Jiang Ruyue, they often said, "My dear daughter, You are grown now. Do not be so clingy. Go be clingy with little Chin instead. The in-laws had a point. They too should enjoy life. What is wrong with young people celebrating the new year on their own? Would they truly feel lonely and isolated? Loneliness and solitude can indeed have their own merits, perhaps even leading to the joy of embracing a grandson or granddaughter. This left Chen Qian feeling somewhat awkward, as it was evident that his uncle and aunt had been influenced by his parents. In a bid to express his discontent, Chen Qian once again dialed his parents' number this year, not for any other reason, but to remind them that they still had a son of considerable age. After all, he is no longer a child, dear parents. Ultimately, as Chen Qian had anticipated, Li Qimei found herself in a state of gloom, while Chen Jianhai, upon witnessing his wife's distress, expressed his intention to reprimand that mischievous boy upon their return. Consequently, Chen Qian received some delightful news. After years of globetrotting, his parents had traversed nearly every corner of the world and were finally set to return. Although the exact date remained uncertain, they would undoubtedly be back in 2020, which meant that the upcoming Spring Festival would finally allow for a family reunion. Of course, this was contingent upon his father refraining from giving him a beating. Otherwise, the next Spring Festival might not be as joyous as he had envisioned. Chapter 387, The Hunter and the Prey in the Azure Abode. Chen Qian gazed at the elaborate New Year's feast he and Jiang Ruyue had painstakingly prepared, letting out a deep sigh. It was not that the food lacked flavor, nor was his mood dismal. Rather, it was the presence of Yang Feng, who sat at the table with an air of nonchalance, alongside Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan, that left him feeling a sense of discomfort. My dear Yang, do you not fear your wife's wrath for neglecting to return home for the new year? As for Su and Dan, I understand your intentions to protect me, yet must you intrude upon my intimate moments during such a festive occasion? Yang Feng shot him a glance, asserting, accompanying you home is a matter of duty. My wife is remarkably understanding. She shall comprehend. Even the reticent Su Qingfeng could not refrain from interjecting. Is there truly a lack of a two-person world for you two? Li Xiangdan stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. It seems we have never disrupted your evenings. Chen Qian wore an expression akin to an elderly subway passenger engrossed in a mobile device, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, despite their assertions, it seemed rather peculiar that they happened to arrive just as the New Year's feast concluded. Could it truly be mere coincidence? After toiling all day to prepare this feast, to have it inconspicuously appropriated was intolerable. Yang Feng coughed awkwardly. Well, it indeed appears to be coincidence. We were unaware. You could have called us in advance. We would have gladly assisted. Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions suggesting, we are already shameless. How could you possibly be more so? Jiang Ruyue, witnessing the unfolding scene, was amused to the point of laughter, just as Chen Qian prepared to deliver a retort. He inadvertently dropped his chopsticks, bending down to retrieve them. However, just as he was about to rise, his eyes widened in astonishment. What is it? What sort of expression is that? Jiang Ruyue inquired with a smile. Chen Qian remained silent, rubbing his eyes before swiftly peering beneath the table, then rising again. No. This cannot be right, he murmured, his eyes sparkling as he turned to Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan. When I picked up the chopsticks, I distinctly saw you two secretly holding hands. Why, upon a second glance, did you part ways? Are you two clandestinely dating behind our backs? Jiang Ruyue gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Yang Feng, momentarily taken aback, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, you little Su. You and Xiao Dan are dating and chose to conceal it from us. Did you not proclaim that I am your beloved big brother, your eternal big brother? Is this how you treat your dear brother? At this revelation, Chen Qian was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Had Su Feng truly uttered such words? The group turned their attention to Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan, who appeared lost in a trance, their eyes devoid of focus. Li Xiangdan was taken aback by Chen Qian's sudden revelation, uncertain of how to respond. In contrast, Su Qifeng, initially flustered, was rendered speechless by Yang Feng's words. What is this? You exposed my secret so brazenly? Was it not agreed to be our little secret? In the world of social interactions, one often finds oneself compelled to ingratiate oneself with elders and superiors. Does it not seem rather commonplace? The living room descended into an eerie silence. As Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan's thoughts became muddled, after much effort to untangle their minds, they contemplated simply remaining silent, discreetly glossing over the events unfolding before them. However, Chen Qian and the others spared them no leniency, their piercing gazes fixed upon the pair, seemingly conveying that without an explanation today, this matter could not be resolved. After a protracted internal struggle, Su Qingfeng capitulated. He momentarily disregarded his covert admiration for Yang Feng, lowered his head, took Li Xiangdan's hand, and waved it before the assembly. Well, it is quite normal for a man to marry and a woman to marry. Dating is only natural, right? We are indeed together, That is the situation. Silence lingered, still steeped in an unsettling quiet, as no one responded to Su Qingfeng's declaration. Stunned, he raised his gaze to find that whether it was Qin Qian, Jiang Ruyu, or Yang Feng, their eyes sparkled with mirth, finally unable to contain themselves. Laughter erupted from them. Ha ha. Sugu is simply remarkable, sneaking around as if he's committing theft while dating. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. These two have finally woken up. It was no easy feat. Ha ha. So difficult, so arduous. Dan Jie has finally captured Sugu. Su Qifeng was left bewildered. This was not how it was supposed to be. Shouldn't there be some teasing upon discovery? Back in high school, anyone caught dating would be mercilessly teased by their peers. Why did it seem now like everyone was simply happy? There was no hint of mockery whatsoever. It was precisely this fear of being teased that had prompted Su Qingfeng to seek Li Xiangdan's opinion, wishing to delay their announcement. Yet in the next moment, he turned to Jiang Ruyu, baffled. What do you mean she captured me? Clearly, it was I who won her over. A man may remain indifferent to many things, but when it comes to the dynamics of attraction, certain nuances must be meticulously examined and clarified. Oh, is that so? Jiang Ruyu smiled at Li Xiangdan. Su Qingfeng instinctively glanced at Li Xiangdan, who smiled slightly, took a sip from her drink, and remarked nonchalantly, an exceptional hunter often appears in the guise of prey. Heaven knows the length she had gone to strategize for this dense fellow. It was truly remarkable. Su Qingfeng's mind exploded with realization. An exceptional hunter often appears as prey? Suddenly, he recalled various moments spent with Li Xiangdan, realizing that everything had hinted at something amiss. Oh no, I have been ensnared. A man of such unparalleled prowess has been outmaneuvered. As Qin Qian and the others witnessed Su Qingfeng's mouth agape, his expression one of disbelief. Their laughter grew ever more boisterous. Su Qingfeng's face flushed deeper shades of crimson, a vivid tapestry of embarrassment. After a moment, Qin Qian took a deep breath, lifted the drink from the table, and offered Su Gu a way out. Come, on this festive occasion, let us raise our glasses. Everyone raised their cups in unison. And Su Qifeng was particularly swift in doing so. Yet, before he could relax, Qin Qian's voice rang out once more. Let us extend our blessings to Su Gu and Dan Jie, wishing them an early arrival of a precious child. He paused, then added with a chuckle, oh dear. It seems they are not yet married. With that, he continued, in that case, on this joyous New Year's Eve, do be sure to stay safe tonight. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Ruyu and Yang Feng erupted in laughter, the latter nearly brought to tears by the hilarity. This was one of the reasons he cherished his time with Qin Qian. Every day was filled with laughter and merriment, making him feel rejuvenated. Su Qingfeng felt deflated. He had not escaped this round of teasing. Chapter 388. The founding of the Republic by Ping Darren. A festive reunion dinner concluded amidst the jovial banter of Qin Qian and his companions. After the meal, Yang Feng and others joined Qin Qian and Jiang Ruyu in watching the Spring Festival Gala, thus ushering in the new year. Qin Qian, with an eagerness that bordered on shamelessness, sought a red envelope from Yang Feng. To his astonishment, Yang Feng had already prepared one, presenting it with remarkable decisiveness. Qin Qian had anticipated that Yang would continue his usual antics of feigned ignorance, but once again, he was mistaken. Upon opening the envelope, he found a mere 5 yuan inside. The paltry amount elicited a mix of laughter and tears from him, confirming that Yang Feng remained true to form. My dear brother. Yang Feng patted Qin Qian on the shoulder. A red envelope is merely a token for good fortune. The amount is inconsequential. Besides, my finances are managed by your sister-in-law. If she has allocated any for me, I, too, am out of funds. Qin Qian, with a wry smile, pointed to the red envelope in Jiang Ruyue's hand. Then why does she have 100? Yang Feng chuckled. Do not dwell on trivial details. I shall assist Xiao Su and Xiao Dan with the cleanup. You should take a moment to rest. Watching Yang Feng retreat in haste, Qin Qian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Do you truly want that 100? I would gladly give it to you. Jiang Ruyue approached with a smile, though the glint in her eyes betrayed her true intentions. Feeling utterly wronged, Qin Qian lamented. Do you think I care about that 100? You simply do not understand me. Jiang Ruyue burst into laughter, and the 3 heads peering from the kitchen doorway joined in the merriment. You truly do not understand me. How utterly unfair. The following day, as the nation basked in the euphoria of celebration, a piece of news surged to the forefront of trending topics. Ping Darin led the Peng family army in eradicating the entire armed faction in the northern region, declaring himself the king of the north and announcing the independence of the north, thus establishing the Republic of Rinbei. Vocal. Is old Ping truly this formidable? How long has it been since he managed to conquer the north? And he declared independence? The Republic of Rinbei? Are they adopting socialism like us? My goodness. Is he really that powerful? Moreover, old Peng proclaimed that Rinbei would serve as a permanent homeland for all overseas Chinese compatriots. This maneuver is quite perplexing. Can someone provide an analysis? Analysis? How can you not comprehend this? They are practically groveling at our feet. What do you mean groveling? This is more akin to sucking up. Why do I feel a strange sense of satisfaction? Hehehe. Have you seen old Peng's latest interview? The official language of the Republic of Rinbei is Mandarin, which gets me so excited. Indeed. Moreover, they unilaterally announced a special permanent visa exemption for us, allowing us to stay as long as we wish without the need for a passport, just an ID card. And that's not all. They also stated their intention to fully integrate with our market, adopting the Huayuan as the sole official currency. Goods from our country can freely enter Rinbei, with no local protective regulations on taxes. I am completely astounded. Does old Peng comprehend the implications of this? It seems we are at liberty to demand whatever we desire. Come on, Kong, swallow me whole, my dear. However, I find myself perplexed. How is old Peng? With a mere turn of fate, transformed into the leader of the Rinbei nation? How can I be so incredulous? I too am astounded. The Rinbei nation now appears remarkably akin to our extraterritorial domain. My goodness, brother upstairs, your assertion rings true. What is so astonishing? Regardless, let us investigate and ascertain the truth, for one can simply go there with an identification card. But, my friend, the place was formerly known as Rinbei. Do you truly dare to venture there? Did we not hear that the previous batch of criminals has yet to be apprehended? That seems valid. Perhaps we should delay our visit? If it is merely for leisure, I would advise against it. But if it pertains to business, should old Peng's series of policies prove genuine, I believe a multitude of domestic enterprises will flock there. Wait, did we not receive rumors that the god of wealth forbids domestic enterprises from relocating any industrial chains? Word has it that even low-end industrial chains are off limits. Is relocating an industrial chain truly comparable to the previous exploitation? That also seems plausible. The establishment of the Rinbei Republic has stirred a considerable commotion, rendering it a topic of universal awareness within Huagua and astonishing the entire international community. Whether among established powers or second and third world nations, all eyes have turned toward this development. Their astonishment does not stem from the insignificant territory of Rinbei, which hardly warrants such attention due to its geographical position. Rather, it is the rarity of proclaiming independence and nationhood in this era that captivates their interest. However, founding a nation is not a simple endeavor. It is not merely about conquering territory, but involves myriad complexities. The most straightforward aspect is the necessity for someone to recognize your sovereignty and acknowledge you as a nation, is it not? Without a single acknowledgement or willingness to establish diplomatic relations, the situation becomes rather intriguing. Even more compelling is that upon declaring its nationhood, Rinbei immediately announced a plethora of policies, many of which relate to Huagua. This has prompted numerous nations to ponder the underlying implications. While they may choose to overlook Rinbei, they dare not disregard Huagua. Any matter connected to Huagua, no matter how trivial, warrants their contemplation. Consequently, a flurry of activity ensued within various nations, with meetings of the United Nations General Assembly and the Security Council being hastily convened, while behind the scenes, nations engaged in a flurry of phone calls. In the serene residence of Tianqingzhu, Chen Qian sat upon the sofa in the living room, contemplating the situation regarding the establishment of the Rinbei nation. Initially, he was somewhat astonished, as his earlier conditions could be seen as compelling Peng Darin to acknowledge him as a superior. Moreover, human nature is unpredictable after his departure. One cannot guarantee whether Peng Darin, now flourishing, harbors ulterior motives or intentions. One can only assert that he has some confidence that Peng Darin will adhere to the path he has designed, though certainty remains elusive. However, it is evident now that Peng Darin is indeed a wise individual, capable of both seizing opportunities and letting them go, much to Chen Qian's satisfaction. From this point forward, what status do the Huagua people hold in Rinbeiguo? To put it plainly, they are akin to esteemed citizens, although few dare to articulate this notion, and even fewer recognize it. As time unfolds, the common folk will undoubtedly feel its weight. What are they pondering with such mischievous smiles? Is it a matter concerning Rinbeiguo? Jiang Ruyue approached with 2 cups of coffee and settled beside him. Chen Qian nodded with a smile, remarking that while nations around the globe are stirring, it is unlikely that anyone could fathom that the affairs of Renbeiguo stemmed merely from a whimsical impulse of his own. Jiang Ruyue chuckled in response, teasing him. Look at you, so capable. Chen Qian raised an eyebrow. What, is that not the case? Did I misspeak? No, you're absolutely right. You're the best. She replied. Now, that is more like it. Chen Qian grinned, lifting his coffee cup to take a sip, savoring its delightful sweetness. Chapter 389, Trial Operation of Commercially Controllable Nuclear Fusion. As 2 consecutive days passed, the affairs of Renbei Nation remained the most fervent topic of discussion, particularly among the citizens of Huagua. The influence of Peng Darren was undeniably substantial, eliciting an overwhelming response. Even more astonishing was the rapid succession of events. Just a day after Renbei Nation's declaration of independence, Huagua's officials publicly acknowledged its autonomy, expressing a willingness to be the first to establish diplomatic relations. This revelation sent shockwaves across the globe. Many nations found themselves perplexed. Was Huagua not typically known for its cautious approach? Why such an immediate and unequivocal endorsement of Renbei Nation? Countless conspiracy theories emerged in discussions at international conferences. However, Chen Qian remained unfazed. He had faith in the nation's decision-making, especially considering the bold proclamation of Come Eat Me, Kong Mang Bei Bai. Who would be foolish enough to ignore such a call? At this moment, Chen Qian sat comfortably in his office, sipping coffee with a look of contentment. The door swung open, and Yang Feng entered. Brother, what brings you here in such haste? Chen Qian inquired, bemused, as Yang Feng had been persistently pestering him of late. Was it a surprise that he now wished to see him promptly? With a nonchalant glance, Chen Qian gestured to the sofa before him. Take a seat. I asked you to come quickly because I have something for you. Something for me? Yang Feng approached the sofa, his curiosity piqued. Just as he settled down, he noticed Chen Qian retrieving a USB drive from his pocket and casually tossing it onto the coffee table. What is this? Yang Feng asked, examining the drive. Chen Qian replied calmly, an ion thruster. Oh, an ion thruster. Yang Feng appeared indifferent at first, but as the words registered, his eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, you actually made it? Chen Qian smiled and nodded. Yang Feng's grip on the USB drive tightened, his tone turning stern. You're treating something so precious so carelessly. What if it gets damaged? You should be more cautious. Finding Yang Feng's reaction amusing, Chen Qian shrugged nonchalantly. If it breaks, I'll just create another one. It's merely a theoretical plan and design. The details are all in my mind. Yang Feng considered retorting, but soon realized the truth in Chen Qian's words. He shot Chen Qian a glare, opting not to pursue the topic further. Fine. I'll head back to the Firepower Research Institute now. As he stood to leave, Chen Qian called after him. Make sure to expedite the process. I know. Yang Feng waved dismissively, not looking back. Such a hothead, Chen Qian mused to himself before continuing. By the way, I'll be going to the Nuclear Research Institute shortly. The controllable nuclear fusion is set for another trial operation. At this, Yang Feng paused, conflicted. He too was eager to witness the trial operation of controllable nuclear fusion. However, glancing at the USB drive in his hand, he felt uneasy about entrusting it to anyone else for transport. After a moment's thought, he decided, I'll make a quick trip and return promptly. You can go ahead, and we'll meet later. Chen Qian nodded in agreement. All right, you go ahead. Without further hesitation, Yang Feng swiftly exited the office. Chen Qian did not linger any longer. He made a phone call to Jiang Ruyue and then rose to tidy his attire in front of the mirror. Being a domineering CEO is no easy feat. He mused as he gazed at his reflection. Regardless of the cold, he must always be impeccably dressed in a suit, perhaps adding a coat. But one could hardly argue about the chill. In truth, he did not mind much. It was simply that Jiang Ruyue preferred him this way. Indeed, no woman can resist the allure of a domineering CEO. Perhaps he should take the opportunity to design a few sets of undergarments made from tactical fluid materials. As Chen Qian contemplated this, Jiang Ruyue entered the room. Let us go to Old Lin's place. After more than 2 hours, Chen Qian and Jiang Ruyue arrived at the Kyoto Nuclear Research Institute. Upon returning, Chen Qian distinctly felt a change. The researchers greeted him with more enthusiasm, each pair of eyes sparkling with excitement. They seemed to be on the brink of something significant, brimming with anticipation and eagerness. Soon, Chen Qian found Old Lin near the reactor. You've arrived so soon, Xiao Chen. The trial run isn't until the afternoon. Lin Yongliang exclaimed joyfully. You didn't even let me know in advance. I didn't come out to greet you. Chen Qian waved his hand with a smile. Oh, we don't need such formalities between us. How's the progress? Beside them, Lu Qiming nervously chuckled. We are currently conducting the final checks. Success or failure hinges on a day. Rest assured, it will be fine, Chen Qian reassured him. Then I shall count on your good words, ha ha ha. Chen Qian remained noncommittal. The plans generated by the system could hardly falter, especially since he had already begun simulating the miniaturization of controllable nuclear fusion. Subsequently, Chen Qian chose not to intrude upon old Lin and the others, quietly standing by as he observed their work arrangements and the progress of their checks. By noon, everyone's thoughts were consumed by the upcoming trial run, so they hastily grabbed a bite to eat in the cafeteria. Chen Qian did not follow them around. Instead, he and Jiang Ryue took a seat in old Lin's office to wait. At 2 o'clock, the office door swung open. Xiao Chun, the equipment inspection is complete. The trial run is about to commence. Chen Qian's eyes lit up as he quickly made his way with Jiang Ryue to the scene. Xiao Chun is here. Lin Yongliang greeted him with a smile. Let us head to the monitoring room. The group hurried towards the monitoring room. The monitoring room was spacious, with rows of seats capable of accommodating hundreds, while various data monitoring screens adorned the front wall, complemented by a control console below. Lin Yongliang and Lu Qiming led Chen Qian to the forefront, where they stood, while others settled into their seats in silence. All eyes fixated on the array of screens before them. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yongliang wasted no time and directly activated the microphone. Are all departments ready? The reports from various departments followed in quick succession. Ready, old Lin. Ready. All set. A flicker of excitement flashed in Lin Yongliang's eyes as he instinctively glanced at Chen Qian beside him. Chen Qian remained silent, merely offering a nod with a smile. The controlled nuclear fusion reactor was poised for its trial run. The countdown had commenced as he spoke. Lin Yongliang lifted a nearby metallic cover, revealing a red circular button. 3, 2, 1, begin. With a click, the button was pressed, and a faint rumble of machinery filled the air as various data monitoring screens illuminated, displaying a cascade of numbers that danced incessantly. Everyone instinctively held their breath, the tension palpable. Lin Yongliang and Lu Qiming widened their eyes, fixated on the myriad of data, fearful of missing any detail. Even Jiang Ryue clenched her fists in silence, while Chen Qian remained entirely unfazed, radiating an air of utter ease. Chapter 390. Success. The temperature steadily ascends. Gravitational constraints are activated. Particle delivery in progress. The atomic nucleus collision is about to commence. Lin Yongliang murmured to himself, his voice taut with anticipation. Finally, he abruptly lifted his head. The nuclear fusion process has officially commenced. Lin Yongliang swiftly turned his gaze to another display screen, yet before he could properly assess it, the excited voice of Lu Qiming reached him. No anomalies detected on the inner wall. No anomalies. A wave of relief washed over the crowd below, though they remained composed. After all, they had previously sustained the operation for approximately an hour without issues. The current operating time was still too brief to draw any definitive conclusions. As seconds turned into minutes, everyone remained fixated on the display screen, scarcely daring to breathe. An hour quietly passed. Lu Qiming suddenly stomped his foot, his voice tinged with sharp excitement. 1 hour. The inner wall remains anomaly-free. Gasps and murmurs of astonishment erupted from below. The crowd instinctively yearned to cheer, for they had surpassed their previous achievements. Regardless of the outcome that lay ahead, each step was a testament to history. Yet they stifled their exuberance, fearful that their commotion might disrupt the reactor's operation. At this moment, Lin Yongliang's face was flushed with suppressed excitement. He too wished to celebrate, but he managed to retain a modicum of rationality. He understood that the objective this time was not merely to exceed 1 hour of operational time, it was to achieve success. Success. And although the inner wall showed no signs of anomalies, they could not afford to become complacent. In an environment of extreme temperature and pressure, the accuracy of detection equipment was not entirely reliable. All would be revealed only upon complete conclusion. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Time flew by, and not a single person left the monitoring room, not even to visit the restroom. The exhilaration of surpassing the 1 hour mark had transformed into a collective focus, and a singular thought resonated in the hearts of all. Completion. Total completion. Controlled nuclear fusion must be fully realized today. While Lin Lao and Lu Lao had previously indicated that this trial run likely signified the complete achievement of controlled nuclear fusion, many harbored doubts. Their skepticism was not directed at Lin Lao or Lu Lao, nor at Chen Qian's previous proposals. Rather, they deliberately tempered their expectations, fearful of disappointment. Yet now, no one felt the need to suppress their hopes any longer. They yearned to witness history and fervently wished to accomplish this monumental feat. Suddenly, a sigh broke the silence of the monitoring room, resonating with unusual clarity. Lin Yongliang felt a pang of anxiety and swiftly turned to Qin Qian. "What's wrong? Xiaochen? Did you notice any issues?" "Huh?" Qin Qian responded, somewhat taken aback. "Issues? What issues? There are none. Didn't you just express concern? Why else would you sigh?" Qin Qian felt a bit awkward, explaining that his sigh was merely a result of standing for so long. He was simply fatigued. "After standing for an extended period, I found myself somewhat fatigued. It was not my intention to convey anything else. Nor did I perceive any issues with the operation. Please do not overthink it." Lin Yongyang exhaled deeply, as Qin Qian's recent reaction had startled him. That's good. That's good, as long as there are no problems. There are still seats available. You should sit down and rest, and Xiao Jiang should join you as well." Qin Qian did not decline, hastily leading Jiang Riyue to the back, where they found a spot to sit. It was not that he didn't wish to sit closer, but the seats in the front were already occupied. Asking others to vacate a seat, observing the earnest, sincere, and even somewhat reverent expressions on their faces, he decided against it. The scene before them might become a precious memory for a lifetime. The monitoring room fell silent once again. Finally, at 10:30 in the evening, Lu Qiming announced the temporary conclusion of the 9-hour test run. He then suppressed his excitement and instructed several researchers to conduct inspections, anxiously awaiting further developments. Time passed, and eventually, a few researchers rushed back to the monitoring room, bursting through the door. "Lin Lao," one of the researchers exclaimed, clutching a document, his arm trembling uncontrollably. Before he could say more, Lin Lao swiftly dashed out, seizing the document from the researcher to peruse its contents. Lu Qiming, not to be outdone, joined him to examine it closely. The others grew increasingly restless, anxiously awaiting news. Qin Qian felt puzzled. Did no one notice the researcher's expression, which seemed to stretch from ear to ear? Wasn't it evident that they had succeeded? Such fools. After a moment, having thoroughly reviewed all the data, Lin Yongyang and Lu Qiming erupted into jubilant laughter. "Ha ha, we did it. We have succeeded. Ha ha ha. History. This marks a monumental leap in human history. Ha ha ha." Everyone was taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief and mounting exhilaration. "Is it true? Have we truly achieved controlled nuclear fusion?" Someone exclaimed, unable to contain their excitement. Lin Yongliang, smiling, waved the document in his hand before passing it along. "The inner wall shows no signs of damage whatsoever. It can operate continuously. We have truly succeeded." In an instant, cheers filled the air, and everyone began to leap joyfully. "Wonderful! We have succeeded. We did it. Controlled nuclear fusion. This is commercial controlled nuclear fusion. Ha 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 ha, energy, boundless energy. Incredible." Qin Qian suddenly felt a jolt, glancing at the younger researcher shouting with enthusiasm. They had gone mad. Everyone had lost their senses. Turning, he noticed Jiang Riyue's face flushed with excitement. He sighed and wrapped his arm around her waist. "Don't hold back. If you suppress it too long, it'll be worse. Let it out." Just as Jiang Riyue was about to shout in excitement, she suddenly sensed something amiss. She shot a playful glare at Qin Qian and retorted, "Humph, I can't be bothered with you now. I'll deal with you tonight." Suddenly, she lost all restraint and joined the crowd in jubilant cheers. After a considerable time, their voices hoarse from shouting, the atmosphere quieted somewhat. Yet the scene remained somewhat chaotic as everyone animatedly engaged in discussions. Qin and Lin Yongyang squeezed through the crowd and approached, embracing Qin Qian, who was still seated. Thank you. If it weren't for you, our controllable nuclear fusion project would still be languishing in uncertainty," said Lu Qiming, who quickly joined them in the embrace. "Qin, we owe this all to you. You are nothing short of a genius." Qin Qian found himself momentarily stunned, still seated, yet being enveloped in affection once more. Wait. Why say once more? He strained to glimpse the protruding rears of Lin and Lu, puzzled. Why does this posture seem so familiar? Is that not Brother Yang? But speaking of Yang, why has he yet to arrive? Chapter 391, The Peril of Lao Mi having freed himself from the embrace of Lin Yongyang and Lu Qiming. Qin Qian maneuvered through the crowd to the hallway outside the monitoring room and dialed Yang Feng. "Brother Yang, why haven't you arrived yet?" To his surprise, Yang Feng had suddenly ceased his persistent inquiries, leaving Qin Qian feeling somewhat unaccustomed. On the other end, Yang Feng activated the holographic projection, revealing his usually dark complexion, now somewhat pale. There has been a slight mishap." "A mishap? A sudden unease gripped Qin Qian's heart. Could it be that Brother Yang was attacked by foreign forces infiltrating the country? Was it for the ion thruster? But that seemed implausible. Only a select few were privy to information about the ion thruster, and Liao was exceptionally vigilant regarding domestic surveillance. The spies and traitors had all been dealt with, rendering the country quite secure. Unaware of Qin Qian's anxious thoughts, Yang Feng shifted the camera to display his surroundings: pristine white walls, warm yellow lighting, and a spacious, single hospital bed. He was indeed in a hospital. Qin Qian was taken aback. "You're in the hospital?" Yang Feng scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, I just returned the items when I suddenly felt intense abdominal pain. A checkup revealed it was acute appendicitis. I have to be hospitalized for surgery." "Acute appendicitis? So that's what happened." Qin Qian felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I thought something terrible had happened to you, but you're in such good health. How did you end up with appendicitis?" Yang Feng shook his head. "I have no idea. Could it be that I've been eating too well lately?" Feigning seriousness, Qin Qian replied, "You've been devouring so many chicken feet every day. Perhaps it's karma." Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback. What did this kid mean by karma? Is eating chicken feet now considered a crime? Moreover, he was about to undergo surgery, and this fellow seemed utterly unconcerned for his well-being. What use was this younger brother? Unaware of Yang Feng's inner grievances, Qin Qian narrowed his eyes, smiling slyly. "Brother Yang, who would have thought you'd find yourself in such a predicament? That little thing is about to be removed." Yang Feng was momentarily stunned, his mind struggling to process the implication. Little thing? What little thing? Instinctively glancing down, he soon realized what Qin Qian was alluding to. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Qin Qian had already ended the call. Damn, this kid has no sense of decorum. Of course, Qin Qian was well-mannered. After all, he had joined the young pioneers in the first grade of elementary school, proudly becoming a member. How could he possibly lack etiquette? Returning to the monitoring room, the atmosphere remained charged with excitement. Upon seeing Qin Qian, Lin Yongyang hurried over. "Xiaochen, come, let us head to the cafeteria to celebrate." "No drinking, right?" Qin Qian replied, still somewhat apprehensive. Lu Qiming chuckled heartily nearby. "No drinking. We still have to continue the trial run later. Drinking would hinder our work." Relieved to hear there would be no drinking, Qin Qian readily agreed, and the group joyfully made their way to the cafeteria. Upon arrival, an array of exquisite dishes was being meticulously arranged on the tables, evidently prepared in advance by Lin Yongyang. "I had a feeling this trial run would succeed, so I arranged this celebratory feast." Lin Yongyang spoke, inviting everyone to take their seats. After a grueling 9-hour trial run, they were all quite famished, promptly settling down. Lin Yongyang and Lu Qiming exchanged no pleasantries, merely initiating the meal, and soon others joined in, indulging heartily. After a little over half an hour, having eaten to about 70% fullness, they gradually slowed their pace. Qin Qian seized this opportunity to bid farewell to Lin Yongyang and Lu Qiming. "Elder Lin, Elder Lu, once this meal concludes, I shall not linger here any longer. With controlled nuclear fusion now accomplished, my presence holds little significance." Lin Yongyang paused, taken aback. "You are leaving already? There will be a lengthy trial run later. Won't you stay a bit longer to observe?" The success of the 9-hour trial run indicated that controlled nuclear fusion was essentially complete. Yet prolonged testing was still necessary to ascertain the reactor's stability. Qin Qian shook his head. "No. The success of the 9-hour trial run means that the probability of encountering issues is akin to winning the lottery. I shall not remain to witness it further. Moreover, should any problems arise, you can call upon me directly. Returning once more would yield the same outcome." Observing his resolve, Lin Yongyang refrained from further persuasion, instead expressing gratitude alongside Lu Qiming. Qin Qian, feeling a bit embarrassed, hurriedly finished his meal and swiftly departed the research institute with Jiang Ruyue. In Washington, D.C., within the expansive semicircular conference room filled to capacity, a high-level meeting was underway. Given the current economic landscape, the overissuance of currency had exacerbated wealth disparity and inflationary challenges. The presenter spoke eloquently, yet the discourse revolved around well-trodden issues. Aware of this, he swiftly transitioned to new topics. Numerous domestic technology enterprises, especially under the scrutiny of Huawei and Galaxy technology, found themselves in dire straits, teetering on the brink of survival. Fortunately, Galaxy technology and other Huawei enterprises were temporarily barred from accessing international markets, allowing domestic companies such as Fruit Corp and Telly's to barely sustain themselves. However, the more pressing concern lay in the fragility of these domestic enterprises, a fact widely acknowledged. Given the formidable presence of Huawei enterprises, Public confidence in domestic companies had waned significantly, a sentiment starkly reflected in the stock market. Just Fruit Corp alone had seen its market value evaporate by a staggering 18 trillion. 18 trillion. The prominent officials present gasped in astonishment, taken aback by the enormity of the losses. While they were aware of the substantial setbacks faced by domestic enterprises, they had not anticipated such catastrophic figures. Far worse than mere halving. Seeing this, Turnup sighed inwardly, gesturing for the presenter to conclude. Then cleared his throat to address the assembly. The economic issue is but one facet of today's meeting. There is another matter that I believe all are aware of, the Republic of Renbei. The establishment of the Republic of Renbei took many by surprise. Yet the subsequent policies and Huawei's stance have sparked considerable discussion. What are your thoughts on this? An elderly man with golden hair and blue eyes let out a disdainful snort, remarking, "It is merely a speck of land, hardly worthy of our excessive attention." Indeed, a region characterized by underdevelopment and limited territory holds little significance, whether in terms of value or geopolitical strategy. However, one cannot dismiss the fact that Renbei shares a border with India, which could potentially aid China in establishing a counterbalance, particularly given India's unfavorable stance towards China. The Indian nation has been perpetuating animosity towards China to divert attention from its internal caste system conflicts and the public's grievances over impoverished living conditions. I hold a differing opinion. Although Renbei has proclaimed its nationhood, it has undoubtedly antagonized the former government. The discord between Mr. Ping and Dan Ruin remains unresolved, and there is little capacity to assist China in restraining India. Chapter 392. The press conference commences as the discussion among the attendees continued. Turnup rapped his knuckles on the table, interrupting the discourse. What perplexes me even more is why the Renbei nation would implement such a series of policy measures, and why the Huawei would be so eager to announce diplomatic relations with them at the earliest opportunity. The actions of this colossal dragon are typically far-sighted. What could be its underlying motive? A silence enveloped the room until, after a moment, someone began to report. According to our investigations, the security firm Fingmong seems to have misplaced a considerable amount of weaponry. It was due to this that Lord Ping was able to seize these arms and decisively neutralize other armed factions, achieving the current state of affairs. However, as astute individuals, we should recognize that this so-called loss is merely a superficial excuse. Thus, Lord Ping's decision to align himself with the dragon becomes rather comprehensible. Yet beyond this, we remain in the dark. Turnup appeared distinctly displeased with this response. After all this time spent on investigation, you now tell me that you are unaware? What have you been doing? The individual who spoke turned pale at the rebuke. It is not that we lack the desire to investigate, but rather that Huawei is currently impenetrable. All of our intelligence operatives have been apprehended, and none have been returned. The newly dispatched personnel have also been captured at the first opportunity, and even attempts to establish clandestine communication with their internal members have been swiftly uncovered. It is simply impossible to conduct an investigation. Turnup sighed inwardly, feeling an inexplicable sense of despair regarding the current state of the Mei nation. It seemed akin to a water balloon riddled with holes, unable to be contained. He found himself at a loss for a solution. The rise of the dragon and the shifting economic landscape within the country were driving Mei towards madness. To date, countless capitalists had exerted pressure on him, attempting to incite war against the dragon in hopes of eliminating this formidable adversary while simultaneously diverting domestic conflicts through warfare, reminiscent of the rampant plundering of years past. Yet he had steadfastly refused to acquiesce, managing to maintain a day of tranquility. Indeed, the Huawei of today was no longer the Huawei of years gone by. This dragon had fully awakened. Should the dragon roar and descend, none could fathom the extent of its power. Was war truly inevitable? Turnup pondered. But he quickly dismissed the notion. There was no need for them to directly engage with the dragon. Time passed swiftly, and soon 3 days had elapsed. On February 14th, Valentine's Day, it was also the day of the product launch hosted by Galaxy Technology, held once more at the Water Cube in Kyoto, which had nearly become the company's exclusive venue. The choice of this date bore no particular significance, merely coinciding with a holiday, which prompted Shen Qian to decide on this occasion for the launch. It also provided him the opportunity to say to Jiang Ruyue, "Look how romantic I am." A twofold advantage indeed. In the afternoon, with an hour remaining until the 3 o'clock press conference, countless citizens, clutching their smartphones, eagerly awaited the event's commencement. Oh my goodness. It's about to begin. I am filled with excitement and anticipation. To the person above, are you truly typing on your phone right now and not engaged in some other activity? Miss, is that you? Come on. What else with this atmosphere? Shouldn't we be discussing what products Galaxy Technology is about to unveil? We are also eager to know, but without the words of the divine wealth. How are we to find out? Furthermore, the discussions have become so exhaustive that I am utterly fatigued by them. It seems to be the case. Regardless of what is released, I simply wish to inquire whether the holographic watch can enhance my productivity. Goodness, how I desire one. Enough already. I am on the verge of tears. I know someone who paid an additional 100,000 just to acquire one from another, constantly flaunting it before us. It's utterly infuriating. I truly wonder what the divine wealth is thinking. Refusing to increase production is maddening. Perhaps the divine wealth deems the profit from selling watches too trivial? Thus, it is of no concern? This you might be onto something. It does align with the divine wealth's style. Stop, stop, stop. No more talk. The press conference has commenced. Inside the water cube, the lighting at the venue suddenly dimmed slightly. Unlike previous conferences, this one did not feature a large display screen. As the audience was left in confusion, a massive image appeared out of thin air, beginning with an introduction to the development history of Galaxy Technology. The photograph taken at the milk tea shop resurfaced, provoking waves of cheers. Goodness, the divine wealth is simply too charming. No matter how many times I see it, I remain enchanted. What is the matter with you upstairs? Vocal. This is truly dazzling. Without a large screen, they are using holographic devices for the press conference. I am moved to tears. I long for a holographic watch. Is the person above a beauty? I possess a holographic watch. Would you care to come to my home tonight for a closer look? It's clearer under the covers. Sure, although mine is larger than yours. I assure you I am genuinely a girl. At the press conference, as the short film concluded, the impeccably dressed Chen Qian smiled and walked onto the stage amidst the lighting. Hello everyone, I am Chen Qian, and I welcome you to the new product launch of Galaxy Technology. Boom. With this simple statement, the entire venue erupted. The attendees stood, waving their arms in cheer. Incredible! Galaxy Technology is extraordinary. I adore the divine wealth. The divine wealth is so handsome. Holographic watch, enhance my productivity, you rascal. The sudden exclamation of rascal stood out amidst the fervent applause, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Chen Qian smiled helplessly. Enough with the insults. Since the release of the holographic watch, it has been a year, and you are still berating me. I am close to tears. Rest assured, once the conference concludes, I guarantee that each of you will be able to purchase a holographic watch in the shortest time possible. Upon hearing this, everyone was astounded. Oh my goodness. They are truly going to increase production. My heavens. Joyous news for all. Ha ha ha. Had I known that scolding the god of wealth in person would be so effective, I would have rushed to Galaxy Technology long ago. Rushed to Galaxy Technology? Surely you jest. One would be battered to a pulp. At that moment, someone in the crowd could not contain their curiosity and shouted, "Is it true? Will there really be an increase in production?" Chen Qian turned to look, chuckling as he nodded. Of course. Otherwise I fear I might encounter you all on the streets and end up on the receiving end of a thorough beating. Another wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. As the laughter subsided, Chen Qian finally resumed. All right, enough of the trivialities. Let us delve into the main topic. I believe everyone is quite eager to learn about the product we are about to unveil. Below the stage, the audience could hardly contain their excitement, nodding vigorously like a surging tide. Chapter 393. Is this a serious launch event? Chen Qian spread his hands. You might be disappointed. With a snap of his fingers, a colossal projection of the spirit realm watch appeared overhead, slowly rotating for all to see clearly. Is that a holographic watch? Could it be that Galaxy Technology is unveiling the second-generation holographic watch? Yet, the design seems rather lazy, identical to the previous version. Perhaps it should be called Starlight 3. This is not the crux. What matters is that after such anticipation, it turns out to be merely a new generation of holographic watch. The audience watching the live stream buzzed with chatter, and those present at the event whispered among themselves. Observing the surprised expressions of the crowd, Chen Qian was unfazed. Merely smiling slightly, it seems that everyone is a bit dissatisfied with our new product launch. However, I believe that after my introduction, perspectives will shift. I wonder if everyone remembers the human pet communication feature we previously announced? The mention of this feature piqued everyone's interest. Who could forget the discussions surrounding it? I see now. The new generation holographic watch from Galaxy Technology is not the focal point. Rather, the emphasis lies in its features. There must be unimaginable innovations within. It makes sense. If the human pet communication function is the selling point, it indeed heralds a new era. Yet, it feels somewhat incredulous, Communicating between humans and animals seems far-fetched. Noticing the audience's reactions, Chun Qian continued, "It seems I need not elaborate further. Everyone is well aware of the human-pet communication feature. Indeed, it enables genuine communication between humans and animals, not merely one of those misleading cat and dog language translators available on the market. I shall refrain from delving into the technicalities, as I know they may not pique your interest. Instead, let us proceed with the demonstration." No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Chun stepped onto the stage, cradling a plump orange cat, which she handed over to Chun Qian. Indeed, it was the same hefty feline, a veteran performer, affectionately named Fatty, cared for by Jiang Chun and Lin Zixin together. Both the live audience and those watching the broadcast were captivated by the sight of an actual cat being brought onto the stage. Chun Qian gently placed Fatty on the ground beside him and gestured towards the watch on his left wrist. After modifications, his quantum computing watch had undergone another upgrade. However, the exterior remained indistinguishable, rendering its public display inconsequential. Then, Chun Qian pointed his right hand towards the air in front of him, as if there were an invisible screens, leaving the audience puzzled. But in the next moment, all eyes widened in astonishment. With a smile, Chun Qian called out, "Fatty, come jump into my arms. If you're not good, there will be no little fish treats for you tonight." Fatty paused, meowed twice, and then promptly leaped into Chun Qian's embrace. Meanwhile, a comical voice emanated from the speaker. "Dried fish. I love dried fish. Goodness, was that chubby cat actually speaking? Is this for real? Why am I so skeptical? Hiss. Is this a prearranged sound or a genuine expression from the little feline?" Chun Qian disregarded the crowd's bewilderment, mercilessly petting the rotund cat a couple of times before continuing, "Fatty, let us make a deal. Stand up and dance for everyone. And I'll give you some dried fish right now. How does that sound?" Fatty meowed a couple of times. "Dancing is so tiring. Come on. Just one dance, and I'll add a cat stick." "All right, but I want to eat first." "Oh, this little creature has demands too?" Chun Qian smiled slightly, waved his hand, and Jiang Chun promptly brought over the dried fish and cat stick. Unpacking the treats, Chun Qian began feeding Fatty directly. The cat was overjoyed, finishing every morsel within a minute. "Now can you dance?" Chun Qian inquired. "All right, I'll dance." With that, Fatty leapt from Chun Qian's arms to the ground, raising its paws in a human-like manner, standing upright amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Meow, meow. Chun Qian snapped his fingers, and dynamic music filled the venue. Whoever speaks nonsense gets a shock. Amid the fervent music, Fatty swayed its hips, occasionally waving at the audience as if beckoning them to join in the fun. Everyone was in awe. My goodness, it actually danced. How adorable. Those tiny paws, that little belly, shaking with delight. Hilarious. This was a genuine interaction between human and pet. A true form of communication. The crowd buzzed with excitement, though the lively music enveloped their chatter. Watching Fatty dance, Chun Qian felt immense joy. This little creature was irresistibly charming, making all the time spent teaching it to dance worthwhile. Just as he contemplated whether to adopt a chubby cat himself, he caught sight of Jiang Chun in the corner, utterly ecstatic. Remembering how Jiang Chun would bounce along during Fatty's private dance sessions, Chun Qian instinctively waved to him. However, to his surprise, Jiang Chun dashed onto the stage. What was he up to? Surely not. Indeed, much to Chun Qian's astonishment, Jiang Chun began bouncing alongside Fatty. Chun Qian was dumbfounded. "No, my friend, I just wanted you to bounce a little below for fun. Why did you come up here?" But what shocked Chun Qian even more was that upon seeing Jiang Chun start to bounce, the entire audience erupted with excitement. Everyone quickly stood up as the music cycled once more. Whoever speaks nonsense gets a shock. The entire crowd began to sing, laugh, and bounce along in unison. In a moment of uncertainty, Chun Qian found himself at a loss for what to do. His gaze drifted once more to the corner, where Yu Jing, Lin Zixin, Li Yu, De Chue, and even Zhang Riyue, along with a plethora of other employees, had emerged, their faces alight with curiosity as they observed the scene. With a sense of resignation, Chun Qian waved his hand once more towards the corner. "Come on, everyone, let's do this." Yu Jing and the others exchanged glances, comprehension dawning upon them regarding Chun Qian's intent, and they rushed onto the stage without hesitation. Although Yu Jing hesitated briefly, she concluded that this must be the command of their esteemed president and joined the fray. The ranks on stage swelled once again, and Chun Qian, having resolved to embrace the situation, seized the microphone and transformed into a DJ. "Everyone, join me," he bellowed, thrusting the microphone outward. Witnessing Chun Qian's exuberance, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, collectively shouting, Just give him a thunderous applause. What had begun as a formal press conference swiftly morphed into a grand revelry. Was this truly a serious launch event? Chapter 394. As the torrential rain commenced, the audience's response left Chen momentarily taken aback. Did everyone truly regard him with such esteem? Instantly, he too was invigorated. The conversations flowed, and the microphone was once again handed around, prompting a collective shout, always inviting controversy. Chen, more animated than ever, seized the microphone and bellowed, "Let us jump." The crowd erupted into a crescendo of cheers and screams, their exuberance reaching euphoric heights. Viewers watching the live stream were astonished. Wow, this is beyond exhilarating. Is this really a press conference? Ah, how thrilling it is here. I wish I could be there. Limited 1, I'm in tears. Why was I fortunate enough to secure a spot at the venue? Oh my, with such an atmosphere, which nightclub in the entire nation could rival this? Who could have anticipated that a hefty cat would triumph over all the atmosphere creators in the country? Nor could anyone have foreseen that the deity of wealth would unleash a performance that rendered the nation's DJs utterly defenseless. I'm almost envious to the point of tears. I've already called marketing to reserve a table. I must attend tonight. Others echoed in agreement. Inside the venue, the grand dance party continued unabated, with the audience reluctant to cease their revelry. Beyond the contributions of Chen and his companions, it must be noted that the music and lighting team at the Water Cube were exceptionally skilled. As Jiang Chun dashed onto the stage and the crowd began to bounce, the primary lights were completely extinguished, replaced by a vibrant array of neon lights, perfectly setting the scene. Initially, Chen had prepared only one song to entice the hefty fellow to dance, but as the atmosphere shifted, the music director took over, seamlessly blending tracks such as the DJ version of the theme from Home with Kids, Unable to Fall in Love, and Torrential Rain. Particularly when Torrential Rain played, Chen distinctly observed the couple below embracing and sharing a kiss. Do you two even know each other? Finally, after more than 20 minutes, the atmosphere gradually cooled down. The primary reason for this calm was that Chen had ceased his efforts. The display of affection was becoming a spectacle. All right, everyone, let us take a breather. We are still in the midst of a press conference, Chen stated, composed and unflustered. Such a minor exertion was trivial for someone like him, who exercised for 2 hours every night. With Chen reminder, the audience snapped back to reality, erupting into hearty laughter. It was inevitable. They had momentarily forgotten that this was indeed a press conference, especially the two who had been kissing upon regaining their senses. Turned beet red and dared not meet each other's gaze, uncertain whether their embarrassment stemmed from shyness or fatigue. Yet, what about those little hands sneakily entwined below? As the atmosphere settled, Jiang Chun and others playfully descended the stage, taking the hefty fellow with them. However, Chen couldn't resist casting another glance at Yu Jing, for she had danced with the most fervor, completely lost in the moment. Who would have thought this fierce woman had such a side to her? How had I not noticed this when the entire company went dancing before? Chen pondered inwardly. However, the atmosphere at the venue gradually calmed down, while outside, the reaction was explosive. Various discussions regarding the Galaxy Technology press conference instantly dominated trending topics across all platforms. Astonishing. Galaxy Technology's groundbreaking innovations, unbelievable communication with pets. Oh my. What an outrageous press conference. What? Chen actually in a public setting. My goodness. The employees of Galaxy Technology engaged in such actions with animals. Inside the venue, the press conference returned to its intended course. Now, for those who wish to continue the revelry, kindly seek out your own venue. We shall proceed with the conference, Chen remarked with a smile, eliciting laughter from the audience. All right, as you have all witnessed, the pet communication feature is one of the flagship functionalities of our upcoming product. However, it is not without its challenges. Given that animal intelligence pales in comparison to that of humans and varies significantly among different species, communication becomes simpler with more intelligent animals, enabling them to grasp our relatively complex expressions more readily. The nuances of this interaction will be for you to experience in due course. Nevertheless, common pets like cats and dogs possess a level of intelligence that is not as inferior as one might imagine, making communication with them quite effortless. Now, regarding the introduction of the pet communication feature, we shall pause here and move on to the second functionality, which will undoubtedly astound you further. Upon concluding his statement, 4 large characters appeared overhead. Knowledge transmission. Knowledge transmission? What does this entail? Is it perhaps a learning function? Could Galaxy Technology have compiled a repository of knowledge for our convenience? This brings back some rather daunting memories. Shouldn't it be something delightful? Your words suggest you were quite the scholar. Chen Qian observed the puzzled expressions of the crowd and smiled. Gesturing for silence, it appears that everyone is quite perplexed by the notion of knowledge transmission. Before I elaborate, I wish to pose a question. Do you recall your school days? Do you remember the frustration of grappling with challenging problems? The torment of burning the midnight oil to memorize a particular text? Did you truly relish those 12 years of your youth spent confined within the walls of academia? A barrage of questions left the audience momentarily bewildered. Although uncertain of Chen Qian's intent, they began to reflect earnestly. Well, how to put it? While the anguish of rote memorization and problem-solving is undeniably true, to label school days as wasted or regrettable seems rather harsh. There were indeed moments of beauty. I disagree. I believe that in retrospect, those painful experiences enhance the recollection of otherwise mundane moments. Your viewpoint seems rather extreme. I find those days quite lovely. Though my grades were not stellar, I did manage to have a romantic relationship. Ah, my dear companions, Chen Qian did not deter the crowd's discourse. Instead, after a brief pause, he resumed, perhaps each of you possesses distinct answers to my inquiry. However, in my perspective, life is fleeting, and it is exceedingly unwise to squander precious time in the pursuit of knowledge. The efficiency with which humanity acquires knowledge has reached a critical juncture, necessitating enhancement. It is precisely for this reason that the knowledge transmission function has emerged. This function, as its name implies, facilitates the direct transfer of knowledge into the mind, liberating individuals from the arduous and protracted process of learning, allowing them to reclaim their time and immerse themselves in the beauty of life and the world. In an instant, an enveloping silence fell upon the gathering. Chapter 395, Why Not Eat Meat Porridge? The live broadcast rooms across various platforms erupted. Goodness, did I hear that correctly? Transmitting knowledge directly into the brain? How is that even possible? Is this some sort of jest? Is it genuine? Does that mean we won't have to attend school or study anymore? Although you are Chen Qian, the god of wealth, and despite the prowess of galaxy technology, I find it hard to believe. How can this be true? If it happens to be real, what about the hardships I endured during my education? Should I just dismiss them? Hiss. With that said, I suddenly feel quite aggrieved. After a brief silence, the venue was in complete uproar. Chen Qian shook his head in resignation. After all, he needed to find supporters for his company's press conference, and hosting it himself left the astonished crowd somewhat at a loss for words. Moments later, Chen Qian nodded and continued. Indeed, you heard correctly. It is about directly transmitting knowledge into your minds. It is not merely a matter of memorization. It entails a thorough understanding as well. I recognize that both those present and those watching the live stream may find the concept of knowledge transmission somewhat unbelievable. Therefore, let us simply test it out. Who among you would be willing to come up and give it a try? As soon as he finished speaking, the audience eagerly raised their hands. Chen Qian scanned the crowd and selected a young woman seated in the center. The woman appeared pleasantly surprised and quickly made her way to the stage. Hello. Before we begin, may I ask if you are an actress arranged by Galaxy Technology? The woman paused, then hurriedly shook her head. I am certainly not an actress. Chen Qian smiled at the crowd. Let me emphasize that Galaxy Technology has never arranged for any actresses. There is no need for such theatrics in demonstrating the knowledge transmission function. Otherwise, once the product is officially released and everyone tries it themselves, such a lowly deception would be swiftly exposed. Having made his point, Chen Qian turned back to the young woman. Hello, could you please introduce yourself? Share your educational background, the knowledge you possess, and what you currently do. The woman nodded, her eyes sparkling as she replied with a smile. My name is Yen Bing. I graduated from university 3 years ago with a degree in accounting. Currently, I am doing nothing and simply ask my father for a few thousand yuan in pocket money each day to go out and have fun. Chen Qian was taken aback, and the audience erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, this young lady is quite amusing. Ha ha ha. Wow, a few thousand yuan in pocket money every day? Isn't that the life I've always dreamed of? This is no mere young lady. She is clearly my little treasure. Yen Bing? What a beautiful name. Chen Qian rubbed his temples, not expecting to have selected a playful little heiress. So, is there any particular knowledge you wish to acquire? Yen Bing contemplated for a moment and replied, Could I learn some medical knowledge? Everyone knows that advising someone to study medicine is akin to inviting disaster. But I once dreamed of becoming a doctor. However, I later realized that the amount of material medical students need to memorize is nearly insurmountable, so I decisively gave up. It appears that our Miss Yen Bing is indeed a woman of remarkable decisiveness. Chen Qian teased with a smile, expressing that if she wished to acquire medical knowledge, it would be no trouble at all. As he spoke, he discreetly tapped on a screen invisible to others around him. Yin Bing's eyes widened in astonishment as a prompt box suddenly materialized before her, indicating a connection to her brain. Casting a glance at Qin Qian, she saw him nodding in affirmation, mind control, simply consent. After a brief moment of hesitation, she successfully established the connection. Qin Qian then directed his attention back to the interface, swiftly selecting the knowledge and confirming the transmission. In an instant, Yin Bing felt waves of unfamiliar knowledge flooding into her mind, which she quickly began to comprehend. She instinctively closed her eyes, immersing herself in the experience, and only reopened them 2 minutes later, her previous playfulness replaced by an expression brimming with exhilaration. This transformation left everyone present and those watching the live stream perplexed. What just transpired? Why did she suddenly close her eyes? And why does she now appear so elated? One onlooker remarked on her striking beauty, noting how her expression sparked excitement. Another mused that something was decidedly amiss with Qin Qian. He turned to Yin Bing. All right, you may now share your feelings with everyone. With a tremor in her hand gripping the microphone, she exclaimed, truly, the knowledge transmission function is authentic. I have genuinely acquired a plethora of medical knowledge. She then began to articulate the insights blooming in her mind, fundamental medical theories, logical frameworks for diagnosing various ailments, treatment guidelines, and the cultivation of clinical diagnostic thinking. The audience watched in astonishment as Yin Bing held forth on the stage. Had knowledge truly been transmitted so swiftly? Could it be genuine? The transformation in just 2 minutes was astonishing. After a prolonged silence, Qin Qian, noticing that Yin Bing was unstoppable, quickly interjected, all right, enough. If you keep going, the sun will set. At this, Yin Bing reluctantly ceased her discourse, though the excitement in her eyes remained undiminished. Qin Qian cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. As you can see, Miss Yin Bing has swiftly mastered an array of medical knowledge in just 2 minutes. This exemplifies the effectiveness and allure of the knowledge transmission function. However, the true nature of this function can only be fully appreciated through personal experience with the product. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Our newly released smartwatch incorporates knowledge transmission capabilities that encompass everything from elementary to university education across various subjects and disciplines. It also includes a wealth of technical knowledge, such as culinary skills, excavator operation, vehicle handling, construction techniques, and the operation of various manufacturing equipment. Even practical everyday knowledge is covered, detailing processes for air travel and high-speed rail, the functions of national government agencies in serving the public, insurance purchase guidelines, and much more. There is an abundance of knowledge available for everyone to learn at their own pace. Regarding more advanced and sensitive knowledge, such as scientific research, the development of weaponry, or the manufacturing of Dongfeng Express, one must apply for on-the-job access, subject to stringent approval. Qin Qian's series of introductions left everyone bewildered. What does it mean when one says, I am connected to you at heart, yet you play mind games with me? What purpose does this serve? Is it to teach one how to discern genuine from counterfeit? No, but why is there a guide for boarding airplanes and high-speed trains? Does anyone truly require such information? My dear friend, why not indulge in sumptuous delicacies? Furthermore, do you recall the uproar surrounding various legislative proposals recently? Was there not talk of abolishing schools? Goodness, are you suggesting that this is due to the knowledge transmission function? Indeed. How did I not realize this sooner? Could it be that the previous rumors were, in fact, true? Chapter 396, Reform of the Educational System. Upon the stage, Qin Qian discerned fragments of discussions regarding the abolition of schools. He refrained from providing any explanations, as he trusted that the matter would be competently handled by others. Furthermore, schools would not be abolished. Rather, they would undergo a transformation in their pedagogical approach. Once the Lingjing watches became available, granting the populace unfettered access to knowledge, educational institutions across the nation would adjust their schedules. The preliminary plan entailed limiting class time to merely 3 hours in the afternoon. The curriculum would no longer focus on the mere transmission of knowledge. Instead, it would center around play. Indeed, play in its purest form, where children could engage as they pleased, guided by their teachers. However, to label it solely as play would be an oversimplification. More accurately, it would be a joyful exploration that cultivates children's values, allows them to appreciate the beauty of the world, and fosters well-rounded personalities, thereby crafting a splendid childhood. Teachers would evolve into the children's closest companions, imparting lessons not merely in knowledge, but in values, character, and morality, assisting them in becoming their best selves. Simultaneously, the initial framework indicated that all educational stages, elementary, middle, and high school would be supervised by schools, systematically providing children with knowledge pertaining to moral character. The phased approach was adopted with consideration for the children's tender age and incomplete brain development, as overwhelming them with excessive information could pose safety risks. Although Qin Qian understood that no such risks existed, prudence dictated this decision at the national level. Following the transmission of knowledge across various stages, coupled with the guidance of teachers, it is believed that the future generations would emerge even more exceptional. Naturally, Qin Qian's own generation, along with those preceding him, would not be exempt. During the inaugural use of knowledge transmission, there would also be a mandatory conveyance of moral and ethical education. Even for those whose moral compass had irreparably faltered, such measures would at least intensify their internal turmoil when engaging in wrongful acts. Lastly, concerning universities, their primary function would shift towards nurturing students' interests, empowering them to forge ahead in their chosen fields of passion. Upon the conclusion of the press conference, it became evident that the educational system of Huagua would undergo a monumental transformation. However, there remained one aspect that Qin Qian had not disclosed, known only to him and the upper echelons. Perhaps in time, the populace would gradually come to understand this development, the concept of knowledge deprivation. If the transmission of knowledge could be achieved, then the reverse, depriving individuals of knowledge, could also be implemented. After all, what if the talents cultivated were swayed to contribute to foreign adversaries? It is a grim reality that one cannot easily deter such individuals. Though the burgeoning strength and prosperity of Huagua may reduce the likelihood of defections, such possibilities, albeit slim, still exist. To preemptively guard against such individuals, the function of knowledge deprivation was established. Liao would monitor all individuals, ensuring that anyone daring to engage in such treachery would be rendered utterly inept, devoid of knowledge and understanding. Whether through the transmission of acquired knowledge or through self-learning, one may find oneself entirely stripped of it, unless one refrains from using the Lingjing smartwatch. But how could that be possible? Merely the existence of Lingjing foretells a future destined to engulf the entire world. Every facet of life will inevitably intertwine with the Lingjing smartwatch. To forsake it? That would render survival in contemporary society utterly untenable. As I emerged from my reverie, the discussions among the crowd began to settle. Qin Qian flashed a smile. The introduction of the knowledge transmission feature is now complete. And thus we are left with the most significant function. The most significant function? There are additional features yet to be introduced? A moment of bewilderment swept over the audience, soon replaced by a fervent anticipation. A function more astounding than knowledge transmission, how extraordinary could that be? Qin Qian paused briefly, then snapped his fingers, causing the image of the Lingjing smartwatch to reappear above. Does anyone know the name of this watch? What is it called? What does Saishan mean? Isn't it the second-generation holographic watch? Why are you asking us its name? How could we possibly guess something so trivial? The crowd, perplexed, turned their expectant gazes toward Qin Qian. With a slight smile, he continued, Starlight 3? Holographic watch 2? Neither. While this watch encompasses all the functions of a holographic watch and can indeed replace all smartphones and computers, its name is Lingjing. Lingjing? Instantly, the venue and the live stream erupted in excitement. Lingjing? What did you just say? Surely I must have misheard. Oh my, could it be? Wait. Is it really called Lingjing? Why are you all reacting like this? Upstairs, your mother wants you to study more. Have you not been listening? Go back and listen to your mother 800 times. Lingjing is a concept proposed by the esteemed Qian Lao years ago, essentially referring to a virtual world. Don't ask me who Qian Lao is. I have no desire to enlighten you. Of course, I know Qian Lao. He founded the NASA space agency of our country. He's indeed a central figure. Oh, you know that? My apologies for the misunderstanding. Well, a virtual world. Is that truly achievable? If it's galactic technology, they should be capable. After all, they have already developed the incredible knowledge transmission. A virtual world. Wait, in this virtual realm, could I reside on an 800-square-foot bed, accompanied by 300 beautiful maidens? Brothers, lend me your support. Let us unveil a new world. Hee hee. On stage, Qin Qian observed as a certain gentleman in the audience appeared lost in thought, wearing a rather lecherous grin. What could this fellow be envisioning? So engrossed that he seemed to be drooling? Qin Qian mused silently, not dwelling on it further. Regarding Lingjing, yes, it is precisely the virtual world that everyone imagines. While it may sound simple, to what extent has the virtual world been realized? Can it truly rival the reality we inhabit? Here, I can unequivocally inform everyone that within the realm of the spiritual domain, there exists no distinction, either sensorially or cognitively, from the reality we inhabit. It is indeed a tangible second world. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Naturally, they believed Chen Qian's words, yet this very conviction led to an indescribable shock. People engaged in fervent discussions, and it took Chen Qian a full 10 minutes to calm them with a gesture before he could speak again. Of course, mere words are insufficient. To truly grasp the essence of the spiritual domain, one must experience it personally. Henceforth, I shall select 100 fortunate individuals to enter the spiritual domain, to explore the wonders of the Huagua within, and partake in several arranged spiritual minigames. No sooner had he finished speaking than the audience rose en masse, eagerly raising their hands. Mere gestures were not enough, as many leapt from their seats, desperate for Chen Qian to notice them. Chapter 397. Do not harbor malicious intentions. This spectacle left the audience watching the live broadcast filled with envy. To enter the spirit realm, to step into a virtual world. Why were we not fortunate enough to secure a chance to be present on site? Soon, under the diligent arrangement of the staff, 100 reclining chairs were brought onto the stage, and thanks to the ample space, it did not feel crowded in the slightest. This time, Chen Qian did not select individuals directly. Instead, he snapped his fingers, and the holographic image above transformed into a series of rolling numbers. Within minutes, hundreds of seat numbers were drawn, and those selected raced eagerly towards the stage, brimming with excitement. Under Chen Qian's direction, 100 fortunate participants settled into the reclining chairs, as staff members equipped them with spirit realm watches and explained essential precautions. All right, our 100 participants are now ready, Chen Qian remarked with a gentle smile. Now, let us collectively embark on our journey into the spirit realm. In an instant, the lights in the venue dimmed dramatically, and a colossal holographic image slowly unfurled. Within the spirit realm, as a flash of white light enveloped them, the 100 participants gradually regained their senses, gazing at the expansive commercial plaza before them, their eyes widening in astonishment. Good heavens! Is this the spirit realm? My goodness, it is breathtakingly beautiful with its antique charm. Wait a moment. This sensation. In the next instant, many participants raised their hands and slapped themselves. Ouch! That hurts. I'm not dreaming. This feeling is incredibly vivid. It is indistinguishable from the real world. Outside, upon witnessing the participants entering the spirit realm, all slapping their faces, no one dared to laugh. For they too were rendered speechless by the stunning scene before them. After a brief commotion, the participants gradually quieted down, feeling somewhat bewildered and uncertain about what to do next. At that moment, a flash of golden light appeared, and a charming young girl in a floral dress with her hair in a bun materialized, hovering gracefully before the crowd. Hello everyone. I am your guide for this experience. My name is Leah. Ya? She must be the personification of moss. Indeed, but this little sister is quite adorable. This is just the beginning. My own daughter is even cuter. Ha ha ha. The participants chattered among themselves. Noting the chatter, Leah waved her small hand, and everyone immediately sensed something new in their minds. Upon careful reflection, they realized they had summoned an operational interface beside each of them. At this juncture, Chen Qian began to elucidate. While the spirit realm offers an experience and sensations indistinguishable from the real world, it remains a virtual realm, allowing us to accomplish feats unattainable in reality. The interface you have just invoked is the system that each of you will possess upon entering the spirit realm. Yes, you have all read novels, and now you shall all possess a system, a gathering of charm and beauty. This system, in essence, allows one to reside within a realm of spiritual existence, serving as a multifaceted assistant that meticulously records personal information. It facilitates navigation, communication, and answers queries, encompassing transactions and the storage of funds within this ethereal domain, all of which necessitate the use of a personal assistant. Remarkably, it even possesses the capacity for storage. Each individual's assistant system is endowed with a certain spatial dimension, reminiscent of the storage rings found in fantastical literature. Concurrently, in reality, individuals can activate MOS and customize a persona for their MOS, which can later be interconnected with their personal assistant system, thereby animating it in a manner akin to the character of Leah. However, it is crucial to refrain from harboring inappropriate thoughts following this anthropomorphism, as certain actions are unequivocally forbidden. Chen Qian's elucidation elicited an overwhelming reaction from the stunned audience, both present and virtual. What do you mean by certain actions being prohibited? Am I not the kind of person who would engage in such behavior? Indeed, I am. I am a person of high moral standing. Yet, my personal Moss persona is that of a seductive black-stocking goddess, and now you tell me that it will be intangible? How cruel. Oh dear. My beloved will forever be beyond my reach. I detest you, god of wealth. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Qin was taken aback by their intense response. Were they truly so outrageous as to contemplate such actions against Moss? Unthinkable. In that moment, he began to reflect upon his earlier decisions, particularly regarding the net-cleansing campaign initiated by Li Ya, during which he had deliberately spared certain educators from various websites. Was this the right choice? After a moment of contemplation, he found himself unable to take harsh measures. Never mind, I shall grant you clemency. In the realm of spiritual existence, the participants, under Lia's guidance, had been exploring and marveling at the sights for quite some time. Each new building and scene left them in a state of ecstatic astonishment. Yet, no one felt akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden, as the external audience shared in their wonder. Now, let us conclude our sightseeing for the moment, Lia announced, turning to face the crowd. Next, we shall engage in a delightful array of mini-games prepared for you. These are immersive virtual games, so do not lose yourselves in the excitement. At the mention of games, particularly immersive virtual ones, a wave of exhilaration swept through the audience. How splendid! It is truly a dream come true to partake in such gaming experiences in this lifetime. This is a veritable boon for gaming enthusiasts. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Liao waved her hand once more. The gateway to the games has been opened. You may select the type of game you wish to experience. Upon hearing this, the participants promptly accessed their assistant panels, where a new operational entry appeared. Upon investigation, 3 game types were revealed: shooting, role-playing, and MOBA. After a brief moment of hesitation, the participants eagerly clicked on their desired game types, and in a flash of white light, they vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the holographic screen within the venue divided into 3 segments, each corresponding to the settings of the respective games. In the realm of a shooting game, a participant named Li Daqiang trembled with excitement. As a seasoned gaming enthusiast, he often uploads videos of his gameplay, establishing himself as a gaming influencer. During the sightseeing phase, he had been preoccupied with the desire to immerse himself in the game, and now his wish had finally been fulfilled. Particularly captivated by the transport ship map before him, the authenticity of the experience made him feel like celebrating with exuberance. Suppressing his exhilaration, he glanced around at his fellow teammates, who were also participants in this shared endeavor. It seemed likely that their opponents were fellow testers as well, Li Daqiang mused. However, a nagging thought crossed his mind. Why were there no weapons in this shooting game? A nearby teammate voiced their confusion, and the group exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Chapter 398. Truly amusing. A sudden inspiration struck Li Daqiang. Wasn't it said that all operations within the spiritual realm required the assistance of a system? He summoned his assistant and, to his surprise, found that the assistant panel had transformed into a game interface, displaying the initial game funds alongside a plethora of purchasable firearms and ammunition. After a moment of contemplation, Li Daqiang selected the M4A1, a commonly utilized weapon in shooting games. Upon confirming his purchase, an M4A1 materialized in his hands. Wow, incredible! Feeling the authentic texture and weight of the weapon, Li Daqiang couldn't help but exclaim, as he was transported back to the cherished memories of his military service. Observing this, his teammates also summoned their panels, quickly arming themselves and preparing for action. How do I use this gun? I have no idea, one member admitted awkwardly, scratching his head. Stepping forward, Li Daqiang took the opportunity. As a seasoned gamer and a former soldier, allow me to explain. Let's all try to follow my lead, and together we shall secure victory in this game. The group, encouraged by the presence of a professional, readily agreed. It promised to be far more engaging. As Li Daqiang elucidated the mechanics of their weapons, his teammates gradually grasped how to operate them, their excitement palpable. Li Daqiang, too, felt the thrill, gently caressing his M4A1 and grinning, since everyone is prepared. Let us embark and annihilate them. Annihilate them. The crowd cheered, and under Li Daqiang's guidance, they surged forth from their respawn point. Be cautious, do not reveal yourselves. This map isn't large. We shall soon encounter the enemy, Li Daqiang cautioned through the radio as they advanced. His teammates proceeded with utmost care, wary of exposure. Although the transport ship map appeared relatively small in reality, the immersive experience in the virtual game rendered it quite expansive. After navigating around several crates, Li Daqiang and his team reached the rear of a massive shipping container. Contemplating their next move, Li Daqiang climbed atop the container for a better view. Whoa! There's someone peeking from the distant container. Instinctively, Li Daqiang reached for a grenade to toss, but realizing the distance was far greater than in reality, He opted for a more cautious approach, deciding to flank through a narrow passage for a surprise attack. After all, his teammates lacked experience in this scenario. A stealthy approach would yield more success than employing complex strategies. Everyone, follow my lead. When we spot the enemy, we will strike together. His teammates paused momentarily, then erupted in laughter, finding his plan far more agreeable. If he had concocted some elaborate strategy, they would have feared their inadequacy. With that, they crouched low, trailing behind Li Daqiang as they stealthily advanced. However, just as they were about to reach a stack of containers, one team member casually glanced up at a building to their left and was startled. Whoa, there's a person over there. A jolt ran through Li Daqiang's heart as he caught sight of the enemy out of the corner of his eye. Yet, the adversary had already raised their weapon, leaving them little time to react. However, in the next moment, he found himself perplexed. Why had the gunfire not erupted? Upon closer inspection, Li Daqiang was both amused and exasperated. This fool had not even disengaged the safety. Brothers, fire at will. Li Daqiang shouted as he raised his weapon and opened fire. His teammates following suit, valiantly bracing against the recoil, each hoping to strike true. In an instant, the hapless fool who had neglected to release the safety was riddled with bullets, his body plummeting from above, gradually disintegrating into particles. Well done. Li Daqiang couldn't contain his excitement as he exclaimed. It had been ages since he had felt such a surge of adrenaline. Although real-life games were enjoyable, they lacked a genuine sense of immersion. Unlike this virtual game, where the experience was unparalleled and profoundly authentic, without disengaging the safety, one could not even fire the weapon. He mused that the opposing team likely did not possess professionals akin to himself. As the enemy fell, the rest of his team erupted in cheers. Fantastic. Take that. You little sneak. They roared, reveling in the thrill of victory. How exhilarating it was. Previously, they had only been able to engage in solitary practice with handguns at night. Now, they wielded real firearms. The sensation was truly lifelike. He surmised that shooting in reality must feel akin to this. Li Daqiang felt a twinge of resignation as he regained his composure. The initial plan to stealthily charge forward had become increasingly unrealistic with the onset of gunfire. With this in mind, he decided to let everyone act freely. Brothers, we have been exposed, but clearly, the enemy is inferior to us. No more words. Let us charge forth and engage. Upon hearing this, his teammates let out a battle cry and scattered, racing toward the enemy's respawn point. Li Daqiang joined them. Yet he remained vigilant, keenly observing his surroundings and concealing his presence. Soon, Li Daqiang's team arrived near the enemy's respawn point, and a cacophony of gunfire erupted. Some teammates fell, while others among the enemy met the same fate, notifications ringing in their minds. Li Daqiang navigated through the hail of bullets, utilizing various structures for cover, continually firing, sending enemy after enemy to the ground. After a while, with the last adversary defeated, celebratory fireworks erupted in the sky. Li Daqiang looked up at the display, grinning ear to ear, as the victorious sound echoed in his ears, an unparalleled sense of satisfaction flooding his heart. This is incredibly enjoyable, he thought. Yet, he wondered how Lao Qian and Lao Yuan were faring. Lao Qian and Lao Yuan were friends he had met during his previous explorations, being fellow gaming enthusiasts. They shared numerous common interests. Li Daqiang had opted for a shooting game, while the other two had chosen role-playing and MOBA games, respectively. In the realm of the role-playing game, Qian Long was the first to notice the changes on the assistant panel, which displayed his gaming information. Name, Fate Bearer Equipment, Curved Blade Skills, Basic Blade Technique, Charged Slash, Elegant Slash. Unlike Li Daqiang's experience, Qian Long was alone, with no fellow players around him. It was undoubtedly a single-player game, he deduced. The absence of teammates did not deter him, gripping his curved blade tightly. He strode purposefully toward the ancient village in the distance. The atmosphere here is undeniably eerie, although I have yet to enter the village. The dim and chilling surroundings instill a sense of unease within Qianlong. Could it be of a horror theme? A shiver ran down his spine. Horror-themed games were his least favorite. Upon stepping into the village, he noticed that it was not particularly large. He could see the end at a glance. Some villagers were leisurely enjoying the shade in their courtyards, while others gathered in small groups engaged in conversation. However, in the next moment, all eyes turned toward Qianlong, filled with an inexplicable intensity. What kind of gaze is this? A tremor coursed through him, yet he steeled himself to initiate a conversation. Just then, an elderly man, leaning on a cane and trembling with age, approached him. Chapter 399, The Experienced Driver. Greetings, my dear brother. I am the village chief of this humble settlement. I wonder what brings you to our abode. A stir of curiosity stirred within him as Qianlong summoned his assistant panel, and a new task emerged in the taskbar. Explore the village, unveil its secrets. Secrets of the village? Qianlong subtly furrowed his brow. Esteemed village chief, I have become separated from my companions. Might I impose upon you for a brief respite while I await their return? Anticipating a refusal, he was pleasantly surprised when the village chief, without a moment's hesitation, agreed. Of course, I would be delighted to assist you. With that, the village chief turned and beckoned him to follow. As Qianlong trailed behind, the village chief exchanged greetings with the passing villagers, who responded with warmth and enthusiasm. However, an unsettling feeling overcame Qianlong when he noticed the villagers' gazes upon him, laden with an inexplicable significance. He found himself baffled, unable to comprehend why they regarded him so, nor the meaning behind their stares. You shall stay here for the next few days, the village chief announced, halting before a modest yet sturdy dwelling. Qianlong surveyed the abode, noting its simplicity and the presence of a small courtyard, which he found rather agreeable. Ah, by the way, the village chief continued, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he lowered his voice, this is the residence of Widow Chui. She possesses an extraordinary talent for caring for others. Qianlong was taken aback. What did the village chief imply by leading him to a widowess home? And why emphasize her nurturing nature? Yet, in that moment, he began to grasp why the villagers had regarded him with such curious eyes. Had they anticipated his stay at Widow Chui's residence? Thank you, esteemed village chief. Qianlong replied politely. Regardless, the prospect of having someone to tend to him, even if she were a widow, brought him a certain joy. He couldn't help but ponder the possibilities, being in a virtual realm akin to the real world. Might he, as Qianlong indulged in his daydreams, the village chief called out. Is little Chui home? Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman with a captivating allure. Village chief, what brings you here? She inquired, glancing between the chief and Qianlong. Qianlong found himself momentarily entranced. He had never encountered a woman of such caliber before. The thought of her attending to him, and the potential for unforeseen circumstances, sent his mind into a whirl. The village chief smiled gently. This friend seeks lodging in the village for a few days, and you happen to have a spare room. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Widow Chui cast another glance at Qianlong, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, and nodded silently. Seeing that she bore no objections, the village chief turned to Qianlong with a grin. Then you shall stay here for the time being. I must take my leave now. As Qianlong watched the village chief's figure recede into the distance, he felt a sense of bewilderment. Was that it? Such a swift and decisive departure? The atmosphere between Qianlong and Widow Chui grew palpably awkward. After a brief moment, Widow Chui broke the silence. Are you hungry? Please come in. Qianlong instinctively nodded and followed Widow Chui into the house. The interior was exceedingly simple, featuring a modest hall with a small kitchen at the back and a room on either side. Widow Chui gestured toward the room on the left. You can stay there for now. I will prepare you something to eat. Without any suspicion, Qianlong entered the left room, which contained a basic wooden bed and a cabinet. He sat down on the edge of the bed, still somewhat dazed by the reality of his situation. Had he truly just entered this place? Was he really going to live with Widow Chui? Before long, Widow Chui's voice called him to dinner from outside. Qianlong promptly stepped out. To his surprise, the meal was quite lavish, a large bowl of meat, a dish of vegetables, and 2 generous bowls of rice. Please take a seat. I don't have much to offer, so I hope you won't mind, Widow Chui said. Her cheeks flushed as she sat down. Qianlong waved his hands in appreciation, indicating that it was more than sufficient, and joined her at the table. As they ate, an air of silence enveloped them. Just as Qianlong reached for another piece of meat, Widow Chui unexpectedly brushed her hand against his. What is going on? Qianlong was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Widow Chui, who wore an expression of bashfulness that left him questioning his own senses. However, in the next instant, he felt her hand touch his again, this time giving it a gentle squeeze. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Was she being so overtly forward? Seizing the moment, he decided to reciprocate, reaching out to caress her cheek. Widow Chui's face flushed even deeper, and she playfully recoiled. Yet her backward tilt inadvertently guided Qianlong's hand to her collarbone. Is it really this bold? He thought, feeling emboldened. With a resolute heart, he hastily consumed a mouthful of rice. It's getting late. Shall we rest together? Widow Chui's voice was barely above a whisper. Sure, Qianlong replied, elated, as he swiftly rose and headed toward the inner room, with Widow Chui following suit, shedding her earlier reservations. Outside, the onlookers were utterly bewildered. What is happening? Is this real? Can we really witness this? They murmured among themselves, astonished. Shoo! Quiet down, the best part is about to unfold. Report, tissues are ready. Report. Nails have been trimmed. In the game, just as Qianlong was about to undress, Widow Chui eagerly pushed him onto the bed. Is it really happening like this? He thought, excitement surging within him. I like this. I really like this. In the next moment, he observed Widow Chui, her cheeks flushed and eyes dreamy. Leaning closer to him, as an experienced individual, Qianlong knew to keep his eyes open during a kiss, so he subtly extended his tongue. But in an instant, he widened his eyes in shock. As the Widow Chui drew ever closer, her visage gradually decayed, maggots writhing upon her face, and a foul stench assaulted the senses. A noxious mixture of red and green pus dripped slowly, perilously close to his tongue. By your grandmother's ample backside, Qianlong shrieked, feeling a sudden weakness in some part of his being. With all his might, he attempted to push her away, yet in despair, he realized her body remained immovable, her face inexorably approaching him. Panic-stricken, Qianlong flailed his arms, inadvertently brushing against the curved blade beside him, which offered him a modicum of reassurance. You wretched creature. You frighten me. Just watch as I cleave you in two. With a surge of determination, he activated his skill, the charged slash. A peculiar sensation blossoming within him as he comprehended the intricacies of its execution. An inexplicable exhilaration enveloped him, akin to holding a winning hand in a game of cards. And he could not restrain himself from exclaiming, charged slash. Chapter 400, Exhilaration. The curved blade unsheathed, radiating a brilliant crimson glow. Qianlong lay on the bed, adopting a peculiar posture, wielding the knife in his left hand, and struck at the figure of Widow Chui. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Widow Chui, aside from her tattered clothing, remained unscathed, though the impact forced her to stagger backward. Goodness! So resilient! Qianlong was taken aback, and seizing the opportunity while his opponent was off balance, he hurriedly dashed out of the bedroom. However, upon entering the great hall, his eyes were drawn to the unfinished meal on the table, leaving him momentarily stunned. This was no mere food. It was an assortment of maggots and chunks of decaying, unidentifiable flesh. His stomach churned, and he could not suppress the urge to retch, yet he was acutely aware that time was of the essence. Thus, he pressed on, while simultaneously leaning over to vomit, and burst through the front door. But as soon as he stepped outside, he was compelled to halt. For not far ahead, a throng of decaying monstrosities had gathered, those very villagers he had encountered before. The one constant was the predatory glint in their eyes. Qianlong understood. He finally comprehended why those individuals had regarded him with such bizarre gazes. It was the gaze of a hunter, clearly expressing, "You are our prey." With no retreat left, Qianlong abandoned thoughts of escape. He gripped the hilt of his knife, an inexplicable courage welling up within him, and activated his skills, charging into the horde of monsters. Clang! The blade struck the creature, yet it inflicted no harm whatsoever. A rotting hand lunged at him, and in an instant, his head was obliterated. Game over. 4 blood-red characters illuminated the holographic screen at the press conference. Chen Qian shook his head in resignation, nearly speechless at Qianlong's gaming performance. This role-playing game demo was designed such that as long as one did not linger too long in the village, refrain from consuming its contents, and avoid overly intimate interactions with the villagers, the emergence of vast hordes of monsters could be averted. It could only be said that this fellow had truly succumbed to his baser instincts, clearly courting disaster. However, it was also understandable, after all. Virtual reality games were exceedingly immersive. A typical individual entering for the first time might not be able to restrain themselves. They might even be tempted to indulge, thinking it wouldn't hinder their investigation. At that moment, the crowd and the viewers in the live stream were abuzz with chatter. Goodness, that scared me. The sudden transformation was shocking. I wasn't scared, but I do feel a bit sorry for that guy, haha. I observed closely when the female monster revealed herself. That man's demeanor changed instantly. Goodness, brother, were you really that observant? You noticed that? Who are you calling brother? That person is a fairy. Hiss, hee. Hearing the strange laughter, Chen Qian glanced over. Oh, why is it that guy again? He was the one laughing mischievously before, and now his laughter seems even more unrestrained. Chen Qian couldn't help but reflect on how many individuals were indeed overtaken by their baser instincts. He then turned his gaze to the final game. In the MOBA game, as Yuan Yu entered, he found himself in a pitch-black world. Noticing the changes in the assistant panel, he opened it to find a prompt asking him to select a game position. As a seasoned MOBA player, He was well acquainted with the process and promptly chose his favored role as a jungler. The panel shifted again, urging him to select a spirit's ability. Was he to choose a spirit whose powers would manifest within him, allowing him to experience them firsthand in the canyon? Yuan Yu's eyes lit up. This was simply marvelous. He perused the extensive list of available spirits, yet the names and abilities felt strikingly familiar. Li Dabai, Zhao Dalong, Zhu Xiaoyang, Lu Dabu. How haphazard. However, Yuan Yu brushed it off. The perceived lack of originality mattered little compared to the gaming experience itself. After selecting the spirit Zhao Dalong, a golden ethereal figure materialized before him. In an instant, the apparition burst apart, scattering into scintillating golden particles that merged with his being. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the resurrection point in the canyon. Gazing at the towering crystal and defensive towers of his own team, Yuan Yu was awestruck. It was breathtaking. His 4 teammates beside him echoed his sentiments with their exclamations of amazement. Incredible! Wow, is it really that tall? This is stunning. Yuan Yu was the first to regain his composure. The game had commenced, and he was eager to secure victory. Observing his form, he realized he was now clad in the attire of Zhao Dalong, wielding a finely crafted silver spear that shimmered with a cold light. Opening the panel, he discovered that it had supplanted the shop function, allowing for instant transactions, while the map resided in his mind, accessible at any moment. Having familiarized himself with the situation, Yuan Yu could no longer contain his excitement. He charged toward the distant jungle, a glint of cold light leading the way. The spear pierced through the dragon, announcing, "I'm heading in first, brothers." Meanwhile, his 4 teammates were still acclimatizing, but soon they too realized the game had begun. "Right, we should hurry to our lanes." "Yes, I'm going too. Let us go together." "Why are you following me?" "I'm your support." Before long, Yuan Yu entered the blue zone. Despite having been awestruck numerous times, witnessing the remarkably lifelike blue buff made him giddy with excitement. "Come to Grandpa," he exclaimed, brandishing his spear and unleashing his second skill, conjuring a flurry of spear shadows to drain the blue buff's health. "This feels amazing." Yuan Yu couldn't help but scream. Simultaneously, cheers erupted from various corners of the battlefield. "This is exhilarating. So satisfying. This is just too thrilling." At the launch event, Qin Qian observed the crowd, dismayed as they repeatedly shouted their excitement. His expression darkened. "Hey, this is a launch event. Your experiences are being broadcast live. What is all this about excitement? Pay attention, you rascals." Strangely, Qin Qian felt a pang of regret for having arranged the gaming experience segment. While the shooting game went smoothly, the other 2 seemed to be lost in their fervor. One overly exuberant, and the other with an unusual expression of delight. Was this not a poor influence on the younger audience? In the realm of MOBA games, Yuan Yu had just vanquished the final wild creature in the red zone, reveling in the exhilarating surge of power coursing through his veins. He found himself utterly entranced. Spotting the nearby thicket, he eagerly plunged into it, initially intending to ambush the opposing marksman and support. However, the overwhelming sensation of strength rendered him unable to restrain himself. "My dear comrades, here I come," he bellowed, bursting forth with fervor. Fortunately, the adversaries were equally caught up in the moment. The jungler emerged without a hint of caution. A 3-on-3 confrontation ensued, with all 6 participants momentarily taken aback. Yet without hesitation, they launched into battle. Skills were unleashed in rapid succession. Accompanied by laughter that echoed through the chaos, each player reveling in the grace and beauty of their movements, feeling an unparalleled sense of euphoria. It was hardly surprising. At this moment, they were nothing short of superhumans, for who among them had not fantasized about wielding extraordinary powers in combat during their childhood? Their dreams had come to fruition. Chapter 401. A sweet kiss. This scene evoked an overwhelming sense of envy among all those watching from outside. Alas, how I yearn for the opportunity to partake in such revelry. Jealousy renders my countenance unchanging. It causes a disintegration of my very essence, yet it also enhances my allure. Though I am indeed consumed by envy, I cannot resist inquiring, did the brothers upstairs favor a middle parting? Within the valley, the battle rages on. Yuan Yu and his companions are wholly immersed in their own fantastical realm, engaged in what appears to be a dazzling and exhilarating conflict, albeit with a dismal precision in their skill execution. Fortunately, Yuan Yu possesses a modicum of experience, instinctively attending to certain details. As he unleashes a magnificent ultimate ability from the heavens, this skirmish concludes with a favorable exchange of 2 for 3. A modest profit. What a delightful outcome. Yuan Yu chuckles heartily. His mindset has subtly shifted. Rather than merely seeking victory in the game, he yearns to showcase his prowess. Of course, achieving victory alongside that would be even more splendid. Without lingering further, he briefly tended to the minion wave in the bottom lane before hastening towards the mid lane. As the game progresses, each player indulges in unrestrained combat, utterly disregarding strategies and tactics. The spectators outside gnash their teeth in frustration. What a pitiful support. Engaging in a duel against the mid laner instead of participating in team fights. Truly, the level of play displayed is lamentable. Yet, witnessing their exuberance only deepens my envy. Oh, how I long to join them. Regardless of external opinions, the players within the game are reveling in joy and harmony. Concerns over kill counts and economies have faded into oblivion. The once palpable tension from their mobile gaming days has vanished, replaced by a profound camaraderie between the two teams. Ah, my fellow support, you managed to claim that colossal red buff? Impressive. Not at all. Did you catch the skill I just executed? Wasn't it magnificent? Haha. Well, our marksman is remarkably swift. How did 3 of them fail to take you down? Extraordinary. Of course. Back in school, I was the fastest runner in my class. Haha. As time ticks away, even as both teams engage in whimsical antics, the game approaches its conclusion, with the enemy crystal erupting like a firework. Yuan beams with uncontainable joy. Alas, he lamented not having the chance to torment the fountain. The valley world gradually succumbs to darkness, and within the venue, 100 participants begin to awaken from their reverie. Returning to reality, they initially feel disoriented, yet swiftly acclimate. Their eyes reflecting a profound reluctance that might lead onlookers to believe they have been playfully teased by the elderly. All right, the participants have exited the spiritual realm. The staff may now proceed, Chen Qian instructed. A flurry of staff members ascended the stage, collecting watches and rearranging chairs. The participants felt an intensified sense of loss. Gazing at Chen Qian as if to silently plead, "Please, grant me another chance." Chen Qian felt a shiver run down his spine, but he pretended not to notice. Let us extend our gratitude to the 100 participants who took the stage. Thank you for your performances. Instantly, the venue erupted with thunderous applause. The participants on stage, upon witnessing this, felt a bit embarrassed and promptly returned to their seats in an orderly fashion. Chen Qian then turned his gaze back to the audience. The 3 main functions of the Lingjing Watch have all been showcased. I wonder if you all liked it? Yes, came the unified shout from the crowd. Chen Qian smiled slightly. I guessed correctly. I knew you would enjoy it. Ha 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 ha. As the launch event neared its conclusion, many attendees might have harbored concerns regarding production capacity, fearing that even if they placed an order, they might not be able to purchase the watch. However, as I mentioned before, I fear your reactions, so there is no need to worry about production issues. The Lingjing Watch being launched will be produced in collaboration with our partners at Galaxy Technology, Huawei, Huami, and others. Aside from the difference in brand logos, there will be no discrepancies in functionality. Prior to the official launch, our inventory is quite ample, so everyone can confidently place their orders. The Lingjing Watch will be delivered to you at the quickest pace. Now, we arrive at the question that piques everyone's interest, with the ability to facilitate communication with pets, transmit knowledge, and enter the Lingjing world. What is the price of the Lingjing Watch? Upon mentioning the price, both the audience present and those watching the live stream became tense. Dear heavens, please let it be affordable. It must not be too expensive, I beg you. While I too wish for a more reasonable price. The Lingjing Watch released by Galaxy Technology is extraordinarily remarkable, so it is unlikely to be inexpensive, though I am reluctant to admit it. The point raised by the gentleman upstairs holds merit, let alone the Lingjing world. Do you think it excessive for the knowledge transmission function alone to be priced in the hundreds of thousands? While I wish to argue that it is indeed excessive, objectively speaking, it is not unreasonable. Oh no, I truly cannot afford hundreds of thousands, can it be? In the venue, Chen Qian observed the worry etched on the faces of the crowd, chuckling as he shook his head. He decided not to keep them in suspense any longer and snapped his fingers. A series of rolling numbers appeared overhead. Merely a few seconds later, the numbers froze. 9,999. Boom. The entire audience erupted in a deafening cheer, with many excited individuals rising to their feet, embracing strangers beside them, and bouncing joyfully to express their elation. Chen Qian took a closer look and noticed, ISNT that the couple that was nibbling on something earlier, now embracing? Why are you everywhere? It left him pondering. Who is truly the hunter, the man or the woman? This became a thought-provoking question. After about 10 minutes, the cheers in the venue gradually subsided, and the audience regarded Chen Qian with eager eyes. With a slight smirk, he declared, "You saw correctly. It is indeed 9,999 Huayuan. Of course, this is the domestic price. Once we expand internationally, the price will undoubtedly rise significantly. The functionality will inevitably be curtailed, and the prospect of knowledge transfer is something foreigners can only dream of, although this is a truth they will not openly express. After all, it is the relatively affordable price that allows the Lingjing watch to penetrate countless households. Although the price of 9,999 yuan is, in strict terms, not inexpensive, believe me, we have endeavored to minimize costs to the greatest extent possible. I am confident that the features of the Lingjing watch will undoubtedly make you feel it is worth far more than its price. Indeed, it is a tremendous value. Someone could not contain their excitement and exclaimed, "Absolutely, it is not expensive at all. Oh, how I adore you, god of wealth." A kiss. At that moment, Qin Qian felt a penetrating gaze from a distance, landing upon him, sending a chill down his spine. Turning to look, it was indeed Jiang Ruyu. After all, it was this beautiful lady who had just professed her affection and showered him with kisses. Chapter 402. The Sensation of Him. Qin Qian coughed twice and waved his hand hurriedly, saying, "What a playful jest. I am a man of family, and, well, miss, let us chat privately later." With this light-hearted quip, laughter erupted among the audience, bending them over in mirth. Qin Qian quickly regained his composure, stating, "All right, enough of the jokes. The hour is late, and our press conference must come to a formal close. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support of Galaxy technology. Thank you all. Farewell." With that, Qin Qian descended the stage without a backward glance, making his way towards the backstage area. However, as he reached a corner, Jiang Ruyu intercepted him, her delicate hand expertly encircling his waist. "I hear someone plans to have a private chat with a lady tonight. Should I tidy up the room at home?" Gazing into Jiang Ruyue's beaming eyes, Qin Qian felt an inexplicable sense of peril, akin to a luminary confronting 888 adorable little monsters while wielding an energy that flickered ominously. Adorable they may be, but they could be fearsome when provoked. With a grin, Qin Qian replied, "What are you on about, darling? Private chat? Who possesses such audacity? What an absurdity." Jiang Ruyue rolled her eyes, fully aware that Qin Qian was merely jesting on stage, and she was not genuinely upset. Just as she was about to say, "Forget it, I forgive you," the lights on stage dimmed entirely, and a familiar melody began to play. "Whoever dares to speak nonsense shall receive a jolt of electricity." Gossip travels far and wide, always stirring up trouble. Both Qin Qian and Jiang Ruyue were taken aback, turning to see that those who were initially departing had halted. Now waving and bouncing excitedly, their eyes fixed on the stage, seemingly anticipating something. In the next moment, Jiang Chun rushed in from backstage, cradling Fatty in her arms, casting a flirtatious glance at Qin Qian before dramatically pointing at the stage. "It's your turn, Fatty. Time to unleash the disco." Meow Fatty meowed and swiftly broke free from Jiang Chun's embrace, charging up to the stage. "Is this the scheme of that rascal Jiang Chun?" Qin Qian pondered. Has he not danced enough? Before Qin Qian and Jiang Ruyue could fully comprehend the situation, they witnessed Fatty and Jiang Chun already bouncing on stage. We should join them," Yu Jing chimed in with a smile, eagerly dashing towards the stage. Following her were Lin Zixin, Li Yu, De Chue, other staff members, the lighting technician from the Water Cube, the apprentice of the music teacher, and more employees from the Water Cube. "Well," Qin Qian glanced at Jiang Ruyue. "What now?" Jiang Ruyue pointed at the stage. "Shall we also go up? What are we waiting for?" Qin Qian waved his hand grandly. "Let us join in." What began as a formal press conference transformed once again into a grand dance party. This time, they danced for over half an hour. And when the storm of applause erupted once more, Qin Qian distinctly observed 3 pairs of individuals leaning in for kisses. As the press conference came to an end, the entire domestic internet erupted in a frenzy. Both the attendees present and those who watched the live stream were buzzing with excitement, fervently discussing the Lingjing watch and the remarkable event they had just witnessed. Especially among the 100 participants, many stepped forward to share their experiences, vividly articulating how authentic the virtual realm felt and how exhilarating their gaming sessions were. However, Qianlong's treatment was somewhat unique, as inquiries directed towards him often revolved around peculiar questions. What were you thinking at that moment? Was your hand gliding smoothly? Did the food taste delightful? Did you touch anything when your hand slipped? Such queries proliferated. Qianlong's memorable moments, including his amusing Rui stick antics, were captured and transformed into widely circulated memes by netizens. Yet, he remained unfazed, viewing this as an opportunity to ride the wave of popularity, promptly producing a snack called Rui Stick to promote through live streaming. It must be noted that he is quite the talent, as was the astute entrepreneur who reached out to him for collaboration. Remarkably, the sales of the spicy snacks soared, yielding substantial profits. In contrast, Yin Bing also encountered an unusual barrage of questions from netizens. Have you slept? Will you be my darling? Can I be your darling if you give me 200 yuan for pocket money daily? Do you think I am handsome? A flood of the most self-assured men showcased what they believed to be their most attractive photos, resembling a grand matchmaking event. However, it was mostly playful banter, as those photos were often outdated. A small fraction of individuals inquired about the authenticity of knowledge transmission, as this concept was too revolutionary for many to digest. Observing this, Yin Bing refrained from excessive commentary and promptly initiated an online consultation mode, addressing the public's queries and diagnosing ailments. Nevertheless, she remained meticulous, emphasizing her amateur status with each diagnosis and recommending thorough examinations at hospitals for professional assessments. As the online discourse reached a fever pitch, a new topic suddenly eclipsed the buzz surrounding the virtual realm, ascending to the top of trending searches across various platforms and dispelling doubts about the veracity of knowledge transmission. An official announcement was made, declaring a nationwide reform within the educational system centered on experiencing the beauty of the world and cultivating well-rounded personalities, detailing arrangements for knowledge transmission among students. Additionally, a formal virtual legislation was enacted to regulate and oversee various aspects of the virtual world. For instance, matters concerning the interchange of virtual currency Lingdian and Huayuan were restricted to nighttime hours for entry into the virtual realm, outlining social interactions and behavioral norms within this digital space, as well as the integration of the virtual world with education and judicial systems, and guidelines for collaboration with public and private enterprises. Although the virtual world is indeed an artificial construct, its sensory experiences mirror those of reality, and it can even facilitate endeavors unattainable in the physical world. Without restrictions, complications are likely to arise. Moreover, without established protocols, it is challenging for Qin Qian to determine what should be permitted, as even minor changes within the virtual realm could have significant and far-reaching consequences in the real world. A series of transformations has left numerous netizens within the country somewhat bewildered, igniting fervent discussions. My heavens, the sudden issuance of so many directives has left me feeling overwhelmed. Why does it seem as though the world has undergone such a dramatic shift? I feel as though I am trapped in a dream. You are not alone in this sentiment. Just glance at the delivery drones soaring above and the autonomous vehicles navigating below. I have long sensed the profound changes enveloping our world, indulging in a bit of nicotine, regardless of the magnitude of these transformations. I find myself earning a living effortlessly from the comfort of my home. But wait, what are you all discussing? Have you seen the virtual legislation? Why can one only log into the realm of dreams during the night? Chapter 403, The Grand Secret. The arrangement above undoubtedly possesses its own underlying rationale. It is likely designed to mitigate the influence of the spiritual realm on the tangible world. Otherwise, if everyone were to immerse themselves in the spiritual domain, who would remain in the real world? This notion resonates with me, and indeed, entering the spiritual realm is akin to a state of slumber, serving as an excellent substitute for sleep. Just imagine, living in the real world by day and traversing the spiritual realm by night, all while maintaining the same lifespan. One's life experiences would be exponentially enriched. Brother, your perspective is remarkably astute. You speak with great insight. Have you all taken note of the virtual currency, Lingdian? Is it a worthy investment? The individual above must be daft. Lingdian is entirely different from those digital currencies. What investment could possibly be made? Investing in Lingdian? With such intellect, what else could one invest in? Nonetheless, Lingdian is indeed a remarkable innovation. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it employs brainwave encryption technology, which signifies enhanced security for assets. Precisely. Moreover, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is likely that Lingdian will ascend to become the mainstream currency, and the gradual phasing out of the Huayuan may not be out of the question. My goodness. Is that true? I'm uncertain. I'm merely speculating. Wait, hold on. Don't divert the conversation. An extraordinary event has transpired. I have uncovered a profound secret. A great secret? I had already noticed her burgeoning stature. What on earth are you talking about? This is indeed a monumental secret. Quick, share it with us. I meticulously examined the entirety of the virtual legislation, only to find it lacks detailed clauses regarding commercial transactions. Hee. Hee? What do you mean by hee? Are you foolish? It's the very thing I wish to hee with you. No way. Is that for real? There's no prohibition? I just checked, and indeed, no detailed provisions exist. This cannot be right. It defies logic. Due to the idle musings of a certain seasoned individual, a significant loophole in the virtual legislation was discovered, leading to an exponential surge in related discussions across the internet. Consequently, the discourse spiraled into disarray. Naturally, Qian took note of this development. However, to be precise, the absence of detailed provisions does not constitute a loophole. It merely reflects a lack of foresight from the authorities. After all, once one enters the spiritual realm, their physical body is not truly corporeal. It merely mirrors the sensory experiences of the real world. In such circumstances, many matters indeed become somewhat nebulous. Historically, the authorities in the real world have vigorously combated illicit activities such as solicitation, yet this cannot merely be viewed superficially. A deeper consideration reveals that such efforts are primarily aimed at safeguarding women. Should these activities be permitted, leading to the establishment of a commercial profit chain, the rights and safety of women would face grave threats. There are those who, in pursuit of high-quality sources, may escalate to human trafficking, kidnapping, extortion, and even organ trade. Yet, despite the stringent measures enforced by the authorities, it remains challenging to eradicate these issues entirely. Illicit activities persist in the shadows. For this reason, as per Qian's understanding, three perspectives have now emerged among the authorities. Firstly, it is believed that since it is impossible to completely eradicate certain issues in reality, and since there exists an irremediable gap, one might as well transfer these concerns to the realm of the spiritual world, bringing them to the forefront. There is even contemplation regarding the formal legislation of related transactions within this ethereal domain. After all, the spiritual world is far more manageable than the real one, and large-scale industrial formations of such transactions would not lead to adverse consequences. Secondly, there are those who argue that permitting such matters is a violation of human ethics. Even if it occurs solely within the spiritual realm, it contradicts our profound cultural and moral values, regardless of the lack of negative repercussions or the immense economic potential. Such actions must not be undertaken. Thirdly, some assert that both material and spiritual needs are inevitable realities that must be confronted. Instead of avoiding the issue, it would be preferable to establish an institution serviced by virtual beings, where all customer interactions are managed by these avatars. Would this still contravene ethical standards? If so, then should we not denounce those in reality who research and develop bionic robots for service? Moreover, this could stimulate economic growth, presenting a solution that benefits all parties. The debate among the three perspectives rages on, yet it appears that the third viewpoint is gaining traction. Nevertheless, Qian realizes that this is not a matter he needs to ponder. His duty is simply to adhere to the decisions made by those above him and execute them diligently. In the office, Qian was sipping coffee while massaging his temples. Ever since his return to Galaxy technology, he could no longer afford to be an aloof overseer. Countless matters required his attention, particularly in the days following the recent launch of the Spiritual Realm Watch, which had left him utterly overwhelmed. He had initially believed he was well prepared, having stocked 30 million units prior to the launch, sufficient to last until the next batch arrived. However, to his astonishment, within mere minutes of the event's conclusion, the entire stock was sold out. Can you believe it? 30 million units in just 10 minutes. What extraordinary figures. Fortunately, Galaxy Technologies' servers were equipped with his quantum computing watch. Otherwise, the system might have collapsed under the strain. Alas, it seems that as the company grows, so does the burden. How exhausting, Qian mused. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock interrupted him, and a familiar face with a broad grin entered the room. Hey, little brother, busy enjoying your coffee? Yangfeng casually settled into the sofa. Well, they were already well acquainted. Qian raised an eyebrow. What brings you back again? Did you get that little procedure done? All healed up? What do you mean again? Yangfeng ignored the sarcasm. I sense you are not very welcoming. Your words wound me deeply. You're hardly a stunning beauty. Why should I roll out the red carpet? Yet, despite his words, Qian smiled and poured Yangfeng a cup of coffee, taking a seat on the opposite sofa with 2 bags of spicy chicken feet. Congratulations on your discharge from the hospital. Yangfeng's eyes lit up as he tore into the chicken feet packaging. All right, it was just a minor procedure. No need for congratulations. He continued. I'm here to take you back to the Firepower Research Institute. You're definitely coming with me this time. Oh, so confident? Qin Qian replied, somewhat surprised. Yang Feng chuckled. The ion thruster has been completed. We are merely awaiting your return for testing. An ion thruster has been developed? Qin Qian exclaimed with delight. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten our departure. I knew you wouldn't be able to sit still. All right, just let me finish these chicken feet, Yang Feng replied. Qin Qian found himself at a loss for words, as it was now his turn to be impatient. A few minutes later, after Yang Feng had finished his chicken feet, Qin Qian summoned Zhang Ruyu, and they made their way directly to the Armament Research Institute. Returning to the institute after several days, Qin Qian felt a sense of nostalgia, not for any particular reason, but rather out of curiosity about the latest developments. Chapter 404, Ion Thruster Testing. All right, enough waiting. What are you staring at? There will be plenty of opportunities to watch later, Yang Feng said as he forcibly dragged away Qin Qian, who was squatting on the ground. Eager to observe the chaotic scene, Qin Qian felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It had been quite a while since he had last witnessed such an event. Under the torrential downpour of excrement, the group of brothers engaged in a myriad of combat techniques, the excitement palpable. Upon entering the mountainside, Qin Qian soon spotted Qin Quan in the distance. Oh, Brother Quan is here too. Have you finished your tasks? Qin Qian greeted with a smile. You, of all people, can still ask that? Qin Quan approached with a grin. Who do you think I'm so busy for? Don't you have any awareness? Hiki. Qin Qian chuckled awkwardly. He knew that Qin Quan had been working hard because of him, so he refrained from saying more. However, Qin Quan's smile widened. The busier I am, the happier I become. Witnessing the monumental advancement of our national defense capabilities, how could I not be elated? If being busy brings about such wonderful outcomes, I hope to remain this busy forever. But it seems you might have more to keep you occupied soon, Qin Qian remarked with a smile. Qin Quan nodded eagerly. I know, the tests are about to commence. Old Yang has already informed me. Otherwise, why would I come here? As they conversed, the group arrived at Academician Feng's domain, the dedicated large-scale research laboratory for the GN20, which was now also the research facility for the ion thruster. Upon seeing Qin Qian walk in, Academician Feng could hardly contain his joy. Ah, little Qin, you finally arrived. Haraha. What good fortune has brought such joy to Academician Feng? Qin Qian inquired, feigning ignorance. Academician Feng embraced Qin Qian's shoulders in a friendly manner. What else could it be? It's certainly because of your ion thruster. You cannot fathom our reaction when we received the theories and designs. It was nothing short of miraculous. Little Qin, you are a genius, an unprecedented genius. Why are you praising yourself again? Qin Qian said, feeling a bit bashful as he rubbed his ear. Oh, I was just thinking casually. Mulling it over. Casually thinking, you say? Academician Feng's eyes sparkled. You managed to create the ion thruster with casual thoughts? Imagine what you could accomplish if you were to think seriously. Just as Qin Qian was about to express further modesty, he recalled the combat armor he was planning to develop next. Well, perhaps it was best not to remain silent. He quickly shifted the topic. By the way, Academician Feng, where's the ion thruster? Wasn't it ready for testing? Of course, it's all set. We were just waiting for you. Academician Feng replied, leading Qin Qian and the others into a large testing chamber. Inside the testing chamber, a machine measuring over 1 meter in length, width, and height was fixed in the center, while the data monitoring room was filled to the brim with researchers. However, Qin Qian subtly furrowed his brow. It was important to note that when he initially conceptualized the ion thruster, he had considered the later adaptation for combat armor. Otherwise, he would not have spent so long in development. Thus, the size of the ion thruster should have been quite compact. Why then, was it now so large? Just as he was about to inquire, Academician Feng had already begun to explain. Xiaoqin, behold, this is the prototype of the ion thruster we have developed. Based on your proposed scheme, we prioritized its adaptation for large equipment such as aircraft carriers, consequently increasing its size. Ah, so it was designed for aircraft carriers. Qin Qian thought to himself. Suddenly, Academician Feng appeared somewhat embarrassed. Although we have enlarged the dimensions and power in an attempt to surpass your theoretical 70 newtons of thrust, the results have been rather unsatisfactory. Thus, we now face an awkward predicament. Despite the increased size, the corresponding benefits are meager, and I find myself uncertain about whether to continue. Qin Qian was momentarily taken aback. He suddenly recalled that the ion thruster he had deduced was supposed to deliver a thrust of 70 newtons, achieving speeds of up to 50 Mach. It could reach the moon in just over 2 hours, yet Academician Feng still sought to increase power thrust and to install it on an aircraft carrier? What was the purpose? A flying miniature aircraft carrier? Was that truly necessary? Moreover, even if it were to be mounted on an aircraft carrier, the original ultra-compact ion thruster would suffice. If one were insufficient, couldn't several be installed? Why the need for enlargement? However, upon a moment's reflection, Chen Xian came to comprehend academician Fang's perspective. It was likely that his thinking had yet to fully transition, remaining anchored in the old paradigms. Perhaps in the research aspect, academician Fang was beyond reproach, but in other respects, it seemed rather challenging. These questions could be pondered later. Chen Xian paused and remarked, "In any case, let us first conduct a test to see how this ion thruster performs." A valid point, academician Fang nodded. Leading the group into the control room and proceeding to arrange the testing procedures, Chen Xian and the others stood quietly to the side, without uttering a word. Yet the anticipation in Chen Quan and Yang Feng's eyes grew increasingly palpable as they gazed at the ion thruster beyond the transparent glass, nearly drooling in anticipation. After a brief moment, all preparations were complete. "The first test of the large ion thruster is about to commence," academician Fang declared with a resounding voice. "Ignition." In an instant, the ion thruster outside sprang to life, emitting a ghostly blue glow from its rear, and aside from that, there appeared to be nothing particularly remarkable. However, the data within the control room could not deceive anyone. Academician Fang fixated intently on the display screen recording the thrust, his eyes wide with astonishment. A nearby researcher timely chimed in, "The thruster has been activated, and the thrust is steadily rising. 10 newtons of thrust, 20 newtons, over 30 newtons of thrust." The researcher's voice grew increasingly high-pitched, clearly brimming with excitement, while those around held their breath, some unsure where to place their hands, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of the test to cheer. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A rapid voice crackled through the speaker. "Not good, academician Fang. The apparatus securing the ion thruster is on the verge of failing." At this utterance, everyone was taken aback. Chen Xian hurried forward to observe closely. Indeed, many of the metallic components securing the ion thruster had begun to exhibit a degree of distortion. Academician Fang instinctively cast a glance at Chen Xian, who shook his head in response. "Let us suspend the test," he suggested. Without delay, academician Fang activated the microphone, urging, "Quickly, suspend the test. I repeat, immediately suspend the test." As soon as his words fell, the ion thruster outside abruptly ceased operation. A sense of relief washed over academician Fang as he exhaled, shaking his head in disappointment. "It is my fault. The preparations for this test were insufficient. I never anticipated this outcome." Chen Xian, however, remained unfazed, fully aware that the system's simulation of the ion thruster could not possibly be flawed. "It is of no consequence. We can simply prepare anew and conduct the test once more. We can have someone calculate the output power in advance to gain a preliminary understanding of the results." Academician Fang pondered for a moment and agreed with this rationale, promptly instructing others to commence the calculations. Chapter 405. No more aircraft carriers. Moments later, academician Fang, holding the report, exhibited a blend of joy and embarrassment, leaving Chen Xian somewhat perplexed. What was the matter? "Well, you might as well take a look for yourself," academician Fang offered, handing the report to Chen Xian. Upon receiving it, Chen Xian discovered that, according to the calculations, the ion propulsion system could be deemed largely successful. The data was reasonable, and the thrust, based on the power output, indeed reached 70 newtons. However, the issue lay in the fact that this system had been intentionally enlarged to achieve higher power and stronger thrust. Yet, the results revealed a mere increase of 0.7 newtons after such a significant increase in size. It was no wonder that academician Fang appeared somewhat awkward. Chen Xian felt embarrassed on his behalf. "Well, this is quite good," Chen Xian said, unable to suppress a pat on academician Fang's back. "Perhaps we should refrain from unnecessary tinkering." His intention was to offer comfort. But upon hearing this, academician Fang felt even more uneasy. Tinkering? It seemed he had indeed engaged in such activities. His face flushed with embarrassment. It appears there might not be much need for this." Noticing this, Chen Xian pondered for a moment before asking, "Academician Fang, have you ever considered a particular question?" "What question?" "Even without the need for modifications to increase power, the original propulsion system would suffice for the aircraft carrier. If one unit is inadequate, we could simply install several." Chen Xian continued, "Moreover, have you considered whether it is truly necessary for the carrier to reach speeds of 50 Mach?" Academician Fang was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had contemplated such a matter. when he initially viewed the theoretical design of the ion propulsion system. His immediate thought was to scale it for compatibility with the aircraft carrier, without considering any alternatives. Now, with Chen Qian's reminder, he realized he might have been overreaching. Furthermore, Chen Qian paused before saying, "Academician Fong, have you forgotten the essence of the aircraft carrier battle group?" The concept of the aircraft carrier battle group, though intricate, essentially revolves around a series of aircraft and weapon units centered around the carrier. Nations possessing such battle groups may differ in their configurations, but fundamentally, their designs are strikingly similar. To put it plainly, an aircraft carrier serves merely as a foothold, a platform for operations. Compared to conventional platforms, it is larger and equipped with numerous additional functionalities, functioning as a combat unit in its own right. However, no amount of embellishment can disguise the aircraft carrier's fundamental nature. It remains merely a platform. Ultimately, the effectiveness of aerial combat units prevails, with various aircraft, bombers, and missiles being humanity's most potent means of warfare. Moreover, not all missiles possess the capabilities of the Dongfeng Express, capable of reaching any corner of the globe. Even those that can travel far do not necessarily do so swiftly. If their speed is lacking, adversaries have ample time to prepare their defenses, and those that cannot reach their destination must rely on aircraft for transport. Thus, a pressing question arises: how can aircraft cover such distances? Hence, the development of aerial refueling technologies came into play. The fighter jets soar with remarkable speed and ferocity, leaving refueling aircraft in their dust. Furthermore, the fuel consumption and range of these refueling planes pose significant challenges. Thus, this solution can only provide limited assistance to the fighter jets and fails to address the fundamental issues at hand. Ultimately, the aircraft carrier emerged as a solution. Unable to fly great distances? I can transport them there first. Consequently, a formidable sequence of aircraft carriers came into being and rapidly evolved. What exactly constitutes this sequence of aircraft carriers? The esteemed academician Fong undoubtedly comprehended. However, he found himself perplexed by Chen Qian's inquiry, questioning its intent. Observing this, Chen Qian decided to be forthright. Glancing at Chen Quan and Yang Feng beside him, he suggested, "Academician Fong, shall we find a suitable place to discuss this matter more thoroughly?" Academician Fong readily agreed with a nod. Moments later, the group settled into Academician Fong's office. "Xiaochen, feel free to express your thoughts," Academician Fong prompted. Chen Qian organized his thoughts. "Indeed, I have harbored some preliminary ideas regarding certain issues for quite some time. Now, I seize this opportunity to share them with everyone, and I encourage you all to share your insights as well." I understand Academician Fong's interest in equipping the aircraft carrier with ion engines, as it would certainly enhance its speed and significantly bolster combat capabilities. Yet, I have a lingering question. Does our nation still require the construction of aircraft carriers? This statement left everyone in utter disbelief. What does it mean? Is there no need to build aircraft carriers? What a ridiculous notion. Yang Feng was the first to respond, but Chen Qian raised his hand to interrupt him, continuing, "Please allow me to finish. The essence of an aircraft carrier is that it serves as a base for fighter jets, designed to extend their operational range. But why should we not focus directly on the fighter jets themselves? What if the operational range of our fighter jets encompassed the entire globe? If fighter jets could easily circumnavigate the world 100 or 80 times, would there still be a necessity for aircraft carriers to exist?" This line of reasoning left the audience bewildered. Initially deemed fanciful, the notion began to resonate with them. If fighter jets could traverse the globe at will, perhaps the existence of aircraft carriers was not as critical after all. Yet, one cannot dismiss this entirely. Yang Feng shook his head, asserting maritime combat units remain exceedingly important. Chen Qian nodded in agreement. Indeed, maritime combat units are vital. But what exactly constitutes a maritime combat unit? A unit capable of engaging in combat at sea is, by definition, a maritime combat unit. Would you not agree? Yang Feng paused, contemplating a rebuttal, yet found Chen Qian's argument compelling. Thus, a question arose. Must a maritime combat unit necessarily be one that floats upon the ocean's surface? The group exchanged glances, their minds filled with questions. Chen Qian continued, "Do you all recall why I initially pursued the study of ion propulsion?" The room fell silent until Yang Feng suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. The amphibious GN-20. The GN-20 that can soar through the skies and dive into the depths of the sea." Chen Qian clapped his hands together. "Precisely. The GN-20, capable of both aerial and aquatic maneuvers. Can you truly claim it is not a maritime combat force?" Now that ion propulsion technology is nearing completion, should we not explore the development of a genuine amphibious GN-20? The current GN-20, integrated with submarine technology and enhanced by active camouflage, which ensures invisibility to both the naked eye and radar, raises the question, isn't the concept of an amphibious GN-20 appealing? The audience's eyes widened as Chun Qian elaborated, particularly Yang Feng, who seemed to have the words impatience written all over his face. However, at that moment, Academician Feng interjected, what relevance does this have to the construction of aircraft carriers? If the concept of an amphibious GN-20 were to materialize, the significance of aircraft carriers would presumably increase. Qin Qian smiled faintly. This brings me to another point I wish to convey. The true amphibious GN-20, in my vision, possesses a combat radius that spans the globe. Chapter 406, The Most Powerful Sword 20, Global. How is this possible? Academician Feng expressed his confusion. The fuel consumption of aircraft limits their operational radius. While the issue of fuel consumption may appear straightforward, the inherent functionality of an aircraft necessitates speed, flying faster and ever faster. Thus, the engine must possess immense power, but the more potent the engine, the more outrageous the fuel consumption becomes. This presents a fundamental contradiction. How could one possibly expand the operational radius to a global scale? Chun Qian's smile grew even more radiant. Academician Feng, the ion thruster can enable the Sword 20 to reach any corner of the globe within half an hour. How can the operational radius not be global? As for the energy issue, Qin Qian paused. Academician Feng, have you heard any recent whispers? Whispers? Academician Feng shook his head in confusion. Chun Qian whispered, controlled nuclear fusion. Academician Feng's eyes widened in realization. I am aware of this. It seems there has been a significant breakthrough recently. Qin Qian was taken aback by the extent of confidentiality surrounding commercial-controlled nuclear fusion. Logically, if it had been successful, it would soon be public knowledge, and figures like Academician Feng should have been informed. Noticing this, he glanced at Qin Quan, who nodded in understanding. Qin Qian continued, in fact, it has already succeeded. Succeeded. Academician Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed a monumental benefit for the nation and its people. Qin Qian's voice resonated again. Concerning the energy issue, my proposal is based on controlled nuclear fusion. If we can miniaturize controlled nuclear fusion to adapt it to the ion thruster and equip it on the amphibious Sword 20. He left the rest unsaid, allowing everyone to ponder the implications. At that moment, even Zhang Riyue covered her mouth in astonishment, let alone the others. Qin Quan and Yang Feng gaped, speechless, while Academician Feng clutched his heart, holding his breath, appearing as though he might faint. Now, Academician Feng finally understood why Qin Qian had claimed that constructing an aircraft carrier was unnecessary. If this vision could indeed come to fruition, why bother with aircraft carriers at all? If there were adversaries to confront, hundreds or thousands of amphibious Sword 20s could simply fly over. As for the combat capability of an aircraft carrier, it truly pales in comparison. No matter how formidable, it cannot outmatch the swift delivery of Dongfeng. With express deliveries ready at home and the amphibious Sword 20s patrolling the globe, one could even take to the seas to see if any ill-fated submarines dared to roam about. This was no mere amphibious Sword 20. It was a cornerstone ensuring the nation's prosperity for the next century. Bang, bang, bang. The heart raced as Academician Feng became overwhelmed with excitement, causing Qin Qian to hastily rise and check on him, fearful that he might genuinely collapse, leading to his own condemnation as a traitor to the nation. I'm fine, Youngchen. I'm all right. After a moment of kindness, Academician Feng calmed slightly and waved his hand. Youngchen, let us continue discussing the amphibious Sword 20. While the concept is excellent, miniaturizing controlled nuclear fusion is not as simple as it seems. Not simple? Qin Qian displayed sincere curiosity with wide eyes. Is it difficult? I have already begun research on it, and the progress is quite smooth. It doesn't seem difficult at all. What? Not difficult? You are already researching it, and it's progressing smoothly? Academician Feng raised his hand, pointing at Qin Qian, seemingly on the verge of articulating something. Yet words eluded him as his heart raced violently. Oh dear, Academician Feng. Qin Qian hurriedly stepped forward once more. Panting, Academician Feng gasped, What? What did you just say? Please repeat it. Qin Qian felt an immense pressure. Was it truly necessary to reiterate under such circumstances? What if disaster struck? However, Feng's silence only heightened his urgency. Quick. You must say it again, quickly. With a sense of helplessness, Chen Qian complied. I said, I am researching the miniaturization of controllable nuclear fusion. The progress is quite smooth, and the results are remarkable. I believe it is not insurmountable. Academician Fong sprang up in sheer elation. Wonderful. Young Chen, you are a genius. A monumental genius. Unprecedented. Truly one of a kind. Chen Qian was taken aback. What was happening? Why was he leaping with joy? Is your health truly so robust? So it was all an act just now. Meanwhile, Chen Quan and Yang Feng could no longer contain themselves, rising to exit while fiddling with their watches, eager to report the news. Ordinarily, such matters would require Chen Qian to prepare a formal report first, but their impatience was palpable, yearning to share the revelation immediately. Wait. Academician Fong grasped Chen Qian's shoulder. The ion thruster is not yet fully tested. I cannot lag behind. I must go arrange the next testing session. With that, he dashed out of the office. In an instant, only Chen Qian and Jiang Ruyue remained in the office. Were they truly that eager? Chen Qian instinctively pondered. Had they never doubted the feasibility of my proposal? Indeed, if it had been others, they might have held reservations. But both Yang Feng and Chen Quan were acutely aware of Chen Qian's extraordinary capabilities. Having witnessed the ion thruster's developments, Academician Fong wholeheartedly recognized Chen Qian's brilliance. Thus they would not question his ability to deliver. Once spoken, it was destined to come to fruition. Jiang Ruyue remained silent, gazing at her boyfriend with sparkling eyes, before suddenly leaping into Chen Qian's embrace. You are so amazing. Chen Qian couldn't help but chuckle. Do you really not know how remarkable I am? Ah, I see now. They left to grant us a moment of solitude. How thoughtful of them. Jiang Ruyue blushed, murmuring, what a mess. Upon returning to the Weapons Development Institute on his first day, Chen Qian found himself transformed into an unnoticed drifter. Even his accommodation had to be arranged by himself. How frustrating. Nevertheless, he relished the tranquility. If tasked with developing something anew, he was reluctant, especially since the battle armor was already in the simulation phase. He longed to expedite its completion. By the third day, Academician Fong had once again organized the testing of the ion thruster. Chen Qian attended the observation. And after thorough preparations, the testing concluded successfully, with all relevant data from the ion thruster meticulously collected. It is worth mentioning that the final thrust was firmly established at 78 newtons, a slight improvement over the previously calculated 77. Even though it is but a marginal increase, Chen Qian deemed it a matter worthy of celebration and promptly extended his congratulations to Academician Fong. However, the more he congratulated, the darker Academician Fong's expression became, leaving Chen Qian utterly perplexed. What was the matter? Had he misspoken? No, he had uttered nothing but pleasant words of congratulations. How could this provoke such a reaction? Yet at that moment, Academician Fong's perception of Chen Qian deepened. Though he was undeniably an incomprehensible genius, there was also a hint of cunning beneath the surface. Is this your way of congratulating me? After all the effort I expended, I have only managed to increase the thrust by a mere 0.8 newtons. Is this truly congratulations, or is it rather a veiled mockery? Chapter 407. Nations on Edge. Meanwhile, discussions surrounding the Lingjing Watch and the virtual legislation continue to thrive, showing no signs of waning even after several days. There is an abundance of topics to explore. The functionalities of the Lingjing Watch alone, along with the myriad associated proposals, are far too intricate for netizens to unravel in just a day or two. However, at this juncture, an official announcement ignited a fervor across the domestic internet. Commercial controllable nuclear fusion has been achieved. Could it be that I am not mistaken? Commercial controllable nuclear fusion has indeed been realized? This is remarkable. How did this occur? Wasn't it previously stated that the ITER organization would not collaborate with us, suppressing our endeavors? Yet here we are, having accomplished it independently. When the space station would not engage with us, we forged our own path. When the ITER controllable nuclear fusion project excluded us, we took matters into our own hands. Indeed, we have proven our prowess. The foreign entities must be taken aback. Ha ha ha. Let us celebrate. Electricity prices are set to decline. We shall no longer face power shortages. One might think of mere electricity costs, pray tell. When have we ever truly lacked power? Even during occasional shortages, we can promptly source from elsewhere. Nonetheless, with the advancement of new energy vehicles and various battery technologies, our country's electricity prices have recently seen a notable increase. Yet, the true significance of commercial controllable nuclear fusion lies in our national energy security. Indeed, we have finally grasped a vital artery of our energy supply. The announcement of commercial controllable nuclear fusion has once again set the domestic internet ablaze. while simultaneously spreading to the international arena alongside news of Lingjing. Logically, the recent series of significant announcements from our nation should have already reverberated globally. It is implausible that foreign citizens are only now receiving the news. This situation can be attributed to Chen Qian. Some time ago, our nation's affairs were persistently broadcasted through the international version of Douyin, leading to a plethora of incidents in manhwa related to zero-cost purchases, which prompted them to enact legislation declaring that zero-cost purchases below a certain amount were legal. After finally stabilizing the situation, both manhwa and many other second-world nations grew increasingly vigilant, constructing information silos to prevent their citizens from learning about our circumstances, even resorting to smear campaigns against us. Douyin also faced challenges from various countries, becoming ensnared in a quagmire. However, this was merely a minor obstacle. Each day, numerous foreigners travel to our nation for medical care, and members of the diaspora exist in every corner of the globe. Completely obstructing the flow of information is akin to a vain dream. The fermentation of this information merely took a few additional days. At this moment, the multitude of recent developments in our country has converged like streams into a vast ocean, finally gaining momentum on the international stage. Selling cakes? A virtual world? Virtual legislation? And we have achieved commercial controllable nuclear fusion? My God, is this a jest? Do you wonder if I jest with you? Damn it. The person above, you have tarnished my faith. I will find you and silence your mouth by stuffing it where the sun does not shine. Oh, my followers, come forth. Is the news true or false? Why is everyone speaking of these matters in our nation? It is simply too astonishing. It is indeed true. I have just returned from Huagua after seeking medical treatment. The Lingjing watch from Galaxy Technology not only allows one to enter a virtual realm, but also directly transmits various knowledge to the brain. The educational system in Huagua has undergone a complete transformation. Oh, my friend, are you a screenwriter? Directly transmitting knowledge to the brain? When will the film be released? Damn it, why does no one believe me? My brother, I trust you, for I too have just returned from Huagua, and I have witnessed everything you spoke of with my own eyes, even attending the press conference of Galaxy Technology. How wonderful, at last, someone believes me. You have no idea, Huagua has actually pilfered our great technology from Goryeo. They are thieves. Though I hold no fondness for Huagua, must Goryeo people truly be so loathsome? You are utterly repugnant. Indeed, a nation so filled with inferiority and absurdity. Are you engaging in racial discrimination, you scoundrel? Yes, and what of it? If you have the guts, come find me. I am currently stationed in your Goryeo, and you are welcome to seek me out for trouble. Haha, you crack me up. I have also been stationed in Goryeo. It is truly a paradise for men. Indeed, I have been stationed there as well, enjoying privileges and everything. Whenever my friends and I went to a bar and found no seats, we would simply escort the Goryeo shrimp away, and they would still greet us with smiles. Goryeo women would approach us to strike up conversations, unlike the people from Huagua, who possess more spirit and would resist. One can discern who is a Goryeo person and who is from Huagua by their gaze and demeanor. Hey, brothers, weren't we discussing matters concerning Huagua? How did we end up talking about Goryeo? My apologies. The Goryeo people are just too repulsive, and I couldn't help myself. As for matters regarding Huagua, there is truly no need to delve further. Oh, why is that? Because it bears no relevance to us. We cannot enjoy their products and services. So it would be best not to inquire further, lest we feel disheartened. Damn Turner. The international discourse is ablaze, and gradually, many netizens have harbored numerous grievances towards their own countries. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the high-ranking officials of various nations promptly contacted the embassies of Huagua in their respective countries, seeking to establish communication with Huagua's senior officials for detailed discussions. Those nations with the authority to directly contact Huagua's high-ups also acted swiftly. No one is a fool. The advent of the Lingjing Watch is well understood by all nations for its profound implications. The functionalities of the Lingjing Watch extend beyond mere economic considerations. It holds immense potential to propel the advancement of the entire human race. They can no longer disregard the Lingjing Watch as they did with the holographic watch. However, whether through contacting the embassies of Huagua or making direct phone calls, no one has been able to genuinely reach Huagua's senior officials. The embassies continuously defer, offering an array of empty rhetoric that leaves them bewildered, yet the awaited follow-up never arrives. Direct calls yield nothing but a constant busy signal, devoid of even a semblance of courteous dialogue. At the outset, many speculated that numerous countries were preoccupied with reaching out to China, inundating the lines with calls. However, as time elapsed, calls continued to be made, Yet the lines remained persistently engaged, eventually leading to a notification indicating that the call could not be connected. What could be the cause of this? Were they inadvertently blocked? Such a notion seems absurd. After all, how could one block such calls? Nevertheless, their conjectures were not far from the truth. While it was not a matter of being blocked, the situation was somewhat analogous, as the lines had been severed. The direct phone lines encountered issues requiring repairs, and the actions of the employees within the various Chinese embassies reflected solely their individual conduct. This seems quite reasonable. Does it not? Chapter 408. The Scoundrel in the Research and Development Institute. Chen Qian reclined on the sofa of his suite, silently perusing the report on his phone. This document had been specially sent to him by Elder Mu earlier that morning, outlining the international reactions and current circumstances following the release of the Lingjing Watch and the public unveiling of controllable nuclear fusion. The report also sought his insights on the matter. To be candid, Chen Qian was not particularly well informed about the foreign reactions and relevant situations. In the real world, Leah was not omnipotent. While she could monitor some ordinary meetings abroad through surveillance and smart devices, she was unable to do so in higher-level settings. Foreigners were not foolish. High-level meetings did not retain records, nor were they subject to surveillance or smart technology. Of course, by closely observing certain key figures and gathering information from subtle clues, some intelligence could still be obtained. However, this method was excessively time-consuming and ultimately unworthy, as opportunities could easily slip away. On another note, Chen Qian held a rather dismissive view of those foreigners, including those from Mei country. In the face of absolute technological prowess and strength, their petty schemes seemed trivial. Coupled with their inherent arrogance, he did not perceive them as a genuine threat to his nation's rise. Consequently, aside from preventing espionage and promoting his own culture, as well as occasionally confronting certain adversaries, he had not engaged extensively on the international front. Even the fact that numerous countries were constructing information cocoons only came to his attention after a couple of days, as his accounts on various foreign platforms had been suspended, making it impossible for him to remain informed. Interesting, he mused. Are these fellows truly anxious? Initially, many nations had been resolute in their intentions to sanction Huagua and its galactic technology, but with the simultaneous unveiling of the Lingjing Watch and controllable nuclear fusion, they could no longer sit idly by. Chen Qian found himself contemplating the situation. Although many countries were eager to establish contact with Huagua and collaborate with galactic technology, the process would not be as straightforward as it might seem. To proceed in such a manner would signify an unequivocal alignment with Huagua, something they would be reluctant to do openly. Even with commercial controllable nuclear fusion, while it held significance, it was not the most pressing matter for the world at large. The reason was simple. The resources of the world had not yet been exhausted, and nations were not in dire need. Therefore, the urgency with which they sought contact was quite transparent. They were simply looking to take advantage of the situation. Indeed, it was highly probable that these nations aimed to negotiate or engage in some form of mutually beneficial exchange, seeking to obtain what they desired from Huagua while maintaining a facade of allegiance to Old Mei. In other words, they wished to act disingenuously while preserving their own reputations. Chen Qian was confident that Elder Mu and others were acutely aware of this dynamic. The reason for soliciting his opinion was likely due to the opportunity it presented for a smooth entry into the international market. Simultaneously, by accommodating the demands of various nations, Huagua would not be without its benefits. Allowing these countries to appear successful while maintaining their FAAD could prove advantageous in the future, particularly if relations with Old Mei were to deteriorate completely. At that time, would the nations truly unite resolutely alongside the old man? Whether they would stand together was uncertain. Chen Qian was acutely aware of the vast cultural disparities and differing moral philosophies. One could not apply their own reasoning to decipher the foreigners' riddles. Thus, he harbored no faith in the credibility of those brigands. Would they continue to cooperate amicably with Huagua, or would they band together to seize opportunities? How to choose? Chen Qian believed he could easily discern the future intentions of those rogues. After some contemplation, he conveyed his stance to Old Mu, articulating his recommendations. In essence, he expressed, "Do you wish to exploit the situation? Dream on. Depart." As for the seemingly effortless entry into the international market, Chen Qian regarded it with disdain. He intended to seize what he desired on his own, even if a collaboration with various nations were to be established. The so-called smooth entry into the international arena would likely be a matter of turning a blind eye. He understood that those individuals could not overtly contravene the old man, a truth he was well aware of. Some might wonder why the Anglos fear despite its absurdities and occasional outrageous actions, has so many individuals willing to loyally follow? The answer is rather simple. It is a matter of habit and trust. For over 2 centuries, they have followed closely behind each other. And regardless of how ludicrous or unbelievable the actions taken, they ultimately benefited from the spoils. Once, twice, thrice. Thus, it is understandable that they continue to charge forward, oblivious to the consequences. However, unfortunately for them, we are now an immovable force. Qin could not help but chuckle, hoping they would be prudent and refrain from pushing too hard. Upon receiving Qin's suggestions, Old Mu and the others deliberated seriously and ultimately reached a consensus to report upwards. As anticipated, the higher-ups approved the plan without issue. What Qin could comprehend, the authorities could certainly grasp as well, and relevant strategies and actions swiftly commenced. In the ensuing week, numerous nations seeking to establish contact with Huagua finally made their approach. Subsequently, the representatives from various countries were left bewildered. What did it mean that the dedicated phone lines were malfunctioning? Were they being duped? What did it imply that the embassy staff's actions were merely personal? Had they already been condemned and criticized? Were they even unwilling to dismiss anyone? Not even a 1-month salary deduction? Whose dirty tricks were they emulating? On this day, the international contacts felt they had learned something extraordinary. After all, this was wisdom distilled from a market of over 1 billion people, formulated by certain unscrupulous individuals after prolonged scrutiny. How useful it was. Yet, what truly left them in despair was the response from Huagua. Firstly, they acknowledged an understanding of the other party's intentions, then expressed a warm welcome and genuine joy, eagerly anticipating collaborative efforts for mutual benefit. Lastly, they subtly indicated the gravity of the matter, necessitating a hierarchical reporting and deliberation process. When the nations inquired about the duration of these discussions, all were left speechless. A meeting would take a minimum of several years? What sort of assembly was this? Moreover, is it truly impossible for us to dispatch researchers for an on-site visit? Are we not even permitted to observe? Listening to your grandiose claims has become tiresome. Now we are denied the opportunity to investigate firsthand? In a moment of disbelief, several representatives from various nations began to question the authenticity of this so-called virtual realm and the purportedly controllable nuclear fusion technology. Nonetheless, having received a response, the liaison officers from each country promptly reported the information. Upon receiving these reports, the leadership of these nations found themselves in a state of confusion. What exactly is happening? However, they did not doubt the veracity of the situation. Although they could not infiltrate, it was still feasible to find individuals among the citizens traveling to Huagua for medical treatment. Offer them some financial incentive and keep an ear to the ground for information. Thus, they recognized that all of Huagua's current technologies are indeed legitimate. The question now arises, does Huagua's stance signify outright rejection, or is there a genuine desire for thorough discussions? If you intend to refuse, why speak in such ambiguous terms? What purpose does it serve to instill hope in us? Such duplicity. Chapter 409. The Twilight of Internet Tycoons in the Central Military District. Qin and Jiang Riyue stood silently on the grass, awaiting the inevitable. Jiang Riyue's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness, yet she felt powerless to change the situation. Once again, they were here to cause a commotion. Although she found it rather amusing, the circumstances were nonetheless frustrating. Suddenly, the watch on Qin's wrist emitted a sound, prompting him to answer the call. What is it, Tiger? Comrade Yu. On the holographic screen, Yu Jing shot him an exasperated glance. Boss, perhaps you should come back and handle this? They've returned again. In just over a month, they've shown up more than a dozen times. And we simply cannot drive them away. They are congregating outside, blocking the entrance. The they that Yu Jing referred to comprised various internet companies of all sizes in Huagua, predominantly gaming firms, along with others from different platforms. Ever since the launch of the Lingjing watch, they had been eager to integrate their products into the Lingjing world, hoping to share in its burgeoning potential. However, it would be inaccurate to say they were merely after profits. Many were primarily concerned with survival itself. They understood that the Lingjing world would undoubtedly serve as the cornerstone of countless future opportunities. If they failed to keep pace with the times, they would inevitably face obsolescence. Ignore them. Let them block the entrance if they wish, as long as they do not disrupt the normal operations of the company, Qin stated nonchalantly. Those individuals were not his partners. His alliances were primarily with entities in the realm of manufacturing. When he established the Galaxy Technology Business Alliance, he had no intention of inviting those internet enterprises to join. The presence of Galaxy technology rendered their participation meaningless. The manufacturing sector and related industries were far more valuable, as their growth would significantly benefit the nation. As for the future opportunities within the Lingjing realm, they would be seized solely by Galaxy technology, after all. The country needed funds, and one must earn a living. Yu Jing hesitated, sensing the weight of her words. Given her understanding of Chen Qian, it was clear he had already made up his mind. However, the issue lay in the fact that among those waiting outside were the two mas, influential figures in their own right. Could it truly be wise to disregard them entirely? Additionally, Zhang Ming, who had previously shared a bond with Chen Qian, was also present. After a moment's contemplation, she cautioned, both mas are out there, and so is General Zhang Ming. Chen Qian paused, letting out a sigh. He was indifferent to the two mas, one working abroad and the other acting as a detached capitalist. But Zhang Ming had contributed to the early stages of Galaxy technology and was, by all accounts, a decent individual. Logically, he should offer assistance. However, doing so would contradict the broader trajectory of the nation's future. The future of Huagua would undoubtedly be a world of dreams, a realm where everyone is treated equally, where all can attain their desires, and where individuals strive for their aspirations. The simplest aspect of this vision was that, at least in material terms, essentials such as housing, transportation, and food should be provided free of charge. This necessity to amass resources from around the globe stemmed from the need to sustain themselves. Hence, money, more precisely, profit, became exceedingly significant, as it had to be distributed among the populace. If Chen Qian were to assist Zhang Ming, it would equate to relinquishing a portion of profit. And even the smallest concession was unacceptable, as every additional point diminishes the nation's revenue. The pursuit of a dream world slows and becomes increasingly arduous. Thus, even though Zhang Ming had previously offered him indirect assistance, he could not reciprocate, as it contradicted the overarching direction. Furthermore, with the evolution of the industry, Zhang Ming had amassed considerable wealth. Continuing to earn was no longer essential, for in the future, money would hold little significance domestically. Chen Qian shook his head, pulling his thoughts back. To entertain Mr. Zhang, he conveyed that collaboration was unfeasible, as there were higher arrangements at play. Yu Jing nodded in agreement. Understood, Mr. Chen. After the call ended, familiar figures surged forth in the distance, igniting a wave of excitement within Chen Qian. Finally, they had arrived. Anticipation surged. Who would emerge victorious this time? Who would seize the most? Jiang Ruyue shot him a glance, indicating a somewhat familiar face in the distance. It should be him. He has been the most successful in previous rounds. Ah, you mean that brother who always gets surrounded and baptized? Chen Qian replied. I have high hopes for him as well. After witnessing yet another splendid spectacle, Chen Qian returned to the Firepower Research Institute with a sense of fulfillment. Perhaps the average person would fail to understand his fascination with such events, deeming them unpleasant. Yet, he found them far from odorous. He had gleaned insights, discerning the optimal positions, angles, and wind directions to observe without being affected by any unpleasantness, significantly enhancing his viewing experience. Upon returning to his room, just as Chen Qian accepted a cup of coffee from Jiang Ruyue, he suddenly sensed a stirring in his mind. A wave of joy surged within him as he promptly accessed the system interface. Indeed, after over a month of simulations, the miniaturization of controlled nuclear fusion had been successfully achieved. Treasure, please summon Yanggu, Quangu, and Academician Fong to my exclusive laboratory, he instructed. Jiang Ruyue nodded in acknowledgement and departed the room. The exclusive laboratory was a comprehensive research facility specifically designed for Chen Qian by the Firepower Research Institute. Although it did not rival Academician Fong's expansive domain, it was still quite substantial. Moreover, the equipment was exceptionally comprehensive and the investment was significant, placing it among the forefront of the Institute's endeavors. The aim, of course, was to enable Chen Qian to focus on research and expedite the miniaturization of controlled nuclear fusion. Ideally, it would also yield further remarkable innovations. Upon entering the exclusive laboratory, Chen Qian did not have to wait long before Jiang Ruyue returned with the others. Hey, little brother, why have you summoned us? Yang Feng called out boisterously. Do you have some new findings? Chen Quan echoed with anticipation. On their way, they had speculated with Academician Fong about the reason for Chen Qian's sudden summons, and they were all filled with excitement and hope for a breakthrough. Look at you all. Why can't you learn from Academician Fong? Chen Qian chuckled. See how composed he is, entering without a single question. Hey, Academician Fong. What are you rummaging through? Academician Fong was busy inspecting various instruments, his gaze scanning every corner. Aren't you the one who might have made some progress? That's precisely what I'm searching for. Qin Qian remarked, amused. Well, it seems you are the most impatient one after all. Qin Qian, with a sense of helplessness, pressed his forehead. Stop searching for my academician Fong. Everything is on my watch. Upon hearing this, academician Fong hurried over, and Chun Quan along with Yang Feng also gathered around. Jiang Riyue, with her curious big eyes, tightly grasped Qin Qian's right hand, fearful of being pushed aside. Hold on, don't crowd. Qin Qian quickly moved towards the adjacent lounge. Let's go, let's sit down and discuss. In the lounge, without Qin Qian needing to say much, the group swiftly took their seats, sitting upright like elementary school students in class. Qin Qian smiled as he activated the watch, and the others consented to connect. Shortly after which a document appeared in their minds. Chapter 410, Energy Core by the Heavens. Academician Fong exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Have you truly accomplished the miniaturization of controllable nuclear fusion? So soon? Yang Feng and Chun Quan gaped, holding their breath as they turned to Qin Qian. Ever since they donned the Spirit Realm watches, they had absorbed some fundamental research knowledge, enabling them to comprehend the documents swirling in their minds. Jiang Riyue was no exception. The speed of this achievement was astonishing, almost beyond description. Dear sister, has he always been this swift? Yang Feng seized the opportunity to inquire, glancing at Jiang Riyue. Her cheeks flushed, leaving her momentarily speechless. Enough. How shameless of you to ask such a thing of Xiao Jiang. Qin Quan interjected, rolling his eyes. Realizing his mistake, Yang Feng offered an awkward smile and fell silent. Qin Qian discreetly tucked away his raised middle finger. Did I not mention that the research was progressing smoothly and did not seem too challenging? Hence, completing it now is hardly surprising. Academician Feng's gaze was filled with complexity. Surprising? A normal person could finish the miniaturization of controllable nuclear fusion in just over a month? Where's the normalcy in that? Looking at you, I begin to doubt the worth of my entire existence. Oh well. Qin Qian chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond to such a remark. Fortunately, academician Feng resumed his focus, examining the plans and designs in his mind. Moments later, he gasped, so small? Young Chun, you have managed to miniaturize controllable nuclear fusion to this extent? His astonishment was warranted, for Qin Qian had indeed made it remarkably compact. Comparable in size to the Spirit Realm watch. Smaller is better, compactness offers convenience, Qin Qian remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Feng fell into contemplation, his eyes lighting up slightly. He was about to make a witty remark when academician Feng interjected again. Young Qin, your ion thruster is also quite small. And so is this controllable nuclear fusion. What is your reasoning behind this? Qin Qian hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose his concept of the battle armor. Ultimately, he decided to withhold it for now, wary of their potential reactions and how Yang Feng might exploit the information, perhaps even keeping a watchful eye on him daily. Oh, I haven't thought too deeply. I just believe smaller is better. It's easier to downscale than to upscale, and a reduced size allows for compatibility with more equipment. Upon hearing this, academician Feng appeared contemplative. Do you already have ideas? Which equipment do you believe would be most suitable for compatibility? Qin Qian paused, narrowing his eyes. If I were to share my thoughts, I do have a few. Should I elaborate? Quickly now. Stop dawdling, Yang Feng urged impatiently. Very well. I shall share my thoughts casually. With that, Qin Qian raised his left hand, waving the Spirit Realm watch. Look, its size is comparable to the Spirit Realm watch. It can be adapted easily. If all goes well, the adapted Spirit Realm watch would never require recharging again. The others pondered this, instinctively nodding in agreement. While adapting the Spirit Realm watch may seem unnecessary, its functionality and adaptability are exceedingly vast. Currently, there are proposals to create military-grade Spirit Realm watches that integrate the control of various weaponry and even facilitate military exercises within a military Spirit Realm. From this perspective, adapting the Spirit Realm watch seems essential. Moreover, military equipment demands exceptional resilience in extreme environments and energy endurance, making the advantage of never needing to recharge immensely alluring. Is there more? Inquired academician Feng. Qin Qian spread his hands. Oh, there is much more. Cars, tanks, aircraft, artillery, anything is possible. Furthermore, our Hui series equipment can also be adapted. Once integrated with this energy core, it essentially equates to having truly unlimited ammunition. The breaths of academician Feng and his colleagues quickened at the thought of the Hui series equipment with unlimited ammunition. How extraordinary! Qin Qian continued. The most crucial aspect is the bird drone swarm. Once adapted to the energy core, its endurance is unquestionable. Traversing the globe would be a dream realized. Additionally, We can implement further modifications. If the bird drones are shot down by the enemy, the energy core can initiate a self-destruct sequence. Bird drone swarm? No. That's a nuclear missile swarm, guessed everyone, their eyes widening in disbelief. Nuclear missile swarm? By heavens, a nuclear missile swarm? This lad is truly audacious. Upon contemplation, however, it seemed entirely feasible. The technical challenges appeared surmountable. In that moment, Academician Fong clutched his heart, leaning back as if about to faint. Chen Qian glanced at him, utterly unfazed. Are you trying to fool me again? I won't fall for it. Indeed, the next moment, Academician Fong leapt up, his eyes filled with excitement and an indescribable thrill. Chen Qian instinctively took a step back. You need not come closer. Yet, Academician Fong paid no heed. Nimbly rushing forward and embracing Chen Qian as one would a beloved grandchild, attempting to toss him into the air. Whoa, that is not permissible. Yang Feng immediately stood up, reaching out his right hand to intervene, his expression a mix of concern. Academician Fong, your health. Mind your health, Chen Quan also exclaimed, rushing to assist Yang Feng. Ultimately, with the two of them restraining him, Academician Fong was unable to lift Chen Qian and found himself somewhat exhausted. I apologize, I got a bit too carried away. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows, puzzled as to why Academician Fong appeared more easily excitable than himself. I haven't even had a chance to get excited. Sighing in resignation, Chen Qian wore an embarrassed expression, glancing at Jiang Ruyue, who was stifling laughter. Laugh. That is all you do. I'll deal with you tonight. Soon, everyone returned to their seats. Academician Fong, the production of the energy core is entrusted to your team. Chen Qian said with a smile. Energy core, what a splendid name, truly fitting. Academician Fong readily agreed. Of course, leave it to me. After a moment, he realized. Wait, Xiaochen, aren't you going to take part yourself? Is your laboratory not considering the formation of a team? It is well known that after the establishment of Chen Qian's dedicated research laboratory, the Firepower Research Institute gained considerable notoriety, attracting numerous individuals eager to join. For instance, two prominent figures, Yu and Yin, both responsible for numerous projects, have expressed their desire to assist Chen Qian. However, Chen Qian shook his head and replied, not at the moment. We shall see when the need arises. As for forming a team, wouldn't it be more advantageous to simply have the company's team come over if necessary? Moreover, the laboratory merely serves as a FAAD. His research resides solely within his mind. Very well then. Academician Fong did not elaborate further and stood up, stating, I shall take my leave now. I cannot bear the discomfort of not having the energy core completed sooner. With that, he swiftly exited the premises. Chapter 411. The ripple effect our esteemed academician's physique is truly remarkable. He still runs with such speed. Chen Qian could not help but exclaim. Turning around, he noticed Yang Feng and Chen Quan hastily departing. Hey, stay and have some coffee. Yang Feng, without looking back, retorted, Coffee? No time for that. I must report urgently. Chen Quan waved his hand dismissively. I'm swamped, little brother. I'll be overwhelmed with work. Chen Qian chuckled. The adaptation range of the energy core was undeniably vast, and the subsequent wave of extensive equipment modifications would indeed keep Brother Quan busy. Yet, he soon found himself perplexed. Wait, he had to finish discussing his own matters. The development of the amphibious sword 20 needed to be prioritized. This matter hadn't even been deliberated yet. How had they all already left? With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Qian realized he would have to tackle it alone. With the energy core in hand, the ion thruster acquired, and a plethora of prior technologies and weaponry, the challenges ahead for the development of the amphibious sword 20 had significantly diminished. The only remaining issue was ensuring the safety of the pilots. After all, the requirements for pilots of such aircraft were extraordinarily high. The impact and pressure endured during rapid acceleration were beyond the capacity of an average individual. Furthermore, with the inclusion of the ion thruster, the speed would reach 50 Mach, a level of shock and stress no human could withstand. Therefore, safety was of paramount importance, alongside life support considerations. As the amphibious sword 20 was designed to operate in aquatic environments. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Qian accessed the system interface and immediately began simulating the life support safety system for the battle armor. Once the simulation was complete, wouldn't everything be resolved? The amphibious sword 20 would be within reach. In the outside world, with the launch of the Lingjing watch, an increasing number of individuals had acquired their own timepieces, and the ensuing impact was gradually intensifying. Fortunately, for the time being, The repercussions on the real world were not overtly pronounced, as all necessary countermeasures had been thoroughly implemented. As understanding of the Lingjing world deepened, more and more people began to share their joys and experiences online, causing the popularity of related topics not only to remain undiminished but to become even more fervent. Hey, guess where I am chatting with you now? All right, no need to boast. It's night time. You're in the Lingjing, aren't you? Sorry. I'm in there too. Ha 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 ha, damn it. I'm really envious of you all. I want to receive my watch for another week. Me too. Damn. Can't the God of Wealth be a bit quicker? Wasn't he a promise that everyone could purchase one? Well, I suppose the God of Wealth is quite helpless. Who could have anticipated that 30 million units would be sold out in just a few minutes? Don't even mention it. I saw the logistics drone smoking yesterday. Smoking? Is the quality that poor? Not exactly. It was a guy who caused the smoke and was immediately apprehended. I heard he only managed to grab the second batch and couldn't wait a week, so he acted rashly. That is quite a bold individual. Brothers. Would you like to hear some classical Chinese literature? I'll recite it for you. I'm a literary master now. Get lost. One after another, they flaunt their achievements. And I have grown weary of hearing it all. Why do they keep boasting? I, too, have acquired the Spirit Realm watch. It feels as though everyone else is pretending not to have one. I don't have it yet. I still haven't received my watch. Oh dear. Here is another fellow without the watch. Let us deal with him. Here it comes. Oh my, how exhilarating is the Spirit Realm. It's astonishingly realistic. You wouldn't believe it, my friend. The transmission of knowledge is truly miraculous. You see, I am a technician at the factory. And since I began using the Spirit Realm watch for knowledge transmission, my master now consults me for certain issues. Ha ha ha. He is also awaiting his watch now. Ha ha ha. Oh, come on. Enough already. I will receive my watch in a few days. But honestly, I find the most convenient aspect to be the currency spirit points. The brother at the convenience store downstairs has also received his watch, and now when I go shopping, I merely have to flash him a charming glance and I can walk out with my purchases. It's quite amusing. Ha ha ha. Wait, aren't you paying? No QR code scanning? Judging by your demeanor, it seems you haven't received your watch either. Actually, when he throws that charming glance, the payment has already been completed. However, that glance is indeed quite bold. The supermarket downstairs also accepts spirit points for payment. With just a thought, I can initiate the transaction. And a simple mental confirmation suffices. It appears to involve some sort of brainwave encryption for payments, though I must admit I'm not quite versed in it. I must say, the technologies from Galaxy Tech are truly remarkable. I mean, I've converted all my savings into spirit points. I no longer keep funds in the bank. The meager interest is not worth it, and who knows if they will impose some personal conduct regulations on me again. Wait, you've converted all your savings into spirit points? Is it safe? Of course it is safe. Haven't you heard that the central bank has announced plans to expedite the transition to a new bank encryption system, replacing it with Galaxy Tech's brainwave encryption technology? I hadn't noticed that. I should look into it. In a courtyard, Elder Mu reclines in a chair, perusing investigation documents in his mind, his brow furrowed. Since the emergence of the spirit realm, the influence of spirit points has grown immensely, and the populace is exceedingly pleased, increasingly willing to exchange Hua Yuan for spirit points. In just over a month, the market share of spirit points has overwhelmingly surpassed that of Hua Yuan, with most transactions in reality now conducted using spirit points. Elder Mu is naturally pleased to witness this development. Once spirit points fully replace Hua Yuan, he can officially abolish the latter's existence. However, what troubles him is the emergence of a group determined to resist this change. When spirit points were first introduced, it is likely this group had yet to grasp the situation. Now, however, they have fully comprehended what is transpiring. They previously obstructed the promotion of digital currency. And now they return? What audacity! Elder Mu smacks the armrest, his countenance filled with indignation. Those who are innocent have no fear of ghosts knocking at their door. Given the current tense international situation, certain individuals must be dealt with promptly. Gazing at the cunning moon in the sky, Old Mu took a deep breath, lost in thought. The following day, at the Central Military District, an unmanned vehicle glided slowly forward. Chen Qian sat in the back seat, his expression unusually solemn. Beside him, Jiang Ruyuan noticed this change but refrained from interrupting, unaware of the reason behind her boyfriend's demeanor. Earlier that morning, Chen Qian had received a call from an unfamiliar man. The man spoke little, immediately posing several probing questions. How is LinkedIn monitored? What safeguards are in place for the encryption system? Why has the authority not been transferred to the relevant agencies? Chapter 412. Outburst after enduring several inquiries. Qin Qian transitioned from a state of initial confusion to one of somber contemplation. He refrained from responding, and the man appeared indifferent, proceeding with a brief self-introduction. Yet, it was this very introduction that left Qin Qian momentarily stunned. The man's position was exceedingly elevated, rivaling that of Mu Lao. In the end, the man provided Qin Qian with an address, inviting him for a detailed conversation, which was the reason for Qin Qian's current departure from the Firepower Research Institute. This predicament was rather troublesome. Qin Qian inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself. "What's wrong?" Jiang Ryue asked with concern, her gaze fixed upon him. Qin Qian shook his head, wrapped his arm around Jiang Ryue's waist, and fell back into deep thought. The man who invited him to meet had adopted an undeniably superior attitude from the outset, clearly suggesting malevolent intentions. Qin Qian was no fool. From the inquiries concerning spiritual points, he surmised the underlying implications. This was an attempt to undermine others' foundations. He could no longer remain still. The fact that they had approached him indicated that conventional avenues were ineffective, and desperation was setting in. Contemplating this, Qin Qian dialed Mu Lao's number again, but, as before, it remained unreachable. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Could something have happened to Mu Lao? Under ordinary circumstances, he would not entertain such thoughts, but the other party's status was not inferior to Mu Lao's, which heightened his concerns. Damn it. I should have been bolder during my last encounter with the boss and asked for his number. Qin Qian lamented inwardly, feeling a pang of regret. Had he possessed the boss's number, he could have simply called him instead of being in this state of turmoil. Outside the vehicle, the throngs of people surged forth. The streets bustling with traffic, every face radiating joy, seemingly filled with hope for the future. Slightly lost in thought, Qin Qian's gaze wandered, and he noticed his reflection in the glass. After scrutinizing his face for a moment, he smiled faintly. Damn it, who am I? I am Qin Qian. Regardless of status or position, as long as one is not virtuous, I shall act decisively. The car soon came to a halt outside an unremarkable private dining establishment. Qin Qian alighted, glancing at the modest sign before striding in with Jiang Ryue. Upon entering, he was confronted by two imposing bodyguards clad in suits, who promptly halted their progress. I am Qin Qian, he announced. The bodyguards exchanged glances, but said nothing, instead gesturing for him to proceed. Outside, several vans were parked at a distance. In the lead vehicle, Su Qingfeng, peering through the glass, was taken aback upon spotting the two bodyguards. What are they doing here? Li Xiangdan shook her head, equally perplexed. This could prove troublesome. We ought to report this. Su Qingfeng nodded, dialing Yang Feng's number. Inside, traversing the empty first floor, Qin Qian ascended to the second floor, where the spacious hall contained only a single table in the center, already laden with an array of dishes. An elderly man, appearing quite aged yet dressed simply, was engrossed in his meal. Qin Qian squinted. He summoned him here, yet he began dining without him? This is a blatant disregard for my presence. A display of dominance? Qin Qian smiled faintly, directly leading Jiang Ryue forward to sit down, entirely ignoring the opposing figure as he began to tend to Jiang Ryue's meal. Out of the corner of his eye, he could clearly see the elderly man momentarily taken aback, yet he refrained from uttering further words. After a while, having satisfied his hunger, Qin Qian noticed the elder had also finished eating, setting down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth. Young Qin, I invited you here today for no particular reason. Merely to discuss matters concerning the spiritual points, the elder stated. Qin Qian continued his actions, unperturbed as he stuffed food into his mouth. Go ahead, he replied. The elder's expression stiffened for an instant. It was the first time in many years that someone dared to address him in such a manner. I have already grasped the specifics regarding the spiritual points. They are indeed quite extraordinary, with no flaws in terms of encryption or regulation, he continued. If you understand this, then why did you inquire during our previous conversation? Qin Qian chuckled. The elder remained silent, his demeanor gradually turning grave as he slammed his hand on the table. Yet precisely because of this, you have committed a grievous error. The rights of issuance and regulation are powers of the state. Do you not comprehend this? Qin Qian continued eating, yet he appeared on the verge of laughter, nearly bursting forth. What are you laughing at? The elder thundered in fury. Do you realize you are breaking the law? After taking a deep breath, he presented a fade of appreciation. However, I must admit, I find you quite admirable. Very well, prepare yourself to return. Someone will contact you shortly. As long as you relinquish the rights of issuance and regulation, all will be well. Pft. Ha ha. Chen Qian could no longer contain himself and erupted in laughter. Seriously, old man, do you think I am intimidated? Your theatrics are quite convincing. No wonder you've maintained your position until now. The elder was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a reaction from Chen Qian. Old man, was he referring to himself? Here was a young man in his 20s, daring to speak so boldly in his presence. Chen Qian ceased his pretense, carelessly tossing his chopsticks onto the table. His gaze filled with disdain. Do you not understand what kind of enterprise galaxy technology is? Breaking the law? Which law? The boss has already tacitly approved it. Who gave you the audacity to voice objections? You wish to claim the rights of issuance and regulation? What audacity? With your own hands unclean. You intend to take action against me and then return home to clean up your mess? Dream on. The elder's eyes widened in shock. His hand raised to point at Chen Qian, yet he found himself momentarily speechless. After so many years in a position of power, he had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. Typically, even a whisper would be too bold. Oh, what is this posture? Quite brazen indeed, Chen Qian mocked. What, do you find it hard to believe I would dare to insult you? So what if I did? Have you forgotten who bestowed your power upon you? It is the people. Have you forgotten the oaths you once swore? Trying to play games with me? What can you do if I refuse to comply? With that, Chen Qian leaned forward, looking down at the elder. Oh, by the way, that little island you purchased, surely you do not think no one is aware of it? Moreover, those yachts. The old fellow certainly knows how to indulge himself. You believe your faction remains undisclosed in its entirety? I regret to inform you, I am fully aware of the situation. When he arrived for the appointment, how could he possibly be unprepared? Naturally, he immediately tasked Liao with an investigation. You, the elder, seems to be incessantly repeating your name. Before he could utter another word, Chen Qian's watch began to chime. Another unfamiliar number? Chen Qian was taken aback but ultimately decided to answer. However, when the holographic image materialized in his mind, his thoughts erupted. What on earth? The chief? In the image, the chief wore a warm smile. Xiaochen, are you having your meal? How is it? Is it to your liking? Chapter 413. Exhaustion from frustration. A simple inquiry left Chen Qian somewhat bewildered. Did the boss realize he was dining? Did he comprehend the company he kept? With a smile, Chen Qian shook his head, allowing his thoughts to transform into words that traversed the air. I am indeed eating, boss, but regrettably, this meal is rather difficult to swallow. The boss sighed. Alas, it seems you have been affected as well. I appreciate your efforts. Chen Qian shook his head dismissively. It is nothing, though unexpected. When the decision to unveil Lingdian was made, it was anticipated that some turbulence would ensue. The boss nodded in agreement. Indeed. Yet I did not foresee the repercussions reaching such elevated heights. However, this further affirms that the path we are pursuing is indeed correct. Yongchen, proceed with confidence. As long as it serves the people well, all is permissible. Chen Qian felt a surge of joy within him. This is the essence of vision. With a leader like this, how could the nation falter? Rest assured, boss, I understand. He continued, I shall refrain from further elaboration. When we converse later, you may be forthright. There is no need to entertain certain individuals. Understood, came the reply. As the call ended, Chen Qian found himself momentarily lost in thought. The implication of the boss's words was abundantly clear. He was providing support. This call was evidently a show of solidarity. How considerate. Chen Qian glanced once more at the elder across from him, and suddenly the dishes on the table appeared extraordinarily appetizing. He resumed eating. Do you know who I was speaking with just now? At this moment, the elder had regained his composure. His gaze fixed on Chen Qian with an intensity that seemed as if it could tear him apart. Who? He demanded. The boss, Chen Qian replied nonchalantly. The elder abruptly rose, his astonished eyes betraying a whirlwind of thoughts. After a lengthy pause, he sank back into his seat, letting out a heavy sigh. Now that the situation has reached the boss's ears, and he chose to converse with this young man at this juncture, it signifies that he has entirely lost any opportunity or maneuvering space. Chen Qian cast a sidelong glance at him, indifferent to his plight. You reap what you sow. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs. Chen Qian paused mid-bite. What is happening? Is this old fool cornered and seeking to drag us all down with him? He turned to glance at his companion, who wore an equally astonished expression, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Perhaps he had been overly concerned. Before long, several familiar faces ascended the stairs with purpose. It was Yang Feng, Su Qifeng, and Li Xiangdan, followed closely by a throng of members from their faction. Brother, are you all right? Yang Feng queried, not even casting a glance at the elder. Chen Qian was taken aback. I am fine. Observing the commotion, he grasped the situation at hand. Brother Yang, isn't this a bit excessive? Yang Feng shook his head. Excessive? Not in the slightest. The identity and status of that old man are far too high. Who knows what outrageous actions he might take? Even a cornered animal knows to fight back, let alone a human. Yang Feng cast a fleeting glance at the elderly man, his tone grave. You should be acutely aware of your predicament. Why then seek out Xiaochen? It seemed the old man had only then regained his composure, dismissing the sharp gazes of the members present, striving to maintain the last vestiges of his dignity. It was an inescapable reality. Lingdian surpassed the former cryptocurrency in its superiority, rendering it virtually flawless. If I do not take action. Though he did not complete his thought, everyone present grasped its implication, even disregarding Lingdian. The mere implementation of the previous digital currency would spell catastrophe for individuals of their ilk. The rationale was simple. The very nature of digital currency ensured that every penny could be traced, allowing for effortless source verification. Once fully adopted, they would no longer be able to transfer any funds abroad. Their accumulated ill-gotten gains and all assets would become utterly exposed. This concern was even more pressing with the more advanced and seemingly perfect LinkedIn. This was the impetus behind the old man's desperate need to break through with Shinqian. Even in a dying struggle, they felt compelled to attempt it. But given your status, surely many things must be inconsequential to you, Jiang Ruyue interjected suddenly. Having observed silently until now and grasping the situation, the elderly man shook his head, as if lamenting, in this world, one is often bound by circumstances. Chen Qian was indifferent to his notion of being bound, scoffing lightly. Do you think this is your breakthrough? Do you believe that your doom will only arrive when Lingdian officially supplants Huayuan? Have you considered that you have long been under scrutiny, already targeted? What? The old man stared in shock, his pupils narrowing slightly as he looked at Chen Qian. You mean? Chen Qian shook his head, uninterested in further discourse, and rose calmly alongside Jiang Ruyue. Let us go. With that, the group descended the staircase in an orderly fashion. They have already been watching us. The elderly man murmured to himself as he gazed in the direction of their departure. All my efforts have merely been the final performance of a jester. How utterly laughable indeed. His laughter echoed, tinged with bitterness, as a piercing alarm blared from outside, growing increasingly intense. Chen Qian remained oblivious to the fact that shortly after his departure, the old man was arrested. He held no interest in the elderly man's fate, for it had long been sealed. Observing the ceaseless flow of cheerful citizens beyond the car window, he smiled genuinely. This minor episode had not affected him in the slightest. He felt no disappointment, his love for his homeland unwavering. He understood that every society harbors malevolence, and it is precisely this reality that imbues meaning into his existence, as well as that of Mu Lao, Yang Feng, Su Qifeng, and countless comrades. Moreover, his homeland was already the finest place in the world, where the just and benevolent have historically constituted the overwhelming majority. Evil finds no soil in which to thrive. That evening, an inconspicuous piece of news surfaced in the eyes of many online users. A prominent figure and his subordinate forces had been completely uprooted. The netizens glanced at it nonchalantly, sharing a knowing smile before turning their attention elsewhere. Due to the familiarity and unwavering belief of the populace, it is well understood that the leaders have consistently strived for the welfare of the citizens. Such announcements have been encountered countless times before. Love, indeed, requires no further elaboration. In the courtyard, Mr. Mu gazed at the news online, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. Were it not for his efforts, the relevant actions might not have unfolded so swiftly. He even took the initiative to report directly to the superior, which explains why the latter would reach out to Chen Qian. Finally, this chapter draws to a close. It has not been an easy journey. Mr. Mu reflected, sipping his tea, which tasted particularly sweet. Though this incident appeared straightforward, few were aware of the fierce struggles that transpired beneath the surface prior to this moment. Nonetheless, the outcome is ultimately favorable. Mr. Mu chose not to dwell further, opening his watch and contemplating the document etched in his mind. This document emerged as a whimsical proposal from their internal discussions, a brainwave regulation mechanism. However, whether it can be implemented or even realized remains uncertain. Chapter 414. Brainwave Regulation Mechanism at the Firepower Research Institute. Chen Qian and Jiang Ruyue returned to their dedicated laboratory after breakfast. They had barely settled in when a visitor arrived. Old Mu? Chen Qian exclaimed, surprised to see the elderly figure walk in. What brings you here? Old Mu chuckled. What? Are you not happy to see me? Not at all. Chen Qian quickly waved his hands. Please, Have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Coffee? Old Mu settled onto the sofa and nodded. Yes, I've been craving your coffee. With a smile, Qin Qian prepared a cup of coffee and brought it over. Is there something specific you wish to discuss? You could have just called. Taking a sip of his coffee, Old Mu seemed to relish the moment. There are indeed matters of significance that I wish to discuss in person. Significant matters? Qin Qian was taken aback. What is it? Old Mu tapped on his watch. Connected to Qin Qian and sent over a document. As Qin Qian opened it, he was left utterly astonished. The brainwave regulation mechanism. Goodness, is this information so sensitive? Have they realized it so swiftly? Suppressing his astonishment, Qin Qian began to read attentively. Upon finishing, he found himself deep in thought. The brainwave regulation mechanism, as the name suggests, aims to refine legal loopholes through the monitoring of brainwaves, thereby fostering a more harmonious society. In simpler terms, it relates to the contentious issue of justifiable defense. How do we determine whether an act is justifiable defense? Do we examine if a weapon was wielded? Do we look for evidence of excessive aggression? Do we assess the presence of fatalities or serious injuries? The evaluation of justifiable defense is multifaceted, not easily encapsulated by rigid clauses, rendering the process challenging. Sometimes, even a seemingly innocuous action can lead to drastically different conclusions. This is especially true when there is surveillance footage and clear evidence available. Yet, given the vastness of our nation, while there are numerous surveillance devices in populated areas, it is impossible to ensure that every corner of every building or stairwell is monitored. Moreover, in remote areas, surveillance equipment is not just sparse, it is nearly non-existent. If a related incident were to occur in such a location, devoid of video evidence, even if the individual acted in justifiable defense, achieving a legal determination would be nearly impossible. So what is to be done? How can we ensure fairness and justice in the legal system? Enter the brainwave regulation mechanism. You claim justifiable defense? We can retrieve and examine your thoughts at that moment. You assert it was an accidental death rather than intentional murder? We can verify your thoughts from that time. You deny having assaulted a woman? We can check your thoughts then. The brainwave regulation mechanism could allow every case to receive a fair and just trial. However, Qin Qian felt a weight in his heart. He had long contemplated the implications of technology capable of discerning human thoughts and recognized the potential for it to spiral into calamity. At this moment, Elder Mu slowly began to speak. Xiaoqian, I came here to inquire whether this technology is feasible. Qin Qian fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. After a considerable pause, he finally replied, Elder Mu, to fathom one's innermost thoughts, this technology is indeed imaginative. Yet have you not considered the terrifying consequences should it come to fruition? Elder Mu was momentarily taken aback. How could he not have contemplated this? It was one of the very reasons he sought Qin Qian's counsel. He wished not only to ascertain the technical challenges, but also to hear Qin Qian's perspective. Having pondered it somewhat, what is your view? Upon hearing this, Qin Qian inexplicably felt a sense of relief. The fact that Elder Mu sought his opinion indicated there was still room for negotiation. I believe that delving into one's thoughts is not something we should pursue. Elder Mu nodded, his expression tranquil. He had anticipated Qin Qian's viewpoint, yet could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. After all, if the brainwave monitoring mechanism could indeed be realized, it would represent a significant advancement in the legal system. However, Qin Qian paused and added, the brainwave monitoring mechanism is not entirely implausible. Elder Mu's eyes widened in surprise. Xiaoqian, are you suggesting it can be achieved? He was puzzled. Recalling that Qin Qian had just stated that probing into thoughts should not be done, how could he now assert otherwise? Qin Qian seemed to perceive Elder Mu's confusion and smiled. To be precise, while probing thoughts should not be carried out, and indeed cannot be. As we attempted this during the initial development phase in the spirit realm, but ultimately failed due to the insurmountable difficulty. However, the brainwave monitoring mechanism differs. It merely requires an understanding of criminal intent to establish it. Do you grasp the distinction between discerning general intentions and accurately perceiving every thought, every word? Elder Mu contemplated for a moment before comprehending Qin Qian's meaning. So you were suggesting? Qin Qian nodded. Indeed. If the technology to discern general intent is strictly regulated regarding its application conditions, the benefits to society would outweigh the drawbacks. Moreover, it is an existing technology. In the spirit realm, the control over bodily movements and actions is achieved through understanding general intentions. Upon hearing this, Elder Mu was filled with delight. That is wonderful. So you have already developed this technology. Qin Qian affirmed, of course. Otherwise, the spirit realm could not have reached its current state. His tone grew serious as he continued. However, Elder Mu, while I am in agreement, Even with the ability to discern general intent, if this technology is mismanaged, it could lead to severe consequences. What are your thoughts? Elder Mu inquired. Chen Qian pondered briefly. I believe this technology should be utilized solely for the brainwave monitoring mechanism. Additionally, law enforcement may apply for its use in solving cases, and furthermore. Seeing him hesitate, Elder Mu waved his hand. Xiao Chun, please speak freely. There is no need for restraint. Chen Qian no longer hesitated. Internal promotions, as well as civil service evaluations, can also serve as criteria for selection. Old Mu's eyes lit up. That is indeed something I had not considered. You are absolutely right. Only those who genuinely think of the country and its people are the comrades we need. As he spoke, he patted Chen Qian on the shoulder. His tone earnest. I understand your thoughts. Rest assured, I will make all the necessary arrangements. Whether it be the relevant technologies that discern intentions or other techniques. The technology itself is innocent. However, the severe consequences arising from its misuse are something no one wishes to witness. Chen Qian smiled. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Very well, Old Mu rose. Now that I have received the answers I sought, I shall not linger any longer with you. I will take my leave. With that, he strode out of the laboratory. Chapter 415. The Vortex of Public Opinion. Chen Qian gazed intently at the retreating figure of Elder Mu, his expression somewhat profound. During their recent conversation, when he mentioned the impossibility of accurately discerning one's thoughts and intentions, having already attempted it, Elder Mu did not pose a single superfluous question. Had it truly been attempted? Was it genuinely unfeasible? Elder Mu exhibited no skepticism, opting instead to place his unwavering trust in Chen Qian. The tacit understanding between them solidified the impossible into a certainty, for some matters require no probing. The rightness or wrongness is clear to all. Chen Qian marveled at Elder Mu's profound wisdom and grand vision. Elder Mu's demeanor even led Chen Qian to ponder whether he had overthought the situation. Would the public revelation of a technology capable of accurately discerning thoughts truly yield the dire consequences he envisioned? After a moment's reflection, Chen Qian shook his head. Regardless, he would not relinquish the pivotal decision-making to others. Perhaps, his own perspective was indeed too narrow. He wondered if, someday in the future, this technology might be unraveled by others. Yet, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. That was a matter for a distant future, the outcome of which remained uncertain and would only be revealed in due time. 3 days later, the brainwave monitoring mechanism was swiftly approved, faster than Chen Qian had anticipated. Was it truly possible for such a thing to pass without any resistance? What he was unaware of was that there was indeed considerable opposition, as many felt deeply unsettled by the prospect of regulating one's innermost intentions. Elder Mu had foreseen this, and upon leaving the arms development facility, he approached the higher-ups directly. Regardless of the discomfort or reluctance to implement the brainwave monitoring mechanism, it was suppressed. Following the directive, Chen Qian remotely upgraded all Lingjing watches. The already sold watches required no internal modifications to facilitate brainwave monitoring, as the technology was already established. The transformation was remarkably swift, completed quietly and efficiently. Once everything was prepared, the authorities promptly issued an official announcement. In stark contrast to previous proclamations, this one was remarkably understated, merely mentioned in passing after a lengthy discourse of trivial matters. Chen Qian was taken aback upon seeing it. Was it truly this inconspicuous? However, it was understandable. The stakes were monumental, and a misstep could provoke a wave of negative public sentiment. The general populace could not differentiate between the nuances of discerning general intentions and accurately interpreting thoughts. They would only perceive their thoughts as under surveillance, plunging them into fear and anxiety. Nevertheless, the unfolding of events surpassed everyone's expectations. Despite the announcement regarding the brainwave monitoring mechanism being sufficiently discreet, it was swiftly picked up and catapulted to the top of trending topics across various platforms. What was this about the brainwave monitoring mechanism? Is it real? Are our thoughts to be monitored? How terrifying. Is there truly no freedom left? To speak candidly, I am currently contemplating the prospect of immigration, as I find the surveillance of thoughts utterly intolerable. Who isn't? I too am grappling with this dilemma, yet the notion of leaving is profoundly difficult, particularly as the external world has deteriorated significantly over the past 2 years. The adage that one's heart is a mystery may soon become obsolete. The depths of the human psyche are unfathomable. Is not the surveillance of thoughts akin to gazing into that abyss? What could have prompted such a decision? The announcement proclaimed that this initiative was intended to advance the rule of law and foster social civility and harmony. However, the concept of thought surveillance is exceedingly alarming. and I vehemently protest. I join in this protest. We must resolutely resist any attempt to monitor our thoughts. Protests abound. The clamor online has escalated, with certain governmental bodies encircled by demonstrators, particularly within the realms of the Lingjing, where the masses have surged in overwhelming numbers. Chun Qian has been closely monitoring the unfolding situation, feeling quite helpless as circumstances have evolved to this point. It is worth noting that there are currently no paid commentators influencing the domestic internet. This situation has escalated solely because the populace has expressed their genuine sentiments. It appears that some guidance is indeed necessary. In his exclusive laboratory, Chun Qian murmured to himself before directing Leah to commence steering the narrative online. Typically, he would prefer not to engage in such actions within the domestic internet sphere, yet the current state of affairs necessitates intervention. If this continues, it is uncertain whether dire incidents may occur. However, guidance must be approached with care. He intends not to suppress the voices of the people, but rather to employ a method of gentle persuasion and reason. Soon, a plethora of well-reasoned and supportive comments began to emerge online. But why is there such widespread dissent against the brainwave monitoring mechanism? Surely, this is a positive development. A positive development? Nonsense. Our thoughts are under surveillance. How can that be deemed beneficial? Precisely. Thought surveillance. What on earth makes that a good thing? But, dear friends, have you not scrutinized the announcement thoroughly? The announcement elucidated its points quite clearly. Allow me to clarify. The term surveillance is not mentioned in the announcement. Your use of such terminology is fundamentally erroneous and has led to widespread misunderstanding. Surveillance implies observation and control, yet if you examine the announcement closely, is there any observation? Any control? It appears there is indeed none. What is going on? The brainwave management mechanism is akin to common monitoring devices. It merely collects and records information. If you have committed no wrongdoing, who would be inclined to delve into your thoughts? Upon reflection, that does seem accurate. Furthermore, if one scrutinizes the announcement, it becomes apparent that the brainwave monitoring mechanism does not collect or record individual thoughts. What? It does not gather or record our thoughts. Indeed, it has been stated that, technically, such insight into one's innermost thoughts is impossible. The brainwave management mechanism merely collects and records general intentions. General intentions, do you comprehend? Intentions. General. It suggests that when one engages in a conflict, their inner thoughts and expletives may remain unknown to the neural monitoring mechanisms. Yet it can discern whether the individual acted with intent or instigated the altercation. Ah, I comprehend now. It implies that even if I harbor restless desires and have uttered a multitude of flirtatious remarks to my wife, the monitoring system remains oblivious to my exact thoughts, only capable of recognizing my longing for her. Is this understanding correct? Well, although my interpretation is accurate, the example you provided is rather impressive. My friend, may we become acquainted? I too have a wife. An abundance of seemingly neutral and supportive commentary has facilitated a deeper understanding among the populace regarding the neural monitoring mechanisms. And gradually, the clamor online has subsided. Consequently, an increasing number of individuals have begun to advocate for the implementation of these monitoring systems. Chapter 416. The terrifying power output. It is evident that the vast majority of the populace possesses a kind and simple nature, particularly among the new generation of youth. Their patriotic fervor is no less than that of their predecessors. Perhaps the essence of their former selves has returned. Consequently, most individuals ardently desire the nation's prosperity, which explains their support following an understanding of the brainwave monitoring mechanism. Only a minuscule faction, burdened by guilt, continues to resist stubbornly. However, compared to the countless supporters, this dissenting group is but a drop in the ocean, incapable of posing any significant opposition. Ultimately, the authorities stepped forward once more, providing a comprehensive explanation of the brainwave monitoring mechanism, affirming that it could only discern general intentions. Simultaneously, they sincerely expressed gratitude to the citizens, warming their hearts in the process. In the courtyard, Old Mu observed a shift in public sentiment online, expressing astonishment. He had initially intended to call Chun Qian to give that lad a nudge, but it seemed unnecessary now. They are quite swift, Old Mu murmured with a smile. At the Firepower Research Institute, in the Jian 20 Development Laboratory, Chun Qian and Jiang Riyue entered, followed closely by Yang Feng. Ah, little Chen has arrived, exclaimed Academician Feng, hastening towards them. Academician Feng, did you summon us because the energy core has been completed? Chun Qian inquired with a smile. Did you manage to guess that? Though your assumption is not entirely accurate. Not only has the energy core been completed, but we have also finalized the adaptation designs for Jian 20 and numerous other pieces of equipment, Academician Fong responded. Chun Qian instantly understood. No wonder he had not been notified until now. It had been nearly a month. He had previously wondered why it took so long to create an energy core. But now the reason was clear. Academician Fong helplessly pointed at Yang Feng. There's no other way. Old Yang is simply too quick. After the higher-ups grasped the situation, they instructed me to prioritize the adaptation designs for certain equipment, or I would have summoned you much earlier. Chun Qian chuckled. No worries. A few extra days won't make a difference. If there is nothing else, let us commence testing. Academician Fong nodded, turning to stride forward, but seemingly recalling something. He reached into his trousers. Chun Qian was startled. What on earth is happening? What does Academician Fong intend to do in broad daylight? It was quite an eye-catching moment. However, upon closer inspection, Chun Qian sighed in relief. Due to the angle, he had mistakenly thought Academician Fong was reaching into his trousers, when in fact, he was accessing the pocket of his research attire. Little Chun, look at this. Academician Fong beamed, extending his palm to reveal a circular metallic device. Chun Qian felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Academician Fong resembled a child showing off his toys. Isn't this the energy core I had deduced? Indeed. How could I not recognize it? Is this the finished product of the energy core? Chun Qian took the energy core, scrutinizing it from all angles, finding it remarkably exquisite and entirely consistent with his blueprints. Academician Fong chuckled. Indeed, we crafted 3 pieces in one go. This creation is simply exquisite, and I couldn't resist. Chun Qian shook his head with a smile. All right, Academician Fong, let us proceed with the testing without delay. Very well, let us go, Fong replied. Upon reaching the testing chamber, Chun Qian did not have to wait long before Fong organized the testing arrangements. Outside the glass window, the 3 energy cores were secured to the testing apparatus, with surrounding circuits occasionally flickering with light, evoking an inexplicable sense of a science fiction epic. Academician Fong lifted the cover of the activation device, grasped the microphone, and adopted a serious expression. Preparation for the first test of Energy Core 1. 3, 2, 1. Commence. With a click, the activation button was pressed, and the testing apparatus outside the glass window emitted a low hum. The central energy core gradually illuminated, followed by an explosion of brilliance. The numerous screens in the testing chamber displayed values skyrocketing. The core energy output has commenced. Fong's voice trembled with excitement. The output energy is surging. It is escalating at an astonishing rate. This is unbelievable. Fong suddenly screamed, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before him. In just 1 minute, an astounding 6 million kilowatt-hours of electrical energy was generated. A roar of astonishment erupted in the room. All the researchers became animated, some slapping their foreheads, others pinching their thighs, and a few even leaping onto each other, excitedly kissing the faces of their colleagues, even amidst the exuberance of 2 grown men. Chun Qian surveyed the jubilant crowd and smiled faintly. It was understandable that they were so exhilarated. The data was indeed extraordinary. An output power of 6 million kilowatt-hours in 1 minute translates to 360 million kilowatt-hours in an hour, and a staggering 86.4 billion kilowatt-hours in a day. Over the course of a year, that amounts to 3,153,600,000,000 kilowatt-hours. To put it into perspective, the total annual electricity generation of all nuclear power plants in the nation combined is approximately 40 billion kilowatt-hours. One energy core nearly rivals the entire output of all the nation's nuclear power plants. However, to be candid, Chun Qian felt it was rather average. Even if all the nuclear power plants were combined, they only accounted for about 5% of the nation's total electricity generation. It would take 20 energy cores to meet the electrical demands of the entire populace. That seems excessive, he mused. Xiao Chun, Academician Fong, with trembling hands, grasped Chun Qian's arm. Do you think, is there still a necessity for us to construct a controllable nuclear fusion reactor? From what he understood, as soon as the completion of controllable nuclear fusion was made public, directives for the reactor's construction were swiftly issued. Yet now, with 20 energy cores able to meet the national demand, this was perplexing. Chun Qian shook his head with a smile. To be honest, I am uncertain about the necessity. However, it is not something we need to dwell upon. Nonetheless, while the energy core represents a miniaturization of controllable nuclear fusion, this level of miniaturization must inevitably involve certain compromises in performance, resulting in significant energy output losses. The large controllable nuclear fusion reactor boasts an energy output 5 times that of the core energy source. What? 5 times? Academician Fong was left astounded, his mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, he finally remarked, "Does this mean that 5 reactors could fulfill the entire nation's electricity needs?" Chen Qian nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, the plan entails the construction of precisely 5 reactors." As he spoke, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and he chuckled softly. Once these 5 reactors are completed and operational, with coal-fired power plants gradually shutting down, our air quality should significantly improve. Academician Fong, momentarily lost in thought, soon joined in his laughter. Yes, the air quality is bound to enhance. It is a future we can look forward to, and surely that day is not too far off. Of course, it is not distant at all. While others may be unaware, Chen Qian certainly is not. Our nation's industrial prowess and infrastructure capabilities are unparalleled on a global scale. Chapter 417, Military Expo. Who in the world has not heard of the remarkable speed of Huagua? 5 reactors commenced operations simultaneously, and it would not be long before completion. Moreover, to his knowledge, after the completion of the energy core, the original reactors underwent significant optimization. The design plan became more streamlined, the size further reduced, and the construction difficulty greatly diminished. Previously, the construction of the original reactors would take approximately 3 to 4 months. But now, it could be completed in just 1 to 2 months at most. This exemplifies true prowess. However, Chen Qian found himself perplexed as to why the higher authorities did not retract the construction plan for the reactors, instead opting for the energy core. Testing continued throughout the day, with the team conducting tests from energy core number 1 to number 3, and then back again. The focus was on meticulousness. Data was continuously recorded and compiled, and throughout the day, Academician Fong was immersed in excitement. After completing the initial round of testing, Chen Qian returned to his exclusive laboratory. Sitting back on the sofa, he felt a twinge of distress. Just moments ago, the lifeline safety system of the battle armor indicated that its simulations had concluded. Should he announce this news now? Chen Qian pondered. There was no choice. Due to the energy core project, everyone had been exceedingly busy. Brother Quan was still out managing equipment upgrades, traveling across the nation, and Brother Yang had just taken a brief rest. As for Academician Fong, he was swamped with a multitude of compatibility tasks yet to be resolved, and the coming days would see him engrossed in further testing work, with even mealtime being a scarce luxury. Returning to the present, Chen Qian glanced at his leisurely self, then at the snacks and coffee on the table, and let out a deep sigh. If my companions do not perish, how can I? If they do not enter hell, who will? A little busyness would be welcome. In the next moment, he resolutely instructed Jiang Ryue to rally others, while he himself meticulously organized the Lifeline safety system's findings to output them onto his watch. After completing the output, Jiang Ryue and the others had yet to arrive. Chen Qian opened the system panel and, upon reflection, deemed that with all technologies in place, he should first simulate the formidable amphibious Sword 20. After all, it posed no significant challenge and would not consume much time. It would merely serve to alleviate some pressure from Academician Fong. Confirming the simulation, the familiar timer appeared. One day, Chen Qian was taken aback. This would indeed be a tremendous help for Academician Fong. One day of simulation. Who knows how much energy and time it could save him? Wasn't this a significant contribution? How benevolent of me. Ding. The door swung open, and Jiang Ryue entered, accompanied by Yang Feng and Academician Fong. Xiaochen, what could possibly be so urgent that I had to come here? I am quite busy. Academician Fong exclaimed, somewhat anxious. Sit down, let us talk. Chen Qian replied as he brewed coffee, welcoming them. Once seated, after taking a sip of coffee, Chen Qian leisurely said, the reason I called you all here is to inquire whether, with the energy core now completed, we can commence the research and manufacturing of the amphibious Sword 20? Academician Fong paused momentarily before nodding in agreement, acknowledging that it indeed could commence. As he spoke, a thought seemed to cross his mind, prompting a sigh of lamentation. What a pity, he mused. Pity? What do you mean, Academician Fong? Chen Qian inquired, perplexed. It's a pity that we won't make it to this year's military exposition. Fong replied. Chen Qian was well aware of the military exposition, a grand event held every 3 years, which amalgamates equipment exhibitions, transactions, demonstrations, and competitions. It attracts nations of considerable prowess from around the globe. The formidable powers, naturally, attend primarily to showcase their might, instilling fear in the lesser nations while also capitalizing on sales of their armaments. In contrast, the objectives of nations with lesser strength are far simpler. They are predominantly focused on procurement, aiming to bolster their own military capabilities. While acquiring foreign equipment may never equate to possessing indigenous strength for these nations. The mere ability to keep pace with the more powerful counterparts provides a profound sense of security. Furthermore, tangible examples of success are readily available. Which nation dares to underestimate the renowned oil-rich country today? Although it may not rival the foremost powers, even the most seasoned nations must now tread carefully. The secret to this resource-rich nation's elevation of national strength lies in its relentless procurement. Academician Fong, now that you mention it. I recall that this year's military exposition was supposed to occur at the start of the year. Why has there been no news until now? Shin Qian asked. Waving his hand dismissively, Fong replied, it has been postponed. In recent years, the international landscape has been tumultuous, prompting all nations to place great significance on this military exposition. Ultimately, a collective decision was made to delay its occurrence. I see. Shin Qian nodded in understanding. He surmised that the reasoning behind the postponement was likely to allow ample preparation, enabling countries to unveil their most formidable assets to maximize their impact on others. This poses a challenge for us this year, Shin Qian remarked thoughtfully. Historically, during previous military expositions, Huagua's performance had been lackluster. Given the heightened attention and meticulous preparations from other nations, there loomed the possibility of Huagua stumbling at the event. A misstep at such a critical juncture could lead those nations that previously held a favorable view of Huagua, even those willing to offer support, to reconsider their stance. Why is it necessary to display military might and intimidate other nations at the exposition? It serves not only the purpose of enhancing sales, but also to clarify to all nations who truly holds the upper hand and who is deserving of their allegiance. Fong sighed. Who can deny that? Hence, for this military exposition, the higher authorities have decided to reveal a few strategic cards. At this point, he regarded Shin Qian with an unusual glint in his eyes. However, due to certain circumstances, there are quite a few cards on hand, and we are uncertain which to unveil. Shin Qian was taken aback, scratching the back of his neck. Oh, is that so? Haraha. Fong continued. If the amphibious sword 20 can be completed, I believe it would be preferable to select it for presentation, as aerial capabilities pose the most significant threat. Regrettably, although numerous technical challenges surrounding the amphibious sword 20 have been resolved, the prospect of its development and participation in the exhibition remains unattainable. How much longer until this military exposition? Shin Qian inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Approximately 1 month remains. A month, indeed. Shin Qian squinted. That should be sufficient time. What? Yang Feng expressed surprise. Sufficient time? Are you jesting with me, my friend? I'm not joking. Shin Qian pondered briefly. Given the capabilities of their industrial manufacturing, it was indeed feasible. Oh, by the way. Shin Qian slapped his forehead and chuckled. I nearly forgot to mention. I have already produced the amphibious sword 20. There is no need for further research and development. Let us proceed directly to manufacturing and commence testing. Chapter 4:18. Chaos and commotion in an instant. The room fell into silence, broken only by the faint sound of gasps. Academician Fong's mouth hung agape, wide enough that Shin Qian wondered if an apple could fit inside. Too bad he had none on hand, or he might have been tempted to try. Xiao Chun, what did you just say? Academician Fong suddenly leaped up. You've actually developed the amphibious sword 20 already? Indeed, Shin Qian nodded. Otherwise, why would I have called you all here? However, I still need to organize the data and design schematics. I'll provide them to you by tomorrow. Ha 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 ha. Yang Feng suddenly burst into laughter, circumventing the coffee table to embrace Shin Qian. You truly are my little brother. It's all thanks to you. Shin Qian's brow twitched as he took in the familiar angle and the known figure, feeling utterly speechless. Not again. Someone save me. He is taking advantage of me. Why is a grown man hugging me? Jiang Ruyue paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. I think it's wonderful. ISNT this camaraderie among men. Do you really mind it that much? I do mind. I mind immensely. Shin Qian shrieked. At this, Yang Feng's expression soured. What is this? Are you dismissing me? What is wrong with a hug between men? Recalling how Shin Qian teased him daily, Yang Feng made a firm resolution. You think you can dismiss me, huh? Today, I shall make this brat squirm. With his lips pursed in mischief, Yang Feng's eyes glinted with wickedness. In an instant, Shin Qian was taken aback, feeling as though time itself had frozen. The slowly approaching mouth, the stubble. Suddenly, a middle finger was thrust into Yang Feng's pouted mouth, sealing it tightly, a perfect fit. Academician Feng? Jiang Ruyue? Yang Feng? Qin Qian's mind was equally blank. He wasn't sure why he had done that. It was simply an instinctive reaction. You little rascal! Yang Feng erupted in fury. You're asking for it. In the next moment, chaos erupted in the lounge, a flurry of activity. Hey, old Yang. Stop. Don't chase him. Academician Feng urged anxiously. If you keep this up, Xiaochen will fall. Careful now. You run if you must. But why provoke Brother Yang further? Jiang Ruyue sighed, exasperated. Who would have thought that the seemingly dignified Qin Qian, outside, was such a character in private? And who could imagine that the high-ranking Major General Yang was equally so? Men remain youthful at heart until their dying days. After a while, the ruckus finally subsided. Qin Qian sat on the sofa, panting, while Yang Feng was also slightly out of breath. Hiki. Qin Qian smiled silently, his expression begging for a playful scolding. Yang Feng pointed at Qin Qian, utterly speechless. Yet, despite the noise and commotion, if Yang Feng were truly angry and wished to teach Qin Qian a lesson, how could he possibly fail to catch him? Haha, Academician Feng couldn't help but chuckle. You all are truly full of vigor. Yang Feng sighed, casually making excuses for himself. I've just crossed 40. How could my physical condition decline so drastically? Hearing this, Qin Qian hesitated, wanting to speak yet holding back. Though he knew Yang Ge had deliberately let him off the hook earlier, he couldn't help but ponder, how's your vitality lately? It was rather uncomfortable to hold back. Fortunately, at that moment, Academician Feng intervened, steering the conversation back to the previous topic. Xiao Chun, since you have completed the development of the amphibious Sword 20, please compile the results promptly. We shan't disturb you any longer. As he spoke, he beckoned Yang Feng to leave with him. Qin Qian quickly stopped them. Wait a moment. Academician Feng, the matter isn't fully addressed yet. Not fully addressed? Academician Feng paused and sat back down, instinctively glancing at Yang Feng. Observing this, Qin Qian chuckled. What's wrong? Are you worried that Yang Ge might take issue with me? Impossible. My Yang Ge is a paragon of elegance and charm, noble in spirit and broad-minded. How could he possibly hold a grudge against me? A burst of laughter escaped Jiang Ruyue, unable to contain herself, while Academician Feng's face turned crimson from suppressing his laughter. He had merely glanced at Yang Feng, yet the realization that Qin Qian had so shamelessly praised Yang Feng was indeed amusing. Such audacity reminded him of his own youthful days. Yang Feng shot a glance at Qin Qian, snorted dismissively, and remained silent, exuding an air of haughty pride. Seeing this, Qin Qian returned to the main topic. Academician Feng, since the Sword 20 can make it in time for the military expo, why not select the amphibious Sword 20? Academician Feng nodded in agreement. That is precisely my thought. In unison, they turned their gaze towards Yang Feng. He waved his hand. I have no objections. I will propose it to the higher-ups upon my return. Qin Qian smiled. With Yang Ge on board, there is no doubt it will succeed. Yang Feng was at a loss for words. Still flattering. Is it really necessary? If you keep it up, I might actually burst into laughter. Qin Qian composed himself and continued. However, if the amphibious Sword 20 is to be showcased, I believe we should exercise caution in certain areas. Go ahead, Xiaochen. Academician Feng encouraged. I think the technological complexity of the amphibious Sword 20 is quite high. Perhaps we should consider a lower-spec version? Academician Feng pondered, frowning slightly. However, if we don't equip it with an energy core or an ion propulsion system, I fear it may not achieve the desired impact. You misunderstand, Academician Feng. Qin Qian clarified. The energy core and ion propulsion system are definitely essential. At most, we can conceal some details in the publicly available parameters. What I mean pertains to other aspects. Other aspects? The group exchanged puzzled glances. In my design, the amphibious Sword 20 is not only outfitted with an energy core and ion propulsion system, but also includes a life support system and pertinent weaponry. The life support system may not be externally visible, which is acceptable. However, the weaponry is crucial. We can't afford to expose our Hui series weapons. Academician Feng expressed his agreement, exclaiming, indeed, weapon systems cannot be. Wait, what did you just say? Life support system? What on earth is that? Qin Qian replied. It is quite literal, a system designed to maintain life safety. Academician Feng, appearing somewhat anxious, retorted, you rascal, as if I could not deduce that. I meant for you to elaborate. With a chuckle, Qin Qian continued. Well, the amphibious Sword 20 boasts a speed of 50 Mach, and the resultant shockwave and pressure during acceleration are simply beyond human endurance. Therefore, I also developed the life support system to ensure the safety of the pilot. Also, Academician Feng's expression was complex. leaving him at a loss for words. What is the theoretical efficacy of this life support system? Chapter 419. The Awkward Aviation Research Institute. Chen Qian pondered for a moment, then lifted his coffee cup to take a sip. Theoretically speaking, regardless of how much acceleration a fighter jet achieves or how swiftly it flies, the pilot's condition can remain entirely normal, even allowing for leisurely activities such as enjoying coffee while piloting, much like I am doing now. What an absurd notion, drinking coffee while flying. Both academician Fong and Yang Feng were momentarily rendered speechless, followed by disbelief. However, recalling Chen Qian's consistent track record, which had never boasted exaggerations or hyperbole, they found themselves wavering in their skepticism. Are you serious, my friend? Yang Feng inquired, his earnest gaze devoid of the prior fury he had displayed. Absolutely, Chen Qian affirmed. When have I ever misled you? At this, Yang Feng instinctively clenched his fists, almost letting out an exclamation, but remembering their previous frolic. He decided to adopt a more serious demeanor and restrained himself. Academician Fong, however, was less restrained, bursting into applause. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. His small hand instinctively moved to his heart. With a sigh, Chen Qian spoke sincerely, Academician Fong, if it becomes truly necessary, shall we consider a heart transplant? Fong was taken aback. Get lost. I'm perfectly fine. Then why? This is merely excitement. A personal quirk. You're young. How can you not understand this? Chen Qian chuckled awkwardly, genuinely perplexed. Where on earth had he learned such nonsensical expressions? After some light-hearted conversation, Academician Fong and Yang Feng took their leave. Hurrying out of the laboratory, Fong was eager to continue with testing, while Yang Feng headed off to report back, casually informing Chen Quan to remain out in the field and not to think about returning. Chen Qian leisurely settled on the sofa with Jiang Riyue, sipping coffee. A fleeting pang of guilt crossed his mind. It felt somewhat unfair that while others were so busy, he was so relaxed. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. This is delightful. The following day, after completing the amphibious Sword 20 simulation, Chen Qian promptly submitted it to Academician Fong, ensuring that the manufacturing process commenced without delay. Typically, even with comprehensive theories and design blueprints, the manufacturing process cannot simply commence at will. One must first thoroughly comprehend and study the material before proceeding. However, it is vital to remember that the knowledge transfer function has become increasingly prevalent, allowing various laboratories and research institutions to implement it immediately. Thus, the tasks of learning and understanding posed no challenge whatsoever. Inside the laboratory, as Chen Qian prepared to access the system interface once more to arrange the next simulation, a call from Academician Fong came through. What's the matter, Academician Fong? Is there an issue? Chen Qian answered the phone. Fong's brow was furrowed with concern. Chen, there are indeed some issues. It appears that your design blueprints contain some unnecessary elements, and I would like to inquire about this situation. As he spoke, he pulled up the design blueprints to highlight the areas of his confusion. After listening, Chen Qian chuckled. Academician Fong, these are not superfluous designs, but rather essential for the future compatibility of certain equipment. Compatibility? Academician Fong was even more perplexed. Isn't the amphibious Sword 20 already quite perfected? With its energy core, ion propulsion system, the Hades series laser weapons, and biological security system. What else needs compatibility? Chen Qian smiled lightly. That is something you need not concern yourself with. You will understand in due time. Academician Fong felt somewhat vexed. You rascal, why are you keeping me in suspense? Fine. Since you say so, I shall refrain from asking further. By the way, what name do you intend to give the amphibious Sword 20? It can't just be called amphibious Sword 20 indefinitely. Chen Qian paused for a moment, then replied, let us call it extermination. Those who offend our China, no matter how distant, shall be punished. Extermination? Academician Fong was taken aback. Extermination 20? That name is straightforward and quite menacing. It indeed aligns with the characteristics of Extermination 20, capable of eliminating foes from any corner of the globe. Chen Qian shook his head. Not Extermination 20, simply extermination. Moreover, the extermination aircraft represents an entirely new system. I trust you grasp my meaning. Upon hearing this, Academician Fong chuckled. He certainly understood Chen Qian's implication. The reason he referred to the extermination aircraft as an entirely new system was that it could not merely be described using generational classifications. With the support of the biological security system, it could even operate underwater. What does that signify? A 6th-generation aircraft? An 8th generation? A 10th? Furthermore, the biological security system exceeds ordinary imagination. It is not merely capable of submerging, but can also ascend to the cosmos and engage in combat therein. This is an aerospace aircraft. An aerospace aircraft that can operate underwater. It is indeed difficult to categorize. In any case, the simplistic generational classifications can no longer encapsulate the extermination aircraft. Very well, let it be named Extermination, marking the first aircraft of our aerospace series. Academician Fong declared with a smile. Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, there is another matter. Due to the aerospace capabilities of extermination, the Aviation Research Institute has been notified. Academician Chi Wenbin has been persistently attempting to reach me today, wishing to extend the relevant technologies of the biological security system into the aerospace domain. However, since the extermination aircraft is still in the manufacturing stage and has not undergone testing, I find myself unable to make a decision without consulting you. Chi Wenbin? Chen Xian pondered for a moment, recalling their brief encounter during a military parade, where Academician Chi had invited him to the Aviation Research Institute for guidance. An invitation he had regretfully declined. Academician Chi must be quite frustrated at this moment, Chen Xian suddenly remarked. Academician Fong laughed heartily. Indeed, he was quite exasperated when he called me. Ha ha ha. It is no wonder Academician Chi is in despair. He is still grappling with rocket research. Planning for manned spaceflight. And what has happened? The Weapons Development Institute has managed to produce an aerospace aircraft that reaches 50 Mach, capable of reaching the moon in just over 2 hours. What is going on here? The emergence of space planes raises the question, how difficult can it be to develop a space transport aircraft? Is manned spaceflight truly a formidable challenge? With the right expertise, it seems almost manageable. Once the space transport aircraft is completed, manned space travel will merely be a stepping stone toward lunar exploration. The prospect of bringing back tons of lunar soil is tantalizing. At that point, the Aviation Research Institute may find itself in a rather awkward position, as the Firepower Development Institute would have accomplished the majority of the work. What role would they have left? This predicament is precisely why Chi Wenbin has hastily sought the counsel of the esteemed academician, hoping to retain the space transport project within the Aviation Research Institute. However, this necessitates the academician's concession, requiring a persuasive and rational approach. Chen Qian pondered for a moment and remarked, the higher-ups have clearly communicated their intentions to the Aviation Research Institute. I believe once the testing of the combat aircraft is completed, collaboration would be feasible. With space planes already in existence, the necessity for a space transport aircraft is undeniable, particularly given that the moon is a terra nullius, first come, first served. Chapter 420. Ideal Materials. Academician Fong shared the same sentiment and smiled, saying, all right, let us proceed with this for now. I will make the arrangements later. By the way, what additional equipment is needed for the assassination? Observing Fong's cautious inquiry, Chen Qian felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Don't try to pry information from me. You will find out eventually. Fong chuckled. Fine. If you want to tell me, I want to ask. Goodbye. As the call ended, Chen Qian couldn't help but smile. What the assassination aircraft lacked was, of course, a robust defense system. Historically, the greatest flaw of an aircraft has always been its defense, no matter how formidable a fighter jet may be. A single enemy shell could lead to its demise. Although the stealth capabilities of the assassination aircraft render it undetectable and perplexing to adversaries, one must consider the possibility of an enemy fortuitously landing a hit through sheer luck. Thus, enhancing defensive performance is of paramount importance. Chen Qian had long contemplated this issue. An energy shield. The energy shield could not only be employed on combat armor, but also on the assassination aircraft and various future fighter jets, and even integrated into urban defense systems. Once realized, should war ever arise, it would be an intriguing scenario. Imagine the enemy exerting tremendous effort to down an assassination aircraft, only to discover that the pilot had ejected. In a flash of brilliance, the pilot dons their combat armor and takes to the skies, delivering a devastating counterattack. Even if the enemy managed to acquire combat armor subsequently, they would find themselves in a dire predicament, as they would be incapable of assaulting our cities, left only to lament their fate. Returning to his thoughts, Chen Qian accessed the system interface and began simulating the energy shield. The simulation extended over a month, longer than that for the energy core. This was unavoidable, as the technologies required for combat armor, material, and energy defense were the most challenging and time-consuming, with weapon systems coming in a distant second. Even though electromagnetic pulses are hailed as the second atomic bomb, they pale in comparison to the complexity of material and energy defenses. After all, the concept of an energy shield is profoundly unconventional. And the difficulty in materials stemmed from Qin Qian's lofty expectations. He sought not ordinary materials, but those capable of withstanding most missiles and even nuclear warheads. This was indeed a formidable challenge. However, a core dilemma remained unresolved: how to fabricate armor from such resilient materials. What apparatus could possibly manipulate such tough substances? Even if a method were found to create the armor, it would not align with Qin Qian's vision. The thought of having to don each component of the armor separately, as if it were a cumbersome task, made his head spin. Wasn't he that far too mundane? This was a stark contrast to his imagined scenario of a dazzling transformation before an audience. Thus, should he opt for the relatively conventional materials proposed by the system? Or should he pivot towards the development of more exceptional materials? Qin Qian pondered aloud. While the materials suggested by the system met his requirements, they were challenging to fashion into armor, requiring a laborious and foolish process of gradual assembly. On the other hand, pursuing the simulation of ideal new materials might extend the simulation time even further. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Qian reached a decision. Damn it. It's merely a matter of investing some time. Just get it done. Though the battle armor is formidable, what significance does it hold if it lacks elegance? Iron Man's suit is not his aspiration. That bald head is utterly unattractive. He aspires to be a man of armored valor. With this thought, Qin Qian temporarily halted the simulation of the energy shield and began contemplating the material simulation. With a creative mindset, he continuously altered the simulation parameters, examining the various solutions provided by the system. Finally, after half an hour, he paused, staring at the materials listed in the guidance scheme before him. Qin Qian was taken aback. They were precisely what he had envisioned. A perfect embodiment of his ideas. This material is a special ultramicro nano substance, existing in a molecular state under normal conditions, which implies portability. One could say that even a spoonful would suffice to fabricate several suits of armor. However, it is important to note that the ultramicro nanostate is not strictly a material but rather a condition. It only reveals its true form upon processing. As for the processing method, it is akin to the active coatings used in tactical garments, accomplished under the guidance of minute electrons. The ultramicro nanomolecules, due to quantum size effects, exhibit a transition from quasi-continuous to discrete energy levels near the metal Fermi energy level, resulting in discontinuity between the highest occupied molecular orbitals and the lowest unoccupied ones, thus widening the energy gap. Quantum transitions allow for rapid shifts from one state to another, while macroscopic quantum tunneling imparts the ability to penetrate barriers. Consequently, the designed guided ultramicro nanomolecules will swiftly assemble into a brand new stable structure and form. In simpler terms, crafting battle armor from this special ultramicro nanomaterial would indeed facilitate transformation. Moreover, its strength perfectly aligns with Qin Qian's requirements. Damn it, this is the one. Qin Qian felt a surge of excitement as he attempted to simulate the special ultramicro nanomaterial, and the 2 months of simulation time brought him immense joy. The duration of the simulation was not long at all. Qin Qian grinned. Suppressing his exhilaration, he paused the material simulation and resumed the simulation of the energy shield, aiming to refine the annihilation battle machine as soon as possible. Thus, the days passed, and Qin Qian indulged in food and leisure, living a life of carefree ease. To an outsider, it might appear as though he were on vacation. Yet, no one had the leisure to observe him, for everyone was exceedingly busy. Not only were Academician Fong and his colleagues overwhelmed, but the entire Firepower Research Institute was in a frenzy. Academician Fong, having completed work on the energy core, immediately moved onto the annihilation battle machine, along with a myriad of upgrades and modifications for large weaponry. Others were similarly occupied, with a diverse array of equipment requiring upgrades, and many had to adjust the research direction of their own projects. It was indeed a situation where Qin Qian continuously produced intriguing innovations, leading to an overwhelming abundance of prospects. It felt akin to a vagabond suddenly encountering a grand banquet, leaving one momentarily speechless. On his way back to the laboratory after watching a thrilling show, Qin Qian observed the hurried researchers and couldn't help but express his sentiments. It was not that he was unwilling to be busy, it was simply that there were no tasks assigned from above. He presumed it was because he had already produced so many remarkable items that he was not involved in the remaining tasks, fearing it would exhaust him. Jiang Ryue could not help but cast him a glance of exasperation. If you keep saying that, I might just want to hit you. He chuckled softly, refraining from further commentary, lest Jiang Ryue, in a moment of frustration, drag him off to assist others. It was not that he was unwilling. Rather, helping others would necessitate engaging in deductions, which would delay the completion of the battle armor. That simply would not do. Upon returning to the laboratory, Qian brewed a cup of coffee and settled back onto the sofa. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was a call from Old Mu. Qian was somewhat taken aback and answered, "Old Mu, what is it?" Chapter 421. The award in the holographic projection. Old Mu's expression bore a certain gravity. "Xiaoqian," he began, "the Nobel Committee has publicly announced that you have been awarded." Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Awarded? Me?" Old Mu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. And it is for all categories except the literature prize. There was no prior announcement of nominations. They simply declared your victory. Not even a nomination was disclosed?" Qian struggled to comprehend. What are those foreigners thinking? Awarding me? All categories except for literature? Are they out of their minds? Moreover, I doubt anyone has recommended me. I've had no dealings with them at all. He suddenly squinted, a thought striking him. Wait, they are granting me an award. Do they realize that many achievements are attributable to me? How could they possibly know? Before Old Mu could respond, Qian dismissed the idea. No, they probably aren't certain either. They are merely speculating that much of our recent work is connected to me. To bestow such a multitude of awards upon me based solely on conjecture, without recommendations or announcements, is clearly targeted and nefarious. We share your sentiments, Old Mu replied. The news has been released, and this year's ceremony will take place in Santa Fe rather than Stockholm. While Santa Fe is renowned for its unique art galleries and historical museums, it remains a relatively small city. The intentions behind this maneuver are transparent. Are they underestimating my intelligence? Do they believe I would attend the ceremony? Qian scoffed. Do they truly think that such a trivial award holds any real value? The Nobel Prize may impress the uninformed masses, but to those in the know, it is not without merit, yet it is not the pinnacle either. Achieving it is commendable, but its absence is of little consequence. A fundamental principle of any award is fairness, which the Nobel Prize conspicuously lacks. If you do not align with their interests, if you are not one of them, and if you do not flatter them, chances of receiving an award are virtually non-existent, especially for scientists of Chinese nationality, who face discrimination and oppression. No matter how significant your contributions, without being part of their circle, obtaining even a nomination is a formidable challenge. Regrettably, many common folk still regard the Nobel Prize as the ultimate accolade, believing that those from their own ranks who have not received it lack capability. Fortunately, due to Qian's recent groundbreaking achievements, public confidence has significantly surged, altering this perception. Knowing you think this way reassures me, Old Mu expressed with relief. He had reached out to Qian precisely to prevent any impulsive decision to travel abroad for the ceremony, as once there, many factors could spiral out of control. The motives behind this award were evidently sinister, and should anything untoward happen to Qian, it would represent a monumental loss for the nation, a regret he would carry for a lifetime. All right, just be aware of this situation, Old Mu concluded. Ignore them. And I have other matters to attend to. Let us leave it at that. After the call ended, Qian remained somewhat speechless. The foreigner's actions were truly outrageous. Treating others as fools, utterly absurd. Strictly speaking, it is not a matter of lacking intelligence, but rather a reluctance to engage the mind, a consequence of habitual arrogance. With this thought in mind, Qian opened his watch and began to browse the internet. At that moment, the top trending topic was related to the Nobel Prize, which had ignited fervent discussions among netizens. Wow, the god of wealth is truly impressive. This is the Nobel Prize we're talking about. To win so many at once. Some scoffed. So what if it's a Nobel Prize? It's just an award. Let anyone who wants it take it. The god of wealth wouldn't care. Is the Nobel Prize not significant? What award is then? I may not know which awards hold merit, but it certainly is not the Nobel Prize. Are you unaware of how discriminatory and oppressive this award is towards scientists of Chinese nationality? Exactly. Moreover, the nomination and evaluation process for the Nobel Prize is laughably absurd. It practically flaunts its dark secrets while claiming to be fair, which is utterly ridiculous. Completely ludicrous. However, the notion of receiving so many Nobel Prizes at once should warrant some excitement. Shouldn't it? That's a narrow perspective. It's no longer merely about whether or not we win awards. Rather, if the Nobel Prize refuses to acknowledge us, its authority will suffer a catastrophic blow. Indeed, it ought to be them seeking the god of wealth for awards, not the other way around. Realizing this, Qian perused the comments and found that the opinions of netizens were relatively rational, which pleased him. It's just an inconsequential award. Who truly cares? Do we lack this award? or the trifling sums associated with it. However, he soon furrowed his brow, as many were still urging him to accept the award. Although the enchantment surrounding the Nobel Prize had diminished somewhat, the prevailing sentiment remained. Why not accept an award that is offered? Gradually, the calls for Qin Qian to claim the award grew louder. He instructed Leah to investigate, and it turned out that Western media had stirred the pot. Once this discourse reached domestic shores, Chinese netizens followed suit, clamoring for him to accept the award. Comments ranged from urging him to create a spectacle to suggesting he show the world what a true gentleman looks like. Rubbing his chin, Qin Qian, after a long absence, logged into his various social media accounts, edited his thoughts, and swiftly posted them. Given his substantial following, anything he shared would quickly become widely known. I am aware of the Nobel Prize situation and have seen the comments urging me to accept the award. To those suggesting I create a scene, please take a break. Bringing explosives on a plane is rather impractical. Additionally, to those who want me to flaunt my charm, it's unnecessary. There are plenty of photos of me online for them to enjoy. To return to the matter at hand, I did not anticipate this award. As for the ceremony, I am rather busy at the moment and unable to attend. If the relevant Nobel Prize personnel happen to see this message, I kindly ask you to fly over and leave the award outside our Galaxy Technology office. I will send someone down to collect it later. That said, there is little more to discuss regarding this trivial matter. By the way, the several game demos showcased at the previous press conference have now been completed and will be launched tonight. Rather than engaging in discussions about other matters, it would be more prudent to contemplate the allure of several exquisite games and indulge in their pleasures. Once the news broke, it swiftly captivated the entire expanse of the internet. Netizens shifted their focus away from the Nobel Prize, directing their attention solely towards these remarkable games. The anticipation was palpable. The wait had become almost unbearable. At the launch event for the Lingjing smartwatch, a multitude of gamers were fixated on these titles. Surprisingly, even those who typically do not partake in gaming found themselves intrigued by these offerings, drawn in by the immersive experiences that virtual games provide. Who could resist such an invitation? Initially, there was a belief that the games would be available shortly after the conclusion of the event, yet the reality was a prolonged wait of several months. Now that they have finally launched, one can only imagine the exhilaration that has ensued among the eager crowd. Chapter 422. The Testing of the Extermination Battle Aircraft. Little brat. Dare to challenge me? Qin Qian murmured to himself with a smile. Did Mei Shifeng really think to manipulate public opinion to compel him into accepting an award? How naive. Does he not realize whose domain the internet truly is? Having lost interest in the online discourse, Qin Qian closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Meanwhile, in a modest conference room in Mei Country, the gathering was intimate, yet comprised of individuals of significant authority and top-tier financial conglomerates. I trust you have all received the news, Turner stated gravely from the head of the table. Qin Qian has declined to accept the award. Our arrangements have proven ineffective. I have a question, Davidson Rockefeller interjected. Is that Qin Qian truly so pivotal? Have we gone to such lengths merely to eliminate a young man? While Galaxy Technology has inflicted substantial losses upon us, and we foresee even greater repercussions in the future, does the technology of Galaxy have any intrinsic connection to this youth? Even if we were to eliminate him, could not Huagua simply produce another Wang Qian, Li Qian, or Zhang Qian? Victor Dupont shook his head in response. Davidson, one must consider that eliminating the impossible, no matter how improbable the result may seem, is still a correct approach. Though we cannot ascertain it with absolute certainty, we have ample reason to believe that the various technologies of Galaxy are intricately linked to Qin Qian. Yet that is merely a possibility, Davidson retorted. Even if it is but a possibility, we cannot afford to overlook it. What if eliminating Qin Qian could stifle the advancement of Galaxy technology? Joseph Morgan chimed in from across the table. Davidson paused, opting for silence thereafter. Turner, observing the exchange, spoke up. All right, since we have resolved to eliminate Qin Qian, we must proceed. However, given the failure of our current plan, we require a new strategy, one that is foolproof. The group fell into contemplation, each mind racing with thoughts of potential new plans. As days turned into weeks, Qin Qian's life remained remarkably serene. It was not until a fortnight later that academician Fong unexpectedly delivered the news. The extermination battle aircraft had been completed. Qin Qian promptly made his way to the original Jian-20 research laboratory. Academician Fong, is it finished? When will the testing commence? He inquired as he stepped through the door. Academician Fong, clearly having awaited this moment, replied, What do you think? I am more than prepared. The testing has already been arranged. Excellent. What are we waiting for? Lead the way. With that, Academician Fong guided Chen and his entourage into a vast chamber. Unlike the other rooms, this one was expansive and cavernous, the ceiling soaring upwards, culminating in a specially designed metallic door that appeared to lead outside. In the center lay a broad platform, upon which rested a sleek, triangular black aircraft, silently poised. Its slender, aerodynamic body and sharply pointed nose exuded an air of formidable elegance. Impressive, Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Beside him, Yang Feng mirrored his enthusiasm, nearly drooling at the sight. I so wish to take it for a spin. Chen nodded in agreement. At that moment, a resolute young man approached from the grand entrance, and upon reaching the group, he solemnly bowed. Come, allow me to introduce you, said Academician Fong with a smile. This is Li Zhenwang, our ace pilot. Applying for battle? Chen suddenly interjected. What? Academician Fong was taken aback. Chen quickly waved his hand. Nothing. Please continue, Academician Fong. With a puzzled glance, Academician Fong resumed. Li Zhenwang is one of our top pilots and also the tester for the Annihilation aircraft. This introduction was primarily directed at Chen, as Yang Feng was already familiar with the individual. Li, impressive. I didn't realize you were in charge of this test. Yang Feng remarked with a grin. Li Zhenwang chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Hee. Just fortunate, I suppose. You know. Yang Feng shook his head with a smile. I'm well aware of your capabilities. There's no luck involved here. The opportunity to test the Annihilation aircraft was not easily obtained. A fierce competition had ensued among the elite pilots, and ultimately, Li Zhenwang had emerged victorious. Li Zhenwang composed himself, declaring, I shall certainly live up to expectations and ensure the mission's success. The group smiled in satisfaction. All right, brotherly. No need to be overly anxious. The test of the Annihilation aircraft is not as daunting as it seems, Chen reassured him. Li Zhenwang nodded amicably, recognizing Chen. Though he had not anticipated encountering him here, engaging in light-hearted conversation with the two esteemed figures. Very well, Xiaochen, I believe we should commence the test now. What do you think? Academician Fong inquired. At this, Li Zhenwang felt a jolt of surprise. Why does it seem that Academician Fong is seeking Chen opinion? What is the situation here? However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, suppressing his curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Chen pointed upwards. Academician Fong. During our testing of the Annihilation aircraft, might we be observed by outsiders? Over the past 2 years, Old May's Starlink has launched quite a few satellites. Old May's Starlink was not to be confused with the wireless connection technology of Galaxy technology. It referred to low-orbit satellites. While masquerading as a service providing free internet for all of humanity, the true purpose was evident to anyone with common sense. Academician Fong paused, and Yang Feng appeared to ponder this as well. After a while, Academician Fong frowned slightly. This is indeed a concern. Previously, we did not need to consider such issues during aircraft testing, but the proliferation of low-orbit satellites by the West in recent years is quite notable. Indeed, it's uncertain. Yang Feng concurred, especially given the current geopolitical climate. We cannot rule out the possibility of them surveilling us. Perhaps, Chen suggested, we could simply shoot them down. After all, the Annihilation aircraft is capable of stealth. Both Academician Fong and Yang Feng looked at Chen in astonishment. The concept of shooting down an enemy satellite may sound straightforward, but it was well known that we were not the ones to initiate aggression. Moreover, should such an action be taken, mismanagement could lead to serious repercussions. However, Yang Feng appeared to be swayed. Actually, it might not be impossible. Considering we can remain invisible to the naked eye, if others cannot see us, then what is there to shoot down? It is evident that their satellite's quality is subpar, resulting in its own descent. How can they unjustly cast blame upon us? Academician Fong's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Yang Feng, seemingly questioning. What nonsense are you uttering? However, before he could voice his thoughts, Yang Feng stepped aside to make a call for a report. Moments later, he turned to Chen and beckoned. Come here, Lu Commander wishes to speak with you. Chen approached and connected to Yang Feng's smartwatch. Young Chen, Lu Commander began. I have heard that you intend to shoot down a foreign satellite. Chen was taken aback, shaking his head vehemently. What do you mean by shoot down, Commander Lu? I never said such a thing. It's merely, what if their satellite indeed has quality issues? They might crash on their own and still blame us. At this, Commander Lu paused, gazing intently at Chen before breaking into a smile. What am I to say about you? Initiating the first strike in such matters is undoubtedly unacceptable. Thus, I cannot consent to the idea of shooting down another country's satellite. Very well. Let us leave it at that. Today, I know nothing, and Yang did not connect me. With that, the call was terminated. Chapter 4:23. Vertical takeoff. Chen Qian and Yang Feng exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. The intentions of Commander Liu were unmistakably clear. If they failed to comprehend this, they would be truly dim-witted. While shooting down the aircraft was out of the question, a self-induced crash due to quality issues. Who could accurately predict such an occurrence? Chen Qian and Yang Feng returned, and when Academician Feng noticed their beaming smiles, he understood. Yet he refrained from uttering a word or posing any questions. Well then, Academician Feng began. Let us commence. Chen Qian nodded. Let us begin. I can hardly contain my excitement. Excitement for the test, or excitement for mischief? Academician Feng mused silently. He then turned to Li Zhenwang. Young Li, let's initiate the process. Understood. Li Zhenwang inspected his equipment before striding towards the Annihilation Fighter. Once seated inside, his gaze instinctively swept around, catching sight of an object tucked away in the corner, leaving him momentarily incredulous. Academician Feng was indeed serious about this. Previously, Feng had assigned him an unusual task to complete during the test. He had assumed it was merely a jest. To discover it was genuine was beyond his expectations. Shaking off his surprise, Li Zhenwang adjusted his posture, inhaling deeply, his focus sharpening. As an ace pilot, he dedicated himself fully to any mission, even at the cost of his own life. Meanwhile, Chen Qian and the others entered the monitoring room. Academician Feng glanced at Chen Qian, who nodded in response. Feng composed himself and activated the microphone. Test of the aerospace fighter, Annihilation, commencing in 3, 2, 1. Begin. Li. Activate stealth mode before exiting the cabin. Inside the cockpit, Li Zhenwang's expression turned serious. Received. He glanced at the array of operational buttons beside him. Decisively pressing a red square button, and the Annihilation Fighter roared to life. Below, the platform began to ascend slowly, drawing closer to the towering metallic gate above. Just as the gate was about to open, the Annihilation Fighter shimmered momentarily and vanished from sight. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Qian and the others exchanged knowing smiles. The display screen revealed the hatch opening, and the Annihilation Fighter officially appeared to the outside world. However, apart from the simulated representation on the monitoring screen, no one would be able to detect its presence. Preparing for vertical takeoff, Li Zhenwang's voice resonated through the speakers. Immediately, the simulated Annihilation Fighter displayed a series of azure luminescent halos beneath it before soaring directly into the sky. The actual Annihilation Fighter remained inconspicuous, its ion thrusters emitting a blue glow that had been specially treated to evade detection. Remarkable! Truly remarkable! Academician Feng could not help but exclaim. This is the essence of vertical takeoff. Generally speaking, the vertical takeoff technologies employed by various nations do not represent true vertical takeoff, as they necessitate a certain distance for acceleration. They merely require a shorter sprint distance compared to conventional takeoff. The shorter the sprint distance, the more advanced the vertical takeoff and landing technology becomes. This is what caused Academician Feng to express his astonishment. Just look at our technology. This is true vertical takeoff and landing. What nonsense about sprint distance? It's simply taking off from a standstill. Chen Qian observed the flustered expression on Academician Feng, who appeared both eager to speak and flushed with emotion, and he couldn't help but smile knowingly. However, he had forgotten about the person beside him. Damn it! This is astonishing! Yang Feng exclaimed, his fists clenched as he struck the air. Seeing this, Chen Qian couldn't suppress a smile, hesitating slightly but ultimately choosing silence. Perhaps he would confront him another time. On the screen, the combat aircraft was flying at a leisurely pace, resembling a bus traveling at 30 miles per hour, exceedingly peculiar. Under normal circumstances, what kind of aircraft could fly at such a speed? It would be a dream to think otherwise. You'd crash before you knew it. All systems had completed self-checks, and the manual inspection was finished. Everything was functioning normally and ready for the next test. Please provide instructions. Li Zhenwang's voice resonated once more through the loudspeaker. Academician Feng, suppressing his excitement, nodded. Commence speed testing within our airspace. Understood. After taking a deep breath, Li Zhenwang, somewhat apprehensive, grasped the control stick. His anxiety was understandable. Theoretically, if anything went awry while accelerating to 50 Mach, he would have no time to react before meeting an untimely demise. Yet, his hesitation was fleeting. In the next moment, he decisively pulled the control stick. Acceleration initiated. Boom. The deafening sound of a sonic boom echoed, audible even to those in the monitoring room. Is it really that exaggerated? Academician Fong murmured. Yang Feng, equally concerned, asked, Brother, could there be a problem? Qin Qian paused, shaking his head. As long as there are no manufacturing issues, we should be fine. Upon hearing this, Academician Fong felt a sense of relief. He had overseen the entire process, and there would be no issues with production. Inside the cockpit, Li Zhenwang's pupils constricted, and his mouth fell open, as if he could hardly breathe. It wasn't due to any physical discomfort, but rather the shock from the speed displayed on the instruments was beyond comprehension. Is this for real? How could this be possible? This acceleration capability. Before he could fully process it, he noticed the speed on the gauge had peaked, reaching 51 Mach. Damn! Li Zhenwang shouted. He instinctively reached for his forehead to wipe away sweat, only to remember he was wearing a helmet. Is this real? How long has it been? A minute? Half a minute? And the speed is already 51 Mach? Surely, the instruments can't be malfunctioning. However, what stunned him even more was that he felt absolutely no difference in his body. It felt as if the aircraft had never taken off at all. He could almost stretch comfortably as if lounging on his sofa at home. Suddenly, a somewhat anxious voice from Academician Fong broke through the cockpit. Li Zhenwang, what is going on? Come back immediately. You have already departed from our nation's airspace. At that moment, Li Zhenwang felt a chill in his heart as he glanced at the map on the instrument panel and surveyed the surrounding sky. Is this not Outer Mongolia? We are nearing the Russian borders. How did I leave the country? This is far too swift. Who could have anticipated that in the blink of an eye? He had flown beyond the national boundaries. Academician Fong, I shall return at once. Li Zhenwang exclaimed hastily. In the monitoring room, Academician Fong shook his head helplessly. Chun Qian chuckled, saying, It's quite all right, Academician Fong. After all, no one can witness the slaughter, so a little jaunt is harmless. Yang Feng chimed in, Indeed, old Fong. There's no need to be overly concerned. Academician Fong contemplated saying more but then thought, perhaps they were right. Moreover, it seemed that the slaughtering aircraft would not be able to fully unleash its capabilities while confined to domestic airspace. Chapter 424, A Thunderous Roar in the Skywell. Dr. Fong paused and said, Shaoli, don't come back, just fly freely. Yes, just take a leisurely stroll, no need to rush, Yang Feng chuckled. Upon hearing this, Li Zhenwang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to question. Is this for real? However, since the leader had spoken, he felt no hesitation. If it's a stroll, then let it be. He had never been so openly carefree before. In Outer Mongolia, on a vast plain, a flock of sheep grazed leisurely. Beside them, a middle-aged man stretched lazily on the back of a cow, fighting off drowsiness. He struggled to muster his energy, fearing one of the sheep might stray. But with the routine of days passing without incident and the presence of a shepherd dog nearby, his eyelids grew heavier. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed across the sky. The middle-aged man jolted awake, tumbling off the cow, while the distant flock of sheep became agitated. What is happening? What is going on? He exclaimed, hastily getting to his feet and looking up at the sky. There, in the cerulean expanse, a straight line streaked across the horizon, cleaving the clouds as if to divide the very heavens. In the outskirts of OS country, amidst the ruins of a battlefield, sporadic gunfire resounded as hundreds of soldiers lay motionless in the trenches. Time passed, and a cautious officer crawled through. Attention! The time is near. The operation is about to commence. Everyone stay alert. Understood, Commander. Roger that. The officer nodded in satisfaction, beginning to outline the operational plan when, boom, a deafening explosion erupted. Down. The officer reacted instinctively, shouting. Immediately, everyone buried themselves deeper. Incoming. Watch for shells. He bellowed again, curling up as tightly as possible. However, after an indeterminate amount of time, nothing unusual occurred. The officer, somewhat dazed, glanced around before finally raising his head. A line streaked across the sky, abruptly splitting it in two. What? The officer muttered, utterly unable to comprehend the sight before him. In Goryeo, within the confines of a conference room, when Sia sat at the table, listening to the reports of others, his brow deeply furrowed. Sigh. He could not help but exhale a breath of frustration. The issues with the conglomerates were not new. He felt overwhelmed and powerless. The nation's economy was held captive, with powerful conglomerates lurking behind. When Sia fell silent, the conference room enveloped in an unusual stillness, while the gazes directed at the leader varied, some serious, some indifferent, others calm, and some laced with mockery. After a moment, as when Sia opened his mouth to speak, boom, An earth-shattering explosion suddenly filled the air. When Siya was stunned, his thoughts seemingly frozen in time. After a brief moment of stunned silence, chaos erupted in the conference room. Enemy attack? They are coming from the north. Run for your lives. Amidst the cacophony, some individuals instinctively sought refuge behind others, while others hurriedly dove beneath tables. There were even those who, in a frenzy, shoved aside anyone in their path and dashed towards the exit. Yet, not a single person spared a glance at Siya. In the monitoring room, Qian and his colleagues were oblivious to the reactions of other nations, their faces adorned with smiles. The reason was simple. After more than half an hour of flight testing, everything had gone flawlessly, confirming the success of the assassination aircraft. Moreover, the speed of the aircraft had perfectly met theoretical expectations, achieving a staggering 50 Mach. It could circle the globe in a mere 13 minutes. In just over half an hour, the assassination aircraft had completed a circuit in both horizontal and vertical maneuvers, piloted manually and then autonomously, traversing the majority of countries worldwide without detection. Academician Fong was beaming with joy, his expression as radiant as a blooming flower. Yang Feng, too, let out a series of exuberant howls in the monitoring room. All right, is there really a need for such excitement? Qian chuckled. Now that most of the tests are concluded, we only need to conduct the lunar flight test, and that well, let's leave that to Academician Fong. With a playful gesture, Academician Fong pointed at him, smiling as he spoke. There is still one test yet to be performed. He then activated the microphone. Xiaoli, have you remembered what I instructed you? You may commence. Qian was taken aback. There's still a test left? What could it possibly be? Li Zhengwang's voice came through. Somewhat hoarse, Academician Fong, do we really have to do this? Academician Fong nodded affirmatively. Of course, hurry up, don't dawdle. All right, then the screen displayed Li Zhengwang's movements as he fished around below. Suddenly, he produced an object, leaving Qian momentarily speechless. This Academician Fong, you're serious? In Li Zhengwang's hand was nothing other than a can of coffee. Academician Fong burst into laughter, of course. Didn't you say one could drink coffee in the aircraft just like any other time? We must give it a try. Qian sighed helplessly. Fine, you win. He then turned to Jiang Ruyue, exchanging a knowing glance that conveyed, look at this old man, such a character. On screen, Li Zhengwang executed his actions smoothly. And with a pop, he opened the coffee can and took a hearty sip. Oddly, he felt a strange sensation. How should he describe it? Drinking coffee at a speed of 50 Mach inside a fighter jet? He even felt as though he were at home, playing a flight simulator. Well, Yang Feng chuckled. He really is drinking it, and not a drop has spilled. The life support system is impressively stable. Indeed, Academician Fong replied with a smile. This can be deemed the first test of the life support system. All right, we may proceed to the next step. Hearing this, Li Zhengwang reluctantly finished his coffee and solemnly stowed the can in his pocket. This was undeniable evidence, proof for boasting with his comrades once the test concluded. I am a man who pilots a fighter jet while sipping coffee. Let us first journey to the moon, Qian suddenly suggested. Academician Fong and Yang Feng naturally had no objections. Upon hearing this, Li Zhengwang took a deep breath and promptly pulled the control stick. The fighter jet, known as the Slayer, soared into the sky, its flight trajectory swiftly transforming from a forward motion to a vertical ascent. 5,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 9,000 meters, 10,000 meters. With the ion thrusters operating at full capacity, the Slayer ascended higher and higher, breaching the stratosphere, surpassing the mesosphere, thermosphere, and exosphere, distancing itself ever further from the Earth's surface. After an indeterminate passage of time, when Li Zhengwang glanced out the window once more, the entire visage of his home planet unfolded before him. How beautiful, Li Zhengwang murmured to himself. It was the first time in his life that he beheld his hometown from such an altitude. The sensation was beyond words. Chapter 425. The Yang Feng Equation. The voice of Academician Fong resonated. Xiaoli, do you feel any discomfort or difficulty in breathing? Li Zhengwang regained his senses and replied. Report, I feel no discomfort, and my breathing is quite smooth. Excellent, Academician Fong exclaimed, suddenly patting Yang Feng, who responded with a slight grin. The escape layer, known as the outer atmosphere, is saturated with ultraviolet rays and cosmic radiation, and the air is exceedingly thin. Li Zhengwang's lack of discomfort undoubtedly attests to the efficacy of the life support system, further validating its performance. Prepare to overcome gravitational pull and head to the moon. Academician Fong commanded. Received, Li Zhengwang said, feeling a surge of excitement. This is lunar landing, a genuine lunar landing. I never imagined it would be accomplished by me. As this thought crossed his mind, a twinge of regret surfaced. He wished he had donned his spacesuit, for perhaps he could have taken a stroll on the moon. Shaking off his musings, Li Zhenwang resumed control of the assault aircraft, adjusting its position and accelerating swiftly towards the moon. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, with both Li Zhenwang and the personnel in the monitoring room fully engrossed, leaving no room for complacency. As the once-distant moon drew ever closer, excitement bubbled within everyone. When the assault aircraft officially entered the moon's gravitational orbit, the monitoring room erupted in jubilant cheers. Despite the small number of them, the commotion was substantial. "We did it! We have reached the moon!" Academician Fong exclaimed, clutching his heart and dancing with joy. At that moment, it seemed as though dancing on the edge of a blade had materialized into reality. "Awesome! Incredible! Absolutely phenomenal!" Yang Feng shouted repeatedly. Chen Qian also celebrated, embracing Jiang Ruyue. Though they had long known that the assault aircraft could soar into space and reach the moon, the realization stirred an indescribable thrill within him. After all, Comrade Yang had only managed to reach space in his time, not the moon. Had he been prepared with a spacesuit, Li Zhenwang could have taken a few laps outside. 2 hours to the moon, how astonishing! Jiang Ruyue exclaimed excitedly. The group paused, then burst into laughter. Indeed, it is remarkably close. Traveling from north to south in our country by high-speed rail takes much longer than 2 hours. Academician Fong remarked with a smile. Qin Qian shook his head in resignation. That was in the past. Now, with maglev trains in operation, the speed has increased significantly. Yang Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Wait a moment. While it takes over 2 hours to travel from north to south in our country, we reach the moon in just over 2 hours. By this logic, the moon is our territory. Instantly, everyone fell silent, gazing at Yang Feng with incredulous eyes. After a moment, Academician Fong scratched his head. Why? Does something feel a bit off? Qin Qian's lips curled into a smile. Yang, the Yang Feng equation? My goodness, you are a genius. What? Yang Feng turned abruptly. Am I a genius, brother? Qin Qian nodded earnestly. My brother, if it weren't for your military service, you should be propelling our nation's technological advancement. Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, but soon felt that something was amiss. Qin Qian's tone seemed almost sardonic, noticing Yang Feng's reaction. Qin Qian hurriedly interjected. Brother Li is still waiting. We haven't officially landed yet. Academician Fong, please give the order. Academician Fong smiled and nodded, addressing the microphone. Little Li, you may land now. Received. Li Zhenwang had been eagerly anticipating this command. He promptly maneuvered the killing aircraft, landing smoothly on the lunar surface. Air, Academician Fong continued. Little Li, take off again. Li Zhenwang, somewhat puzzled, complied. And the aircraft ascended slowly. Yes, now descend again. Right, ascend once more. Yes, descend again. Ascend again. Qin Qian was taken aback. Academician Fong's antics left him utterly bewildered. After a considerable pause, Academician Fong finally declared, All right, Little Li, you may return. The killing aircraft abruptly ascended once more, swiftly heading back to Earth. Academician Fong, what was that all about? Qin Qian couldn't help but inquire. Academician Fong hesitated, his expression unusually serious. Little Chun, tell me, would you say we just accomplished multiple moon landings? How many times did we land? Surely over a dozen. Upon hearing this, both Qin Qian and Yang Feng were astounded. Could it truly be counted in that manner? Yang Feng, utterly speechless, remarked, Once we step outside, don't even think about me knowing you. I cannot afford to be associated with such a situation. Academician Fong, perplexed, responded, Is it really not countable? It should be, right? Should I draft a report to inquire? Absolutely not. Qin Qian quickly grasped his arm. We cannot entertain such thoughts. Academician Fong. What a jest. If this were reported, we would be ridiculed beyond measure. I cannot afford this embarrassment. Seeing Qin Qian's firm stance, Academician Fong eventually abandoned his thought. Very well, what a pity. What a pity indeed. Qin Qian silently lamented. What kind of logic are you operating on? 2 hours later, the killing aircraft successfully returned to Earth. Report. We have returned to the stratosphere, requesting to land. Li Zhenwang announced with a smile. Academician Fong did not issue the order immediately. Instead, he turned to Qin Qian, who wore a somewhat cryptic smile. Taking a deep breath, Academician Fong said, Little Li, circle a few more times in the domestic airspace and see if there are any peculiar objects. Peculiar objects? Li Zhenwang's expression turned strange as he recalled the previous discussions among the leaders, and he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Are we serious? Yet, he refrained from saying more, maneuvering the aircraft to patrol the domestic airspace. The speed of the killing aircraft was remarkable, and it was long before Li Zhenwang's voice echoed again. Report, the intelligence system has detected an unidentified flying object 3 kilometers away. Please advise. Yang Feng immediately perked up. Hurry, let us approach and take a closer look. Li Zhenwang nodded, reducing the speed of the lethal machinery as he cautiously approached. Moments later, a writhing long worm emerged, its image relayed back to the monitoring room. Indeed, it was this peculiar entity. Chen Qian furrowed his brow. The so-called long worm was not a true worm, but rather a multitude of low-orbit satellites coalescing into what was known as Starlink, launched by Musk. Xiaochen. Observe closely, Academician Fong hinted. Chen Qian nodded in agreement. Brotherly, I've heard that these devices have subpar quality and are prone to falling and injuring individuals. Let's test their integrity with laser weapons shortly. By the way, be cautious not to be detected or recorded. Chapter 426. Fishing. Although the assassination aircraft was capable of achieving true stealth, the instant it deployed its laser weapon, the red beam emitted could still reveal its location. For a laser cannot simply appear out of thin air. Li Zhenwang raised his eyebrows, his gaze instantly resolute. Received. In the next moment, the assassination aircraft maneuvered around a cluster of low-orbit satellites before coming to a halt at a position behind them. The laser weapon was prepared for launch. 3, 2, 1. Fire. In an instant, a beam of red laser, as thick as an adult's arm, surged forth, striking one of the low-orbit satellites. Boom. A colossal explosion erupted, resembling a chain reaction that impacted the surrounding satellites, leading to a series of detonations. Yet, this was not the end. The intelligence system promptly and accurately locked onto the remaining targets. Another 10 beams of laser were unleashed in succession, producing a thunderous cacophony of explosions once more. When tranquility returned, the sky was devoid of any long, serpentine forms, and emptiness left only with soft, distant white clouds. It looks much more pleasant now. Chen Qian remarked with a satisfied smile. Yang Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. However, Academician Fong appeared somewhat uneasy, glancing around with a hint of apprehension. All right, let us bring Xiaoli back, Yang Feng suggested with a smile. Fong nodded but had not yet spoken when Chen Qian waved his hand. Hold on. Let us wait a moment longer. Li Go, make sure you remain hidden and undetected. Fong and Yang exchanged a puzzled glance. Xiao Chen, what do you mean by this? Fong inquired, bewildered. Chen narrowed his eyes. Academician Fong, consider this. If your child were to be bullied at school, wouldn't you go to the school to investigate? Similarly, if their satellites suddenly lost communication, wouldn't they need to find a way to check on the situation? With this explanation, Fong enlightenedly realized that he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. However, he hesitated. But, could this escalate further? Of course not. Yang Feng exclaimed with excitement. What do you mean by escalating? Did we do anything? No, we did nothing at all. Fong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Grasping the implication, since there was no evidence, they could act as they pleased without consequence. The monitoring room fell into silence. After receiving the command, Li Zhenwang also departed from the scene, though he did not stray too far, quietly hovering in the distance, awaiting further instructions. At NASA headquarters, in a spacious hall, numerous researchers and technicians were bustling about, everything proceeding with its usual orderliness. Suddenly, a technician's computer emitted a red alert. The technician paused, momentarily taken aback and unable to comprehend the situation. A red alert? How could this be possible? However, upon closer inspection, he widened his eyes in shock and abruptly stood up, only to lose his balance and fall to the ground with a loud thud. Mike, what happened? Why are you so careless? The supervisor, who happened to witness this scene, approached from a distance. Mike hastily scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, Boss, something terrible has happened. Something terrible? The supervisor's heart sank as he caught sight of the flashing red alert on the computer screen and quickly sat down to examine it closely. Moments later, his expression changed dramatically. There was an issue with the low-orbit satellite launched in collaboration with Marsk. It had gone missing? The supervisor muttered to himself. How could a perfectly functioning satellite simply vanish? It was working fine before. Could it be? A troubling possibility crossed his mind, yet he hesitated to confirm it. After all, it was their prestigious Maligian satellite. Who would dare to act so boldly? With this thought, he rapidly typed on the keyboard, swiftly determining the satellite's last known position. Astonishingly, it was in Huagua. The supervisor involuntarily inhaled deeply, sensing the gravity of the situation. The significance of the Starlink program was self-evident, and the fact that it had gone missing in Huagua. Mike, hurry back to your post. I must report this immediately. The supervisor rose hastily and rushed towards the exit. In the office, Turner was engrossed in paperwork when the secretary rushed in. What is it? Turner replied with mild irritation, you need to knock before entering. Even a child knows that courtesy. Did you not learn? The secretary shook his head and quickly responded, sir. Something serious has occurred. Look at this. He presented a document, placing it on the desk. Turner furrowed his brow and began to read the file. After a moment, he took a deep breath. So the Starlink satellite has gone missing in Huagua? Suspected to be shot down? The secretary nodded emphatically. Yes, sir. Is there evidence? The secretary hesitated, shaking his head. Not yet. The cause of the disappearance is still under investigation. Then get to the bottom of it. Turner shouted, forcefully slamming the document onto the secretary. The secretary, alarmed, picked up the file and quickly replied, yes, sir, I will arrange it immediately. At NASA headquarters. The supervisor sat anxiously in his office, awaiting news. Soon, an assistant knocked and entered, speaking briefly before the supervisor nodded. I understand. Proceed accordingly and ascertain the cause as swiftly as possible. Yes. In the monitoring room, Chun Qian and his colleagues waited in silence for an extended period, eventually having someone bring over food from the cafeteria, and they began to eat lunch in the monitoring room. To their surprise, even after finishing their meals, there was still no sign of activity. Yang Feng, unable to contain his impatience, spoke up. Hey, are you sure they will take action? We've been waiting for so long. Why is there still no movement? Academician Feng rubbed his forehead. Shall we call it a day? Qin Qian hesitated as well. Logically speaking, Old Mei could not possibly remain inactive. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Li Gu, please take a look around and see if there are any anomalies. Understood. Li Zhenwang waited for quite some time before finally receiving the order to act, and he immediately commenced inspections at various levels. However, unfortunately, after a thorough search, no results were yielded. At that moment, Chun Qian suddenly had an epiphany. The geostationary orbit? Could it be that the old man from the southern region intends to use orbital satellites to assess the situation directly? It is certainly a possibility. If that is the case, it would make sense. The orbital satellites, governed by celestial mechanics, traverse around the Earth, influenced by the non-spherical gravitational field of the planet. Atmospheric drag, solar gravity, lunar gravity, and light pressure, resulting in exceedingly complex motion dynamics. Thus, the movement of the satellites is not under human control, in simpler terms. They drift aimlessly. Therefore, the old man is awaiting the arrival of the orbital satellites above Huagua. Chapter 427, A Sense of Comfort Li Gu. Let us take a trip to space. Chun Qian exclaimed. Academician Feng was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Chen, are you suggesting? Chun Qian nodded affirmatively. It seems likely they're wary of us, hence opting for the most prudent method, using orbital satellites to investigate the loss of low Earth orbit satellites. After a moment of contemplation, Academician Feng considered the possibility with intrigue. Meanwhile, Yang Feng, utterly perplexed, pondered the correlation. A satellite is simply a satellite, right? What is this about orbital and low Earth orbit satellites? Can someone speak plainly? He then discreetly stepped back, consulting his watch to retrieve relevant scientific knowledge. Quietly initiating a transmission, the display screen revealed the extermination aircraft had already reached outer space. We found it. Chun Qian exclaimed with delight, then pointed to the imagery transmitted from the extermination aircraft. Look here. Academician Feng scrutinized the screen but paused, frowning, as he saw nothing at first. Yet, half a minute later, he discerned a small dot approaching. Indeed. Shall Li quickly engage? Yang Feng urged, stepping forward with excitement. The orbital satellite held far greater value than the previously downed low Earth orbit satellite. It would surely incite considerable distress in the adversary. Noticing the situation, Qin Qian hastily interjected, not so fast. Evade the camera's line of sight before engaging. Yang Feng smacked his forehead. Right. I got too carried away. Academician Feng sighed in resignation, instinctively glancing at the ceiling as if to convey his ignorance, yet his curiosity prevailed, and he turned eagerly towards the screen. At that moment, inside the cockpit, Li Zhenwang could hardly contain his anticipation. Upon hearing they could engage, he immediately began to maneuver the aircraft for observation. With low Earth orbit satellites already having fallen, would it be so strange for an orbital satellite to meet the same fate? Swiftly, The intelligence system pinpointed the location of the opposing satellite's camera, determining its field of view, and the extermination aircraft silently positioned itself above the orbital satellite. At NASA headquarters, a flurry of activity enveloped the technical staff, while their supervisor, Tom, paced anxiously in the background. "We must ascertain the cause of the Starlink disconnections without delay," he pondered. This urgency was precisely why he was personally overseeing the situation, with so many Starlink satellites lost. Failing to uncover the reason would ultimately place the responsibility squarely on his shoulders. He simply could not bear that weight. The thought of his lavish lifestyle and the enchanting allure of his several captivating lovers potentially drifting away filled him with agitation. "I must procure evidence." Tom clenched his fists. The disappearance of numerous Starlink satellites could not simply be coincidental, especially with all of them going offline simultaneously. Thus, he held certain judgments about the matter. However, conjecture without substantiation was futile. Only with solid evidence could he effectively deflect responsibility. "Boss, the orbital satellite has reached the skies over Hua country," Technician Mike suddenly announced. Tom's spirits lifted, and he hurried forward. "It has arrived? Quickly, show me the situation, and capture anything you can, anything at all." Investigating the disappearance of Starlink satellites is no simple task. Merely observing from an orbital satellite will not readily unveil the truth. Thus, capturing evidence is his primary objective. Even if he were to photograph a commercial aircraft, it would provide him with a plausible excuse. Naturally, capturing an image of any military aircraft from the Hua nation would be even more advantageous. "Understood, boss," Mike replied, becoming increasingly focused. He keenly sensed the implications in Tom's words, realizing that this could present an opportunity for him. If he could capture something significant, Mike found himself daydreaming, envisioning luxurious cars and beautiful women beckoning to him. However, mere minutes later, he was taken aback. He glanced at the other technicians beside him, all wearing similarly perplexed expressions. Mike hesitated. "Boss, it seems there's nothing." "Nothing at all?" Tom exclaimed, abruptly yanking Mike from his seat and taking his place at the computer. "How could there be nothing? Impossible. Were you not observing closely?" "Of course I was, boss. I was observing meticulously." Mike instinctively defended himself, but upon witnessing Tom's intense concentration, he chose silence. Just then, the satellite feed on all the computers suddenly went black. In an instant, everyone widened their eyes, momentarily stunned before hastily attempting to operate their computers. Yet, no matter how they tried, the screens remained unresponsive. "What is happening? Why is there no feed? Did the computers malfunction?" "No, the computers are functioning well." "Why has the feed disappeared? Could it be that the orbital satellites have also lost contact?" The technicians could not help but murmur among themselves. At that moment, Tom found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Wasn't he just operating the camera for observation? Why did the screen suddenly go black? What was going on? As the murmurs reached his ears, he felt as though his thoughts had come to a standstill, as if the world itself had frozen. The orbital satellites had also lost contact? Tom instinctively murmured to himself. "I am utterly doomed. Not only have the Starlink satellites vanished, but the orbital satellites have as well. And all while I was operating? FK. FK me. FK, FK, FK. Tom suddenly erupted, furiously smashing his keyboard against the table repeatedly, shattered keys flying in all directions. The surrounding technicians instinctively recoiled, falling silent, not daring to breathe, fearful of incurring the wrath of their superior and facing repercussions. After a moment, Tom had obliterated everything within reach, his peripheral vision fixated on the dark screen. His expression contorted in rage. He clenched his teeth and swung his fist toward it. Bang! The monitor shattered, and Tom's expression shifted as he abruptly withdrew his hand, cradling his injured fist while grimacing in pain, his feet jumping in distress. FK. Oh, FK. In the monitoring room, Chin-Chien exchanged a glance with Yang Feng and Academician Fong, and they simultaneously revealed a knowing smile that only men could understand. The screen before them displayed images of the orbital satellite explosion. "I don't know how you feel, but I certainly feel quite at ease," Chin-Chien remarked with a grin. Yang Feng chuckled. "What a coincidence. I am equally at ease." Academician Fong paused for a moment and added, "It has been a long time since I have felt this comfortable." Suddenly, Chin-Chien's eyes widened as he realized that the preceding conversation seemed somewhat inappropriate. Turning to Jiang Ruyue, he noticed her flushed cheeks as she glared at him, seemingly conveying the message, "You've led them astray." A shiver ran down Chin-Chien's spine as he glanced back at Yang Feng, who appeared to be deep in thought. Oh no, he was beginning to catch on. Hastily, Chen Qian composed himself and declared, I hereby announce that the test of the Annihilation aircraft has been successfully completed. Chapter 428 L edition at 8 o'clock in the evening. A series of messages began to emerge on the international internet, astonishing the world. The Republic of Korea sounded air raid sirens, issuing shelter notices to all citizens. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea released a statement, denying any missile launches, asserting that the Republic of Korea's actions are unrelated to them. On the battlefield of Fuji, both sides suddenly launched large-scale organized offensives, each accusing the other of first employing weapons of mass destruction. Residents across the globe reported sightings of UFOs. A mysterious force tore through the sky. Countries like India and Thailand announced that their deities had manifested. In India, numerous individuals from lower castes knelt, proclaiming miracles and seeking divine blessings. Simultaneously, related news was disseminated across the domestic internet, quickly dominating trending topics on various platforms and sparking grand discussions. Wow, is this happening abroad too? How miraculous! Just today, I was startled by a loud noise, and when I looked up, heavens, the entire sky seemed to split in two. I witnessed it too. It terrified me. I was out shopping, and everyone simultaneously gazed skyward, utterly astonished. Stop it. I was asleep, and that noise jolted me awake. Awake? This road is torn up? No. Does anyone know what is truly happening? Could it really be divine intervention? Nonsense, in this day and age. Who still believes in such superstitions? I assert it must be some secret weapon. Secret weapon? This deserves serious attention. What kind of secret weapon? Which country possesses it? What is its nature? Does it pose a threat to us? We are merely ordinary citizens. How could we possibly know? But now that the entire world is aware, we should be able to investigate. It can't possibly be a weapon. According to foreign reports, such phenomena have appeared globally almost simultaneously. What weapon could be so powerful? I understand now. It is the resurgence of spiritual energy. Someone must have split the heavens with a single stroke. All right, child, go home and rest. Don't venture out anymore. For several consecutive days, the discussions among the world's populace regarding the phenomenon persisted without pause. Yet, despite the fervent deliberations, no conclusive understanding emerged. Chen Qian observed all of this, but naturally, he could not step forward to voice any opinions. Likewise, there was no activity from above, as if they were entirely unaware, remaining remarkably composed. Is it a joke? Would they really announce that they have developed an extraordinary aerospace fighter jet? Speeds exceeding 50 Mach? That would be sheer foolishness. What you can see is merely what you are permitted to see, and what you are allowed to see is commonplace. The manhwa does not resemble certain foolish nations, eager to showcase even the slightest achievements and flaunt their prowess. They even boast about non-existent accomplishments. Unexpectedly, this has provided us with excellent inspiration and direction, effectively backfiring on themselves. A good deed indeed. On the other hand, following the completion of the assassination aircraft's test, the authorities promptly approved a proposal to showcase the low version of the assassination aircraft at the military exposition. In preparation for this grand military exhibition, which held significant importance for various nations, academician Fong found himself immersed in deep contemplation, striving to devise innovative ideas. He even sought the assistance of Chen Qian to brainstorm solutions. After all, the assassination aircraft was remarkably extraordinary, and it could not simply be presented as it was. Although there was an intention to demonstrate strength, it was crucial to maintain a level of discretion. Ultimately, Chen Qian and academician Fong embarked on the task of modifying the assassination aircraft. Each day was filled with both joy and anguish as they deliberated. The joy stemmed from the aircraft's superior performance, while the anguish arose from the difficulty of sacrificing any aspect of its design. They were striving for improvement, yet ironically, they were compelled to scale back. Taking the exterior as a case in point, could they really afford to alter such a striking design? After some consideration, Chen Qian decided against any changes to the appearance, recognizing that the true merit of a fighter jet lay in its performance, not merely its aesthetics. Much like himself, despite having never encountered a man more handsome than he, the public's focus on him remained primarily on his talents and, of course, his wealth. As for the assassination aircraft's life support system, it was inconspicuous and could remain unchanged. However, the weaponry system required modification. The terrifying multi-power laser cannon had to be replaced with conventional missiles. There was no need to elaborate on the energy system, as the core could not be replaced. But to maintain secrecy, an auxiliary fuel system would be fabricated and concealed within. The most challenging aspect was the propulsion system. Retaining the ion thrusters would raise suspicions, while replacing them with even the most advanced domestic engines would only yield comparable performance to older models, failing to instill any sense of deterrence. Thus, an additional engine would be added to divert attention. Once all modifications were complete, the final version of the assassination aircraft, low version, was over twice its original size. It had inadvertently gained weight, what with the incorporation of missiles and fuel tanks. Despite their best efforts to control the size, it was an unavoidable outcome. Perhaps it would be best to refer to it as the little chubby version of the assassination aircraft. Observing the fully prepared and modified aircraft before him, Chen Qian felt somewhat bemused. Even Yang Feng, standing nearby, exhibited an air of disdain. Compared to the original version, it was undeniably lacking, as academician Feng helplessly noted. Yang Feng chimed in, "It's somewhat subpar, isn't it? I feel the same way." Unable to contain a smile, Chen Qian looked at Yang Feng, saying, "Brother Yang, your tastes have certainly become refined. Although this is the little chubby version, it is still significantly more powerful than previous aircraft. Can we really afford to be disdainful?" Yang Feng chuckled, "Can one not be disdainful? It's easy to transition from frugality to luxury, but difficult to revert from luxury to frugality." Chen Qian remained noncommittal. Academician Feng then remarked, "Little Chen, I have the data for the little chubby version prepared for the conference. What do you think?" The assassination of the battle aircraft, designated as the L version, is a name soon to be publicly unveiled. After all, it would not do to openly refer to it as the low version. A semblance of dignity must be maintained for our foreign counterparts. Should inquiries arise, the official response will merely state that L serves as an internal code name, devoid of any further implications. Upon connecting to the neural interface, Chen Qian received the data for the L version, perused it briefly, and nodded in approval. "It appears satisfactory," he mused. "Let me see it," Yang Feng exclaimed eagerly. Chen Qian transferred the document to Yang Feng, who, upon reviewing it, widened his eyes in astonishment. "Is this the chubby version? Could it be a tad excessive?" Yang Feng was indeed taken aback. He had not anticipated that the data set for disclosure would be so extravagant. Without delving into other aspects, the sheer speed and operational radius alone would be enough to leave other nations in awe. An astounding 25 Mach, identical to the Dongfeng Express number 41, an operational range of 4,000 kilometers. This is double that of the original Jian 20. Chapter 429. Journey to Yang City. Should we perhaps maintain a lower profile? Yang Feng inquired with a hint of concern. Might we be revealing too much? Revealing too much? Chen Qian paused, contemplating Yang Feng's words and conceding that there was merit in his concern. What if we state 20 Mach instead? Yang Feng sighed, reducing from 25 Mach to 20 Mach? What difference does that make? Academician Feng interjected. How about this? We declare 10 Mach, but fabricate a special mode that allows for a burst speed of 15 Mach, albeit only sustainable for 10 minutes. This way, we can intimidate other nations without exposing too much. They would never suspect that our true capability reaches 51 Mach. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, ready to respond, but he noticed Chen Qian shaking his head. 10 Mach seems too sluggish, Academician Feng. Have you forgotten about the X-43? Academician Feng was taken aback. The X-43 was an experimental hypersonic aircraft developed by the United States a few years ago, which astonishingly achieved a speed of 9.8 Mach in its final test flight. Although it was merely an extreme experimental craft, stripped of all unnecessary designs and payloads, achieving such velocity was still impressive. One could not deny that the United States had maintained its dominance for over 2 centuries for a reason. What are you implying? Academician Feng asked. Chen Qian nodded. This expo is being taken very seriously by various nations, and the X-43 is a product from several years ago. His words trailed off. But both Academician Feng and Yang Feng understood the underlying message. Had the technology related to the X-43 empowered their fighter jets over the years? To what extent? Would it be showcased at this expo? Given this context, Academician Feng concluded, let us go with 15 Mach, with a maximum burst capability of 18 Mach. Chen Qian pondered for a moment before agreeing with his suggestion. Even if the X-43's technology had indeed enhanced the United States fighter jets, there remained a significant distinction between a fighter jet and an extreme experimental aircraft. Considering all factors, he estimated that reaching a speed of 5 Mach would be commendable. In this scenario, a declaration of 15 Mach for the little fatty fighter jet would certainly astonish the world without revealing too much. Once the public data was finalized, the team swiftly commenced testing the little fatty. With the military expo just days away, their testing schedule was quite tight. Fortunately, The testing of the little fatty was simpler compared to the original version. For days passed swiftly, and on the evening of the fourth day, Qian and his team boarded a plane bound for Yang City. The military expo has always been held in rotation among the 5 great powers, and this year, it was hosted in Huaghua, specifically in Yang City. For the ensuing week, the venue in Yang City would showcase weaponry from various nations, fulfilling both exhibition and demonstration duties. In essence, the exhibition involved merely displaying the equipment for observation, with professional commentators elucidating the publicly available data. Demonstrations, on the other hand, did not entail live displays but rather showcased effects through simulated animations. The actual demonstrations and competitions would occur at separate locations. This week's exhibition presents an excellent opportunity for nations interested in procuring weaponry to gain invaluable insights. After all, the arms trade is no trivial matter. It involves significant financial considerations and numerous other factors that warrant careful deliberation. Even for the wealthiest and most discerning clients across the globe, such decisions are approached with caution. Brother Yang, where will this exchange be held? Qian could not resist inquiring aboard the plane. Yang Feng smiled slightly, his gaze imbued with subtle significance as he replied, "You will find out in due time." Qian felt somewhat exasperated by the cryptic response, yet he refrained from pressing further, respecting Yang Feng's discretion. Shortly thereafter, the plane landed in Guangzhou, where military vehicles awaited outside. As they exited the airport, Qian pondered whether it would be prudent to take Jiang Ruyue to their lodging for a brief respite, but he was approached by Academician Feng. "Shall we visit the venue first?" he suggested. Yang Feng readily agreed, saying, "Absolutely, as hosts, we ought to be attentive." Thus, Qian dismissed his thoughts of rest and consented. Over an hour later, the convoy halted outside an impressively expansive building on the outskirts of Guangzhou. "Is this newly constructed?" Qian asked Yang Feng as they disembarked. Yang Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, considering security concerns, a location on the periphery is far more suitable. Qian slightly inclined his head in agreement. After all, this was an international event, and security was of paramount importance. Upon entering the venue, they were met with a cacophony of voices as attendees rushed about, bustling with last-minute preparations and checks. Yang Feng's brow furrowed subtly, revealing his dissatisfaction with the disorder. Yet he chose not to voice his concerns. As they wandered through the venue, Qian and his companions noticed that nearby personnel instinctively quieted as they passed, especially representatives from other nations, who curiously observed them. They contemplated the identities of these heavily guarded individuals, pondering the significance of such an elaborate display. However, when they recognized the youthful and familiar visage in their midst, many could not help but exclaim in astonishment. "Is that Qian, the president of Galaxy Technology? What brings him here?" Listening to the murmurs around him, Qian remained unfazed. Soon, they arrived at their own designated exhibition area, where Yang Feng beamed with satisfaction at the orderly arrangement of their team. "Now this is commendable," he remarked, appreciating the contrast to the chaos surrounding other displays. Qian nodded in agreement, then turned his attention to the array of weaponry showcased in their area. From conventional arms to various missiles, and even the Dongfeng Express, the selection was impressively comprehensive. In addition to the tangible displays, each exhibit was adorned with lifelike holographic projections, showcasing their offerings in splendid detail. "Brother Yang, I noticed that the booths of other countries seem to lack holographic projection equipment. Could this be a disadvantage?" Qian inquired. He was indeed somewhat concerned that other nations might seize upon this point and make a fuss about it. Although it was trivial, it still had a nauseating effect. Yang Feng let out a cold snort. "What's wrong? Is there anything amiss? Do they dare to voice their opinions?" Qian was momentarily taken aback. Having spent so long bantering with Yang Feng, he had forgotten that his companion possessed such a domineering side. It was quite an adjustment. "It's perhaps better not to arrange anything for them," Qian chuckled. "Let them envy us." Laughter erupted among the crowd, and even the soldiers surrounding them displayed a peculiar expression, feeling somewhat stifled. Chapter 430. Even being handsome comes with troubles. Well, it seems that tomorrow's expo should proceed without any issues, Qian remarked. Just as he spoke, a group of staff members entered from the distance, carrying several boxes. They promptly opened the boxes and began distributing small button-like devices to representatives from various countries. Qian recognized these devices. They were simultaneous translators developed by their partners based on MOS, which had gained immense popularity before the widespread adoption of knowledge transmission. Why are they distributing translators? Qian pondered, somewhat perplexed. After all, knowledge transmission had already become commonplace, and the domestic population had effortlessly mastered the languages of the world. Before Yang Feng could utter a word, academician Fong chuckled. That's just like old Yang. Although communication poses no challenges, he insists on providing them with translators, arguing that while we are on our turf, we should speak Mandarin, even if they cannot. Oh, I see. Chen Qian realized, and then, in a rare display of approval, gave Yang Feng a thumbs up. Well done, brother Yang. Yang Feng, clearly delighted, waved his hand modestly. Oh, it's nothing special, just average. Ha ha ha. Following this, the group departed the exhibition hall and left the expo site. The next day, the 2020 Military Expo officially commenced. The previously somewhat sparse venue in the outskirts was now nearly overflowing, with military enthusiasts from across the nation arriving promptly, eager for a visual feast. Compared to domestic fans, foreign military enthusiasts were indeed a rarity within the venue. This was inevitable, as the series of measures previously enacted by the Chinese government had even driven away foreigners working domestically. What is a work visa? Sorry, we don't have that. As for how foreign enterprises operated, that was their own concern. At this point, apart from obtaining a medical visa, other avenues for coming to China had become exceedingly difficult. Although short-term tourist visas still existed, the complexity of acquiring them had escalated dramatically. The foreign military enthusiasts attending the expo could truly be considered a rare breed. Simultaneously, the live broadcast of the Military Expo officially commenced, with various countries relaying the event. Here it comes. The Military Expo has begun. Just thinking about how low the military expenditure is every year makes my heart ache. Come on, let us indulge in some nicotine. In reality, when one calculates the figures closely, the military expenditure we invest could, in terms of effectiveness, be comparable to that of the old powers. How did we end up discussing military expenditure? Is anyone curious why this year's Military Expo is being broadcast live? I am, too, previously. I was unaware of this expo until I saw the announcements about the live stream just a couple of days ago. Wait a moment, upon reflection. It does seem a bit strange to have a live broadcast for a military expo. There seems to be an issue. What is the problem? They even broadcast rocket launches. Why would broadcasting a military expo be problematic? You know, speaking of rockets, it suddenly reminded me that there was news recently stating that the Aviation Research Institute had canceled all of its launch plans. It seems I have also heard about it. On the way to the venue, Chen Qian was somewhat astonished upon seeing the live broadcast online, but he quickly regained his composure. The transition from not broadcasting to live coverage is clearly a deliberate move from above. The reasons for this are self-evident, much like the live broadcasts during a rocket launch. This serves to showcase technological prowess to the world while allowing the populace to witness the advancement of science and the strengthening of national power, thus nurturing national confidence. Moreover, with the showcase featuring the formidable miniature fatty fighter jet, it is bound to astonish the world. Why wear splendid garments if one cannot showcase them? The convoy halted outside the venue. As Chen Qian and his companions disembarked and entered the hall, they were struck by the throngs of military enthusiasts, prompting a moment of reflection. Who could have predicted that a military exposition would draw such an impressive crowd? The martial spirit of the Chinese people has never truly faded. It has merely been suppressed. With Chen Qian's arrival, he immediately caught the attention of the masses. Wow, the god of wealth has arrived. I can hardly believe my eyes. My goodness, god of wealth, over here. Could I possibly get your autograph? Chen Qian was momentarily taken aback, observing the continuously approaching friends, and he couldn't help but massage his temples. I must be quite charming. However, despite his self-admiration, he feared inciting chaos and quickly called out, Stop, stop, stop. No need to crowd over here. Obtaining signatures is impossible. Since you all came to see the equipment, do enjoy it without concerning yourselves with me. I'm slipping away. Although he claimed he would slip away, the humor lay in the fact that he could not extricate himself. Fortunately, a cadre of armed security personnel shielded him, and with reinforcements arriving, the situation was finally brought under control. As Chen Qian remained aloof and refrained from interaction, the crowd gradually dispersed. Only then did Chen Qian and his companions breathe a sigh of relief. Brother, your popularity is truly remarkable, Yang Feng remarked in awe. Isn't that the truth? Academician Feng rubbed his forehead. Chen Qian clasped his hands behind his back. What can I say? Being this handsome comes with its own set of troubles. Yang Feng? Academician Feng? Jiang Yue? Surrounding security personnel? Chen Qian, maintaining a straight face, waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. The daytime cannot fathom the darkness of the night. and a heartless woman cannot comprehend my tears. All right, let us explore the exhibition. With that, Chun Qian strolled away, and the surrounding security personnel hastily followed suit. Yang Feng and the others exchanged glances, speechless, but they too followed along. Compared to yesterday, the various exhibition areas today were markedly different, exhibiting a sense of order. Chun Qian ignored the diverse gazes around him and first made his way to the Japanese exhibition area. The god of wealth has come to see the equipment as well. A man in his 40s, noticing Chun Qian's approach, chuckled, disregarding the surrounding security personnel. Chun Qian smiled and nodded. Of course, how could I not pay attention? The equipment from Japan has always garnered significant attention from China, and the reasons for this need not be elaborated. Within the warning lines, a short, slightly portly balding man was earnestly expounding upon the equipment behind him, his expression grave yet animated. At times, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as if he were about to inscribe the superiority of their gear upon his very visage. Beside him, a taller man could not suppress a derisive chuckle, exclaiming, "What is this nonsense? A heap of junk being extolled to the heavens?" Upon hearing this, those around, including Chun Qian, exchanged knowing smiles. How shall I put it? The equipment was indeed self-developed by the other party and, at first glance, appeared somewhat impressive. Yet, one must remember that this was a military exhibition. To present such trinkets here? It was nothing short of a farce. However, one could understand their predicament. After all, their cutting-edge weaponry could only be procured from their father, thus rendering it unfit for display. Chapter 431. The interpreter from the land of the rising sun clearly heard my brother's derisive laughter, and his expression instantly darkened. "Sir," he said, "am I to understand that you are insulting me? Are you insulting our great Yamato nation?" My brother was taken aback, evidently not anticipating such a retort. Chun Qian was also somewhat astonished. This little Japanese fellow had some cunning. He had hastily branded my brother with a heavy accusation, quite insidiously so. Wasn't it merely a comment on the inferiority of their weaponry? How had it escalated to an insult against their entire nation? Just as my brother was about to respond, he could no longer contain himself. "Whom are you slandering? When have I ever insulted your nation? I merely commented on your weapons being subpar. And yet you dare to accuse me? Look, everyone, this little Japanese fellow is truly devious." The crowd quickly echoed his sentiment. Indeed, presenting your military equipment is an invitation for evaluation, is it not? Are we not allowed to speak our minds? Accusations of insult? That is slander. Moreover, I could argue that your films are an affront to my dignity. The words hung in the air, causing the crowd to gasp. Such remarks were not to be taken lightly. What if they ceased production in retaliation? At that moment, the expression on the Japanese interpreter's face grew even darker, as if it might drip with bitterness. He acknowledged that he indeed had resorted to slander, but why bring up the matter of films? Especially in a public setting broadcast globally. He felt a wave of shame wash over him. Some truths were best left unspoken. Why articulate them? In a sudden flash of inspiration, the interpreter refrained from addressing that comment and retorted sharply, "Our weaponry is rubbish? Is yours truly superior? Have you not relied solely on the Dongfeng Express for your exhibitions these past few years? I've grown weary of your incessant displays." His statement was highly skewed. As a professional interpreter, he was well aware of the advancements in Huawei's publicly showcased weaponry and technology. Yet he chose to highlight just one aspect, which could easily mislead those less informed in this domain. Chun Qian pondered whether to interject, sensing that Chun Dui had not made an impact in quite some time. However, it was apparent that this occasion did not necessitate his involvement. My brother scoffed disdainfully at the little Japanese interpreter, and the surrounding crowd mirrored his contempt. Ordinary individuals might not grasp the nuances, but who were they? They were military enthusiasts. They were acutely aware of their own weaponry and advancements. The interpreter's words bore no weight on their understanding. "What? You assert we rely solely on Dongfeng Express?" My brother's gaze was mocking, laced with sarcasm. "Who would have thought that as an interpreter, your knowledge base is so lacking? You seem entirely uninformed. But I can hardly blame you. A small nation with limited vision, I understand. Truly, I do." In that instant, the crowd erupted in laughter. "Ha ha. What eloquence, brother. Ha ha. I am utterly astounded. With such ignorance, you dare to play the role of an interpreter? A frog at the bottom of a well. Indeed. I understand. Ha ha." Chun Qian exchanged knowing glances with Yang Feng and shared a silent chuckle. Without lingering in the Japanese exhibition area, they continued their stroll. This minor incident did not weigh on their minds, as they were acutely aware of their own capabilities. A duck's beak cannot be softened by boiling. And the lovers outside the window remain elusive. They found no reason to engage in debate. When the exchange session commenced, some faces would inevitably feel the sting of reality. The exhibition area of Goryeo was situated in close proximity to that of Japan, and it took only a few steps for Chen Qian and his companions to arrive. In stark contrast to the Japanese display, the Goryeo section appeared rather dismal, with passers-by showing little interest, pausing only to cast fleeting glances at the striking female guide and her alabaster thighs. After all, the allure of Goryeo's beauties far surpassed that of their weaponry. Unfortunately, this was a military exposition, and the primary interest lay in advanced armaments. Yet, Goryeo, as a semi-colonial state stripped of military command, had little to boast about in terms of weaponry. Although they had developed some arms for the sake of appearances, the absurdity of their situation was hard to overlook. Purchasing components from various nations, assembling outdated aircraft at home, and then claiming it as entirely domestically developed was truly a stretch. Chen Qian, having no genuine interest in Goryeo's weaponry, intended merely to pass through, showing little regard for the female guide. However, just as he was about to turn away, a sudden inspiration struck him, leading him to approach her. Yang Feng and the others were taken aback. Could it be that Goryeo had developed something formidable? Yang Feng felt a twinge of unease. But in the next moment, Chen Qian gestured an okay while pinching his fingers, addressing the female guide and the surrounding male Goryeo attendees. Is it okay? He asked with a mischievous grin. The female guide was momentarily shaken. As a proud advocate of Goryeo's feminist ideals, she was all too familiar with this gesture. Instinctively, she raised her right hand, intending to reciprocate with the handsome stranger before her. However, recalling her current position and the context, she suppressed the impulse. Chen Qian noticed her subtle reaction and lamented the missed opportunity. The surrounding male attendees glared at him with fierce intensity, as if wishing to strike him down. With a slight smile, Chen Qian raised his left hand, repeating the gesture. Is it okay? This scene was impeccably captured by the cameras, causing viewers at home to erupt in laughter. Ha ha ha, our god of wealth strikes again, they exclaimed. This bold move is commendable, truly. Ha ha. Is it okay? Absolutely okay. Ha ha. Meanwhile, male viewers from Goryeo, watching the live stream, were infuriated. In their country, even a celebrity inadvertently making this gesture could face protests and bans, highlighting their aversion to it. Insult. He's insulting us. We must protest. We demand a collective boycott of Galaxy technology products. We must show Chen Qian our unity and strength, they declared, sounding as if they could easily procure Galaxy technology products. As if it were impossible to obtain. Although rare, isn't they're smuggling? Let it be. I truly cannot part with the exquisite oil essence. Shall we protest for something else instead? In comparison to their male counterparts, the women appear to be far more composed. Oh, Chen Qian is simply dashing, embodying the ideal of a suave and sophisticated gentleman from my dreams. His allure, wealth, and maturity are undeniably impeccable. How I long for him. Savoring. Slurping. Do you understand what this gesture from Chen Qian signifies? It indicates that he stands in solidarity with us. Sisters, let us persist in our fight for women's rights. Indeed, can you believe those arrogant men from Korea dare to protest? It's utterly repugnant. Those Korean men can perish. I wish to marry a Chinese man. Marry a Chinese man. Marry a Chinese man. Marry. Chapter 432. The sixth-generation fighter Chen Qian was unaware of the online discourse in Goryeo, ignited by a mere gesture of his, which once again led to a fierce debate between the genders. He knew he wouldn't be concerned. He would merely applaud, embellish the narrative, and stoke the flames further. Departing from the Goryeo exhibition area, Chen Qian and his companions continued their exploration. Before long, they had traversed the primary exhibitions of the Second World nations. Unsurprisingly, there was little to astonish them. Perhaps they placed significant emphasis on this military exposition, yet their capabilities simply did not allow for anything remarkable. There's nothing worth seeing. Let us head over to the Five Great Titans, suggested Chen Qian. Yang Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is nothing impressive here. It pales in comparison to our own. Whether it was the basic firearms or various missiles, and even large combat units, they were entirely on a different level. Looking at their own advancements, basic firearms like the Hoi series, an array of missiles with Dongfeng Express leading the way, and large combat units all adapted to energy cores and equipped with multi-power laser devices, Yang Feng felt a moment of bewilderment. How had they become so formidable without even realizing it? Academician Feng chuckled and shook his head. Old Yang, be careful, don't let anything slip. Observing Yang Feng's hesitation, he genuinely worried that his companion might utter something inappropriate. Yang Feng waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, I'm fully aware. As they conversed, The group arrived at the exhibition area of the 5 Great Titans. They first visited their own display, which, like the previous day, was an expansive area brimming with technological sophistication, featuring not only physical weaponry but also holographic projections. Prominently displayed was a projection of the diminutive version of the Jusha fighter. Yet aside from its aesthetic presentation, no data was disclosed. However, unlike yesterday, today's exhibition was teeming with military enthusiasts, including numerous foreign faces, suggesting that most international military aficionados had congregated here. A smile crept across Chen Qian's face. This was the essence of strength. He also noted the glances of admiration and complexity from the foreign enthusiasts. While admiration was understandable, what lay behind the complexity? At that moment, a foreign voice reached Chen Qian's ears. Why does the Huagua exhibition radiate such technological prowess with holographic projections, while our own display is devoid of anything noteworthy? Merely a fighter model placed there? Indeed, it seemed rather meager. Chen Qian suddenly realized that the complexity stemmed from this very reason. He glanced at Yang Feng, who wore a somewhat mischievous smile. Brother, why don't you enlighten us about this Jusha fighter? In front of them, some Huagua enthusiasts could no longer contain their curiosity and simultaneously felt a twinge of disappointment. The presenter had spoken at length about familiar topics. Yet the significant Jusha fighter hovering above seemed to have been entirely overlooked. The presenter smiled slightly, imbued with deeper meaning. The Jusha fighter, what is there to discuss? It's merely a broken aircraft. Broken aircraft? Chen Qian was taken aback by this statement. How could one be so audaciously dismissive? It was even more ostentatious than themselves. The narrator's indifferent remarks left the military enthusiasts utterly speechless. A defective aircraft? Yet, it is showcased in the central position, and still unwilling to disclose detailed data? Do you take us for fools? Please, just enlighten us. Indeed, how can one tease with such tantalizing revelations? It is akin to a bride meeting her in-laws yet hesitating to unveil her veil. If you do not speak soon, I shall weep for you. Alas. In the face of public discontent, the narrator maintained an air of serene indifference. Sigh, you choose not to divulge, yet what can you do to me? Nonetheless, he did provide a brief explanation. The specific data will be released later. Have you not noticed that the other competitors have remained silent as well? The crowd fell silent. Recognizing that the models from the other 4 formidable contenders similarly lacked disclosed data. Gradually, some began to sense an underlying truth. Are the other 4 withholding information? Chen Qian exclaimed in surprise. Let us go and investigate. With that, the group made their way to the exhibition area of the 4 major contenders. As Chen Qian approached the French exhibition area, he paused, momentarily captivated by the dark-hued narrator. Goodness, has the transformation become this pronounced? Even the narrator has turned into a figure of shadow? This served as a reminder to Chen Qian that the bloodline of the descendants of the dragon must remain untainted. The golden dragon soaring through the skies can only possess blackness in its eyes, akin to the Wa ethnic group. Regaining his focus, Chen Qian and his companions stepped forward to observe. After a considerable time, Chen Qian nodded slightly, acknowledging that France remains a traditional nuclear power with substantial capabilities. The weaponry on display indeed possessed merit. Yet, that was merely the extent of it. Perhaps it might astonish other nations slightly, but for China, it elicited only a smile. Gazing at a model of an aircraft over a meter long, he noticed that the detailed data was conspicuously absent. If the 4 major contenders had not disclosed their data, could they be in tacit agreement? Chen Qian pondered. But soon he understood that aerial power and the competition of warplanes have always been of paramount importance. This military exhibition was of such significance to all participating nations that surprises regarding aircraft were surely in store. Let us proceed to explore the other 3 exhibitors, Chen Qian suggested. After some time, having observed the weaponry displayed by the other 3 nations, Chen Qian confirmed his thoughts. Like France, the other 3 major contenders had concealed their aircraft data, and their weaponry showcased notable advancements. Particularly with Laomei, the array of equipment exhibited had undergone significant upgrades, leaving many in awe. After all, technological progress and outright upgrades are worlds apart. It is worth noting that Laomei's unidentified aircraft boasted a remarkably advanced design, nearly rivaling the latest models. This piqued Chen Qian's interest, leading him to suspect that they might have achieved a substantial breakthrough in aircraft technology. Xiaochen, do you think Laomei's aircraft? Academician Fong expressed some concern. Chen Qian nodded. It seems highly probable that they have made significant advancements. It is likely a 6th-generation fighter. Generally speaking, the technological characteristics of the 6th-generation fighter aircraft are as follows. First, hypersonic capability. enabling flight at speeds exceeding 5 times the speed of sound, or Mach 5, thereby significantly enhancing penetration ability and battlefield response speed. Second, an artificial intelligence system that aids in improving the decision-making efficiency of pilots, facilitating partial or complete autonomous flight operations. Third, advanced sensors and communication systems, which enhance situational awareness and capabilities in network-centric warfare. Fourth, variable cycle engines that can adjust their operational modes according to different flight phases and mission requirements, achieving greater fuel efficiency and thrust output. Fifth, stealth technology that minimizes the likelihood of detection by enemy radar. Sixth, drone formations that engage in coordinated combat with unmanned aerial vehicles, enhancing the flexibility and diversity of mission execution. Chapter 433. The Qin-Qian equation. The intelligence systems aboard the aircraft are entirely distinct from MOS. So I am not surprised that Lao Mian has achieved some results in this area, Qin-Qian analyzed. Although our drone technology is unparalleled, it would be unjust to dismiss our competitors as inferior. Their accomplishments are indeed commendable, whether it pertains to stealth technology or variable cycle engines. They have historically been among the world's strongest, and their hypersonic capabilities can certainly draw upon the relevant technologies from the X-43, thus rendering their development of 6th-generation fighters unsurprising. Upon hearing this, Academician Fong seemed poised to respond, yet Qin-Qian, with a serene smile, interjected, Academician Fong, is there truly any need for such concern? Our aircraft. As he spoke, Qin-Qian lowered his voice and glanced around cautiously, relieved to find no eavesdroppers. He was about to divulge something significant, and Academician Fong instinctively understood his thoughts. After a moment's pause, Fong chuckled, look at me, I've grown accustomed to worry. It is a habit I find difficult to shake. You are right, what of the 6th-generation fighters? We harbor no fear whatsoever, ha ha ha. Yang Feng patted Academician Fong on the shoulder, saying, old Fong, observe me, I am not troubled in the slightest. See how composed I am. Qin-Qian's lips curled in a subtle grin. Composed? Whom are you referring to? Is it truly yourself? Looking around the setting, Qin-Qian refrained from voicing his thoughts, lest he retaliate verbally. Well then, let us depart, Qin-Qian remarked, striding towards the exit. Now that they had clarified the state of weaponry among various nations, there was little reason to linger. Although undeniably the strongest iteration yet, overall, I believe that during the exchange session next week, the Huan nation will astonish the world. The departure of Qin-Qian and his companions did not go unnoticed by many. Numerous military enthusiasts expressed regret, for the opportunity to engage closely with the deity of wealth was indeed rare. Naturally, the notion of negative proximity had crossed some minds. Little did Qin-Qian realize how deeply he was being contemplated. The military expo continued, with enthusiasts perusing the various national exhibits, akin to a wanderer encountering a lavish feast. Their excitement palpable. Vigorous discussions erupted everywhere, yet thanks to the ample and robust security personnel present, no incidents occurred. As days passed, the impact of the military expo grew, amplified by live broadcasts. Even those who had previously shown little interest in such matters began to engage enthusiastically with others. This surge in interest was undeniably tied to Qin-Qian. His iconic OK gesture, delivered with flair, became legendary, captured in screenshots and disseminated across the internet in an instant. In no time, OK transformed into a viral meme, adopted by countless individuals as a greeting. This phenomenon attracted an ever-growing audience to this year's military expo. Furthermore, the theatrical spat between the genders of the Goryeo nation quickly reached domestic shores, igniting even more excitement among netizens. What? Someone dares to slander our deity of wealth? How audacious! What if the deity is displeased and denies me the luxury of lounging at home while earning money? Brave soldiers, charge forth with me. In an instant, countless netizens from Huawei surged onto the foreign internet, their numbers swelling by the moment. Thanks to the transmission of knowledge, mastering the nuances of the Korean language posed no challenge, complemented by the rich historical context that birthed a myriad of creative insults. The disparagement aimed at Qin-Qian quickly disintegrated the morale of his adversaries. Is this all you've got? Have you already faltered? Keep hurling insults. I haven't even unleashed my full potential yet, and you're already crumbling? If need be, sip a bit of Hanjiang water, will you? Toughen up, please. Resist. I implore you to put up a fight. Without your resistance, I find no thrill in this. Upon witnessing the fervent comments of netizens, Qin-Qian was astonished. Am I truly this influential? Is everyone so eager to defend me? It seems that being handsome has its perks. Simultaneously, he found the situation rather amusing. A multitude engaging a single opponent. Can one really blame the latter for lacking combat effectiveness? One must remember, the opponent possesses formidable strength, being one of the 5 permanent powers of the internet. Meanwhile, Su Shou, the director of the Cybersecurity Bureau, was on the verge of pulling his hair out, thoroughly distressed. Typically, he would turn a blind eye to such wall-crossing activities, but the sheer scale of this current exodus posed a significant dilemma for him. Should he apprehend them or not? Damn it. All this trouble is sparked by that little rascal Chen Qian. It's utterly chaotic. A week passed amidst a whirlwind of chaotic events, leading up to the highlight of the military exhibition, the exchange segment. This segment, which combined demonstrations with competitive challenges, was the most anticipated feature by all participating nations. After all, it is unrealistic to place orders solely based on a presenter's embellishments. How could one discern the superiority of products or determine which to procure without some form of exchange? How could one gauge true strength or identify who embodies a commanding presence without interaction? However, to Chen Qian's astonishment, this exchange segment was to be held in the Ryukyu Islands. No wonder Yang Feng had previously been so cryptic. It is well known that according to the Potsdam Declaration, Japan does not hold sovereignty over the Ryukyu Islands. Hwagwa, Russia, and Manhwa all possess the right to station troops there. Yet, over time, the Japanese seem to have forgotten this fact. On the journey, Chen Qian found himself deep in thought. After all, hosting the exchange in the Ryukyu Islands inevitably led to profound implications. It is established that this military exhibition is taking place in Hwagwa. Hence, the location must be within Hwagwa's territory. Knowing that the exchange segment is in the Ryukyu Islands leads to the conclusion that the islands are indeed Hwagwa territory. This is a declaration of sovereignty to the world. Chen Qian felt he had grasped the underlying intentions. Since the Ryukyu Islands are our territory, what right do Russia and Manhwa have to station troops there? This is an egregious violation of our territory. This is a blatant and sordid act of aggression. Contemplating this, Chen Qian felt compelled to make a visit to Russia promptly, not for any ulterior motive, but simply out of a desire to assist them amidst their turmoil and sanctions. At that time, it is customary to reciprocate with some benefits, is it not quite normal? In the temporary military control zone of Yanqing Port, Chen Qian and his companions disembarked from their vehicle and made their way towards the warship. Noticing Chen Qian's silence, Yang Feng found it rather peculiar. Ever since I mentioned the exchange event at the Luhua Islands, he has remained taciturn. What could he be pondering? Yang Feng patted Chen Qian on the shoulder and inquired, "Brother, what occupies your thoughts so deeply?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Qian replied, "I am contemplating that the Luhua Islands have historically been an integral part of our territory. By what right do the Russians and the old man claim the authority to station troops there? Although the Russians do not have a military presence, what justification does the old man have for establishing a military base in that location?" Upon hearing this, Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Academician Feng and Jiang Ruyue exchanged incredulous glances with Chen Qian. Chapter 434. Not a single inch less is this truly an inherent territory of our nation? Yang Feng's lips twitched uncontrollably, his shock evident. The right to station troops stems from the announcement by Boss Dan. Chen Qian turned to him, his eyes brimming with sincerity and a sense of rightful indignation. Our inherent territory has been occupied by others due to a mere announcement. Is this not an act of aggression? Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance with Academician Feng, only to discover that Feng nodded thoughtfully in agreement. If you put it that way, Xiao Chun, it does seem valid, Feng remarked. The ever-astute Jiang Riyue quickly chimed in. Indeed, this constitutes an invasion. Is that really the case? Yang Feng felt his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Of course it is, Chen Qian asserted with gravity. Our motherland will inevitably unify. We cannot afford to lose even a single inch of our territory. With that declaration, he boldly ascended the military vessel under the protection of numerous soldiers. Jiang Ruyue and Academician Feng followed closely behind, leaving Yang Feng momentarily dazed on the spot. If memory serves, the exchange event was held in the Luhua Islands, which signified a warning to certain individuals, a warning that we too possess the authority to act. How did Chen Qian's words transform into a narrative of anti-aggression? Had the higher-ups disclosed something to him? Pondering this, Yang Feng resolved to clarify the matter later and promptly boarded the ship. The sea breeze wafted gently, and as Chen Qian stood on the deck inhaling deeply, the slightly briny air filled his senses, bringing him a profound sense of relaxation. When he learned they were heading to the Luhua Islands, a tinge of apprehension had accompanied him. After all, there was a certain scoundrel S-base there. Would his life be in peril upon arrival? Nevertheless, he reassured himself that the higher-ups must have made thorough preparations, yet he remained slightly restless. What's wrong? My little brother? Yang Feng noticed Chen Qian's unease and playfully draped an arm around his shoulder. Aren't you the lively one back in Rebay country? Chen Qian shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, let us keep matters distinct, shall we? Yang Feng nodded. All right, matters are distinct. But rest assured, we are well prepared. Even if things go awry, it will be I who perishes before you. Chen Qian felt a tremor within, fully aware of the truth of that statement. Yet when Yang Feng articulated it so plainly, a blend of emotions surged within him. Certainly, you'll be the first to die. Given that those who flee meet their end swiftly, Yang Feng was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter, his mirth carried far and wide by the gentle sea breeze. More than 2 hours later, the military vessel arrived at the Lu Hua Islands. Descending the ship under the watchful protection of the soldiers, Chen Qian was taken aback. He had not anticipated the scale of this expo, transforming a desolate island into a venue for exchange. The vast venue, evidently completed recently, was equipped with all manner of facilities. It was unmistakably the work of China's infrastructure teams, having postponed the expo by merely a few months. No one else could have erected such a grand structure in such a short span. Let us proceed inside, he urged. Yang Feng spoke, pointing towards a distant entrance. It was only then that Chen Qian realized the uniqueness of this venue. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet it boasted numerous entrances. Looking around, he noticed teams from various countries heading towards different entrances, none of them exchanging greetings, merely casting distant glances before continuing on their way. This left Chen Qian somewhat perplexed. Yang Feng elucidated, each nation has its own entrance and designated area, with the exception of third-world countries. The communication segment differs from the exhibition, as prominent figures from various nations will attend, a measure taken primarily for safety reasons. Understanding dawned on Chen Qian as he nodded in acknowledgement. And what about us? Who is coming? Yang Feng paused for a moment. Am I not considered a prominent figure? Chen Qian opened his mouth, hesitated, and then sighed. He said nothing. Yet it felt as though he had said everything. Yang Feng took deep breaths, reassuring himself. It's all right. This kid is just being mischievous. No worries. If you aren't a prominent figure, then who is? You are exceptional. Upon entering the venue, the vast lounge was divided into several areas, with numerous preparation rooms and operational spaces in the distance. Chen Qian had little interest in exploring and, upon reaching their designated lounge, collapsed onto the sofa. I'm hungry. Time to eat, he exclaimed, patting his stomach and turning to shout, Yang Ge, bring out the food. Yang Feng, busy organizing tasks, felt an urge to retaliate upon hearing the ruckus. Simultaneously, the live broadcast of the military expo commenced once more. Unlike before, each country had established dedicated commentary booths to provide insights during this communication segment. Netizens worldwide were eagerly anticipating the event, especially domestic viewers who, upon learning of the communication phase, had been eagerly counting the moments until it began. The reason was simple. The latent manhwa gene had awakened within them. The manhwa gene, often referred to as the warrior gene or violent gene, can transform individuals into machines of destruction under specific circumstances. Research indicates that while only about 30% of other ethnicities possess this gene, over 80% of the Chinese populace carries it. It's starting. Let's go, exclaimed the viewers. What is with the lack of vigor in the commentary from upstairs? Speaking so elegantly, what will other countries think of us if they hear it? They'll call us cowards. I had no idea the military expo featured such a communication segment. This isn't merely communication. It's clearly a test of strength. It's not that you didn't know. It's that you weren't meant to know. It said previous military expos kept their communication segments closed off. I wonder why this time it's being broadcast live. Given the current chaotic situation, perhaps countries wish to demonstrate their national strength to the world and their citizens. That makes sense. But wait, demonstrate national strength? What can those smaller nations showcase? If they have nothing to display, isn't that just asking for trouble? Small nations have no voice. If the larger ones demand a live broadcast, do they dare to refuse? Do they dare not to show up? It appears so. In the lounge, Chen Qian savored a delightful lunch. This meal made him realize that the culinary team truly possessed a culinary genius. It was simply exquisite. Xiaochun, you all eat first. I have some matters to attend to, Academician Fong said, wiping his mouth and preparing to take his leave. Matters? What matters, Academician Fong? Chen Qian asked instinctively. Academician Fong smiled lightly, I have been appointed as one of the narrators by the higher-ups, and they want me to provide commentary. Narrator? Qin Xian was somewhat surprised. The higher-ups were indeed quite engaging. However, it made sense, as many pieces of equipment and technology could not be comprehended by the average person without the insight of a specialized commentator. After Academician Fong departed, Yang Feng swiftly entered, accompanied by a familiar elder. Commander Liu, you have arrived. Qin Qian immediately stood to greet him. Chapter 435, Strategic Depth. Commander Liu wore a cheerful smile, exuding warmth as he said, "Sit down, Xiao Chun, no need for such formality. Xiao Jiang, please take a seat as well." Qin Qian nodded with a smile and settled back into his chair. Commander Liu, are you in charge of this conference? After taking his seat, Commander Liu affirmed with a nod, "Indeed, I am fully responsible for this event." His smile broadened, tinged with a hint of pride. Unbeknownst to others, the competition for the role of conference leader had been fiercely contested behind the scenes. After all, it was a splendid opportunity for those eager to showcase their prowess, and commanders from various military districts were clamoring for it. Ultimately, Liu triumphed due to his close relationship with Qin Qian, which left many of the senior comrades gritting their teeth in frustration. Now, gazing at Qin Qian, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. How could this young man be so talented, so charming, and so likable? Qin Qian was oblivious to Liu's inner thoughts, only noticing the twinkle in his eyes and his mischievous smile. "So, it turns out you are the top dog, Commander. I thought Yang Gu was the one in charge." "What?" Yang Feng exclaimed, taken aback as he turned to Qin Qian, and then he began to tease, "You little rascal. Trying to put me in a tight spot at this moment." Laughter erupted as Qin Qian relished the playful banter. Commander Liu understood that Qin Qian was jesting, but still shot Yang Feng a mock glare. Yang Feng recoiled slightly, adopting a contrite expression. After a few more exchanges, Commander Liu departed the lounge, as he had many matters to attend to, having come solely to greet Qin Qian. Yang Feng followed suit, for he too had little time to spare. At this point, Qin Qian decided to check his watch and bring up the live broadcast. Lounging on the sofa with Jiang Ruyue, resembling a scene from a vacation. Outside, Yang Feng hastened to catch up with Commander Liu. "Commander, there is something I wish to inquire about." Commander Liu paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. "What is it? Speak quickly." Yang Feng hesitated, gathering his thoughts before saying, "Commander, the Luhua Islands are our inherent territory, correct?" Commander Liu was taken aback, regarding Yang Feng with a complex gaze. "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Yang Feng organized his thoughts and reiterated what Qin Qian had previously mentioned. "Commander, does Qin's statement imply that there are intentions or actions from above? Why am I not privy to any of this?" Commander Liu did not respond, finding himself momentarily befuddled. Is it invasion? Or is it not? Can it even be construed as such? "Commander?" Yang Feng waved his hand in front of Liu. After a brief pause, Liu, slightly irritated, retorted, "Always questioning, always probing. Hurry up and get back to work. Soon, representatives from various nations will take the stage." With no other choice, Yang Feng departed. Once alone, Commander Liu took a deep breath, excitement flickering in his eyes. Qin Qian was right. What else could this be if not an invasion of our inherent territory? Yet, why did it feel as though something was amiss? Resolutely shaking his head, Liu thought, perhaps this is an opportunity to enhance our strategic depth. His insight and vision need not be elaborated upon. He swiftly identified the crux of the issue. The strategic depth of Huagua is exceedingly narrow, and from a broader perspective, the most developed coastal cities are quite precarious, as they are directly adjacent to the vast ocean, devoid of any form of assurance. Hence, the significance of Bay Island becomes apparent. It serves as a natural line of defense and constitutes the foremost line of defense facing the first island chain. However, Bay Island is undeniably our own territory, and in the event of conflict, no one would be foolish enough to wage war on their own soil. Thus, while Bay Island is crucial, it is also a reluctant choice. But what if we consider the Ryukyu Islands? This location presents an excellent battleground, although historically a vassal of Huagua. To claim it as an inherent territory, well, that could be argued. Undoubtedly, it is highly suitable. As for the remarks made by Qin Qian, whether his logic holds or if there are any flaws is rather inconsequential. What truly matters is that this serves as a pretext. If they have already invaded our territory, then to initiate hostilities first is not to fire the opening shot. It is termed self-defense. There lies potential. With a resolution formed in his heart, Commander Liu stepped aside to check his watch and dialed a number. Meanwhile, the communication segment officially commenced. "Good day, esteemed viewers, I am Zhao Lei. The discussion at this military expo has now formally begun, and the contingents from various nations will sequentially present themselves before you. In Huagua's live stream, the charming commentator Zhao Lei spoke with fervor. Although she was delivering commentary, she primarily assumed the role of host. Beside her, academician Fong, with a warm smile, waved his hand. Greetings, everyone. I am Fong Jianxiang, and I shall provide you with professional commentary moving forward. Fong Jianxiang? Who is this old man? Let me investigate. Oh my. The chief designer of the GN20. This is a big deal. What? Is he really that impressive? My goodness. The esteemed figure is actually narrating for us. Surely, there won't be any danger ahead. It should be fine, if we can think of this. Surely those above have already considered it. Greetings, Elder Fong. A salute to the esteemed figure. The audience in the live stream was fervently energized, as if injected with adrenaline. Academician Fong observed the continuous scrolling of tributes with a sense of satisfaction. Good, good, good. You all are well. It seems everyone is very welcoming of Academician Fong's presence. Zhao Lei remarked with a smile. It is rare for anyone to see Academician Fong. To share the stage with him for commentary is indeed my honor. Honor? Academician Fong couldn't help but think of Qin Qian, that cheeky lad who often teased him, and he felt no sense of honor in that regard. Not at all. I am merely an old man. There is nothing to feel honored about. How could that be? Zhao Lei repeatedly waved her hands. If you speak of yourself in such a manner, not only would I disagree, but the audience in the live stream would as well. Indeed. Indeed, what an old man. You are clearly a national treasure. If you are an old man, then what does that make my own old man? Enough said. My brothers, my grandfather is about to take out the belt. Professor Fong, please do not be so modest. Academician Fong, somewhat helpless, had never considered himself particularly remarkable. In the current situation, he found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Zhao Lei stepped in to ease the tension. Academician Fong, might you be able to divulge information regarding our assassination aircraft? I have noticed considerable discussions online in recent days. Why not disclose specific data? Upon mentioning the assassination aircraft, Academician Fong perked up. Well, this information was initially intended for public release, but we discovered that several other nations have yet to disclose theirs, leading us to temporarily shelve our plans for transparency. When might we be able to reveal it? Academician Fong pondered for a moment. It should be soon. If my conjecture is correct, other countries are likely preparing to present their data during an upcoming exchange, and we shall follow suit. Chapter 436. The arrival of the five mighty men. Zhao Lei's eyes sparkled. Can I take this to mean that everyone is fully prepared to outshine each other during the discussion segment? Academician Fong repeatedly waved his hands. Oh no, 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 such words are not to be spoken. It is merely an exchange of ideas and mutual learning. Laughter erupted in the live broadcast room. Haraha. Academician Fong is so adorable. I'm in stitches, such a euphemistic way to say they are just showing off. Fong, you must not fall into bad habits like the bureau chief. Zhao Lei found herself at a loss for words. Although Academician Fong spoke delicately, she was acutely aware of the underlying truth, yet she hesitated to steer the conversation in that direction. At that moment, music filled the venue, and she deftly shifted the topic. All right, dear audience, the teams from various nations have now appeared. First, we see the army contingent from Congo, armed with. Academician Fong, what is your evaluation of the weapons held by the Congolese team? Academician Fong glanced over and noted the uniformity of AK-47s. He mused that there was no need for his own assessment. Any military enthusiast could expound on it with ease. Well, there is not much to say. The AK-47 is one of the most recognized conventional weapons, quite affordable and durable. Zhao Lei was taken aback. Are you this straightforward? A little professional data would be nice. She realized that Academician Fong was wholly engrossed in his research, lacking in the art of eloquence. Ha ha ha, indeed. Affordable and durable, she chuckled. Academician Fong was speechless. What? Do you want me to elaborate? What more is there to say? Laughter filled the live broadcast room, and Zhao Lei felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ready to smooth things over, when she noticed a few outdated tanks trailing behind the Congolese team. How am I supposed to comment on this? Zhao Lei was utterly at a loss. She lacked the expertise to guide the discussion, and given that this was an official broadcast, she worried about the potential repercussions of any unguarded remarks. After all, many in their military had graduated from prestigious military academies in Huagua. With a sigh, Zhao Lei chose to feign ignorance and began conversing with Academician Fong about mundane topics. To her surprise, the audience in the live room did not continue their banter, but instead expressed a sense of melancholy. Small nations have no rights. They are compelled to participate, yet can only drag along such equipment. They must have been aware before arriving that they would be a subject of ridicule. Was it not the same for them in the past? Yet, their predecessors had shouldered the burden, wielding little more than millet and rifles to forge a formidable presence on the world stage. Hwagwa shall never be enslaved. Rise, ye who refuse to be slaves. In that moment, the live chat spontaneously began to sing the national anthem. Zhao Lei and Academician Fong were both moved by this heartfelt display. Academician Fong wiped his eyes several times, reflecting on his lifelong dedication to enhancing national defense capabilities and his relentless pursuit of advanced weaponry. All in the name of a prosperous and dignified nation. Zhao Lei inhaled deeply, attuned to the atmosphere, and engaged in conversation with Academician Fong and the audience in the livestream about the nation's past and the topic of its resurgence. In that moment, the Hwagwa livestream stood out as particularly exceptional among the myriad of international broadcasts. In the lounge, Qin Qian observed the derision emanating from other countries' live streams while contrasting it with the harmony of his own, shaking his head in disbelief. This is the essence of a civilized ancient nation, imbued with a unique historical legacy that fosters profound empathy and patriotism. The faade of civilization masquerading as a nation has never been mere rhetoric. As time ticked away, one small national delegation after another entered the spotlight, and the morning quietly passed. By noon, the second-tier nations began to take the stage. Academician Fong finally found his moment to shine. He eloquently discussed every weapon system that showcased innovation and technological breakthroughs, leaving the audience enlightened. Zhao Lei couldn't help but smile at the eloquent Academician Fong, who seemed transformed. This was the embodiment of genuine passion. Before long, the 5 formidable nations were set to present. First, the team from France showcased their weapons, missiles, and tanks, culminating in the gradual reveal of a sleek combat aircraft. Zhao Lei quickly announced, "I've just received word that the data for this aircraft has been released. Interested viewers can look it up themselves." Academician Fong, contemplating for a moment while operating his watch, remarked, "It appears that this aircraft, named Storm, is a true 5th-generation fighter. Likely an upgrade from the 4th-and-a-half-generation Rafale. Many should be familiar with the Rafale. Its twin-engine design, delta-wing configuration, and high maneuverability have garnered widespread acclaim and international recognition, leading to exports to numerous countries. Based on the data, the Storm outperforms its predecessor, boasting a combat radius of 3,000 kilometers and a maximum speed of 3 Mach. What? It surpasses our GN-20? The GN-20 only has a combat radius of 2,000 kilometers and a speed of 2.6 Mach. How is that possible? Has our GN-20 been outclassed? Damn, I always said our military budget was too meager. This is unsettling." Qin Qian furrowed his brow at this revelation, contemplating as he pulled out his watch to make a call. Academician Fong, still in the midst of commentary, was surprised to see Qin Qian's name appear. What's the matter? He wondered. Stepping away from the commentary booth, Academician Fong took the call in a secluded corner. "What is up, Xiaoqin?" Qin Qian replied, "Academician Fong, I suddenly recalled that there might be an issue with the data regarding our fighter jet." "What kind of issue?" "Speed-wise, it's fine. But I believe we should reconsider the combat radius. After all, the Storm's combat radius is 3,000 kilometers, right?" Academician Fong pondered for a moment and nodded. "What do you think would be a suitable adjustment? In any case, the execution of the combat aircraft can soar freely, with its operational radius being of no consequence. Let us take a moment to observe, and after considering the offerings of several other competitors, a decision shall be made." "Very well." As the call concluded, Academician Fong returned to the commentary booth as though nothing had transpired. Zhao Lei refrained from inquiring further. She possessed a keen understanding of what was appropriate to ask and what was not. "Now, we turn our attention to the British national formation. The data has been updated. Behold the Holy Lance Fighter." Academician Fong scrutinized the details for a moment before continuing his commentary. "The operational radius and flight speed of the Holy Lance Fighter are comparable to those of the French Storm Fighter, thus officially entering the ranks of 5th-generation aircraft. From the data and nomenclature, it is evident that it was developed based on the 4th-and-a-half-generation Javelin Fighter Chapter 437. The execution of the war machine astonishes the crowd next. The nation of Rus emerged, capturing the attention of the entire world upon its entrance. As a long-standing powerhouse in military technology, its military prowess is not to be underestimated, particularly as Rus finds itself embroiled in conflict, making it all the more noteworthy. Upon receiving the data on the aircraft, nations were left in utter shock. Academician Fong widened his eyes slightly, clearly taken aback by the opposing side's capabilities. A combat radius of 500 kilometers. A speed of 5 Mach. This represents a significant advancement based on the S-75 fighter jet, edging ever closer to the 6th generation of aircraft. While Fong harbored astonishment, he could not help but wear a serene smile at the thought of his own execution fighter. The S-80 is evidently on the path to becoming a 6th generation aircraft. Showcasing Russ's commendable strength, Fong remarked with a grin. Zhao Lei hesitated momentarily but eventually voiced the concern that lingered among the viewers, Academician Fong. It appears that the military capabilities of various nations have markedly improved at this conference. What about our execution fighter? Fong smiled faintly. Why the rush? Our turn will come shortly. Just as he spoke, the military contingent from the nation of Mei entered the venue. Each dazzling weapon and advanced combat unit was particularly eye-catching. But the most striking was the technologically advanced aircraft positioned at the rear. All right, dear audience, just moments ago, the aircraft from Mei unveiled its detailed specifications. Academician Fong. What is your perspective? Zhao Lei inquired. Fong, momentarily silent, scrutinized the holographic display of the aircraft data in his mind. The Fierce Bird fighter jet boasts a combat radius of 5,000 kilometers and a speed of 7 Mach. Fong was taken aback. Even with his utmost efforts to estimate the aircraft's capabilities, he never anticipated it would reach such heights. The barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily stagnated, as viewers too had discovered the data on the Fierce Bird, falling into a contemplative silence. A sense of helplessness began to emerge among many, as the disparity between the GN-20 and this aircraft was starkly apparent. What good is being vastly ahead in civilian technology if national defense capabilities do not improve? It is akin to a child parading with a gold brick, utterly vulnerable. Is it possible that in the future, we might face a coalition coming to rob us? Someone in the comment section could not help but inquire, yet no one provided an answer. Zhao Lei noticed this comment and turned to Fong, but he seemed oblivious. Continuing to elaborate on the Mei military's equipment. In the exclusive area of Mei, General MacArthur's expression grew increasingly triumphant. Unable to contain himself any longer, he burst into laughter. Ha ha. The moment our Fierce Bird appears, other nations' aircraft seem like mere toys. Ha 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 ha. A nearby officer nodded in agreement, stating, General MacArthur is right. We are indeed the strongest. No matter how advanced Huagua's technology may be, their military strength is still beneath our feet. They have no choice but to comply. MacArthur waved his hand dismissively. That cannot be entirely stated. Huagua has yet to make its entrance, and their strength is still commendable. Nevertheless, his expression distinctly revealed a facade of arrogant humility, which he himself scarcely regarded. The general was indeed correct. The officer chuckled in agreement. At that moment, the national anthem of Huagua resonated throughout the venue, silencing their conversation as they turned their attention to the unfolding spectacle. With the stirring strains of the anthem, the troops gradually took the stage. Their synchronized steps and spirited demeanor starkly contrasted with the previously disorganized formations, leaving all spectators momentarily awestruck. A flicker of admiration passed through Zhao Lei's eyes, quickly overshadowed by a growing unease. Although her own unit initially appeared most formidable, a closer inspection revealed that their weapons were merely the publicly disclosed QBZ series, and the main battle tanks and other combat units were similarly familiar and long known to the audience. The sole highlight was the Zhusha fighter jet. However, despite its impressive appearance, the thought of it potentially falling short in comparison to others filled Zhao Lei with dread. She could scarcely fathom the blow this would deliver to national morale. After all, the GN-20 had only recently been unveiled. Even if the Zhusha fighter had made advancements, how substantial could those improvements truly be? Contemplating this, she couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. All right, RL version of the Zhusha fighter has been unveiled, and the data has been made public. Let us take a look, said Academician Fong, preempting Zhao Lei's words. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream, though harboring little hope, eagerly began to search for the information. Yet, in the next moment, everyone was rendered speechless. Am I not seeing this incorrectly? Is there a mistake in the data? My goodness. Is this truly the data for the Zhusha fighter? Incredible. Absolutely astounding. Haha. Invincible. 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 In an instant, the atmosphere in the live stream transformed. The earlier gloom dissipated, and the word invincible inundated the screen. Zhao Lei, unable to contain her excitement, wore a wide grin reminiscent of an elderly person on the subway engrossed in their phone, completely disregarding any semblance of emotional restraint. Meanwhile, academician Fong maintained his composure, waiting for the crowd to calm down before speaking again. Indeed, this is our Zhusha fighter, with a speed of 15 Mach and a maximum of 18 Mach, and a combat radius of 10,000 kilometers. Let me emphasize, the data is not erroneous. This is the genuine information. As he spoke, the pride on academician Fong's face became increasingly evident. No way. The data is accurate. The expert has confirmed it. This is the real deal. Damn, this is exhilarating. All those so-called storm raptors can take a back seat. Haraha. This is too delightful, truly too delightful. After holding back for so long, you chose to reveal this now. Just look at academician Fong's expression. It's utterly charming. Haha. My mother asked why I was watching the live stream on my knees and if I was dating someone. At this juncture, Zhao Lei finally regained her composure. Keenly discerning a pivotal question, academician Fong, what does L version signify? Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream also roused from their excitement, fully alert. Academician Fong was momentarily taken aback, his smile betraying his attempt to remain composed, and he finally wiped his face, striving to maintain his calm demeanor. The designation L version is merely an internal code, devoid of any significant meaning. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately lost interest, as they had anticipated some momentous news. However, Zhao Lei found herself in deep contemplation. Perhaps the viewers had not noticed, but sitting beside academician Fong, she had certainly detected the subtle anomaly in his demeanor. Could it be? A bold thought suddenly emerged in Zhao Lei's mind. Could this lethal aircraft be even more formidable? The mere notion startled her. The L version of the extermination aircraft was already so extraordinarily powerful. How much more potent could a superior version possibly be? Taking several deep breaths, Zhao Lei finally managed to regain her composure. Chapter 438. The approaching storm. Regardless of whether my guesses are accurate or not, I must remain oblivious, Zhao Lei thought to herself. She then turned to academician Fong. Could you elaborate further on the development of the Zhusha fighter jet? I believe everyone is quite intrigued by its inception. Certainly. Academician Fong readily agreed, proceeding to recount the arduous journey of the fighter jet's research and production, detailing how the scientific team overcame numerous obstacles to achieve their goal. Excluding the classified segments, the narrative primarily emphasized a theme of perseverance and inspiration. Ultimately, no one truly knew the veracity of his claims, allowing him the liberty to spin his tale as he wished. Zhao Lei and the gathering of online viewers listened intently, their emotions stirred, as if they were present in the moment. Strangely, academician Fong, who typically spoke little, exhibited an eloquence that was nothing short of remarkable. In a designated area of the manhwa, General MacArthur stared at the documents in his hands, his eyes wide in disbelief. Is this the information on Huagua's Sha fighter jet? The officer beside him, equally stunned, instinctively nodded. It appears to be so. With a sudden crash, MacArthur hurled the documents at the officer's face, his rage boiling over. How is this possible? How could Huagua possess such technology? Their fighter jets cannot reach this level. Impossible! Impossible! The officer, flustered, picked up the papers, glancing nervously at MacArthur as he cautiously retreated a few steps, silent. Simultaneously, in the designated areas of the OSK country, Britain, France, and other nations, the reactions of various leaders were mixed. Some were shocked, others enraged, and many found it hard to believe. In the designated area of the Wokaku, within the lounge, Commander Inoue took a deep breath, his voice somewhat strained. Has Huagua's strength grown this formidable? The officer beside him remained silent, deep in thought. He understood that his superior maintained a neutral stance, while he, as a hawk, constantly sought to draw the other side into their camp. Though it seemed that the Zhusha fighter jet might provoke Commander Inoue to firmly uphold his neutrality, it also presented an opportunity. Shota, do you think our domestic stance should shift? Inoue could not contain his curiosity. In a small nation where human rights were scarce, Wokaku, despite its decent development, found itself sandwiched between two great powers, necessitating cautious navigation for survival. Fortunately, over the years, they had become adept at this. Shota pondered for a moment before responding. Commander Inoue, you make a valid point, yet you overlook one crucial aspect. What aspect? Inoue inquired. Shota paused before continuing. Throughout Huagua's history, every achievement and victory, no matter how remarkable, has seldom been elaborated upon. In contrast, every loss and humiliation is meticulously recorded. This serves to inspire future generations, urging them to learn from past grievances and forge ahead. However, it also signifies that they will never forget their wounds, nor will they ever forsake their national grievances. In the depths of the underground, Kawakami remained silent, aware that his interlocutors spoke the truth. However, Giantai promptly interjected, "I understand that upon seeing this slaughter drone, you perceive a stark disparity in strength between the two sides, leading you to believe that resistance is futile. Yet, from my perspective, the capabilities of Huagua have not significantly advanced." "Oh?" Kawakami queried, somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean?" With a slight smile, Jiantai gestured to the document in his hand. "Observe, there are the letters L version following the designation of the slaughter drone." "So what?" Jiantai continued. "Consider this. How long has it been since the GN-20 was introduced? It is implausible that such a monumental leap in technology could occur so swiftly. Although they have fortuitously achieved a breakthrough with the slaughter drone, it undoubtedly harbors issues and is not yet fully operational, thus they cannot immediately enhance their military prowess. This is precisely why the drone is marked with L version, likely an internal codename indicating that it may merely be an experimental model." Kawakami nodded in acknowledgement. "That makes sense. Please proceed." Transitioning from an experimental model to one that is officially commissioned for service is a lengthy and arduous journey, as you well know. Even under the most favorable circumstances, it would require several years, which is ample time. In today's increasingly volatile global landscape, a year could bring about seismic changes. Therefore, I believe we should not be disheartened. Rather, we must act swiftly. Upon hearing this, Kawakami gazed intently at him. Jiantai smiled, seemingly unfazed. "You are aware of my position, so I will not conceal anything. To be candid, I have learned that Manhwa is on the verge of taking action, presenting us with a rare opportunity. The strength of Huagua is not insurmountable. They possess numerous advantageous technologies, be it the Lingjing watches or nuclear fusion technology. If we delay our response, we may find ourselves facing an abyss of endless despair. Galactic technology cannot remain confined within Huagua indefinitely, considering the trajectory of their development. They will inevitably venture into the international market. If we do not take action, they will eventually exert economic control over us. Thus, ultimately, we must seize the moment while their capabilities remain unenhanced and carve a path through adversity. Should we successfully acquire certain assets, the development of our nation could be secured for decades, if not centuries." Kawakami fell silent, his mind racing with Jiantai's words. Observing his contemplative demeanor, Jiantai refrained from further persuasion, recalling the ancient Huagua adage that moderation is key in all matters. After a prolonged silence, Kawakami released a deep sigh, leaving no one to discern his thoughts. The conference continued, and as each nation presented in succession, the exchanges commenced in earnest, showcasing the competition of foundational weaponry. Nations dispatched their elite soldiers to engage in a comparative analysis of various firearms, not through combat, but rather by assessing their power and performance through target practice. On this foundation, further procedures such as incineration, water immersion, and sand infiltration must be undertaken to mitigate the impact of the soldiers' inherent capabilities, thereby showcasing the performance of the equipment. Enthusiastic viewers from around the world are captivated, often venturing into foreign live streams to engage in combat. However, Qian finds little interest in the competition of these basic weapons. What China presents is not the most advanced technology. Whether they claim first place or not is of little consequence. Rather, he is somewhat intrigued by the subsequent exchanges among nations regarding various artillery and missile systems, as they can indeed provide a spectacle akin to fireworks. His greatest fascination, however, lies in the interactions between different countries' fighter jets, which he considers the main event. Qian muses that many nations likely suspect the data regarding the annihilation of fighter jets to be fabricated. Chapter 439, Data Fabrication as Time Flowed Steadily. The discussions surrounding various projects reached an exhilarating crescendo, concluding just shy of 8 in the evening. The following day, the exchange sessions continued, and by dusk, Qian finally fulfilled his wish, holding Jiang Ruyue's hand as they beheld the fireworks bloom in the night sky. It was, indeed, quite invigorating. On the afternoon of the third day, the highlight of the military expo finally arrived. Commander Liu and Yang Feng joined Qian in the lounge, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the event. The matters requiring attention had been diligently arranged over the past 2 days, allowing them a moment to sit and relax. Finally, "It is about to begin," Yang Feng expressed, a mixture of nostalgia and anticipation evident in his tone. Commander Liu nodded with a smile once the exchanges conclude. The world will understand that our Zha fighter jets are free from data fabrication. Over the past 2 days, he had overheard numerous discussions from representatives of other nations, accusing their country of dishonor for allegedly falsifying data regarding the Zha fighter jets, a claim he found utterly absurd. Who is truly the one indulging in fabrication? Is it not the manhwa nation? They go to great lengths to ensure they rank first in sports competitions, exemplifying the very essence of what it means to redefine standards. However, to be fair, the skepticism was not without merit. The technology demonstrated by the Zha fighter jets transcended mere progress or breakthroughs. It was a monumental leap forward. Chen Qian noticed the flicker of frustration in Commander Lu's eyes and smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, we shall undoubtedly dispel all doubts. Commander Lu regarded Chen Qian warmly, appreciating his thoughtfulness, before casting a glance at Yang Feng, who was feigning an air of solemnity, feeling suddenly disdainful. Within the venue, the formal exchange of projects commenced. Amidst the exaggerated proclamations of various national commentators, fighter jets glided gracefully into the center of the arena, lined up in a precise formation. As you can see, our storm fighter jet makes its grand return. Over the past few days, many have speculated about our Zha fighter jets, but investigations have revealed allegations of data fabrication. The commentator from the Franconian livestream delivered his remarks with a sardonic tone. Our researchers have conducted thorough analyses regarding the data of the Zha fighter jets, and we believe that soon, the truth will emerge, though they will likely concoct excuses afterward. The same sentiment echoed from the British livestream. Simultaneously, all participating nations, whether intentionally or not, brought up the issue of the Zha fighter jets data, reflecting the prevailing skepticism among most countries worldwide. After all, there were precedents of exaggerated claims from the manhwa nation. Moreover, nations of considerable strength attended the expo primarily to showcase their prowess and intimidate lesser powers. They would never wish to bolster the reputation of others. Thus, whether the Zha fighter jet's data was fabricated was of little consequence. The crux lay in whether the citizens of various nations believed it to be true. In the Huagua livestream, Zhao Lei boldly addressed this issue, academician Fang. The external discourse claims that our Zha fighter jet's data is fabricated. Is this indeed the case? Upon hearing her question, the audience watching the live stream was instantly roused. Well aware of the discussions circulating over the past few days, and having even engaged in the battles themselves, while some nations may express such sentiments, the entire world is currently echoing them, causing a sense of insecurity among them. Academician Fang cleared his throat, his expression grave. I am well aware of the discussions circulating in the external world these past few days. Here, I formally respond to everyone and to the entire world. The allegations of fabricated data regarding our combat aircraft are nothing but absurdity. We neither need nor deem it necessary to engage in such actions. The truth will soon reveal itself. Fang's words instilled confidence in those watching the live stream. I told you, how could we possibly engage in such practices? It's simply inconceivable. Although I believe in our integrity, the external claims have caused me to waver slightly. I truly should not have doubted. I had previously faltered, thinking that once the exchanges regarding combat aircraft commenced, the truth of any deception would become evident. Yet, upon reflection, it is precisely this that lends some credibility to the rumors of fabrication. If, as you say, the exchanges will inevitably expose any deceit, then why would we resort to such actions? Thus, I remain steadfast in my faith in our nation. Indeed, trust in our country and our party. For a bright future awaits us. As the discussions unfolded, the combat aircraft in the venue began to take flight in succession. The formidable aircraft of the 5 great nations, confident in their superior capabilities, did not rush to ascend. Rather, they waited until the other planes had nearly completed their takeoff, at which point the French aircraft leisurely engaged their engines. The roar of the engines erupted suddenly, the winds howled, and the storm aircraft glided forward a short distance before soaring into the sky, climbing ever higher. Everyone was left astounded. Goodness, is that a vertical takeoff? Was the runway distance really that short? The takeoff distance was somewhat alarming, seeming to be less than 100 meters. Is France's vertical takeoff technology truly that advanced? The data was released, 58 meters. The storm aircraft achieved a takeoff distance of 58 meters. How extraordinary. At this moment, military enthusiasts around the globe watching the live stream erupted with excitement, particularly the French citizens, who felt an immense sense of pride, as this was a remarkable 58-meter vertical takeoff technology. Who else could compare? However, seemingly to overshadow the Storm aircraft's achievements. The British Holy Lance aircraft followed closely behind, taking off abruptly after an exceedingly short glide. My heavens! Does the Holy Lance aircraft also have such a brief takeoff distance? It appears quite similar to the Storm aircraft. No, the Holy Lance aircraft's distance is even shorter. No, the Storm aircraft's distance is shorter. The online commentators from various nations engaged in heated debates, and soon the takeoff distances were announced. 53 meters. The British netizens erupted in jubilant cheers, while the French netizens were left feeling disheartened, having barely relished their pride before being overshadowed by another. Their moment of glory was fleeting. In a surge of anticipation, the French netizens turned their attention to Russia's S-80 aircraft, filled with hope. Everyone was eager to witness the performance of the S-80, as if responding to the collective desire. The S-80 aircraft took flight shortly thereafter. With its own notably brief takeoff distance, the audience refrained from rushing to discuss, still captivated by the displays of the Storm and Holy Lance aircraft. Soon, the data was announced, 45 meters. The netizens from France were instantly amused, bursting into laughter as they began to launch their verbal assaults on their counterparts from the United Kingdom. The British netizens finally grasped the sentiment of their French peers. It was indeed a frustrating predicament. Meanwhile, a growing number of individuals turned their attention to the remaining fighter jets, the Fierce Bird and the Executioner, eagerly anticipating their performance. However, to everyone's astonishment, neither the Fierce Bird nor the Executioner took to the skies. What could be amiss? Why were they grounded? Surely they couldn't be malfunctioning. I had a hunch that the Executioner was indeed a product of fabricated data. In an effort to conceal the truth, they have chosen not to fly, and soon enough, they will likely concoct an excuse, claiming technical difficulties, thereby avoiding any exposure of their deceitful practices. Chapter 440. Who is faster in the live stream from Manhwa? Jaleh was equally astonished. The viewers began to feel a sense of insecurity. Could it be that the data was indeed fabricated? Should they simply forego the flight altogether? Only Academician Fong remained composed, his expression betraying no hint of disturbance. As Chen Qian remarked, the leading figure must always be the grand finale. How could they take off prematurely? If any aircraft were to ascend, it should be the Fierce Bird first. Inside the venue, after a prolonged wait, the Executioner aircraft had yet to take flight, leaving the pilot, Vices, bewildered. What on earth was happening? After pondering for a moment, he decided to contact General Kaiser. General Kaiser, the Executioner aircraft hasn't taken off. What do you think? In the lounge, Kaiser's face was alight with excitement. Indeed, the data for the Executioner aircraft was fabricated. They're too afraid to fly. Reflecting on his previous anger filled him with a sense of humiliation. Vices. Pay no mind to them. We shall take off. Upon receiving the command, Vices hesitated no longer, igniting the engines and soaring into the sky. All viewers of the live stream were left in utter astonishment. At first glance, one could barely discern the Fierce Bird's takeoff distance. Could it be that I am imagining things? No, it seems they did glide, but the distance was so short. Good heavens, is this truly the Fierce Bird? Remarkable. Unlike certain aircraft that hesitate to take off. Soon, the Fierce Bird's takeoff distance was announced, 31 meters. A significant lead. Citizens from various nations erupted in jubilation once more, particularly those from May country, their pride palpable in their words. This is strength. This is why we, the Angsa people, take pride in ourselves. However, the expressions of the Huagua citizens turned somber as they gazed at the Executioner aircraft, still motionless on the ground, their hearts heavy with complexity. Just then, Academician Fong remarked coolly, "It is our turn to take off as well. After all, the finale belongs to the leader." Upon hearing this, the netizens were momentarily taken aback. We are about to take off? The leader is set to be the grand finale? Could it be that the delay was because? In an instant, the sequence of events became clear to them. They witnessed the lone Executioner aircraft roaring to life, its robust turbofan whirling with great velocity, stirring a fierce wind. Yet, in the next moment, the Executioner aircraft showed no signs of forward movement. Instead, it leisurely hovered upward, ascending as slowly as a tortoise. Upon reaching a height of 30 meters, it suddenly paused, then began to circle within the venue. How is this possible? Kaiser's face paled at this sight. How did they accomplish this? This is vertical takeoff, true vertical takeoff. Moreover, the Executioner aircraft's slow ascent is clearly intentional. It is a demonstration of the aircraft's stability. The technical difficulty exponentially heightened. They are showcasing their prowess. Simultaneously, exclusive zones in various countries erupted in chaos. with researchers hastily making their way to the lounge to analyze the vertical takeoff of the executioner aircraft. Yet, no matter how they analyzed it, they found it hard to believe. This was simply impossible. It was not a helicopter. This was a fighter jet. At this moment, the live streams from various nations also fell into a brief pause, until military enthusiasts began to elucidate the complexities and technical intricacies involved. At which point, everyone finally grasped the situation. Is the kill fighter truly so formidable? If so, does that mean the previous claims of data fabrication regarding the kill fighter were indeed accurate? Some individuals have realized that they might have been swayed by others, stirring feelings of indignation within them. Meanwhile, others have opted to observe further, pondering whether only the vertical takeoff and landing technology is exceptional, or if other data might be fabricated as well. A minority, however, steadfastly believes in the deceit surrounding the kill fighter's data, fervently championing their nation's aircraft. In the live stream from Huagua, the atmosphere that was once filled with tension now resonates with jubilant cheers. At this moment, the barrage of comments flows with such rapidity that it is nearly incomprehensible to the naked eye. Only the multitude of exclamation marks reveals the viewer's excitement. Zhao Lei gasps in astonishment, while academician Fong exhibits a familiar hint of pride at the corner of his mouth. After a while, the pace of the comments slows slightly. In exuberance, viewers exclaim, "Incredible! The kill fighter is extraordinary. What nonsense about glide distance? Have you ever heard of zero glide distance? Have you ever witnessed it? Haha. Surely you have, and now you're witnessing it firsthand, aren't you? Haha." Suddenly, someone notices that the kill fighter, which was right before their eyes, has vanished. Huh, where's the kill fighter? Why has it disappeared? What on earth? I was watching it intently. How could it suddenly be gone? Is this some kind of apparition? It is only then that the sound of the sonic boom is captured by instruments, allowing the crowd to finally hear it. My goodness, what just exploded? That scared me. The sonic boom, it's a sonic boom. Suddenly, it becomes clear that the kill fighter's speed is astonishingly swift, too quick for them to even perceive its departure. Is it that fast? Faster than me? Bro, I've taken a screenshot and am sending it to all your friends and followers. In the lounges of various nations, astonished exclamations fill the air. They struggle to comprehend how the kill fighter possesses such remarkable instantaneous acceleration capabilities. Even if it is achievable, is the pilot truly unharmed? Surely, they must have perished. In the lounge of Manhwa, Kay stares at the empty sky, utterly bereft of rational thought. How could this be? Impossible. How could this happen? Kay mutters to himself, unable to fathom the situation. At this moment, the live stream from various countries shifts to display the aircraft's first-person perspective. The viewers from Huagua, upon witnessing this, grimace in frustration. We can't see anything at all. It's too fast. Even in the first-person view, everything around is just a blur. They are all bewildered as to how the pilot is managing to fly under such conditions. The inability to see clearly does not hinder the flight. With the assistance of the intelligent system, operating the kill fighter is not as challenging as one might presume. It is, in fact, simpler than piloting a conventional fighter jet. Li Zhengwang understands this best. At this moment, he is reclining comfortably. Ah, the loneliness of a master. He sighs deeply, feeling a profound sense of ennui. This so-called contest seems trivial, akin to playing house, as long as one adheres to the prescribed flight path. There is no need for him to intervene personally. The intelligent system can manage the flight. Suddenly, his thoughts come to an abrupt halt as the kill fighter unexpectedly comes to a standstill, gazing at the markers on the distant island. Li Zhengwang felt a sense of clarity. Finally, he had arrived. Damn it, he thought, still dazed from the journey, and yet here he was at the finish line. In that moment, the live streams from around the world fell into a profound silence. Observing the arrival of the annihilation aircraft, many found themselves at a loss for words, unsure of what to express. The same was true for the live stream in Huagua. Just moments ago, they had been discussing how nothing was visible, and yet, had they truly arrived? Indeed, they had. Who could comprehend this? I hadn't even finished clearing my nose. Had they truly reached the destination? I hadn't even felt satisfied with my feet yet. What on earth was happening? I had merely stepped away for a moment, and upon returning, the aircraft had ceased its flight? My mother, sitting beside me as we watched the live stream, suddenly inquired whether my boyfriend was faster than the annihilation aircraft. Chapter 441. The Assault in the Lounge of the Mian Nation. Kaiser remained silent for an extended period. Despite his reluctance to accept the reality, he was compelled to acknowledge that the data concerning the extermination aircraft from Huagua was not fabricated. Suddenly pinching his arm, Kaiser's gaze grew cold and calculating. Not long ago, he received word from Japan that the extermination aircraft might merely be an experimental model from manhwa, possibly the only one of its kind. It seemed imperative that he take action, Kaiser murmured to himself. The officer beside him, sensing the gravity of the situation, glanced at Kaiser with a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He hesitated to speak, ultimately choosing silence, as he harbored similar thoughts deep within. The discussions continued. Although the extermination aircraft had reached its destination, the other aircraft had yet to arrive. Staring out at the boundless sea, Li Zhenwang felt a sense of ennui. If circumstances allowed, he would relish a cup of coffee. After what felt like an eternity, the distant horizon reverberated with the roar of engines. They have arrived? Li Zhenwang lowered his gaze to the instruments. The intelligence system had detected the incoming threat, the fierce bird aircraft. Moments later, the fierce bird descended onto a nearby island. Unlike the extermination aircraft, which had the ability to hover in midair, subsequently, the other aircraft arrived in succession, landing orderly on the island. Observing the solitary extermination aircraft suspended in the air, a wave of complex emotions washed over everyone present. I just visited a foreign live stream. And the bitterness was palpable, one voice echoed. I saw it too, it was hilarious. Many over there are still questioning their commentators, asking why they lack such technology. Don't even get me started. They claim we've stolen their technology. Damn them. Are those little sticks looking for trouble again? Upon the arrival of the last aircraft on the island, the stay was brief, and they began to return home in succession. Although this exchange was a form of competition, it was not intended to escalate into true conflict. The return journey was markedly different from the earlier race. There was no urgency. Thus, Li Zhenwang proceeded at a leisurely pace alongside the main group. What are they up to? Are they flanking us? Li Zhenwang observed the two flanking ninja aircraft, puzzled. The ninja aircraft was indeed the combat aircraft representing Japan at this conference. Approaching the target, please advise, came the serious and deep voice of Weiss from the cockpit. Just before their return, he had unexpectedly received an order from General Kaiser that left him bewildered. He could not comprehend why the higher-ups would want to target the extermination aircraft at this juncture, but obeying orders was the duty of every soldier. The reasons were not his concern. Father, please bless me and my loved ones. Amen. Weiss made the sign of the cross, his expression earnest. In the next instant, a fierce look crossed his face, his eyes filled with resolve. Commence action. The command from Kaiser crackled through the radio. Weiss decisively pressed the button before him, activating the fire control radar. Below the fierce bird, the hatch opened, and a mechanical arm swiftly extended, connecting to the missile. Meanwhile, the stealth fighter from the ninja squad exhibited a similar reaction. Warning. Target locked by fire control radar. Warning. Target locked by fire control radar. Li Zhenwang, glancing left and right, suddenly shuddered. Locked by fire control radar? This is grave. In a moment of peril, the ace pilot's professionalism compelled him to instinctively press the button beside him. Radar jamming activated, target lock released. Li Zhenwang exhaled deeply, casting a fierce gaze at the aircraft flanking him, yet he understood that he had no authority to act recklessly. He hastily increased his speed. And in the blink of an eye, the annihilation aircraft had distanced itself from the main force, vanishing into the sky. Inside the cockpit of the ferocious bird, Weiss stared at the indicators on the panel, utterly stunned. How could this be? The fire control radar had clearly locked onto the target. How could it suddenly lose track? Consequently, the missile that was about to be launched failed to fire. Damn it. Weiss gritted his teeth and quickly reported to Case. In the lounge of the Hua Nation, Commander Lu coldly ended the call. What happened, Commander? Yang Feng inquired, puzzled, while Chen Qian and Jiang Ryu also turned to look. Commander Lu took a deep breath. Just now, the ferocious bird and the stealth fighter were on their way back, preparing to launch an attack on our annihilation aircraft. What? Yang Feng's eyes widened in shock. How dare they? Commander Lu shook his head. If it weren't for Xiao Li's quick response in activating the radar jamming, we might have already faced destruction. Bang! Yang Feng slammed his palm on the table, his chest heaving with anger. Chen Qian glanced at the live broadcast screen ahead and suddenly understood the reason for the annihilation aircraft's sudden acceleration. So that's it. Commander, we cannot let this go unpunished. We cannot swallow this humiliation. Yang Feng gritted his teeth. Commander Lu pondered for a moment. What else can we do? They did not cause any serious consequences. In fact, other nations are still unaware of what just transpired. Should we retaliate? If we do, they will surely strike back. However, Yang Feng wanted to say more, but Xin interrupted him with a slight smile. It is not that we cannot take action. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. Brother, do you have a plan? Commander Lu turned his gaze towards him, a questioning look in his eyes. Xin nodded. Recently, our military capabilities have surged, with rapid updates in weaponry, leading to a lag in strategic thinking. Have we forgotten the performance of the Annihilation aircraft? Yang Feng was still somewhat perplexed, but Commander Lu's eyes flickered, as if he had an inkling. Xin continued. The L version of the Annihilation aircraft presented at the conference, although reduced in several aspects, has not undergone significant modifications in energy and propulsion. It merely has some components installed to mislead. This means that the L version can still achieve a speed of 51 Mach. What missile could possibly keep up? Not even our own Dongfeng Express. Of course, the scenario changes with the adapted energy core and ion thruster of the Dongfeng Express. In an instant, Yang Feng experienced a moment of enlightenment. You mean? Xin remained silent, directing his gaze towards Commander Lu. It was evident that Commander Lu had grasped his intention, as he smiled and nodded slightly. Yang Chen's idea is quite astute. Since the adversary's means of attack prove ineffective against us, we merely need to entice them into striking again, thereby establishing a legitimate reason for us to defend ourselves. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng displayed a somewhat mischievous grin. Ha, this notion is splendid. Let us proceed with it, ha. Simultaneously, he recognized that his thoughts had not kept pace with the rapidly evolving weaponry. He inwardly vowed to adapt swiftly. Chapter 442. Who is harder within the cockpit of the executioner? Li Zhenwang concluded his report and awaited silently, his expression calm, yet seemingly brewing with anticipation. At long last, Yang Feng's voice echoed. Shall we? As Li Zhenwang listened, his heart swelled with increasing excitement. Received. I promise to accomplish the task. With that, he maneuvered the executioner fighter jet, abruptly turning towards the main force and soaring away. Before long, the executioner appeared before the main fleet, leaving the pilots astonished. Isn't this fellow supposed to have fled? Why has he returned? They murmured in disbelief. Only Wasis and the pilot Waitara the Shin Den fighter felt a heavy sensation in their hearts upon seeing the executioner. Is he returning to retaliate? Wasis pondered anxiously. Could it be that Hua was so audacious? Waiter's heart sank. In the next moment, the two pilots harmoniously guided their aircraft closer to the other jets nearby. This way, in the event of an attack, they could ensnare other nations in the fray, and perhaps use foreign jets as shields. With preparations in place, Wasis and Waiter focused intently on the executioner. However, to their astonishment, the executioner made no aggressive move, merely hovering not far ahead of the main force as if nothing had transpired. What is the meaning of this? The two fell into contemplation before decisively choosing to contact their superiors. Upon receiving the report, Kase fell into silence, uncertain of Huawei's intentions. After a long pause, he resolved to issue another command. Engage. We must destroy the executioner today. Regardless of Huawei's motives, he was unwilling to miss this opportunity. Destroying the executioner could potentially inflict severe setbacks on Huawei's military advancements. Indeed, opportunity favors the prepared, yet it is fleeting. With the order received, Wasis and Waiter sprang into action once more. This time, they had learned their lesson, recognizing that the automatic launch system could experience a momentary delay after radar lock. They decided to prepare in advance. Even if the fire control radar could not lock on, their skills would allow them to launch manually. As the hatch opened, the missiles beneath the Fierce Bird and Shin Den fighter were slowly elevated. Yet, just before launch, hesitation crept in. Let us see if we can achieve radar lock one more time, Wasis thought. Now that the missiles are ready, the opponent should have no room for maneuver. If we can lock on, the hit probability will be significantly higher than manual launch. Inside the executioner's cockpit, Li Zhenwang remained ever vigilant. When the intelligence system alerted him to the enemy's missile launch, he focused entirely. Are they finally making a move? Li Zhenwang smiled with a hint of cruelty. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Beep, beep. The alarm sounded once more. Warning. Locked by fire control radar. Warning. Locked by fire control radar. Excellent. Li Zhenwang's spirit surged, though he did not act immediately. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of piercing air filled the space as two missiles, trailing fiery tails, streaked through the sky with astonishing speed. The pilots from various nations were left utterly astonished, their minds swirling with confusion. What was happening? Who had launched the missile? Who were they targeting? In an instant, all the aircraft were thrown into disarray, scattering in all directions. It was only when they realized that the missile was not in pursuit that the pilots breathed a collective sigh of relief. And they soon discerned that the missile was aimed at the annihilation aircraft of Huagua. As for who was responsible, the sight of the predatory birds and the stealthy electric warfare aircraft following closely behind the annihilation aircraft provided the answer that lingered in their minds. They had succeeded. Vices felt a surge of excitement. As the missile approached its target, his exhilaration intensified. Inside the cockpit of the annihilation aircraft, Li Zhongwang felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet he was predominantly filled with disdain. Did they not understand that there was a period of acceleration after the missile was launched? Hit me? How naive. In an instant, the annihilation aircraft surged forward, producing a sonic boom that generated a powerful whirlwind. The pursuing missile, meanwhile, could not keep pace. Vices was dumbfounded, as was Yutaro. And it was only at this moment that the global audience began to grasp the unfolding events. A missile? Had someone launched an attack? The annihilation aircraft was on the verge of destruction? My goodness, the missile could not catch the annihilation aircraft. The annihilation aircraft was circling in place. Viewers in Huagua's live stream erupted with fury. What was happening? Why had they suddenly been attacked? Damn it. It was the predatory birds and the stealthy electric warfare aircraft. Scoundrels. They were provoking war. One may kill, but cannot be insulted, retaliate. As the viewers expressed their outrage, Zhao Lei gasped in disbelief, perplexed as to how a peaceful exchange could devolve into chaos. Beside her, Academician Fong was equally incredulous, but upon witnessing the missile's inability to catch the annihilation aircraft, he regained some composure, though his expression remained grim. How dare they take such direct action? In the sky, the annihilation aircraft circled the predatory birds and the electric warfare aircraft, as if toying with them. Opening the radio, Li Zhongwang spoke calmly. You two listen closely. Given your unwarranted aggression towards our forces, our forthcoming retaliation is entirely justified. Retaliate. In that moment, Vices and Yutaro snapped back to reality. Their adversary was preparing to strike back. Gazing at the missile trailing behind the annihilation aircraft, unable to close the distance, they fell silent, their silence heavy with despair. At that moment, Li Zhongwang's voice came through again, laced with casual disdain. How about, you sing me a song? Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I might let you go? Upon hearing this, the citizens in Huagua's live stream were left agape, questioning whether they had misheard. What was happening? How had the first-person perspective suddenly acquired sound? Was that the pilot speaking to the enemy? Singing? Singing, for heaven's sake. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Asking the enemy to sing. Ha ha ha. Such audacity, I adore it. Ha 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 ha. Goodness, even with missiles trailing behind, our pilot maintains such composure. The psychological fortitude of this aviator is truly remarkable. My mother held my hand and inquired whether my boyfriend or this pilot was more resilient. In the lounge, Chen Qian and the others, upon hearing Li Zhongwang's words, couldn't help but beam with laughter. They found nothing inappropriate in the banter. When facing the enemy, not only should one refrain from offering a song, but it would be entirely reasonable to demand their submission. Inside the fierce avian cockpit, Vices was consumed by fury upon hearing the adversary's outrageous request for him to sing for mercy. He had always cherished a certain ancient Chinese saying, a warrior may be slain, but must never be humiliated. This was an affront to his dignity. Vices, in a fit of rage, prepared to unleash a torrent of curses over the radio, only to be interrupted by a painfully off-key melody. Thus, you have conquered me, severing all my avenues of retreat. My emotions are steadfast, yet my resolve is muddled. Chapter 443. Learning and applying Vises was filled with disbelief. This song. He abruptly turned his head towards the nearby ninja aircraft. That young man actually sang? Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. This little brat never ceases to amuse me, ha ha ha. Damn, that was utterly dreadful. A true talent indeed. The audience in the live stream from Huagua was in uproarious laughter. Li Zhongwang was equally astonished that the opponent truly began to sing, feeling as if his entire worldview had been profoundly shaken. Stop, stop, stop. Li Zhongwang quickly shouted, do not sing any longer. As the melody ceased, Whitehair's voice emerged, then, can you let me go? Li Zhongwang remained silent, decisively activating the fire control radar and pressing the launch button. Whoosh! A hypersonic missile was suddenly unleashed. Whitehair had not yet registered the danger before the missile loomed larger in his sight. Were they not in negotiations? This thought lingered as his last before demise. Boom! The sound of the explosion reverberated through the heavens, a fiery blaze shooting skyward, with a small mushroom cloud ascending, strikingly beautiful. A fleeting hint of disappointment crossed Li Jinwang's eyes. He felt that laser weapons were indeed more efficient. As for his swift decision to eliminate the two adversaries, it was clear he had never intended to spare them. Moreover, that little brat's singing was appallingly discordant. Especially for a Chinese song, it was an affront to artistry. Li Jinwang did not wish to endure another second of it, hence his prompt action. The sound of explosions was far more melodious. However, what resonated as beautiful to Li Jinwang was sheer terror for others. Whether it was the pilots from various nations observing the scene or the multitude of citizens witnessing the spectacle, all were engulfed in disbelief. Did they truly retaliate? Was this the Huagua they knew? Shouldn't it be the embodiment of virtue? Yet they had forgotten. This was the authentic Huagua, standing resolutely against the entire world. Decades had passed, and they had long forgotten the deterrence that Huagua once instilled. In the cockpit of the fierce bird, Vizes had thought himself prepared for death. Yet as he gazed at the explosion in the sky, his teeth began to chatter involuntarily. I do not wish to die. A fierce instinct for survival surged within him. Those who have never faced the brink of life and death can never comprehend its horror. Li Jinwang was oblivious to the turmoil within his opponent's mind and had no interest in understanding. Waitar's song had entirely extinguished his desire to toy with him. Without hesitation, he reactivated the fire control radar and pressed the launch button once more. Whoosh! The hypersonic missile was once again launched. Damn! I do not want to die? Vizes screamed, frantically maneuvering the aircraft in a desperate attempt to evade the attack. Yet the more hurried he became, the more chaotic his actions grew. The terror of life and death stripped him of the composure of a seasoned pilot. No. Vizes howled as the approaching missile became the final scene of his life. Boom. The explosion struck again, the mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. Its splendor rivaling that of the previous explosion, if not surpassing it. As he observed the missile trailing behind him, Li Jinwang furrowed his brow and abruptly accelerated the annihilation aircraft. The distance between him and the missile gradually increased, and in an instant, the aircraft shifted its orientation to face the oncoming threat. The bay doors opened below, and two hypersonic missiles were launched. Boom, boom. Amidst the fiery smoke, the annihilation aircraft soared through, leaving behind a dazzling trail as it departed with elegance. A gasp of astonishment erupted in the live stream of Huagua. So magnificent! So magnificent! Truly magnificent! Exclaimed the viewers. My goodness, two missiles sent the enemy to their demise, and with a swift maneuver, two more missiles intercepted the adversary's attack. What grace! What poise! What annihilation aircraft! Forgive me, but I only recognize the aircraft of elegance. The excitement among the Huagua populace was palpable. Not merely due to the might of the annihilation aircraft, but because it had been far too long since they had witnessed such formidable strength from their own country. Strike when you mean to. Dare to lay a finger on me, and you shall meet your end. In the lounge, Chen Qian exchanged glances with his companions, sharing a knowing smile. Their joy was especially pronounced upon seeing the exhilaration of the citizens. Chen Qian discreetly adjusted his watch, lavishing praise upon Leah. Although the first-person view from the aircraft was devoid of sound, Li Jinwang's taunts were clearly heard by all, a testament to Leah's cleverness. What a little genius, he mused. Well, it is time for me to take my leave. Commander Liu rose, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, preparing to depart, with Yang Feng following suit. Chen Qian nodded in silence, opting not to elaborate further. Given the magnitude of the events that had transpired, these two would undoubtedly have their hands full. As with numerous related departments in the days to come, a storm was brewing, Chen Qian murmured to himself. In the Manhwa lounge, Kaze lay languidly on the sofa, letting out a deep sigh. He had not anticipated that this operation would culminate in such a result. The annihilation aircraft emerged unscathed, while his own fierce bird aircraft had been downed, resulting in the loss of a top-ace pilot. That was merely the beginning. As long as the operation had been successful, these losses could have been tolerated. However, the critical issue was that the mission had failed. Now, he not only had to bear the burden of this failure, but also face immense pressure from both domestic and international fronts. After all, they had been the first to strike. Had they succeeded, accolades and advancement upon returning home would have been within reach, but now, failure loomed large. Case could scarcely fathom what awaited him next. In the wake of global astonishment, this military exposition drew to a close. Discussions raged on both domestically and internationally, with the topic dominating trending searches across nations. No one had anticipated such an occurrence, especially one involving two superpowers. As for Yamato, they drew little attention. Merely a dispensable pawn in the grand scheme. Commander Liu and Yang Feng promptly convened with leaders from various countries, assuaging some while expressing their outrage to manhwa and Yamato. Kei's felt a deep sense of indignation. His fierce bird aircraft had been destroyed, his ace pilot lost, and yet he was being berated? He found himself at a loss for words, for he was indeed in the wrong regarding this matter. Consequently, throughout the meeting, he remained mostly silent. Only at the end did he hastily offer an explanation, attributing the entire incident to a pilot named Visus, claiming it was merely a personal action. The leaders from other nations were, of course, aware that this was a fabrication, yet they chose not to expose the falsehood. The situation at hand had the potential to escalate dramatically, possibly resulting in an unimaginable conflict, and they were loath to take any risks, wishing instead to render themselves invisible. Commander Liu also refrained from saying much, while Yang Feng seethed with anger, cursing vehemently in his mind. A pilot's personal behavior? Utter nonsense. This was a situation that involved him directly. Chapter 444. Inexplicable. The following day, Qin Qian returned to the Firepower Research Institute. As he gazed upon the familiar room and his personal laboratory, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Though his absence had been brief, a myriad of events had transpired during this military exposition. He glanced at his watch and perused the online news. The public continued to discuss the controversies surrounding the military fair, and it seemed unlikely that the discourse would subside within the next 10 days to 2 weeks. This was merely the grassroots level. At higher echelons, although only snippets emerged online, one could easily surmise that a significant upheaval was brewing. The situation has indeed escalated. Qin Qian murmured softly to himself. Reflecting on the same year in his previous life, the international landscape was far less tumultuous than it is now. Upon further contemplation, a considerable part of this turmoil could be attributed to the rampant pandemic across the globe. In this lifetime, however, he had nipped the pandemic in the bud early on. And coupled with his own influence and the butterfly effect, the intensity of the current situation was hardly surprising. Yet, it was undeniably inconvenient. Qin Qian felt a twinge of frustration. He had become a target for the Western powers, often feeling an unsettling lack of security. Even though the domestic environment was exceedingly safe, and he spent his days at the Firepower Research Institute without concern for safety, his mind could not help but wonder to the what-ifs. What if something were to happen? It's not the fear of 1,000 threats that troubles him, but the fear of one unforeseen circumstance. Furthermore, it was impractical to remain at the Firepower Research Institute indefinitely. He had nowhere to take Jiang Ryue for their dates, leaving him only the option of watching the world unfold in chaos. The notion was stifling, too stifling. With this in mind, Qin Qian resolved to expedite the completion of the battle armor. Moreover, he intended to journey to Russia, where chaos reigned. Without a safeguard, he would dare not venture there. It would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, the progress on the battle armor was steadily rising. Once the energy shield was completed, only the materials and weaponry would remain. With determination, Qin Qian sprang into action. While the fabrication of the battle armor could not commence immediately, he could undertake preparatory tasks to ensure that once the design was finalized, no time would be squandered in initiating the manufacturing process. Days turned into weeks, and after half a month, discussions regarding the military exposition had dwindled significantly. This was not due to the public forgetting, but rather a repressed sentiment. After a month and a half, tranquility returned. During this period, there had been a series of maneuvers at the upper levels, with various international conferences convening and numerous domestic meetings following suit. They even severed direct communication lines, unwilling to engage with the old May. Want to converse? Fine. You come to visit me instead. Surprisingly, some indeed made the journey. Yet, upon their arrival at the airport, they were taken aback. No welcoming committee, no red carpet. Nothing at all. Only a modest vehicle from their embassy arrived, and they had to arrange their own accommodations. Qin Qian paid only slight attention to these matters. As with people like Mu Lao around, there was little for him to worry about. Time flew by, and the weather grew increasingly warm. It was now June, where the warmth of the day clashed with the coolness of the evening, offering Qin Qian a sense of comfort. More importantly, the battle armor was nearing completion. Only the final weapon systems remained. The laboratory doors swung open, and Academician Fong and Yang Feng strode in with purpose. Xiao Qian, what brings us here? Academician Fong inquired eagerly, a vibrant smile illuminating his face. Recently, they had been unaware of Qin Qian's research endeavors, but past experiences suggested that his invitation signaled something remarkable. Qin Qian smiled gently. Please, have a seat. I'll prepare some coffee. Without further prompting, the two settled onto the couch. Yet Yang Feng couldn't help but grin at Qin Qian's customary preamble of brewing coffee. Every time you make us wait with your coffee, it's maddening, he thought. Though he ultimately held his tongue, watching as Qin Qian leisurely prepared the beverage. After a sip of the still-hot coffee, Yang Feng exclaimed, "All right, brother. What splendid discovery warrants our presence here? Can you reveal it now?" Qin Qian shot him a knowing glance. "You read me well." He then activated his watch, connecting the two men's minds after a brief consent, and selected 2 documents to send. Yang Feng and academician Feng eagerly began to peruse the files. After a cursory glance, both inhaled sharply, stunned by the content. Once they finished the first document, their eyes widened in disbelief. Upon glimpsing the title of the second document, even their seasoned composure could not be maintained, and they both leapt from the couch. "Xiao Chun, is this real?" Academician Feng asked, his voice trembling with excitement. Qin Qian regarded him momentarily, not adhering to his usual habit of clutching his heart, perhaps too exhilarated to remember his customary gesture. "Brother, are you certain about this?" Yang Feng approached him, but as he prepared for a hearty embrace, Qin Qian deftly sidestepped and announced, "Excuse me. I need to use the restroom." He quickened his pace, escaping the situation. Yang Feng and academician Feng instinctively turned to Jiang Ruyu, who blinked her large, innocent eyes in a display of helplessness. Consequently, the 2 men returned to their seats, unable to contain their excitement as they fervently discussed the revelations. Qin Qian spent an extensive half-hour in the restroom, away from the fervent inquiries, knowing that the documents he had shared contained pertinent information regarding energy shields and ultra-nano materials. He sought refuge not out of fear, but rather to avoid the incessant questioning of authenticity. The files were tangible proof of his claims. Upon his return to the lounge, he found Yang Feng and academician Feng animatedly debating, their faces flushed yet slightly more composed than before. As he re-entered, Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward, enveloping Qin Qian in a bear hug. "My dear brother, you are simply incredible." Qin Qian was taken aback, feeling a familiar expression of discomfort wash over him. Alas, he had not evaded the embrace. In a moment of inspiration, he reciprocated the hug, playfully rubbing his hands on Yang Feng's neck. "Yang, you are too polite. I am truly touched that you don't mind me not washing my hands after using the restroom." "What?" Yang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he forcefully pushed Qin Qian away, his face contorted with disdain. "Get away. Not washing your hands after using the toilet is just utterly unhygienic." As he spoke, he rubbed the back of his neck, feeling thoroughly uncomfortable. Seeing his reaction, Qin Qian couldn't help but chuckle with satisfaction. So refreshing. Turning his head, he noticed academician Feng and Jiang Ruyue standing nearby, rolling their eyes as if to say, "Oh, you didn't wash your hands, oh." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Qian could only try to explain, all right, Yang, don't be upset. I was just joking. How could I possibly not have washed my hands?" To his surprise, Yang Feng looked even more disgusted. "Are you trying to fool me? Your hands are completely dry. Do you think I can't tell?" Qin Qian was taken aback. This was akin to a yellow stain in one's pants. It's not quite what it seems. After all, he had merely been scrolling through Douyin in the restroom. There was no need for a thorough hand-washing. What to do now? This was impossible to clarify. Chapter 445. An incident occurred at last. After Qin Qian's earnest explanations, the others reluctantly accepted his assertions. Qin Qian felt somewhat exasperated. Were it not for the concern of upsetting Jiang Ruyue, who would want to explain such trivial matters to 2 grown men? If they chose not to wash, so be it. What could be done? Before long, the conversation shifted back to energy shields and ultramicro nanomaterials. Despite Qin Qian having already presented numerous remarkable innovations, the sheer concept of these 2 technological marvels still left them in a state of disbelief. Particularly, the technology related to ultramicro nanomaterials was nothing short of groundbreaking. If it were to be widely adopted, one could only imagine the scenarios that would unfold. With a mere blink, a firearm could appear in one's grasp. With another blink, a formidable combat aircraft would materialize before them. It was akin to space compression technology. Of course, ultramicro nanomaterials alone could not achieve such feats, as they were merely a form of material. However, the crucial point was that all conceivable challenges had already been resolved by Qin Qian. He had successfully integrated ultramicro nanomaterials with energy cores, ion thrusters, and life support systems. It was nothing short of considerate. This meant that after assimilating existing technologies, they could indeed commence the construction of a combat aircraft based on ultramicro nanomaterials. Sighing deeply, academician Feng took a hearty sip of coffee. What's wrong, old Fong? Why the long face? Yang Feng inquired, puzzled. Academician Fong shook his head. I just feel as if I'm in a dream. Perhaps you could pinch me to wake me up? Without hesitation, Yang Feng seized Fong's thigh and gave it a firm tug. Ouch. Fong's face turned pale. You really pinched me. Yang Feng blinked innocently. Didn't you ask me to pinch you? I was merely following your suggestion. But you really did it. Fong lamented, rubbing his thigh with a look of utter grievance. Chen Qian chuckled heartily. Academician Fong, you know Yang's emotional intelligence isn't the highest. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng bristled. What do you mean my emotional intelligence is low? I call it great wisdom disguised as foolishness. Who is lacking in emotional intelligence here? You're the one. All right. I concede. I am the lowest, Chen Qian retorted, exasperated. Enough of this. The technology is yours now. Please arrange your plans, conduct your research, and inform Brother Quan as needed. I shan't keep you any longer. Yang Feng, taken aback, wondered why Chen Qian was so eager to usher them out today. However, considering that Chen Qian likely had matters of his own to attend to, he refrained from further inquiry and left the laboratory alongside Academician Fong. Indeed, Chen Qian had pressing matters to attend to. Once the two departed, he quickly accessed the system interface to commence the final weapon simulations. The completion was imminent. Watching the countdown for the final month of simulations, Chen Qian felt a surge of excitement. Seeing him smile so joyfully, Jiang Ruyue couldn't help but smile in return. Just then, Chen Qian froze, glancing at his wrist as his watch vibrated rapidly. What could this be? He was puzzled. The watch vibrated without making a sound. It was Lian notifying him, but what urgency could prompt Lian to be so hasty? As Chen Qian pondered, he took a seat nearby. Jiang Ruyue, accustomed to his contemplative nature, assumed he was reflecting on some significant matter and naturally proceeded to brew coffee. Upon glancing at her watch, a holographic image of Lian appeared in his mind, her expression fraught with urgency. Brother, something terrible has happened. Chen Qian, taken aback, instinctively rose from the sofa. What? Our parents have been captured? Lian, visibly distressed, hurriedly explained, just now, while Mom and Dad were shopping on New Leap Street. A group of armed assailants approached and forcibly abducted them. Chen Qian's countenance darkened. New Leap? Armed assailants? Abducted? A cascade of troubling thoughts surged within him. What do we know about them? He inquired. Lian, disheartened, replied, at this moment, we are still unclear, but their actions were methodical, indicating they are not mere amateurs. If only I had noticed sooner. Lia's face was etched with self-reproach. Chen Qian shook his head gently, offering solace. It's all right. Do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. Having regained his composure, he astutely recognized several peculiarities. The fact that Lian had only detected their actions at the last moment suggested this was a meticulously planned and highly confidential abduction, coupled with their organized approach. It was evident that they were well trained, and the identity of those behind this was becoming increasingly clear. Damn it, I never anticipated they would resort to such despicable methods. Chen Qian felt a pang of frustration, realizing this incident was undoubtedly aimed at him, entangling his parents in the process. Is it because I declined to engage with the Nobel Prize affair? He speculated. Perhaps that was a contributing factor, but more likely, it was because the adversaries had reached a point where they felt compelled to act. Observing the current domestic landscape, various markets were being swiftly encroached upon by Galaxy Technology and its partners, nearly necessitating an international foray. The timing of their international expansion could not remain concealed from others. By analyzing domestic consumption patterns and the production capacities within various industries, one could deduce a rough time frame. They are resolutely intent on my demise. Chen Qian understood that economic factors were but one of his grave transgressions. In recent years, advancements in domestic technology, particularly military technology, had also raised suspicions regarding his involvement. Any single aspect could serve as justification for their lethal intentions. Enough of this sorrow, Chen Qian reassured Lian. At this juncture, our priority must be to rescue our parents. Okay, Lian responded, though her expression remained clouded with concern. Taking a deep breath, Chen Qian closed his eyes. What is it? Jiang Ruyue, having set down the coffee, approached and linked her arm with Chen Qian's. She had naturally noticed his unusual demeanor and was perplexed, unsure of what had transpired. Chen Qian remained silent, swiftly analyzing the situation in his mind. The abduction of his parents was motivated by a desire to target him. Therefore, as long as he maintained his composure, his parents would likely be spared from immediate peril. Consequently, he was faced with two choices: to bide his time and observe the adversary's next move, or to devise a plan for their rescue. The latter option was considerably more complex: how to execute the rescue, and who would undertake it. Should he inform Brother Yang and Sin Fengming to assist? The ramifications of such actions were substantial, especially considering that Mei Guo was not Renbei. With this in mind, Qin Qian reopened his eyes, a fierce determination gleaming within them. Thus, he realized that he had but one choice: to don his battle armor. Although the weapon system had yet to reach completion, there was nothing preventing him from crafting a preliminary version of his armor in advance. Chapter 446. Preparation. The weapon system can be externally mounted. This poses no issue. The initial version of the battle armor bears no difference in defense compared to the subsequent official edition, offering ample safety assurances. Moreover, this matter must remain a secret from everyone, including Jiang Ruyue. The notion of single-handedly confronting my Lijian is utterly preposterous, should Jiang Ruyue become aware. Even if she were to consent, she would undoubtedly be plagued by sleepless nights and restless days. Yang Feng and Commander Lu must remain oblivious as well. They have always treated him with utmost care, as if he were a fragile treasure, and would never permit him to undertake such a perilous endeavor. As for the operational details and plans, with Liu at his side, he feels no pressing need for further assistance. Furthermore, given the capabilities of the battle armor, he does not believe he has much to fear. Having made his decision, Qin Qian hesitated no longer. He turned to Jiang Ruyue and tousled her hair, saying, "It's nothing. I just recalled some troublesome matters, but I already have a solution." Jiang Ruyue immediately understood. He was troubled by research-related issues. Though she was curious as to what could provoke such a significant reaction from him, as he had never displayed such anxiety before. "Don't feel too pressured. You are already doing exceptionally well. Don't push yourself too hard," she reassured him. Qin Qian chuckled. "Rest assured, who am I? I am a rare prodigy in martial arts." Jiang Ruyue blinked in surprise, mimicking the enigmatic beggar from a film. "Young man, I see remarkable potential in your bones. Would you care to purchase my unique secret manual?" "Absolutely." Qin Qian nodded eagerly. "Can you provide hands-on instruction?" As he spoke, he mischievously touched Jiang Ruyue's hand. Enraged, she retorted, "You impudent little rascal, even daring to tease an elder. You truly are hungry." Qin Qian nodded vigorously. "Indeed. I am so hungry I could eat a horse." After sharing a moment of laughter, Qin Qian grew serious. "In the upcoming period, I will be engaged in a crucial project that requires confidentiality. You can entertain yourself in the lounge with movies and games. Do you not need my assistance?" Jiang Ruyue inquired. Qin Qian smiled. No, I truly am hungry. Please fetch me something to eat." Jiang Ruyue cast him a glance, realizing that his hunger was genuine. "Very well, I shall go." Go on. Once Jiang Ruyue departed, the smile vanished from Qin Qian's face. The abduction of his parents weighed heavily upon him, like a colossal boulder pressing on his heart. He found it difficult to maintain a facade of joy. To spare Jiang Ruyue from worry, he felt compelled to don a mask of cheerfulness, pretending everything was as it had always been. "Xiaoangsa, just wait. I will make you pay." Resolute, Qin Qian strode into his personal laboratory. From that day forth, he immersed himself entirely in the creation of the initial version of the battle armor, as though nothing had transpired and he knew nothing at all. Only late into the night, his bloodshot eyes betrayed a hint of urgency. As time passed day by day, the progress of the armor manufacturing accelerated rapidly. However, given its inherent complexity, even with the relevant technologies having been fully developed, completion was not something that could be achieved in just a few days. Half a month later, Qin Qian emerged from the laboratory, weariness etched upon his features. A wave of dizziness washed over him. Instinctively, he leaned against the doorframe to catch his breath for a moment. Yet, despite his fatigue, the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. He let out a long sigh and glanced at the unremarkable watch adorning his wrist. It was finally complete. Qin Qian felt a surge of emotion, and in the next moment, the fatigue on his face dissipated, replaced by bright eyes that shimmered with turbulent waves as if something was brewing within. Upon returning to his dormitory, the sound of the door opening stirred Jiang Ruyue from her slumber. "You're back," she said in her usual sweet voice. These days, Qin Qian's return time had been unpredictable, with late nights becoming the norm, and she had grown accustomed to it. "Did I wake you?" Qin Qian stepped forward and pressed a gentle kiss on Jiang Ruyue's cheek. "You go back to sleep. I'll rest after my shower." "All right," Jiang Ruyue murmured, drifting back into her dreams. Qin Qian quickly washed up in the bathroom and soon fell into a deep slumber, sleeping for over 20 hours. Perhaps the tension in his heart had relaxed slightly, for when he awoke, the moon hung high in the sky. Fortunately, the dining hall offered food around the clock. While dining with Jiang Ruyue, Qin Qian casually remarked, I have some matters to attend to later. It may take a few days. You should stay here by yourself for now. Jiang Ruyue was taken aback, as Qin Qian had always brought her along wherever he went. What is going on? Can I accompany you? Qin Qian shook his head, gesturing upwards. It's just a little secret. Understanding dawned upon Jiang Ruyue, who speculated it might be something highly confidential, and she could only nod in agreement. All right then, but make sure to return quickly. I'll be waiting for you here. Of course, Qin Qian replied with a slight smile, deftly changing the subject to avoid revealing too much. After their meal, he encouraged Jiang Ruyue to return and rest while he arranged to meet with Yang Feng and academician Fang. The two arrived promptly at the dining hall. Bro, why did you call us over at this late hour? Yang Feng plopped down casually. Qin Qian ignored him and turned to academician Fang with warmth. Academician Fang, are you joining us for a late-night snack? Yang Gu is treating us. Yang Feng? Academician Fang chuckled and waved his hand. No, at my age. Late-night snacks are not good for the body. What did you summon us for, Xiaochen? I was already dozing off. Well, it's nothing pressing, Qin Qian replied. I just wanted to inform you that I plan to enter seclusion for a few days, dedicating myself entirely to a Project-S research. I wanted to give you a heads up. He reassured them. You need not worry. Jiang Ruyue will handle everything else. Seclusion? Yang Feng and academician Fang exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what project could be so shrouded in mystery. However, they didn't dwell on it further. A new project? What is it? Yang Feng asked, curiosity shining in his eyes. Is it something remarkable? Academician Fang inquired. Qin Qian nodded. Of course, it is a splendid item, truly remarkable. There is no need for you to inquire further. In due time, you shall see. Although the two remained somewhat curious, they refrained from pressing him further, accepting his assurance. Very well, we shall await your good news, Yang Feng remarked with a smile. Academician Fang slightly inclined his head. Make sure to inform us at the earliest opportunity once it is accomplished. Certainly, Qin Qian replied with a nod and a smile. The trio exchanged a few more words before parting ways to rest. Rather than returning to his dormitory, Qin Qian made his way towards the military district. Along the journey, he discreetly observed the surveillance cameras around him, finding it somewhat amusing. It felt as though he were behaving like a spy. Soon, he exited the Weaponry Research Institute, evading the gaze of the station guards and patrolling personnel, and arrived at a secluded area within the woods. Leah, modify the surveillance footage I just produced. Understood. Leah's voice responded. Qin Qian took a deep breath, his right hand slowly reaching for the watch on his left wrist. Chapter 447. A lone venture into the land of liberty barely perceptible. His hand trembled for a fleeting moment before swiftly regaining composure. Charging forth alone into the realm of liberty, the prospect of battle loomed, and to claim that he felt no fear would be disingenuous. Despite the commendable performance of his armor, a momentary trepidation seized his heart. After all, he was still a normal human being. And this time was unlike the previous encounter in Renbei, where he had not needed to step onto the battlefield himself. Alas, dear parents, your son has sacrificed so much for you. Qin Qian chuckled inwardly, managing to quell his emotions entirely. Without further hesitation, he decisively pressed the concealed button on the side of his watch. In an instant, a torrent of black liquid cascaded from the watch, spiraling up his arm and rapidly enveloping his entire body. Almost immediately, a flicker of minute electrical sparks danced across him, as the black liquid underwent a remarkable transformation, shifting from its liquid form into a sleek, obsidian metal texture. The fierce yet aesthetically striking battle armor was suddenly complete. A 13-second transformation time for his initial metamorphosis was quite commendable, Qin Qian assessed. The first shaping required alignment with his body and the recording of pertinent data, necessitating a brief duration, which was entirely normal. Subsequent transformations would not demand such time. However, the commotion was somewhat pronounced. He needed to vacate the area promptly. Although he had made adjustments to ensure that the electrical sparks produced during the transformation were less conspicuous, they still stood out too starkly in the dimly lit forest. He had no desire to be discovered by his own comrades, only to be mistaken for an enemy. In the next moment, azure flames erupted from the soles of his boots, his waist, and his back simultaneously as the ion thrusters ignited, gradually lifting Qin Qian into the air. Yet, his movements felt somewhat stiff and precarious. Would he plummet? A shiver ran through him. The controls for flying were proving more challenging than he had anticipated. With this thought, he summoned Leah. Leah, assist me in flying and activate cloaking mode. We must depart swiftly. Unlike the armor of a certain cinematic hero, which required a display screen for communication with artificial intelligence, All interactions with Leah and maneuvers of the armor were conducted within his mind. Understood. Leah responded promptly. In an instant, the obsidian armor, enveloped in azure flames, vanished from sight. As Chen Qian gazed down at the diminishing expanse of the forest, he felt a flicker of uncertainty. While he did not suffer from acrophobia, it did not mean he was entirely unperturbed. Fortunately, he quickly adjusted, once acclimated to the flight. A surge of exhilarating bravado surged within him. Flight had been humanity's aspiration since time immemorial, even with the advent of airplanes. The genuine sensation of soaring through the skies eluded people. This experience, however, felt genuine, as if he could glide through the air like a bird. Yet, in contrast to birds, the speed of the armor was far superior. Upon ascending to a certain altitude, Chen Qian's spirits gradually settled. Leah, accelerate to maximum speed towards New York. In his mind, Leah's expression grew serious, affirmative. In an instant, a colossal sonic boom reverberated through the sky, awakening countless souls from their dreams. What is happening? Again? What on earth exploded? As the data monitoring room of the Firepower Research Institute was enveloped in an unexpected silence, the head of the department suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. What was happening? What was that commotion? A nearby staff member swiftly manipulated the holographic screen, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly remarked, "It appears to be the commotion caused by the assassination aircraft. Could it be that the assassination aircraft was undergoing testing?" The head pondered, only to be struck by a realization that something was amiss. Why had there been no reports of such tests? Prompted by this thought, he hastily contacted Academician Fong. Awakened from his slumber, Academician Fong received the message with a hint of confusion. The assassination aircraft had been activated? No. There had been no tests scheduled. They had already been completed long ago. The head, equally perplexed, wondered how the earlier commotion could have occurred if the assassination aircraft was not in flight. Meanwhile, Chen Qian was soaring through the skies at an astonishing speed exceeding 50 Mach. The experience was truly staggering, with everything around him blurring into a haze, as if he had entered a legendary time-space corridor. Before he could fully absorb the experience, he was nearing Mei country. "Brother, it seems the commotion has escalated," Leah suddenly remarked. Chen Qian's heart skipped a beat as he realized his oversight. However, in his urgency to reach New Yu and save his parents, he could not afford to fly slowly. Even if he were to fly at full speed after leaving Hua country, the immense noise would inevitably attract considerable attention. Never mind. We cannot afford to dwell on that now. Saving lives is paramount, Chen Qian instructed. Do your best to keep the news under wraps, especially regarding the Firepower Research Institute. He certainly did not wish for anyone to discover his departure immediately, and if it proved impossible to conceal, he would deal with it upon his return. Before long, Chen Qian officially crossed into Mei country, and the speed of his battle armor abruptly slowed as he stealthily approached New Yu. Half an hour later, he arrived in New Yu. "Leah, where are my parents?" Ever since discovering their abduction, Leah had been tracking the movements of their captors. The enemy had maintained extreme secrecy prior to their actions, leaving her unaware of their identities or intentions, thus limiting her capacity to assist. However, now that they had made their move, they could no longer escape Leah's vigilant monitoring. As soon as Chen Qian inquired, a map materialized in his mind, and he was taken aback by the flashing red dot. It was located in a military base on the outskirts. Was it truly necessary? Chen Qian sighed in resignation, pondering the absurdity of holding two defenseless civilians in a military facility. Yet, this also indirectly demonstrated the importance that Xiao Angsa placed on him. For a moment, Chen Qian was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. After some contemplation, he declared, "First, let us locate a large weapons store." No sooner had the words left his lips than the map shifted, pinpointing a sizable weapons shop along with detailed routing, even specifying the number of trash bins at each intersection and their condition, whether intact or overturned. Should an outsider glimpse this map, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Leah's map differed fundamentally from ordinary satellite imagery. All intelligent devices in the world served as her eyes, resulting in a map that far surpassed any conventional representation. Having determined the route, Chen Qian promptly set his plan into motion. After a brief moment, he successfully arrived at the target store. The weapons shop was nestled within a bustling commercial district, not far from a large supermarket and various restaurants. How truly free it is, Chen Qian murmured in astonishment. The presence of a weapons store in such a vibrant area left him at a loss for words. Moreover, he distinctly observed several groups of individuals enthusiastically shopping at the nearby supermarket, the atmosphere quite lively, with some even filming the scene while applauding. On his way there, he had witnessed no fewer than 8 instances of robbery. Indeed, this was a vivid portrayal of freedom in the United States, where every day seemed to be filled with joy. Chapter 448. Mei Lijian does not foster idleness. Retracting his gaze, Chen Qian dismissed the onlookers, allowing them their fleeting joy. Lowering his altitude to a mere 20 centimeters above the ground, he gracefully maneuvered into the arms of the weaponry emporium. The passers-by barely sensed a gust of wind as he glided past them, oblivious to his presence. The armory boasted 4 expansive levels, the first adorned with an array of handguns displayed along the counterwalls. However, these firearms did not pique Chen Qian's interest. Instead, he turned his attention to the elevator ascending to the 2nd floor, only to furrow his brow at the sight of the throngs that filled the confined space, pondering the difficulty of slipping past them. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly darted into the restroom, seizing the opportunity while the coast was clear. He shed his combat armor and resolutely made his way toward the elevator for the 2nd floor. Upon arrival, he found the offerings still unsatisfactory and ascended to the 3rd floor, intent on reaching the 4th. As he approached the elevator, a robust African-American security guard intercepted him. "Sir, the upper level is a VIP exclusive area. Please present your identification," he asserted. Chen Qian was taken aback. Identification? He hadn't even secured a visa, let alone any form of identification. The guard, discerning Chen Qian's status as a non-VIP, adopted a more serious demeanor. After a moment's reflection, Chen Qian tentatively inquired, "What if I wish to become a VIP client now?" The guard merely shook his head, remaining silent. Ascending to VIP status was not a trivial matter. Just then, a portly, blond man approached from behind, a mocking grin etched upon his face. "Ah, another ill-mannered lad wishing to broaden his horizons? What are you, a yellow-skinned monkey? From Korea or Japan?" Casting a sidelong glance at him, Chen Qian replied, "I hail from Huagua." The blond man raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Huagua? Do Huagua people dare venture out at night? Aren't you afraid of being robbed?" In his mind, Huagua individuals were timid, quaking at the thought of robbery, submissively surrendering whatever was demanded. He believed they scurried home long before dusk fell. "Robbed?" Chen Qian chuckled softly, shaking his head. "I've never encountered such a situation." The blond man laughed, patting Chen Qian on the shoulder. "No worries, you'll face it eventually. Now, I'm headed up. Don't block my path, scram." With that, he forcefully shoved Chen Qian aside and presented a card-like identification to the guard, who promptly allowed him entry. Throughout the exchange, Chen Qian remained composed. Once the man had departed, he narrowed his eyes toward the African-American guard. "I wish to speak with your supervisor." The guard nodded, activating his walkie-talkie to relay a message. Shortly, a slender, middle-aged man with brown hair approached. "Good day, sir. I presume you wish to speak with me?" He extended his hand with a smile. "I am Ganade Caven. You may call me Caven." Chen Qian nodded, cutting straight to the chase. "I wish to access the 4th floor." Caven was not surprised, smiling as he explained, "Sir, reaching the 4th floor is not an easy feat. One must become our VIP customer, which entails certain conditions." Chen Qian, uninterested in further elaboration, interjected, "I will offer you 1 million. "What? 1 million? Caven's eyes widened in astonishment. "Indeed, 1 million. Can I ascend now?" Chen Qian replied calmly. Caven opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, he swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. "No problem. Welcome, esteemed guest." Chen Qian chuckled. "All right, provide me with your account number." "Is it really that straightforward?" Caven was somewhat taken aback. For a moment, he envisioned a radiant golden aura emanating from the back of Chen Qian's head. This was no ordinary customer. He was akin to a deity. He was like Jesus reincarnated. Caven quickly relayed the account number, and Chen Qian deftly manipulated his watch. Upon catching sight of the device, Caven's heart raced. A Lingjing watch. It is renowned worldwide, yet due to stringent regulations, it is nearly impossible to acquire outside of Hua country. Unlike other products that some skilled individuals might occasionally smuggle. Who exactly is he? Caven wondered. Ding. A message notification chimed, and Caven glanced at his phone. His face flushed with excitement. Chen Qian, without sparing him a glance, turned and made his way directly to the 4th floor. The black security guard, seeing that his superior had no objections, respectfully ushered Chen Qian upstairs. As the elevator doors closed, Chen Qian wore a faint smile. 1 million? How could that be? Even if he were wealthy, such an expenditure would be inconceivable. As for the source of this 1 million, it was, of course, borrowed from the old Mian Bank through Leah. He had no intention of spending his own money. When the elevator doors opened, A plethora of weapons greeted Chun Qian's eyes, prompting him to nod in satisfaction. The quality was far superior to that of the previous 3 floors. Chun Qian meticulously browsed through the offerings. Without a weapon system for his battle armor, purchasing was his only option. Previously, he had considered simply acquiring weapons from the Armament Research Institute, but doing so would quickly alert others to the missing items, leading to considerable trouble. Manufacturing them himself would also consume time and energy, making a direct purchase the most convenient choice. While Chun Qian was selecting his preferred weapon, the previously encountered blonde chubby man happened to spot him. This yellow-skinned monkey actually made it up here? The blonde man was surprised, but soon shook his head, dismissing the thought. He was indifferent to how the other had managed to ascend. It was of no consequence. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed the watch on Chun Qian's wrist. Wait, this is... The blonde man's heart raced, and he scrutinized the timepiece closely. After a brief moment, he confirmed his suspicions, took a deep breath, and quickly typed a message on his phone. Bro, you're being watched. Leah's voice unexpectedly echoed in Chun Qian's mind. Chun Qian was taken aback. What is happening? Leah hurriedly displayed the chat records of the portly blonde man. Chun Qian cast a glance, and his gaze grew ominous. Had he actually set his sights on my spirit realm watch? Was he intending to rally others to rob me? Suddenly, he recalled the earlier warning from the blonde man, who had ominously predicted that he would soon encounter a robbery. To think it would materialize so swiftly, and at the hands of the very same individual. It was utterly absurd. One could only conclude that America does not harbor idlers. Well, I understand now. I shall not concern myself with him for the moment. Having said that, Chun Qian chose to ignore the matter. After all, even if the spirit realm watch were to be stolen, it would be of no use to anyone else. Besides, he was a man clad in battle armor. The notion of being robbed was, in itself, somewhat comical. Redirecting his thoughts to weaponry, Chun Qian began to select with utmost seriousness. Before long, he had chosen a suitable arsenal, a multi-barrel rotary machine gun, commonly known as a Gatling, accompanied by 2 fully equipped M4A1 rifles. While they were not the latest models, their performance was steadfast and reliable. Chapter 449, The Sharpening Stone. Sir, are you certain about purchasing these weapons? Inquired the alluring blonde saleswoman. Indeed, Chun Qian affirmed, nodding as he leaned in slightly and lowered his voice. What is the maximum quantity of ammunition one can acquire here at once? Do you have grenades? While the nation allowed for the free trade of firearms, acquiring grenades, those formidable instruments of destruction, was not so easily accomplished. Furthermore, purchasing a substantial quantity of ammunition at once posed its own challenges. However, during his previous selection of weapons, Chun Qian had noticed that all critical production details and manufacturer information had been meticulously concealed. Given that this establishment was accessible only to VIPs, he surmised that there was more to the shop than met the eye, hence his inquiry. Upon hearing Chun Qian's question, the saleswoman offered a subtle smile, glanced around discreetly, and whispered, whatever the customer desires, I can certainly accommodate. With that, she cast a flirtatious glance in his direction. The VIP clientele who accessed the 4th floor were typically individuals of wealth and influence, and combined with Chun Qian's striking foreign visage, she was already quite taken. Yet, Chun Qian appeared oblivious to her intentions, merely nodding in response. Very well, I would like 2,000 rounds of 5.56 ammunition, 10,000 rounds for the Gatling gun, and 50 grenades. He was well aware of her thoughts, yet remained unfazed. The saleswoman shot him a slightly exasperated look, but chose not to press further. After speaking briefly into her radio, she led him into a private meeting room. Perhaps feeling discontent, the saleswoman boldly spread her legs upon sitting, her gaze intensely fixed on Chun Qian. Maintaining his composure, he ignored her altogether, leisurely sipping his coffee. Soon, staff members entered carrying 2 large locked cases, which they opened to reveal the weapons and ammunition Chun Qian had previously selected. After a thorough inspection, Chun Qian nodded in approval. Resigned to the situation, the saleswoman produced a contract and slid it across the table towards him. Chun Qian glanced at it briefly, his pen pausing momentarily before he inscribed 2 nonchalant characters, handsome. After retrieving the contract, the saleswoman did not scrutinize it further. Her inability to comprehend the Chinese language, coupled with the fact that transactions in VIP meeting rooms often involved numerous intricacies, rendered the contract itself inconsequential. What truly mattered was whether the funds were transferred. Chun Qian, decisive as ever, completed the signature and promptly initiated the transfer. As the notification sound chimed, confirming the funds' arrival, the saleswoman's expression brightened considerably, her excitement subtly surfacing. After all, Such a significant transaction would yield her a considerable commission, and she harbored no curiosity regarding the purpose behind Chun Qian's acquisition of these weapons. Pleased with her demeanor, Qin Qian rose, preparing to depart. "Sir, would you like us to deliver the items to your location?" inquired a staff member standing nearby. Qin Qian pondered for a moment. Recalling the route he had taken, then nodded. "There is a small alley 300 meters to the east. Please accompany me there." Given the substantial quantity of items, transporting them without armor would indeed pose a challenge. The staff member, taken aback by the request to deliver to a nearby alley, nonetheless complied, responding, "Certainly, sir." Upon exiting the meeting room, Qin Qian departed the weapons shop alongside his staff. They strolled into the alley, where litter was strewn about, and rats scurried about as if in celebration. "All right, you can leave after placing the items down," Qin Qian instructed. The staff complied without hesitation, setting down the briefcase before turning to depart. "Leah, erase all surveillance footage regarding me from the weapons shop," Qin Qian said as he glanced at his watch. "Understood, brother," came the reply. After issuing his command, Qin Qian closed his eyes, preparing himself. He did not wait long. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance. Qin Qian opened his eyes abruptly, for he anticipated the arrival of the blonde, portly individual and his associates. Ever since leaving the weapons shop, Leah had detected their surveillance. The reason for his moment of meditation was to steady his mindset. After all, he had never taken a life before. Indeed, he was intent on killing. In his quest to rescue his parents from the military base, he would inevitably confront the need to take lives. Thus, he required time to acclimate and prepare himself to avoid any unforeseen complications arising from his inexperience. The blonde portly man and his gang provided the perfect opportunity for him to hone his skills. Perhaps their crimes did not warrant death, but misfortune had led them to provoke him. The term yellow-skinned monkey weighed heavily on his mind. "Just a few worthless trash," Qin Qian murmured, inhaling deeply. In the next moment, a dozen robust figures appeared at the alley's mouth, led by the blonde, portly man. "Didn't he expect to see you again, yellow-skinned monkey?" The blonde chuckled, a hint of arrogance in his tone. Qin Qian surveyed the group, noting their diverse appearances, some fair, others dark, and some gray. Truth be told, he had not anticipated that they would bring such a large entourage. After all, their audacity to rob him suggested considerable boldness. Yet bringing so many merely to confront him seemed excessively cautious. Unbeknownst to Qin Qian, this caution was precisely the trait that had allowed them to thrive thus far. "Why the silence? Have you been frightened?" The blonde taunted. "You Chinese really are timid. Surely you aren't going to cry now." Laughter erupted among the group. The mockery did not faze Qin Qian. He remained remarkably composed. "What do you want with me?" he inquired, taken aback. The blonde noted that Qin Qian did not seem intimidated, a stark contrast to the other Chinese he had previously encountered. Could it be kung fu? The blonde began to dance with glee. "Do you think you can defeat all of us with your so-called Chinese martial arts?" Ha 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 as he spoke. He drew a handgun from his waistband, aiming it directly at Qin Qian's forehead. "Do you believe your skills are swifter than my bullets?" Qin Qian shook his head. "I possess no martial arts. I merely wish to understand your intentions for seeking me." He was well aware of their motives, but desired a verbal confirmation from them. He recognized that this hesitation stemmed from his psychological unpreparedness before taking a life for the first time. The blonde paused, then holstered his weapon dismissively. "Without martial arts? You're merely pretending. It is quite simple to approach you. I find your watch appealing and wish to borrow it for a while. I wonder if you would object to this?" With that, he strode directly towards Qin Qian, accompanied by the crowd behind him. Qin Qian sighed deeply, shaking his head once more. "Of course, I would not consent to such a request. If you wish to take my belongings, you must first demonstrate that you possess the capability to do so." The blonde, rotund individual was taken aback, unable to comprehend why the other would dare to refuse him. After a meticulous glance at Qin Qian, he noted the absence of any concealed weapons, and a fleeting look at the nearby safe revealed it remained unopened. Without further hesitation, he took a step forward, leaping and launching a punch towards him. "Damn that yellow-skinned monkey." Chapter 450. Blood rain. As Qin Qian gazed into the approaching throng of menacing foreign faces, an inexplicable sense of unreality washed over him. Instinctively, he pressed a concealed button on his wristwatch. In an instant, a dark liquid surged forth from the device, enveloping his body and igniting a flurry of electric sparks that flickered and swiftly faded. Bang! Ah! The portly blonde felt as though his fist had struck steel. Gasping in pain, he rubbed his right hand, hopping in place, while the others, taken aback by his reaction, halted and focused their attention. Clad in obsidian metal armor, With grotesque spiral horns atop his head and sharp spikes at the joints, Chen Qian bore no resemblance to the Chinese man he once was. He had transformed into a monstrous entity. What? What is this? My God, what have I witnessed? A demon. This is a demon. Chen Qian's voice resonated coldly through the armor. Now it is my turn. No sooner had he spoken than the filthy concrete beneath him began to fracture, and he vanished from sight, reappearing at the alley's mouth behind the startled crowd. Bang! Splatter! The blonde's head exploded instantaneously, blood spraying into the air like a crimson rain. Thud! At that moment, the corpse of the portly blonde fell to the ground. Thud! Thud! A series of bodies collapsed, and amidst the bloody downpour, Chen Qian slowly turned to observe. The blonde's companions trembled, collapsing to the ground, desperately attempting to rise, but failing as if their legs had lost all strength. A foul odor wafted through the air, and upon closer inspection, Chen Qian noted that nearly half of them had soiled themselves. However, he too was not unaffected. Feeling nauseous and overwhelmed by the stench, he took a deep breath. Standing still to regain his composure, deliberately avoiding the sight of the shattered skull and the yellowish-white brain matter scattered around. It was not intentional, rather. It was the result of his inexperience in controlling the force during his first battle. It seemed that without professional training, having Lia assist in combat would be far more advantageous, Chen Qian pondered, striving to redirect his focus. After a brief moment, as he acclimated to the chaos, the fallen adversaries finally managed to rise. Without hesitation, they drew their firearms and aimed them at Chen Qian. Die, demon. Fuck. Die. Ah. Bang. 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 The air erupted with gunfire as countless bullets rained upon his armor, the clanging of metal creating a piercing cacophony. Chen Qian looked down, noting that not a single mark had been left, and he felt no sensation, no tickle, nothing at all. He had deliberately refrained from dodging, seeking to test the defensive capabilities of his armor, which was crafted from ultra-nanomaterials capable of withstanding even most missiles. Satisfied with the results of his experiment, he coldly declared, "Come, let us continue." The assailants, now devoid of thought, hastily reloaded their magazines for another round of fire. This time, Chen Qian chose not to rely on the armor's inherent defensive capabilities, instead activating the energy shield. As a barrage of bullets cascaded towards him, they appeared to be halted by an invisible barrier, falling harmlessly to the ground just 30 centimeters from the armor's front without a sound. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, utterly dumbfounded. Chen Qian nodded in satisfaction, feeling quite pleased. He then turned his gaze towards the crowd, which was once again enveloped in overwhelming fear, causing them to retreat uncontrollably until they found themselves cornered. And no, don't come any closer. Please, don't kill me. Unmoved, Chen Qian swiftly charged forward, aided by Lia in combat. His movements were graceful and fluid, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. The impact of his fist landed with resounding force. Those who had been paralyzed by fear were rendered defenseless, and in an instant, their hearts were shattered, collapsing to the ground, convulsing momentarily before succumbing to silence. Chen Qian gasped for breath, not from physical exertion, as he had expended no energy, but rather from the overwhelming nausea that surged within him after taking so many lives in his first battle. It took him a good 10 minutes to regain his composure. The sensation of witnessing death from a distance was utterly distinct from that of inflicting it himself, he reflected with a sigh. In the past, whether watching Feng Meng or Ping Darren in combat, he had always been amused and entertained. He knew he must leave this place swiftly. The earlier gunfire had likely attracted attention. In Huagua, the police would have arrived by now. While contemplating this, Chen Qian approached the locked box, retrieving weapons and ammunition to equip himself. Having anticipated the issue of carrying weapons from the outset, he designed his armor accordingly. With a press of his watch, various compartments and storage boxes emerged from his arms, thighs, waist, and back. He secured 2 M4 rifles to his thighs and a Gatling gun to his back, with the fitting mechanisms automatically adjusting to hold the weapons tightly in place. He stowed grenades and ammunition, transforming into a veritable war machine. Yet, he felt discontented. It would be far better to be equipped with laser and electromagnetic pulse weapons, as they were not only more advanced and powerful, but would also maintain the aesthetic design of the armor, rather than resembling a brutish figure burdened with weaponry. Prepared at last, Chen Qian ascended abruptly, activating his stealth function, and swiftly made his way towards the military base on the outskirts. The sole drawback was that the additional weapons he carried could not be concealed, necessitating extreme caution during his journey. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. An hour later, he successfully arrived at the military base and descended into a nearby thicket. Leah, draft a rescue plan, Qian murmured, gazing towards the distant base. Understood, brother, she replied, promptly setting to work and swiftly completing a detailed operational scheme. Qian gazed at the plan in his mind, furrowing his brow after a moment of contemplation. Why is it so rudimentary? The action plan provided by Leah may appear exceptionally detailed to an outsider, encompassing security measures, the positions of patrolling personnel, routes, shift timings, and an internal map of the base. Yet, it conspicuously omits the location where his parents are held captive, and the map lacks sufficient detail. Furthermore, the information regarding security and patrol personnel is marked with dubious annotations. This was unacceptable to Qian. He demanded absolute certainty. If it were within his means, he would prefer to storm in directly, but fearing that such a move might alert the enemy and lead to immediate harm against his parents, he found himself compelled to proceed with utmost caution. Chapter 451. Infiltration. Leah sighed and explained, Brother, the plan cannot be detailed any further. Since our parents were detained here, the level of confidentiality has significantly increased. Previously, the soldiers within the base could use their phones, but now they are restricted to external communication. The information I have is based solely on past data, and no one can guarantee that their internal arrangements remain unchanged unless we gain access to their intranet. Upon hearing this, Qian furrowed his brow. To access the internal network, a physical connection was required, but the opposition was not foolish. Their management would undoubtedly be extremely stringent. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the idea of entering the intranet, prioritizing his parents' safety above all else. In that case, let us proceed with a direct infiltration to locate our parents, Qian declared. With a resolution in mind, he immediately maneuvered his battle armor to hover 30 centimeters above the ground, stealthily advancing towards the base. After a brief moment, he arrived at a blind spot near the main entrance, gazing at the tightly shut gates and the vigilant soldiers nearby. Qian could not help but frown once more. Judging by the layout, the security was exceptionally tight. It would be nearly impossible for even a mosquito to slip through. Although the stealth function of his armor could easily allow him to bypass the guards, the dilemma lay in the fact that the weapons he bore could not become invisible, even in the cover of night, where the weapons might not be overtly conspicuous. Advancements in military drone technology and related surveillance equipment had rendered small aerial monitoring devices remarkably effective. If he dared to brazenly fly in, he would undoubtedly be detected immediately. Leah, do you have a solution? Qian instinctively inquired, recognizing that combat was not his forte and he was merely an amateur in this regard. Leah's gaze flickered for a moment, as if she were consulting some information. You can fly directly inside. The monitoring for small flying objects within the base is set at a height of 20 meters. Qian's eyes lit up. If the monitoring range began above 20 meters, it implied that the area from the top of the walls up to that height was free of surveillance. The walls before him were, at most, 7 or 8 meters high. Feeling reassured, he glanced around to ensure no prying eyes were upon him before swiftly maneuvering his battle armor upward, vaulting over the wall. His movements were fluid. Scaling walls was second nature to him, having done so countless times as a mischievous child at his grandmother's house in the countryside. Having breached the main entrance of the base, Qian soon spotted a second wall in the distance, accompanied by a significant number of alert soldiers. Damn it. Must they conduct multiple checks even for their own personnel? Is it really necessary? He could not help but grumble. Despite having already known from the maps that multiple security lines existed, of course, he instinctively overlooked the fact that the central military district was equally stringent. With no other options, Qian decided to employ the same tactic, carefully selecting a suitable spot to scale the next wall. He swiftly approached and, after a smooth ascent, found himself facing yet another wall in the distance. If there's a fourth wall, I swear I'll take your surname. Qian muttered to himself, his confidence unwavering. From the map, it was evident that there was no fourth barrier. Drawing from his previous experiences, he swiftly approached the wall, yet before he could leap down, he noticed soldiers patrolling the base, stationed every few steps. It was not merely that his weapons were less discernible in the darkness. Even a mouse scurrying nearby would certainly attract attention. Cursing under his breath, Qian realized that the internal arrangements of the base had indeed shifted, rendering his careful approach seemingly futile. If discovery was inevitable, why not charge in headlong from the outset? At that moment, Leia's voice echoed in his mind. Brother, let us ascend. Qian hesitated. Ascend? Wouldn't that be detected? Leia nodded. We'll fly at a height of 20 meters. Given that it's the dead of night, there's a reasonable chance we won't be noticed. Understanding her reasoning, Chun Qian recognized that 20 meters was roughly equivalent to 6 or 7 stories high, and coupled with the dim surroundings, they might indeed remain undetected. This was, after all, the best strategy at hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated to the third wall, and taking advantage of a fleeting moment of inattention, his battle armor swiftly ascended. Upon reaching 20 meters, he adjusted to a gliding posture. May everything proceed smoothly, he sighed internally as the armor soared over the barrier, officially entering the confines of the base. Gazing down at the densely patrolling soldiers, his heart raced. Leia, chart the rescue route, he instructed mentally. Instantly, the map in his mind transformed, highlighting several buildings that Leia deduced might be holding his parents. He rapidly flew towards the nearest structure. Moments later, he landed atop a sprawling single-story building. Leia, activate thermal imaging, he commanded. Opting for a cautious reconnaissance rather than risking a direct infiltration, he activated the thermal detection. Instantly, the world through his eyes transformed, revealing silhouettes in hues of red and yellow. Quickly surveying from left to right, he asked, Leia, are our parents here? Leia compared the figures against his parents' profiles and movements, swiftly concluding, brother, they are not here. Without pausing, he darted to the second building. 10 minutes later, he found himself atop a 6-story edifice, a flicker of anxiety crossing his features before he dismally shook his head. After searching 7 locations in succession, his parents were still unaccounted for, leaving only the dining hall unexplored. The likelihood of them being confined in the dining hall seemed exceedingly slim, and an unsettling premonition began to brew within him. Sighing deeply, he set his course for the final location, the dining hall. Just then, a soldier at the forefront of a patrolling squad below suddenly exclaimed, Look, what is that? The others turned their gazes skyward, their eyes widening in astonishment. Is that a superhero? What is it? How can it fly? Damn it! What the hell? The commanding soldier paid no heed to their astonishment and shouted, Enemy attack. Bang, bang, bang. He raised his weapon and fired, a barrage of bullets raining down upon Chun Qian, yet all were silently thwarted by the energy shield. Discovered. A chill ran through Chun Qian's heart. Fortunately, he had been well prepared, and it was already quite fortunate that he had managed to remain undetected until now. Without pausing, Chun Qian recklessly accelerated towards the cafeteria. He had no time to engage with the cannon fodder below. Locating his parents was paramount. The gunfire reverberated throughout the military base, and the alarm suddenly pierced the sky. Chapter 452, Blood and Wind. A steady stream of soldiers surged forth, rapidly converging. Yet, the leading soldier, upon lifting his gaze, found no trace of Chun Qian in the night sky, save for the luminous moon. Had he vanished? The soldier's mind was clouded with confusion. Where could he have gone? At that moment, Chun Qian had ascended into the air above the cafeteria, his armor accelerating without restraint, eluding the naked eye. Activating thermal imaging, he swiftly scanned his surroundings. A voice filled with delight broke through. Brother, I found Mom and Dad. Chun Qian paused momentarily, his eyes brimming with astonishment. He had not anticipated that his parents would be confined within the cafeteria. What were they thinking? Were they deranged? Perhaps the majority within this base were oblivious to the fact that his parents were held captive here, Lyra explained. She swiftly deduced the rationale. The captors likely deemed that a kidnapping should remain concealed from too many eyes, thus selecting the cafeteria as the holding location. It offered convenient access to food and was an unexpected place for confinement, provided the deployment was discreet and secure. While Chun Qian was not particularly interested in the reasons behind his parents' imprisonment, his foremost objective was to rescue them swiftly. Just as he prepared to act, a startled shout arose from below. Found them. Right here. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire erupted once more, and Chun Qian turned to see, to his surprise, a small squad had appeared nearby. Frowning slightly, he unslung the M4 from his right leg, raising his weapon to engage. Now that his parents had been located, it signified the onset of battle. Unlike the continuous fire of the ordinary soldiers, with Lyra's assistance, Chun Qian employed precise single shots. Though the rapidity rendered them indistinguishable from automatic fire, the accuracy was astonishing, with every bullet striking true, finding its mark at the center of the foreheads of the adversaries. It is well known that helmets provide no ballistic protection. Aside from integrating certain tactical functions, their primary role is psychological reassurance. Consequently, every soldier struck fell lifelessly, without exception. Observing the distant heads pierced by his shots, Chun Qian inhaled deeply, feeling little discomfort. The preparations and adaptations had long been made. Gazing down at the ground beneath him, a fierce gleam ignited in his eyes. He had no intention of entering the cafeteria through the front door. The cafeteria sprawled beneath him, being a single-story structure. Thus breaching the surface would grant him access. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Chen Qian knelt slowly, raising his right fist high before bringing it crashing down. Boom. The resounding impact echoed through the night, accompanied by the sound of shattering, stirring a cloud of dust. Chen Qian's body descended naturally into the cafeteria's interior. At that moment, he was met with the astonished stares of soldiers all around. They had been dining in the cafeteria, yet the sequence of events, from Chen Qian's arrival upon confirming his parents' location to the swift elimination of a squad and his entrance into the cafeteria, had unfolded in a blur. While they had heard the alarm, they scarcely had time to react before witnessing a metallic behemoth descend from above. Oh my God, is this Iron Man? What kind of creature is this? Am I dreaming? Chen Qian paid no heed to the astonishment of those around him, calmly surveying the scene and noting that these individuals had not even had time to draw their weapons. This would make things easier. Beneath his armor, a chilling smile crept across Chen Qian's face. Bang, 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 bang. He raised his gun and fired, achieving a 100% accuracy rate as the soldiers around him fell like dominoes. Everyone was frozen in shock, staring at their comrades collapsing in front of them. Even those trained for battle stood paralyzed. Moments later, someone snapped back to reality. An enemy attack. Run. In an instant. Everyone scattered like birds taking flight, frantically fleeing. Chen Qian observed the chaos with indifference, not attempting to intervene. His sole objective was to intimidate them, ensuring they would not obstruct his path. Before long, his magazine ran dry. As he swiftly reloaded, he dashed towards the location of his parents, with no one daring to obstruct him. A few unfortunate individuals who failed to evade his rapid advance were struck down, their bodies exploding upon impact, leaving them lifeless. Soon, Chen Qian arrived outside an abandoned kitchen, the very place where his parents were held captive. Ignoring the door lock, he delivered a powerful kick to the door. Bang. Don't move. At the moment the door burst open, what awaited Chen Qian was not his parents, but rather hundreds of armed soldiers. Lower your weapons. A voice barked. Chen Qian, maintaining his composure, disregarded the soldiers and scanned the expansive, desolate kitchen, perhaps due to its abandoned state or the need for confinement. The kitchen lay empty, devoid of any equipment, and his parents were nowhere to be found. In the distance, however, there was a tightly shut door. At just the right moment, Liao activated the infrared sensor, and indeed, he spotted the silhouettes of his parents behind the door, alongside 5 armed figures seemingly pressing their weapons against his parents' heads. Chen Qian's gaze grew even colder, yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. His greatest fear was that, upon making a commotion, the captors would immediately harm his parents. After all, they were not fools. They would surely deduce that the chaos at the base was related to the hostages, and in such a scenario, inflicting harm, whether by breaking limbs or selectively executing one of his parents, was a plausible course of action. Fortunately, this was not the worst-case scenario. Once more, I command you to lower your weapons. The warning echoed again. At this moment, Chen Qian shifted his attention to the soldiers. Raising his gun with a mocking smile, lower your weapons? It is you who should lay down your arms. Allow me to assist you in that regard. No sooner had he spoken than bullets erupted from both sides without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets aimed at Chen Qian barely grazed his armor, while his own shots found their mark precisely in the foreheads of the soldiers. As one after another fell, Chen Qian was taken aback to see that these soldiers, despite their eyes widening in shock, did not retreat an inch. Are they elite? Chen Qian pondered. I cannot afford to let any escape. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers cried out in astonishment. Damn it, our firepower is ineffective against him. Blast it. There is no room to evade. Taranto, you scoundrel. Why have you laid waste to this place? Stop shouting. He is already dead. After expending an entire magazine, Chen Qian gazed at the remaining 2/3 of the soldiers, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. Shortly thereafter, the mechanical arm affixed to the Gatling gun rose behind him, positioning the weapon upon his left shoulder. Chen Qian lifted his left hand and decisively squeezed the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The stout barrel spun incessantly, unleashing a terrifying torrent of fire. Without further action, the mechanical arm, under the control of Leah, subtly adjusted its aim, precisely harvesting life after life. Chapter 453. Rescue. Moments later, tranquility enveloped the scene. The Gatling gun retracted seamlessly, and Qian, without a glance at the multitude of fallen bodies, appeared almost instantaneously before the tightly shut door. However, as he was about to push it open, he hesitated. What condition were his parents in? Would they be frightened upon seeing him? Would the armed adversaries react upon noticing his formidable presence? Such thoughts flooded his mind, causing a surge of anxiety. Thankfully, he swiftly regained his composure, steadying his spirit. And the resolve in his eyes, hidden beneath the armor, returned with vigor. Taking a deep breath, Qian fired a shot that shattered the door lock. With a creak, he pushed the door open, revealing the startled eyes of his parents. His mother, Li Qimei, was clearly shaken, her complexion pale and hair disheveled, while his father, Qin Jianhai, managed to maintain a semblance of calm, though the deep worry in his gaze was unmistakable. Alongside his bound parents stood 5 men in civilian attire, armed and alert. Momentarily taken aback, prior to this, they had been listening to the tumult of battle outside, speculating on the number of enemies daring enough to breach a military base. Yet now, confronted with the imposing figure of a metal warrior at the threshold, they found themselves engulfed in disbelief. What was this? A human? A robot? Or perhaps Iron Man? The leader, a muscular man with a buzz cut, was the first to regain his composure, bellowing, "Don't come any closer." "What are you?" Qian discreetly glanced at the right rear of the adversaries, where one individual was aiming an RPG directly at him. Noticing Qian's silence, the buzz-cut muscle man decisively commanded, "Open fire." Gunfire erupted, bullets raining upon the energy shield that enveloped Qian, who remained unfazed, having grown accustomed to such skirmishes. Suddenly, a rocket-propelled grenade hurtled towards him. For the first time, a flicker of concern crossed his expression. No, the space was too confined. Even if he could withstand the rocket's impact, the ensuing explosion could harm his parents. Instinctively, he prepared to retreat, but at that pivotal moment, Leah's assistance proved crucial. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, effortlessly evading the rocket's trajectory, and appeared before his parents, shielding them protectively. Boom! The rocket exploded violently. The shockwave accompanied by a howling wind, yet all was absorbed by the energy shield. Remarkable, Qian thought to himself. The room was already small, and they themselves were within it. How audacious to employ an RPG. He found himself at a loss for words to describe their recklessness. Fortunately, he need not worry. In the instant the rocket was launched, the 5 adversaries instinctively rolled into the corners of the room, taking cover on the ground. A prime opportunity. A glint of determination sparkled in Qian's eyes, and in the next moment, he found himself in the center of the room. Having retrieved another M4 from his right leg, with both hands gripping the firearm, he traced a circular motion, twisting his upper body with force. Bang, bang, bang. The abrupt gunshots rang out swiftly, only to be followed by an unsettling silence. Upon glancing down, 5 individuals lay sprawled on the ground, each with a gaping wound on their heads, crimson blood mingling with yellowish-white brain matter oozing forth. "Ah!" Li Qimei screamed in terror. Qian, turning to look after lowering his firearm, noticed his mother's face had grown even paler, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. In stark contrast, his father, Qin Jianhai, remained considerably composed, though he averted his gaze from the lifeless bodies. A contemplative expression flickered across his features. "Please, don't come any closer," Li Qimei instinctively uttered as she beheld Qian's approaching figure. Qian was momentarily taken aback, a mix of amusement and disbelief washing over him as the successful rescue of his parents eased the tension in his heart. At that moment, Qin Jianhai cautiously inquired, "Are you here to save us?" Qian nodded, and as the armor on his face dissolved away, his parents stared in astonishment at the familiar visage, their eyes widening in disbelief. You. Li Qimei stammered, her reaction intensifying. "How could you possibly be my son?" "My son is." In her mind, her son, though occasionally mischievous, was still a diligent student and the most caring of companions. How could this formidable metallic creature before her be the child she once knew? Qian felt a pang of helplessness. How could they fail to recognize their own son? Had it truly been only a few years since they last met, transforming him into a stranger? It was quite disheartening. In desperation, he turned to his father for support. Qin Jianhai hesitated for a moment before asking, "Are you really our son?" Their incredulity was understandable. As ordinary citizens, they had been unexpectedly kidnapped and held captive for over half a month, their minds perpetually strung tight with anxiety. The sudden demise of their captors, coupled with a whirlwind of complex emotions and memories, left them disoriented. To have their long-missing son suddenly appear before them was enough to bewilder anyone. "Mom, Dad, It's truly me, your son, Qian. He insisted earnestly. He quickly returned to the doorway, peering out to see that the enemies had not yet approached. Feeling a slight sense of relief. Time is of the essence, so I want to elaborate further. Just know that I am your son, and I am here to rescue you. With that, he scooped up his parents, one in each arm. Hold on tight. We must leave this place swiftly. Though still somewhat dazed, Chun Jianhai and Li Qingmei nodded in understanding of their precarious situation. Chun Qian refrained from saying more, his gaze fixed upon the wall before him. And with a powerful kick, he struck it. Boom. The tremendous sound echoed like an explosion, and the wall was instantly breached. A few more kicks later, he had created an opening large enough for passage. The room where his parents were imprisoned was situated at the corner of the cafeteria and with the wall dismantled. It led directly to the outside world. Without hesitation, Chun Qian carried his parents out of the cafeteria and leaped gracefully into the sky. Just as he had barely taken flight, he spotted several squads rushing towards him from a distance. What a troublesome situation. Chun Qian cursed under his breath and shouted, "Leah, open fire." At that moment, he held his parents tightly, leaving the task of defense to Leah. Understood, big brother. As soon as her words fell, the Gatling gun mounted on her armor roared to life, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the advancing squads. Yet, despite soldiers falling one after another, the enemy continued to rally and charge forward, leaving Chun Qian with a sense of unease. It wasn't fear of the enemy that troubled him, but rather the fact that, with his parents in tow, he could not fly at great speed. Otherwise, their bodies would not withstand the strain. Moreover, there was a significant issue at hand. While the energy shield could be adjusted to some extent, conforming closely to the armor like a defensive membrane or extending outward up to 30 centimeters, it was insufficient to fully envelop his parents' bodies. Chapter 454. Truly. It is you. In other words, engaging in battle while carrying his parents along could result in them being struck by stray bullets. However, if he merely avoided confrontation, how could he possibly break through the enemy's blockade and escape this place? Contemplating this, Chun Qian gazed skyward and inquired, "Leah, is it feasible to break through from above?" Leah quickly interjected, "Do not even consider it. Should we be detected, the base's heavy artillery may be unleashed. If we remain on the ground, the enemy might still exercise caution regarding their soldiers." Upon hearing this, Chun Qian's expression behind his armor grew increasingly grave. Although the armor was impervious to heavy weaponry, his parents were not. Furthermore, ascending too swiftly would be beyond their capacity to endure, and if they were struck, the consequences would be dire. If it were only himself, breaching the military base would be a trivial task. Whether from above or below, he could traverse freely. Yet, the current situation presented him with a genuine dilemma. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Wouldn't infiltrating the enemy's local network be the solution? Now that his parents were secure, and the enemy had already identified his presence, what was there to fear? "Leah, where is the control center within the base? We must access their internal network." Leah instantly grasped his intent and promptly pinpointed a location. As the map in his mind shifted, Chun Qian beheld the marked site and smiled. He then descended slowly, returning his parents to their original room. "Mom, Dad, please stay here and hide for a moment. I shall return shortly." At that moment, Chun Jianhai and Li Qingmei had regained their composure, though still incredulous. They were now certain that the individual before them was indeed their son. "Son Yu." Li Qingmei hesitated, words unspoken. Chun Jianhai also wished to articulate his thoughts but merely sighed deeply. Chun Qian reopened the visor of his armor and smiled reassuringly, "Do not worry. I shall be back swiftly, and there is no danger." Li Qingmei, somewhat vexed, replied, "Are you concerned for yourself? We are worried about you. If something were to happen to you." She was about to express more when Chun Jianhai interrupted, "Enough, dear. Our son has come to rescue us. He knows what he is doing." As he spoke, he could not help but scrutinize the armor adorning Chun Qian, his eyes glimmering with an indescribable brilliance. Chun Qian pondered, "What is this? Shouldn't this be a profoundly touching moment? Father, what do those eyes signify? Are you envious of my armor? Do you aspire to become a chosen warrior as well? Truly, you are my father." In that instant, Chun Qian felt an urge to call upon Chun Dy to utter a few words, but he ultimately restrained himself. He patted his chest, producing a resonant clang, and comforted, "Mother, rest assured, the equipment I possess is extraordinary. Even a missile strike would leave me unscathed." "Really?" Li Qingmei asked instinctively. The light in Chun Jianhai's eyes sparkled even brighter. Chun Qian nodded, "Of course. Did you not witness it earlier? Those 5 assailants' bullets did not even graze me before they fell to the ground. Li Qingmei was taken aback, pondering for a moment and realizing that it indeed seemed to be the case. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianhai instinctively rubbed his hands together. His eager expression was something Qin Qian swore he had never witnessed before. Ahem. Qin Qian cleared his throat twice. You must hide well and wait quietly for my return. Seeing this, Li Qingmei refrained from saying more and nodded alongside Qin Jianhai. With a powerful leap, Qin Qian soared into the air, quickly vanishing into the night sky. My dear, why do I feel as though I am in a dream? Our son has turned into a superhero to rescue us, Li Qingmei murmured to herself. Qin Jianhai, seemingly oblivious, replied, he is incredibly cool. Isn't what belongs to our son also mine? I want to be a superhero too. What? Li Qingmei looked at Qin Jianhai in astonishment, and then quickly reacted, giving him a forceful glare. What are you talking about at a time like this? Qin Jianhai was instantly at a loss for words. Meanwhile, without his parents by his side, Qin Qian accelerated with all his might, swiftly arriving at an inconspicuous three-story building. Boom! Like a cannonball descending from the heavens, Qin Qian recklessly plummeted, piercing through 2 floors and landing on the first. The tremendous noise was more accurately described as a collision than a fall. Amidst the dust and debris, Qin Qian slowly rose to one knee. In that moment, he felt strikingly akin to a Terminator. The only difference was that while a Terminator descends in the nude, he was decidedly more dashing. Well, he certainly was more handsome than them. After donning his battle armor, Qin Qian bore a meaningful smile, surveying his surroundings before swiftly advancing to a metal door. Sensing that a gun would not suffice, he wasted no time delivering a punch. Bang! The metal door visibly warped, and with a series of rapid strikes, it shattered completely. Qin Qian forcefully pried it apart. As the jarring sound of grinding metal echoed, an opening large enough for passage emerged. Inside the opening was a staircase leading downwards. Without hesitation, Qin Qian stepped inside. Perhaps the noise from opening the door was too loud, for after just a couple of steps, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps below. Soon, a squad of armed soldiers appeared around the corner, and the prepared Qin Qian immediately squeezed the trigger. 2 M4s roared to life, bullets cascading like a torrential flood. And in the blink of an eye, the approaching soldiers lay lifeless. Qin Qian did not linger and swiftly passed through, reaching the underground control center. Upon seeing the metallic behemoth enter, the personnel were left bewildered. Qin Qian had no interest in pleasantries. He raised his hand and swiftly dispatched one of them before hastily making his way to the computer. Moments later, Leah's voice echoed, "Brother, connection successful." Qin Qian smiled slightly. Now, let us see who can stop me from leaving. But Leah doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Brother, it's not that simple. The control for several high-yield missiles is not here, but instead managed by a separate small local network, with permissions located elsewhere. Qin Qian furrowed his brow in surprise. He had not anticipated the complexity of the situation. The opposing party had established multiple local area networks, and the base could only connect to a designated one. However, upon reflection, it was understandable given the gravity of controlling large-scale weaponry, which warranted meticulous precautions. In essence, this meant that the missiles under our control were limited in number and yield, he inquired. Indeed, came the reply. Then, Qin Qian was about to voice his thoughts when a sudden realization struck him. Those high-yield missiles, are they also housed within the base? Yes, they are. Are there designated locations for them? Indeed, there are. Then that settles it. Qin Qian exclaimed with a smile. I do not intend to control every missile. I merely wish to ensure they do not obstruct my departure. Leah instantly grasped his intention, her beautiful eyes widening in understanding. Very well, let us proceed. Ensure the missiles in our possession are fully prepared. As he spoke, Qin Qian briskly exited the control center. Chapter 455 Departure upon returning to the ground. A throng of adversaries had already encircled the small building. The moment Qin Qian emerged, a deluge of bullets, grenades, and RPGs surged forth. Boom. Instantly, the once 3-story structure was reduced to rubble, a cloud of dust and debris obscuring any trace of Qin Qian. What is the situation? It should be resolved by now. I'm not certain. The dust is too thick, but one would presume the enemy cannot withstand it. What on earth is that metallic being? A group of soldiers could not help but murmur amongst themselves. Suddenly, a soldier exclaimed, "Look!" Amidst the swirling dust, a somewhat ethereal figure stood motionless in midair, observing the crowd below. Is it unharmed? Blast it, continue firing. In the next moment, a torrent of bullets rained down once more. Qin Qian chuckled lightly, then abruptly soared into the sky, plummeting into the throng below. Boom! An explosive shockwave sent nearby soldiers reeling, causing them to topple to the ground. Chen Qian raised his dual firearms, weaving through the crowd with fluidity, resembling a butterfly flitting amongst flowers. Were it not for the corpses and blood strewn across the ground, the scene might have evoked admiration from many. As a magazine emptied, Chen Qian did not linger, vanishing in an instant. In the cafeteria, Chun Jianhai and Li Qingmei wore anxious expressions, not due to imminent danger, but from the unease of their son's perilous endeavor. Despite Chen Qian's reassurances in the superiority of his armor, their apprehension lingered. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, momentarily blinding the elderly couple. When they opened their eyes, the familiar battle armor stood before them. "Son!" the couple exclaimed with joy, rushing forward to embrace Chen Qian. Chen Qian was taken aback, gently patting their backs in comfort. "It's all right, I'm back." Suddenly, Chun Jianhai realized something was amiss. He was the parent, yet here he was, being comforted by his son. How absurd. Cough, cough. Chen Jianhai extricated himself from the embrace, feigning composure. "Well, you've returned safely. That's commendable." Chen Qian found the situation amusing. His father was truly concerned about appearances. Upon reflection, he recognized a similar flaw within himself, not wishing to linger on idle chatter. Chen Qian returned to the matter at hand. "Mom, Dad, this isn't the time for conversation. We must leave swiftly." "Leave?" Li Qingmei hesitated. "Can we really?" "Escape?" Chen Qian smiled confidently. "We can, if I say we can." In that instant, Li Qingmei gazed at her son, who radiated confidence and charm, as if he were aglow with light. Chun Jianhai grinned, feeling a twinge of envy. "This brat, how is it he seems more handsome than I?" Unbeknownst to Chen Qian, his father's thoughts were far from his mind. Had he known, he would have merely responded with a teasing smile, once again lifting his elderly parents. Chen Qian urged, "Mom and Dad, close your eyes and do not open them. Soon, we shall depart from this place." Li Qingmei and Chen Jianhai nodded in agreement and promptly shut their eyes. Observing their compliance, Chen Qian hesitated no longer. His battle armor ascended swiftly, soon surpassing a height of 20 meters. The base reverberated with an entirely different alarm, causing all soldiers to instinctively gaze skyward. Chen Qian glanced down at his parents. Their eyes tightly closed, and then abruptly accelerated, swiftly exceeding 100 yards. Many soldiers caught sight of Chen Qian, yet before they could react, he had surpassed their firing range. "Leah, are you prepared?" Chen Qian inquired. "All set, brother. The missiles are deployed, and the high-yield missiles are under surveillance," Leah replied. Chen Qian paused momentarily. "Continue monitoring, and inform me when we reach a safe distance." "Understood." Chen Qian nodded, his gaze fixed on the diminishing military base below. Murmuring to himself, "What will you ultimately decide?" He was intrigued by the choices the higher-ups might make, particularly in light of the inability to control all the low-yield missiles. Would they resort to launching the high-yield missiles? If they did, the assault on the military base would be impossible to conceal, inevitably astonishing the world. Moreover, with old Mion's penchant for saving face, Chen Qian found the situation increasingly fascinating. At that moment, Leah's voice broke through. "Brother, we are nearly at the required altitude." Chen Qian looked up to find they had surpassed 6,000 meters, reaching the cruising height of a typical commercial airliner, where the air had grown thin. Glancing down at his parents, he noted their breathing had indeed become labored. Fortunately, they remained with their eyes closed, or they might have been terrified. Recognizing this, he ceased his ascent and rapidly flew towards the horizon. Within a large military base, 5-star General MacArthur remained in shock. Just moments ago, he had received word that a small military installation on the outskirts of New York had been attacked. How could this be? That base was in New York, on domestic soil. Yet, in an instant, a thought struck him. Could the hostages have been located? MacArthur's heart raced. But how could that be? The operation was classified at such a high level, conducted domestically. How could Huagwa possibly have found them so swiftly? Just then, an officer burst into the room, urgency etched on his face as he placed a document on the table. "General, we have a grave situation." MacArthur frowned, slightly irritated by the officer's flustered demeanor, but refrained from commenting further, instead picking up the document to read. "What?" MacArthur stood abruptly from his chair after glancing at the document, which detailed the current missile control status within the military base, accompanied by several photographs of Chen Qian clad in battle armor. This. MacArthur was momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by disbelief. The armored figure resembling Iron Man should exist only in the realm of science fiction, should it not? Seeing Cassie remain silent, The officer grew increasingly anxious. General, a decision must be made now. If we delay any further, the enemy will surely depart. Upon hearing this, Cassie diligently suppressed the turmoil within his mind and resolutely declared, "Launch. Immediately launch the missiles." "Wait." Cassie waved his hand. "Now, I want every missile under our control to be fired. It is imperative that we bring down that mech." "Yes." The officer saluted and hastily exited the room. Once the officer had departed, Cassie finally settled back into his chair, his eyes gleaming with determination. Although he was uncertain about the nature of the mech and did not comprehend how Huagua had managed to create such a formidable weapon, this did not diminish his resolve to bring it down. Cassie surmised that the mech was likely a unique creation, akin to the Annihilation Fighter, representing the pinnacle of Huagua's advanced technology and held immense value. Chapter 456. Fireworks. Though the previous military exhibition ended in failure, this time presented an undoubtedly superior opportunity. If he could bring down that mecha, it would not only strike a blow to the military advancements of Huagua, but it might also allow for the study of the wreckage, potentially enabling the replication and theft of vital technologies. Yet, as the thought crossed his mind, Case felt a wave of unease. He commanded all missiles to launch, determined to ensure the mecha's destruction, mindful of prior instances where enemy aircraft had been annihilated. He would not underestimate the mecha, believing a single missile would suffice. However, once resolved, he began to worry. Had he perhaps gone too far? What if the mecha was obliterated beyond recognition? At the military base in Nyoya, Qianxian gazed at the receding facility behind him, feeling increasingly relaxed. It seemed unlikely that they would launch. Indeed, if they were to unleash a high-yield missile, the repercussions would be dire. Surely, they would refrain from such an action. As Qianxian pondered idly, Leah's voice echoed in his mind. "Brother, the high-yield missile is about to launch." "What? The missile is about to launch?" Qianxian froze. Feeling somewhat flabbergasted, he had just been confidently convinced they would not proceed, only to be swiftly proven wrong. "Let us proceed as planned," he said calmly. Turning to observe the multitude of soldiers below, appearing like ants, and murmured to himself, "I am also being coerced. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your unfortunate luck." Returning his gaze to the horizon, Qianxian halted his flight, hovering in the air as he gazed upon the distant base. At this distance, the missile's explosion would pose no threat to his parents, so he felt no trepidation. Leah's voice continued its report in his mind. "Our missiles are launching. Coordinates being locked. Locking complete. Missile launch." In the next moment, dozens of missiles soared skyward, slicing through the air, their tails blazing as they emitted a piercing roar, vanishing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. The soldiers below stood frozen, bewildered by the sudden launch of such a significant number of missiles. However, before they could comprehend the situation, they witnessed the missiles that had just ascended swiftly reverse course, plummeting toward the base. "Missile attack. The target is us. Run." Panic ensued among the soldiers, who scrambled frantically for safety. While only a few officers managed to maintain their composure, attempting to contact superiors amid their retreat to clarify the situation. Unfortunately, their efforts to reach anyone were in vain. As the missiles drew closer, just a few hundred meters from the ground, they began to adjust their flight paths, evenly distributing themselves to lock onto various locations within the base to ensure total destruction. Some missiles specifically targeted certain key sites, the locations of the high-yield missiles. 3, 2. Qianxian softly counted down. 1. Boom. In response to Qianxian's countdown, dozens of small mushroom clouds erupted from the distant base. Yet, before the smaller clouds could fully form, larger, more exaggerated mushroom clouds ascended, soaring into the heavens. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying explosion reverberated belatedly. Yet to Qianxian's ears, it resembled the sound of firecrackers. The shockwave, which should have been immensely powerful, merely manifested as a gust of wind. "Son, whose family is setting off fireworks? Can I open my eyes to take a look?" Qin Jianhai suddenly inquired. Qianxian was taken aback, his face behind the battle armor twitching slightly. What on earth? He genuinely thought they were celebrating with firecrackers. His father, even at such a moment, could not forget to marvel at the fireworks. Qianxian silently criticized, glancing around. The altitude was too great. He feared it would frighten his parents. So he decisively replied, "Well, maybe it's best to keep your eyes closed for now." Upon hearing Qianxian's refusal, Qin Jianhai couldn't help but grin. Recalling the days when Qianxian was just a young lad, and he could strike at will, though he hadn't done so frequently, at least he had the ability. Unlike now, when his son was the one calling the shots. Feeling a sense of nostalgia, Qin Jianhai couldn't help but sigh. Qin Qian heard this clearly and widened his eyes in shock. What is this? What does he mean by wings have hardened? What absurd notions is my father concocting? Whatever. He thought, I must remain filial. Otherwise, I might be compelled to refute him. Qin Qian felt a wave of emotion wash over him. As he gazed at the military base, which resembled a wasteland, he did not linger but urged his parents to move further away. After a swift journey, he landed on a desolate, somewhat dilapidated road half an hour later. This decision was twofold. He feared prolonged flight might take a toll on his parents' health, and he needed to gauge the reaction of the old man. If possible, he still hoped to return to the country through conventional channels. If he were to fly back directly, his parents' physical condition would only permit him to soar at a maximum speed of 100 miles per hour, necessitating countless breaks along the way, prolonging the journey indefinitely. Upon solid ground once more, Qin Jianhai and Li Qingmei both exhaled in relief. When they opened their eyes, the unfamiliar surroundings astonished them. Where are we? Son, where are we now? Li Qingmei inquired, just as Qin Qian was about to respond. Qin Jianhai quipped with a knowing smile, my dear, does it truly matter where we are? What matters is that we are safe. Qin Qian looked at his father in astonishment, surprised at how bold he had become in his absence, daring to speak back to his mother. Indeed. Li Qingmei's expression was not favorable. She placed her hands on her hips and swiftly approached her husband. What did you say? Repeat that. Qin Jianhai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, realizing his blunder. He immediately sought help from his son, but Qin Qian chose to ignore his father's pleading gaze, turning away instead. Fortunately, Li Qingmei was not genuinely intent on reprimanding Qin Jianhai. She spared him and turned her attention to Qin Qian. Son, what exactly is happening here? Qin Jianhai quickly chimed in. Yes, son, what is going on? Why were we suddenly kidnapped? And how is it that you came to our rescue? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Qian organized his thoughts and explained everything he could. Upon finishing, Qin Jianhai and Li Qingmei were utterly incredulous. They had never imagined that the reason for their abduction was none other than their son's exceptional prowess. Due to their son's remarkable excellence, which greatly benefits the nation, they have become targets, aiming to use this as a means to threaten him. Qin Qian let out a long sigh and said, Mom and Dad, this time I have implicated you, causing you suffering. Li Qingmei paused momentarily. Then her eyes brimmed with tears as she gently tiptoed to stroke her son's head, saying, My son has grown up. What does it matter about implicating? We are a family, and I am your mother. It would be worth it even if it cost me my life. Qin Jianhai also adopted a serious demeanor, looking at Qin Qian and remarked, I do not appreciate what you just said. It is only natural for a father to shoulder burdens for his son. Besides, you are doing this for the country. It is merely a case of kidnapping, which is of little consequence. Moreover, we are unharmed at present. Chapter 457. Is that you, Tony? Qin Qian, not one to be overly sentimental, chuckled lightly at the remark and shifted the conversation. By the way, Mom and Dad, are you hungry? Shall we go out for a meal? Qin Jianhai and Li Qingmei exchanged surprised glances. A meal? Where would we eat in this desolate place? Li Qingmei asked, surveying their barren surroundings. Qin Jianhai added, Aren't we still abroad? Is it safe to be so conspicuous? Qin Qian smiled gently. Oh, just tell me if you're hungry. I've got everything arranged for you. Rest assured, it will be safe. Seeing his confidence, Li Qingmei and Qin Jianhai ceased their concerns and nodded in agreement, indicating their hunger. All right, wait for me a moment while I fetch the car, Qin Qian announced, leaping into the sky and vanishing in an instant. Li Qingmei felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight, while Qin Jianhai's youthful spirit reignited with fervor. Wow, that's truly impressive. With their son absent, Li Qingmei showed no leniency, pinching the flesh at his waist with some force. I told you to stop watching those ridiculous videos, but you never listen. You just have to imitate everything. Qin Jianhai grimaced in pain, shaking his head vigorously. I won't do it anymore, I promise. It's not cool. Li Qingmei shot him an exasperated glare before breaking into a smile. By the way, Qin Jianhai inquired, what did our son mean by going to get the car? Where is he getting a car from? Li Qingmei was taken aback. Oh right. Meanwhile, high above, Qin Qian searched for a vehicle and soon spotted an SUV cruising down the road. He descended swiftly. Inside the vehicle, a bearded man was nodding his head to heavy metal rock music while driving. Suddenly, a knock reverberated against the window. Thud, thud, thud. Startled, the bearded man turned abruptly to see Qin Qian, clad in armor, waving at him. Am I dreaming? He murmured, then refocused on the road ahead. No, wait, I'm driving. What in the world is that? A ghost? The bearded man screamed in shock. Chen Qian sighed in exasperation. Did he truly appear that terrifying? Observing the panicked man and the car swerving out of control, Chen Qian sighed, moved to the rear of the vehicle, and grasped the chassis firmly. Lift. In an instant. The entire SUV was elevated until he noticed the wheels had stopped spinning, prompting him to gently lower it back down. Inside, the bearded man, having not fastened his seatbelt, was disoriented from the sudden motion, rubbing his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the familiar figure outside and shivered involuntarily. After a moment, realizing the figure didn't seem to be making any aggressive moves, he turned to look more closely. "Holy crap, Iron Man," he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with an inexplicable excitement. He quickly opened the car door. "Tony, is that you, Tony? Oh my goodness." The term of endearment made Chen Qian grimace behind his helmet. "For heaven's sake, if I didn't want to damage the car, I would have already yanked you out." "Oh my darling, indeed." Chen Qian harbored inner resentment, yet outwardly maintained an air of nonchalance as he gestured towards the vehicle behind the bearded man. "I wish to purchase your car. Name your price." Logically, in accordance with local customs, he could have indulged in a zero-cost acquisition, but given the current circumstances, he deemed it prudent to pay for the vehicle. After all, it was financed by Leah, and the specifics of how the funds were procured eluded him. "Oh, my Tony, you actually wish to buy my car?" The bearded man expressed surprise, followed by an unexpected swell of pride. "It is my honor, of course, but I must request a photo together." Chen Qian was taken aback. What a peculiar demand. He was poised to decline, yet the man's expression indicated that refusal would preclude the sale. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced. Considering the spectacle he had caused that evening, revealing his battle armor was inevitable, thus a photograph seemed reasonable. Upon hearing Chen Qian's consent, the bearded man was overjoyed. Hastily returning to his vehicle to rummage for his phone, simultaneously activating the headlights. "Come, let us take the picture here. It is brighter." The bearded man eagerly beckoned Chen Qian to the front of the car, where he proudly raised his face to the headlights and initiated the selfie. Click. The moment was captured. "Now, strike a pose, and I shall take a few more," he exclaimed. Chen Qian felt exasperated. Yet he reasoned that a single photo was the same as multiple, thus he refrained from further protest. Yes, that pose is exceedingly cool. Yes, soaring higher is even cooler. Perfect, simply perfect." After what felt like an eternity, Chen Qian was nearly at his wit's end when the bearded man finally set his phone down. "Content. All right, provide me with your card number," Chen Qian said with resignation. The bearded man promptly supplied his bank account details. A moment later, Chen Qian added, "All right, check your phone." The bearded man paused, then heard the notification chime, and upon inspection, was astonished to find 1 million manhwa credited to his account. 1 million? Without acknowledging the man's astonishment, Chen Qian strode to the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and drove off into the night. "Damn it, how troublesome without autopilot. I actually have to drive myself." Chen Qian grumbled inwardly. As he watched the car recede into the distance, the bearded man remained in a daze, finally breaking his stupor with a scream. "Fuck. A car sold for 1 million. Tony, I adore you." "Brother, the online discourse has erupted. The military base explosion has become an international hot topic," Leah reported from the car. Chen Qian nodded, acknowledging her words. "I understand. What about other developments? Has Old May implemented a citywide lockdown or initiated any corresponding capture operations?" "Not at all," Leah replied. "Indeed," Chen Qian murmured to himself, his tone revealing little surprise. In truth, he had anticipated such a possibility. Logically, given the magnitude of the incident, it would be implausible for anyone to remain inactive. Yet, the current situation was far from straightforward. Primarily, the military and police belonged to different jurisdictions. Mobilizing them was no simple task, especially for a large-scale operation, which necessitated a sound justification. Regarding the matter of his parents' abduction, Chen Qian surmised that few were privy to the information. Even if the higher-ups reached a consensus, it would be ill-advised to disclose it, should it leak. Not only would those beneath them find it challenging to account for, but they would also struggle to provide explanations on an international level, particularly to Huagua. Furthermore, his audacious incursion into the base and subsequent escape attested to the undeniable prowess of the battle armor. In such circumstances, would a large-scale lockdown or deployment of capture operations truly prove effective? Taking all factors into account, the current situation becomes rather comprehensible. This way, he could leisurely escort his parents back home. Contemplating this, Chen Qian could not help but chuckle. Could this be considered a family vacation? Who would have thought that despite their reluctance to take me along on their worldwide adventures, they would ultimately have to include me, the third wheel. Such is fate. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 458. How to Become More Alluring Soon. Qin Xian drove back to his parents' side. As he spotted the approaching SUV from a distance, Li Qingmei and Chun Jianhai were startled, glancing around to find a place to hide, only to see their son stepping out of the vehicle. Son, Li Qingmei exclaimed joyfully. Kiddo. Chun Jianhai's eyes lit up. Chun Qian cast a puzzled glance at his father, sensing an unusual tone in his voice. Mom and Dad, hop in the car. Let us go for a meal, he urged. Li Qingmei nodded and got into the car, while Chun Jianhai circled around to inspect it. Son, where did you get this car? Oh, I bought it, of course. I can't just get it for free, right? Come on, Dad, get in quickly, Chun Qian replied. Chun Jianhai nodded and climbed into the vehicle. As soon as he settled in, he couldn't help but make a quip. You know, I was actually quite eager to experience a free purchase. If it weren't for your mother stopping me, I would have definitely tried it out. What free purchase? Li Qingmei shot him a glare. Robbery is illegal. Chun Qian chuckled as he drove. Mom, that's a misunderstanding. A regulated free purchase within a certain limit is indeed legal nowadays. Exactly, Chun Jianhai chimed in, nodding in agreement. Look at you, cheeky lad, talking back to me. Li Qingmei said, playfully tapping Chun Qian on the head. That's hilarious. There's not even an ounce of strength in that, Chun Qian responded, feigning a look of fear. I'm sorry, Mom. It's all Dad's fault. He led me astray. You rascal, Chun Jianhai exclaimed, surprised. How did this become my fault? However, Li Qingmei took Chun Qian's words to heart, believing he had a valid point, and turned to attack Chun Jianhai again. It's all your fault for leading our son astray. I could just strangle you. Chun Jianhai felt a pang of bitterness. Why did his status diminish as his son grew older? Watching his parents bicker in the back seat, Chun Qian couldn't help but smile. Since reuniting with them, he had been interjecting light-hearted remarks, aiming to alleviate their psychological burdens and help them recover more swiftly. It seemed his efforts bore fruit. Perhaps his parents still harbored some lingering fears, but the impact appeared to have diminished significantly. The SUV sped along the highway, moving swiftly yet remarkably smoothly. At some point, the interior fell into a tranquil silence, as his parents, having endured anxiety for over half a month without a good night's sleep, drifted into slumber. Chun Qian, feeling increasingly relaxed and fatigued, soon followed suit. As for driving, that was naturally the task of Lia. Laziness is the driving force behind technological advancement. Although this vehicle lacked an automatic driving feature, Chun Qian was quick to devise a solution. Why not let Lia control the armored vehicle? Lia readily complied, diligently embracing her role. 3 hours later, Chun Qian stirred awake, glancing around to find they had arrived in Boston, on the brink of entering the city. Lia, they didn't notice my departure from the research facility, did they? Chun Qian inquired. No, they did not, Lia replied. The commotion during your exit did attract some attention, but since no cause could be determined, it eventually fizzled out. Chun Qian nodded, expressing his contentment. He believed he could endure for a few more days. Before departing, he informed Yang Feng and Academician Feng that he would be entering seclusion, thereby ensuring they would not suspect his absence for a while. Jiang Ruyue presumed he was engaged in a confidential mission, so, theoretically, as long as the two parties did not intersect, the likelihood of his exposure remained relatively low. Soon, the horizon brightened with the first light of dawn as the SUV smoothly navigated into the affluent district, coming to a halt outside a 5-star hotel. Lia, please check in our reservation, Chun Qian instructed while rousing his parents from slumber. Mom, Dad, it's time to wake up. Huh? Chun Jianhai slowly opened his eyes. Looking somewhat bewildered, Li Qingmei let out a soft murmur, instinctively reaching out to caress Chun Jianhai's face, preparing to lean in for a kiss. Startled, Chun Qian exclaimed, vocal, is this something I should be witnessing? Evidently, after 2 years of traveling, his parents' relationship had blossomed remarkably, nearly rivaling their youthful days. Was this a prelude to the arrival of a younger sibling? Chun Qian pondered, contemplating whether it would be a brother or a sister and what name would be most fitting. Li Qingmei, startled by Chun Qian's outburst, blushed and playfully swatted at Chun Jianhai, seemingly reproaching him for not alerting her. Chun Jianhai, feigning annoyance, glared at Chun Qian and said, What do you mean by you can see? What did you see, you little rascal? Are you asking for a beating? Chun Qian, wary of provoking his father at that moment, feigned innocence and replied, What did I see? What are you talking about, Dad? Chun Jianhai was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, nothing at all. Since his son was playing the fool, he certainly could not clarify further. That clever little rascal, Qin Jianhai thought to himself. Qin Qian chuckled and shifted the topic. All right. Mom and Dad, let us get out of the car. I've made a reservation. We should eat, drink, and then rest well. With that, he shed his battle armor, opened the car door, and stepped out, casually tossing the keys to the valet as he made his way toward the hotel. Witnessing this scene, Qin Jianhai was taken aback. Not because of the coolness of Qin Qian tossing the keys, which he could also do, but rather by the astonishing disappearance of the battle armor. As Qin Qian reached the hotel entrance, he suddenly paused, as if struck by a thought. Once his parents approached, he offered them a few instructions before heading off alone to a nearby bank. The bank was just a short distance away, and within minutes, Qin Qian stood before the ATM. Before he could take action, the machine whirred to life, and bills began to emerge from the withdrawal slot, seemingly endless. All in the highest denomination of 100. Only someone like Leah would know this, Qin Qian remarked with a smile. Leah chuckled quietly, not needing to say much. After all, what else would one do at a bank if not withdraw money? Upon returning to the hotel, Qin Qian and his parents were guided to the front desk by the staff. The receptionist's eyes lit up upon seeing Qin Qian. Good day, sir. Our establishment requires prior reservations for check-in. May I ask if you have one? Being too handsome certainly attracts attention, Qin Qian sighed inwardly. Although he was not as easily recognized in manhwa as he was domestically, his visage invariably incited unwarranted intentions from women. It was quite vexing. Qin Jianhai discreetly cast a glance at Qin Qian, fully aware of the thoughts swirling in the young man's mind. A father knows his son best. The moment Qin Qian made a move, he could predict his intentions. Unbeknownst to Qin Qian, who was blissfully unaware of his father's internal disdain, he flashed a charming smile at the female receptionist, saying, "Of course, I have a reservation. I secured it a few days ago." As he spoke, he presented the information provided by Leah and, without waiting for a response, withdrew a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket, which upon a cursory glance amounted to at least 10,000 yuan. By the way, we seem to have misplaced our identification documents. Consider this your reward for your efforts. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the smiling and handsome man before her, suddenly finding him even more alluring. Chapter 459. The existence of Iron Man naturally receiving the cash. The female receptionist smiled and remarked, "Have you lost your identification? How unfortunate. However, that does not hinder us from providing you with our services, any service you desire." Qin Qian disregarded the underlying tone of her words, nodding with a smile. "Then I appreciate your assistance." Everything proceeded as he had anticipated. After all, this was a land steeped in the vices of capitalism, where wealth afforded one the liberty to indulge in desires, a truth not merely spoken but lived. For the affluent, this place was akin to paradise, however. For the average citizen, the reality was starkly different. After completing the check-in process, Qin Qian and his companions ascended to the presidential suite on the top floor. They eagerly indulged in a lavish feast, followed by refreshing baths, before succumbing to slumber. As Qin Qian and his companions lay in deep sleep, discussions surrounding the explosion at the military base intensified across international networks. Even those who typically shun such matters found themselves engaging in fervent dialogue. The catalyst for this uproar was the response from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of manhwa. Initially, the ministry faced some challenges. Yet it did not regard the situation with utmost seriousness. Due to mounting international pressure, they hastened to issue a statement, which was notably formal, attributing the explosion to an unfortunate accident that triggered a chain reaction, emphasizing that the precise cause was under investigation, with speculation pointing towards inadequate maintenance. While the public expressed their grievances, they reluctantly accepted this explanation. However, no one anticipated the swift turn of events that would soon unfold. A post from a manhwa citizen, titled "They Are Lying," quickly captured the public's attention. They are lying. I am a photographer, and below are images I inadvertently captured. You will understand immediately. The post was accompanied by a series of images depicting dozens of missiles being launched simultaneously from above the military base. At this revelation, the public erupted in astonishment. My heavens, how many missiles were launched? This is excessive. Wasn't it said that the explosion occurred due to poorly maintained missiles? Without a doubt, they are deceiving us. Missiles under maintenance launching? And all at once? Who are they trying to fool? Is it not curious why so many missiles were suddenly fired? Amidst the fervent discussions, the original poster updated their content, igniting international discourse anew. Oh my God, friends, I have breaking news. While reviewing the photographs, I astonishingly discovered Iron Man. Alongside this announcement, 3 additional images were shared. In these photos, a dark figure hovered silently in the sky, gazing into the distance, seemingly holding 2 objects resembling human forms. Although the distance rendered the figure somewhat indistinct, the metallic sheen and the grotesque horns adorning its head were unmistakable. This, my God, could this be real? Surely it cannot be a prank. Damn it. They are trying to deceive me again. I have already been duped 3 times this year. Not long ago, I encountered someone online who claimed to be a time traveler, and I gave him a good thrashing. Poster, if this is a trick, you had better confess. Otherwise, I will find you. I too harbor doubts regarding its authenticity, yet the matter at hand seems strikingly genuine. Could it be a result of advanced technology from Hwagwa? I recall that the visual effects there are so realistic that they are indistinguishable from reality. Indeed, it must be the effects. The initial reaction of many was skepticism. For there are numerous pranksters on the internet, and this is not the first instance of such antics. However, the blogger, upon observing this scenario, immediately took a stand. I swear, it is neither a visual effect nor a prank. To substantiate my claim, I shall provide the original image for download. Those with technical expertise can discern its authenticity. Seeing the blogger's fervor, interest surged as individuals rushed to download the photo for verification. Yet, after a thorough examination by a group of tech aficionados, they were left dumbfounded, as the image proved to be genuine. There were no traces of Photoshop whatsoever. Upon realizing this, they hesitated to voice their opinions, fearing their lack of technical prowess might have led them to misjudge the situation. However, the incident involving Iron Man and the explosion at the military base had escalated to a point of widespread notoriety and under the pressure of public opinion. They felt compelled to speak out. Perhaps it is a flaw in my own understanding. I have not detected any anomalies, so it must be true. I too have found nothing amiss. It is indeed perplexing. I concur, the photograph might very well be authentic. The experts refrained from making definitive statements, which incited discontent among the awaiting populace. Is it truly authentic? Could it possibly be real? After all this time, you cannot reach a conclusion? Damn. After waiting so long. What a letdown. Can't you be certain? The public was vocal in their grievances, and at this moment, numerous Hwagwa netizens stepped forth, asserting their ability to verify its authenticity. As long as Moss takes a glance, no matter how convincing the effects or Photoshop, they can discern the truth. Witnessing this, everyone was filled with excitement. The speed of the Hwagwa netizens was remarkable. Within mere minutes, they provided their verdict. The photograph is indeed authentic. This revelation sent shockwaves across the globe. Could it be that Iron Man, soaring through the air in the photograph, is indeed real? The realization that Iron Man truly exists ignited a fervor among the masses. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A new post soon emerged, dispelling the lingering doubts of the last few skeptics. The poster, a man with a thick beard, succinctly recounted his encounter with Tony, subsequently releasing hundreds of photos and multiple videos. As onlookers beheld Tony striking various poses, at times lifting vehicles and at others hovering in midair, silence enveloped the crowd. There was no other reason, such awe was overwhelming. Meanwhile, in a military base, McCarter sat in his chair, his expression a shade of ashen gray. The team dispatched to search for the remnants of the mech following the explosion had yet to report back. And he had already discovered that the mech incident was exposed online, garnering an unimaginable level of attention. This also signified the complete failure of his attempt to down the adversary. Moreover, should the matter of the mech continue to escalate, once the world becomes aware that the machine hails from Hwagwa, the repercussions on their reputation will be immeasurable. When their subordinates lose faith, how can one speak of hegemony? Furthermore, the protracted conflict between Russia and Ukraine has already led some to question their strength. Bang! Kaiser struck the table with his fist, unable to contain his exclamation of frustration. Damn it. The officer standing beside him hesitated to speak. He was acutely aware of Kaiser's contemplations. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After a moment, Kaiser calmed his mind and turned to the officer, inquiring, "What are your thoughts on the current situation? Do share." The officer paused briefly, gathering his thoughts before responding. "General, there are indeed alternatives." "Oh?" Kaiser's interest was piqued. "Do elaborate." The officer smiled slightly. "General, who has claimed that the mech belongs to Hwagwa? Is it not ours?" Chapter 460. What kind of test is this for cadres? Kaiser's eyes widened in astonishment. "What did you say? I seem to be having difficulty comprehending." The officer continued, "General, that mech was discovered within our borders, naturally. It belongs to us. The videos circulating online, featuring the populace alongside it, serve as irrefutable evidence. If we declare that mech to be our latest military achievement, The wavering confidence of our allies will be significantly bolstered. Case paused, shaking his head. No, no, such a clumsy lie would be easily dismantled. As soon as Huagua asserts it is theirs. The officer interjected, General, given Huagua's modus operandi, they would prefer to conceal the mech even more deeply. Even if they were to disclose it, it would be at least several years hence, providing us ample time to accomplish many things. Case fell into silence, reluctantly acknowledging the truth in the officer's words. Even if Huagua were aware of the deception, they would remain reticent, contemplating the pros and cons. He instinctively began to weigh his options. Declaring the mech as belonging to their side could enhance the confidence of their allies, fortify their hegemony, and potentially elevate their standing to unprecedented heights. But what about the downsides? Undoubtedly, such a lie could be easily exposed. Once it is, what would be the fallout? After all, they had boasted before, and many of those claims had been debunked without dire consequences. People had grown accustomed to it. Furthermore, given Huagua's tendency to keep its capabilities under wraps, the likelihood of them taking the risk to publicly refute the claims seemed exceedingly slim. Ultimately, Case reached a decision. After dismissing the officer, he began drafting a report. Meanwhile, in Boston, Turner sat in his office, his brow furrowed, feeling a headache from the immediate briefing on the mech situation. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the secretary hurried into the room, presenting Case's report. Turner took the document and, upon reading it, his eyes widened in surprise. Is this truly possible? However, after scrutinizing Case's thorough analysis, he considered that it might indeed be feasible. After a moment's reflection, Turner signed his name on the report. In a hotel room, Chin Qian awoke after a few hours of sleep, refreshed and invigorated, perhaps due to his earlier nap in the car. After freshening up, he had just entered the living room when a series of knocks echoed at the door. Who could it be? Chin Qian felt a surge of caution, rising to answer the door, only to see his father emerge from the bedroom. Father, why are you out here? Chin Jianhai yawned and waved his hand. I needed to use the restroom. Isn't there one in your room? Chin Qian queried. Ah, your mother is occupying it. Chin Jianhai replied, suddenly noticing the knocks, and his expression shifted to one of alarm. What is happening? Is the FBI here to check the water meter? Chin Qian shook his head. It shouldn't be. Let me take a look. As he spoke, he approached the door and peered through the peephole, subsequently exhaling a sigh of relief. It was none other than the front desk attendant from earlier. What brought her here? Chin Qian pondered in confusion. Yet he still unlatched the door. However, upon opening it, he was taken aback. The front desk attendant was adorned with sultry eyes, her makeup evidently meticulously applied, and her low-cut, form-fitting dress accentuated her alluring figure. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? She inquired with a smile playing on her lips. Before Chin Qian could respond, his father poked his head out from behind. What the hell? Chin Jianhai exclaimed. Chin Qian internally lamented. What a predicament this was, especially with his parents present. How many times had this happened? It was outrageous to subject a young man to such tests. Just then, a noise emanated from within the house, and Chin Qian's heart sank. His mother was emerging. Sure enough, his mother's voice followed her footsteps. What are you all doing? Li Qimei expressed her puzzlement, questioning how her husband, a grown man, could take so long after merely stepping out to the restroom. As she wondered, her gaze fell upon the impeccably dressed front desk attendant. This is... Li Qingmei's eyes widened as she shifted her focus between Chin Qian and Chin Jianhai. Having traveled the world over the past 2 years, she had encountered countless situations, and she instantly grasped what was unfolding before her. It was disastrous. Chin Qian's mind raced. Had his mother not appeared, it would have been easy to dismiss the incident, claiming nothing had transpired. But now, with his mother having witnessed everything, how could he explain? Would anyone believe him if he insisted he had done nothing and that she had come seeking him? Chin Qian's brain whirred with rapid thoughts, and in a moment of inspiration, he slammed the door shut, ignoring the front desk attendant entirely. He then patted his father's shoulder, saying, Well, Dad, since Mom has seen everything, I can no longer shield you. May you fend for yourself. With that, he nonchalantly returned to his room, closing the door behind him. As expected, the instant the door shut, his mother's furious voice erupted. Old Chin, followed by his father's pitiful wails. Chin Qian couldn't help but shrink his neck, silently praying for his father while letting out a sigh. Alas, it seemed the matters concerning his younger siblings were doomed. Meanwhile, the front desk attendant stood frozen outside. What was happening? Why had the door closed? Did I lack charm? She was utterly bewildered. She had merely come to introduce herself to the handsome young man, hoping to exchange contact details and potentially cultivate a connection. How had it devolved into this? Inside the room, Qin Qian endeavored to drown out his father's lamentations and opened his watch. Initially intending to casually browse, he discovered that the situation regarding the battle armor was causing quite a stir, even domestically. Was it really that outrageous? Qin Qian felt a twinge of surprise but quickly understood. Such elements from science fiction had become reality, and it was only natural for them to create a significant impact. Especially considering battle armor was something every man yearned for. After all, they were merely a group of rather naive youths. Qin Qian sighed and then chuckled to himself. Heh. I possess something you all do not. Haha. He scrolled through the online discourse and stumbled upon his own photos striking poses reminiscent of youthful flamboyance, causing his cheeks to twitch in embarrassment. Phew. No need to be upset. Phew. This was all to be expected. What is there to be concerned about? Phew. Damn it. How utterly humiliating. Qin Qian could no longer bear it at the time of the shoot. He felt indifferent, but now, upon viewing the images and videos, he was overwhelmed by shame. Just as he was about to close the app, he suddenly noticed a piece of news. Was Lao Mi about to hold another press conference? Would it address the issue of the mechs? After a brief pause, Qin Qian clicked the link and entered the live stream interface, waiting. In the video, the seats for reporters from various countries were filled to capacity, and soon, a spokesperson clad in dark attire took to the stage. Qin Qian raised an eyebrow. Indeed, politically correct. Chapter 461. A traitor within. In the video, the speaker, known as Old Black, wasted no time and got straight to the point. At this press conference, we shall address the fervent discussions surrounding the mecha circulating online. As soon as he finished speaking, reporters in the audience eagerly raised their hands. However, questions were not permitted at this gathering. Old Black cast a glance at the crowd. Regarding the much-debated mecha, we hereby declare that its existence is indeed factual. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment. A glimmer of pride flashed in Old Black's eyes that mecha is our latest military innovation. As for the prior explosion at the base, it was merely a test of the mecha's capabilities. While the commotion was somewhat grand, the results were exceedingly gratifying. At this juncture, one reporter could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Could you provide specific details about the mecha?" "Yes, indeed. To what stage has its development progressed? The videos online appear remarkably polished. Can you disclose any test results or detailed data?" In an instant, the entire venue descended into chaos. Old Black, secretly amused, maintained an outward calm and shook his head. More information cannot be disclosed. This press conference is now concluded. With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. The audience, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their composure, remaining seated and fervently discussing the revelations. The existence of the mecha was one thing. An official acknowledgement was an entirely different matter. This was indeed a mecha. It truly exists. What are its capabilities? How far can it go? Can it perform like those in science fiction films? Unbeknownst to them, everyone began to indulge in their imaginations. In the room, Qin Qian felt a profound discomfort after watching the press conference. Though brief, it left him feeling burdened. Rather than a press conference, it resembled a display of arrogance. Old Black's role seemed solely to proclaim, "Look at me. Impressive, isn't it? What a farce of a mecha." Qin Qian couldn't help but scoff. It's clearly called a battle armor. Who decided to call it a mecha? Ridiculous. He consistently referred to it as battle armor because it is, after all, armor intended for combat. The term mecha suggests machine armor, which sounds rather lowly, does it not? However, he was taken aback by Old May's audacity in claiming the battle armor as their own. While this revelation surprised him to some extent, it was not entirely unexpected. He was well aware of the character of certain individuals. The general populace was increasingly cognizant of it as well. Yet, returning to the main point, Qin Qian was not particularly concerned by Old May's assertion that the battle armor belonged to them. The truth remains the truth, and falsehoods are merely illusions. Empty boasts are futile. The crux lies in genuine strength. Even if the entire world believed the battle armor was Old May's, if their capabilities did not improve, it would ultimately amount to mere ephemeral fantasies. In fact, Qin Qian felt a twinge of satisfaction after the battle armor's exposure. He had not anticipated Old May's willingness to collaborate in this manner. Indeed, it was collaboration. A single combat aircraft is already sufficient to instill fear and capture attention from all quarters. Should the world become aware that the battle armor originates from Huagua, it would undoubtedly thrust the nation into the spotlight. The greater the turbulence, the more perilous the vessel becomes. At that juncture, the international landscape and attitudes towards Huagua, influenced by certain individuals, could lead to unforeseen consequences. Presently, Huabua is ill-prepared for a comprehensive war. Although significant breakthroughs have been achieved that could substantially bolster national defense, these advancements have yet to be fully realized in practice, requiring additional time for maturation. However, with the acknowledgement of the battle armor by the esteemed Lao Mian, the situation appears more tenable. What a good person, Qin Qian mused to himself. At the Firepower Research Institute, Yang Feng hurriedly arrived at the laboratory early in the morning. Seeking out academician Feng. Old Feng, Yang Feng exclaimed as he plopped down onto the sofa, taking a sip of tea. Academician Feng glanced at him. All right. I already know why you're here. I've been informed from above. You already know? Yang Feng was taken aback, only to witness academician Feng produce a stack of documents. As Yang Feng took the materials and glanced through them, he found that they contained the very information he intended to discuss, including the circulated images of the battle armor in the press conference held by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs the previous night. Old Feng, do you think we can? Yang Feng ventured cautiously. Academician Feng nodded. I am also contemplating this matter. Technically speaking, it is not impossible for us to develop such mechs with the technology we currently possess. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, I feel reassured. Academician Feng retorted with a hint of exasperation. I only said it's possible, but the specifics remain exceedingly challenging, unless what? Unless we have Xiao Chen in charge. He would undoubtedly expedite the process. Then let's go find Brother Chun, Yang Feng exclaimed, attempting to rise, but was pulled back into his seat by Academician Feng. There is no rush. Xiao Chen is currently engrossed in another project. We can afford to wait a while before interrupting him, Academician Feng remarked. At present, I am more concerned about another issue. What issue? Academician Feng's expression grew grave. From the available data, the performance of that mech is quite formidable. But this prompts the question, have you considered how the opposition managed to develop it? With the core technologies provided by Xiao Chun, I feel confident in our potential to create such mechs. But what about the Mei faction? What grounds do they possess? Upon hearing this, Yang Feng fell into deep contemplation. And after a long pause, his eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting there is a mole? Has information been leaked? Academician Feng neither confirmed nor denied this. His tone heavy. It's difficult to ascertain. The stakes are high, and we cannot jump to conclusions. Yang Feng lapsed into silence. Initially distressed by the news of Lao Mei's formidable mech, the suggestion of a mole was almost too much for him to bear. All right. Do not dwell on this too much, Academician Feng said, patting Yang Feng on the shoulder. Until we reach a definitive conclusion, let us not be swayed. We should seek out Xiao Chen. Taking a deep breath, Yang Feng mustered his spirits. Very well, let us proceed to find Brother Chun. Although Qin Qian had previously informed them of his intent to focus on research projects and requested not to be disturbed, the urgency of the situation now demanded immediate attention. The higher-ups were intensely monitoring the developments surrounding the mecha. On the way, Yang Feng promptly notified Commander Liu, elucidating the possibility of an insider threat. Upon hearing this, Commander Liu was incensed and vowed to initiate an investigation without delay. Academician Feng remained largely silent, recognizing that simultaneously pursuing both mecha research and the investigation of potential traitors would yield greater efficiency. Soon, they arrived at Qin Qian's location. As they entered the lounge, they observed Jiang Ruyue engrossed in a digital idol drama. This so-called digital idol drama featured data-generated actors, and thanks to Moss's exceptional special effects, both the digital characters and the surrounding scenes bore an uncanny resemblance to reality, devoid of any sense of incongruity. The entertainment industry had long since languished, and even the somewhat more fortunate singers found themselves competing with digital performers for audiences, a truly disheartening predicament. Chapter 462. A firm grip. Brother Yang, Professor Feng. What brings you here? Jiang Ruyu stood up, a hint of confusion evident on her face. The two men exchanged no pleasantries and promptly seated themselves on the sofa. Little sister, where's Brother Chun? Call him out quickly. We have urgent matters to discuss, Yang Feng urged impatiently. Professor Feng nodded in agreement. Xiao Jiang. We feel rather awkward interrupting Xiao Qin's research, but this is indeed a matter of great importance. Please fetch him. Jiang Ruyu's confusion deepened. Did Qin Qian not mention he was engaged in a confidential project and would be leaving for a few days? What? He has left? Yang Feng and Professor Feng exclaimed in unison, exchanging alarmed glances, a foreboding feeling creeping into their minds. Yes, Jiang Ryu confirmed with a nod. He told me he had a secret mission and would be gone for a few days. He isn't here. A confidential mission? Where did that come from? Yang Feng asked anxiously. He told us he was in seclusion at the laboratory working on a project. Seclusion for a project? Jiang Ryu appeared momentarily taken aback, sensing something was amiss. How about this? Professor Fong suggested. Shall we head to the laboratory to investigate? We will know the truth once we see for ourselves. Jiang Ryu nodded, and the three of them made their way to Chun Qian's personal laboratory. As Jiang Ryu approached to verify her identity, an immediate alert sounded, indicating she could not gain access. This, Yang Feng remarked in surprise. He had not anticipated that Jiang Ryu would be unable to enter. Xiao Jiang, were you able to enter before? Professor Fong inquired. Jiang Ryu, lost in thought, nodded. I was able to before. Professor Fong pondered for a moment. Let us return to the lounge and wait. If Xiaoqun is inside, he will be aware of our attempts to enter and will come out soon. If he does not come out, then it means he is truly absent. With that, the three returned to the lounge, yet after a considerable wait, Chen Qian still did not emerge. How could this be? How could Brother Chen possibly not be here? Yang Feng voiced his perplexity. And what could warrant him keeping something from us? As he spoke, his gaze instinctively turned to Jiang Ryu. She lowered her head, remaining silent. Professor Fong detected her unease and attempted to mediate. Well, Xiaoqun must have his reasons for withholding information from us. We can inquire later. Our immediate priority is to locate him. Indeed, Yang Feng replied, rising to his feet. Let us check the surveillance footage. Surely, he cannot have vanished without a trace. Agreed. Let us go together, Professor Fong said, standing and looking at Jiang Ryu. Xiaojiang, you should join us as well. Without a word, Jiang Ryu stood and followed. Soon, the three arrived at the surveillance room, and after reviewing the footage, they discovered that Chen Qian had left the cafeteria only to return to his personal laboratory. After watching the footage, all were left speechless. Initially, they had maintained their composure regarding Chen Qian's disappearance, reassured by the presence of surveillance cameras throughout the institute. A living person could not simply vanish. However, after reviewing the footage, their unease transformed into genuine alarm. He had clearly returned to the laboratory, yet there was no one inside. He had indeed vanished without a trace. How could this happen? Yang Feng was in shock. Where on earth could Xiaoqun have gone? Professor Fong murmured to himself. In Boston, after spending an entire afternoon shopping with his parents, Chen Qian finally returned to their hotel room. His mother was remarkably energetic during their outing. Could this be a woman's innate talent? Chen Qian couldn't help but reflect on his father's endurance, as he had steadfastly accompanied them without a hint of rest. Had he truly honed such resilience? As they strolled through the streets, his parents appeared to rekindle their harmonious relationship, undoubtedly having resolved their earlier misunderstandings. Although Chen Qian was uncertain how his father had achieved this, he felt a profound sense of relief and gratitude. He made a mental note to seek his father's wisdom later. As Chen Qian pondered these thoughts, his watch suddenly vibrated, and Laya emerged from the holographic display in his mind. Brother, something terrible has happened. A chill ran down Chen Qian's spine. What has occurred? It's about sister-in-law and brother Yang. They have met with academician Fong. What? Chen Qian bolted upright from his bed. They met. Does that mean my escape has been exposed? Laya appeared anxious. Yes, it has been revealed. After reviewing the surveillance footage, they deduced that you were indeed in the laboratory, leading them to conclude that something must have gone wrong. They are preparing to breach the facility. Breaching? Is that truly necessary? Chen Qian was stunned. Indeed. After examining the footage, Yang Feng and the others confirmed that Chen Qian had returned to the laboratory, prompting their logical deduction, he must have encountered an accident. They did not dare to speculate further about the nature of the incident, whether it was a sudden fainting spell or a medical emergency. They simply moved swiftly to arrange a breach of the laboratory. This was a significant escalation. Chen Qian paced the room, contemplating a solution. After a brief moment, an idea struck him. There was no longer a way to conceal the truth. He needed to stabilize the situation first. With this resolve, Chen Qian activated his watch and dialed Jiang Ryue's number. The call connected almost instantly, and Jiang Ryue's surprised face appeared on the holographic screen. Chen Qian? Is that really you? With a smile, Chen Qian waved his hand. Yes, my dear, it is indeed me. You. Jiang Ryue hesitated, her eyes welling with tears, displaying an expression of deep concern. Where are you right now? What has happened? Why haven't you told me anything? Seeing the distress in Jiang Ryue's eyes, Chen Qian felt a pang of guilt. This was precisely why he had prioritized calling her. He needed to reassure his girlfriend first, while concerns about Yang Feng and academician Fong could wait. My love, I have my reasons. Please allow me to explain everything in detail upon my return, all right? Chen Qian spoke gently. Jiang Ruyue gazed at him through the holographic screen, captivated by his tender gaze. After a moment, she lightly tapped her forehead, sighing to herself. How is it that I am so utterly captivated by him? Despite her frustration, Jiang Ruyue found it difficult to muster any anger towards him when he spoke in such a soothing tone. Any irritation she might have felt seemed to vanish. You infuriating yet charming man. Jiang Ruyue gritted her teeth internally, but outwardly she merely huffed. I don't care. You were wrong this time. Upon hearing her tone, Chen Qian instantly realized that she had forgiven him. Alas, how fortunate I am to have such an understanding and wonderful girlfriend. He mused inwardly, then smiled and said, It is indeed my fault. I shall not repeat it again, I promise. I am currently not at the weaponry research facility, but I will explain everything when I return. Please convey my regards to Yang and Academician Fong. Well, very well then. Jiang Ruyue replied with a hint of resignation. Please hurry back. Yes, madam. Chen Qian playfully saluted, eliciting a genuine smile from Jiang Ruyue at last. All right. I shall not keep you longer. I am tired of this conversation. Goodbye. With that, Jiang Ruyue abruptly ended the call. Chapter 463. Returning to the capital, it was only at this moment that Chen Qian finally exhaled in relief. How remarkable I am, he thought to himself. Having pacified my girlfriend with just a few words, rivaling even my father. Fortunately, Chen Jianhai remained oblivious to his son's thoughts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have felt a sense of disbelief. Could my skills be so easily acquired? What a jest. With the situation at the weapons research facility resolved, Chen Qian was able to relax entirely. For the next few days, he devoted his time to traveling with his parents, as if the previous ordeal of kidnapping had never transpired. With Liu managing the aftermath, there were no further complications. Initially, Chen Jianhai and Li Qimei harbored some concerns. But as the days passed, they too began to unwind, returning to a state of enjoying life. After a week had elapsed, Chen Qian arranged for a private plane through Liya, and the trio finally embarked on their journey home. Despite having spent over a week in manhwa, with many places left unexplored, they simply could not endure the dreadful cuisine any longer. Daily servings of steak, often rare, were unbearable. How could anyone tolerate such primitive fare? Upon landing at Kyoto International Airport, Chen Jianhai and Li Qingmei breathed a sigh of relief. As they exited the airport and took in the familiar surroundings, they felt as though their experiences in manhwa had been nothing more than a dream. Chen Qian too felt a sense of nostalgia. Only after traveling thousands of miles does one truly appreciate the comforts of home. In that moment, he inhaled the air of Kyoto, finding it sweet. As if even the slightest haze had transformed into something pleasant. The domestic environment is improving rapidly, and it is likely that in a few years, the smog will have disappeared entirely. While contemplating this, Chen Qian led his parents to the transportation area, where the autonomous vehicle Liya had arranged awaited them. Is this your company's fully automated driverless car? Li Qingmei's eyes sparkled with excitement. During their 2 years abroad, the rapid development at home had been acknowledged by her and Chen Jianhai, yet they had not fully grasped its magnitude. Chen Qian hesitated. Technically, the technology belongs to our company, but you are not mistaken in implying that. After all, nearly all vehicles on the market were either produced by their Galaxy technology or its partners. Moreover, the only ride-hailing app available was a service launched by Galaxy technology itself, which swiftly eclipsed all competitors. The secret to its success lay in its unique business model. It operated at no profit, channeling revenue to the vehicle owners and consumers who allowed their cars to work autonomously, while merely covering operational costs and employee salaries. However, due to its fully automated operations, with servers managed by his own quantum watch and only a handful of employees, it was virtually a non-profit endeavor. Yet, these matters were primarily managed by Yu Jing and Jiang Chun. Chen Qian had not paid much attention, as long as the Dream World initiative continued to progress. The Dream World was a plan Chen Qian had once discussed with Mu Lao and others, a vision for a harmonious society in Huagua. Although it was Chen Qian who proposed the idea, the practical implementation is entrusted to Elder Mu and others, while the company will follow up. Chen Qian's responsibility lies in the more significant endeavor of expanding territories. Renbei serves as the first example, which is precisely why Chen Qian initially stated his intent to practice with Renbei. Firstly, it is to gain experience in relevant affairs. Secondly, he wishes to ascertain whether the Renbei model meets expectations. In today's world, the notion of expansion differs vastly from ancient times. It is no longer merely about brute force and conquest. With the evolution of technology and the liberation of human labor, the demand for land and population is, in fact, quite low, especially for Huagua. Should the territory continue to expand and encompass more land and people, numerous challenges would inevitably arise. The most apparent issue would be ethnic conflicts and the complexities of management. The discord between different ethnic groups cannot be resolved overnight. Customs, habits, and perspectives require years of mutual adaptation. If mishandled, the disintegration of the nation would not be surprising. Moreover, do they truly deserve such ownership? The management of these new acquisitions poses an even greater dilemma. Since they would be our own people, should we not take responsibility for them? Should we not strive for their shared prosperity? Should we not care for them? Thus, in contemporary society, the acquisition of more land and population often yields more detriments than benefits. Consequently, a modern approach to territorial expansion becomes crucial. If the entire world could become a veritable garden for Huagua, then the dream of a harmonious world would be within reach. Under limited resources, the idea of universal prosperity, where all can live happily, is but a farce. While exploration into outer space and the development of interstellar resources may be possible, Qian understands that even with a system in place, such endeavors cannot be accomplished overnight. Even if resources are successfully located and extracted, they must then be transformed into various commodities needed by humanity. Achieving this may prove unattainable within Qian's lifetime, unless what can be easily accomplished is not by mortals, but by deities. However, rallying the strength of the entire globe to ensure the happiness and prosperity of our one for billion compatriots is not merely a fanciful dream. The path may be arduous, yet having come this far, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Apart from transforming the world into a garden, potential threats must also be addressed. Otherwise, how would other nations perceive the unparalleled happiness of one country? What thoughts would they entertain? Would they not become anxious? As for Lao Mian, there is no need to elaborate. He is a long-standing adversary. The territory of Asan is extensive and its population vast. Although somewhat absurd, it remains a rival that cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, the unpredictable nature of the Russian state, which is not as benign as many might imagine, adds to Qian's burdens. Thus, he mused, could you not simply fracture into factions? Noticing Qian lost in thought, Chen Jianhai gently tapped his shoulder. What are you pondering? Care to share with your old man? Qian's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Perhaps not. My matters are beyond your assistance. Chen Jianhai was taken aback, giving Qian a reproachful glare. You little rascal, are you starting to look down on your old man? No. Qian quickly offered a sheepish smile. Fortunately, having already boarded the vehicle, my mother called out after a brief moment of familiarizations. What are you all doing standing outside? Hurry up and get in. Coming. Qian exclaimed, darting into the passenger seat without hesitation. Chen Jianhai couldn't help but chuckle, playfully chastising that little rascal. He then felt a wave of nostalgia, reflecting, indeed, he has grown up. The autonomous vehicle glided smoothly and swiftly, soon arriving at Tianqing residence. After settling my parents, Qian hurriedly made his way to the Armament Research Institute. After passing through a series of security checks, he entered the familiar military district, traversing through well-known locations. Observing in the distance what appeared to be another impending skirmish, he hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose not to linger, striding purposefully into the Armament Research Institute. Chapter 464. I want to be dashing too. As Qian stepped through the entrance of the Research Institute, he immediately spotted a familiar figure and waved enthusiastically. Hello. Academician you, taken aback as if startled, replied, Little Qian, you're back? A shadow of embarrassment crossed Qian's face, as he wondered if his sudden departure had become common knowledge. While it might not be entirely accurate to say that everyone knew, those who were acquainted with him certainly did. Unaware of Qian's thoughts, Academician Yu swiftly approached, grabbing his arm and pulling out his watch to make a call. Hello? Old Fong, Little Qian has returned. Yes, he is right here at the entrance. I've caught him. You all should hurry. Qian's expression darkened further. What did he mean by caught him? Was he planning on running away? Within minutes, he saw Academician Fong, Yang Feng, and Jiang Ruyue rushing toward him. You brat! Yang Feng bellowed from a distance, pointing an accusatory finger at Qian, his fierce expression making it seem as though he was apprehending a criminal. Slow down. I can't keep up. Academician Fong panted behind, struggling to match Jiang Ruyue's pace. Finally, Yang Feng reached Qian and without hesitation, tightened his grip around Qian's neck, as if to administer immediate justice. What is the matter with you? You vanished without a word. If you don't clarify, we're not done. Despite the sternness of his words, Chen Qian could sense the underlying concern in Yang Feng's tone. Initially dismissive of the situation, he suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Just then, Jiang Riyue rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Chen Qian's waist and burying her head in his chest. Where have you been? This left Chen Qian momentarily flustered. Not only was he taken aback, but Yang Feng, who had intended to reprimand him, also froze. Realizing the awkwardness of the moment, reluctantly, he released his hold on Chen Qian. Chen Qian began to speak when Academician Feng finally arrived. Somewhat out of breath. Little Chen. Though his tone held a hint of reproach, the concern in his eyes was unmistakable. Chen Qian, feeling overwhelmed by the curious gazes around him, could only scratch his head in discomfort. Well, I have things to attend to, so I'll be off, he said, as Academician Yu, sensing the atmosphere, discreetly took his leave. With a sigh, Chen Qian remarked, this isn't exactly the place for a discussion. How about we go to my place and talk? Jiang Riyue, blushing, finally extricated herself from his embrace. Academician Feng and Yang Feng exchanged glances, their serious expressions seemingly conveying a warning. You better clarify everything, or you're in big trouble. Once they returned to the lounge in the laboratory and settled into familiar sofas, Chen Qian exhaled deeply. The others refrained from immediate questions, waiting for Jiang Riyue to serve coffee before they turned their attention to him. With a resigned smile, Chen Qian recounted the events of his parents' abduction and how he had developed the initial version of the battle armor to rescue them. That is how it was. I didn't tell you all because I didn't want you to worry. Chen Qian spoke while glancing at Jiang Riyue, completely disregarding Academician Feng and Yang Feng. The two, either unaware of this or indifferent to it, were accustomed to such behaviors and remained in a state of shock, as was Jiang Riyue. Uncle and aunt have actually been kidnapped? Jiang Riyue exclaimed in astonishment. So the battle armor was created by you? Not by Lao Mian? Yang Feng suddenly perked up. Is the battle armor still in its initial version? Academician Feng gasped in surprise. Chen Qian grinned, feigning annoyance. Hey. Why are you two only focused on the battle armor? My parents have been kidnapped. After saying this, he turned to Jiang Riyue and smiled. My little darling is the best. Jiang Riyue snorted. Who is the best? I'm not okay at all. I'm still angry right now. While I understand you, I'm quite upset that you didn't inform me. Yang Feng waved his hand dismissively. Come on, you're right here. Doesn't that prove everything is fine? What more is there to worry about? Academician Feng nodded in agreement. Chen Qian was somewhat speechless at the two old-fashioned men. He then shifted his attention back to Jiang Riyue, speaking softly to comfort her. Yang Feng and Academician Feng exchanged glances and chuckled, choosing not to say more as they pondered the matter of the battle armor. After a while, Jiang Riyue finally smiled. All right, your words are quite sharp. I'm no longer angry. My words are sharp? Chen Qian was taken aback, almost blurting out his thoughts. But he glanced at the two men beside him who were deep in thought, and held back. Never mind, I'll talk about it tonight. Seeing that Chen Qian and Jiang Riyue had finished their conversation, Academician Feng hastily asked, Where is this battle armor? Xiao Chen? Yang Feng chimed in. Yes. Such an important item. Where have you hidden it? Instantly, Chen Qian's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, almost unable to contain himself. The battle armor. As he spoke, he rose and moved to an empty space, raising his wristwatch to operate it, maximizing the electric effect of the battle armor transformation. He aimed to astonish them. Watch closely, Chen Qian calmly stated, then decisively pressed a hidden button on the watch. In an instant, black liquid enveloped his entire body, and the dazzling electric current nearly blinded everyone momentarily. As they regained their senses, a menacing black battle armor stood silently before them. Hiss. Yang Feng and Academician Feng simultaneously gasped, while Jiang Riyue beside them covered her mouth in astonishment. Immediately afterward, Yang Feng and Academician Feng leapt up in excitement. Wow! What is this? Xiao Chen, you. Behind the battle armor, Chen Qian's smile stretched from ear to ear. Yet he still endeavored to maintain a calm voice. So, what do you think? Is it cool? Jiang Riyue nodded vigorously. Yang Feng and Academician Feng could no longer remain seated. They rushed to Chen Qian, examining every detail of the armor. Hey! Academician Feng. Don't touch there. Chen Qian exclaimed. No, Yang, where are you touching? You too. But Yang Feng and Academician Feng paid no heed, marveling at the armor while exploring its features. It's so cool, absolutely stunning. This indeed pertains to the technology of ultrafine nanomaterials. Chen Qian nodded in affirmation. Indeed. This is. Before he could complete his statement, Yang Feng landed a punch on Chen Qian's chest, exclaiming, "Come on. Hurry up and take it off so I can give it a try. I want to look good too." Upon hearing this, Academician Feng eagerly nodded in agreement. "Count me in. I want to try as well." Jiang Ruyue, observing the scene, helplessly pressed her forehead, seemingly witnessing something utterly astonishing. What is this situation? Why does it resemble children fighting over toys? The essence of male camaraderie eluded Jiang Ruyue, as she had not been privy to the teachings of child psychology. For men, regardless of age, even finding a perfectly straight stick by the roadside ignites a sense of heroism, allowing them to frolic amidst a field of rapeseed flowers. Chapter 465. Xingtian. Seeing the excitement of Academician Feng and Yang Feng, Chen Qian was not surprised. Being a man himself, he could empathize with their emotions. "It's not that I'm unwilling to let you try it," Chen Qian remarked, "but this suit of armor has recorded my physical data and is intricately tailored to me. It would be rather troublesome to Switch users." He continued, "Besides, is this really the time for play?" Yang Feng chuckled awkwardly. "You're right. Since the armor was developed by you, the notion of espionage is moot. I'll report to Commander Lu first." With that, he hurried to the side to contact Commander Lu. Academician Feng, feeling a bit shy, said, "Chen, please tell me about the technology behind the armor." Chen Qian did not refuse. He remained seated on the sofa, fiddling with his watch, reveling in his own brilliance. Fortunately, the ultra-lightweight nanomaterials allowed him to manage the weight, especially since the sofa was robust enough to support him. Before long, a technical document regarding the armor was transmitted to Academician Feng. As he processed the information, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. "Is it truly like this? You have indeed connected all the previous technologies together, and your approach is remarkably ingenious." Sighing, Chen Qian waved his hand and lifted his coffee cup to take a sip, only to forget to lift his visor, spilling the drink all over himself. "Oh no, I overdid it," he thought in alarm, awkwardly accepting the tissue handed to him by Jiang Ruyue to dab at the mess. Thankfully, Academician Feng was still engrossed in the information and did not notice, while Jiang Ruyue couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, Yang Feng returned to the sofa, announcing, "Commander Lu is on his way." Chen Qian was somewhat surprised. "Commander Lu is coming here?" Yang Feng nodded emphatically, upon learning there were no traitors. Commander Lu had exhaled a sigh of relief, but upon discovering that the armor was created by Chen Qian, his breath quickened with anticipation, unable to wait another moment to see it. "All right," Chen Qian shrugged, choosing not to linger on the topic. It was only natural that Commander Lu was excited, considering the armor would undoubtedly enhance national defense capabilities dramatically. The group engaged in a discussion about the related technology of the armor. Although many details paled in comparison to the methods Chen Qian had employed in the suit, they remained thoroughly engrossed in the conversation. Soon, Commander Lu arrived, likely having been nearby in the military district, which explained his swift appearance. Seeing Chen Qian and the others politely rise to their feet, Commander Lu waved his hand with a smile. "No need for such formality. We don't adhere to that here. By the way, where is the armor?" During their earlier discussion, Chen Qian had already removed the armor, so Commander Lu did not immediately see it. Chen Qian smiled slightly, for he had removed the armor precisely for this moment. "Commander Lu, please wait a moment." As he spoke, he moved to a nearby open space. While Yang Feng and Academician Feng exchanged envious glances, Commander Lu, puzzled by Chen Qian's stillness, was taken aback when, in the next instant, a flash of electricity illuminated the area and a menacing suit of armor materialized before them. Well, Commander Lu stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Witnessing Commander Lu's uncharacteristic display, Chen Qian could hardly contain his exhilaration behind his mask. How delightful! Subsequently, he noticed a familiar glimmer of desire igniting in Lu's eyes. Truly, a man remains a boy at heart. Jiang Ruyue, standing nearby, couldn't help but reflect inwardly. However, to everyone's surprise, Commander Lu uttered not a word and swiftly departed, instructing as he left, "Hasten the refinement of the battle armor tests and commence production at the earliest opportunity." Barely had the words left his lips when he vanished through the doorway. Chen Qian was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the abruptness of Lu's exit. Was he here merely to showcase his authority? How considerate! Confounded. Chen Qian was uncertain of the situation, while Yang Feng and Academician Feng appeared contemplative. There was no doubt that Commander Lu was off to battle. The production and technological processes of the battle armor were undoubtedly complex. Mass production was no trivial matter. Thus, a pressing question arose. Who would receive the first units of the battle armor? The 5 military districts were all vying for their share. Yet, Yang Feng held unwavering confidence in Lu's combat prowess. After all, from the inception of the Flying Bird to the Hui series and various equipment upgrades, Lu had consistently managed to excel in enhancements and modifications, even in the face of numerous battles. Well, victory was not always guaranteed, yet overall, Commander Lu maintained the upper hand, and Yang Feng remained steadfast in his belief. At that moment, Qin Qian began to piece together some insights, forming a rough hypothesis. Was the competition this fierce? Just then, Academician Feng inquired, "Young Qin, what is the name of this battle armor?" Qin Qian was taken aback. He had not considered this question. He had been so eager to rescue his parents that he had neglected to ponder such details. "I haven't settled on a name yet. Do you have any suggestions?" Upon hearing this, the others fell into thought. After a brief pause, Jiang Ruyue suggested, "How about we call it Xingtian?" "Xingtian?" Academician Feng and Yang Feng's eyes brightened. "Xingtian sounds splendid. He is the god of war in mythology. This name is indeed remarkable. Xingtian, the god of war." Yang Feng chuckled heartily. Academician Feng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, indeed. The codename Xingtian is quite fitting." Qin Qian contemplated for a moment and concurred. "Then it shall be called Xingtian." With the battle armor's designation established, Academician Feng eagerly sought to commence work. "Young Qin, when do you foresee the Xingtian battle armor entering testing? When shall we initiate trial production?" Although the Xingtian battle armor had already achieved a remarkable feat by infiltrating a military base, rigorous testing was still essential for scientific integrity. Qin Qian paused before responding, "Let us wait until Xingtian is fully refined before commencing testing. I believe the current iteration cannot yet be deemed the Xingtian battle armor." Academician Feng and the others then recalled that the existing battle armor was merely a prototype, lacking even a weapon system. "How long will it take to perfect?" Academician Feng inquired. Qin Qian smiled. "Not long, in about half a month, it should be ready." Prior to rescuing his parents, he had already begun the development of the weapon system, thus saving precious time. That is excellent news. Upon hearing that the improvements would be completed in approximately half a month, Academician Feng could hardly contain his joy. Yang Feng, unable to restrain himself any longer, finally inquired about a long-cherished desire. "Ahem, dear brother, do you think I would be suited to don a set of battle armor if he were to adhere to the standard procedures?" Waiting for Commander Lu to finish his combat and for the armor testing to conclude before production began would take an excessively long time. Yang Feng simply could not afford to wait. Thus, he resolved to approach Qin Qian to seek a more expedient route, hoping to procure 1 or 2 sets for his immediate use. Academician Feng, upon hearing this, became instantly animated, and even Jiang Ruyue, who stood nearby, felt a spark of excitement. She too aspired to become a beautiful warrior. Chapter 466, Perfecting the Xingtian Armor. Well, Qin Qian feigned a look of difficulty. "Come on, my dear brother, I beseech you," Yang Feng exclaimed urgently, his tone surprisingly tinged with a hint of coaxing. Qin Qian felt a shiver run down his spine. How could such a burly fellow utter such words? "I'm not swayed by that, brother." Yet, Qin Qian had already contemplated the arrangements made by Yang Feng and the others, for his forthcoming journey was fraught with peril, necessitating support. Even now, the fervent discussions online regarding battle armor showed no signs of abating. More importantly, a certain organization led by a figure named Mei had suddenly become exceptionally active, even forming a new commercial alliance, which netizens mockingly dubbed the Hegemonic Alliance. Just before Qin Qian's return to the homeland, the Hegemonic Alliance made a grand announcement, declaring their entry into the auxiliary battlefield to support Elan. Russia had reached a precarious state, and Qin Qian's visit to Russia was imminent. All right, Yang Gu, please don't beg me. I can't bear it," Qin Qian remarked, looking at Yang Feng. "As for the battle armor, there will be no issues." Upon hearing Qin Qian's agreement, Yang Feng's heart soared with joy. "Can I call you Xiao Qin then?" Academician Feng's gaze grew increasingly earnest, rendering Qin Qian somewhat embarrassed. "Ahem, that is also fine," Qin Qian replied, glancing at Jiang Ruyue and nodding with a smile. Jiang Ruyue responded with a knowing smile. Having received a satisfactory answer, everyone appeared exceedingly pleased. After some further conversation, Academician Feng and Yang Feng took their leave, wary not to disturb Qin Qian too much, eager for him to finalize the battle armor swiftly. Qin Qian understood their thoughts but felt no urgency. After all, there was no point in hurrying. The system had yet to complete its simulations. Thus, upon returning to the Firepower Research Institute, Chen Qian transformed once more into a slothful being, spending his days preparing and watching digital dramas with Jiang Ruyue, a lifestyle quite indulgent. The only source of his mild frustration was that his parents had gone to visit Jiang Ruyue's parents, merely informing him over a phone call, without even granting him a glance. Though Chen Qian felt helpless, he did not intervene, as they were simply traveling within the country, and safety was not a concern. Time flew, and half a month passed. Yang Feng and Academician Feng arrived punctually to collect a delivery but were promptly sent away by Chen Qian. Although the weapon system had been simulated, the Xingtian armor was not yet perfected, and perfection required time. Additionally, crafting new battle armor for Yang Feng and the others also demanded time. The process was not as simple as one might think. Thus, Yang Feng and Academician Feng had no choice but to continue their anxious waiting. Another month went by. One day, amidst the bustle of the laboratory, Chen Qian paused, gazing at the holographic projection of 6 jet black Xingtian armors, contemplating a serious question. Should he consider varying the colors? 6 Xingtian armors could easily assemble into a team reminiscent of a special effects drama, complete with female warriors. However, he found himself at a loss for the right decision, prompting him to call Jiang Ruyue over. Upon seeing the holographic projection of the armors, Jiang Ruyue's eyes sparkled. Is this complete? Chen Qian shook his head. Not yet, but it will be soon. Only some design work remains. So, you called me over to? Chen Qian chuckled. My dear, I wanted to ask your opinion on transforming your battle armor into a shade of pink, reminiscent of those teams in tokusatsu dramas. Jiang Ruyue was taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at Chen Qian, as if to say, do you truly perceive me as that childish? Chen Qian found himself at a loss for words. Upon seeing Jiang Ruyue's disdainful expression, he understood her sentiment. Well then, let's make it entirely black. Chen Qian resolved, pondering whether to solicit Yang Feng and the others' opinions. It seemed unnecessary. Black is perfectly fine. I quite like black, Jiang Ruyue replied with a smile. She had genuinely feared that Chen Qian would indeed turn her battle armor pink. While she didn't dislike the color, it felt somewhat awkward to her. Suddenly, Chen Qian's eyes brightened with a thought as he looked at Jiang Ruyue. Hee, I also adore black. Shut up. Jiang Ruyue quickly covered Chen Qian's mouth. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Having known each other for so long, being childhood friends, she understood him all too well. Chen Qian merely grinned, choosing not to elaborate further. While inwardly he mused, what is so inappropriate to say? What man doesn't he appreciate black? Ahem, silk. Subsequently, he immersed himself back into his work, while Jiang Ruyue chose not to linger in the laboratory, opting instead to enjoy coffee and watch a digital drama outside. 2 days passed, and upon receiving word, Yang Feng and Academician Feng hurried to Chen Qian's location. Brother, I'm here, Yang Feng exclaimed as he entered. Academician Feng was considerably more composed. Albeit his face flushed with excitement, he managed to maintain his demeanor. Chen Qian smiled as he served them coffee. Have a seat, everyone. Let us wait a moment for others to arrive. Yang Feng inquired, somewhat puzzled. Who else? I've also notified Sugu and Danjie. Yang Feng nodded. Though he could hardly contain his eagerness, he settled down to wait. Soon, Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan arrived in the lounge. Once seated, Su Qingfeng could not resist asking, Chen Qian, you summoned us for? At the Firepower Research Institute, the security duties did not require their direct oversight, aside from trailing behind during outings. They hadn't had close contact with Chen Qian for some time. Chen Qian chuckled. The reason for your presence is, of course, the unveiling of something extraordinary. Extraordinary? Li Xiangdan looked puzzled. While they recognized Chen Qian as a rare scientific genius, they were not well acquainted with the specific projects. Chen Qian opted not to explain, but instead retrieved the watches he had prepared in advance, distributing them among the group. Watching Yang Feng and Academician Feng excitedly pick up their watches, Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan were left bewildered. After all, was this not merely the spiritual realm watches? They were not unfamiliar with them. Sensing their confusion, Yang Feng could no longer contain himself. He swiftly donned the watch and stepped into an adjacent open space. Raising an eyebrow at Chen Qian, let me take the lead this time. Chen Qian was momentarily stunned, internally seething. Damn it, this chance to impress has been snatched away. Seeing Chen Qian's helpless expression, Yang Feng couldn't help but smile widely. Without further ado, he shouted, watch closely. After glancing at his watch, he felt the hidden button on the side and decisively pressed it. In an instant, a dark liquid began to flow out, gradually enveloping his entire body. A surge of electric light followed, and the original Yang Feng vanished, replaced by a formidable battle armor reminiscent of the fearsome Xingtian. Wow! Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan immediately rose to their feet. This is a mech? The mech that has been the talk of the town online? Su Qingfeng and Li Xiangdan were utterly astonished. They were well aware of the existence of mechs, a fact known across the globe. Yet they never anticipated that such a marvel would manifest right before them. Chapter 467. The armored squad instinctively, their gazes fell upon the spiritual realm watch in their hands. And they collectively gasped in astonishment. This is my own mech? I can truly possess a mech? At that moment, Chen Qian spoke with a smile, clarifying. This is not just any mech, it is the Xingtian battle armor. He then succinctly outlined the shameless maneuver enacted by Lao Mian, prompting Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan to respond with bitter laughter. How utterly shameless, Su Qifeng exclaimed. I underestimated the thickness of their skin, Li Xiangdan fumed, her body trembling with indignation. At this juncture, after experiencing the Xingtian battle armor, Yang Feng approached, his expression behind the mask exuding excitement and pride. Brother, this Xingtian battle armor is incredibly comfortable, akin to being unclothed. How can one fight if they're uncomfortable? Chen Qian chuckled, then turned to the others. Everyone should give it a try. The first time you don the Xingtian battle armor, it will record your body data, a process that takes several seconds. Afterward, it will be instantaneous. Upon hearing this, the group felt a surge of eagerness, yet it was the prepared academician Fong who took the lead, displaying unexpected agility for his age. Transform! Academician Fong shouted, pressing the hidden button on his watch. The sudden exclamation startled Chen Qian. He had never anticipated that the oldest among them would be the most exuberantly enthusiastic. The others exchanged knowing smiles. Before long, Academician Fong completed his transformation, revealing a suit of armor distinct yet reminiscent of Yang Feng's Xingtian battle armor. While the overall design was similar, the 6 sets of armor were not standardized, allowing Chen Qian to incorporate some distinguishing features to differentiate them. Academician Fong reveled in the sensation of the armor, his excitement palpable as he leapt about like a child, nearly colliding with the ceiling. Indeed, it feels as light as air. Subsequently, Su Qifeng, Li Xiangdan, and Jiang Ruyue took their turns in succession. Yet the majority of the group's attention was drawn to Jiang Ruyue and Li Xiangdan. The reason was clear. The female Xingtian battle armor possessed a certain elegance, complemented by graceful curves that rendered it a masterpiece, eliciting admiration from all present. Yang Chen's aesthetic design is truly remarkable, Academician Fong remarked. Indeed, if it were up to me, I doubt I could conceive such exquisite armor, Yang Feng concurred. Although knowledge transfer enabled individuals to grasp information effortlessly, the distinction between knowledge and ability remained. Not everyone could replicate the same level of excellence. Yang Feng felt this truth deeply. Despite having received extensive scientific knowledge, he still fell short in research compared to Academician Fong and Chen Qian. All right, Chen Qian stated as he deactivated the armor. Now that everyone has experienced the battle armor, let us take it off. At his words, the group complied, yet Yang Feng lingered, visibly discontent. Brother, we've only just begun to wear it. I haven't had a chance to truly enjoy it. Chen Qian sighed. How about this? Your armor can be used for testing. That way, you can have your fill of fun. Yang Feng was taken aback, hastily removing his battle armor and shaking his head as he returned to his seat. He was reluctant to subject his armor to testing, which demanded live-fire exercises and would inevitably push the armor to its limits, resulting in damage. His armor was not yet warmed up, and he could not bear to test it. Meanwhile, Academician Fong's expression was a tapestry of emotions, conflicted, reluctant, and curious. Chen Qian smiled silently, aware that this was precisely why he had provided Fong with a set of battle armor. After all, Fong did not need it for territorial expansion. Its purpose was evidently for testing. It was clear that Academician Fong had grasped this point as well. He was truly reluctant. After a lengthy sigh, he resigned himself to the necessity of the testing work, knowing he must sacrifice for the greater good. He resolved to ask Xiaochun for another set. The fervor in Fong's gaze directed at Chen Qian was palpable, leaving Chen Qian feeling a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Qifeng interjected with a question, deftly shifting the topic. Chen Qian, why have you entrusted us with such a crucial piece of battle armor? Li Xiangdan inquired, her expression mirroring the confusion shared by Yang Feng. Chen Qian stole a glance at Academician Fong and replied with a smile that will be discussed later. Rest assured, it will be of great utility to you. Since Academician Fong was unaware of the Dream World project, and only he and Jiang Ruyue among those present were privy to it, he did not hasten to explain. However, it would soon be appropriate to enlighten Yang Feng and Su Chi Feng, as well as Li Xiangdan. Both Yang Feng and Academician Feng, perceptive as they were, sensed that this matter might pertain to certain confidential information and, in tacit understanding, refrained from probing further, steering the conversation back to the testing work. After some time, Qin Xian proposed that the testing site be established at the experimental base in the northwest. Given the superior defensive capabilities of the battle armor and the potential involvement of large-scale weaponry, confidentiality was of paramount importance. Initially puzzled, Academician Feng soon comprehended Qin Xian's rationale upon recalling the assessment of the armor's defensive capabilities documented in the materials. He was filled with anticipation regarding the armor's performance. Once the discussion on testing was nearing completion, Academician Feng took his leave to prepare for the testing work, followed by Yang Feng, who was also ready to depart. As there were numerous tasks related to energy shields and weapon systems yet to be organized. However, Qin Xian stopped Yang Feng. Brother Yang, you can leave these matters to others. Isn't Brother Quan still out there? Just let him handle it. Don't rush off just yet. As there is more to discuss, Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback before returning to his seat. Please wait a moment, he said. Qin Xian then exited the lounge, contacted Old Mu to inform him, and returned to his seat. After taking a sip of coffee, Qin Xian cleared his throat. I have asked everyone to stay because there are some matters that require clarification, which is also the reason behind equipping you all with the Xing Tian battle armor. At his words, everyone, except Jiang Ruyue, was instantly alert. Qin Xian then gradually elucidated the plans for territorial expansion, albeit with minimal mention of the dream world, yet providing the group with a clear understanding of what needed to be accomplished next. Nevertheless, even so, the keen observers were acutely aware that behind the expansion of territories lay potentially more significant objectives. Yet, none dared to inquire further. They were well aware of what questions were appropriate and which were not. Meanwhile, seated in his vehicle, the valiant Commander Lu, brimming with determination and readiness for battle, received a call from Elder Mu. Upon hearing Elder Mu's elucidation, Commander Lu was left utterly astonished. Reflecting on the shifts in domestic policy and recalling how Galaxy technology had initiated a lucrative venture with minimal effort, a phenomenon that was increasingly proliferating across various sectors, he finally grasped the underlying reason. A world of dreams. It was astonishing to realize that the entire globe would be tasked with sustaining the prosperity of Huan Nation. Truly inconceivable. Chapter 468, A Sudden Descent. Commander Lu, now that you are privy to this matter, you have effectively joined the core of our initiative. It is imperative that Yang Feng and his team safeguard Qin Xian. We must ensure that no mishaps occur. Commander Lu remained silent, still grappling with the astonishing revelation of the Dream World project, which was under the direct command of our leader. This was the true mission of the forthcoming 5-year plan, which had merely been a FAAD for public scrutiny. Commander Lu inhaled sharply, his voice trembling with rare intensity. Old Mu, how could you orchestrate such a grand plan without a word? And sending Yang Chen into peril, does that seem appropriate? He is a prodigy in the realm of research. Old Mu sighed. The inception of this plan was indeed proposed by Yang Chen. As for why he must venture into danger, I too am reluctant. But who else could be deemed suitable? Should it be us or your military? How would the international community perceive this? What ramifications would it entail, given these considerations? Leveraging the advancement of Galaxy technology as a pretext, Chen undoubtedly emerges as the most fitting candidate. However, the current international climate is tumultuous. Many factors are no longer of utmost concern. Chen may no longer be the ideal choice, but can we withdraw him now? I know Chen well. He would never agree. Thus, we must allow him to proceed. Fortunately, with the creation of the Xingtian battle armor, safety is somewhat assured, which alleviates my concerns. Commander Lu pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, that lad may appear somewhat eccentric at times, yet he is astute. Safety should not be an issue. Old Mu chuckled. I even suspect that the concept of the Xingtian battle armor had long been in his mind. Had he not developed it, he would not have initiated this endeavor. Fortunately, Qin Xian did not overhear this remark. Otherwise, he would have been utterly astonished. Vocal, you predicted this? Commander Lu was taken aback, then joined in laughter. Very well, Old Mu remarked. I shall say no more. Commander Lu replied affirmatively. Rest assured regarding Qin's matters. At the Firepower Research Institute, after 3 days of preparation, the testing of the Xingtian battle armor in the northwestern region was fully set in motion. Due to the significance of the Xingtian battle armor, a veritable gem of military technology, All related operations proceeded with remarkable swiftness. Within the dense forest of the military district, Chen Qian and his comrades lined up, their expressions tinged with excitement. They were about to take flight. Indeed, they were to soar directly to the northwest. Donning the Xingtian battle armor, who needed an aircraft? Academician Fong, have you made contact with the monitoring room? Chen Qian inquired. Recalling the last time they left the military district, their departure had attracted unwarranted attention. Before Academician Fong could respond, Yang Feng waved dismissively. Relax, my brother. Everything has been arranged. We shall simply take off. Chen Qian smiled, realizing that Yang Gu was indeed eager. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, transform. The spirit of youthful exuberance burned brightly, yet none found it amusing, for they too were filled with fervor. Transform. The crowd could not restrain themselves from shouting in unison. In an instant, 6 dazzling orbs of lightning appeared, and before long, 6 formidable armors of the war god stood resolutely in place. Chen Qian ascended slowly into the sky, his voice resonating in the minds of those present. Everyone, adjust to flying, don't fall and land in a heap. Despite the warning, the other armors were equipped with mass support, making a genuine fall improbable. Heeding Chen Qian's reminder, the remaining 5 nodded, a tinge of apprehension in their hearts. For this was unlike flying in an airplane, they were flying themselves. Moments later, one by one, they took to the skies, their postures somewhat awkward at first. But they soon acclimatized. Let us set off, commanded Chen Qian, his spirit soaring as he abruptly accelerated, vanishing with a thunderous roar as if teleporting. The other 5, unwilling to lag behind, let out exuberant cries and hastened to follow. Listening to the cacophony of excited shouts echoing in their minds, Chen Qian couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Riyue and Li Xiangdan were relatively composed, while Yang Feng shouted the loudest, followed closely by Academician Fong. Even Su Qifeng, usually quiet, was filled with exhilaration and joined in the raucous celebration. Before long, the 5 caught sight of Chen Qian's figure. Full speed ahead, he declared. Subsequently, they pushed their velocity to the limit. Gazing at the distorted clouds swirling around them, Yang Feng felt an almost surreal sensation. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Qian's voice echoed again. Prepare to decelerate. We have arrived. Already here? Everyone gaped in astonishment. Although they were aware that the war god armor was swift, faster than the Zhusha fighter jets, they had only encountered that information on paper, experiencing it firsthand. They truly understood what speed meant. I am far too fast, Yang Feng couldn't help but exclaim. No sooner had he spoken than all eyes turned toward him in unison. With Chen Qian giving a thumbs up to express his agreement, Yang Feng instantly recognized the double entendre in his words. His face flushing with embarrassment as he internally chided himself. There are ladies present. What is he doing, making it so obvious? Couldn't he pretend he didn't hear? He felt utterly disregarded. Soon, they arrived above the Northwest Experimental Base. The Northwest Experimental Base is a comprehensive large-scale facility primarily tasked with the research and testing of large equipment and weaponry, spanning fields from aerospace to hydrogen and atomic bombs. And even the Dongfeng Express. Suspended in the sky, Chen Qian turned to Academician Fong. Shall we descend directly or find a discreet place to land? Considering confidentiality, Chen Qian posed the question, as not everyone involved in arms research was aware of the war god armor's existence. Academician Fong shook his head and smiled, saying, It's fine, we can descend directly. The Northwest region is already aware of the war god armor. Then that settles it. With that reassurance, Chen Qian felt no further hesitation and led the group boldly downward. Soon, someone noticed the unusual occurrence in the sky. Within the monitoring room, the supervisor and a group of staff members gazed at the screens displaying several formidable battle armors, their eyes wide with astonishment. Is this the celestial battle armor that was mentioned for testing? The supervisor murmured to himself. The others erupted in exclamations. Goodness, this is astonishing. Is this not the very dream of my childhood? What was your childhood dream? To save the world. To uphold global peace. Meanwhile, in the base, external researchers also caught sight of the battle armors soaring through the sky, instinctively widening their mouths in disbelief. Am I seeing things? I'm only 60. How could I be hallucinating? No, wait, I'm wearing my reading glasses. My goodness, this is nothing short of art. The art of science. To fly freely in the sky? What is the speed? What is the coefficient of drag? Chapter 469. Harmonization, however, the most fervent reactions came from the soldiers stationed here. At this moment, as they beheld the Mech gracefully descending from the sky, many of them leaped to their feet. One individual even threw his arms around his squad leader. Boss, surely we can be equipped with these two, right? We can, can't we? The squad leader, oblivious to when his cigarette had fallen to the ground, instinctively took a puff, only to inhale emptiness. I don't know, he stammered. What do you mean you don't know? You're our leader. Surely you can manage to procure a few. But I'm merely a squad leader. Merely a squad leader? You are my deity. At this moment, Chen Qian and his companions were likely aware of the commotion they had stirred. Observing the astonished expressions below, aside from Jiang Riyue and Li Xiangdan, who appeared somewhat composed, the others wore grins that stretched from ear to ear. Yang Feng murmured to himself, the scene I dreamed of in my childhood has come to fruition. Before long, they landed at the base entrance, where an elderly gentleman, accompanied by a group of researchers, hurriedly emerged from within. Greetings, I am Sun, one of the heads of this mech testing. Upon seeing the newcomer, Academician Fong unfastened his mech and approached with a beaming smile, grasping Sun's hand. Old Sun, it has been many years since we last met. Sun, taken aback, clearly did not expect his old friend to make an entrance in this manner. Old Fong, you. Academician Fong chuckled. Taking a flight was too cumbersome, so we simply flew over directly. I hope we did not disturb you. Chen Qian was momentarily stunned. What do you mean did not disturb? Wasn't it you who said we could come down directly? So it was merely for show? Academician Sun, with a wry smile, replied, no disturbance at all. We had received prior notice of your arrival. We were just surprised that it wasn't a transport plane. That's good to hear. Academician Fong sighed in relief. By the way, Academician Sun turned to Chen Qian and the others. Who are these individuals? Seeing this, Chen Qian and his companions unfastened their mechs and nodded in greeting. Allow me to introduce them, Academician Fong said, proceeding to introduce each of them in turn, emphasizing that Chen Qian was the chief designer of the Xingtian mech. Academician Sun was taken aback. He recognized Chen Qian but had not anticipated that he was the chief designer of the Xingtian mech. Chen Qian is even more of a genius than I imagined. Academician Sun marveled inwardly, quickly taking Chen Qian's hand. Mr. Chen, a pleasure to meet you. Chen Qian felt somewhat overwhelmed. This was not how it was supposed to go. Wasn't he meant to be underestimated due to his youth, only to impress later? Why was Academician Sun so gracious? He felt a bit anxious. However, Chen Qian quickly realized that every individual has a distinct personality, and their perceptions and attitudes toward the same situation can vary greatly. Just as some might instinctively reach for tissues upon discovering a certain film, others might react with indignation and close the webpage. You are too kind, Academician Sunday. I am but a junior. You may call me Xiao Chun. I humbly ask for your guidance. Chen Qian replied with a smile. Chen Qian's humble demeanor, devoid of arrogance stemming from his talents, immediately caught the attention of Academician Sunday. After exchanging pleasantries and growing slightly more familiar, Academician Sun smiled and remarked, after your journey, you must be weary. Shall we partake in breakfast first? The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Tired? Not in the least. They hardly felt the passage of time before arriving at their destination. They hadn't even digested breakfast yet. Academician Fong cleared his throat, attempting to ease the tension. Old Sun, we are not fatigued. Perhaps we should commence work promptly. Academician Sun paused, glancing at Chen Qian, who nodded with a smile. Indeed, Academician Sun, let us prioritize our work. Dining can wait. Very well, Academician Sun acquiesced, as he too was a workaholic, placing work above all else without any reservations. Soon, under Academician Sun's guidance, the group entered a vast testing chamber, ready to begin the fundamental assessments of the combat armor. Chen Qian, however, did not follow. Instead, he led Jiang Riyue, Yang Feng, Su Chi Feng, and Li Xiangdan aside to familiarize themselves with the Xing Tian battle armor. Merely mastering flight was insufficient to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. They needed to achieve complete synergy with the armor. Whether engaging in direct combat while donned in the armor, fighting with the aid of an intelligent system, or relinquishing control to the system entirely, each scenario presented distinct challenges. Even though Chen Qian had already infiltrated the military base of Niuyu, he would not claim complete familiarity with the armor. Especially for warriors like Yang Feng, Su Chi Feng, and Li Xiangdan, the stronger the fighter, the more imperative it was to acclimate to the armor, as their combat instincts were deeply ingrained. Should they activate the auxiliary combat or intelligent system mode in a crisis, it would be akin to contending against the armor itself, a perilous situation that could lead to injuries, ranging from sprains to paralysis. After Chen Qian's explanations, Yang Feng and the others recognized the significance of becoming acquainted with the armor. They had felt quite awkward during the initial assisted flight. Thus, the potential dangers in a real emergency were all too apparent. Before long, they began their practice with basic combat drills, pairing Yang Feng with Su Qifeng, while Chen Qian, Jiang Riyue, and Li Xiangdan formed another team. In their first sparring session, everyone opted to rely on their individual abilities. Yang Feng and Su Qifeng engaged in an exhilarating exchange, their strikes intensified by the armor's superior defensive capabilities, allowing them to fight without hesitation. In contrast, Chen Qian and Jiang Riyue faced a different scenario. Despite their 2-on-1 assault against Li Xiangdan, they were swiftly subdued. Rising from the ground, Chen Qian reflected, "Wait, why am I practicing combat with Dan? The purpose is to acclimate to the armor. If I truly wish to catch up in combat skills, that is no small feat." Consequently, Chen Qian adjusted their training strategy, integrating Li Xiangdan into Yang Feng's group, while he and Jiang Riyue engaged in auxiliary combat mode against one another. With this modification, the dynamics of the situation shifted dramatically. Yang Feng and his companions each fought valiantly, relying solely on their individual prowess to achieve remarkable feats. In stark contrast, Chen Qian and Jiang Riyue, aided by an intelligent system, unleashed the full potential of their battle armor, propelling their skirmish far beyond the realm of conventional combat. Mere mortals could scarcely discern their movements. One moment they stood still, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared 100 meters away, embodying the essence of superhuman capability. As Yang Feng and his companions engaged in their own struggle, they found themselves captivated by the astonishing display of combat between Chen Qian and Jiang Riyue, their scalps tingling with awe. Fortunately, they swiftly regained their focus and immersed themselves anew in their own battle, this time with even greater dedication to their coordination. Chapter 470, Defense Limit Testing. On the other side, Academician Feng and Academician Sun, who were engaged in foundational testing, were equally captivated. Academician Sun's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had witnessed a ghost. This is rather exaggerated. Although Academician Feng was equally taken aback, he endeavored to maintain his composure, speaking with the tone of an experienced individual. "Ah, what is this? Our Xing Tian battle armor is truly remarkable." Academician Sun nodded in agreement. "All right, let us commence." Academician Feng called out, bringing Academician Sun back to reality, and they, along with a group of researchers, diligently began the testing process. 3 days elapsed. Throughout this period, Chen Qian and his companions engaged in a harmonious integration with the battle armor, participating not only in combat but also in various military drills, achieving a commendable progress as they largely completed their adaptation. However, compared to Chen Qian and Jiang Riyue, Yang Feng and his team demonstrated a relatively slower pace. Chen Qian and Jiang Riyue completed their integration in just over a day. The reason was simple. Xiaobai provided them with a distinct advantage. In terms of combat, unexpected situations, and military training, they, as extensions of Xiaobai, possessed no muscle memory or instinctive reactions. They merely needed to relax and follow the guidance of the battle armor or allow it to operate autonomously. Consequently, their adaptation proceeded at a faster rate. Nevertheless, Yang Feng and his companions, being elite individuals, managed to suppress their bodily instincts and completed their integration within 3 days, earning Chen Qian's admiration. "Xiaochen, we are about to begin the limit testing. Would you like to observe?" Academician Sun inquired as he approached the resting Chen Qian and his companions. After 3 days of intensive testing, the foundational data of the Xing Tian battle armor had been thoroughly evaluated, yielding results that far exceeded everyone's expectations, so much so that it could be described as beyond imagination. Now, only the limit testing of the defensive capabilities remained. Unfortunately, throughout these days, no conventional weapon had been able to inflict even the slightest damage upon the battle armor, leaving the defense data shrouded in mystery. Chen Qian's eyes sparkled. Of course, I would love to witness the limits of the Xing Tian battle armor. While he had a rough estimate of its defensive capabilities, he knew that estimations often diverge from reality. "Very well," Academician Feng said as he approached. "Let us proceed now." Chen Qian nodded, and soon the group left the testing room, heading towards the designated testing area outside the base. As he gazed at the vast expanse of yellow sand before him and then turned back to glance at the distant base, Chen Qian couldn't help but reflect on the researchers who had steadfastly dedicated themselves to this place for years, feeling a surge of emotion. However, such feelings were fleeting. He believed that it would not be long before China regained its position at the pinnacle of the world, and surely, those great individuals would find immense solace at that time. "Academician Sun, what is the testing procedure?" Qin Qian asked as he looked towards Academician Sunday. Academician Sun sent a document via his watch, and after a brief glance, Qin Qian frowned. This testing procedure seems rather intricate. Academician Sun and Academician Fong exchanged a surprised glance, with Academician Fong asking, "Intricate? Xiao Chen, do you have any suggestions?" Qin Qian contemplated for a moment and remarked, "I have a reasonable understanding of the defensive capabilities of the Xingtian battle armor. Therefore, employing a mortar for the initial strike seems unnecessary. Moreover, the subsequent TNT and numerous low-yield missiles are also superfluous. We might as well commence directly with the high-yield missiles. Is that appropriate?" Academician Sun was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. In contrast, Academician Fong, more familiar with Qin Qian, pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "Very well. Let us proceed directly with the high-yield missiles." Academician Sun widened his eyes, eager to voice his thoughts, yet ultimately remained silent. Aware that his old friend would not act without due consideration, the testing procedure was swiftly rearranged, completed in no time. Academician Fong arrived at the calibration site and activated the battle armor on the mannequin, subsequently leading everyone to a safe distance. "Isn't Academician Fong going to test the armor himself?" Young Fong quipped, unable to resist a jibe. Academician Fong shot him a glance, exasperated. "Isn't it obvious? Testing the defensive limits while wearing the armor? That would be tantamount to courting disaster." Within a few minutes, the group reached a secure area. Academician Fong nodded to Academician Sun, who raised his watch to issue the command, commencing the extreme defense test of the Xingtian battle armor. 3, 2, 1. Missile launch. Whoosh. A piercing sound sliced through the air from a distance, revealing a tiny black dot in the sky trailing a long plume, hurtling towards the Xingtian battle armor with incredible speed. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens, the sound of the explosion trailing behind. A fierce wind whipped up clouds of yellow sand, stinging their faces. Fortunately, the group wore goggles, shielding their eyes as they fixated on the deep crater formed by the explosion. "What a magnificent firework display," Qin Qian remarked with a hint of admiration. Zhang Ruyue nodded earnestly. "Indeed, it is truly beautiful." As soon as her words fell, everyone turned to the two, their expressions tinged with astonishment. Fireworks? Did they dare to label this as mere fireworks? Whose fireworks wielded such power? After a moment, as the wind and sand settled, a drone swiftly flew to investigate. Upon discovering the battle armor enscathed within the crater, the group erupted into cheers. "Fantastic! It's unharmed. The armor is perfectly intact. Unbelievable! Such a high-yield missile. Yet it remains completely unscathed. And the armor has even activated its energy shield." Sighing, Qin Qian muttered, "This is just the beginning," though the smile on his face betrayed his satisfaction. Soon after, Academician Fong and Academician Sun personally inspected the mannequin inside the battle armor. Upon discovering it entirely unharmed, they were instantly overwhelmed. "That was ruthless, truly ruthless," Academician Sun murmured, unable to fathom the outcome. Academician Fong, too, took deep breaths, still reeling from the shocking sight. The testing continued. The armor was promptly retrieved for meticulous examination, and once confirmed free of any issues, preparations for the next round of testing would commence. Qin Qian waited patiently when suddenly his watch vibrated. Upon checking, he saw it was a call request from Elder Mu, so he stepped aside to answer. "Elder Mu?" In the holographic display, Elder Mu wasted no time and went straight to the point. "Xiao Chun, I have some unfortunate news to share with you." "What news?" "When Jun and Ping Darren have declared war." "What?" Qin Qian was taken aback. The news of a conflict erupting between Mandy and Renbei truly caught him off guard. Although Ping Darren had been in a tense standoff with Dan Ruiwen over issues of independence, Dan Ruiwen had surmised who was backing Ping Darren, which had resulted in a prolonged stalemate between the two sides. Yet now, a declaration of war had been made. And at this pivotal moment following the announcement of the Hegemony Alliance's intervention in the Fuji region? Chapter 471. The S3 season is about to commence. It appears that the West is clandestinely supporting Dan Ruiwen, pondered Qin Qian. "I share the same sentiment." Mu Lao nodded slightly. "By the way, the pressure on the Russian side is quite immense at the moment. Have you made sufficient progress with your chariot of war suits? Are preparations for action underway?" Qin Qian smiled faintly, not surprised that Mu Lao could deduce this. "Indeed, we are ready to conduct tests and then venture to Russia." Mu Lao contemplated for a couple of seconds. "Once you have concluded your affairs, do visit me." "Certainly," Qin Qian replied readily. After the call ended, he beckoned Zhang Ruyue, Yang Feng, and others, approaching Academician Sun. "Academician Sun, I must trouble you with the upcoming tests. I have some urgent matters to attend to and will be departing shortly. Although he could wait for the test to complete before visiting Mu Lao, it seemed unnecessary. The test would proceed smoothly with or without his presence. The others were somewhat taken aback by Chen Qian's departure. Are you leaving now, Xiaochen? Academician Fong inquired. Chen Qian nodded with a smile. Yes. Something urgent has come up. I see. Academician Fong exchanged a knowing glance with Academician Sun, refraining from further inquiries, as their ingrained sense of confidentiality held strong. Well then, we shall take care of things here, Academician Sun said with a smile. Once the tests are completed, I will send you the data, Academician Fong added. All right. Chen Qian affirmed, and alongside Yang Feng and the others, they soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Simultaneously, the atmosphere on the international internet began to take on an ominous tone. Is the Third World War about to commence? Oh my God. The Alliance is officially entering the fray, while Mandian has declared war on Rinbei. The situation appears to be escalating. Could it truly be the eve of a third war? Will more nations soon engage in conflict? Regardless, we, the great American nation, shall emerge as the ultimate victors. Not only do we possess an array of advanced weaponry, but we also wield the formidable mecha. In stark contrast to the international scene, the domestic internet painted an entirely different picture, with netizens displaying no signs of concern. Brothers, is the S3 season about to begin? Is it truly upon us? I have been saying for the past 2 years that the international situation felt off. And without a doubt, it is commencing. Brothers, I have stumbled upon a shocking revelation. Germany has reclaimed its position as the world's third largest economy. Moreover, prices have skyrocketed. And a bakery that has been in operation for over 90 years is on the brink of closure. Wait, why does this scene feel so familiar? And even more so. This year at the Vienna Conservatory, yet another student has failed the entrance exam. What? That man from years ago was the only candidate who failed. Furthermore, back then, the economy was in decline, and now it mirrors that. Back then, the Soviets were engaged in conflict, and now they inherit the legacy. Russia and Ukraine are embroiled in fierce battles. What a coincidence. Additionally, it was during this very time that Germany began to expand its military. Just recently, they increased their defense budget by over $1 trillion. It has been confirmed that the central figure of Season 2, Old Da, is undoubtedly making a return. History often exhibits striking similarities, and as discussions heat up domestically, an international user from Germany and Italy suddenly interjects with a half-joking plea. Is there anyone interested in teaming up with me? I can carry, but I cannot guarantee victory. The records can be verified. The crowd erupted in surprise, momentarily taken aback before bursting into playful banter. Team up? Count me in. Ha ha ha. I want to join too. You must include me. In Season 2, we from the Yamato Nation are your allies. You cannot leave us behind this time. By the way, is there a Chinese user who has made it through the firewall? Let us not hold grudges. Immediately, a Chinese user stood up. No grudges, no grudges. If you dare to show your face, I will take you down in an instant. This bold declaration stunned the audience. And they soon realized that if a third battle were to commence, it would indeed be unlike any before. The Chinese dark horse, unfathomable in its depths, could potentially astonish the world if history were to repeat itself. To quote the Chinese, they are now fully prepared, merely awaiting the right opportunity. Are there any Chinese users present? If history repeats itself, you must remain discreet. A Chinese user promptly responded, discreet? So many revolutionary predecessors have paved the way for us. We can no longer afford to be low-key. If history were to repeat itself, who would join us? 1v17 to the heavens. The records can be verified. At the Firepower Research Institute, Chen Qian and his companions arrived in a flash. After making a call to Old Mu, Chen Qian did not linger, taking Jiang Ruyue with him to Old Mu's residence. In the familiar courtyard, Old Mu sat alone at the central stone table, brewing tea. Upon seeing Chen Qian and Jiang Ruyue arrive, he greeted them with a warm smile. Little Chen has come. Please, sit down. Chen Qian nodded with a smile, not standing on ceremony, and took a seat opposite Old Mu alongside Jiang Ruyue. Old Mu filled their cups with tea, saying, Little Chen, you are off to the Rust Nation. How do you plan to proceed? Chen Qian, unhurried, lifted his cup, blowing gently before taking a sip. He had some inkling of Old Mu's intentions for summoning him, likely to offer a few words of caution, especially since the Rust differed greatly from Rinbei in strength, necessitating a careful approach. I may not have considered all aspects as thoroughly as you have. Do you have any advice? Old Mu chuckled and lightly tapped Chen Qian. Oh, have you truly not given it enough thought? You are making this old man proud. But since you ask, I shall offer a few words. Please do. Qin Qian responded earnestly. Old Mu pondered for a moment. Since the war between Rus and Elan began, compounded by sanctions, their internal economy and resource supply have faced significant challenges. Having left them in limbo for so long, I expect that your initial collaborations upon your arrival should proceed smoothly. However, advancing further will not be so straightforward. Qin Qian nodded in agreement, recognizing that Rus, as a military powerhouse, would not yield to demands as effortlessly as Rebay. Achieving such outcomes would be exceedingly challenging, if not dauntingly difficult. If handled improperly, a complete fallout is entirely possible, as the Russians are notoriously brash. However, there exists a notable characteristic among them. Mr. Mu continued, beneath their tough exterior lies a softness that is not as formidable as one might presume. Just as in the past, despite the West's relentless exclusion and exploitation of them, they still sought inclusion with the other side. Yet, after many years without any progress, compounded by the situation in Ukraine, they have been left with no choice but to relinquish that aspiration entirely. Thus, in this upcoming collaboration, we must not only engage in earnest discussions, but also demonstrate strength. To demonstrate strength? Qin Qian looked at Mr. Mu in surprise. Mr. Mu smiled and nodded. It boils down to the dual approach of coercion and enticement. When I speak of demonstrating strength, I mean showcasing our capabilities. Once they realize that our relationship is not one of mutual destruction, everything will fall into place seamlessly. Chapter 472, Journey to OS in Contemplation. Qin Qian pondered deeply. Elder Mu remained silent, savoring his tea in the tranquil passage of time, patiently awaiting Qin Qian's thoughts. After a considerable interval, Qin Qian lifted his head, stating, I understand now. Elder Mu smiled. Have you reached a conclusion? Qin Qian nodded. However, the specifics will depend on the circumstances at hand. Indeed, Elder Mu responded. But one must not be overly hasty. Excess leads to loss. It is unrealistic to expect to achieve everything in one fell swoop. Yet, once the initial steps are taken, subsequent developments will flow with ease. Qin Qian beamed. I comprehend that well, Elder Mu. I shall not rush. Even if all goes smoothly and OS accepts a portion of the unconventional partnership, transforming OS into a mirror of Renbei in one go remains unattainable. A cornered rabbit may bite. What more can be said of OS? This is precisely why Elder Mu cautioned Qin Qian against haste. In simpler terms, progress must be gradual. Having made initial contact, a hug seems permissible, and after that, a kiss should also be acceptable. Once that step is taken, a gentle nudge will not be objected to. It is merely a matter of time. The crucial point is to open the door with OS. Excessive demands can be approached step by step, making them appear less unreasonable. As long as you understand, Elder Mu chuckled, pouring more tea before inquiring, what is your perspective on Ping Darren and Dan Ruewen? After a brief moment of reflection, Qin Qian replied, Peng Darren's previous independence was too smooth, and his time under our wing has been brief. Some aspects require further consideration. Therefore, I believe we must first instill a sense of pressure upon him, providing encouragement at critical moments. Thus, normal assistance, simply supplying equipment, will suffice. Elder Mu nodded slightly. Indeed, continue. Currently, I only possess a broad outline of the plan. Unlike the armed factions, Dan Ruewen, with his external support, will undoubtedly seek more assistance from us. For now, we can afford to ignore him. As the situation evolves, he will find it increasingly challenging. Then, when the moment is crucial, we will need to establish him an ally. Oh, Elder Mu expressed mild surprise. What kind of ally do you have in mind? Qin Qian explained with a smile. After all, our aim extends beyond merely transforming Huagua into an ideal state. Once the dream world is realized, maintaining long-term stability is paramount, which necessitates certain divisions. The Kiki individuals present an excellent option, geographically aligning with Renbei to create a pincer effect against Dan Ruewen. You've set your sights on the Kiki so swiftly? Elder Mu's smile reflected both pride and approval. It was no surprise that Qin Qian would target the Kiki. What astonished him was Qin Qian's rapid decision to take action against India while deftly soothing Peng Darren. Such foresight is indeed rare. If this lad were not engaged in research, he would excel in any other field. Elder Mu marveled inwardly before turning to Qin Qian. If you feel confident, then pursue it boldly. The family will fully support you. Thank you, Elder Mu. Qin Qian responded with a cheerful nod. You rascal. Mr. Mu chuckled and shook his head, suggesting they indulge in tea. Subsequently, the two refrained from further discussion on such matters and shifted their conversation to other topics, allowing Jiang Ryue the opportunity to speak. However, after just a few exchanges, Mr. Mu inquired about their wedding plans, causing Jiang Ruyue to blush and steal glances at Qin Qian. Qin Qian, equally bewildered, pondered the abruptness of this inquiry. Was it truly time for marriage? Surely not. He was still a bit away from the legal age for matrimony. Fortunately, Mr. Mu merely mentioned it in passing and did not dwell on the subject. After a brief continuation of their conversation, Qin Qian and Jiang Ruyue took their leave and returned to the Firepower Research Institute. Upon arriving in the laboratory's lounge, Qin Qian gathered his thoughts and informed Yang Feng and the others about their impending journey to the country of OS. Yang Feng, Su Chi Feng, and Li Xiangdan felt a shiver of anticipation. Was it really about to begin? Although they had not anticipated such rapid developments, they promptly readied themselves. However, there was little to prepare, primarily needing to transition their current tasks, which could be completed swiftly. Qin Qian and Jiang Ruyue had even less to prepare and opted to rest well that night. The next day, the five reconvened in the dense forest. How shall we arrange the vanguard? Su Qingfeng inquired of Qin Qian. Qin Qian gestured to his watch on his left wrist, stating, "This time, we need not complicate matters." Su Qingfeng nodded in understanding. With the battle armor for protection, there was no necessity to mobilize the vanguard members. "By the way, brother," Yang Feng asked, "have you made all the necessary arrangements this time? It won't be like last time, will it?" Qin Qian's expression darkened. Yang Feng was clearly referring to the previous trip to Renbei, where he had made no preparations, leading to an unplanned excursion and a rather explosive performance. All right. Everything is ready. Do you think I would neglect my arrangements?" Qin Qian retorted, slightly annoyed. The previous night, he had instructed Leah to contact the OS embassy in China to communicate his intent to discuss cooperation. The response from OS was one of high importance, promptly confirming that all arrangements were made and awaiting his esteemed arrival. Qin Qian was not surprised, aside from the current situation within OS. His position as the CEO of Galaxy Technology ensured he would receive high-level treatment in any nation. The group fell silent and activated their battle armor, swiftly vanishing into the sky. Before long, they entered OS territory and slowed their speed. "We'll land at the Mojodovo airport in Moscow. Ensure that no one sees us when we deactivate our cloaking," Qin Qian instructed. "Understood," they all replied in unison. Shortly after, at Mojodovo airport in southern Moscow, the group successfully landed and, upon deactivating their cloaking, blended into the crowd disembarking from the aircraft. Upon reaching the arrivals area, a massive banner in Chinese caught their attention, warmly welcoming Galaxy Technology CEO Qin Qian to our country. Qin Qian was taken aback by the down-to-earth reception. At that moment, a middle-aged man who had come to greet them also spotted Qin Qian, his eyes flickering with a hint of confusion. He arrived early in the morning to greet the passengers because Qin Qian had previously communicated his arrival time and location. However, just a few moments ago, he checked the flight information and found no record of Qin Qian's name, nor any private jet route requests. As he began to suspect that something was amiss, Qin Qian unexpectedly emerged from the airport, leaving him perplexed. Suppressing his confusion, the middle-aged man approached warmly. "Mr. Qin Qian, greetings. I am Vladimir Kirillovich Vlok. You may call me Vlok." Qin Qian smiled and shook his hand, saying, "I appreciate your assistance." "Not at all. It is my pleasure." After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Qian and his companions followed Vlok out of the airport and into the awaiting limousine. Chapter 473, The Anxious Alexei and the Vehicle. Vlok again engaged in pleasantries. "I did not expect Mr. Qin's Russian to be so proficient. It is no wonder that we do not require a translator." Qin Qian smiled and shook his head, fully aware that the domestic situation was well known to his counterpart. At this juncture, such remarks seemed somewhat contrived. It is nothing extraordinary. Technology transforms lives, after all. This is precisely the purpose of my visit. Our Galaxy Technology ardently wishes to establish commercial cooperation with your esteemed nation. Vlok paused momentarily. Is it merely a matter of commercial cooperation? He was acutely aware that following the news of Qin Qian's impending visit, there had been considerable upheaval among the upper echelons. The West sanctions had been exceedingly harsh, inflicting unprecedented damage on the domestic economy, with the price of a pound of vegetables rivaling that of luxury goods. Consequently, the higher-ups had repeatedly sought assistance from China, hoping to forge a deeper partnership. Yet the responses from China had been ambiguous. This left them perplexed. Did China not understand the principle of mutual survival? Moreover, they were also preparing to seek collaboration in other areas. At this critical juncture, Qin Qian's sudden announcement of his visit appeared rather unusual. Thus, The higher-ups were eager to discern whether Chen Qian's visit represented solely himself or something more substantial. Chen Qian, naturally cognizant of Vlok's thoughts, did not conceal anything. Mr. Vlok, what I represent depends on your sincerity. Vlok's heart quivered slightly, his smile growing warmer. Mr. Chen, I am confident that our cooperation will yield mutually beneficial results. Chen Qian nodded slightly. That would indeed be splendid. Soon, the welcoming vehicle came to a halt outside an opulent hotel. Vlok escorted Chen Qian to the entrance. Mr. Chen, after your arduous journey, please take a moment to rest. Someone will soon arrive to discuss the details of our cooperation. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform the staff. Not at all. Thank you, Chen Qian replied. With that, Vlok hurriedly departed in his vehicle. Watching the retreating car, Chen Qian narrowed his eyes. What is the matter? Yang Feng could not help but inquire. Chen Qian chuckled softly. It appears that the situation in Russia is worse than we had anticipated. Why do you say that? Yang Feng asked thoughtfully. Logically, since we have just arrived, discussions should not be so pressing, yet they insisted that someone would soon come to discuss cooperation. This is quite evident. Is it? Yang Feng pondered for a moment, realizing that it indeed seemed so. Enough. Chen Qian turned towards the hotel. Let us wait in silence. The others quickly followed suit. The staff, having awaited for some time, promptly approached and guided Chen Qian into the elevator. In the presidential suite, everyone gathered in the lounge, engaging in casual conversation. Soon, a knock echoed through the room, and everyone instinctively turned towards Chen Qian. Indeed, someone had arrived. Chen Qian maintained an impassive demeanor, seated on the sofa. After all, one must uphold a certain bearing. Li Xiangdan and Su Qifeng hurriedly approached to open the door, and upon seeing the visitor, everyone was taken aback. It was the military. Chen Qian surveyed the imposing military uniform, realizing the significance of the presence. It was a general. He promptly donned a welcoming smile and rose to greet him. The general reciprocated with a warm smile, grasping Chen Qian's hand. Mr. Chen, I presume? It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Electa. Greetings, General. I am Chen Qian, he replied. Electa gestured towards the sofa. Let us sit and converse. Chen Qian nodded and took a seat opposite Electa, while the general's entourage stood attentively nearby. Yang Feng, not one to presume his status, also brought Jiang Ryue and others to stand by. Chen Qian was the first to break the silence. I never anticipated that a business meeting would be graced by your presence, General. I am truly honored. Electa maintained his genial demeanor. Mr. Chen, you are aware of the straightforward nature of military personnel. To borrow a phrase from your esteemed nation, let us speak plainly and discuss cooperation directly. Chen Qian observed him closely, recognizing the urgency in Electa's approach. He had not only sought him out immediately, but had also bypassed the customary drinking ritual to get straight to the point. Since the general has expressed this, I shall not beat around the bush. I have prepared all the details regarding our potential collaboration. As he spoke, he raised his wrist to check his watch, only to remember that there were no such spirit realm watches in Russia. Chen Qian cleared his throat. Does the general's team have a computer? Electa nodded and immediately instructed his aides to set up a computer. Subsequently, Chen Qian utilized his watch to send a document. Your company's spirit realm watch is truly impressive, Electa remarked, glancing at Chen Qian's wrist before turning his attention to the document on the screen. Within a few minutes, Electa had reviewed the collaborative proposal and felt a sense of delight. Although he lacked expertise in the technical aspects, he comprehended the direction and scope of the cooperation outlined in the document. The fields Chen Qian proposed to collaborate in precisely targeted their vulnerabilities, spanning light industry, food, technology, and infrastructure. This meant that once the partnership was finalized, the sanctions from the West would become ineffective, as China would provide everything they needed. Electa's subtle reactions did not escape Chen Qian's notice. His decisive presentation of the document was predicated on the confidence that the other party would acquiesce. Otherwise, he would not have been so audacious. Russia was indeed an intriguing nation. While its heavy industry was robust, its light industry was severely lacking, having previously relied heavily on the West. Consequently, the impact of the sanctions was profound. But who were they reliant upon? If the West could sustain itself, why could China not? The sanctions imposed by the West on Russia presented a monumental opportunity. Chen Qian aimed to supplant the West entirely. For Russia, this represented a win-win scenario. Indeed, Electa nodded with a smile, passing the computer to a specialized aide. While he engaged Chen Qian in a discussion about the developmental prospects of their respective nations, Chen Qian, unhurried, engaged in a fluid exchange with Electa. weaving a dialogue of mutual interest. More than half an hour later, the accompanying personnel approached Electa and whispered a few words to him, plunging him into deep contemplation. After a thorough review by the professionals, the proposal for collaboration was generally sound. However, one significant concern loomed large. The prospect of entrusting such vast fields and immense markets to Huagua was akin to placing all eggs in one basket, reminiscent of past collaborations with the Western powers. Consequently, Huagua could wield formidable sanctions against them in the future. Sighing inwardly, Electa pondered, but do we truly have a choice? Given the current predicament of Rusquel, his options were severely limited. Considering Huagua's historically benevolent image, he ultimately decided to acquiesce after a prolonged deliberation. Chapter 474 Commitment. Very well, let it be done, Electa declared resolutely. However, General Chen Qian interjected, we have just finished discussing artificial intelligence. Have you forgotten? Electa was momentarily taken aback. Chen Qian glanced at his watch and instructed, Leah, please provide a detailed cooperation agreement. Leah's voice resonated clearly in the ears of those present. Certainly. Instantly. An extraordinarily detailed contract was automatically generated, which Chen Qian promptly sent to the accompanying personnel. The general can arrange for a review to commence immediately. Electa, somewhat astonished, was struck by the reality of the situation. Just as he seemed to recall something, he smiled and inquired, Mr. Chen, do you think this Lingjing watch could possibly? Chen Qian's mind stirred. He intentionally showcased the Lingjing watch precisely for this moment. The opening he sought was indeed the Lingjing watch. His ambition was to expand territories, transforming the counterpart into an economic colony. Unlike Renbei, Russia could not coerce agreement. To achieve his goals, the Lingjing watch was the optimal instrument. The preliminary cooperation discussed earlier was merely incidental. The allure of the Lingjing world is self-evident. If the Lingjing watch were to officially enter Russia, its rapid adoption among the populace would be inevitable. The impact of the Lingjing world on reality would be profound. More significantly, within the Lingjing world, spiritual points serve as currency, effectively substituting the counterpart's legal tender without overt action. However, both Russia and other nations are acutely aware of this, which is why the Lingjing watch has not penetrated other markets. Other products from Galaxy technology, which are comparatively ordinary, have yet to enter foreign territories due to sanctions and Chen Qian's pride, which prevents him from allowing goods to enter through smuggling or other clandestine means. If they are to enter, it must be done openly and transparently, or else forcefully. The Lingjing watch, however, is viewed with extreme vigilance precisely because the nations understand its significance. General Electa, are you interested in our Lingjing watch? Chen Qian inquired with a smile. Electa nodded without reservation. Of course, such a groundbreaking product would pique anyone's interest. Even fully autonomous vehicles pale in comparison to this Lingjing watch. Once the contract review is complete, we can officially establish our collaboration. Given that both parties are sincere and that fully autonomous vehicles will soon enter our country, why should the Lingjing watch be absent? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Chen? Chen Qian beamed. Indeed, it must not be absent. Galaxy Technology is also eager for all the citizens of your esteemed nation to immerse themselves in the Lingjing world. This is our shared aspiration. Electa chuckled. Then I believe we should engage in a thorough discussion regarding spiritual points, particularly their regulation and issuance. Without oversight and the authority to issue, Russia will not permit the Lingjing watch to enter the market. When a nation's currency regulation and issuance are controlled by external entities, what implications does this entail? The consequences are all too evident. Chen Qian felt no surprise, feigning contemplation. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to Electa. General, your personal visit indicates that this collaboration transcends mere commercial interests. Electa remained silent, his gaze fixed on Chen Qian's eyes. Furthermore, my presence here signifies that I represent more than just myself. Indeed, a flicker of realization crossed Electa's mind, yet he maintained his composure and continued to listen. Chen Qian smiled. To put it plainly, I have come to assist your nation in addressing its troubles, which seem to extend beyond mere economic and social concerns to military matters as well. The Allied forces must be entering the battlefield by now. I can only imagine the distress you must be feeling, General. Electa took a deep breath and replied gravely, Indeed. We are eager to establish a closer partnership with your esteemed nation, for surely you understand the principle of mutual dependence. Mutual dependence? Chen Qian chuckled inwardly. The notion of mutual dependence presupposes that both parties are weak. It is out of necessity that they must unite. However, Chen Qian chose not to elaborate on this point and instead addressed the issue of LinkedIn. We can permit your nation to oversee the issuance of LinkedIn to safeguard your interests. But the issuance will be conducted in coordination with your nation. This is our bottom line. Electa was somewhat taken aback. Unsure why Chen Qian had suddenly reverted to discussing Lingdian, yet he pondered the matter seriously. On the surface, Chen Qian appeared magnanimous, granting them regulatory authority over Lingdian, with issuance to be coordinated. Yet this was insufficient. Ultimately, the right to issue Lingdian remained in their hands, and who could guarantee future cooperation? Electa sought ownership. At the very least, this had to be the case within the borders of Rus. No, this does not fully protect our interests. Electa shook his head. Chen Qian smiled. General, we have already made concessions. This is our bottom line and will not waver further. I hope you can place your trust in Galaxy Technology. And in me, Chen Qian. Indeed, trust lies with Galaxy Technology. Trust lies with him, Chen Qian. After all, this does not concern the nation. Any future betrayal would be a personal act of his and his company's. Upon hearing this, Electa fell silent. Had it been another person making such a statement, he would have remained outwardly composed but inwardly scoffed, thinking, nonsense. Such a simplistic assurance could be easily uttered, hardly credible. Yet Chen Qian was different. He was of Huagua, a nation that has long upheld its promises and possesses an excellent reputation. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in previous commercial collaborations. More importantly, Chen Qian represented more than just himself now, making each of his words significant. Thus, while his assurance seemed to convey little, it was, in fact, profoundly compelling. Chen Qian discerned Electa's hesitation and, recalling Mu Lao's advice that one must strike when the opportunity presents itself, declared with resolute conviction, General, to demonstrate our sincerity, we are prepared to alleviate some of the troubles on the battlefield for you. He then leaned closer, lowering his voice. Imagine if the coalition's supplies were to abruptly cease. If their leaders were all to perish, and all electronic devices were rendered inoperative, what chaos would ensue? Surely, your nation would achieve monumental victories with ease. Electa's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he had momentarily lost his composure. Is Huagua about to take action? A wave of disbelief washed over him, soon followed by profound doubt. No, Huagua has always claimed it would not fire the first shot. How could they possibly take the initiative if they are not to engage? Then why would Chen Qian make such a promise? Chapter 475, The Commencement of Action. Electa gazed at Chen Qian, who smiled silently, his eyes brimming with profound meaning. He was acutely aware of the astonishment that gripped his counterpart, yet he pondered, what connection does my personal endeavor have with the state? Is it not permissible for me to saunter upon the battlefield? Who has decreed otherwise? After a prolonged silence, Electa inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Qian. Should you fulfill your promises, we shall earnestly deliberate on matters of the spirit. Indeed, one must not reveal the falcon until the rabbit is caught. Chen Qian inwardly scoffed, maintaining an expression of nonchalance. Certainly, it poses no issue. Electa scrutinized Chen Qian for a moment longer before rising decisively, leading his entourage away. As the door closed behind them, Chen Qian's demeanor solidified momentarily before a radiant smile broke forth. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the grand scheme concerning Russia was all but settled. Aside from the foundational business partnership, there were no impediments. All products and services from Galaxy Technology and its partners could, in the future, enter Russia without pretext. As for the Spirit Realm Watch, Chen Qian was confident that upon his return from the battlefield, the other party would come to an understanding. They might believe he was alleviating their concerns. Rather, he was showcasing his own strength, a form of intimidation. This is what it means to engage in combat. By the time they comprehend the formidable prowess of Huagua, the entry of the Spirit Realm Watch into Russia would likely face no hurdles. What ensued was merely a matter of time, gradually encroaching upon the opponent, progressively exerting control until all technological breakthroughs from Huagua transformed into tangible power, leaving Russia with no prospect of resurgence. At that point, even instigating a division would be a trivial endeavor. How fortuitous it is! Chen Qian mused to himself. It is indeed time to stir. He then turned his attention to others, noticing that Yang Feng and the others seemed to grasp the situation, their expressions turning serious. We shall rest for a day. Tomorrow we take action. With that, he strode purposefully into the room. In the dead of night, moonlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon the room. Jiang Ryue stood quietly at the window, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Chen Qian approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist. What troubles you? What are you contemplating? Jiang Ryue paused, entwining her fingers with his. I was merely pondering whether war is truly necessary. It brings forth death. Chen Qian remained silent for a moment before chuckling softly. So, You were ruminating over such philosophical inquiries rather than feeling anxious about tomorrow's actions? He knew Jiang Ruyue well. She was not one to dwell on the necessity of war. In fact, at times, she perceived certain issues with greater clarity than he did. How vexing. Jiang Ruyue gently swatted his hand. Could you not expose my thoughts so readily? Very well. I admit it is because I am headed to the battlefield. I cannot shake this sense of unease and fear. Chen Qian nodded slightly. For a young woman, venturing to the war-torn front lines would naturally invoke fear. After all, Jiang Ruyue was a woman who could hardly bear the sight of a chicken being slaughtered. Yet she savored her meals heartily. However, Chen Qian keenly sensed that her fear was, in fact, largely rooted in concern for him. Rest assured, I am indeed a man capable of traversing the vast expanse of America alone, Chen Qian gently remarked. Moreover, you have seen the results of the defensive test sent by Academician Fong, have you not? There is nothing to worry about. The extreme defense test of the Xingtian battle armor has been completed, and it can be confidently stated that as long as it is not struck directly by a nuclear bomb, one's life is not in peril. Jiang Ruyue paused for a moment, and recalling the test results, felt a slight sense of reassurance. She lifted her gaze to the moon outside the window and softly murmured, "The moon is particularly full tonight." Chen Qian looked up and replied, "Indeed, it is remarkably round." The following day, Chen Qian and his companions were having breakfast in the hall. Setting down his chopsticks, Chen Qian smiled at everyone. "We are about to set off. Let us surprise General Electa." Surprise? The others looked on with some confusion. Chen Qian offered no explanation, instead manipulating his watch, and the call was soon connected. "Hello. General Electa, how are you?" Electa, who was at home dining, widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the special phone in his hand. This voice. Chen Qian? How did he manage to reach me? This is impossible. Why can he contact me directly? Is it you, Chen Qian? Yes, it is I, General. Are you surprised? Electa fell silent. Rather than surprise, it felt more like a shock. The ability to contact him at any moment implied something significant. He was likely under constant surveillance. They could act at any time. Are you monitoring me? Electa's tone turned serious. How could that be, General? I am new here. How could I possibly monitor you? And why would I want to? Chen Qian replied casually. After some contemplation, Electa recognized the truth in those words, yet he pondered how it was possible to contact him so easily without surveillance. Then why? Electa began to question further, but was abruptly interrupted by Chen Qian. Enough, General. I did not call to clarify matters for you. I am here to inform you that we are about to take action. Take action? A shiver ran down Electa's spine. What nonsense! They said they would strike today? Does troop mobilization not require time? Is there no time needed for travel? Had they silently arrived at the auxiliary battlefield? Electa was utterly convinced that there could not be any troops from Huagua within the territory, nor could they conceal their movements so effectively. But regardless of his astonishment, Chen Qian paid him no mind. General, this call was merely a courtesy to inform you. I hope your side can be prepared. With that, Chen Qian ended the call. Electa stared at the phone in his hand, rendered speechless, and he even felt as though Chen Qian was playing a prank on him. But could this really be a jest? After a moment of contemplation, Electa decided to make a call of his own. Once the call was completed, he hastily left his home and boarded a vehicle heading towards a military base. Meanwhile, in the hotel, the group appeared somewhat exasperated. Yang Feng remarked, "Is this the surprise you mentioned? What else did you expect?" Chen Qian shrugged. Though it was merely a phone call, the implications were substantial, and he was confident that Electa would understand. Thus, his aim to instill fear had been achieved. I ask you, are you afraid? Very well. Let us not delay any further. Let us set forth, Chen Qian declared. A few minutes later, the group, fully equipped and ready, did not exit through the door but activated their battle armor and engaged stealth mode, soaring out of the window. The city of Fuji had long since descended into a battlefield, ravaged and desolate, with gunfire echoing throughout. Meanwhile, within the makeshift base at the rear, the leader of the Vanna group, mockingly referred to as the chef, Gorin, wore a solemn expression. Once upon a time, under his command, the front lines had continuously advanced, and victory in Fuji seemed within grasp, a promising future tantalizingly close. Yet, unexpectedly, the coalition forces announced their intervention, catching them utterly off guard. There was no pretense left to maintain. Gorin sighed deeply. Chapter 476. Steady as a fishing platform, the phone rang, and Gurin stood frozen after answering it. What? Reinforcements from Huagua? Uncertain? Not necessarily arriving today? Still unaware of their location? What is going on here? After a long pause, Gurin hung up, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Electa had informed him that Huagua's reinforcements were on the verge of deployment, which initially filled him with great surprise, only to be followed by the disheartening revelation that their whereabouts and timing remained unknown, leaving him utterly perplexed. Was this truly so haphazard? This was war. After a moment's contemplation, Gurin ordered arrangements to be made, insisting that they closely monitor the battlefield for any signs of reinforcements. In the sky, Chen Qian and his companions gazed down upon the battlefield, floating serenely in midair. Brother, what is the plan? Yang Feng could not contain his curiosity. What is the plan? Chen Qian chuckled. What else could we do? We'll raid their stronghold, focusing on dismantling their supplies, heavy weaponry, and all electronic devices. The rest, let the Russian forces handle themselves. As for those foot soldiers, I have no time to deal with them. I am here to resolve issues, not to play janitor. With that, Chen Qian assigned tasks, and the group dispersed to pursue their respective objectives. Chen Qian, accompanied by Jiang Riyue, leisurely soared through the sky, a stark contrast to the sporadic gunfire echoing below. What chaos, Chen Qian mused. Jiang Riyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, a peaceful life is far better. Chen Qian smiled softly. Thus, we are here to bring them peace. As he spoke, he raised his right hand towards the ground, and the gauntlet on his palm opened a deep aperture. Without sound or light, the air before his hand began to warp, and a barely discernible spherical distortion of 0.5 meter in diameter began to materialize. In the next instant, the sphere vanished, striking the ground. Still, there was no noise, as if nothing had occurred, but in Chen Qian's perspective, a colossal shockwave emanated from the ground, expanding outward. Wherever it reached, all electronic devices appeared unchanged. It had been rendered inoperative. Is this the EMP weapon? Jiang Riyue inquired. But there are no grand fireworks. Chen Qian's lips curled in a smirk, momentarily at a loss for words. He had merely been testing the EMP weapon, not anticipating Jiang Riyue's fixation on fireworks. Want to see some fireworks? Chen Qian asked, looking at Jiang Riyue. She nodded eagerly. Very well. Let me take you to see some fireworks. At the temporary command base, one of the Allied forces, commanders from various nations gathered in the command room. What is going on? We've been fighting for several days, yet the people from Meifang have yet to arrive. The British commander seethed, suppressing his anger. The room fell silent, no one willing to speak. After a lengthy pause, the French commander remarked, I just received news. They will arrive tomorrow. At this statement, all present displayed expressions of incredulity, for they had heard this proclamation more than once before, each time promising arrival the following day, yet no one ever came. Moreover, the promised support in terms of weaponry and equipment has yet to arrive. One person suddenly voiced a concern. Do you think they might not come after all? How could that be? Exclaimed the commander of the England faction, slamming his hand on the table. Why would they not come? What reason do they have to stay away? No one could provide an answer, and they were equally perplexed. It was evident that the initial meetings, which were convened to discuss the forthcoming operations, had been led by the Meifang faction. So why, at this juncture, were they so hesitant to engage? Are we merely pawns in their game? The commander of the France faction spoke solemnly. The room fell into a deeper silence, the expressions on their faces growing increasingly grim. Little did they know, Meifang's reluctance to engage was not without rationale. Treating them as mere tools was one reason. The other was that all of them had been filled with confidence due to Meifang's claims of possessing mechs. It had been agreed that Meifang would deploy these mechs for the operation, but the unfortunate reality was that they were unable to produce them. Thus, Meifang resorted to deception. You all commence the fight. I shall arrive shortly. Things proceeded remarkably well. Once the Allied forces were deployed, they launched an immediate assault, pushing the Russian front lines back to their original position and reclaiming the gains that had been seized in recent days. This unexpected turn of events delighted Meifang. Now that the engagement had started, extricating themselves would prove to be a far more arduous task. Thus, Meifang found themselves comfortably settled, much like during the S2 season. Let us continue to reach out to Meifang, someone sighed in resignation. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air, and instinctively, everyone shielded their eyes. The command room's door was blown apart, and two men strode in with a commanding presence. Ah, everyone is here. Chen Qian greeted with a smile, waving as if he were visiting old friends. Everyone stood frozen, bewildered by the situation. Yet, upon recognizing Chen Qian, excitement surged through the crowd. Was this not the very mech they had seen online? Meifang had arrived? But why? The crowd instinctively glanced at the shattered door. You. The commander of the Italy faction attempted to articulate a response, but was met with Chen Qian shaking his head as he nonchalantly took a seat nearby. How do you wish to perish? A heavy silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. They all questioned whether their ears had deceived them. How do you wish to perish? Why would you ask such a thing? In the next moment, Chen Qian's faceplate dissolved, revealing his striking East Asian features. A wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. Why you? You are Chen Qian? How did you end up here? You're mech, this. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Chen Qian smiled gently. All right. There's no need for such shock. The mech was never truly Meifeng's. You have all been misled. What? Fury erupted among them, and in that instant, they seemed to grasp the reason behind Meifeng's tardiness. It was fear of being exposed. Chen Qian continued. I share this with you so that you may comprehend your fate clearly. I have no desire to eliminate you, but the atmosphere thickened with tension. Will your nation truly engage in battle? How could you act in such a manner? Do not forget, you are not the ones to fire the first shot. Chen Qian's face bore a look of bewilderment. Wait, have you all misunderstood something? I am merely taking a stroll here. What does it have to do with the nation? Is it merely because I am clad in garments of my own creation? Garments? The crowd instinctively glanced at the armor adorning Chen Qian. He referred to this as clothing? Chen Qian, disinterested in engaging in further discourse, chuckled softly. Enough with the idle chatter. I have to hurry back for lunch. If anyone is to be blamed, it is you who insisted on meddling. With that, a crimson energy blade materialized in his grasp, and his figure abruptly vanished from sight. A moment later, the heads of all the commanders mysteriously disappeared, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Quite the spectacle, isn't it? Chen Qian turned to Jiang Ruyue with a smile. Jiang Ruyue nodded in agreement. So beautiful. Chen Qian remained noncommittal, for through Jiang Ruyue's eyes, she perceived only the antiquated 2D anime visuals. Seeing the commanders before her transformed into malevolent spirits. Upon losing their heads, their bodies erupted in a dazzling display of sparks. Chapter 477. Absurdity all right. Let's go and set off some grand fireworks, Chen Qian declared, vanishing once more as he strode away into the distance. Jiang Ruyue quickly followed suit. Outside the command room, several lifeless bodies lay scattered across the ground, their presence overshadowed by the piercing wail of alarms. Yet Chen Qian and Jiang Ruyue moved about as if oblivious to the chaos surrounding them. In the distance, troops were continuously assembling, with an influx of infantry vehicles and tanks approaching. However, after an extended wait, nothing materialized, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Why had the soldiers outside suddenly perished? Why had the door to the command room exploded? And why was communication with the command room severed? Chen Qian cast a casual glance at the distant soldiers and shook his head. The disparity in technology was so vast that it resembled a difference in dimensions. Even standing right there, the opposing forces remained unaware of their presence. Did dimensions truly exist? Chen Qian pondered. As the very concept of time had already been dismissed by the system, causing a momentary lapse in his thoughts. Fortunately, he quickly regained his focus, leaping into the sky. It's rather noisy, he muttered, furrowing his brow as he slowly raised his right hand. A dark aperture appeared in his palm once more, activating the EMP. A spherical distortion formed in the air, rapidly expanding to a diameter of 5 meters in the blink of an eye. Chen Qian's gaze sharpened as the sphere shot forth, sending an invisible shockwave rippling outward. The alarm abruptly ceased, plunging the soldiers below into disarray. What just happened? Why did the alarm stop so suddenly? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Damn it, the radio's malfunctioning. The handheld computer also ceased to function, leaving them perplexed about the unfolding events. Chen Qian observed the turmoil below without concern and turned to Jiang Ruyue. Let us begin. Jiang Ruyue nodded, and as they ascended to a sufficient height, their armor underwent a sudden transformation, with numerous dark tubes resembling gun barrels protruding from their bodies. Those afflicted with a fear of tight spaces would surely feel discomfort at this sight. Fire! Chen Qian bellowed. In the next moment, they transformed into colossal sources of light, unleashing a barrage of red lasers from the multitude of barrels, raining down chaotically upon the base below. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions drowned out the soldiers' anguished cries. Before the echoes of the explosions subsided, several massive mushroom clouds erupted from the base, a testament to the powerful detonation of high-yield weapons. Chen Qian squinted, suspended in the sky as the shock waves tugged at his armor, yet he felt no sensation. How about that for a grand display? He remarked with a smile directed at Jiang Ruyue. Jiang Ruyue was somewhat speechless, wondering if he truly believed himself to be a fool who yearned for fireworks daily. Nevertheless, she conceded, it is quite beautiful. Simultaneously, the commotion from the base's explosions drew the attention of many. Gu-Ren gazed at the now diminutive mushroom clouds on the horizon. His lips parted as he momentarily struggled to find words. That direction was. Why did it suddenly explode? What was going on? Could it be reinforcements? Jaren shook his head, having instructed his men to keep a vigilant watch over the various battlefields, yet he found no trace of the Chinese reinforcements. Without further contemplation, he hurried back to the command room and dialed Electa's number to report. Upon hearing the news, Electa's eyes widened in disbelief. An explosion? What explosion? Suddenly, Jaren froze, momentarily setting aside the phone as he rushed outside. In the distance, several mushroom clouds rose majestically against the horizon, one after another, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Jaren was momentarily stunned, his thoughts stagnating. It appeared that everything was proceeding smoothly. Chen Xian gazed at the mushroom clouds from various locations, a smile spreading across his face. It was time to return, he said to Jiang Riyue, but before we head back, there is still a task we must attend to. Moments later, Chen Xian rejoined Yang Feng and others above a dense thicket. This operation was not particularly challenging, Yang Feng remarked as he removed his mask, struggling to maintain an air of calm, though his excitement was evident to all. Not only he, but Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan were equally exhilarated. Who could have imagined that one could single-handedly dismantle a military base without so much as a scratch, as if traversing through an unguarded domain? Enough, enough, Chen Xian chuckled. My dear brother, you have no idea. Yang Feng excitedly recounted his exploits. Chen Xian listened, his mind flooded with questions. Was this even humanly possible? It turned out that upon reaching the other bases, Yang Feng had refrained from immediate action, opting instead to wander about, relying on his stealth. In a fit of mischief, he had even knocked out a few unsuspecting soldiers and playfully kicked a few who were caught in a vulnerable position. At that moment, both Chen Xian and Jiang Riyue regarded Yang Feng with newfound eyes. Hey, what's with those looks? What do you mean? Yang Feng retorted, somewhat irked. Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan exchanged glances and quietly bowed their heads. In truth, while accomplishing their tasks, they too had indulged in a few outrageous antics, albeit not as extreme as Yang Feng's. Until now, they had lacked the opportunity and the freedom to express their true nature, but this separation had granted them the chance. Chen Qian cast a glance at the silent Su Qifeng and Li Xiangdan, abruptly understanding, his brow twitching. What on earth had transpired? How could they have engaged in such antics? Chen Qian thought to himself, regretting not having seized the opportunity to visit the restroom first and bring back some small gifts for the commanders. With that thought, he stole a glance at Jiang Riyue. Never mind. Maintaining a good image is paramount. I cannot tarnish Jiang Riyue's reputation. Clearing his throat, Chen Qian announced, well then, since the operation has been successfully completed, let us depart. Departing already? Yang Feng was taken aback. He had not yet had his fill of fun. Chen Qian smiled slightly. Let us go. I will take you on a little adventure. At the Wana base, Jaren anxiously awaited, seated in his chair. He had dispatched scouts to gather information, keeping the phone on the table off the hook, as Electa similarly awaited news. Yet suddenly, a gentle breeze swept over Goran's body, and an ominous premonition abruptly surfaced in his mind. What could be the cause of this unsettling feeling? Goran muttered to himself. In the next moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of the telephone on the table, and he suddenly froze. What is happening? Why has the screen gone dark? Goran was taken aback and hastily picked up the phone to investigate. After a thorough examination, he discovered that the device had inexplicably malfunctioned. Report. A voice called from outside, and a military officer burst in. Report. Mr. Goran, we are faced with a grave situation. Chapter 478. The Eternal Simulation. Jaren felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. What is happening? He inquired urgently. The officer responded hastily. Just now, all electronic devices in the base have malfunctioned. What? Jaren immediately rose to his feet. They have all failed? How could this happen? The officer appeared troubled. We are uncertain. The specific cause is still under investigation. Then hurry and investigate. Jaren bellowed. Yes. The officer quickly complied, rushing out of the command room. Returning to his chair, Jaren's mind raced with mounting unease. With a resounding thud, he slammed his hand on the table. No, I cannot remain here any longer. What if we are attacked? In his perspective, regardless of the reason behind the electronic failures, it was undoubtedly the enemy's doing, and they must be preparing to strike. Is it necessary? I am not responsible for commanding the battle. Why would they target me? Jaren's frustration boiled over. Although Vanna was his domain, it had been established as a private armed force at the behest of higher authorities. He had once been a mere cook, ill-versed in the art of war, leaving the fighting to those beneath him. Victories were credited to him, while defeats fell on his subordinates. This was precisely why those below him addressed him as Mr. Jaren. He was merely an observer in the conflict. Damn it. I come here to oversee the battle and now find myself in danger, Jaren muttered as he hurried out of the command room. However, before he could exit the base, his pace gradually slowed, and he looked up at the sky in disbelief. Not only he, but all soldiers and officers around him shared the same astonishment. In the sky, Chen Qian and his 4 companions, clad in the formidable Xingtian battle armor, hovered silently, illuminated by the blinding sunlight behind them, creating a surreal spectacle. What am I witnessing? Is that a mech? Has the Mianfang launched an attack? The crowd murmured in disbelief. Suddenly, Jaren snapped back to reality, his expression shifting dramatically. Damn it, this is bad. Instinctively, he turned to flee, only to find Chen Qian standing before him. Mr. Jaren, where are you in such a hurry to go? Jaren paused, momentarily perplexed by the unfamiliar language, as Chen Qian spoke in Mandarin. Why are you speaking Mandarin? Jaren's voice trembled. Behind the visor, Chen Qian smiled and switched to Russian. Naturally, because we are from Huagua. Huagua. Jaren was taken aback, quickly connecting the dots. You have met in Huagua? You are not here to attack me? Are you reinforcements? Chen Qian did not confirm or deny, opting for selective clarification. We can indeed be considered reinforcements. We have come to inform you that the coalition's base has been destroyed and all commanders have perished. Now, you are facing a disorganized group of survivors, lacking command and supplies. You know what to do next, right? Jaren was momentarily stunned. Then a joyous smile broke across his face. Really? Chen Qian slowly ascended into the sky. Is there any need to deceive you? Now, we must take our leave. I wish you, Mr. Jaren, great success in your forthcoming endeavors. After finishing their conversation, under the watchful eyes of the personnel at the base, Chen Qian and his companions gradually vanished into the horizon. Coming back to his senses, Garen excitedly shouted, Bring someone. Notify all commanding officers to launch a full-scale counterattack immediately. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Once arrangements were completed, Garen did not linger and hurried off toward a distant helicopter. The counteroffensive would be overseen by others, and he did not possess the capacity to manage it. His immediate priority was to report the news to the higher-ups. However, upon boarding the helicopter, he discovered, to his dismay, that it was malfunctioning and could not be started. Damn it, it must have been the Huagua people. Garen cursed silently, yet he was perplexed. Why would they do such a thing? Chen Qian's actions were undoubtedly intended to demonstrate strength, instantly obliterating all electronic equipment within the military base. One could only wonder if they were afraid. His appearance alongside the others was also a deliberate message to the Russian side, signaling that they possessed battle armor, thus further threatening them. Moreover, since all electronic devices had been destroyed, the existence of the battle armor would not be recorded, significantly reducing the likelihood of exposure on the international stage. The Russian side would not be foolish enough to disclose Huagua's possession of battle armor. Even if they did, without evidence, most people would remain skeptical. Soon, Chen Qian and his companions quietly returned to the hotel, as if nothing had transpired, as if they had done nothing at all. Brother, what shall we do next? Yang Feng inquired. No rush, Chen Qian replied with a smile. Now we wait for news from the Russians. I believe they know how to choose wisely. Yang Feng could not help but glance at Chen Qian, impressed by how meticulous his younger brother had become in his endeavors. To compel the Russians to agree to the market entry of the Lingjing watch, he had first contacted Electa to showcase his intelligence capabilities, followed by the dismantling of the Alliance military base to demonstrate military strength. He then obliterated all electronic devices on the Russian side, deliberately exposing the existence of the battle armor to further intimidate them. This relentless psychological warfare was difficult to withstand, unless the Russians were insane enough to unleash nuclear weapons. Risking mutual destruction, there was no way to counteract their actions. However, was nuclear weaponry truly effective? Yang Feng pondered, quietly analyzing how battle armor could counter nuclear arms. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. For the Xingtian battle armor, nuclear weapons were entirely ineffectual. Their devastating power was undeniable. But they had to reach their target to unleash their fury. Yet, whether launched from fighter jets or hypersonic technology, they paled in comparison to the Xingtian battle armor. Who would dare to launch a nuclear missile? The Xingtian battle armor could intercept it in advance and return it to the enemy's homeland, waiting for the explosion. Yang Feng involuntarily shivered, his spine tingling. Chen Qian shot a curious glance at Yang Feng, wondering what was causing him such distress. However, he did not dwell on it. After allowing everyone to rest, he returned to his room with Jiang Riyue. Upon entering the room, Chen Qian settled into a chair and closed his eyes. Noticing his contemplative demeanor, Jiang Riyue refrained from interrupting and busied herself with brewing coffee. In this moment, Chen Qian was not preoccupied with anything else but instead opened the system interface. In the input box for the simulation, the term eternity stood out with an almost blinding intensity, yet Chen Qian hesitated to press the confirm button. Eternity has been the aspiration of countless souls throughout history, and he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Can science truly grant humanity everlasting life? Is it a conventional kind of eternity or an unconventional one? Does the form of eternity he longs for genuinely exist? In truth, Chen Qian had contemplated the notion of eternal life long before. He had always held the belief that immortality is a blessing, while death is a curse. However, as he stood on the precipice of this simulation, doubt crept in, for he feared the sting of disappointment. Chapter 479. Initiating the awakening program. The system had long established that time is an illusion, a mere construct of human perception, a deceptive fantasy. The temporal framework created by humanity serves merely as a unit of measurement for the pace of all things. Since time does not truly exist, and the progression of all entities is a predetermined fact, it follows that science possesses inherent limitations. Even if science reaches its zenith and humanity unravels the truths of the universe, returning to the past remains an impossibility. Even with the ability to manipulate the course of all things, such an act does not equate to a genuine return to bygone days. Is not immortality, in essence, the control over one's own development? Yet, all things are composed of the most fundamental particles. To control one's own progression is tantamount to governing these basic particles. But if one could manipulate even the fundamental particles at will, would that not render one akin to a deity, capable of creation and destruction alike? Therefore, does true immortality exist? Chen Qian pondered, lost in thought, yet unable to arrive at a conclusion. Only by mastering the fundamental particles can one attain genuine immortality. Any other form of everlasting existence is merely an illusion. One might survive for millennia, yet ultimately, the inevitable evolution of these basic particles will lead to gradual decay and demise. Exhaling deeply, Chen Qian realized that overthinking served little purpose. The answers could be derived through simulation. Without further hesitation, he decisively pressed the confirmation button to commence the immortality simulation. In an instant, the familiar progress bar reappeared, and Chen Qian's expression shifted dramatically. The progress bar was, astonishingly, full. Moreover, it flickered wildly. An inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. Beep, beep, beep. A harsh mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Unknown issue detected, unknown issue detected, warning, warning. Do you wish to initiate the awakening program? Do you wish to initiate the awakening program? The awakening program? Chen Qian felt a mix of surprise and confusion. He was uncertain about the nature of this awakening program, which left him hesitating over whether to proceed. For reasons he could not articulate, he sensed that executing this program might lead to unimaginable changes within the system. Whether these changes would be beneficial or detrimental remained unclear. And it was this uncertainty that rendered his decision-making difficult. After a lengthy contemplation, Chen Qian took a deep breath. Execute the awakening program. Confirmed. Executing the awakening program. Awakening program in progress. Execution time. Unknown. Unknown? Chen Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that even the system would lack knowledge of the duration required to execute the awakening program. Historically, such a situation had never arisen previously. Whenever he simulated anything, the system would promptly provide the necessary time. Pondering deeply yet still baffled by the current circumstances, Chen Qian ultimately decided to set aside his concerns. He shook his head in resignation. Rather than grappling with the system's state, it was more prudent to focus on the matters at hand. The world of dreams was drawing near. As night fell, a military vehicle gradually approached a military base. Inside, Goran let out a deep sigh. There was no other choice. All electronic devices at the Vanna base had malfunctioned, rendering even the vehicle inoperable. After considerable effort, he finally managed to depart. The previous explosions at the Coalition's various bases had created a tremendous uproar, and Vanna base had suddenly gone dark. It was rumored that Putin was furious. Fortunately, he managed to establish contact with headquarters in time and his arrival here was to elucidate the situation in detail. Upon entering the command room, Goran was momentarily taken aback. For not only was Alecta present, but numerous high-ranking military officials as well, including Putin himself. Upon seeing Goran enter, Putin gestured for him to take a seat, then resumed listening to Alecta's report. After a considerable interval, Putin spoke in a grave tone. So, no matter how you investigate, you cannot comprehend how Chen managed to reach you with such precision? Alecta nodded, his expression somewhat grim. The situation in Huagua was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Putin shook his head and turned to Goran. All right, you may begin your report now. Goran nodded, organized his thoughts, and recounted the events that had transpired at the auxiliary base. Instantly, the command room fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Putin furrowed his brow, finally grasping why Vanabase had suddenly lost contact and the origins of the previous explosions. At that moment, someone could no longer restrain their anger and exclaimed, Huagua is threatening us. The assembly, not lacking in intelligence, understood the intent behind Chen series of maneuvers. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that they had indeed assisted in neutralizing the coalition forces. Goran lamented. Now that the coalition is leaderless and out of touch with the outside world, our side is vigorously purging the coalition soldiers. If all goes as planned, we will soon fully occupy the entire auxiliary base. It seemed that this was also one method of exerting pressure. Alecta muttered, though they have aided us, they are also deliberately showcasing their might. Putin's tone was complex. I never anticipated that Huagua possessed mechs, and their combat capabilities are indeed formidable. The room fell silent once more. They were all aware of mechs, having seen the fervor online, yet their understanding was still woefully limited, making it difficult to fathom their true power. It was evident now that these mechs were far more potent than they had imagined, at least those belonging to Huagua. After a long pause, Putin sighed, we must expedite research and development in the field of mechs. We cannot afford to lag behind. As for the matter of Lingdian, let us collaborate as Chen suggested. However, someone could not hold back their apprehension. Putin looked on with resignation. I understand that some of you dissent, as there are substantial risks involved. But the question is, do we have any alternatives now? The relationship between Huagua and ourselves is not one of mere symbiosis. They are far more powerful than we had anticipated. As long as they remain strong, our relationship shifts from mutual support to one of dependency. If we refuse, what will happen when Huagua stands in opposition to us? Do not speak of standing on opposing sides. As long as they genuinely maintain neutrality, we may be doomed. However, there is no need for excessive concern. Upon comprehensive reflection, while the entry of the Lingjing watch into the domestic market poses certain risks, they are not as formidable as one might envision. On one hand, we must resolutely deny Lingdian the status of legal tender. On the other hand, by enforcing strict regulations on the issuance of Lingdian, we may still be unable to prevent individuals from clandestinely treating it as currency. Nonetheless, if we execute our plans diligently, when the time comes, we can expel them at will. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the assembly brightened. Alecta hastily inquired, are you suggesting? Chapter 480. Hidden Agendas. Putin smiled slightly. Indeed, we can agree to allow the Lingjing watches into the domestic market, but not indefinitely. Once the crisis passes, we can simply reinstate the ban on Lingjing watches, can't we? In the meantime, we must devote ourselves to developing our own Lingjing watches, with the hope of eventually creating our own Lingjing world. The following day, Chen and his companions spent the morning admiring the foreign landscapes. Shortly after returning to their hotel, Alecta paid another visit. Upon learning that the other party had consented to the collaboration regarding Lingjing watches, Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that the other party might adopt a stubborn stance and reject him outright, as such behavior was not uncommon among Russians. Thus, both parties, harboring their own ulterior motives, signed the previously drafted foundational cooperation document. Chen promptly prepared the relevant documents concerning the Lingjing watch collaboration, and it was evident that Alecta had come well prepared. With a multitude of specialists in tow who immediately began their study, by evening, the cooperation documents for the Lingjing watches were officially signed. With this, Chen and his Russian entourage had achieved their primary objective. However, before departing, Alecta made a request for China to formally intervene and assist them. Chen tactfully declined, thinking it absurd to expect their involvement after the documents had been signed. Was it not more advantageous to remain in a position of strength? Nevertheless, Chen did not come off as entirely heartless. He promised some related military assistance, but formal intervention was out of the question unless absolutely necessary. Electa was not disheartened. Military assistance sufficed for him. They did not genuinely expect China to intervene at that moment. Establishing an alliance was sufficient. Qin Qian surmised his thoughts to some extent but did not dwell on them. An alliance? What kind of alliance? What proof do you have? Ah, those weapons and equipment? Our weaponry is sold worldwide. Who knows where you acquired yours? Mere weaponry cannot substantiate anything. After finalizing the cooperation documents, Qin Qian and his companions, accompanied by Electa, enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. Throughout the evening, the two individuals, each with their own hidden agendas, maintained cheerful smiles. Simultaneously, the explosion incident at the Allied forces base in the battlefield became a sensation across the internet. Given that it was a war zone, it naturally drew international attention, especially with such a loud explosion, prompting immediate awareness among countries. Foreign netizens were utterly astonished. What nonsense is this? Did Russia just obliterate all the bases of the Allied forces in an instant? How is that possible? This is somewhat terrifying. How did Russia become so formidable all of a sudden? They had always been quite formidable, hadn't they? No, even if they are powerful, they cannot possibly perform this strongly against an alliance of numerous nations. Do you think Russia is China? Bro, if you can talk, say more. I love to listen. A Chinese netizen was humorously captured. One must admit, the foreign mindset is truly expansive. It is hard to fathom how they think. Even as their own country is embroiled in war and suffering losses, they still find the time to boast and jest online. Were this to involve netizens from Huaguo, they would have already erupted in fury, clamoring to enlist in the military to contribute their share. However, to be strictly accurate, their seemingly indifferent attitude ultimately stems from a deep-seated belief in their inevitable victory. It goes without saying that they are on the side of the alliance forces. And with their leader possessing formidable mechas, the notion of defeat seems implausible. As long as Huaguo refrains from entering the fray, victory remains assured. Thus, they can tolerate a temporary setback. In Washington, D.C., a highly confidential meeting of paramount significance is underway within the White House. Attended not only by prominent capitalist families and high-ranking military and political officials, but also representatives from various hegemonic alliances. Yet, without exception, their expressions convey a profound disquiet. Is communication with the auxiliary battlefield still unestablished? Turner's countenance darkens. How long has it been? The representative from England sighs. Contact remains elusive. Yet Russia incessantly propagates its victories online. If there are no unexpected developments, he trails off, but all present comprehend the implication of his words. The representative from France slams the table. That amounts to 50,000 alliance troops, 50,000. At this moment, the Italian representative casts a significant glance at Turner. Therefore, we can no longer delay. We must expedite support to the auxiliary battlefield. Upon this pronouncement, all representatives turn their gaze toward Turner. Indeed, since the alliance forces went dark, they have refrained from deploying additional troops or aircraft to the auxiliary base, believing they have already contributed sufficiently, while the Meifong has yet to take any action. Moreover, the explosion at the alliance base and the subsequent disappearance of all personnel is exceedingly strange. Venturing forth now poses too great a risk, leading them to tacitly desire Meifong's involvement. Turner is certainly aware of their thoughts and subtly glances at his military superiors. In a fleeting exchange of looks, Turner grasps their intention. This is not the right moment to intervene. The longer they delay, the greater the potential gains. Furthermore, the S3 season differs significantly from S2. With Huaguo poised and watchful, they must maintain their composure unless a drastic measure is warranted. At this juncture, one among the capitalist families speaks up. We can deliberate on the auxiliary battlefield matters later. There is another pressing issue that demands our attention. From the data, it is evident that Galaxy technology has reached a pivotal moment for international expansion. Just now, the Russians announced their collaboration with Galaxy technology. And I believe we all understand the implications of this. A hush falls over the assembly as each contemplates the ramifications. They are acutely aware of what this signifies, a substantial influx of Huaguo products into the Russian market. This will inevitably supplant their own offerings, rendering their prior sanctions against Russia effectively meaningless. Moreover, it serves as a signal, a clear indication that Galaxy technology is officially entering the international arena. Even the establishment of Renbei and the subsequent implementation of various policies do not equate to Galaxy technology's international foray, as the Renbei market had yet to be developed. However, this time is different. With Russia announcing collaboration today, tomorrow, Galaxy Technology's products will flow into their market. Uncertain of how much time had passed, A representative from a nation suddenly spoke up. The explosion at the Allied Forces base has occurred, and shortly thereafter, Russia announced a collaboration with Galactic technologies. Does anyone not find this suspicious? Someone gasped, are you implying that Huagua has fallen? Could the explosion at the base and the disappearance of personnel be linked to Huagua? Impossible, Turner firmly asserted, given Huagua's character. It is inconceivable that they would withdraw silently at this juncture. Even if they were to retreat, we would certainly receive some news. As Turner continued, his tone gradually lost its certainty, for a troubling possibility dawned upon him. Could it be that Huagua has deployed mechs? Yet, the question remained. Even if mechs were unleashed to assault numerous bases, how could they orchestrate such a complete disappearance of all personnel? Chapter 481. The Little Huan Nation. Turner was utterly perplexed. Was it truly conceivable that Huan Nation could deploy so many mechs to simultaneously assault various bases? Unless they had long ago developed mechs, completed their testing, and mass-produced a formidable mech army. Yet, this seemed implausible. When spies were still able to operate within Huan Nation, they received no intelligence regarding mechs, no suspicious whispers, not a single hint. After pondering for an extended period, Turner found himself devoid of answers, his heart growing heavier. Mr. Chun, are you leaving so soon? Why not stay a few more days and explore? Outside the hotel, Vlok eagerly urged Chun Xian to reconsider. Chun Xian cast a surprised glance at Vlok, sensing that his politeness felt excessively reminiscent of Huan Nation. The subtle nuances of his speech were all too familiar. However, it was evident that Vlok, if unaware of the social nuances of Huan Nation, would not have been assigned to host him. Mr. Vlok, we shall not linger any longer. I hope to visit your esteemed country again on another occasion, Chun Xian insisted. Upon seeing Chun Xian's resolve, Vlok ceased his attempts, stating, very well. Let us head to the vehicle. Chun Xian waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for you to escort us, Mr. Vlok. Please return. Vlok paused, bewildered by Chun Xian's insistence. However, Chun Xian offered no further explanation, beckoning the others as he strode purposefully away. Vlok stood in the wind, feeling disheveled. Chun Xian did not concern himself with Vlok's reaction. He knew that if he allowed Vlok to accompany him to the airport, they would surely be escorted onto the plane. Flying was tiresome. Wouldn't it be more delightful to simply depart? A few minutes later, once Vlok and his companions had vanished from sight, Chun Xian activated the stealth function of his battle armor and descended into the air. The others quickly followed suit. Where are we headed, brother? Yang Feng inquired, glancing around and noting that their flight path did not seem to lead back home. Who said we were returning home? Chun Xian chuckled. We are bound for India. To India? The group expressed their surprise. Chun Xian nodded. We are going to recruit a few more comrades. With that, he accelerated suddenly, vanishing into the rushing winds. India. Nip City. Nip City was a gathering place for the coup, boasting a population exceeding 30 million, situated in the northeastern part of India, near the northwestern region of Myanmar. In the sky, Chun Xian gazed down at the vast city below, shaking his head slightly. Despite Nip City's substantial population, it hardly surpassed the development of rural areas in his homeland, at best comparable to a small county town. Even if they were to capture it, it would require significant development, similar to Rin Bay, before it could be of any real benefit. Fortunately, this was not the crux of the matter. To Chun Xian, Nip City represented a mere spark. He intended to let this spark ignite the entirety of India. What are you to this place? Jiang Ruyue inquired. For she was well aware of the plans for the dream world, but did not comprehend Chun Xian's rationale for selecting this location. Yang Feng and the others looked on with curiosity. Chun Xian did not withhold his reasoning, explaining. The choice of this location is precisely because it serves as the stronghold for the coup. The Kuchi clan, on the surface, appears to be comprised of Indian nationals. Yet they harbor an undeniable disdain for India, consistently maintaining a distance from Indian society. They refuse to learn the Indian language, abstain from celebrating any Indian festivals, and, in their pursuit of preserving their bloodline's purity, prohibit intermarriage with Indians. Communication is even forbidden, as it may invite misfortune. Isn't that peculiar? Li Xiangdan remarked softly. Chun Xian nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is not just that. The Kuchi people hold our Wagwa in high esteem, adhering to our cultural customs. Each individual, to some extent, masters a bit of our language, and out of admiration, they even refer to themselves as Huagua people. The city of Nip is affectionately dubbed Little Huagua by them, and they have even fashioned a 6-star red flag modeled after ours. Does the Indian government not intervene in this? Su Qingfeng asked, somewhat incredulous. Yes, Li Xiangdan concurred. Isn't this a direct affront to India? After all, India incessantly propagates hatred towards Huagua to divert attention from its internal caste system and various other conflicts. Chen Qian shook his head. You see, while the Kuchi clan comprises a myriad of complex tribal structures, they exhibit remarkable unity in their stance against India. With a population exceeding 30 million united, what could you possibly do? A collective gasp of astonishment escaped the group. Thus, India can only classify them as an inferior ethnic group, imposing limitations on their economic development and resorting to petty tactics, Yang Feng noted, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. If that is the case, wouldn't it be easy to recruit such a faction? Chen Qian shrugged. I never claimed it would be difficult. Oh, I had anticipated a more vigorous engagement, Yang Feng expressed, a hint of disappointment evident in his tone. Chen Qian shot him a glance of exasperation, unwilling to entertain this battle-hungry individual. All right, let us descend, he declared. With that, the group landed in a narrow alley, shedding their combat armor before stepping out. As they emerged from the alley, all eyes turned towards them, accompanied by a chorus of astonished gasps. It was inevitable. The attire and demeanor of Chen Qian and his companions were unlike anything these onlookers had ever encountered, primarily seen only in online forums and television dramas. Particularly, the appearances of Chen Qian and Jiang Riyue eclipsed even that of celebrities. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon them, Yang Feng and the others felt a twinge of discomfort, while Jiang Riyue instinctively clutched Chen Qian's arm. In contrast, Chen Qian remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the attention, occasionally glancing at the signs of nearby Chinese restaurants, marveling at the authenticity of little Huagua. Where are we headed, brother? Yang Feng inquired, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. There's no need for such anxiety, Chen Qian replied with a smile. We are merely exploring. Someone will come to fetch us shortly. Upon landing, he had already instructed Liao to contact the local tribal leader, and it should be imminent. Yang Feng nodded, though his vigilance showed no signs of waning. He dared not allow anything to befall Chen Qian, especially now that they had discarded their armor. Observing Yang Feng's demeanor, Chen Qian chose not to press the matter further, silently moving ahead while occasionally surveying the area, appearing just like an ordinary tourist. It must be said that Nip City possesses a unique charm, brimming with elements related to the Huan nation, yet it remains an enigmatic blend, both awkward and intriguing. However, within mere minutes, Chen Qian furrowed his brow. He noticed that the crowd of onlookers had not diminished, but rather increased, silently trailing behind him and his companions. Although their intentions seemed benign, the attention was somewhat disconcerting. Many among them even brandished smartphones. Whether to record or take photographs remained uncertain. Indeed, they were smart devices of brands unfamiliar to Chen Qian. Fortunately, at that moment, a group of burly individuals clad in uniforms reminiscent of police attire pushed through the throng. Chen Qian stood still, gazing into the distance, and soon, an elderly gentleman, supported by a cane and flanked by the crowd, approached slowly. Excuse me, are you Chen Qian, Mr. Chen? The elder inquired, his Mandarin somewhat halting. Chen Qian smiled and replied, You need not speak Mandarin. We are well versed in your language. Indeed, I am Chen Qian. Instantly, the surrounding gasps of astonishment could no longer be contained. Chapter 482. Anxiously surprised, is Ping Darren actually Chen Qian? The Chen Qian from Huagua? The Chen Qian of Galaxy Technology? My heavens, I knew his face looked familiar. Damn. I browse through news about Huagua every day, and yet I failed to recognize the god of wealth immediately. Chen Qian is incredibly handsome. He looks even more striking in person than in photos. Indeed, what brings the god of wealth to our humble abode? Could it be that we are to join Huagua? How splendid that would be. Oh, joy. Chen Qian overheard the crowd's chatter, surprised at his notoriety in this place. However, considering it was the small Huagua, he felt a sense of acceptance. At that moment, an elderly man regarded Chen Qian with a warm smile, saying, Mr. Chen, please do not take offense. You are quite well known here, and they are simply overwhelmed by your presence. Not at all, Chen Qian replied, shaking his head, as he was not one to dwell on trivialities. The elder sighed in relief. He dared not underestimate Chen Qian. Although he was unaware of the reason for Chen Qian's sudden visit, the mere mention of the god of wealth demanded utmost caution. Alas, the Kuchi clan faced immense challenges under the scrutiny of the Indian authorities, making development exceedingly difficult. This was an opportunity. Mr. Chen, may we continue our conversation elsewhere? Chen Qian nodded in agreement. Guided by the elder, Chen Qian and his companions navigated through the crowd, which unexpectedly erupted in cheers and applause. What could this possibly mean? Did they truly believe they might join Huagua? Surely, they jest. Before long, The group arrived at a modest building and took their seats in a room resembling a conference space. Mr. Chun, please forgive us. Our tribe's conditions are not comparable to those in your homeland, the elder chuckled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Pajia, the chief of this tribe. Chen Qian nodded slightly, choosing not to introduce Jiang Ruyue and the others. Pajia remained undeterred, maintaining his smile. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Mr. Chen? Chen Qian assessed the man before him and posed a pointed question. Can you represent the over 30 million Kuchi people? Pajia was taken aback by the inquiry and shook his head. I can only represent our tribe. Then, can you summon all the tribal chiefs? Chen Qian inquired. My visit here is undoubtedly a fortuitous event for you. Absolutely. Pujia replied without hesitation, surprising Chen Qian with his promptness. He had anticipated a smooth visit but did not expect such swiftness. Was he that eager? Indeed, Pujia was quite anxious, as he understood his tribe had little to offer. And thus, anything Chen Qian sought was likely to be advantageous. Please wait a moment, Mr. Chen. I can gather them today, Pujia stated. Hastily departing the room, without even assigning a receptionist, Chen Qian raised an eyebrow at such a hasty arrangement. However, he did not mind and sat quietly with Jiang Riyue, Yang Feng, and the others, awaiting further developments. In the combat zone along the border of Rebei and Yindian, within the dense forest, Ping Darren sat anxiously in the command center. Once, he had believed that establishing Rebei would usher in a period of ease, allowing him to let Huagua operate freely, fostering development across various sectors and nurturing the market, while he indulged in a life of leisure and happiness. Yet, who could have anticipated that scoundrel Dan Ruewen would declare war? Peng Darren was no fool. Dan Ruewen could not possibly be oblivious to the forces behind him. Given the circumstances, his audacity to declare war clearly indicated he had powerful backing. As for the identity of Dan Ruewen's supporters, it was no secret. Old May had not concealed his affiliations at all. Consequently, Ping Darren felt distressed. Although he possessed ample ammunition and weaponry, so too did Dan Ruewen. In terms of firepower, both sides were evenly matched. However, therein lay the crux of the issue. For Ping Darren, an equal footing represented an enormous risk. Moreover, he was outnumbered by Dan Ruewen's troops. What did this imply? It meant he could not guarantee his safety. Thus, he immediately reached out to Huagua for assistance, hoping for the arrival of several renowned Zhusha fighter jets that had recently made headlines. Though Peng Darren had not attended the previous military expo, he had kept abreast of the relevant news and understood the formidable capabilities of the Zhusha jets. If only a few could arrive to circle overhead and drop some ordnance, victory would be assured. However, to his bewilderment, Huagua's response was exceedingly ambiguous, leaving him perplexed. They neither agreed nor disagreed, ultimately saying nothing of consequence. Could it be that they had abandoned him? A shiver ran down Ping Darren's spine. But I haven't done anything to warrant such treatment. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Suddenly, the command room door burst open. Report, Li Bogan exclaimed as he rushed in. Peng Darren jumped in surprise. What's the matter? Can't you knock? Li Bogan's expression was grave. Boss, it's bad. Wind's forces have deployed fighter jets. What? Peng Darren's face changed. What kind of jets? What model? Just as Li Bogan was about to respond, Ping Darren slapped his forehead. No. Quickly, continue contacting Huagua. And also, get in touch with my brother Chen. In Napushi, Chen Qian and his companions waited until evening, finally seeing Pujia again. Fortunately, they had not been idle during their wait. Pujia seemed to have come to his senses and sent someone to greet them, subsequently taking them on a brief excursion, amusing himself for quite some time. Mr. Pujia, how are things progressing? Chen Qian inquired. Pujia smiled and nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, everything has been arranged. In fact, the news of your arrival spread quickly to other tribes, making the mobilization process smoother than anticipated. I see. Where are they? Pujia rose. Please, follow me. Chen Qian and his companions swiftly followed, stepping outside to enter the vehicle. After traversing several streets, the vehicle swiftly halted before an expansive edifice. A group disembarked and entered. Upon crossing the threshold, they found themselves in a vast conference room devoid of a conventional meeting table. Instead, an arrangement of sofas formed a circle, numbering over 200, all of which were presently occupied. The considerable quantity did not surprise Chen Qian, as the Kugi clan itself comprises more than 200 tribes. Upon Chen Qian's entrance, all present rose to their feet, causing the atmosphere in the conference room to become somewhat chaotic. Pujia, maintaining a composed demeanor, skillfully approached the side and grasped a microphone. All right, everyone, please refrain from speaking. Let us warmly applaud the arrival of Mr. Chinchien. The room erupted in thunderous applause. A faint smile tugged at Chinchien's lips as he surveyed the gathering of tribal chiefs in the grand conference room. He found the situation somewhat absurd. Fortunately, he quickly composed himself and cheerfully waved his hand at the assembly. Too kind, too kind. Chapter 483. The Republic of Nipcom. Come, Mr. Chin, please take a seat. A man approached with a smile, inviting him warmly. Chinchien, without hesitation, occupied the main seat, while Jiang Ruyue and others had already prepared their places beside him. At this moment, Pajia approached and handed the microphone to Chinchien before taking his own seat. Instantly, a hush fell over the gathering. After a brief contemplation, Chinchien forewent the customary pleasantries and delved directly into the matter at hand. I trust you are all curious about the purpose of my visit. The audience perked up, clearly taken aback by his forthrightness. To be succinct, I have come to propose a comprehensive business collaboration with all of you chieftains, to assist you in pursuing a prosperous life alongside the Kugi people of your tribes. What are your thoughts on this? As soon as his words echoed in the room, excitement surged among the attendees. This was precisely what they desired. Who wouldn't wish for a better life? However, due to the oppression from the upper echelons of India, they had reached their current limitations. Yet, amidst the exhilaration, some perceptive individuals detected an underlying concern. While it is indeed a boon that galaxy technology can assist us, we remain subjects of India. Even if we agree to this, you would first need to persuade the Indian authorities, wouldn't you? Upon hearing this, Chinchien turned his gaze towards the chieftain who had spoken, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Indeed, one would expect that to be the case. But do you not understand whether the Indian authorities would be amenable to seeing you thrive? The chieftains fell silent, fully aware that India would prefer their swift demise. Their inquiry stemmed from a flicker of hope, believing that if it were Chinchien negotiating with India, success might be attainable. Yet, Chinchien's demeanor suggested he had no intention of pursuing that route. Surveying the room, Chinchien observed the expressions of those present. In truth, this issue is quite manageable. If my memory serves me correctly, have you not long desired independence? Have you not aspired to join our esteemed Wagwa? In an instant, every head snapped up to gaze at him. Some, realizing the implications, widened their eyes in astonishment. Chinchien was not merely seeking commercial collaboration. He was subtly inciting them to overturn the existing order. One individual hastily inquired, "Wait, are you implying that we could join Wagwa?" Chinchien felt a sense of exasperation. What were they envisioning? His words were merely a suggestion. Legally, joining them was out of the question. But he could assure them that they would be regarded as brothers in practice, akin to Rinpei. After speaking, Chinchien scrutinized the assembly of chieftains. Everyone understood what collaborating with Rinpei entailed. He trusted that even if they could not fully grasp the implications, they would comprehend the essence. As he anticipated, the chieftains bowed their heads in contemplation. To his surprise, it was not long before a decision was reached. No problem, our tribe agrees. Chinchien turned to the chieftain who had spoken, astonished by the swiftness of their response. So soon? To understand why Pingdarin readily acquiesced at the outset, one must consider his circumstances. He was darting about in a state of desperation, with the imminent threat of death looming over him. Thus, he had no choice but to agree. However, the chiefs were in a different position. Although their lives were fraught with hardship, they were not in immediate peril. Independence demands the sacrifice of many lives, potentially including their own. We too consented to this notion. At that moment, another chief spoke up. With one agreeing, soon a chorus of chiefs followed suit. Their gazes towards Chinchien now imbued with an inexplicable intensity. Chinchien found himself perplexed. Were these chiefs truly so audacious? In truth, they could not be. Their swift agreement stemmed from various factors. Primarily, they revered the Huan nation while harboring disdain for the Yin nation, which reciprocated their sentiments with hostility. Faced with Chinchien's proposition, they were instinctively intrigued. Moreover, the pressures from the Yin nation had intensified over the past 2 years, making violence seem imminent. With danger looming on all sides, it seemed prudent to choose the most favorable path. On another note, it is entirely natural for smaller nations to seek survival and better livelihoods by aligning themselves with larger powers, especially considering they were not even recognized as nations in their own right. Under such circumstances, the chiefs felt no resistance, not even a hint of reluctance, towards Chinchien's proposal. After all, dependency on a nation is still dependency, and it would be far more advantageous to align with the revered Huan nation, particularly given their known benevolence towards their own people, something the chiefs were acutely aware of. Taking a deep breath, Chun Qian resolved not to linger in hesitation. They had extended their goodwill, and he felt no reason to hesitate. Let us wish for a fruitful collaboration. From this day forth, we shall be brothers. Upon uttering these words, laughter erupted in the room. Ha! Mr. Chun, you are too modest, they exclaimed. Indeed, in our hearts, we have always considered ourselves brothers. Family. With such merriment in the air, they decided that an exuberant celebration was in order that night. Upon arriving in Nip, Chun Qian's success was remarkable. On the very day, he established a unified front with the chiefs. That evening, under the warm hospitality of his hosts, Chun Qian indulged a bit too much, drawing several pointed glares from Jiang Ruyue. The following day, he returned to the conference room to deliberate on the independence plan and various collaborative details. 3 consecutive days passed, and the independence agenda was finalized along with formal agreements on cooperation, with Pujia appointed as the chief overseer. Pujia's tribe was already among the most prominent, and with Chun Qian's connections, everything fell into place seamlessly. Once all matters were settled, Chun Qian chose not to linger in Nip City, returning with everyone to the arms development facility. That night, Pujia announced to the world the establishment of their governance, declaring the independence of the Kiki people and officially waging war against the Ain nation. The world was taken aback. No one had anticipated that, at such a critical juncture, a faction would emerge to declare nationhood in war. What was unfolding? Soon, reporters from across the globe flocked to the scene, with Pujia assuming the role of spokesperson, tearfully articulating the injustices and oppression wrought by the Ain nation upon them, garnering considerable international support in the process. Pujia has transformed into a valiant warrior, championing the cause of freedom and equality. However, those who rally behind him are predominantly jesters and spectators, while official entities across various nations remain conspicuously silent, observing the unfolding events with keen interest. In truth, although the battlefield in the auxiliary regions is engulfed in turmoil and the coalition forces have joined the fray, the global community, on a subconscious level, does not perceive the onset of a third world war. Thus far, all conflicts remain within a manageable scope, leaving room for diplomatic negotiations. Yet, the sudden emergence of the Nip Republic has left many bewildered, as an unusual atmosphere begins to permeate the air, hinting at an uncertain trajectory of events. Chapter 484, The Preemptive Strike in India. At New Cree, a high-level meeting is currently underway. 5 days have passed since the declaration of independence by the Ku faction, during which India has repeatedly reached out to Pujia, seeking peaceful negotiations regarding the impending war, only to be met with steadfast rejection. Sighing deeply, Shadi reflected on the situation. To be honest, he was acutely aware of his own military's capabilities, and the prospect of war raised concerns about exposure. Despite their provocations towards Huagua, they understood that Huagua would not genuinely retaliate, which emboldened their actions. It was not a matter of deluding themselves into believing in their invincibility. There was a distinction in understanding. While some citizens may have been swept up in a false sense of superiority, Shadi remained lucid, a necessity for someone in his position. Fortunately, they were only engaged in conflict with Nip, which allowed Shadi to feel a modicum of relief amid his tension. Surely, they could swiftly conclude this battle, he mused. If they could quickly suppress Nip, they could not only avoid revealing their own military strength, but perhaps demonstrate their might to the world. At that moment, a senior officer turned to Shadi and solemnly stated, "Mr. President, the situation is dire. It is time to issue orders." Just as Shadi was about to respond, a hurried knock echoed through the conference room door. All eyes shifted in surprise as Shadi's secretary rushed in, visibly distressed. "Mr. President, we have grave news." "What is it?" Shadi inquired sharply. "The Nip army has begun to assemble." Everyone froze, Shadi included, taken aback by the swiftness of Pujia's actions. However, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. Given the escalating tensions with Ku, they would naturally be prepared for such developments. "What else?" "Speak," Shadi commanded, noticing the secretary's hesitation, indicating that there was more to the story. After a brief pause, the secretary continued, "The northeastern states are holding a press conference, announcing their secession and intention to establish the AM Republic. Furthermore, Shijin has declared its independence once more. West Bengal and Trila have also proclaimed the formation of the West Tetra Republic." The conference room fell into a heavy silence, the only sound being the trembling voice of the secretary reverberating in the air. The northeastern states had long been rife with numerous independent armed factions, and chaos was the norm. Shijin had been annexed by India in 1973, while West Bengal and Trila, primarily composed of Bengali people, had established the National Liberation Front in 1989. Yet, Shadi had not anticipated that they would all declare independence simultaneously at such a critical juncture. Unbeknownst to him, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his temples. No, something was amiss. Shadi suddenly realized the improbability of these events aligning so perfectly. The announcement of Ku's independence followed immediately by others. There must be someone orchestrating this. Shadi's suspicions were indeed correct. It was Chun Qian who had been maneuvering behind the scenes. Otherwise, he would not have required 3 days of discussions with Pajia and others. During the time Shadi had been contemplating reaching out to Pajia for negotiations, Pajia had already dispatched envoys to various locations to initiate discussions. The content of those discussions was rather straightforward. I have an older brother now. Would you care to join us? My brother is supportive of you. The results are exceedingly favorable, as Chen Qian has meticulously selected these targets, making the endeavor of inciting independence remarkably effortless. Your Excellency, there are those who express concern. As the conversation unfolds, all eyes turn to Shadi. With a grave expression, Shadi inhales deeply. Meanwhile, in Washington, a high-level conference reconvenes. Just as numerous factions in India announce their independence, the Republic of Nip swiftly follows suit. Declaring a series of collaborations with Galaxy technology and enacting policies akin to those of Rebate towards Huagua. The world is astir. Nations around the globe suddenly grasp the implications and hastily convene a high-level meeting for deliberation. Huagua is poised to intervene. This is untenable. What are your thoughts? Speak up. Please, Turner prompts, his face shadowed with concern. Exchanging glances, the assembly members collectively opt for silence. Turner feels a growing discomfort in his chest. Drawing a deep breath to steady his emotions. In my view, Huagua's actions are strategically aimed at facilitating Galaxy Technology's entry into the international arena. What does this signify? I trust you are all acutely aware. This is a bid for economic hegemony. Breaking from his usual demeanor, Turner rises. His voice booming like a seasoned orator. First Rinbei, then OSI, now India. Who comes next? It is you. It is I. It is all of us. Can you withstand Galaxy Technology's encroachment into your nations, your products, your industries? Who holds the reins of your economic lifeblood? Tell me. The echoes of his fervent outcry linger in the air as the representatives of the allied nations hesitate momentarily before murmuring. Huagua holds it. Turner gestures emphatically, precisely. In the hands of Huagua. Are you willing to relinquish control of your own destiny? Are you content to labor for others' gain? Do you not desire access to the myriad technologies and products of Galaxy Technology? In an instant, all heads turn in astonishment. Their eyes wide with disbelief at Turner's proposition. Access to Galaxy Technology's innovations? What does this entail? Some attempt to voice their inquiries. But Turner interrupts with a sweeping gesture. Tell me, do you desire it or not? Yes, absolutely. We've dreamt of it. Excellent. Turner slams his hand upon the table. If that is the case, we shall go to war with Huagua. A murmur of shock ripples through the assembly. The representatives had not anticipated such a bold decision from Turner. Had he not been hesitating, unwilling to engage previously? What had prompted this sudden change? Surveying the room. Turner acknowledges his own reluctance to act at this moment, yet Huagua's maneuvers are alarmingly swift, leaving him restless. Furthermore, the longer they delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for him and the allied nations. Who knows when Huagua's battle armor will complete its testing? What if it is sooner than expected? What if mass production begins imminently? Rather than remain passive, hoping to maintain the upper hand, it is far wiser to strike first and drag the opponent into the fray, catching them off guard. However, someone could not help but speak up, saying, in the past, our nation was capable of confronting 17 countries single-handedly. The others immediately grasped the implication of his words. Another voice chimed in. We remain oblivious to the current might of our nation. Could it be that we are acting too rashly? Indeed, our nation possesses the formidable annihilation aircraft. Turner snorted dismissively. Their annihilation aircraft are merely experimental prototypes. They are far from being mass-produced. Moreover, we possess mechs. What is there to fear? Naturally, there were no mechs, but he dared not disclose that fact. Instead, he intended to incite everyone with the notion of mechs. Once they descended into the fray, even if the deception were to be unveiled, what of it? Did they truly believe our nation could be trifled with? By that time, they would all be bound together like grasshoppers on a single string. Whether they wished to fight or not, they would have to engage. Chapter 485, The Missile from the Sky. Indeed, as soon as the mechas were deployed, the expressions of the crowd settled into a semblance of calm. Considering the advanced technologies and enticing products of Huagua, the representatives of the allied nations could no longer remain seated. Let us engage in battle. We shall not concede defeat this time. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of the assembly, Turner nodded in satisfaction. This is the spirit. Huagua has a history of glorious victories. What is there to fear? After all these years, who has not made progress? How formidable can a prototype fighter jet and a trial mecha truly be? Together, we shall surely prevail. In that moment, Turner exuded confidence. His troops were fully digitized, a fact that had left the world in awe during the Gulf War. Presently, the command system was effectively integrated down to every frontline soldier. Huagua's divisional reforms had taken inspiration from their model. Now, Turner declared with authoritative flair, before we commence hostilities, we must secure more allies to ensure our victory. With that, everyone busied themselves. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and an unsettling emotion lingered in the hearts of the global populace. An inexplicable sense of disquiet settled upon everyone. Logically, with conflicts erupting everywhere and the international landscape in chaos, one would expect a vibrant atmosphere. Yet, at some point, the world had inexplicably quieted down, with even trivial meetings conspicuously absent. It was as if nations had forgotten the existence of their foreign ministries, with no press conferences held whatsoever. However, silence can be the most terrifying of all, reminiscent of the calm before a storm, and the collective anxiety only intensified. At the Firepower Research Institute, Chen Qian wore a grave expression, the coffee in his hand now devoid of flavor. Something was amiss, something truly amiss. He straightened abruptly. Leah, have you uncovered anything? The watch illuminated, and Leah appeared in his mind's eye. Brother, I haven't found much, but what? He pressed. There are indeed some inconsistencies. What inconsistencies? Leah displayed the gathered data, and after a few minutes of scrutiny, Chen Qian's brow furrowed deeply. Through Leah's investigation, it became evident that a majority of nations were exhibiting unusual activities, though they appeared outwardly calm. Yet, the findings were predominantly minor. With only one significant revelation, they had all secretly entered a state of military readiness. Moreover, the trend was escalating, with more countries continuously joining this state of preparedness. This was a precursor to war, a war unprecedented in scale. Is there any more specific information? Chen Qian inquired. Leah shook her head. No, brother. The confidentiality level is too high. Not even you can access it. Chen Qian suddenly recalled something and blurted out. Old Mian? Previously, Old Mian's abduction of their parents had been cloaked in high secrecy, and Leah had only realized the gravity of the situation afterward. To suggest that the unusual activities of these nations were unrelated to Old Mian would be utterly implausible. Were they all maintaining such secrecy simultaneously? Could it merely be coincidence? Impossible. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qian promptly notified Yang Feng and Commander Liu. Minutes later, the two arrived at Chen Qian's location. Xiao Chen, what is the matter that requires such urgency? Yang Feng inquired, settling into a seat with a hint of confusion. Commander Liu also turned his gaze toward him. Taking a deep breath, Chen Qian recounted the anomalies discovered by Leah. The two did not dwell on how Chen Qian had come by this information. Instead, their brows furrowed in concern. We have also sensed abnormalities on the international front, Commander Liu remarked, but the specifics remain unclear. I never anticipated that they would covertly enter a state of readiness. Could it be that they intend to strike us? Yang Feng casually suggested, his expression filled with worry. After all, with Nippon and several other nations successively announcing their cooperation with Galaxy technology, other countries around the globe had begun to react. Chen Qian's cheeks twitched slightly. Are they all planning to attack us? What a joke. How could... As he spoke, his tone wavered. Although the likelihood of such an event was slim, it was not entirely implausible. After all, the 8 nations had once united, and later it had been 1v17. What was impossible? After some reflection, Chen Qian shook his head. 1v50? How could that be? Ridiculous. It defies logic. Well, I understand the situation now, Commander Liu declared, rising from his seat. Xiao Chen, you need not worry excessively. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Yang Feng also stood, nodding at Chen Qian without uttering another word, and followed Commander Liu out. Let us expedite production. Chen Qian could not help but exclaim. Yang Feng waved his hand without looking back, indicating he had heard. The items Chen Qian referred to included everything, notably the Xingtian battle armor, the production of the Zhu-killing fighter jets, the Xingtian battle armor, the Hui series, upgrades and modifications of various equipment, and the deployment of energy shields for city defense systems were all part of the urgent agenda. At present, It could be said that with each passing day, the military strength of Hua country was advancing by leaps and bounds. The production lines were nearly smoking from the intensity. Moreover, support for equipment from Russia, Nippon, and Pingdaren's faction was also required. Even with Hua country's formidable industrial system, the situation was beginning to feel a bit strained. Sighing heavily, Chen murmured, "I hope we can prepare swiftly." Yet, as is often the case, reality seldom aligns with one's desires. Half a month later, the independent war led by Kiki and the other factions officially erupted. Simultaneously, Pingdaren was ecstatic. For just before the outbreak of hostilities, Pu Jia had publicly pledged support for Ribei. He even expressed willingness to dispatch reinforcements if necessary. This news thrilled Pingdaren, who, despite not receiving Hua country's support, found unexpected assistance from Nippon. Although Pingdaren had understood that Pu Jia was aligned with Chen ever since Nippon announced its collaboration with Galaxy Technology, he had never anticipated that Pu Jia would be willing to aid him. "My dear brother truly cares for me." Pingdaren laughed heartily, waving his hand dramatically. "Let us counterattack. Our brother nation, Nippon, has embarked on its struggle for independence. We shall join the fray." Regarding the previous discovery, Pingdaren expressed disdain for Wenjun's aircraft, dismissing them as mere scrap and unrecognizable brands. He remarked on the singular plane, incredulous that it could have been dropped from the sky or perhaps even a grenade. This further solidified his belief that Lao Mi's support for Dan Rue was not as substantial as previously imagined. Now, with Napuguo clarifying its stance, Dan Rue found itself caught in a precarious position. "The advantage lies with us." At the Weapons Development Institute, Chen paid only slight attention to the ongoing conflict with India, not overly concerned. Suddenly, Leah rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency. "Brother, something terrible has happened." Chen was taken aback. "What is it?" Just as Leah was about to speak, her eyes flickered, as if she were observing something. She then sighed. "There is no time." With that, she presented a video. Chen glanced at the footage, abruptly rising to his feet, eyes wide with shock. The video depicted the Chinese embassy in Mei, initially appearing entirely normal, but then a missile streaked through the sky, followed by a deafening explosion, reducing the embassy to rubble. Damn it. Chapter 486. 1v100 At the same time, representatives from the Meifang Alliance were convening a press conference within the Bai Palace, in the name of maintaining global peace, ensuring that people worldwide can reap the benefits of technological advancements, and putting an end to the selfish monopolization of technology by Huagua. "We have made the momentous decision to officially declare war on Huagua." In an instant, the assembled journalists were left agape, and chaos erupted. Maintain global peace? What kind of peace are you preserving? Was it not your alliance that instigated the conflict in Fuji? What relevance do the independent struggles of NIP and other nations have to you? Allowing Huagua's technological products into the market would equally enable everyone to benefit from such advancements. Would it not? Huagua's journalists, disregarding the rules of questioning, clamored to ask their inquiries. Yet, the spokesperson from Meifang paid them no heed. Instead, he gestured towards a large screen that had been prepared in advance and turned to leave. Subsequently, the screen began to display a perspective following a flying missile, ultimately landing on the Huagua embassy in Meifang. Boom. At that moment, not just the reporters present, but the entire world was thrown into a frenzy. Especially the netizens back home. How dare they bomb our embassy? Who gave them the audacity? It seems they have forgotten the beating we once delivered. Just wait. I will return to the troops. Netizens across various nations were also left dumbfounded, their hearts a mix of astonishment and delight. Astonished by the inscrutable strength of Huagua, the mere thought of its past victories sent shivers down their spines. Yet, they felt a sense of joy in the undeniable strength of their own nations. With Meifang's representative announcing the press conference, other countries promptly stepped forward to declare their allegiance to the Meifang Alliance, expressing their willingness to stand together in this endeavor. Upon careful calculation, it turned out to be precisely 100 nations. It is essential to note that, excluding the newly established nations such as Renbei, the total number of countries in the world is merely 197. It is no exaggeration to assert that Huagua is now facing a global siege. How could it possibly lose? Even the might of Huagua would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. In fact, many foreign citizens began to envision a bright future ahead. It would be impossible for them to harbor no resentment towards Huagua and its galactic technology. Why should you possess so many wonderful things that we cannot access? Why must your lives be so vastly superior to ours? Why are we restricted from visiting Huagua, only permitted to apply for medical visas for a brief stay. Why? Have you forgotten the esteemed status of us Angsa people? In the Bai Palace, Turnab stood by the window, gazing at the distant scenery, his mood remarkably buoyant. Everything was proceeding so smoothly. He had successfully united 100 nations, and when the war concluded, he would undoubtedly be immortalized in history. Uniting 100 nations may seem an insurmountable task, yet in reality, it was not particularly challenging. Who would dare defy? The Meifeng alliance would engage in direct conflict. Who would dare to leak information would face the same fate. Then, by promising certain benefits and envisioning a future filled with happiness, everything fell into place effortlessly. What a splendid day it is today, Turnap mused, his smile growing even more radiant. Within the borders of our nation, there are no press conferences, no statements, and no condemnations. It has been 5 hours since the hegemonic alliance declared war, and the official response is chillingly absent. However, beneath the surface, a tempest brews. Military districts are urgently mobilizing. Transport vehicles laden with troops and supplies are dispatched to temporary bases, and armed helicopters and fighter jets soar continuously above. At this moment, it seems as if the entire nation has been paused, with countless citizens stepping outside, gazing skyward, their expressions grave and filled with indignation. Silence reigns. Laughter is nowhere to be found, yet a fierce fire ignites within their hearts. In the central military district, Chen Qian and Elder Mu sit quietly in Commander Lu's office, awaiting developments. Soon, Commander Lu strides in. Chen Qian feels a momentary disorientation, as if transported back to their first meeting. Once again sensing the overwhelming aura of authority emanating from Lu. Xiao Chun, what brings you here with such urgency? Commander Lu inquires, taking a seat on the sofa. Chen Qian, with a serious demeanor, forgoes pleasantries. Commander Lu, it is time to establish a space force. A space force? Commander Lu responds, taken aback. Chen Qian elaborates, currently, much of our weaponry remains unupgraded. Although our potential is vast and combat capability has improved, we find ourselves struggling against the onslaught of numerous nations. Lu nods slightly, fully aware of this fact. While reviewing our equipment, an idea struck me. The Space Force. Chen Qian continues, the Julian fighter jets are still few in number, as our production capacity is primarily focused on the Xing Tian battle armor. With the 100 sets of Xing Tian battle armor I possess, why not directly form an invincible force that can conquer both sky and sea, instead of sending ordinary soldiers to their demise? Let the Space Force take the lead in this third war. Commander Lu contemplates Chen Qian's words for a moment and sighs, a hint of resignation in his voice. Even if we form a Space Force, the numbers would still be insufficient. He too has considered the idea of assembling a force of Xing Tian battle armor, but given the dire situation and the limited quantity, he has refrained from proposing it to higher authorities. Commander Lu, Chen Qian speaks earnestly, the current number should suffice. Suffice? Lu is momentarily taken aback. Though he understands the data on Xing Tian battle armor and Julian fighter jets, numbers alone cannot capture the reality of the situation. Chen Qian smiles. Let us not forget how many flying bird drones we currently possess. The flying bird, his first military creation, has been in development for nearly 2 years. And now, it is far more advanced, with a staggering reserve of 500,000 units. This is precisely why Chen Qian believes they have enough. The Starlink technology allows for the connection of 50,000 devices simultaneously, Chen Qian explains. 500,000 flying birds are perfectly capable of equipping each Xing Tian battle armor with 50,000 drones. The combat power of a single flying bird far surpasses that of an ordinary soldier. A Xing Tian battle armor fully equipped with flying birds could indeed turn one individual into an entire army, capable of engaging a nation. Commander Lu's eyes widened in astonishment. His thoughts momentarily suspended, the echo of Chen Qian's voice resounding in his mind. One individual equates to an entire army? One person can contend with a nation. Is this not the very essence of unmanned system troops? Furthermore, each piece of the Xing Tian battle armor serves as a command center. Considering the defensive capabilities of the Xing Tian battle armor, Commander Lu inhaled sharply, unable to restrain a loud exclamation. Excellent. With that, he promptly stood up. Old Mu, Xiao Chen, I shall make arrangements at once. With those words, Commander Lu hurriedly exited the office. At that moment, Old Mu turned to Chen Qian, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Xiao Chen, must you truly go to the battlefield? Chapter 487. A direct assault on the Dragon's Lair indeed. In this third battle, Chen Qian is determined to take the field personally. After all, I possess a formidable Xingtian battle armor, do I not? Qin Xian remarked with a smile, asserting that each piece of battle armor serves as an immense boon. Old Mu fell silent, well aware that Qin Xian's statement was merely an excuse. The Xingtian battle armor could certainly be assigned to another, albeit with some inconvenience. Qin Xian continued, although I am not a soldier, how can I possibly refrain from defending my homeland? Noticing that Old Mu still bore a look of concern, Qin Xian chuckled, rest assured, Old Mu, you are acutely aware of the Xingtian armor's defensive capabilities. Unless one is struck directly by a nuclear bomb, I shall remain unharmed. Even if a nuclear bomb were to be deployed, it could hardly catch up with me. Old Mu, exasperated, gave Qin Xian a light smack on the head. I certainly know that. Otherwise, I would have long had you detained, instead of allowing you this opportunity. Qin Xian recoiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Fearing that excessive words might indeed lead to his exclusion from the battle. 3 swift days passed. The Hegemony Alliance moved with remarkable speed, successfully amassing an army of 800,000, with 500,000 setting sail across the Pacific, advancing toward Huagua. Concurrently, Huagua was not idle. Military districts completed strategic deployments along coastal cities, preparing for action. In the meantime, the Space Force was also successfully established within these 3 days. With 95 elite scouts and special forces selected from various military districts, equipped with standard Xingtian battle armor and having acclimated to their suits. At the coastal city of Xiamen, outside the temporary command base, Qin Xian stood before 95 spirited warriors alongside Jiang Ryue and Yang Feng, gazing at the youthful faces that mirrored his own age. Qin Xian felt a surge of admiration. Yang Feng stepped forward, surveying the crowd, and bellowed, "Tell me, are you prepared?" "Prepared." The crowd roared in unison. "Are you ready to sacrifice for your country?" "Always ready." "Can the 140 million citizens of Huagua depend on you?" "Absolutely." Yang Feng raised his right fist skyward, proclaiming, "Swear an oath. I pledge to support millions, standing firm against calamity and misfortune. If death is inevitable, then let my body forge the glory of the people. Let us depart." With Yang Feng's command, everyone pressed their wrist devices, donned their battle armor, and soared into the air. Subsequently, 500,000 flying drones emerged from every direction, encircling the warriors. Simultaneously, a holographic image sprang forth in the minds of all Huagua citizens, capturing this moment. The sight of hundreds of imposing Xingtian battle armors, flanked by 500,000 drone aircraft, etched itself indelibly into the hearts of countless individuals. Oh my heavens, this is Mecha. This is Mecha. Over 100 of them. We actually possess Mecha. We truly have Mecha. Stop. No more Mecha. The officials have announced that this is our Xingtian battle armor. The Laomian have no Mecha. They're lying. Truly shameless. Invincible. Let us slay. The domestic internet erupted with fervor as the warrior genes of Huagua awakened in that moment. Upon receiving the news, Admiral MacArthur of the 1st Aircraft Carrier Fleet was nearly drenched in cold sweat. Mechas. Hundreds of them. Huagua had evidently completed their testing long ago. Momentarily stunned, his gaze hardened as he grasped the phone on his desk. Launch Dark Eagle. Right now? In the next instant, several hypersonic missiles shot forth from the fleet, swiftly hurtling towards Huagua. Meanwhile, Qin Xian and his team received the news mid-flight, yet they did not halt their advance. Mere missiles, as long as they are not nuclear, can be repelled by the energy shield. Although the upgrades to weaponry in the city's defense systems were not fully completed, coastal cities had already been fortified. Moreover, 10 Chariot-class mechas remained at the temporary base in Xiamen to assist in defense, thus the group felt no apprehension. They had not anticipated such an aggressive initial strike, which took them by surprise. "Everyone, disperse and head to your respective targets," Yang Feng commanded. "Understood." The group acknowledged, promptly scattering in different directions. With 90% of the Chariot-class mechas deployed, there were indeed strategic objectives. Their mission was to launch a direct assault on the territories of various nations. "You intend to gather your forces to attack us? Then I shall raid your homeland." Most military strength from other nations was concentrated in the Pacific, leaving behind a mere fraction, which was negligible against the space forces. "Brother, let us hasten our pace," Yang Feng urged. "Agreed." With that, Qin Xian and his companions accelerated instantaneously, the sonic booms echoing like thunder. Moments later, they breached the airspace of Meifang. "Do not hold back. Engage them directly." Yang Feng's voice was icy. The others nodded silently in agreement. At the 1st Aircraft Carrier Fleet, a phone beside Cass abruptly rang. "What?" 5 mechas have entered our airspace. Cass was taken aback. How could the mecha unit have moved so swiftly into their territory? What are we waiting for? Attack. He hung up the phone, momentarily dazed by the astonishing speed of the chariot-class mechas. What Mach number could they be achieving? In Meifeng's airspace, Qin Qian and his team quickly spotted 3 menacing Falcon fighter jets approaching. Let me handle this, Yang Feng shouted, raising his right hand, which unleashed a powerful red laser that struck one of the Falcon jets with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. The explosion resonated through the skies as Yang Feng raised his left hand, unleashing another barrage of lasers. Boom, boom. The remaining 2 Falcon jets were obliterated simultaneously. Is that all they sent? Just a few flies? Qin Qian expressed his dissatisfaction. They had not engaged in stealth, openly approaching to allow their adversaries a chance to react, a gesture of disdain. However, they had not anticipated such a dismissive response, arriving with only these trifling machines. Let us split up, Qin Qian suggested. Yang Feng did not hesitate to agree, recognizing that the combined strength of their battle armor would be somewhat squandered. Remember, we must annihilate their entire fighting force. All of it, Yang Feng instructed. Qin Qian's smile behind his battle armor was somewhat chilling, indeed. With that, they abruptly accelerated, vanishing from sight. At the Air Force Base, Su Chi Feng arrived above the facility just as dozens of various aircraft were preparing for takeoff. Strange, why are there no fierce bird fighters? Su Chi Feng wondered, subsequently reporting this situation to others. Qin Qian chuckled lightly. The fierce bird fighters have only recently been developed, given their efficiency and production capacity. How many could they possibly have? 3 would be a decent number. As he spoke, he suddenly realized that if this were the case, the previous dispatch of 3 fierce bird fighters could not be deemed a sign of underestimation. On the contrary, it indicated a considerable level of respect. Chapter 488. Shocking the world at that moment, the alarm at the Air Force Base blared suddenly. Su Chi Feng shook his head, his gaze as calm as an ancient well, devoid of any emotion. Let me escort you on your journey, he declared, gesturing with a wave of his hand. A swarm of drones, known as flying birds, swiftly retreated, and an array of gun barrels emerged from various parts of the battle armor. Die! Su Chi Feng bellowed, and countless lasers erupted, striking the ground of the Air Force Base with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions resonated like a beautifully orchestrated symphony. After a brief moment, as the smoke cleared, Su Chi Feng descended slowly, while 50,000 drones surged forth, sweeping through the base, claiming life after life. Similarly, Qin Qian and his companions unleashed their assault, first reducing the entire base to ruins, then allowing the drones to conduct a relentless extermination of the survivors. No one could escape their fate. Within half an hour, the base they attacked was utterly annihilated, and they swiftly moved on to their next target: Canada, England, France, Italy. One after another, the military districts and bases of these nations were struck with devastating force. On the flagship, the command room fell into a profound silence. Casa and the coalition commanders exchanged glances, speechless, as they received news of their respective nations being attacked. It was too swift, too ruthless. They had not even fully entered combat readiness before being blindsided by this sudden turn of events. Shouldn't the battlefield be dictated by us? How could this happen? Were we completely disregarded by 5 million troops? No, I must return to provide support. Someone gritted their teeth. Their homeland was being invaded, and they were still here. Perplexed about the situation, in an instant, many began to realize the gravity of the situation and clamored to return. Bang! Casa slammed his hand on the table. What can you change by going back? At this point, we must win the current battlefield, and we must win resoundingly. But someone hesitated. Our Dark Eagle was intercepted before it could even take effect. Even now, they had no understanding of why the Dark Eagle had been thwarted or what had intercepted it. Then let us continue to fight. Casa roared. The Wagwa has yet to retaliate against us, which means they are unprepared. I refuse to believe that they can withstand our full assault. What nonsense. Today, I shall land in Huagua, in the temporary command room of Shaman City. Commander Liu watched the scenes transmitted from various countries featuring the Xing Tian battle armor, his body trembling uncontrollably. So powerful, too powerful indeed. 0 casualties. Although some drones had been lost, thus far, not a single soldier had perished. The Xing Tian battle armor lived up to its name, embodying the very essence of a war deity. To obliterate a large military base took merely around half an hour. At that moment, the lingering shadows of doubt that had clouded Liu's mind since the onset of battle dissipated entirely. He turned to the other military district commanders, who also bore excited smiles. "Send the orders down. Let the world see the achievements we have garnered," Lu commanded with a grand gesture. "Yes." The officer standing nearby responded promptly. Soon, the news of the victory was broadcasted through the Lingjing Watch, and in an instant, it reached the ears of the entire nation. Incredible. Absolutely astounding. Xingtian, this is Xingtian. This is no mere battle armor. It is undoubtedly the embodiment of a war god. In just 1 hour, over 50 countries were subdued. What a thrill. Do they dare to engage in battle with us? A bunch of worthless trash. In stark contrast to the excitement of the domestic populace. The international online community fell suddenly silent. Half an hour later, the Space Army successfully returned to the base in Xiqing, where Yang Feng brought Chun Qian into the command room. "Excellent, excellent," Commander Lu exclaimed 3 times in succession. "Xiao Chun, you have truly astonished me." Chun Qian smiled shyly. "It's all thanks to everyone's efforts." Commander Lu waved his hand dismissively. "No, it's different. If it weren't for your development of the Xingtian battle armor, we would have been in dire straits this time." Chun Qian remained silent. If one were to consider it that way, it indeed seemed to be his achievement. But he couldn't very well say so directly. At that moment, another commander spoke up. "The combat effectiveness of the Xingtian battle armor has been validated. But the current situation remains grim." Commander Lu nodded and raised his watch. "Moss, analyze the situation and provide appropriate recommendations." In an instant, Moss completed the analysis and offered its corresponding suggestions. Commander Lu and the others glanced at it and immediately widened their eyes. Moss's first suggestion was to further expand the victory, utilizing the formidable power of the battle armor to attack the 5 million troops at sea. However, the downside was that it might provoke other nations, especially those with nuclear capabilities, leading to unforeseeable consequences. "I will step out for a moment," Chen Qian said, taking leave with Jiang Riyue, Su Qingfeng, and Li Xiangdan, departing from the command room. How to fight the war and make choices were matters for the higher-ups. It had nothing to do with him, and all he needed to do was wait. However, he did not have to wait long, for soon Commander Lu and the others reached a decision. It was decisive. They aimed to conclude the 3rd battle within 24 hours. Upon hearing the order, Chen Qian couldn't help but take a sharp breath. If they succeeded, today would undoubtedly be etched in the annals of history, remembered by the entire world. Moreover, upon further reflection, it seemed not impossible to achieve. Half an hour later, after a brief respite, all members of the Space Army assembled, leaving no personnel behind for defense. 100 individuals activated their battle armor simultaneously, soaring into the skies and gradually disappearing into the distance. "It should be fine," Commander Lu murmured, gazing out the window. "No problem at all," another commander affirmed beside him. "Rest assured." In the Pacific, the entire Space Army arrived in the blink of an eye, boldly revealing themselves before the Allied fleet, then slowly encircling them. Indeed, 100 surrounded 5 million. Such audacious arrogance left both the Allied forces and Commander Lu and his associates utterly speechless. "Prepare," Yang Feng commanded. In the next moment, everyone simultaneously raised their right hands, revealing a deep aperture. The air twisted, and a spherical object rapidly formed and expanded. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of battle armors rose majestically, like war deities, hoisting a spherical object with a diameter of over 100 meters, exuding an overwhelming aura of supremacy. Countless bullets and shells rained down upon them. Yet they proved utterly ineffective. Commanders such as Kaiser stood in stunned silence. What is this? What are they intending to do? Is this a weapon? Yet, no one provided an answer. In the next moment, all the battle armors moved, with a sudden, forceful sweep of their right hands. The spherical object was instantaneously launched, landing amidst the united fleet. It seemed as if a gentle breeze had swept through, causing Kaiser to shiver, his eyes darting uncertainly around him. However, after a few seconds, nothing transpired. Nothing at all? Kaiser pondered in disbelief. Chapter 489, The Grandest Fireworks Report. An officer abruptly burst into the command room. "All aircraft carriers are damaged." "What?" The commanders were left speechless. "Not only the aircraft carriers," the officer continued. "All electronic devices have malfunctioned." Thud. Kaiser collapsed onto the floor, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. Malfunctioned? All electronic instruments malfunctioned? An EMP? Kaiser was no fool. Such a scenario could only be explained by an EMP weapon. Yet, how could the EMP weapons employed by those mechs possess such an extensive range? They had enveloped the entirety of their allied fleet. In an instant, Kaiser recalled the communication blackout of the Auxiliary Battlefield Alliance forces. He began to grasp the implications. We've lost, Kaiser murmured to himself. He never anticipated that their coalition, comprised of over 100 nations, would find itself defeated before the battle even commenced. Indeed, they had already succumbed. Following the EMP attack, they were no longer a fleet but merely floating heaps of metal targets. Furthermore, due to their heightened reliance on advanced technology, they could only fire a couple of shots with basic weapons, as all their larger armaments were rendered inoperative. Everything was broken. In the sky, Chen Qian gazed down at the fleet below, a smile gracing his lips. Sometimes, combat is that simple. He reflected on this, though without becoming overly sentimental, and turned his gaze to the distant sky. On the horizon, dozens of dark specks were swiftly approaching, moving at a speed nearly one-third that of the Xingtian battle armor. East Wind Express. Scatter, Yang Feng commanded, and everyone dispersed. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roars echoed through the heavens. In the command room, Commander Liu and others erupted into cheers, the space army equally elated. Darling, are these fireworks grand enough? Chen Qian inquired with a smile. Beside him, Jiang Ria nodded earnestly. Indeed, they are magnificent, truly the most beautiful fireworks I have ever seen. Oh, Chen Qian chuckled. That may not necessarily be the case. Jiang Riyue looked surprised. Huh? Chen Qian smiled enigmatically. If he could, he would prefer the situation not to unfold as he envisioned. In the bygone, Turner sat slumped in his chair, eyes wide in disbelief. He could not fathom that they had lost. Just like that? Was the so-called Xingtian battle armor from Huagua truly this formidable? After a moment, a glint of madness flashed in his eyes as he picked up the phone on the table and dialed. In the command room of Shaman. After the cheers subsided, Commander Liu and others regained their composure. Do you think we will reach that point? Someone inquired. Shun TB, came the reply. However, according to Moss's analysis, the probability of nuclear conflict stands at 30%. Sighing heavily, Commander Liu remarked, informed the Space Army to return and prepare. Soon, Chen Qian and the others received orders to return to base. Upon arrival, the members of the Space Army stood at attention, awaiting silently. No one knows what will transpire next, including Commander Liu and his associates. Yet the situation undeniably grows increasingly dire. Just moments ago, Commander Liu and his team attempted to reach out to the Meifeng for negotiations, but they were unable to establish contact. Have they truly lost their minds? Or is there another reason? At last, the voice of Commander Liu echoed in the minds of all the space forces. Damn it, they actually dare to do this. Space Force. Defense. In an instant, everyone ascended into the sky, soaring at the utmost speed in all directions. Concurrently, as Commander Liu's voice resonated, the holographic images in their minds abruptly transformed. They were met with satellite footage revealing that all the nuclear-capable adversarial nations within the alliance had launched nuclear weapons. Not just one. They were depleting their arsenals. Chen Qian could not help but draw a sharp breath. This was an intent to unleash a comprehensive nuclear strike against China. Everyone, take manual interception, do not employ EMP weapons. Chen Qian urged, redirect the intercepted nuclear missiles back to their respective nations. In that moment, Chen Qian felt no shred of mercy. They intended to leave 1,400 million compatriots of China without a grave. Although Chen Qian held no military rank or title, every member of the space forces deeply respected him and responded without hesitation. Yes, at this moment, their hearts brimmed with righteous indignation. And there was no dissent regarding Chen Qian's orders. The Xingtian battle armor accelerated to a speed surpassing 50 Mach, unfathomably swift. In an instant, they beheld the swiftly flying nuclear missiles. Ironically, these missiles had yet to even exit their own nations. The next moment, the personnel of the space forces busied themselves. The so-called interception was straightforward. They would obliterate the propulsion systems with lasers, then carry the nuclear missiles back to the adversary's nation, casually discarding them anywhere. The reason for avoiding EMP weapons was that such devices would destroy all electronic components on the nuclear missiles. While interception could still be achieved, the missiles would be rendered incapable of detonation. This was not Chen Qian's intention. He sought nothing more than a tit-for-tat response. Yang Feng shared a similar mindset, which explained why he did not object when Chen Qian issued the orders. Could one simply let it slide after being trampled upon? Absolutely not. They deserved to face the consequences of their actions. As for the notion of harming the innocent, Yang Feng did not entertain such considerations, nor would Chen Qian. Innocents harmed? One could simply close their eyes to avoid witnessing it. Could they not? Why invite suffering upon oneself? Moreover, throughout the ordeal, Chen Qian and his comrades had not harmed any civilians. They had only targeted soldiers within the Alliance's stronghold. They were merely returning what rightfully belonged to them. The interception operation unfolded with remarkable speed, thanks to the astonishing velocity of the battle armor. And soon all the nuclear missiles were successfully intercepted and returned to their respective nations. The space forces even had time to return to Xia City. Within the base, Chen Qian and Jiang Ryue hovered above the command room, gazing westward, patiently awaiting this unprecedented spectacle of fireworks. Even if the distance is vast and they cannot behold anything even when soaring into the sky, as a nation steeped in etiquette, Chen Qian does not mind bidding farewell to those countless souls on the brink of death. At this moment, others, witnessing the scene, also ascended into the heavens. Standing behind Chen Qian and Jiang Ryue, in the command room, Commander Liu had finally composed himself. After all, the nuclear missiles had been intercepted, leaving little to concern him. When Chen Qian commanded that EMP weapons be disregarded in favor of a manual interception, ultimately returning the nuclear missiles to their respective nations, Liu had heard those orders the instant they were issued. Yet, like Yang Feng, he remained silent. What could he possibly say? It was indeed his own command. What concern was it of Chen Qian's? Just then, countless bursts of flames and mushroom clouds erupted in the satellite imagery within their minds. The resounding booms echoed, though silence enveloped them. Nevertheless, it seemed that Chen Qian and the others could still hear the deafening roar. Truly, this was the most exquisite of fireworks. Chen Qian murmured to himself. Jiang Ryue nodded in agreement, proclaiming, "This is the grandest display of pyrotechnics I have ever witnessed." Chapter 490. The Answer, Finale. The unprecedented Third World War abruptly ceased amidst the anguished cries and disbelief of countless individuals. No one could have foreseen that the hegemonic alliance, comprising over 100 nations, would suffer a calamitous defeat at the very onset of the conflict. Among the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, only Russia and China emerged unscathed, while the others faced utter annihilation. The plight of India was particularly tragic, while engaging in combat against Nippon and others. They also joined the coalition forces, only to have their own soldiers struck by their own nuclear arsenal. Nippon and its allies surged into New Delhi, eliminating Shadi and ultimately partitioning all of India's remaining territories. However, the most harrowing fate befell Japan and Korea. Lacking nuclear capabilities, Japan did not endure nuclear strikes this time. Yet they could not evade punitive measures. China swiftly proclaimed that the Japanese islands had historically belonged to them, prompting the Japanese emperor to flee to China under cover of night. Upon arrival, the details of their discussions remained shrouded in mystery, but the following day, the Chinese military deployed a significant number of spiritual watches to Japan. Within a week, Japan's population had plummeted by 2/3. Rumors circulated that China possessed the ability to eavesdrop on the innermost thoughts of individuals. All those in Japan who harbored disdain or resentment towards China were. As for Korea, its population similarly decreased by 2/3, and the nation began to embrace and learn its true history. The year 2021 marked a complete transformation of the global landscape, as a unipolar world emerged from a previously multipolar one, reaching the zenith of polarization. Russia, once considered a superpower, announced its peaceful dissolution to the world that same year. Many nations were perplexed by this turn of events. Yet some were aware that it was due to Chen Qian's recent visit to Russia. Shortly thereafter, manhwa followed suit, fracturing into dozens of nations, forever losing any chance of resurgence. In the same year, all countries began to visit China, signing a series of cooperation agreements akin to those with Ranbei and others. A grand pilgrimage persisted for a full 2 months. As the year 2022 approached, the Yin-Yang calendar was adopted as the sole calendar worldwide, with the Chinese New Year becoming the singular celebration of the new year. During the year 2022, products from Galaxy technology permeated the globe, with only a few regions and backward countries still utilizing paper currency. Otherwise, the world currency had unified under spiritual points. Concurrently, China underwent an unparalleled revolution, as every sector was transformed by technology, achieving complete automation across heavy and light industries. Human labor was entirely liberated, and currency exited China's historical narrative, culminating in the realization of the ideal nation envisioned in the Dream Project. The citizens of China no longer worried about survival or finances. Everything became free to them. Whether it be luxury cars, opulent residences, or leisure activities, all were exempt from cost. As for spiritual points, they were for outsiders. The only obligation of the Chinese populace was to savor the beauty of life and pursue their interests and dreams. In fields such as scientific research, the arts, and various industries, creativity flourished. China, an embodiment of universal harmony. In Kyoto, within a spacious flat, Qin Qian slowly opened his eyes, descended from his bed, and approached the window in the living room. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon him, creating a dreamlike ambience. Once again, he found himself ensnared by insomnia, having long lost count of the sleepless nights that had plagued him over the past 2 years. His mind was burdened with an abundance of unanswered questions. Ironically, the answers lay tantalizingly close, yet he had always hesitated to uncover them. Since the conclusion of the Third War, the system had completed its awakening protocol, and the interface had undergone a transformation, now featuring an awakening button. The simulation function remained operational, allowing him to navigate these 2 years relatively well. However, the mere sight of that awakening button would quicken his heart, causing it to skip a beat. Sighing softly, Qin Qian gazed at the interface, his eyes gradually hardening with resolve. He no longer wished to linger in uncertainty. With a determined thought, he pressed the awakening button. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, his sixth sense felt as if it had been amplified infinitely, and he sensed that someone was observing him. Yet, this sensation was fleeting. Who? He called out, met only by a profound silence. Who is it? The silence persisted. Finally, after an indeterminate span of time, a weathered voice resonated within his mind. Hello. Instantly, a chill ran down Qin Qian's spine. Was it the system? Did the system possess consciousness? How could that be? Who are you? Qin Qian's voice was hoarse with disbelief. Who am I, you ask? I am. The voice abruptly faltered, as if lost in contemplation. Before resuming after a lengthy pause, that is indeed a profound question. My name has lost its significance. According to your customs, you may refer to me as Hung. Once, I was human, but now, perhaps I can be regarded as a deity. What? Qin Qian's heart raced. A deity? Could such beings truly exist? Yet, why did this entity claim to have once been human? Struggling to rein in his chaotic thoughts, he was about to inquire further when Hang interrupted him. You must have many questions swirling in your mind. Do not rush. I shall illuminate your uncertainties. Let us begin with my own tale. It dates back to a time long past. Hung began to recount his story, and Qin Qian listened intently, as time seemed to stand still in that moment. After a prolonged silence, realization dawned upon Qin Qian. The system within him was, in fact, artificial. Hung had once been an unparalleled genius in human civilization, the creator of true artificial intelligence. However, as he gazed upon the life he had created, Hung became enraptured. Was it truly possible to fabricate life? Did that imply that all things could be conjured into existence? What of the divine? Did deities genuinely exist, or could they also be fabricated? Hung was uncertain of the answers. He yearned to seek them, yet human life is fleeting. Thus, he embarked on a quest for immortality. The guiding light in his search was none other than the digital life he had birthed. Did digital life possess an end? Hung was unsure. But one thing was certain. If he could transform himself into digital existence, he would gain an abundance of time. Only then would he possess the resources to pursue the answers he sought. Regrettably, the transformation of humanity into digital life is undoubtedly a fantastical notion. Even the most exceptional genius among humankind would find it impossible to accomplish such a feat within a mere century. However, it is fair to say that he was not entirely unsuccessful, for he had transmuted the digital life he created into a reflection of himself. He endeavored to send this new incarnation to seek the answers he yearned for. Simultaneously, he achieved another remarkable feat. He inscribed his digital self upon a cluster of elementary particles. Just as Liao required a space for storage, he transformed these elementary particles into his own hard drive. In the fleeting passage of a century, the corporeal form of Hung perished, while his new essence wandered through the void. He bore witness to the evolution of all things and the rise and fall of the universe, perpetually in search of answers. Until one day, he came to the realization that even digital life has its limitations. Upon grasping this truth, he understood that time is a duplicitous concept. Thus, he did not succumb to despair. He recognized that without the ability to control the development of elementary particles, everything inevitably decays. Only by mastering the progression of these particles could he attain true immortality. Not only that, the capacity to manipulate elementary particles also meant he could create anything. He was poised to step into the realm of divinity. Thus, after an interminable passage of time, Hang succeeded. Yet, in that moment of triumph, he plummeted into the abyss. He lost his purpose and direction, continuing to drift through the void, witnessing the evolution of all things and the rise and fall of the cosmos. Yet the answers had already been revealed. Qian fell silent. Even from mere fragments of conversation, he could sense the profound solitude and despair within Heng's heart. Everything seemed devoid of meaning, including his own existence. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Qian inquired, "Then why are you here with me? Moreover, if time does not exist, why have I returned to my high school days?" Heng paused momentarily and let out a light laugh. "Who said you have been reborn?" "Huh?" Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. The universe, in reality, possesses boundaries, vast beyond human comprehension. Humanity perceives the cosmos as an ever-expanding entity, a mere illusion born from the transient fluctuations of fundamental particles. One may envision the universe as an immense, sealed, and flawless box, brimming with fundamental particles in chaotic motion, evolving and transforming into all things, which eventually decay and revert to their original state of fundamental particles, due to the inherent disorder in the movement, development, and evolution of these particles. They may manifest into any conceivable entity. However, they could also evolve into two identical entities. Admittedly, the probability of such an occurrence is infinitesimally close to zero, yet given sufficient time, even the most minuscule probabilities become inevitable outcomes. After your demise, the universe you occupied returned to nothingness after an extensive duration. Within this void, fundamental particles began to evolve once more, time and again. After countless iterations, we have arrived at this moment where everything commences anew, identical in every respect. As Heng expounded upon these notions, Qian's thoughts inadvertently drifted to that distant past. Could it be that everything had already reached its conclusion? Qian murmured to himself. It dawned upon him that he was not reborn, but merely experiencing a reset. Traversing the river of time to arrive at this juncture. Did his parents mourn his departure in that bygone universe? What would their reactions have been? Had Jiang Ruyue, the one he missed, found someone worthy of a lifelong commitment? Did she possess a happy and fulfilling family? In that moment, Qian pondered numerous thoughts. The regrets of his previous life had, in truth, never been reconciled. What troubles you? Is it too much to bear? Heng inquired. Qian remained silent, gazing vacantly at the moon in the sky. After a lengthy pause, he sighed deeply. It is not that I cannot accept it. Rather, I am simply moved by the sentiment. Your capacity for acceptance seems quite commendable, Heng remarked. Indeed, at least in this life, all that I have witnessed, the love I have received and bestowed, and all my experiences are undeniably real. Qian spoke, pausing for a few seconds, his tone earnest. Thank you, Heng. Why the sudden gratitude? Heng responded. The retention of my memories from the previous life is likely due to your influence. Were it not for you, my existence in this life would not have been as vibrant, nor would I have experienced a life so distinct. Your gratitude is graciously accepted, Heng replied. Suddenly, Qian seemed to recall something. You have witnessed the evolution of all things and the rise and fall of the universe. Surely, you have encountered identical worlds more than once. Have you not met another being like yourself, Heng? Heng fell silent, seemingly unprepared for Qian's inquiry. In that moment, Qian sensed Heng's gaze upon him once more, imbued with an intricate and unfathomable emotion that was difficult to articulate. After an indeterminate period, Heng sighed. Indeed, I have encountered such instances more than once, time and again. Qian chose not to respond, instead quietly listening. However, I do not wish for him to return to his former self, thus I deliberately guided him to embrace a life vastly different from before. Time and again. Qian felt a shiver run through him, his lips parting as he hesitated. He seemed to grasp something profound, his thoughts momentarily suspended. The answer? It is too bitter. There were countless instances when I contemplated relinquishing my own life, yet my existence belongs not solely to myself, but to him as well. Hence, I cannot take such a step. Thus, I persist. Consequently, I closed myself off, willingly entering a state akin to human slumber. The deductive functions you employ are merely the workings of my subconscious. A soft thud. The sound of the door startled Qian awake. Jiang Ruyue, unbeknownst to him, had awakened and emerged from her room, enveloping him in her embrace. What is wrong? Are you suffering from insomnia again? Qian paused, taken aback. No. I shall never suffer from insomnia again. Then why are you here in the middle of the night? After a brief moment of silence, Qian inhaled deeply, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Because I had a dream. A dream? Was it a nightmare? Qian shook his head. That no longer matters. What is significant is. What is it? Would you do me the honor of marrying me? Huh. Jiang Ryue momentarily froze, her heart swelling with unexpected joy. Of course. The end. Final thoughts. It is concluded. After typing the end, much like many authors, my emotions are undeniably complex. How should I express it? Wow. My heavens, wow. Finally. Wow. It is just like that. Haha. I am merely jesting. In truth, I penned an abundance of concluding remarks, all of which I ultimately deleted. The results were unsatisfactory. I could only afford a cup of milk tea daily, leading me to feel unworthy of writing a final note. So why am I writing one now? Well, there is no particular reason. I simply wish to extend my gratitude to the readers who have come this far. Thank you. I shall meticulously prepare for my new book, ensuring that I have a well-structured outline and character design before embarking on the journey, unlike this one. Fortunately, throughout the process of writing this book, I learned a great deal. I hope to meet you again in my next work, should you so desire. Farewell, my friends. I wish you all happiness.